Chapter 1. The Eastern Front. A cacophony of echoes reverberated within my mind, as indistinct yet haunting whispers encircled my ears. Who am I? Struggling to pry open my eyes, I beheld a pair of black iron gauntlets. Marred with splattered blood, the sharp, unyielding metal safeguarded my fingers, the back of my hands, and the outer sides of my forearms, while the inner linings were crafted from brown leather, firmly securing my arms with straps. My wrists and fingers moved sluggishly, sending a tingling sensation reverberating back. Yes, these are my hands. But where am I? My vision gradually expanded, revealing a wooden table adorned with a glimmering spear, a small round shield, a sword, a dagger, and a mace. Leaning against the table's edge were a bow and a quiver brimming with arrows. The earth beneath my feet was solid and dry, while the black iron boots, greaves, and spurs I wore bore a menacing and grotesque design. What am I doing? The thunderous pounding in my head grew clearer, morphing into the unmistakable resonance of a horn. Shortly thereafter, a crystalline voice pierced through the din. Griffith. Griffith. The squire. Hey, second squad leader, wake up. The pitch of the voice rose slightly, accompanied by a sharp rap on my shoulder plate. Huh, what? The young woman standing beside me, tall and radiant, donned exquisitely crafted golden armor and raised an eyebrow. What? What? Why the confusion? Gradually, clarity returned to Griffith's mind as he instinctively touched his breastplate, then seized a weapon to dawn upon himself. I feel a bit dizzy. Huh? It's beyond mere dizziness at this point. All right. The girl shook her head, her fiery red hair tied in a ponytail swaying behind her. Snap out of it. Grab your weapon. We're on the move. Before Griffith could respond, the red-haired girl thrust a black iron helmet into his arms, raised her right hand, and delivered 2 sharp slaps to either side of the bewildered squire's face. Instantly, armed with an array of weapons, Griffith followed the red-haired girl out of the tent. Second Assault Squad Leader Valkyrie. Take your men to the right flank. Concealed behind the infantry on the slope, an officer clad in a crimson woolen cloak rode past them. Message received. The red-haired Valkyrie nodded, guiding the still confused Griffith towards 2 warhorses. Well then, whether you're awake or not, there's no time for gradual adjustments. Valkyrie cradled her helmet under one arm and patted Griffith on the shoulder, tilting her head. Mount your steed, ready your spear, and charge as usual. As long as we break through the enemy lines, we can return. Saying that before battle is rather ominous. Griffith's body moved instinctively, as naturally as breathing, as he mounted the towering black steed before him. The horse, adorned with black face and chest armor, bore sharp horns on its forehead, resembling a beast of darkness, silently awaiting its rider to grasp the reins, trailing behind Valkyrie and her steed. Though I am unclear about what is transpiring, everything seems to flow seamlessly that a gentle breeze slipped through the gaps in my helmet, carrying a faintly peculiar scent into my nostrils. My previously muddled thoughts began to clarify as I navigated through the bustling camp. The white tents were systematically arranged along the straight road, with each intersection marked by the name of the nearby squad and the route ahead. On towering wooden watchtowers, soldiers waved green and red flags, signaling the passage of troops. Infantry clad in bronze and iron armor formed an orderly line, wielding long spears and towering shields, short swords sheathed at their waists, moving steadily along the straight path. Adorned with vibrant red, bright yellow, and white feathers, their helmets resembled a colorful ocean in motion. The horn that had previously echoed in my mind had long since ceased, and the galloping mounted officers occasionally issued clear and resounding commands, to which the troops responded loudly before continuing their quiet march. Griffith followed Valkyrie through the camp, encountering well-equipped armored cavalry joining their ranks until they reached the camp's exit. From there, they galloped down a slope for a considerable distance before finally halting on an expansive flat area. Dozens of young knights, like Griffith, bowed towards the red-haired knight, but a few flashed smiles in Griffith's direction. Prepare for battle. Valkyrie waved her hand to the side. Have the priests arrived? Squire Krista has taken her position. The messenger just informed us that the high priest is with the infantry and cannot make it here in time. Valkyrie nodded. Krista, come to the front and bless the front line. Skip the rest. A petite girl with golden hair darted through the crowd to the front of the line, draped in a shimmering silver chainmail over her blue robe. She clutched a book almost as large as her upper body, softly chanting a blessing as pure as a mountain stream. Standing in the front row, Griffith suddenly felt enveloped in a warm glow. With both himself and his steed experiencing an ethereal lightness. How wondrous! What is this power? The grace of the wind, protection, fully delivered. The golden-haired girl concluded her incantation, nodding towards the squad leader, taking a gentle breath. Her emerald-like eyes glinting as they turned towards Griffith. Is she looking at me? Hey, Griffith, once this battle is over, I wish to go with Krista to pay homage to Yellen. A tall cavalryman with brown hair elbowed Griffith playfully, grinning broadly as he gestured 6 times towards his chest. Once I earn enough merit for a promotion, I shall confess my feelings to Krista. Griffith was still savoring the effects of the blessing. He felt his movements becoming swifter, his actions increasingly agile, while his strength surged remarkably, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of impending good fortune that he recalled that this brown-haired cavalryman was named Galona, one of the admirers of the beautiful squire. 502 ND Armored Cavalry Battalion. Advance. A thunderous roar erupted from atop the slope, followed by a chorus of shouts and battle cries, the heavy and thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonating through the air. Simultaneously, fireballs streaked across the sky, trailing long flames as they soared towards the unseen horizon. That a red flag appeared on the slope near the cavalry, waving vigorously in their direction. Armored cavalry, forward. Valkyrie donned her golden helmet, lowered her visor, and raised her golden lance, leaping forward. The armored cavalry followed closely, enveloping the bewildered Griffith as they surged from their hidden hollow in a 4-column formation towards the opposing slope. Griffith's gaze traversed the curvature of the slope, gradually revealing the entirety of the battlefield. Thousands of infantrymen formed sequential squares and lines, their rectangular shields constructing a wall-like front, as straight and smooth as butter sliced by a knife. The immense formation stretched for miles, advancing under the guidance of fluttering banners at the forefront. A squad raised a banner encircled with pure golden laurel, instilling courage merely by the sight of it. Massive trebuchets, resembling giants from legends, hurled fiery projectiles from behind the battle line. Hundreds of fireballs soared through the sky, igniting towering flames upon impact. An invisible shockwave radiated from the explosions, sweeping away nearby trees and indistinct figures, originally hidden in the hollow under Valkyrie's command. The cavalry maintained their column formation as they maneuvered towards the right side of the vast battlefield. Many similar cavalry units advanced or engaged in combat. Some of the cavalrymen, lacking armor like Griffiths, dismounted as they approached the enemy, drawing powerful bows and throwing spears to unleash death upon their foes. The human wall before them crumbled under the onslaught of arrows. Another cavalry unit charged through the breach. Moments later, monstrous creatures, as large as bison and resembling wolves, surged from behind the enemy line, ridden by humanoid beings, colliding violently with the charging cavalry, unleashing a cacophony of roars and screams. Today seems fortunate, Galona shouted from Griffith's right. Barely a horse's width apart. The wolf cavalry is sparse. If no one intercepts us, it would be splendid. The armored cavalry swiftly traversed the battlefield, and Griffith noticed that the mass of infantry was no longer in sight nearby. Hundreds of archers clad in light leather armor gathered not far from their squad. They nimbly drew arrows from their quivers, unleashing a relentless rain of projectiles towards the front. The arrows fell like locusts, blotting out the sun, and as they landed, anguished cries erupted from the opposing ranks. While trotting alongside his steed, Griffith observed the archers' onslaught when Valkyrie shouted from the far right of the line, "Long-range defense." The knights beside him promptly raised their small metal shields to protect against the oncoming storm of arrows. Leaning low against their steeds, no sooner had the command been issued than a torrential downpour of arrows descended upon them. Hiding behind his shield, Griffith heard the relentless sounds of impact as they battered against it. Reminiscent of a sudden summer downpour striking a rooftop, not far away, his fellow archers let out a chorus of anguished cries, as those who had been rapidly loosing arrows fell en masse like ripe wheat before the harvest. Valkyrie, leading her cavalry, maintained her steady pace, continuing to maneuver in a wide arc to the right. The heavily armored horsemen indifferently separated from the scattered line of archers, advancing deeper into the fray. Hurrah! The thunderous roar startled both Griffith and his steed, as he beheld the central battlefield where 2 throngs collided, with several figures soaring momentarily into the air. Squad halt! Valkyrie raised her lance once more, and the cavalry came to a swift stop, Meanwhile, several cavalry formations rushed in from nearby, converging like streams merging into a river to form a dense line. Form ranks. Prepare to charge. A commander clad in a crimson cloak galloped to the front of the formation, raising his sword and pointing towards the distant throng of foes. The cavalry quickly shifted from column to line. Suddenly, Griffith noticed a petite figure pushing in from his right rear. Was it Krista, the one who had just blessed them? This slender girl was also clad in armor. Wielding a saber, her expression calm as she rode beside him, she turned her head slightly, catching Griffith's gaze, and offered him a smile. Close ranks. The officer and the knights relayed the command one after another. The young cavalrymen, encased in iron, lowered their visors and drew closer together, emitting beast-like growls, their eyes fixed on the front. The general in the red cloak pointed ahead and began to jog, a dazzling radiance spreading from his sword, enveloping him and the knights beside him. Armored cavalry, advance. Hundreds of armored riders began to jog forth, charging like a wall against the enemy's flank. From above, they appeared as a glimmering tide, roaring towards the shore. Along the way, numerous scattered monsters and warriors leapt towards this colossal wave, only to be swiftly engulfed and vanish without a trace. The front line of galloping cavalry held lances, while the rear ranks gripped sabers and war hammers, maintaining a smooth formation as they surged forward. Align with me, the general in red shouted, the line of over 1,000 men extending like an extension of his limbs. Balon. Balon, victory, eternal. Victory. The cavalry squadron began their charge. Keek. The dense crowd ahead stirred. Griffith glimpsed countless dark humanoid figures through the slits of his helmet, collapsing in chunks like a decaying anthill before the advance of the cavalry, scattering in all directions. Boom. The cavalry line crashed through the enemy's defenses like a flood, producing a thunderous roar. Griffith cleaved the skull of one creature, swiftly trampling several others beneath his steed's iron hooves. It was only then that he could clearly discern the enemy's features. They were slightly shorter than humans, with dark green skin. Their limbs resembled those of humans, yet sharp fangs protruded from their lips, and their ears were akin to those of a donkey. These foes donned bizarre black and gray armor, wielding cleavers, wooden shields, or spears. Half-orcs. Griffith felt his recently normalized mind descend back into chaos, various conflicting images twisting together like a tangle of yarn. The howling half-orcs, marble columns engulfed in flames, and the enormous, distorted shadows emerging amidst the rolling waves of fire. All these impressions converged in his mind, as if an illusory figure was materializing, with the hands of a clock ticking down to an inevitable conclusion. A shadow loomed deep within his consciousness, slowly turning around. Instinctively, Griffith sensed the significance of this figure, nearly forgetting that he was still on the battlefield, straining to discern the true visage of this shadowy presence. Hello! Suddenly, a monstrous creature towering 4 to 5 meters appeared before him. It was immensely strong, its body a mass of rock-like muscles, swinging a massive log towards the second-in-command. In his frantic attempt to glimpse the mysterious figure, Griffith was sent flying alongside his steed, tumbling to the ground in a dizzying spiral. The deafening ring in his ears was maddening. As Griffith groggily rose, he saw an armored cavalryman collide headlong into the very giant that had just thrown him, both crashing down into the mud. The cavalry line had vanished, replaced by the cacophony of battle cries and screams. A sharp sound rang out from behind. Griffith swiftly turned to find 2 ragged half-orc warriors, armed with cleavers and wooden shields, lunging toward him. Instinctively, he thrust his right hand forward, and the half-broken lance in his grip pierced one half-orc's throat. Just then, another half-orc leapt at him, swinging a blade toward his head. Clang! Griffith barely dodged, the blade clanging against his shoulder armor and rebounding away. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he plunged it into the astonished half-orc's eye. Both bodies fell almost simultaneously, dark blood splattering from the crevices of his visor into his eyes and mouth. Griffith gagged violently, forcing himself to suppress the nausea as he blinked and drew his longsword, searching for the next enemy. Griffith, Krista, and another injured cavalryman rushed over. They had both lost their mounts, their bodies smeared with mud and blood, wielding sabers or the remnants of broken lances. The squad has breached the line and pushed forward. What should we do? Krista's helmet had flown off during her fall, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. She pointed toward one side of the battlefield, informing them, "A group of half-orcs is approaching us." "We hold here," Griffith declared, picking up a shield from the ground. raising his longsword high. "Form up around me." Nearby, several cavalrymen who had been unseated were groggily rising to their feet, with two immediately rushing toward Griffith's call. Others gathered together, forming a small defensive circle. There was no time left to regroup or retreat. A band of frenzied half-orcs, originally dispatched to reinforce this position, found their path obstructed. Before they could arrive, the human cavalry had shattered the line, leaving the remaining two squads of infantry as their targets. The 5-foot soldiers quickly huddled back to back, wielding any weapons they could find, swords and shields, to create a makeshift circle. Wagaga! One half-orc, the fastest, leapt over its comrades, swinging an axe at Griffith. Before the axe could fall, Griffith thrust his sword through its chest. Boom! Several half-orcs crashed into Griffith and the nearby cavalrymen's shields, the impact ringing in their ears before they could retaliate. More half-orcs surged forward, jostling their fallen comrades. Rusty cleavers and axes waved before them, and Griffith seized the opportunity to stab through a gap, driving his sword into one half-orc's abdomen. The small creature let out a wretched scream, clutching the blade that had pierced it, convulsing in agony. In the throng, no matter how hard Griffith pulled, he could not withdraw his longsword. The half-orc screams were drowned out by the pushing and shoving of its comrades and Griffith's shield. Spilling blood like a crushed orange, a spear suddenly thrust from the crowd, striking a cavalryman beside Griffith in the throat. The tall warrior fell without a sound, collapsing onto Krista behind him. The dead cavalryman clung to his shield, maintaining an upright position amid the chaos. Time slipped away, and the assaulting half-orcs retreated a few steps. 3 slain cavalrymen and a dozen half-orc warriors lay strewn upon the ground, forming a gruesome carpet of bodies. In the distance, another small squad of cavalry had also been engulfed by the tide. Griffith had lost count of how many weapons he had wielded. Now he held a crude chopping knife, scavenged from who knows where, standing back to back with the novice nun. Breathing heavily, the half-orc soldiers wiped the sweat from their brows, glaring at the two from a few paces away. Krista discarded her now half-broken saber, swiftly retrieving a heavy tome from her waist, binding it with silver chains, adorned with glimmering spikes. The sacred book, once used to bless the cavalrymen, had transformed into a terrifying shield bristling with sharp teeth. The golden-haired girl held the shield, gently resting her head on Griffith's shoulder. They stood silently together, awaiting their final fate. Victory! A resounding war cry erupted from an unknown location on the battlefield. A large detachment of infantry, emerging from an unseen direction, breached the enemy's lines and charged toward their position under the command of their leader. The half-orcs, who had been besieging the cavalrymen, immediately wavered. Some shouted to slay Griffith and his companions, while others began to flee. Holy light, grant me courage. Holy light, provide me shelter. Holy light, watch over me, casting fear upon my enemies. Griffith heard the soft prayer of the girl behind him. Suddenly, Krista swung her chain around, sweeping it through the air. Griffith instinctively ducked, and a flash of silver tore through the surrounding half-orcs, carving a bloody path. The slender, golden-haired girl, unbeknownst to anyone, wielded immense strength as she danced amidst the horde of half-orcs, swinging the chained holy book above her head. In an instant, the previously roaring half-orc battalion scattered in fear. Do not falter, continue the assault. A handful of infantrymen had breached the defensive line, reaching Griffith's side. The leading sergeant leaned close to his visor and shouted, "Follow us onward." Before the sergeant could finish his sentence, a violent tremor emanated from the ground beneath them. A hand, wider than that of a giant, erupted from the earth and crushed the sergeant in one fell swoop. "Behemoth! Behemoth!" The infantrymen cried out in terror, succumbing to a panicked rout before the sudden emergence of the monstrous creature. Amidst their cries, a giant, towering like a hill, broke through the soil. Its skin was as formidable as bronze, adorned with a massive single horn atop its head, and its wheel-like eye surveyed the battlefield before it unleashed a devastating blow upon the surrounding infantry and cavalry. "What is this?" Griffith screamed internally, though he quickly recognized it as the legendary beast said to hunt dragons. The sight of such an apparition amidst the chaos of war was too much for his beleaguered mind to bear. In a moment of darkness, he seemed to hear the sound of 2 dice clattering upon the ground. Almost immediately, Griffith felt a fissure crack open within his mind, unleashing a torrent of chaos. Malevolence, fear, and rage. His rationality was slipping away. The fabled monster had appeared without warning. The overwhelming force it exuded created a powerful shockwave, sending Griffith tumbling to the ground like a blade of grass caught in a tempest. Most of his comrades nearby were engulfed in terror and madness. Some fled, while others brandished their pikes and charged at the behemoth, only to have their sharp points shatter against its hide as if they had struck a fortress wall. The terrifying creature swept its arm, akin to a wall, across the disordered ranks of infantry, unleashing a cacophony of bone-crushing sounds as soldiers were sent hurtling into the sky, only to fall back to earth in disarray. To Griffith, the sound was as dense as hail striking the ground. As fear and revulsion surged from his gut, the squadron of cavalry returned to the fray, having just breached the lines, only to collide headlong with the legendary creature's catastrophic assault. Some cavalrymen screamed and scattered, while others, driven by momentum, charged forward. The air was filled with cries and the sound of shattering bones that it was too terrifying. Am I dreaming? My ribs are broken. It hurts so much. By the gods, it hurts. Griffith trembled uncontrollably. His armor was rendered utterly useless against the behemoth's onslaught. Even the pressure of the wind shattered his insides. Blood and foam spewed from his mouth as he clawed desperately at the mud. Striving to escape the battlefield in that moment of despair, a brilliant golden light appeared before him. Griff, hold on, I'm coming. Krista, her flowing golden hair cascading about her, rushed towards Griffith, chanting a healing incantation that a warm surge enveloped Griffith's body. And he felt as though he were bathed in soothing waters, safe and tranquil. All he could see was Krista's radiant visage and her luminous golden locks. Is this a goddess? Wham! A gust of wind swept past, and the novice nun who had just been before him vanished without a trace. Krista! Griffith heard Galona's familiar yet terrified shout, followed by the sight of the novice nun's shattered limbs falling to the ground. Her severed head rolled to Griffith's feet, those blue eyes still gazing up at him. Griffith's heart sank, as if something profoundly significant had shattered within him. The behemoth kicked at the approaching cavalry, and 3 or 4 riders who could not evade were instantly reduced to a gruesome mess. Galona nimbly dodged a blow and leapt from his steed, charging towards the beast's blind spot along its arm. Just a bit further, and he could pierce the creature's singular I must avert its attention. Griffith felt as though he might crush his teeth in desperation. Summoning all his strength, he stood and hurled a javelin at the monstrous beast. Thud! The javelin shattered against its wall-like chest. The behemoth raised its left hand and struck down heavily. Galona, who had been charging from the right, was obliterated in an instant, reduced to a smear of flesh. Ugh! Griffith watched in horror as the valiant Galona was annihilated. Stumbling backward in fright, fear coursed through him, overwhelming his entire being. The novice knight, his face drawn with dread, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Krista's head lay quietly beside him, her beautiful eyes extinguished of their light. Gah! Griffith retched, as if he might expel his very insides, unable to contain his nausea. No, this cannot be. How could such a thing be vanquished by mere mortals? By the way, what am I even doing here? Chapter 2, A New World Soldier. Hey, soldier. Wake up, you've arrived. As Griffith awoke from his nightmare, he found himself drenched in sweat, seated on a wooden deck with a bulging pack at his back. A scruffy sailor patted his shoulder. Welcome to Ismail. What's the matter? Sweating so much. Come on, disembark and enjoy a few days. Nothing heals the wounds of the battlefield better than ale and women. Go get drunk for a couple of days. And you'll forget that damned East. Ugh, the East. Griffith once again gathered his thoughts, recalling how he had eluded the behemoth's assault, abandoning his armor to hide in a dried-up pond before losing consciousness. When he awoke, the battle was already over. In the days that followed, amidst the nights filled with the groans of the wounded, Griffith would stealthily rise from his bed, surveying the tall camp walls and patrolling sentries before casting his gaze toward the stables and mess hall. In the distance, the encampment was making its final preparations, the Legion's double walls encircling the Orc Wharf fortress securely. Though he was recovering rapidly, Griffith felt as if all his bones had been broken. The strength and courage to continue fighting had utterly vanished. Each passing moment in the camp was a tormenting ordeal. It seemed unrealistic to cross thousands of miles back to his distant homeland, yet venturing north into the dwarven lands, blanketed in ice and snow, would only take a few days if only he could procure a mount and provisions. Before he could resolve to do so, an unexpected transfer order pulled him from the final offensive, and the Eastern Legion, which had cared for him for 2 years, hastily prepared his belongings and sent him off on a sailboat to the capital. Griffith's service in the rear had commenced, The comfortable sea breeze caressed his cheeks. White seagulls swooped low over the ship's rail, and from the tranquil harbor town nearby came the reassuring sounds of laughter and merriment. "I'm not dead." Griffith touched his chest, where he had once broken several ribs. Hoisting his pack as he slowly descended the gangway, clad in leather armor with a layer of chain mail beneath, he bore a long sword and 2 daggers at his waist, iron gauntlets and greaves adorning his limbs. A black iron helmet tucked under his left arm, and his right hand gripping the satchel slung over his shoulder. Most of his cavalry breastplate, greaves, and weapons had been reclaimed by the Legion. Now, he was outfitted in his own privately purchased gear. Griffith stomped his feet on solid ground, finding a clean spot to sit. He opened his pack to discover it neatly contained a blanket, 3 sets of change of clothes, a towel, soap, a sewing kit, several charcoal pencils, a diary, a few books, and some rye bread. Tucked within the diary was a watercolor painting depicting Griffith adorned with the medal he had just received. Flanked by Krista and other comrades, their hands resting on his shoulders, Griffith closed the diary with indifference, his expression blank as he reached into his pockets. There lay a small purse containing 1 gold coin and 15 silver coins, along with some copper coins and an identification certificate. The medal of fine iron was pinned to his leather armor, displaying a light blue ribbon, signifying that its bearer was a warrior returning from battle, not yet classified as a mad vagabond. The identification certificate was a small copper piece, inscribed on one side with his name, date of birth, blood type, citizen number, address, and place of origin, much like that of most citizens. On the reverse side, an additional note read, "This certifies that Griffith Brandon is a newly enlisted member of the Path of the Lawbreakers, Sequence 9, and a candidate for the Extraordinary." This small print indicated that Griffith would receive a modest government stipend each month, could utilize magical items inaccessible to ordinary individuals, and that the kingdom and its lords had reason to further cultivate him. The novice knight recalled something and rummaged through the depths of his pack. Retrieving a carefully stored order, to the 2nd Squad Leader of the 502nd Cavalry Regiment, Novice Knight Griffith Brandon, you are to arrive in Bayerland by July 10th and submit a report to Commander Heinz Wilhelm of the Reserve Army. Your military status will be transferred to Count Lammer on that date, to enter the High Magic Academy of Hohenwert's Military Command Department as a trainee on August 30th. No mistakes are to be made. The transfer and enrollment processes would be facilitated by the Lammer estate, while matters related to the Extraordinary would be handled by local agencies. Command of the Reserve Army, June 20, 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith felt his mind gradually clearing, emerging from a prior state of confusion. His consciousness began to surface like bubbles breaking through water. Becoming increasingly lucid, he discovered that he could keenly perceive the scurrying of insects in a nearby corner and the gazes of passers-by in the distance. The apprentice knight opened his journal, glancing over his itinerary, realizing that he had just arrived at the coastal town of Izmir aboard a scheduled sailing vessel returning from the front lines. Today was June 30, and after resting here for a day or two, he would head north along the western route of the Eastern Avenue toward his destination, the capital of the kingdom, Balon. Due to the disturbances caused by the half-orc raider fleet and the escort regulations, the nearest voyage to the royal capital would not set sail until mid-July, leaving him no choice but to travel overland. It would be quite a lengthy journey, in any case. He decided to find something to eat and rest for a while. After wandering around the town, Griffith selected a quaint tavern that appeared to offer a decent atmosphere and reasonable prices. He cautiously opened his pocket and retrieved the most splendid gold coin he possessed. The gold coin dancing on the apprentice knight's fingertips was the kingdom's primary currency, the gold florin, when the kingdom's currency was stable. Each gold florin was equivalent to 20 silver coins. The silver coin, known as the silver crown, bore the royal lion shield emblem on its obverse. Each silver crown could be exchanged for 20 sous, a silver coin with a small amount of silver mixed in, or 100 shillings copper coins. One could purchase a loaf of bread for a single sou at this tavern, while half a pound of meat would cost 6 sous, and a plate of vegetables and apples or a small bowl of honey would require 3 sous. What would you like to eat, Sir Apprentice Knight? A graceful and lovely girl approached, her waitress apron swaying as her high heels echoed softly. With a sweet smile, she suggested, "How about our specialty lamb chops?" "How did you know I was an apprentice knight?" Griffith asked, taken aback, surprised that she could discern his identity so effortlessly. "I've seen enough to know." The girl unceremoniously took a seat beside Griffith, gently inhaling his scent, The boy, just having left the battlefield, instantly turned crimson. You still wear double armor after leaving the battlefield. Soldiers don't have such fine habits or gear. Your demeanor is quite refined, and you possess an Iron Eagle medal, suggesting a rank higher than that of an ordinary officer, yet your attire does not match that of a military officer or nobility. You must be an apprentice knight, am I right? The girl gazed at Griffith with sparkling eyes, saying, when one resides in a place for a time, they inevitably absorb its essence. You carry a heavy scent of blood. Reminiscent of the kitchen. Impressive. Are townsfolk truly so astute? Griffith couldn't help but nod. Well then, I shall have the specialty lamb chops. I highly recommend it. The girl leaned closer, nearly pressing her face against that of the apprentice knight. Don't mind the price. Once you've finished eating, I'll tell you about a local job opportunity that could earn you some coin. The sweet fragrance emanating from her enveloped Griffith, who obediently ordered 2 large pieces of bread, a pound of meat, and a plate of vegetables, hesitating momentarily before adding a small dish of honey that amounted to 20 sous. Griffith realized that this meal would consume nearly 1/35 of his wealth. All right, 1 order of the B set. The waitress gracefully turned to the counter and added, and 1 more adventurer's bounty task. It was not yet mealtime, so the tavern was not crowded with patrons. After the waitress served the food, she sat across from Griffith, watching him eat with a beaming smile. The dark bread was dry and coarse, suggesting the owner had mixed in sawdust. The meat chunks still bore patches of unshorn fur, while the vegetables appeared to be leaves plucked from an unknown tree, haphazardly cut into pieces along with carrots and apples. However, Griffith was accustomed to such fare from his time on the front lines and began to eat without any objection. To his surprise, the small dish of honey shone with a golden luster, its subtle aroma making one's mouth water, far surpassing the quality of the other dishes. Don't you get to eat sweets on the front lines? Everyone seems to have the same expression, the waitress remarked as she watched Griffith spread honey over his bread, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth with a look of satisfaction. Well, somewhat, Griffith replied, his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk preparing for winter. The roads are treacherous, and with the half-orc raiders, supplies often become scarce. One cannot expect too much. That sounds quite difficult. The waitress extended her seemingly strong hand, gently pushing a document toward the apprentice knight. What is this? Griffith asked as he gnawed on the lamb chop, stuffing some vegetable leaves into his mouth while sneaking a glance at the paperwork on the table. A bounty. A band of goblin bandits attacked the village of Manisa, stealing livestock and abducting a woman. Any adventurer who slays goblins can receive a reward. An additional reward will be granted for rescuing the kidnapped woman. Such taverns in small towns typically provided information on temporary job opportunities and bounty tasks for passing travelers, allowing them to earn a living for a short while. Before Griffith could inquire further, a young swordsman approached from a corner of the tavern. Miss Waitress, my companions and I have decided to take on this task. The young swordsman appeared to be around 15. With a youthful face barely sprouting a few sparse whiskers, he wore subpar leather armor, and from his slender physique, it was evident he did not wear chainmail underneath that a long sword, disproportionate to his stature, hung at his waist alongside a short dagger. Was this young man not a conscript, but instead a freelancer here? Griffith assessed the boy before him, judging from his youthful demeanor that he had likely never seen battle. In the king's direct domain, citizens of eligible age were prohibited from working in the city or inheriting property if they did not serve in the military. Yet, despite this, many young individuals sought refuge in the forests. Unwilling to enlist to sustain themselves, numerous became mercenaries or adventurers. This line of work had no entry barriers, and at times, the income could be quite substantial. Clad in chainmail and leather armor, Griffith, feeling somewhat bulky, contemplated accepting a few tasks to earn some travel expenses and amiably addressed the young man. Greetings, I am Griffith Branton, a second-tier squad leader of the assault cavalry, passing through this town during my service. If you require additional hands, we do not need anyone. Before the young swordsman could respond, a girl, taller than him, nearly jumped in protest. She had a well-proportioned figure and a pleasing appearance, her physique quite alluring for her age. Griffith noticed that both of the girl's hands bore iron gauntlets. Equipped with spikes and short blades resembling daggers, she was indeed a martial artist. The armies of Balon were not devoid of female warriors and spellcasters. Many had fought alongside Griffith. However, this girl's attire was unfamiliar to him. He scrutinized the young group and realized that neither the swordsman nor the martial artist had any distinguishing insignia indicating their affiliations. A mere goblin, the young swordsman scoffed. My swordsmanship is the best in the village. I can take them down in a single blow. By the way, I am Andy Duca. If anything goes wrong, I'll be there, the martial artist girl added. Who are you? What do you go by, mercenaries? The seated apprentice knight inquired curiously. Which unit or family do you belong to? We are free adventurers from the town of Izmir. We fight for ourselves, the leading swordsman replied. Gesturing to his companions, Ulan is skilled in martial arts. At that moment, two more individuals arrived, one a tall boy wielding a massive axe with his torso bare, and the other a girl dressed in the garb of a nun in black. The apprentice nun was as thin as a matchstick, lacking any armor, only clutching a short staff. She held tightly to a holy emblem at her chest. Watching the unfamiliar apprentice knight warily, the tall boy hoisted the axe onto his shoulder. The blade inscribed with the name Badu, presumably his own. The locals' equipment truly left much to be desired. Observing the eager expressions of the four, Griffith couldn't help but stand up to interject. These are creatures preparing to raid a village. I suggest you collaborate with the town's militia or gather more people. Concentrating your forces can reduce casualties. The martial artist girl Ulan burst into laughter. Concentrating forces. What a peculiar way to phrase it. You must still be adjusting after returning from the front lines. At the very least. You should understand the enemy's strength and composition. The apprentice knight felt that this group was being rather reckless. This bounty does not provide any information about the enemy. Strength and composition. The young individuals exchanged glances. Their laughter barely contained. Don't say that. The young swordsman Andy halted his companion's mockery. Turning back to Griffith, Mr. Apprentice Knight, our customs differ from those of your military. Customs. You four appear to be novices. Griffith found himself momentarily speechless, pondering how to dissuade them without hurting their pride. Indeed, we are free adventurers, not a military unit. The stoutest member of the group declared emphatically, wielding his fearsome double-bladed axe. Each goblin's head is worth a silver crown. If there are too many of us, it won't be enough to share. A head for a silver coin. Splendid indeed. Griffith was stirred. All right, everyone, let's make haste. If we delay any longer, other adventurers might very well wipe out the goblin nest. Ulan stamped his foot impatiently. I am in dire need of funds. Upon hearing his companion's words, the young swordsman and the great axe wielder nodded at Griffith and stepped out together. The novice nun had only taken a few steps before recalling her education and manners. She hurriedly turned back to give a slight bow to Griffith before rushing out. Chapter 3. The First Mission. Well, is combat in the peaceful region such a casual affair? Griffith resumed his seat, swiftly consuming the remnants of his meal. The serving girl had prepared a simple proof for the adventuring party. Watching them leave the tavern before turning her gaze to Griffith, will you go to their aid? The plea for help from Manisa village came urgently. They seemed to be the only party taking on the task. I've heard goblins are rather weak. Though I have never encountered them, they should be able to handle it smoothly. The strength of an individual does not determine the outcome of battle. Griffith shook his head. It is wisdom and organization that truly matter. Oh. The serving girl elongated her tone in agreement. Goblins, indeed, are a rare breed of monster. Griffith pondered while chewing on the tough bread. The Eastern Front is teeming with various demons and foreign creatures. Yet goblins have seldom been sighted. Izmir is centrally located along the trade routes, and the nearby demons have been purged for decades. How did the goblin clans infiltrate the heart of human territory? As Griffith finished his meal and contemplated his plans, several well-dressed gentlemen descended from the tavern's second floor. The leading man first glanced at the hastily rising serving girl, then turned his attention to Griffith. Are you a knight of the Royal Army? Griffith Branton. A novice knight under the command of Count Lamore, the second son of the Branton Border Knight, and a second-level squad leader. Griffith bowed to the gentleman, earnestly presenting his full titles. I recently served in the Eastern Legion. Dispatched to the royal capital. The gentlemen who had come down from the tavern appeared to be in good spirits, their neatly tailored coats fitting them well. Among them were two middle-aged men, one wielding a long sword and the other holding a quill and abacus. The leading gentleman donned a deep blue ribbon, likely a mark of some honor. He possessed a tall stature that had slightly softened, with an air of anxiety and irritation lingering in his eyes. Second-level squad leader. One of the burly men glanced at him in confusion. The accountant-like gentleman leaned in to say, Isn't that equivalent to a sergeant in the National Defense Force for the ranks of the Guard and Assault Cavalry? Indeed. Sir, do you have a warhorse? Inquired one of the gentlemen. Not at present. Ah. The leading gentleman nodded in satisfaction, then turned to speak quietly with the other gentleman before returning to Griffith. Novice Knight, I am the mayor of Izmir. Manisa village, 30 miles from here, has reported disturbances caused by demons. We are preparing to dispatch the town's militia to assist. However, the young lads are not soldiers, and I fear their lack of experience will hinder them in their first battle. Plus, they will not arrive until tomorrow. Novice Knight, I implore you to proceed ahead to support the village. As long as you can hold out until tomorrow morning, all will be well. Griffith seemed to hear the clinking of silver coins, yet still asked with uncertainty, Your Excellency, I trust you are aware that I am not under the command of the local administrative system. Moreover, are there not numerous brave young adventurers present? Outside the tavern's glass window, the young swordsman and his companions were seen heading toward the northern gate of the town, equipped with their simple gear. The mayor visibly bit his lip. But they are goblins, though they have been less active in recent years. I have witnessed their atrocities firsthand. How could mere boys stand against them? Is this an overreaction? Is there a lingering shadow of goblins? Griffith nodded slightly. The mayor's words trailed off as he noticed the novice knight raising his right hand, gently rubbing his 3 fingers together. The black iron gauntlets clinked softly, producing a clear sound. Compensation, gentlemen of the locality, let us discuss compensation. The town's gentlemen exchanged glances, and one of them, carrying a thick notebook, approached the mayor and handed him a bulging pouch. This is the remuneration for the adventurers. Each brave volunteer who proceeds to assist Manisa village will receive 2 silver coins, and an additional 1 silver coin for each goblin head. There are extra rewards for bringing back the heads of the goblin chief or other higher-ranking demons. The mayor extracted 2 silver coins and handed them over. Griffith glanced down and shook his head. 10 silver coins as an advance payment. The novice knight did not accept, shaking his hand as he spoke. Surely, Your Excellency does not believe that 5 armed villagers can contend with a mounted knight? Why don't you go rob them? Shouted the gentleman with the notebook and pouch. 10 silver coins would sustain me for a week. Upon leaving the front lines, I lack the usual weapons and armor, Griffith replied earnestly. 10 silver coins are insufficient for me to procure adequate equipment. I would need to cover the difference myself. Gentlemen, if there are not sufficient provisions, I shall not proceed. Surely you do not believe that I, fully armed, cannot dispatch 8 goblins. Ultimately, the town officials acquiesced to the novice knight's just demands. Having received the payment, Griffith did not set off immediately. Instead, he visited the town's armory to purchase a rudimentary 2-meter spear, a short-handled axe, and 3 daggers, then headed to the tavern to buy a package of jerky and black bread. This meager equipment and provisions consumed his entire advance payment, significantly depleting his savings as well. Now clad in a dual-layered armor of chain mail and leather, with black iron gauntlets and greaves adorning his limbs, a steel helmet upon his head, and equipped with a longsword, axe, 5 daggers, and a subpar spear, Griffith found himself lacking an iron shield, breastplate, and warhorse. The spear's balance was also problematic. He assessed his condition, realizing he could only muster about 1/3 of his usual fighting capability. Based on available intelligence, there were 2 goblin locations near Manisa village. The goblin nest hidden within the mountains, and the goblin forces poised to assault the village. In recent days, this band of goblins had repeatedly attacked the village, abducting several villagers and livestock. The village militia had observed an increasing number of goblin traces gathering in the nearby forest, along with human remains found at the forest's edge, prompting a hurried plea for help to the town the previous night. Beyond this, the town and village knew little else, even lacking information on the number of goblins, their equipment, or their types. They only felt the imminent threat looming nearby. The scant information regarding goblins came from the mayor. He described these creatures as slightly weaker than human youths, yet remarkably agile, possessing excellent night vision and moving freely in the dark, though their capabilities severely diminished under sunlight. Griffith's allies included the villagers, adventurers rushing to assist from the town, and armed townsfolk. The town's militia was mobilizing and arming themselves, but it would be at least until the following day before they could reach Manisa village. The quartet of adventurers he had seen earlier had accepted the task of exterminating the goblins, yet they might not proceed to assist Manisa village, opting instead for a direct assault on the nest. The demon's lair might conceal plundered treasures, offering quicker rewards than merely slaying goblins. With a stroke of luck, they might even rescue some surviving villagers, whose families would surely offer substantial compensation. The potential profits from delving into the lair far outweighed engaging in open combat with the goblins. Yet being surrounded by tenfold enemies in a narrow, unfamiliar space could lead to certain death. Is this adventuring party underestimating the goblins? Or are the goblins indeed that feeble for individuals daring to venture into the mountains? Griffith found himself wholly unable to comprehend the mentality of a peaceful world. Nevertheless, Griffith himself had scant knowledge of goblins. During 2 years of combat in the East, he had faced terrifying mythological beasts. Powerful yet sluggish mountain giants, fierce and imposing orcs, cunningly cruel trolls, and savage barbarians. The weakest he had encountered were the small yet bloodthirsty half-orcs. Such diminutive creatures as goblins rarely appeared on the battlefield, for there was hardly any space for them to thrive. However, that did not mean Griffith would lower his guard. Size and individual attack power do not dictate the outcome of battle. It was still before noon. If Griffith hastened his journey, he could reach Manisa village before sunset. He could also opt to accompany the slower militia, but that would likely necessitate camping outdoors overnight. Camping at night with an irregular force of questionable combat effectiveness, potentially facing enemies adept in nocturnal warfare, did not sound promising. After considering the limited information, Griffith promptly set forth on the path to Manisa village. Chapter 4. The attack on Manisa village fully armed. Griffith traversed the flat country road, crossing streams and hills. For him personally, such marching had become routine over the past 2 years. According to his plan, it was sufficient to march 30 miles along a well-maintained road and arrive before dusk, all while maintaining a state of readiness for combat. The 4-member adventurer team he had previously encountered moved with remarkable haste, as if they were not marching to engage in battle, but rather to seize free apples. Despite their seemingly unreliable demeanor, Griffith had a habitual inclination to swiftly rendezvous with his allied forces. With the option of camping overnight in the wilderness ruled out, he could only attempt to persuade the adventurers to hold their ground in the village for a night, awaiting the next day's convergence with the militia to eradicate the nest point. 2 hours after departing from the town, the indistinct figures of the adventurer team emerged ahead along the path. At this pace, reaching Manisa village before sunset appeared feasible. However, considering the adventurers' apparent aversion to teaming up with outsiders, Griffith slowed his pace, silently maintaining a distance from them. The road leading into the mountainous terrain began to wind and narrow, with dense foliage obscuring the slopes on either side. Griffith immediately heightened his vigilance. Ambushes in such locations were nearly unavoidable. At that moment, a faint scent of blood wafted from ahead, accompanied by distant, anguished cries. Griffith hastily gripped his spear, crouching and slipping into the adjacent thicket, maneuvering through the trees. After a while, the adventurer team also sensed the situation, arming themselves and rushing forward. Soon, the sounds of battle and furious shouts erupted from ahead. As the leading adventurers engaged in combat, the clamor of fighting and cries quickly subsided, and when Griffith arrived, he discovered a damaged cart halted at the edge of the road. The driver and the pack horse lay lifeless, impaled by sharp weapons. The 4 members of the adventurer team surrounded the cart. A diminutive novice nun was tending to an injured man, while Badu wielded his great axe, severing the heads of several scattered green corpses. Muttering to himself, 1 silver, 2 silvers. You arrived late. These are our spoils. Miss Ulan, the martial artist, noticed Griffith's approach and immediately scolded him. Yes, I understand. The novice knight nodded obediently at her, sidestepping to inspect the scene. This gentleman, Aces, was attacked by goblins while driving through here. The driver was slain, the young swordsman Andy stated, wiping the blood from his long sword as he gestured towards the corpses on the ground. Fortunately, we arrived in time to slay 4 of them. Those 6 managed to escape. And this is Griffith, the novice knight of the Eastern Army. Following Andy's gesture, Griffith beheld the 4 decapitated goblin bodies, with dark blood oozing from their wounds. Greetings, novice knight. The middle-aged man, seated on the ground and receiving treatment, grimaced through the pain. I am Aces, an apprentice mage, sent by the esteemed mage to investigate this situation, only to be ambushed on the way. Ow. The novice nun hurriedly apologized. Her prayers were unrefined, and a minor mishap had aggravated the originally mild wound. Greetings, apprentice mage. Griffith nodded towards his helmet in acknowledgement. Continuing to scrutinize the battlefield, The driver's abdomen had been gruesomely opened, his entrails spilled forth, his face frozen in agony. Dried blood and dismembered intestines littered the roadside grass. "Aces, when were you attacked?" "Aces," while bandaging his wounds, replied. "About half an hour ago, for small creatures suddenly leapt from the woods and killed the driver. I could only stand on the cart and defend myself with a stick. Fortunately, they were too short to reach me, resulting in a stalemate. Then, two of them began to tear open the driver's belly while the other two continued to assault me, inflicting a wound on my thigh. And that's when we arrived," Miss Ulan declared proudly. "Those creatures even had an ambush. 6 more sprang from the forest, but we easily drove them off. Why would they choose to attack during the day?" Griffith looked up at the sun, which still hung high in the sky. "Its rays unrelenting. Who knows?" Andy shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Badu interjected. "By continuing on, we can reach the village before nightfall. Or should we search for their lair? The goblins we encountered were injured, and their blood will lead us to their den." "Hold on," Griffith hastily interjected. "Let us all proceed to Manisa village. It is more prudent to regroup with the militia in town tomorrow before assaulting the lair." The others in the adventurer team pondered this. Miss Ulan was resolutely determined to eliminate the goblins from their nest. Yet the other two displayed hesitation. "Wait," Aces exclaimed. "I will pay you 10 silver coins if you retrieve my pack. It contains materials and potions I painstakingly gathered, taken by those cunning goblins. We can follow their blood trail." Upon hearing this proposition, the adventurer team's opinions began to align, with Miss Ulan considering it a splendid idea. "Novice Knight, will you join us?" Aces inquired respectfully. "No, I must hasten to Manisa village for support." "Unnecessary. We 4 are sufficient." Griffith and Miss Ulan's voices almost echoed in unison. The young swordsman Andy visibly relaxed. "If you haven't retrieved the pack by dusk, hurry to Manisa village." Griffith, having lost hope in bringing the adventurers back to the village for defense, still felt compelled to caution. "The forest at night is perilous." "We know." "We know." Miss Ulan waved her hand impatiently. Badu began digging a grave to bury the driver's corpse, while Andy assisted the mage apprentice as they ventured into the woods, as the sun neared the horizon. Griffith, acting alone, caught sight of Manisa village in the distance. From the hillside overlooking the plain where the village lay, he observed villagers herding livestock back home, a scene of tranquility. Thank goodness, he thought, he had made it in time. Suddenly, a series of shrill, monstrous cries pierced the air as a swarm of dark figures emerged from the dimming landscape, rapidly advancing across the flat ground, barely discernible as they overpowered unfortunate villagers. Those villagers who had not yet returned to the safety of the village were thrown into disarray, their horrified screams echoing across the fields. Were they launching an attack at this moment? Were they aiming to seize the gate as the villagers returned? Without a steed to command, the novice knight, now distanced from the front lines, jogged towards the village while observing his surroundings. In the distance, shadows poured from the village gate, brandishing various weapons and shouting. Yet, they seemed reluctant to venture far from the gate, merely waving their arms furiously. This won't do. Griffith was now within 200 paces of the village. He discarded the burden on his shoulder and sprinted towards the attackers, gripping his spear tightly. The gap between the two sides quickly closed, and in the dim light, Griffith discerned dozens of diminutive creatures, hardly taller than children. They bore pointed ears and green skin, clad only in tattered rags, brandishing clubs, knives, and short spears. Goblins. These creatures screeched as they lunged at the villagers they had captured, knocking them to the ground, only to be swarmed by a horde of their kin, raining blows upon their quarry with an array of makeshift weapons. Occasionally, a few women found themselves ensnared, their hair and clothing seized by the goblins as they were dragged away. Unbeknownst to the goblins, Griffith was stealthily closing in from behind. However, once battle commenced, it would only be a matter of time before they noticed him. He had to swiftly dismantle their organization. Griffith surged forward, spear in hand, and struck sideways. The inferior spear, driven by momentum, cleaved through the skulls of 2 goblins, splattering red and white fluids across the field. The woman, still crying for help, suddenly felt her captor's grip vanish, followed by a thud as she fell. Without pausing to acknowledge his success or the rescued woman, Griffith continued to advance. The goblins scattered across the field like sesame seeds on a pancake, and Griffith wielded his spear with precision, thrusting and striking, sending goblins tumbling like weed in the autumn breeze. Some of the fallen creatures did not die immediately, writhing and emitting shrill screams. In the cacophonous field, the goblin formation, caught off guard from behind, fragmented like a pudding dropped to the ground, with most abandoning their prey to anxiously survey their surroundings. Griffith fought with calm determination, moving strategically to target the stronger goblin warriors or those still holding onto the village women. Among his foes were not a few cunning and ruthless creatures, brandishing sharp blades in retaliation, but against the long weapon's assault, these monsters stood no chance and were quickly dispatched. A green silhouette suddenly leapt from the underbrush. Launching itself at Griffith from the side, the novice knight swiftly thrust his spear, impaling it mid-air. Almost simultaneously, a force struck heavily against the helmet. Griffith staggered from the impact, reaching back to seize a goblin wielding a hammer. The coordination was remarkably proficient. Was it mere coincidence? The apprentice knight hurled the goblin downwards with great force, lifting his iron boot to crush its skull. Cack, cack, cack. 3 more goblins charged forward, suddenly splitting apart about 4 to 5 meters away from Griffith. One lunged from the front while 2 flanked him from either side. Good grief, this was no coincidence. Griffith loosened his grip, and before the short gun hit the ground, he drew a dagger and hurled it towards the goblin on his right, then swiftly leapt to the side, drawing another dagger mid-air to throw at the goblin approaching from the left. Ah! The 2 little monsters shrieked in agony. Meanwhile, the enemy in front had already lunged at him, thrusting a bone dagger fiercely towards Griffith's chest. Griffith raised his arm to block, sparks flying as the dagger scraped against his sturdy gauntlet. Before the astonished foe could react, Griffith seized the goblin's arm and slammed it into the ground. Thud! The creature's head splattered against a stone. They exhibited simple coordination. Someone has trained these beasts. The apprentice knight took a breath, retrieved his thrown dagger, picked up the short gun, and charged at a small group of enemies. The remaining foes lacked such adept coordination. Griffith circled around the not-so-large battlefield several times until every goblin daring enough to fight had been slain. The remaining little monsters howled as they fled north into the depths of the forest. Having nearly dispatched 15 of them, that would yield 15 silver coins. Griffith surveyed the field strewn with corpses, ensuring no living enemies remained before drawing his axe to sever the heads of the fallen creatures, placing them into a sack. These filthy, savage beings possessed nothing but their tattered weapons and ragged clothing. Griffith swiftly collected his spoils and returned to his pack, then walked towards the village gate. A throng of villagers had gathered at the entrance of Manisa village, comforting their fortunate neighbors while eyeing the apprentice knight as he passed through the gate towards the village. With the short gun slung over his shoulder and clad in double-layered armor, Griffith walked with steady steps, the sound of his iron boots crunching over the gravel echoing in the air. The terrified villagers instinctively parted like waves around rocks. Chapter 5. First encounter. Please hold on, sir. A robust man clad in chainmail hesitantly approached Griffith. I am the militia captain. May I inquire your name? Griffith Branton. Apprentice knight, 2nd squad leader. Griffith replied calmly, nodding at the militia captain. Where is the village chief? I am the village chief, brave apprentice knight. An elderly man with graying hair emerged from the crowd. The panic and tension on his face had yet to dissipate as he scrutinized his savior. The chief observed Griffith's gear and armor, then the blue satin ribbon at his collar. The recent battle against the goblins had been witnessed by all, and the chief gazed up at Griffith with gratitude and respect. Thank you for saving us. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Payment would suffice. I am rather short on funds. Griffith glanced at the chief and then around the vicinity that he swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips and stepped forward to thump his left chest. Respected chief. News from the town indicates that a horde of over 200 goblins may attack this village at any moment. I trust you are already aware. Indeed. Apprentice knight, the chief nodded. The young men in the village have spotted their tracks. We have armed ourselves and are awaiting reinforcements from the town. The town's militia will not arrive until tomorrow. It will be difficult for you to procure additional aid tonight, Griffith stated. Please gather the village's youth to prepare defensive fortifications. I hereby demand command of this battle in my capacity as a Royal Army officer. Additionally, I require some weapons and provisions. The chief readily acquiesced to this request, leading the apprentice knight to a large house in the center of the village. Grateful villagers approached to express their thanks, offering Griffith 2 large loaves of bread, milk, and some cured meat. A dozen villagers armed with wooden spears, hammers, and axes gathered outside the house, anxiously peering inside. After a long day, the apprentice knight accepted the food, devoured 2 bites of the cured meat, and then sat in the chief's room to eat the sweet milk and bread. While eating, he sketched a simple blueprint and handed it to the chief. What is this? The chief and the militia captain examined the concise drawing, then looked up at the apprentice knight. After repelling the earlier attack, the goblins should remain quiet for a few hours before nightfall. That will be the true perilous time that we must complete these tasks along the village's entrance road within 2 hours, Griffith said seriously, gazing at both men. The workload is not substantial, but it concerns the lives of every person in this village. I require all able-bodied adults and children to work together without delay. Civil engineering is indeed a proud tradition of our Balon army. Griffith gestured on the paper, briefly explaining the key points of the project. Is merely erecting wooden walls and earthen mounds within the village truly effective? The militia captain asked, somewhat apprehensive. Our village walls are not very high. The essence of defense does not lie in these wooden walls. They are merely a component of my plan. The apprentice knight continued to eat swiftly. And what is the core of your plan? The chief immediately seized the opportunity to inquire. Griffith raised his right hand and thumped his solid chest, the sound of his gauntlet-striking armor resonating dully. Just as the militia captain stepped outside to examine the blueprint, a sudden uproar erupted among the villagers gathered outside. Before anyone could explain what had occurred, a tall, slender, and exceptionally beautiful woman appeared at the door. She was adorned in intricately patterned silver light armor. Draped with a dark green half-cape, a slender and flexible waist was girded with a short sword and dagger. While silver trinkets adorned her black knee-high boots, on her back was a finely crafted recurved bow, its limbs fashioned from purple heart wood, the bowstring taut against them. When she lowered her hood, 2 pointed ears emerged from her smooth, straight black hair. The villagers stirred in greater excitement. An elf? Why would an elf come to our little place? The villagers gasped in astonishment. A mysterious and powerful race. Elves occasionally appeared in the kingdom's large cities for trade, but were rarely seen in small towns, let alone tiny villages. Noble lady, how may I be of service? The chief abandoned Griffith, rubbing his hands as he rushed to the beautiful elven maiden. Please, no need for lady. I am Galadia. Although our lives span longer than yours, I am certainly not old. The elven archer lightly tossed her cascading black hair, her beautiful eyes assessing the chief, then glancing at Griffith, who was bloodied and eating. She smiled and said, Gentlemen, I have come to this region on a task, and to inform you that over 200 goblins are gathering in the forest, preparing to attack you. That is truly wonderful. Ah, no, how unfortunate. Beautiful elven maiden, the town informed us that reinforcements would arrive. We did not expect such a trivial matter as goblins would trouble someone as noble as you. The chief rambled his gratitude. Trivial goblins. Do not underestimate goblins. They are quite dangerous, Galadia said, looking down at the chief, who was a head shorter than her tone earnest. Furthermore, I am not here to assist you in dealing with the goblins. Griffith sat at the dining table, watching the interaction between the elf and the chief. The attractive young woman maintained a serious expression while speaking, yet her tone betrayed an unmistakable excitement and joy, akin to a fawn bounding through the forest. Attempting to strike a proud pose, every move she made exuded elegance and a comforting aura. Griffith gazed at the elven maiden, a twinge of jealousy stirring within him towards the chief, who could converse with her. In summary, I require a clean room to rest for a while, as well as fresh drinking water, milk, and oats, cooked. I will pay you in currency for these services. Galadia concluded her conversation with the chief. Hey, young soldier, could you wash yourself and come find me? Me? Griffith instinctively pointed to his own face. Yes, you. After cleaning himself with well water and thoroughly scrubbing himself, Griffith examined a water barrel carefully. The sharp angles of his face nearly concealed the youthful innocence of a 17-year-old. His short black hair was slightly curled. While not exceptionally handsome, he was at least agreeable to the eye. Are you an extraordinary being? A clear voice sounded from behind, startling the apprentice knight. I witnessed your battle earlier. There is a subtle aura of power around you. You must be a candidate for the extraordinary beings at Sequence 9. Galadia perched on a nearby eave, hugging her long, straight legs, tilting her head as she watched the apprentice knight, who was glancing around. What is the most formidable creature you have faced? Griffith pondered. I have endured the jabs of trolls, suffered blows from giants, and had my ribs broken by a behemoth. This is nothing but a series of beatings. Galadia chuckled, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of mirth. Having had your ribs fractured by a bowman, how is it that you still draw breath? I merely brushed against the force of the wind it stirred. The iron eagle metal, yet it seems you possess no remarkable feats of valor. The enchanting elf nimbly leaped down from the eaves, casting a glance at the pale blue ribbon adorning the collar of the apprentice knight. Encountered a bowman, have you? Do you suffer from battlefield syndrome? Many soldiers returning from the bloody Eastern Front find themselves tormented by the horrors of their past. For veterans, this is not a source of shame. Rather, it is an honor akin to a scar. In the hellish arenas of war, those who remain perpetually cheerful are often suspected of madness. In this world, insanity can be more terrifying than death. Occasionally, my hands tremble, and I experience nightmares, Griffith murmured, but I have never lost control. That's fair. Yes, quite fair, Galadia nodded. The quality of the shock cavalry and the boys from the Junior Officer Academy is commendable. Though you may not be a great hero, your initial endeavors are within the bounds of my acceptance. The ordinary soldiers truly deserve more respect, Griffith mused silently, casting a glance at the elf's attire. Adorned with unfamiliar emblems and unrecognizable ornaments that shimmered with an ethereal glow, she was a noble elf, clad in enchanted equipment, and not in scant measure. Now, what do you know of goblins? Galadia redirected her gaze from the apprentice knight to his eyes. What with that bewildered expression? Very well, allow me to explain. I tracked the goblins for a while and confirmed they will launch an attack tonight, Galadia stated, as she walked toward the village entrance alongside the apprentice knight. I need to scout their lair. Protecting this village is not my duty. In truth, I alone could not withstand hundreds of goblins. Once they commence their assault, I shall seek an opportunity to depart. Why does everyone think to delve into their lair? Griffith stared at the elf in astonishment. The village has some militia, and I am here as well. With your assistance, it is not unrealistic to hold back over 200 goblins relying on the village walls. It is not merely goblin commoners. Galadia continued toward the village entrance, arriving at the wooden gate. In such a sizable horde, goblin shamans and goblin warriors will arise. They are the higher-tier units among them. Once they join the fray, these 2 planks of wood will be of no use. Please wait. If the enemy truly possesses such strength, would it not be perilous for you to delve deeper into their lair? Griffith asked incredulously. With this village and your presence to draw their attention, the garrison within their lair will not be substantial. I am confident in infiltrating to complete my task and escape. Therefore, I hope you can hold out as long as possible, Galadia declared. So what say you? Are you afraid? I could consider taking you with me to assault the lair rather than remaining here to meet your demise. Your chances of surviving alone in the darkness of night are nearly non-existent. Such words are hardly flattering. Griffith turned to face Galadia, stepping forward to meet her gaze. The elf met the apprentice knight's stare unflinchingly. At that moment, Griffith realized he had 2 choices. 1. To request Galadia take him away with her. 2. To defend the village. Why is this elf speaking to me in such a manner? Griffith's inner voice resolutely rejected her proposal. If the enemy truly had such numbers, his departure would mean the village would be devoid of any reinforcements, and the likelihood of the goblins utterly annihilating it was alarmingly high. Striving for favorable treatment when accepting a mission is one matter, but allowing the slaughter of over 100 fellow humans crossed an intolerable line. Such a test is hardly charming. Miss Galadia, Griffith shook his head. I will not stand idly by as this village is ravaged by goblins. Such an event is unheard of, and I shall not permit it to transpire before my eyes. If the encroaching enemies include formidable goblins, let them come and test the courage of the Eagle Banner soldiers. Where do you summon this Eagle Banner from? Can you truly contend against a high-ranking goblin with over 200 subordinates? Galadia's eyes widened in disbelief. I shall fulfill my duty until the very last moment, Griffith replied unwaveringly. Galadia shook her head slightly. But mere courage will not suffice to hold the line. I require intelligence, Griffith stated. Please share your knowledge of goblins with me. Very well, Galadia sighed, drawing a rough sketch of a goblin silhouette in the dirt with a twig, illustrating as she spoke. Goblins are savage yet cowardly creatures. The common little goblins or warriors stand only slightly taller than human children, yet possess greater strength. Most are quite agile. She then proceeded to sketch a goblin that stood thrice the height of a common goblin. This is a goblin warrior, a rare high-tier goblin akin to the goblin shaman. The former possesses strength and endurance rivaling that of human warriors, while the latter excels in cunning and the use of poisons. What are their magical abilities? Griffith inquired, jotting down notes in his notebook. A caster sheltered during battle is difficult to deal with. If the enemy poses a significant threat, I must prioritize their elimination. Quite mediocre. Their affinity for magic is weak. Their spells neither swift nor accurate, yet they are proficient with poisons, the elf added, sketching a diminutive shaman. Within goblin communities, shamans serve more as spiritual leaders and advisors, rather than hurling fireballs from a distance. Is there anything else? Goblin's heroes, Galadya pondered. Unsure how to illustrate one, ultimately depicting a figure even larger than a goblin warrior. They possess unique skills or abilities. They are extraordinary beings beyond our capacity to confront. If encountered, it is best to flee. What do you have the villagers doing? While the two conversed, the villagers had already begun moving timber and construction materials as per Griffith's earlier rudimentary instructions. Griffith briefly outlined his defensive strategy. And under the light of torches after sunset, the villagers would soon complete their work. After hearing the apprentice knight's simple plan, Galadya fell into contemplation. Sir Ranger, is there anything amiss with our approach? The village chief, overseeing the construction, couldn't help but interject. Nothing at all. Continue. Galadya crossed her arms. You all work quite swiftly. The village chief evidently held the elf in high regard, buoyed by Galadya's approval of Griffith's proposal. He immediately encouraged the village's youth to exert themselves further. This fortification is not overly complex. It should be completed in no time, the elf remarked, observing the villagers at work, then continued speaking to the apprentice knight. Goblins possess a remarkable capacity for learning. Surviving individuals in battle quickly share their experiences with their kin. Their primary objective is the proliferation and sustenance of their species. If they can plunder sufficient resources, they will not expend excessive effort on solid defenses. At least, that was the case according to records from over a decade ago. Over a decade ago, indeed. Approximately 17 years passed, Galadya reflected. The massacre of villages by goblins is not unheard of. They once wreaked havoc across the eastern continent, culminating in a coalition that suppressed them. Their kind was erased from the map. And only recently have they resurfaced. However, given the passage of time, the goblins appearing now may not belong to the same lineage as those of yore. Their behaviors may differ. Then, I shall remain to observe. The corners of the elf's mouth curled into a faint smile. Your previous response was satisfactory that I cannot ascertain how long it will take to locate my objective within their lair, and if the goblin horde returns during that time. I shall need to take notes, by depleting some of the goblin strength here. My subsequent endeavors will have a greater chance of success, I have decided, apprentice knight. Tonight, I shall remain to assist you. Griffith nodded in surprise, and then asked, What do you mean by notes? Nothing of consequence, Galadya clarified. However, after repelling the assault, you must assist me in reaching the goblin lair. I would be more than willing. Griffith promptly replied. As long as we can endure until dawn, we shall receive reinforcements from the town. Tonight, my tactics will be, Chapter 6. The night battle amidst the inky shadows of the thicket. A small, pointed-eared head emerged. It glanced furtively toward the village gate, astonished to find it unguarded. Kekekek. The bushes erupted with a cacophony as dozens of goblins sprang forth. Armed with an assortment of weapons and ropes, stealthily advancing toward the village. With the towering walls standing empty of guards, the goblins could easily scale them with their ropes. However, given the absence of sentinels at the gate, was it not better to simply force it open and rush inside? After all, for diminutive goblins, climbing walls was no trivial task. Cautiously, the furtive goblins gathered before the gate, deliberating on how to pry open the sturdy wooden door. Creak. One goblin inadvertently nudged the gate, and to their astonishment, the two robust wooden planks swung ajar. Ha 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 ha. The goblins erupted in delight, beckoning to the large group behind them as they rushed forward. Over 100 goblins leapt forth from the distant underbrush, charging towards the unsuspecting village gates. They are coming. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Galadya turned to Griffith, gesturing towards the front. If we execute the previously devised tactics, victory is assured, Griffith replied succinctly, then demonstrated his resolve by stepping boldly out from his hiding place, spear in hand. The goblins breached the main entrance, discovering to their sides 2-meter-high walls made of wood and earth, filling the gaps between the houses and leaving only a path ahead. This horde of diminutive creatures advanced swiftly along the passage between the low walls, but soon encountered a corner. The group of attackers tiptoed forward, preparing to launch a surprise assault on the unsuspecting humans. The leading goblin had just turned the corner when it abruptly halted, startling its companions. A iron spear pierced the goblin's eye socket. Embedding deeply into its skull, Griffith tightened his grip on the spear, swiftly thrusting it towards the adjacent goblin. The sudden ambush sent the goblins into a frenzy, shrieking as they lunged at the squire. Griffith felt as if he had been struck by a hailstorm, pain and impacts resonating throughout his body. Galadia watched in astonishment as a throng of small monsters overwhelmed the tall squire, ensnaring him like a cluster of grapes. The goblins rained down blows upon Griffith with daggers, machetes, and hammers, piercing his leather armor and snagging on his chainmail. Throwing aside his spear, Griffith drew a dagger and dispatched 2 goblins. Then unsheathed his long sword, sweeping it horizontally. The 2 goblins, who had been relentlessly striking him, were effortlessly cleaved down like potato skins. With a moment of clarity, Griffith discerned the goblin marauders surging towards him from the darkness. He momentarily dismissed the fear of his double-layered armor being breached, calmly wielding his sword to slay his attackers while skillfully retreating. The incoming goblins shrieked as they charged, only to find the armored human had retreated behind 2 rows of sharp wooden stakes. Methodically felling each goblin that dared to leap towards him, shielded by the stakes, Griffith felt secure against flanking assaults. Although the stakes were low and not insurmountable, the goblins continued to charge recklessly towards him amidst the chaotic skirmish. "Give me a shield." Griffith extended his hand to the left rear, and a wooden round shield, edged with iron, was promptly handed to him. The squire took the shield and positioned it defensively, lowering his body and thrusting his long sword towards the oncoming goblins. 7 or 8 young villagers also brandished wooden spears, fiercely stabbing at the approaching creatures from behind the stakes. The long sword and wooden spears struck like the harbingers of death, swiftly toppling the onslaught of goblins. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the unarmored goblins found it impossible to breach the defenses of a foot knight clad in double-layered heavy armor. The most ferocious and frenzied goblin crashed into the defense, only to be slain by the blade, while those following, witnessing their kin fall in an instant, hesitated to surmount the sharp stakes, succumbing to fear and clustering before Griffith. Paralyzed. Night. A large group is approaching from behind. A vigilant villager atop the roof shouted anxiously. A massive horde is passing through the gates. Hearing this, Griffith shielded himself, signaling for his long sword to be passed back. "Oil it." A nimble young boy hurriedly wiped the blood off the sword with a cloth, while another villager wrapped an oiled cloth around the blade. "Light it." A torch was handed over, igniting the long sword in a blaze. Griffith felt the heat radiating from his side as he swung his round shield and charged forward. The armored figure of the tall human surged forth, brandishing the blazing sword, its flames illuminating his fearsome visage, as if he were a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The goblins, startled by the sight before them, instinctively recoiled, colliding with those hastily following behind. The rear goblins, clutching their blades and spears, stumbled into their comrades, injuring several in the chaos. Griffith charged in, cleaving one goblin's skull in 2, then swung his shield in a sweeping motion. The struck goblin let out a wail, tumbling backward in a heap. "Attack!" Griffith shouted, turning to rally his comrades. "Follow me. Drive them out." The villagers behind the wooden stakes, witnessing the squire's unstoppable advance, raised their spears and surged forward. Inflict significant casualties on the enemy in a short time to shatter their morale. Galadia reflected on Griffith's earlier strategy. It is indeed effective. "Very well, now watch me." The elven archer nimbly leaped across the rooftops, facing the straight path to the gates, drawing her bow to aim at a target. The advancing goblin horde suffered a devastating blow at the corner. Retreating in disarray, several goblin leaders, caught in the back, shouted and shoved their subordinates to push forward. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, piercing the forehead of a robust goblin leader, before the others could react. Another leader was struck, his skull shattered, splattering the nearby goblins with crimson and black liquid. The once voicing goblin leaders fell silent, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed into the dark ahead. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, piercing the throats of 2 goblins, pinning them to the ground. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the darkness. The towering figure, a dread warrior wielding a flaming sword, charged forward like a demon sprung from legend. Around him, a horde of ignited goblins, bloodied and shrieking, fled in panic. The entire goblin horde was reduced to terrified cries, the front lines driven back by Griffith's assault. The once encouraging leaders and their followers turned tail, creating a stampede of chaos. Prioritize attacking the warriors among the enemy to prevent them from regrouping. Galadia recited Griffith's second command. So this is how war is waged in the East. as the goblins crowded towards the village's main entrance in a frantic attempt to escape. Several villagers approached the wooden door along the walls, sealing it shut, then barricading the entrance with thick wooden planks to trap. Even the simple minds of the goblins realized the dire situation. They ceased their pursuit of Griffith and the villagers, frantically hammering at the wooden blockade. Occasionally, a few stronger goblins attempted to retaliate, but met swift demise at the hands of Griffith's sword and Galadia's arrows. The remaining goblins, paralyzed with fear, desperately sought to carve an escape through the wooden barrier. Surging towards the exit, what is happening? In the thicket hundreds of meters away, a goblin adorned with feathers and skulls stood up, gazing towards the main gate, drowned in screams. Shaman, the door is blocked. A clever goblin pointed at the barricaded entrance. I see, the shaman bellowed. I meant what transpired inside. No sooner had he spoken than a small goblin squeezed through the gap in the door, sprinting towards the shaman's hiding place in a panic. Before the shaman could decide whether to assist, an arrow sliced through the darkness, striking the fleeing goblin in the nape of the neck. The hapless creature collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Another goblin emerged through the opening, only to be pinned down moments later. A third goblin attempted to escape, but was seized by a powerful force, dragging it back into the darkness. Huh! The goblin shrieked, frantically waving its hands towards the shaman, before vanishing into the abyss. Accompanied by a final scream, the village entrance fell silent, leaving only the gaping hole in the wooden barrier, ominously staring towards the direction of the goblin shaman. What to do? We should retreat now, right? The goblin shaman was drenched in sweat, panicking. Half of his dispatched subordinates had vanished into this seemingly insignificant village, as if they had been fed to a terrifying beast without a trace. Yet, if he retreated, his mission would remain unfulfilled. Will they return? Galadia crouched over the low wall, peering into the distant shadows. Perhaps, Griffith replied, cautiously stepping over the fallen bodies as he looked up at the elf. Why do you think so many goblins would attack the village? Why? Isn't it to plunder livestock, grain, and captives? Galadia tilted her head in inquiry. What else could these lowly creatures desire? If that is indeed the case. Griffith extinguished the flame on his sword, addressing the villagers behind him. Collect their weapons, then behead them and store their heads. The villagers, still reeling from the thrill and terror of battle, complied without fully grasping the squire's intent. Fetching axes and beginning to sever heads by the dim light of the torches, the village entrance echoed with the sounds of chopping and hacking. Chapter 7. The sudden change. What to do? Will you simply stand by and not attempt to fight once more? Griffith observed the stillness enveloping the village. Ensconced in shadow, the goblins, possessing remarkable night vision, would likely eschew the main entrance for a more cunning approach, scaling the walls to launch their attack after suffering setbacks in the initial onslaught. Yet, with over 100 goblins already fallen, what compelling reason remained for those outside the walls to press forward? A tribe driven to seize livestock, provisions, and captives would surely retreat rather than risk further losses. For the survival of their kin must always take precedence. Griffith, they are on the move. Galadia, concealed atop the wall, urgently whispered. There are hundreds of them, maneuvering southward. They may intend to scale the walls where defenses are lacking. What? How could this be? This was indeed perplexing. The goblins' reckless tactics would only lead to further casualties for both the village and themselves. What purpose did this serve? Had they truly reached a point where the annihilation of their tribe hinged on capturing the village? Or was their number so vast that they could disregard the loss of hundreds? With little time to ponder these quandaries, Griffith stationed some villagers to guard the main entrance while he and Galadia, accompanied by a contingent of militia, advanced to intercept the goblins' flanking maneuver. The goblins, having run a distance, were soon panting and selected a portion of the wall to scale, propping up ladders to clamber over before lowering ropes to slide down. They could build ladders. Griffith was taken aback by the swiftness of their actions in the dark. In an instant, a dozen had crossed the earthen wall and infiltrated the inner sanctum. Hold your positions. Wait until they have entered further before engaging, Griffith commanded, preventing the eager militia from rushing ahead. His strategy involved striking once half the goblins had infiltrated the village. Surprisingly, those goblins who scaled the wall did not immediately attack. Instead, they lingered, seemingly awaiting something. Were they anticipating goblin warriors? Griffith glanced at the nearby rooftops where Galadia lay in ambush. With the aid of elven archery, even goblin warriors would not pose a threat at that moment. A multitude of dark objects were hurled over the wall. The goblins seized the thrown items, gathering in a corner. Before Griffith could ascertain the situation, several flaming torches were tossed over the earthen barricade. The goblins promptly picked them up, igniting the objects in their hands. Astonishingly, the projectiles were all torches. The goblins, unexpectedly armed with weapons in one hand and torches in the other, shrieked as they scattered, setting fire to the village's structures. "Stop!" The militia sprang into action, weapons drawn, charging toward the assailants. "Do not disperse," Griffith shouted desperately. "Form a line, shields together, advance without breaking ranks." Yet, his voice fell on deaf ears, as the villagers were solely focused on the flames engulfing their homes. "Eliminate them." The captain of the Manisa militia brandished his shield and iron sword, leading the charge. The previous skirmish had made it abundantly clear that the goblins were weak fighters, easily overpowered by adult males in one-on-one encounters. The militia captain cleaved a goblin in two with his sword, mimicking Griffith's prior maneuver to swing his shield in a wide arc, crushing another foe. "I am strong. These wretched creatures are no match for me." As the militia captain witnessed the goblin's brain matter mingled with blood splatter, his tension began to dissipate. "Watch your feet." Before the captain could comprehend the warning, a diminutive goblin leaped from beneath him, stabbing a dagger into his abdomen. Griffith rushed to assist, dispatching the goblin with a swift thrust of his sword. However, the captain staggered and collapsed, convulsing violently amidst the corpses of the goblins. There was no saving him. As Griffith retaliated, he retreated against a wall. Above him, Galadiah loosed arrows in rapid succession, toppling the relentless tide of goblins that swarmed in like cockroaches. More goblins continued to arrive, scaling the walls to join the fray. The reinforcements bore no torches. The earlier arson seemed to have been merely a tactical ploy, with the goblins having hurled torches at the distant houses. A dozen militia found themselves besieged near the earthen wall, battling foes from all sides. Occasionally, one would fall, their tendons severed or knees shattered, only to be mercilessly beaten to death. Griffith's carefully laid ambush crumbled. "Gather around me." Back against the wall, the squire knight shouted, desperately trying to salvage the crumbling morale of the Manisa militia. Yet, the villagers rapidly disintegrated under the intense combat. As they felt the overwhelming presence of enemies darting around them and witnessed their comrades fall. Many militia abandoned their weapons, fleeing in terror. In the chaos, the bloodthirsty goblins became increasingly frenzied. After downing a villager, they would swarm over the fallen, exulting as they bludgeoned their victim with clubs and stones. Some particularly savage goblins even began to gnaw on flesh. "Griffith, I have only 3 arrows left," Galadiah declared, withdrawing her longbow, delivering grim tidings. "The militia is disintegrating. We must flee." The goblins in the village were engaged in chaotic skirmishes, with only a handful directing their attention toward Griffith. However, as the battle wore on, it was inevitable that the goblins would soon notice the squire knight in the open, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. "No, we cannot flee, or this village will be lost. If we do not run swiftly, we will be lost." Galadiah leaped down from the rooftop, positioning herself beside the squire knight. The spacing between the houses in the village was too great for her to navigate rooftops effectively. "Then we shall shift our assault." Griffith turned and sprinted toward 2 surrounded militia. Several villagers had already fallen around them. Had they not been encircled, they would surely have fled. "Follow me," Griffith declared, cleaving a goblin in 2 with his sword. "Only by following me do you stand a chance of survival." The previously terrified villagers were swiftly persuaded, trailing Griffith toward another melee. There, 3 battered militia were beset by 7 or 8 goblins. "Leave these to me." Galadiah unsheathed her 2 elegantly curved silver blades, darting behind the goblins and spinning as she brandished her daggers. 3 or 4 goblins were felled as if swept away by a storm. The remaining goblins, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched by Griffith as he surged forward. This sudden display of might drew the attention of the majority of goblins engaged in the fray. Upon seeing a group of 7 gathered, they shrieked and converged from all directions. "Retreat to that alley. I will cover you." With 5 militia now gathered, Griffith raised his shield to fend off the goblin assault, guarding their retreat into a narrow alleyway. However, once they retreated, the situation spiraled out of control. Among the militia he had just saved, 3 dropped their weapons, fleeing in panic, while the remaining 2, faces pale with fear, hesitated to follow Griffith's lead. "Do not run. This is your village. Where can you escape to?" Galadiah and Griffith maintained a 2-meter distance to cover his right flank, delivering lethal strikes against the encroaching goblins. The silver blades whirled, casting a veritable rain of crimson, as if dancing beneath falling cherry blossoms. For a fleeting moment, Griffith found himself captivated by Galadia's graceful combat, nearly lost in the beauty of the scene. This mesmerizing effect seemed to enchant not only Griffith but also the goblins attempting to surround her, their movements slowing as if entranced. Griffith, along with the two militia who had not fled, finally retreated into the alleyway. This narrow passage, formed by the earthen walls of several courtyards, allowed only two to pass side by side, offering temporary respite from the goblins' encirclement. Hold this position, Griffith instructed, anchoring himself against the oncoming tide of goblins. In an instant, a horde of blood-drunk goblins surged forward, brandishing an assortment of weapons, resembling a monstrous wave crashing toward the Squire Knight. Their eyes, bloodshot and wild from their recent feast, glinted with a feral hunger. Their mouths agape, revealing sharp, jagged teeth as they let out a cacophony of chilling cries. "There are too many," Galadia gasped, startled by the throng of foes. The two militia beside her, witnessing the overwhelming scene, screamed in terror and turned to flee. "To the rooftops, Griffith," the elven archer shouted. "We cannot hold them." "No." Griffith retreated to the mouth of the alley, shield raised to block the onslaught, lifting his right hand to press against his helm's visor. Turning to the pale-faced elven girl and declaring, "I am assured of victory." In Galadia's horrified gaze, the black visor descended. His once confident and resolute visage morphed into that of a cold and monstrous apparition. Through the iron gaps, his gaze gleamed like a blood-soaked red moon, exuding an aura of malevolence. The Squire Knight slightly shifted, taking a step back to his left, leaving only a narrow gap. His sword was angled toward the right, where the goblins would breach. Thud! A goblin collided with Griffith's shield in the narrow passage, the sound echoing dully. The Squire Knight's blade flashed like lightning, striking true and dispatching the oncoming foe with a single blow. Swarming towards him, the diminutive creatures surged forth from beneath the shield and through the gaps on the left side. One of them collided with his greaves and tumbled to the ground. And before it could rise, a heavy iron boot came crashing down, crushing the goblin's chest. Griffith collided with the left side, and the goblin attempting to squeeze through the opening was mercilessly squashed into a pulp. Having executed this maneuver, Griffith deftly stepped back, thrusting his sword into another foe charging from the right. The throng of goblins behind him trampled over their fallen comrades, shrieking as they leaped forward. At this moment, Griffith had successfully retreated, and the leaping goblin was impaled on the tip of his sword. A stone flew towards him, striking his black iron helm with a resounding thud, nearly hitting Galadia behind him. The elf witnessed the Squire Knight stagger from the blow but quickly regained his balance, plunging his sword downward to dispatch a goblin attempting to slip through. The Squire Knight utilized his shield and broad shoulders to block most of the alleyway, hardly swinging his sword to attack. Instead, he retreated while continuously stabbing at the goblins trying to squeeze through the gaps. The goblins, this towering human, though fierce, displayed vulnerabilities at his feet and left side, with a substantial opening on his right, where two goblins could easily squeeze in. With a determined charge, they believed they could surely slay him. Griffith fought while retreating, bending slightly as his shield effectively obstructed the goblin's path, forcing the diminutive creatures to crawl to enter. His right hand executed swift thrusts, stepping back half a pace each time his blade pierced the unprotected body of a goblin, deliberately avoiding instant kills, leaving behind enemies that bled profusely and cried out in agony. Occasionally, a goblin managed to slip through, striking Griffith's leather armor or iron gauntlets with their crude weapons. However, such assaults failed to penetrate the defense of his double-layered armor. While the unarmored goblins were swiftly dispatched by the knight's counterattacks, as the fallen continued to drop, the narrow alley became littered with struggling, wailing goblins. They screamed as they clutched at their fallen comrades, pleading for assistance. Thus, amidst the cacophony of goblin cries, a bizarre sound emerged. The sound of Griffith's sword piercing the goblin's gaunt frames resonated with a wet squelch, and as the battle progressed, this strange noise persisted, reminiscent of an old saw cutting through wood. Galadia was taken aback by the scene before her, attempting several times to assist, but finding herself at a loss. The Squire Knight stood resolute like a rock amidst a raging storm. Unfazed by the relentless onslaught, he maintained a mechanical, yet slightly distorted posture, swiftly harvesting the lives of his adversaries with minimal movements. His attacks resembled a millstone, continuously drawing in new life, producing a multitude of mangled bodies and splattered blood. The number of goblins attracted to the fray swelled, trampling over the fallen or gravely injured, wading through the blood-soaked ground with uneven steps. Upon finally reaching their enemy, they lunged only to be felled by a single stroke of his sword. Others attempted to burrow through the gaps between his shield, the ground, and the wall, only to have their skulls shattered, their brains splattered across the dirt. Occasionally, a couple of goblins managed to reach Griffith's side, flailing their weapons in confusion towards the armored human. Unfazed, Griffith absorbed their attacks with his layered armor, while simultaneously striking them down with his sword, then retreating a step further. Although the goblins wielded various weapons, their inferior blades, axes, and daggers struggled to penetrate the dual defense of his leather and chainmail. In a mere few minutes, Griffith sustained only minor injuries. He had retreated over 20 paces into the alley, where the ground was strewn with the dead and wounded goblins. Above these fallen creatures lay a chaotic mass of goblins. Reinforcements stepped over the dying, shrieking and jostling towards the Squire Knight. Suddenly, the congested crowd halted. The malevolence and madness in the goblins' eyes had dissipated, replaced by sheer terror as they gazed upon the path littered with corpses and the armored knight blocking their way at the end. Since earlier, the goblins had poured their forces into this fray, their morale and flesh dwindling as the living stood amidst a sea of shattered bodies and blood. Huff! A breath of warm air escaped from beneath his black iron visor, causing the goblins to shrink back in alarm. Hurrah! Griffith, gathering himself, thrust his shield forward with great force, followed swiftly by a sword thrust to the right front point. Two goblins fell, as if struck by a hammer. The goblins behind them tumbled like a row of dominoes. The congestion in the alley wavered, the dense throng collapsing like a decayed beam. The previously advancing line collectively turned and fled in the opposite direction. The multitude of corpses and the darkened blood, which had merely posed a nuisance during their assault, now became a deadly chasm. The goblins' short legs stumbled over the bloody remnants of their kin, rendering them nearly immobile. Griffith discarded his shield, drawing forth his axe and longsword. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, two gleaming arcs of steel swept across the goblins' necks, toppling them to the ground in disarray. Bodies piled upon one another, mingling with pus and brain matter. The goblin horde crumbled entirely, fleeing towards the alley's exit. Many were tripped by the bodies beneath them, and the goblins behind them scrambled over their heads and chests in a desperate attempt to escape. The goblins trapped below writhed in agony, struggling to push their fellow creatures above them in a futile bid for relief from the pain and suffocation, resulting in further entanglements that quickly formed a wall of flesh a man high. The goblin shaman witnessed this chaos unfold just outside the alley, paralyzed with fear alongside the other fortunate subordinates. As Griffith emerged atop the towering heap of corpses, those goblins who had not yet engaged in battle collapsed in terror. Is there anyone left? Griffith stood atop the mound of bodies, panting, his voice hoarse as he called out. Beneath him, the few fortunate goblins desperately tried to extricate themselves from the pile of corpses. No sooner had he spoken than the Squire Knight raised his iron boot and stomped down, instantly causing the goblin attempting to escape from the heap to spew forth its innards, dying on the spot. Is there anyone left? Is it you? Griffith raised his bloodied longsword, pointing it at a paralyzed goblin, his crimson gaze piercing through the darkened visor and onto the little monster. Or is it you? Griffith lifted his axe and hurled it towards the astonished shaman. In a flash, the weapon cleaved through the goblin shaman's head. Splitting it in two, the remaining goblins sprang to their feet as if propelled by springs, racing towards the village's earthen walls. Chapter 8. The terror of Manisa village finally collapsed, if he had any strength left. This would have been the moment to capture the shaman for information rather than slaying it. The battle had been unfathomable. Griffith was nearly too exhausted to grip his longsword, with a hint of regret. He turned to glance at Galadia, who stood helplessly behind the pile of corpses. The elf's already pale face was now as white as a sheet, her gaze darting between the gruesome heap of goblin bodies painted in shades of red and black and the monstrous, terrified faces with their innards spilling forth, before she turned to brace herself against the earthen wall and vomited. Midnight descended upon the small village surrounded by mountains. In the silvery moonlight, the blood of the slain villagers and goblins had dried. The lifeless heads lay twisted and grotesque, staring into the realm of the living. Griffith finally extricated himself from the debilitating fatigue of battle, trudging through the blood-soaked ground, his long sword and axe riddled with nicks. During the fight, he had not felt it, but once he paused, A wave of soreness enveloped his entire body. Despite his extensive experience in combat, having fought under the protection of comrades while alternating between offense and defense, he had seldom faced the relentless onslaught he had tonight. Past experiences warned him to find a place to rest immediately, lest he succumb to darkness and faint against the wall. The villagers, bereaved of their kin, remained engulfed in sorrow as they desperately dragged the shattered bodies toward the village square. The fortunate village chief led a group in dismantling the ropes left by the goblins on the walls, reinforcing the wooden gate at the front. The corpses piled in the alley received no attention. If another wave of goblins were to arrive now, we would not withstand it. Exhausted, Griffith found a clear corner against the wall and sat down once more. Removing his helmet and bursting into laughter. At that moment, a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance swept past him. The elf hidden in the darkness leaned down to observe him. "What are you laughing at?" "I am laughing at the goblins' crude ignorance." "Ha ha ha," Griffith replied. "Had they left a squad at the front to break through, how could we have withstood their assault?" The elf tilted her head, seemingly unamused by his jest. Just then, the tranquility of the village erupted into chaos once more. Those villagers clearing the main entrance dropped their tools and fled in terror. "Help!" Cries rang out from the village entrance. Griffith nearly bit his own tongue as he sprang to his feet, hastily donning his helmet before charging forward. Upon witnessing his reckless approach, the villagers fleeing in the opposite direction hesitated and halted their steps. Gazing beyond the dilapidated village gate, a small group emerged from the forest, stumbling as they reached the entrance. The figures did not appear to be monsters, which somewhat eased Griffith's concerns. As they drew closer, he recognized the youthful swordsman Andy, whom he had encountered earlier that day, accompanied by his comrades, as well as the apprentice mage, Mr. Aces. Their bodies were stained with blood, and the formidable warrior Badu bore grievous wounds to his abdomen, having lost his mighty axe. "Badu was pierced in the belly by a goblin's dagger while trying to save me," the novice nun, her face streaked with tears mingled with blood, lamented. "My healing prayer was successful, yet for some inexplicable reason, Griffith quickly urged the villagers to assist Badu in finding a place to lie down." Under the flickering torchlight, the novice knight discerned the dire state of Badu's wounds. Pus and blood mingled, oozing from his mouth, while the pupils in his eyes had faded away. "I shall attempt to heal him." Perhaps. Mr. Aces, though uninjured, appeared thoroughly exhausted. "Please find me a quiet room." "You are a healer? Splendid. We have many injured in need of treatment," the village chief exclaimed upon hearing the mage's assistant, immediately summoning, "Young men, prepare several rooms. I am the novice nun, Pacifica." The frail girl raised her staff. "I can be of assistance as well." The villagers promptly accommodated the young adventurers, eagerly directing them to the wounded in the profound darkness of the night. It was a comfort to be surrounded by familiar souls. After hastily barricading the village gate, Griffith sought out the busy novice nun, gently inquiring about the events that transpired. "It was going quite smoothly," Pacifica replied timidly. "We captured the goblins and retrieved Mr. Aces's belongings. Just as we were collecting the spoils, a goblin, one we presumed dead, sprang up and stabbed Badu in the abdomen with a dagger." As she recounted the tale, the novice nun covered her mouth and began to weep softly. "I prayed to the merciful Earth Mother, and she bestowed her generous grace, causing Badu's wound to begin healing. He even smiled and said he was fine. However, mere minutes later, he screamed in agony, reaching into his abdomen and pulling out his intestines. The goblin's weapon was poisoned. Griffith surmised the situation and inquired, "Did you attempt to neutralize the poison?" "We tried. I administered an antidote," Mr. Aces responded, taking over the explanation. "It was a mixture of honeysuckle, calming herb, cold dew maple, and squire's essence, a common panacea, which should have been effective against poisons derived from goblins' refuse and toxic plants." As the apprentice mage spoke, he presented his potion for Griffith to smell. "Adi and I struggled to push his intestines back in," the youthful swordsman Andy added. Perhaps Badu was driven mad by the pain, insisting we remove his intestines. Both the healing magic and the antidote had proven ineffective. Griffith felt as though he had ventured into a realm beyond his knowledge. Now, it was merely a matter of luck for Badu. Hoping he could endure until help arrived in town. Leaving some villagers to keep watch, Griffith ascended to a rooftop, seeking a flat place to lie down. The dry straw beneath his armor was uncomfortable, pricking his skin. The damaged leather and chainmail from the earlier battle bore several twisted protrusions, making it exceedingly awkward that in such a state, slumber would not only prove challenging but also unsafe. Yet, if he did not rest now, his weary body would succumb, and even his mind could not maintain clarity if possible. Griffith wished to alternate watch with Galatea, yet the elf had vanished without a trace since the adventurers had arrived. He was reluctant to rest near the mysterious group. He attempted to chew on some jerky, but the bitter taste filled his mouth, a sign of excessive physical and mental fatigue, necessitating immediate slumber. He dared not remove his armor, collapsing onto the rooftop in a muddled stupor. When morning arrived and the town's reinforcements appeared, safety would be assured. This thought lingered in the novice knight's mind. Uncertain of how long he had drifted in and out of sleep, Griffith suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting up, an indescribable sensation pricked at his nerves. The village lay shrouded in darkness. The crimson moon overhead inexplicably transformed into a sickly green hue, casting a faintly malevolent glow. There was no sign of human activity. Griffith's heart raced as he hurried from the rooftop and low wall towards the main gate's sentry in the dim light. He observed 2 villagers soundly asleep, clutching wooden spears atop the roof. "Wake up," he commanded, striking their heads with the sword's sheath. The villagers jolted awake, fear etched on their faces as they stared at the novice knight. It took a moment for them to respond. "My lord, what has happened? Have the goblins come?" "No, but if the goblins did arrive, neither of you fools would survive," Griffith admonished softly. "Stay vigilant. Hold out until morning, and we shall be safe. I will see if anyone can relieve you." Leaving the sentry post, Griffith stealthily made his way back across the rooftop and walls in the pitch-black surroundings. The novice knight could barely discern the path ahead, occasionally halting to survey his surroundings in this summer mountain village. Even the irritating chirping of insects was absent, as if all living beings had fled into the dark abyss. The faint summer breeze brushed against his face, yet it carried an unsettling chill that penetrated to the bone. With each step, Griffith's sense of dread intensified. Accustomed to the fervor and vitality of the military camp, the sudden desolation of this unfamiliar village made every corner and every shadow seem rife with lurking monstrosities. The elf, who had fought alongside him mere moments ago, had vanished without a trace, like an illusion that had never existed. Griffith felt an unsettling chill in his heart. The imminent danger of battling goblins paled in comparison to this eerie, unfamiliar darkness. Just then, a foul stench invaded his nostrils. In the darkness, hurried voices broke the silence. A flicker of light appeared around the corner, where several villagers were gathered. "What is happening?" Griffith sensed something amiss and immediately leaped down from the wall. The villagers, startled, took a moment to recognize the aiding novice knight before one of them said, "The deceased Robaros was the village chief's brother. His wife sent us to gather him and several corpses to the cool cellar. We intended to place them in that small hut, but upon returning to check, we found one body missing. We were inquiring if anyone had moved it." "What time is it now?" Griffith's expression darkened as he urgently asked, "How long until dawn?" "It is 1 o'clock at midnight. There are 3.5 hours until dawn." "Alert the village chief and have everyone arm themselves," Griffith commanded. "Light the torches and rouse everyone. Hurry." The villagers rushed away in a flurry. Griffith turned and sprinted towards the small hut where the adventuring party was resting. The young adventurers were placed in an unoccupied room not far from the village gate, making them relatively easy to locate. The novice knight, wielding both a long sword and a short axe, approached the hut's entrance and kicked the door open without knocking. Inside, startled cries erupted as the martial artist Ulan and the novice nun scrambled from their bedding. "Where are swordsman Andy and Mr. Aces?" Griffith inquired, adding, "There is trouble. Arm yourselves." The 2 girls appeared dazed, as if just awakened from sleep, and pointed towards the back room. Mr. Aces finished bandaging Badu's wounds and went to treat the villagers. Andy stayed inside to look after Badu. Griffith nodded, immediately making his way towards the inner room. That moment, the night wind swept into the chamber, gentle as a silk scarf against the cheek, yet carrying an indescribable stench of blood. The foul odor seeped through the gaps of the wooden door, reminiscent of a room filled with the corpses of dead rats. Griffith's face paled instantly, and he instinctively raised his longsword. Suddenly, the wooden door burst open with a tremendous crash, and a colossal shadow lunged toward the novice knight. "Ah!" The 2 girls behind him shrieked, before Griffith could discern what the approaching entity was. The shadow pounced upon him like a mountain bear. The novice knight thrust his longsword forward, driving it into the shadow's neck. Simultaneously, a massive claw swiped at him. Griffith hastily blocked with the axe in his left hand, sending him crashing against the wall. Thud! The novice knight, clad in double-layered armor, slammed heavily into the earthen wall, causing the hut to tremble. Dazed and disoriented, Griffith quickly raised his sword for another strike. The enormous shadow lunged at him once more, colliding with the sharp tip of his sword that a peculiar sensation, akin to piercing decayed wood, coursed through his hands as the shadow flailed for a brief moment before falling still, pinned like a specimen. It was only then that Griffith recognized the grotesque visage of the shadow. The contorted face was barely recognizable as Badu's, with rotting flesh at the corners of his mouth and nose, exposing ghastly gums and nasal bones. His once bronzed body had turned black and putrid, resembling a corpse that had lain buried for days. The hands gripping the large axe had become grotesque, elongated like the talons of a fierce raptor, with sharp claws protruding, one of which had even embedded itself into the armor on Griffith's rear shoulder. The two girls of the adventurer team stood frozen in place, petrified by the sight of their companion transformed into this abomination. Griffith pushed aside the decaying corpse, only to discover that the stench emanating from Badu's abdomen was even more foul and sinister, as if the rot were spreading from that very point throughout the entire body. This was a corpse that should have long been deceased. Why could it still attack me? Faced with this incredulous scene, Griffith felt a wave of astonishment and dizziness wash over him. Yet years of battle-hardened experience allowed him to withstand this shock and swiftly regain his composure. And no matter how terrifying it was, it paled in comparison to that behemoth. The apprentice knight had no time to scrutinize further. He unsheathed his longsword and ventured into the inner room. The darkened floor appeared to be stained with a pool of liquid. Griffith lit a small oil lamp from the table outside and directed its glow inward. The cramped room housed a filthy little bed. Scattered across the floor were fragments of bones and shattered entrails, pieces of flesh, and dark blood oozing outward. At the foot of the bed lay a round object. Griffith carefully maneuvered around it, using the flickering light to discern what it was. It was the head of young swordsman Andy. There were bite marks on his neck, and his severed head had been discarded here, forming the final remnants of his existence in this world, mingling with the scattered bones and severed limbs. How could this be? Griffith pressed his forehead and took 2 steps back against the wall, when suddenly he heard a piercing scream beside him. The sound was so inhuman, it hardly resembled a human wail. Balon and the apprentice nun were tearing at their own cheeks, shrieking in horror at the sight of their companions' dismembered remains. Their eyes were bloodshot and distorted, unrecognizable as human, their nails digging into their faces, leaving trails of blood, yet they remained oblivious. Hours ago, their once ally had become a walking corpse, having devoured another companion. Witnessing such a scene, the 2 girls were on the verge of losing control. "Follow me," Griffith shouted at them. Yet they remained utterly unresponsive, completely engulfed in a frenzy of terror. The apprentice knight shook his head and dashed toward the door. The village was in utter chaos, filled with screams intermingled with a bizarre, unidentifiable roar, leaving one to wonder what monstrous creature was producing such sounds. Chapter 9. The living dead in the dim light of the flickering flame. A frenzied figure could be seen tumbling through the small window of the farmhouse. That a scream immediately erupted from within. Sounds of scurrying footsteps echoed in the darkness, resembling both humans and unrecognizable beasts. Griffith felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly leapt onto the nearby rooftop. Just as he clambered onto the roof, he caught sight of a figure darting through the shadows, and instinctively reached out to grab it. However, his grasp met only air, and his wrist was yanked and twisted, causing his body to be hurled through the air and crash onto the rooftop. Griffith had never encountered such a grappling technique before. He hurriedly attempted to regain his balance, but clad in dual layers of heavy armor, he was flung outward, crashing through the roof with a resounding crash. Accompanied by straw and beams, the agile figure lost its footing as well, yet moved with remarkable composure, twisting and rolling in the air like a cat, skillfully adjusting its landing to alight firmly on Griffith's back. Ow! The impact of the fall and the pressure on his abdomen nearly caused Griffith to vomit. Before he could recover from the disorienting tumble, the figure that had landed atop him twisted his wrist, seized his longsword, and pointed it menacingly at his throat. The cold blade made the air feel suffocating. "Oh, when did you end up beneath my feet?" In the dilapidated hut, silence fell for a moment. Griffith opened his eyes to see Galadia, her expression serious, pointing her sword at him beneath the pale green moonlight. "Get up." The living dead are coming to feast on our brains. The elf stepped down from Griffith's abdomen. After the goblins, we now face the living dead. Could this little village be a breeding ground for the malevolent deity? One adventurer has been infected with this corpse-creating plague. Moreover, several villagers' bodies have gone missing at midnight. Griffith struggled to rise, disregarding the pain in his abdomen, and hastily inquired, "Where were you earlier?" "I found a place to hide and rest," the elf casually replied. Then added, "Let me be clear. If you suspect that the beautiful and graceful elf is involved in this wickedness, you shall be hanged from the treetops." Griffith sighed, shaking his head. "I merely wanted to suggest that if we take turns keeping watch and resting, perhaps we can prevent all of this." The elf shook her head, emphatically denying the notion. "We have only known each other for a few short hours, alas." Griffith suddenly felt that conversations with Galadia could become endless. In such chaotic circumstances, the two stood in the dimly lit, crumbling farmhouse, exchanging words as if they had lost their minds. He swallowed this thought and turned to exit the house. As he pushed open the wooden door, a shadow suddenly squeezed through the gap, baring its teeth and lunging at his wrist. Clang! The shadow's sharp teeth shattered against the iron bracer, losing several of its fangs in the process. Galadia jumped back in fright. Griffith felt a sharp pain in his wrist. As if stabbed by a dagger, he raised the axe in his left hand and swung it forcefully at the shadow. The blow connected solidly with its head, causing it to explode like a watermelon, collapsing immediately. "Get out of here," Griffith shouted. The elf promptly followed suit, and together they bolted outside. The beast-like shadows prowled through the village. They retained human silhouettes, but had elongated, swollen forelimbs, often running on all fours like wolves. Their teeth and claws had transformed into razor-sharp serrations and daggers, enabling them to easily scale rooftops and walls. Among these creatures were both humans and goblins. Initially, they appeared sporadically, but within minutes, they began to swarm in packs, launching an assault. As the apprentice knight and the elf ran, they quickly realized the peril of remaining exposed. The monsters lurking in the darkness could spring from the shadows at any moment, and the only safe refuge seemed to lie in escaping the village and seeking solace in the woods. Galadia swiftly surveyed the forest, seemingly contemplating their retreat. After a moment, she hastily declared, "We can't go out. Tonight's moon is the green moon, and the creatures of the forest will be particularly frenzied and powerful. Then let us head to the village chief's house. It should be sturdier." Griffith shouted. He had just fought a battle in the night. His equipment severely damaged, and his stamina only partially restored. He had no confidence in surviving a hasty escape. The two provided each other cover as they ran, easily dispatching the occasional monster they encountered along the way. However, it wasn't long before the hordes of creatures began to take notice of their movements, howling and pursuing them. "This is the place." Galadia seemed to have good night vision, grabbing Griffith to prevent him from missing the village chief's house and pushing him through the nearby wall. "Quick, open the door." Having scaled the wall, Griffith immediately pounded on the wooden door of the chief's house. The chief's balding head peeked out from inside, and upon recognizing the two, he hurriedly opened the door, ushering them in. The spacious interior was already filled with several individuals, including the chief's family, the pugilist Ulan, the apprentice nun, Mr. Aces, and 5 villagers. "By the gods, it is a great relief to see you safe," the chief exclaimed, rushing over to shake their hands. "We must seal off the entrances and wait for dawn." Galadia quickly dodged the chief's hand. Before anyone could respond, Balon voiced her discontent. "If it weren't for waiting for you, we would have blocked this door long ago." Such a temper. Griffith saw that the elf was about to retort and quickly interjected. "These monsters have undergone severe physiological transformations. Huddling is futile. We must find a way to rescue more people." Before Ulan could unleash her frustration, a loud and heavy banging echoed from outside, accompanied by terrifying roars. A horde of living corpses slammed against the door, trying to force their way inside. The villagers erupted into chaos as Griffith drew his longsword, prying the sturdy wooden door open just a crack and thrusting his blade outward before the elf could intervene. The sword pierced flesh, accompanied by the sensation of breaking through skin, as a powerful force threatened to break down the door. Griffith braced his body against it, stabbing wildly with his sword. The gore of the living dead splattered in all directions. Minutes later, silence fell outside. One corpse after another piled up against the door, forming a low wall. Griffith felt his strength waning significantly and quickly retreated, shutting the door behind him. Inside the house, calm returned, and the onlookers, who had been unable to assist, regarded the bloodied apprentice knight with various expressions. At last, the chief spoke. Perhaps we should barricade the door and wait for dawn. Only a few hours remain until dawn. The chief makes a valid point. Mr. Aces chimed in, gesturing toward the chimney of the house. I believe that should be blocked as well. That seems reasonable. Exhausted, Griffith nodded and sat down on the floor. The villagers hurriedly gathered chairs and tables to barricade the door. The chorus of howls from outside echoed relentlessly, leaving one to ponder how many living beings had been transformed into the undead. Those huddled inside the house dared not light the oil lamp, each sitting in silence. Aces tended to the wounded, while Ulan and the apprentice nun, Pacifica, sat together, and the chief clustered with the villagers. The gathered individuals sat in silent anticipation, awaiting the dawn. Griffith positioned himself not far from the ELF, an extraordinary being of Sequence 9, although his physical strength surpassed that of ordinary men. The relentless strain of continuous battle without respite was utterly disheartening. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate duration, the drowsy Griffith was roused by gentle shaking. He discerned faint gnawing sounds emanating from the darkness, akin to the disquieting noise of mice nibbling at the corners of a table, amplified in the stillness, evoking a sense of eerie foreboding. There were indistinct whispers, as if someone were recounting tales or perhaps casting curses. These utterances seemed to be an ancient cipher, rendering their meanings inscrutable. Awaken! A crystalline whisper caressed his ears, and Griffith felt a gentle pat on his arm, accompanied by a faint, refreshing scent of woodland grass wafting near his nose. He lifted his head to find Galadriel kneeling beside him, her hands gripping his arms. Come with me, quietly. The apprentice knight obediently rose, trailing the elf into the kitchen near the living room. Galadriel cautiously inspected the corners and beneath the table, then softly closed the door, saying, We are in grave trouble. It seems the entire village of the undead has gathered around us, surrounding our position. What? Griffith's eyes widened in disbelief. Does this mean all the villagers have perished, leaving only us? Not necessarily. I can sense over 100 humanoid entities moving outside. Judging by their footfalls, they appear to be a mix of villagers and goblins. Galadriel's expressive eyes nearly betrayed her concern. The undead should lack intelligence. Driven solely by the primal instincts of consumption and slaughter, that I suspect someone is manipulating these resurrected corpses. Who could it be? Who is the target? Griffith blurted out, only to quickly arrive at his own conclusion. Is it you? It can't be you. Those adventurers or villagers, can it? The resurrection of the dead into mindless husks requires forbidden dark magic or cursed artifacts. Even seasoned mages of the Arcane Council would find it exceedingly difficult. The elf hesitated but continued. I came to this village guided by prophecy, needing to separate from my kin to investigate a lead crucial for my ascension in the sequence. This operation was meant to be confidential. Griffith replied earnestly. If we operate under that assumption, it makes sense. It would require a considerable force to hunt down an elven ranger. Given the current circumstances, the puppeteer behind this plot has expended a significant amount of resources. Creating goblins and undead in the heart of human territory is unheard of. If the goal were merely to annihilate a village or two, the cost would far outweigh the gains. Now, attempting to escape through the chimney is hardly feasible. Galadriel bit her lip. By the way, there's something else. What is it? Be cautious of those adventurers. The elf raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Do you hear that? The faint gnawing sound. That monk-like girl has lost her sanity. The unsettling sound of gnawing, reminiscent of mice, lingered in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine, interspersed with the crunch of bone being crushed. Are you certain? Griffith inquired. She may merely be startled. The rationality of your kind is so fragile, easily shattered by the unknown and fear, leading many to become unwitting pawns and followers of dark deities. Galadriel stated gravely. I have heard of a valiant prince who, after witnessing his people turn into undead due to a plague, fell into irretrievable madness, slaughtering the entire populace of a city and even murdering his own father. Ultimately, he became a minion of a sinister cult. Perhaps he had no other choice. Griffith shook his head. That is not the crux of the matter. As long as the undead do not breach our defenses, we can endure until dawn. Dawn may not be effective against them. They are not the pitiable bloodkin. Galadriel shook her head. I have a theory. The mastermind controlling these goblins and undead is within this very house. How can that be? Griffith quickly glanced at the others in the living room. What leads you to that conclusion? Quite simply. Galadriel patted his head. After the undead appeared, I have been constantly shifting positions. With so many cottages in the village, for these creatures to converge upon us so accurately indicates that the puppeteer is well aware of my movements. At that moment, a heart-wrenching groan interrupted their conversation. Everyone resting in the living room jolted awake. The monk girl, Balon, emitted strange sounds from her throat. Subsequently, she stood up, swaying as she approached the door, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Balon, what is wrong? The apprentice nun asked in alarm. Soon after, she witnessed her companion wildly pushing aside the furniture blocking the entrance. Stop her, Mr. Aces shouted, panic evident in his voice. She intends to let the undead in. Galadriel swiftly drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the frenzied Ulan. Halt, the apprentice nun. Pacifica, exclaimed in shock, hurriedly stepping in front of her companion. What are you doing? Everyone stop. The village chief and the villagers were taken aback, having just awakened from a drowsy slumber, now confronted with such chaos, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Thud! The arrow shot from the bow, and at such close range, even the intervention of others could not thwart the elf's marksmanship. Galadriel pierced Ulan's shoulder, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Don't! The apprentice nun screamed as she witnessed her companion injured. Raising her wooden staff to strike at the elf, before she could swing, a strong hand grasped her wrist, easily knocking her unconscious. That moment, the sounds of scratching from outside intensified. Hundreds of undead let out low, terrifying howls, beginning their assault on the doors and windows of the house. They're outside. They're trying to break in. The terrified villagers screamed in anguish, rushing toward the elf, whom they perceived to be their strongest ally. Amid the chaos, Griffith suddenly shifted direction, lunging toward Aces and the crowd. Wow! The mage apprentice cried out as he was knocked aside, crashing heavily into the wall behind him, before the village chief and others could inquire about the sudden commotion. Griffith, clad in iron armor, seized the frail Aces by the throat. Should I snap your neck, or will you halt the undead outside yourself? The apprentice knight asked coldly. What are you saying? I don't understand. Aces flailed desperately, trying to break free from Griffith's grip. It was you who deliberately sought aid along a critical path, diverting reinforcements and luring a portion of them into a trap, Griffith articulated swiftly. The goblins and undead are not formidable. They stand no chance against organized adventurers and villagers. You are aware of Galadriel's precise location, which is why the undead are besieging us. She is your quarry. Isn't it that monk? Aces shouted. She was the one trying to let those monsters in. Perhaps, but you all bear suspicion. Griffith's gaze hardened, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Eliminate all of you, and the issue resolves itself. In a sudden flash of desperation, Aces' eyes darkened as he grasped something in his right hand. Lunging at Griffith's arm. Thud. An arrow pierced his wrist, pinning it to the wall. A small knife coated in a greenish liquid clattered from Aces' grasp. The undead outside were on the verge of dismantling the wooden door and windows, decayed hands reaching through the fractured gaps. One last time, stop the undead, Griffith stated coldly, his grip on Aces' throat ready to snap at any moment. The pallid mage apprentice's lips curled into a sinister smirk. He then bit down on something with great force, chewing with determination. Don't let him poison himself. Galadriel reacted instantly. Griffith swiftly grasped Aces' jaw and twisted, dislocating it with a sharp crack. Spies and schemers from various races often hid poisons within their teeth. Once captured, they could bite down on a false tooth to release a lethal toxin, sparing them from further agony. As a member of the Eastern Legion, Griffith had participated in numerous captures and interrogations of spies. Dislocating their jaws was the only reliable means. However, possessing experience did not guarantee timely action. Aces' complexion darkened to a deep shade of purple, foam spilling from the corners of his mouth. The potency of his poison was devastating, taking effect in an instant. Galadriel rushed forward to assess the apprentice mage's condition, casting a regretful glance at Griffith. Meanwhile, the commotion outside abruptly subsided. The howling undead ceased their assault. The sounds of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, retreating in various directions. Chapter 10, Blood-taxed lifeless corpses lay scattered throughout the village, immobile. They have lost their vitality. Galadriel leaned in to observe closely. I feel no surge of power or magic. These creatures, resurrected from death, had completely lost their vitality. Terrified villagers, until the village chief rang a bell to summon them from their homes, began to apprehensively survey the horrifying scene that had unfolded in their village. Griffith, with dark circles under his eyes, removed his helmet and leaned against a corner of the wall to rest. During last night's battle, he discovered that the severed heads of the goblins had not revived. Lying lifelessly on the ground at the break of dawn, he had resolutely taken it upon himself to decapitate over 100 heads, stacking them on a cart that a stone had struck his forehead in combat. And despite wearing armor, he was still left bloodied and battered. Dried blood obscured half of his face, and his right hand, chest, and shoulder were riddled with wounds, though his double armor had shielded him from fatal blows. It had nonetheless left a myriad of cuts and bruises. "Hold still, let me take a look." Galadia inspected the surroundings, and, after confirming there were no new foes, approached the squire to help him unfasten his damaged leather armor and remove his chainmail to examine his injuries closely. "I'll apply some ointment. Just stay still." The elf produced a green salve and applied it to Griffith's wounds. A wave of soothing coolness washed over him, but as he was about to express his gratitude, the sensation instantly transformed into a searing pain. "Ah, that hurts. Why does it hurt so much?" Griffith winced and exclaimed, "Shouldn't elven remedies be as pleasant as eating pudding? Who told you that? They deceived you. Your leather armor is nearly in tatters." Galadia's fingers gently traced the edges of the squire's wounds. "You are indeed battered. Despite wearing 2 layers of armor, you still bear so many bruises and cuts. Armor isn't infallible. I've heard that magical shields provide comprehensive protection." Griffith felt her delicate, cool hand gliding over him, causing his thoughts to wander, and awkwardly added, "Are you planning to search for their lair next?" "Yes, the number of goblins guarding the lair should have significantly diminished. Moreover, they are not mindless beasts. After being forced into such a bloody battle, once the survivors escape back to their lair with news, many will likely abandon their original clans." Galadia appraised his robust physique. "The lines are nice. It would be even better without so many wounds. Hurry and put your clothes back on. Look over there." Suddenly, excited shouts erupted from the militia at the village's earthen-walled, unarmed contingent approached from the distant road, comprised of dozens of civilians wielding spears and wooden shields, with a warrior clad in leather armor leading the way. Upon seeing this group, the village chief rushed over, grasping the warrior's hand with excitement. "We have been eagerly awaiting your return. How is the situation in the village? Where have the monsters gone?" The leading warrior surveyed the large patches of blood on the ground, visibly astonished. "We were attacked by some goblins last night, injuring several people. They were driven away, but many perished in the village. Thankfully, it was thanks to these 2. The chief brought the warrior to Griffith and Galadia, where over 200 goblin heads lay piled not far from them, leaving the warrior and the militia in shock. "I am Ismail, captain of the militia and a warrior of the Aiden family. Are you soldiers of the Eastern Legion? Well done." The warrior first regarded Griffith, nodding in satisfaction. "And who is this? An elf? I never expected to trouble a ranger." Galadia gently inclined her head toward the warrior, then patted Griffith on the shoulder before turning toward a nearby hut. "I need to rest for a while. Notify me when it's time to depart." A few hours later, Griffith and Galadia set off from Manisa village. Accompanied by dozens of militiamen, heading toward the hills, the suspicious Ulan was confined in a house, cared for by the novice nun. Galadia had already pinpointed the location of the goblin lair, but even without that knowledge, they would have been able to find it that a small number of goblins had escaped the village during last night's battle, and intermittent blood trails extended from the village deep into the woods. Once they entered the forest, they occasionally encountered the corpses of goblins that had succumbed to their injuries. The footprints and bloodstains were dense, indicating that these creatures had not scattered while fleeing. "They still maintain organization," Griffith remarked with a grave expression. "Have you noticed? Even after suffering such heavy losses last night, they are still able to regroup and escape. We eliminated their shaman in last night's battle." Galadia, leading the way in the role of a scout, checked for any traps set by the goblins. In such circumstances, they still moved together toward their lair, indicating the presence of other higher-ranking beings there. "Goblin warriors?" The warrior leading the militia inquired. "I've heard from the instructors that they are a particularly robust breed of goblin, and one should be cautious if encountered. However, this doesn't make sense. With such combat prowess, they should have remained to guard the lair while the shaman was sent to fight last night." "True." Galadia tilted her head in confusion. "But there can't be 2 shamans in one lair, which makes it even stranger. Goblins typically do not place great importance on treasures or their nests." Griffith pondered for a moment before saying, This suggests from another angle that the goblins' target is you. Beyond the plan to besiege the village, it is not impossible that they anticipated your direct approach to their lair, thus leaving part of their forces behind to guard it. The elf's gaze flickered, and she fell silent. After walking for a while, the militia captain recalled something and asked the two, "Before I departed, I heard that some adventurers had taken on a quest. How are they faring?" Griffith briefly recounted the situation of the adventuring party. Following last night's events, Balon had been detained in the village under the care of the novice nun. The remains of her companions had also been collected, awaiting the arrival of local station mages and official authorities for investigation. Upon hearing this, the militia captain merely sighed softly, finding little to say. The war on the Eastern Front had persisted for 5 long years, in the eastern provinces closest to the battlefield. Citizens who refused military service or forced labor would lose their inheritance rights and eligibility for public office. Healthy young individuals of suitable age, wishing to avoid conscription into the meat grinder of the Eastern Front, had no choice but to flee their homes and become adventurers. Relatively speaking, adventurers would undertake tasks of varying difficulty based on their abilities, ranging from exterminating giant rats in the sewers to driving off monsters attacking villages. The difficulty of tasks was quite challenging to assess. The official bodies that issued the quests could only describe the monster's strength based on reports from villagers and merchants. It was not uncommon for adventuring parties to suffer casualties during battles. Only when adventurers returned to town with their wounded companions and intelligence would the authorities understand what they were truly facing and accordingly dispatch militia or request the support of regular troops. Your world is truly perilous. During a rest break, Galadia sat beneath a large tree, observing the weary militiamen. Newcomers among humans receive only a few years of combat training and, lacking sufficient knowledge and equipment, they begin to fight, yet cannot flee quickly when faced with formidable opponents. Indeed, Griffith nodded. If it weren't for your numbers, you would have long since faced extinction by marching to your deaths in such a manner. The elven girl gently rubbed her ankle. They have no regard for their own lives. If they do not become adventurers, they mostly end up as farmers or auxiliaries in the military, Griffith replied while checking his gear. Our war in the East has been ongoing for several years now. This area, close to the front lines, serves as a primary source of supplies and auxiliary forces. The locals struggle to make a living by paying taxes and surviving on the yields of their land, while adventuring is fraught with danger. The rewards can purchase many fine goods locally. You seem quite knowledgeable. Have you considered becoming an adventurer? Galadia, hugging her long legs, rested her head on her knees as she looked at the squire beside her. I am the second son of a feudal knight with a territory. Though I have no claim to inheritance, I attended a national school and received systematic combat training. Griffith shook his head. At the age of 12, I was conscripted into a free officer school for youth. And by 15, I was dispatched to the battlefield as a châteauroux, or young guard. Galadia nodded. I know this. If no one in a family serves the kingdom and the military across generations, the entire family would lose their land and titles. The it is a form of taxation that does not involve currency. What do they call it in the human tongue? Griffith tilted his head back against the trunk of the tree and softly replied, blood tax. Chapter 11. Goblin Behemoth at the entrance of a cave strewn with rubble. Galadia came to a halt. This is the place. Griffith peered inside. It was an ordinary cave, with a winding tunnel high enough for several people to walk side by side, extending into the unseen depths. Spread out and check for any other exits nearby, Griffith instructed. Those with shields. Come down with me. The rest stay here. The elf bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, I want to go too. According to prior arrangements, half of the militia followed their captain to secure the rear, while Griffith and Galadia provided mutual cover as they advanced through the dark cave. In this narrow passage, larger forces could not be effectively deployed. The unbearable stench grew increasingly intense, and Griffith began to worry that the torches might ignite an explosion or cause asphyxiation. Suddenly, several militiamen cried out. In front of them, gleaming eyes of various sizes flickered in the darkness, casting malicious glares at the approaching humans. Goblin, Griffith beckoned, and 4 militia armed with wooden shields immediately stepped forward, forming a formidable defensive line. Prepare for battle, the squire shouted, having no intention of concealing their presence from the outset. Galadia, let's take action. The elf ignited her feathered arrows and shot one towards the eyes lurking in the darkness. A piercing scream followed, accompanied by the sound of a body collapsing. The bright flames ignited the goblin's corpse, illuminating the path ahead. Kekekek. The goblin guards surged forward, charging ferociously at the shield line. Galadia unleashed a dazzling flurry of arrows amidst the chaos. Her shooting speed was astonishing, the incessant volley of arrows creating a sound akin to tearing cloth. The flames coalesced into a line, sweeping over the advancing foes. Griffith was taken aback. Galadia's archery skills had indeed been exceptional in last night's battle. But not to such an exaggerated extent. The elf's wrist and arms appeared delicate and refined, yet the explosive strength and endurance of this barrage surpassed that of the strongest warriors in the army. Even the most robust and skilled veteran archers could not rival her. Could she be an extraordinary ranger? The relentless barrage felled a dozen enemies, clearing the shadows that had surged forth. The flames and the oil on the arrows ignited the slain goblins. Illuminating the dark cave with stark clarity, Griffith placed a hand on the shoulder of the frontline militia. Advance. The troops stepped over the fallen goblins and delved deeper into the cavern as they rounded a corner. A dozen more creatures suddenly leapt from the darkness. Steady. Kekekek. The shrieking goblins crashed into the wooden shield line. The militia, unable to discern the situation ahead, knew only that a swarm of diminutive monsters was frantically wielding a variety of weapons. Attack. Take them down. Griffith led the charge, thrusting his spear downwards from above the shield, instantly pinning a small creature to the ground. The rear militia followed suit, relentlessly stabbing through the gaps or over the top of the shields. The goblins, trapped before the shields, were swiftly dispatched. A third wave of attacks soon followed, with another dozen goblins rushing in. This number likely represented the maximum that could be deployed from the cave at once. In the narrow space where maneuvering was impossible, no matter how hard the goblins tried, they could not breach the defensive line formed by the wooden shields of the militia. Replace. With Griffith's command. The second row of militia took advantage of the brief lull in battle to switch places with the front line, while the relieved soldiers retreated to the back to drink water and rest. The fourth and fifth waves of goblins launched their assaults, but in the coordination of spears and shields, they left behind a few corpses before retreating back into the depths of the cave with frenzied cries. Such a cunning tactic. Galadia, having had no opportunity to shoot since her initial volley, remarked, "Last night and now, your strategy prevents the goblins from unleashing their full potential. Is this the kind of war experience learned from the front lines? If these goblins had rushed together, they might have been overwhelmed by a single rain of arrows." Griffith, calmly dispatching another shot into a fallen goblin, replied, "War knows no mercy. We must wear down the enemy's stamina and courage through defense. Striking disorganized foes relying on formation. This is how we survive the battlefield. This hardly qualifies as war, but rather as a struggle for order." He directed attention towards the path ahead, which had widened. Once they broke through this passage, the human militia arrived at a larger, circular cavern that was spacious enough that four militia could no longer block the way. "Bring some light." Galadia and the rear militia hurled torches and bundles of straw forward, illuminating the vast cave, revealing its entirety. Ugh! In that instant of realization, several militia members retched. Scattered across the floor of the expansive cavern were 4 or 5 incomplete human skeletons, adorned with tattered rags. 3 young women lay exposed on the ground, their bodies marred with wounds from beatings and bites, the sight utterly nauseating. These grotesque, vile goblins dared to. Galadia clenched her silver teeth, trembling with rage. The nearby militia, after retching, were equally incensed, gasping as they prepared to charge forward. Griffith anxiously scanned the scene, astonished to discover only 50 ordinary goblins present. Where were the higher-ranking goblins? No goblin warriors in sight. "Steady, do not move recklessly." Griffith sensed the precariousness of the situation. "Everyone, hold your positions, do not scatter." Yet the fury and humiliation had clouded the minds of those present, and they were itching for revenge. At that moment, a naked goblin suddenly lifted the lower half of the woman before it, clawing at her flesh with its sharp talons. "Ah!" The already feeble girl screamed. "Curse it!" Griffith seized Galadia's hand as she prepared to charge forward. Beside him, the enraged militia roared and surged toward the diminutive creature in a disorganized frenzy. "Stop! It's a trap!" Griffith shouted in vain. His outcry merely served as a warning to Galadia. Before the militia could traverse half the cavern, the soft ground abruptly collapsed beneath them. Wow! 3 or 4 militia fell into a pit filled with sharp stakes, meeting an instant demise. The remaining individuals panicked. At that moment, the 50-odd goblins surged forward, Launching a chaotic assault on the disarrayed militia, Galadia quickly drew her bow, taking down several of the strongest and swiftest goblins. Drawing the attention of a multitude of enemies from all directions. Fall back, retreat into the passage. Griffith discarded his spear, raising his round shield in defense while drawing his sword to counterattack, in the dim light of the cavern. The longsword was not well suited for sweeping motions, yet he patiently searched for opportunities to strike, each blow claiming a goblin's life. The besieged militia gradually fell, and the remaining were forced into a corner. Fighting desperately. Hold on a little longer. Galadia ran while blowing a whistle, calling for help from the militia outside the cave. However, instead of reinforcements arriving, the sounds of screams and shouts, along with the clashing of weapons, echoed from the outside. Griffith and Galadia fought and retreated, taking considerable time to reach the cave's entrance. Beneath the dense canopy, where sunlight could not penetrate, the main force of the rear militia had already collapsed. Bodies lay strewn across the ground in disarray, with only a dozen or so individuals desperately resisting in small groups. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful, massive creature swung a thick tree trunk towards them. The two instinctively dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding being struck. Before them stood a 3-meter-tall green-skinned creature. Unlike the ordinary goblins, it was grotesque, its face a mass of muscle, and its body as stout as a barrel. The hefty club in its hand was a broken tree trunk, smeared with flesh, blood, and bone. Goblin ogre. Galadia's voice trembled with surprise and panic. This was a goblin variant of greater stature and strength than the goblin warriors and shamans. No wonder the shaman led last night's ambush. This ogre was the ruler of this goblin horde. Crack. The goblin ogre crushed the skull of a human soldier it had seized in its left hand. The head bursting like a smashed watermelon, the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, twitching slightly. At that moment, Griffith recognized from the leather armor that this was indeed a warrior from the Aiden family. A group of 30 goblins followed closely behind the ogre, some attacking the remaining militia while others leered hungrily at the lithe form of the elf. Roar. The goblin ogre swung its massive club in a sweeping arc. Its attack was as unstoppable as a raging wind, and the squire knight and the elven archer were pushed back by the violent gusts even before being struck. Seizing the moment, Galadia loosed 2 arrows, the sharp shafts embedding themselves deep into the ogre's chest. The ogre barely flinched. Its robust physique and layers of fat served as the best armor. If I were captured by such a creature, could I escape now? Galadia gazed at the fearsome being, her heart racing, her hands slick with sweat gripping the bough. She first glanced at the treetops above, realizing they were too far to reach, and then turned her pale face to the squire knight beside her. Griffith knelt, fixated on the goblin ogre, slowly lowering his shield, breathing calmly. The elf stared in astonishment. Before her, this human soldier clad in crude chainmail appeared immune to fear, as calm as a cold stone. Galadia. Griffith rose steadily, sprinting towards the goblin ogre. Aim for its head. In a flash, Galadia fired 3 arrows at the ogre. The creature raised its hand to block, 2 arrows aimed at its eyes embedding into its arm, while the third pierced its throat. Yet the ogre's massive body showed no sign of reaction to the arrow lodged in its throat as it swung its club at the advancing humans. Time seemed to slow. Griffith accelerated as the arrow struck, and at the moment the ogre lifted its club, he leaped beneath the creature's legs. The squire knight knelt, arching his body backward to the limit, raising his sword to slide between the ogre's legs. The blade sliced through flesh and blood, the crimson and golden liquids barely having the chance to spurt forth before Griffiths appeared behind the towering goblin beast. With a forceful push of his left hand, he leapt sideways from his sliding stance. Art, the goblin giant, its face contorted in agony, collapsed to its knees. Before its knees could touch the ground, Griffiths had already adjusted his posture midair, plunging his longsword down into the beast's broad shoulder. Cough. The goblin giant didn't even have time to scream before the sword pierced its unprotected flesh. It spat out a mouthful of blood and, with a slight tremor, fell lifeless to the ground. Galadia, who had just contemplated whether she could escape by climbing to the treetops, was momentarily unable to comprehend the swift and brutal turn of events. The militia and goblins present were equally astonished. They had yet to grasp what had transpired when the formidable form of the giant began to crash slowly to the earth. Griffiths withdrew his sword, and, with a flash of steel, struck down the 2 goblins who remained dazed. Wah! The remaining goblins erupted into chaos. Those still attacking the militia and those eyeing Galadia shrieked in unison. fleeing in terror. Without missing a beat, Griffiths seized a long sword from the corpse of the militia captain and plunged into the fray, dancing through the chaos of goblins. The small creatures, howling in panic, abandoned their fallen comrades and fled into the depths of the forest. Did we win? Galadia could scarcely believe her eyes. The goblin giant was an exceedingly rare and formidable creature, possessing astonishing strength and vitality, capable of standing its ground even against great knights and elite rangers. How could it have been slain so effortlessly? After pursuing the fleeing goblins for a moment, Griffiths swiftly returned, shouting to the still bewildered Galadia and the militia, "Arm yourselves and follow me. We must return to the cave for reinforcements." With that, the young knight sheathed his sword, grasped the captain's longsword, and picked up a shield, leading the charge into the cave. Galadia and the militia, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. Inside the cave, scattered goblins began to pour forth. Clearly aware of the giant's ambush plan and believing themselves to be victorious, they strolled forth unhurriedly. Then they beheld the fallen giant and the oncoming Griffiths, who swung his shield, crushing the skull of one goblin, stepping on another, and cleaving down two more as they attempted to flee. The slower goblins were swiftly dispatched by the advancing knight, while the remaining ones pushed and shoved, desperately retreating deeper into the cave. Galadia and the militia struggled to keep pace with Griffith's relentless assault. By the time they reached the interior, it had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. In a frenzy, Griffiths chased after the goblins, mercilessly slaying those who dared to halt and retaliate. Gulp. Some goblins seemed to grasp the gravity of their predicament. The return of the human warrior to the cave signified the defeat of their powerful leader. The grotesque creatures displayed expressions of sheer terror, with some curling into balls on the ground, emitting pitiful whimpers of surrender towards Griffiths. Ignoring their pleas, he continued his ruthless onslaught among the disordered foes. Ultimately, he not only rescued the remnants of the desperate militia, but also sent the remaining goblins scattering in all directions. "Raise your shields." Griffiths halted, addressing the gathered militia. "Drive them into a corner." The already beleaguered goblins found themselves immediately surrounded from all sides. Though they outnumbered the humans, their inability to maneuver left them cornered. A few goblins attempted to take the captured girls as hostages, but they were swiftly shot down by Galadia's longbow. Goo goo goo. The final dozen goblins, stripped of their weapons, huddled together, their wide, terrified eyes fixed on the encircling humans, emitting cooing sounds akin to pigeons. "They are begging for mercy." Galadia pointed at the quivering goblins. "What can we extract from their lips?" Griffiths lowered his shield and drew another longsword from his waist. "Nothing. They lack higher intelligence. Ordinary goblins can obey commands but possess no capacity for language, driven only by instincts of obedience, feeding, killing, and mating. Even with mind-controlling magic, one can only glean fragmented, chaotic memories," Galadia explained, producing medicine to tend to the grievously injured girls. "It would be quite difficult to persuade them to surrender. That renders them useless," Griffiths said. Pushing past the militia, standing before the terrified goblins. "You lack any concept of remorse, do you? That simplifies matters." Chapter 12. Journey's companions. 2 days had elapsed since the bloody battle in the deep mountains. Griffiths, along with the militia from the town, returned to Izmir, where they briefly faced inquiries before renting a farmhouse for temporary lodging. The casualties among the villagers and militia had been substantial. This was no mere goblin raid. Moreover, the fact that the deceased had risen again classified this incident as a case requiring significant attention under the jurisdiction of dark magic, ultimately to be reported to the Magic Association. Official extraordinary agents had already arrived to assume the investigation. This morning, Griffiths was to report in person at the town hall. By the pond lay his cleaned armor. The damaged chainmail had undergone rudimentary repairs in town and was no longer problematic. But the outer leather armor was severely damaged, looking even worse after a hasty fix. Griffiths had no choice but to pay an additional 7 silver coins for the cobbler to apply a coat of black paint. After settling the repair costs, painting fees, rent, and food expenses, his already meager purse contained only 3 silver coins, barely enough for travel. Life post-battle was proving to be far from easy. Griffiths felt a twinge of anxiety, eagerly anticipating when the town would distribute the reward for the tasks completed. "Good morning." Galadia poked her head out from the room, cheerfully greeting the young knight in the yard, basking in the warm morning sun. "Did you sleep well last night?" "The mayor should have tallied the rewards by now." "Yes, I will set off shortly," the young knight replied, clad only in a simple shirt, as he carried a bucket to the water trough. By the way, how did your task fare? What extraordinary item required an elf to investigate personally? What could the attackers possibly hope to gain by employing such rare creatures as goblins and undead to hunt her? Galadia seemed to have taken nothing from the goblin lair. It was okay, the elf replied vaguely, watching as Griffith set down the bucket and picked up an axe to chop wood. What are you doing? As you can see, chopping wood. Griffiths tilted his head. Why on earth was she chopping wood so early? Galadia surveyed the now tidy courtyard, the filled water trough, and the pile of chopped wood. Why are you helping the landlady with sweeping, chopping wood, and fetching water? Haven't we already paid? Shouldn't we? The young knight blinked back at her. After all, we are staying in someone else's home. Shouldn't we? Galadia, rubbing her long black hair, approached Griffiths, gazing at him. I get it now. You must be a brownie in disguise. What is that? It's a character from the tale of the Snail Maiden. What is that? In the rescue of the village and the extermination of the goblins. Including the militia captains from Izmir and Manisa, 3 to 4 dozen militia had perished, 10 of whom fell to the goblin giant. Most of the goblin heads counted towards Griffith's tally, resulting in a total reward of 14 gold florins and 10 silver coins. This was for the 146 goblins, 1 goblin shaman, and 1 goblin giant he had slain. The bounty for the goblins amounted to 7 gold florins and 6 silver coins. 2 gold coins for the goblin shaman, and 5 for the giant. Some goblins should have been credited to the villagers of Manisa, but they made no claims, and thus were all accounted for by Griffiths. The town's accountant, after silently tallying the rewards for the young knight, exited the room, leaving Griffiths face to face with an investigator. This individual appeared relatively low in rank and was of considerable age. Generally, cases of dark magic required the collaboration of at least 2 investigators, yet for reasons unknown, only one had arrived. So, do you have anything further to add? The investigator leisurely perused the detailed report while inquiring. Griffiths replied, I suspect this incident was not merely a case of monsters attacking the village, but rather a plot specifically targeting Miss Galadia. The mastermind chose goblins and undead, creatures that are both wicked and easily controlled, in hopes of obscuring the investigative trail and avoiding any signs of ambush from being detected by elves and her kin. After the battle, Griffiths meticulously contemplated the events that had transpired to eliminate the solitary Galadia. Hiring a cadre of extraordinary beings for an ambush would be the most effective strategy. However, divination and prophecy often uncover such blatant signs. Not to mention, elves are favored by the moon goddess, making them particularly adept at sensing ordinary ambushes. If it were I who were to execute the hunt, I would endeavor to embroil Galadia in a grand-scale incident. Concealing the true target of the attack, Griffith's thoughts swirled, unconsciously devising a wicked scheme. Wait, what am I doing? Moments later, Griffith suddenly became aware of his malevolent intentions, hastily curbing his sinful thoughts. The mere thought of the elf's graceful and beautiful figure made the apprentice knight feel that his earlier musings were utterly absurd. He instinctively adjusted his collar and sat up straight. The investigator remained oblivious, continuing to peruse the report. I believe it is necessary to thoroughly investigate the social connections of the mage apprentice. Aces, for he lacks the ability to create goblins and corpses. Griffith composed himself and continued. Furthermore, I request an investigation into Miss Galadia's information. Even if she is the true target, the casualties in this incident are all human. Very well, the investigator replied non-committally. We will investigate. However, our manpower is insufficient. Numerous malevolent entities are flowing into the mainland from the east. Griffith promptly stated, I will head north along the eastern highway. Please issue a request for assistance to the extraordinary individuals along the way. I understand. The investigator said expressionlessly as he closed the report. Dismissed. Second Lieutenant. With the reward money provided by the town, Griffith made his way to the local tavern. He had arranged to meet the elf there to discuss the distribution of their bounty. The heavy purse felt familiar in his hands. During the Eastern campaign, Griffith had experienced several bountiful harvests, yet none remained in his savings. The various costly potions and herbs for enhancing physical abilities, personal weapons and armor, contraband, and a multitude of other expenses quickly drained the soldiers' wallets. Take your share. Griffith pushed the gleaming gold and silver coins towards the elf. Thanks to your archery skills, it would have been impossible to win the battle against the goblin behemoth. We shall split it evenly. Actually, I detest the taste of human currency. Galadia pushed most of the money back, keeping only a single gold coin. Aren't you heading to Balon? There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money there. Consider this as remuneration for your assistance. Are you truly just a second lieutenant apprentice knight? Without a doubt, Griffith answered. Rank 9. A low-ranking human officer, unable to wield magic, yet you managed to slay so many goblins and even a goblin behemoth. It seems illogical. Something feels off. My weapons and armor are nearly worn out. The losses are substantial. Griffith felt a pang of regret upon recalling the money he had spent. Let's not even mention your shabby equipment. Galadia shook her head. What will you do after you reach Balon? I will report to Count Lamore. I am Chatorel. And I am to enroll at Homenwatts in the fall. Griffith cheerfully recounted as he counted the coins once more. If you're heading elsewhere, I can escort you part of the way. Ah, Homenwatts, hello, classmate. Galadia exclaimed joyfully, raising her eyebrows. I am also starting in the fall. We can travel together. Now, I have some matters to attend to. See you outside the town shortly. Remember to rent a carriage. What a coincidence. Watching the elf don her cloak and exit the tavern, Griffith's spirits soared even higher. Such a delightful occurrence seemed almost surreal. Ismail was a conveniently located port town, bustling with merchant ships and traders from all directions. They came here to trade goods and replenish supplies before embarking on their journeys. However, today, Ismail was particularly lively. Colorful ribbons adorned the storefronts, and shopkeepers and clerks appeared to be wearing their finest attire. The town had not succumbed to a somber atmosphere due to the casualties in the goblin extermination. Instead, it had blossomed overnight. Was it a festival? Apprentice Knight, it's wonderful to see you're safe. A familiar, melodious voice rang out as the tall figure of the hostess who had previously introduced Griffith to the task navigated among the bustling patrons, serving them large mugs of ale. She suddenly spotted Griffith sitting by the window and gleefully rushed over. I heard that your team suffered significant losses while exterminating the goblins. I was worried you might have met with misfortune like the captain. I'm so glad you're back safe. Before Griffith could express his gratitude for the hostess's concern, the tavern owner shouted from the other end of the bar. Tina, hurry and serve drinks to those gentlemen at that table. Coming. The hostess beamed like a blossoming flower, tugging on Griffith's arm and pointing to the large barrel at the bar. Why not sit for a while? Today's ale is half price. All right, Griffith nodded. What festival is being celebrated in town today? Just as Griffith's question escaped his lips, a resounding horn echoed from outside the tavern, followed by a second blast. With the third call of the horn, a tidal wave of cheers swept through the city. The Eastern Legion of Atana has achieved a resounding victory. The war is over. The royal army will triumphantly return in the coming days. Waves of jubilant cheers filled the air. The patrons in the tavern erupted in celebration, raising their glasses to toast one another. The war had ended. Griffith, who had returned early from the front lines, felt a strange sense of unreality wash over him. The sacrifices of Krista, Galona, and countless familiar friends had occurred not long ago, and in the days since leaving the front lines, he had continued to grapple with goblins and corpses amidst the bloodshed. Will you be attending the victory celebration in Balon? Tina hurried back, thrusting a large mug of ale into Griffith's hand. I have been ordered to return to Balon, but whether I will attend the victory celebration remains uncertain, the apprentice knight replied, still lost in thought. How wonderful! Tina had already been swept up in the joyous atmosphere, standing on her toes to gaze at the jubilant crowd outside. I plan to find my cousin in Balon. He has a small tavern there, and business will surely thrive after the end of food rationing. Really, Griffith had not anticipated that this girl would also be heading to the distant capital. The journey there is quite far. It's not safe for you to go alone. Long live the king. Long live the great Marcus Aurelius Antoninus and the invincible Eastern Legion. The patrons in the tavern cheered, leaping onto tables to raise their glasses in raucous celebration. The joyous uproar drowned out Tina's voice for several moments. Hey, what's unsafe about it? As the patrons in the bar embraced and sang, creating a chaotic scene, Tina found herself temporarily relieved of work. She draped her arm around the apprentice knight's shoulder, her face brimming with confidence. You traveled from Balon to the ends of the world and fought a battle, then returned along the same path. Now that the war is over, I'm starting from here, and it's less than a quarter of the way. Just wait a bit, and there will be regular sailboats available. It's perfectly fine. Chapter 13. Doubts you can drive a carriage, right? Galadia tossed her belongings onto the rented carriage's cargo rack, then jumped up herself, spreading out a blanket and comfortably reclining before turning to look at the busy apprentice knight at the front of the horses. I once disguised myself as a wagon driver transporting supplies to lure out half-orc ambushers. Griffith patted the cargo rack. I wore chainmail underneath a burlap cloak. While others hid in your current position with bows and crossbows, covered with straw and burlap sacks. How cunning. The elven girl smirked slightly. Time was of the essence for Griffith, leaving him no opportunity to wait for a scheduled sailboat like other passengers. He rented a carriage from a merchant in Ismail, paying a fee to use it for transport, with the understanding that he would return it at another merchant's location near the strait to the north. Galadia seemed indifferent to everything. As long as it meant she wouldn't have to remain in the farmhouse, the two traveled northward along the land route, heading towards the capital. Balon. 2 days later, they arrived in the town of Balisi. After passing through here, they would soon reach the eastern coast of the sea. This body of water connected the Shattered Sea and the Tranquil Sea, encircled by the kingdom's core territories, allowing a boat to reach Balon within a day. News of the victory had already reached this place, with reports of messengers rushing through towns shouting the news of their triumph, followed closely by another messenger heading to nearby towns. Joyful crowds danced in the streets, and numerous vendors displayed an array of goods for sale at the bustling city gate. Griffith and Galadia noticed a notice posted by the roadside, announcing that the Magical Association and Church, no longer in need of sending young men to the military, were recruiting new members, with youths aged 12 to 17 eligible to apply. Don't you want to give it a try? The elven ranger tilted her head, addressing the apprentice knight. Take off that stiff armor, don a robe, and live a respectable life. You won't have to eat burnt bread in the wilderness anymore. My affinity for magic is quite ordinary, under the influence of my bloodline. I struggle to form spells. Griffith shook his head. Even if I were accepted, I would likely only end up doing menial tasks. Isn't being a laborer good? Galadriel smiled and raised an eyebrow. Many great mages begin their journeys from inconspicuous corners, starting as mere laborers or nominal apprentices. Through their diligence and fortunate circumstances, they discover secret tomes or treasures concealed beneath layers of dust in rubbish heaps, ancient libraries, or caves beneath waterfalls, ultimately defying fate and triumphing against all odds. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Is this the tale of some hero? Griffith gazed at his companion in astonishment. What? You don't know? Lucian, Linlay, and a whole host of others. Who are they? You really lack excitement. Galadriel shook her head. Is there no fiction in the human libraries? The books at the officer cadet school are predominantly focused on military science and engineering, with only the occasional history tome. Griffith sighed. On the battlefield, one primarily reads regulations, military reports, or perhaps picks up a few letters from fallen comrades. My apologies. It is my oversight. Galadriel quickly waved her hand. Please, let us not dwell on that. The atmosphere has grown so heavy that I might weep. It has nothing to be concerned about. The reason I returned from the front lines early is that I received a recommendation from the Lamore family, allowing me to study at the prestigious Homenwarts for free starting in September. Griffith remarked nonchalantly. It is somewhat regrettable to miss the final assault, yet how could I complain about gaining admission to such a renowned institution? Though it is a magical academy, they do offer courses relevant to my field of study, and their library must be overflowing with texts. The elf smiled slightly. Only you humans would do such a thing. A breaker of spells at a high-level magic academy. Speaking of which, how fortuitous that we encountered, a squire knight, with practical experience from the east, of suitable age, being selected as a shothaller is not so strange. Izmir is also situated along the eastern trade route. Galadriel seemed to ponder something but soon dismissed the thought. She glanced at the bustling shops lining the street and tugged at her companion's sleeve. Come. Let us dine at that establishment. You have the funds, so be sure to treat me to something nice. The tavern here, much like the humble inns in Izmir, was simply furnished yet filled to capacity with citizens celebrating their victory. Is the squire knight returning from the east? Would you care to sample our specialty lamb chops? The serving girl approached Griffith as he entered the tavern, immediately offering her warm hospitality. I can also recommend some lucrative jobs in our town. Are your marketing strategies uniformly trained? Everyone says the same thing. Griffith thought of Miss Tina from Izmir and shook his head with a smile. Really, no need for a job introduction? It's quite easy to make money. So, would you like to stay at our inn? The serving girl continued. a hint of disappointment in her voice. Several travelers from the wilderness have gone missing recently, and the mayor is eager to bolster patrols. Griffith declined the serving girl's kind offer, settling onto a wooden chair. He ordered 2 large pieces of bread, some meat, and a plate of vegetables, hesitating briefly before adding a stack of honey. Another 20 coins. One goblin's head could scarcely cover such a meal, so this is what a peaceful life is like. I've heard that the great nobles in the capital can spend hundreds of silver on a single meal, by the gods. Wouldn't tea that head barely fill one table. The Squire Knight rolled various strange thoughts in his mind as he took a bite of the dry meat. Galadriel sat across from Griffith, glancing at the food before looking at him. Aren't you going to eat? The Squire Knight pushed a large piece of bread towards her. The beautiful and delicate elf furrowed her finely shaped brows and sighed softly. You received so much bounty. Yet you offer me this. This bread is so hard. It must have been sawn from wood. I shall deduct 5 points from you. This is an inland town in the east. The war has just ended, and there are no fresh catches, and transportation is rather inconvenient that we cannot expect too much. The closer we get to the capital, the better our meals will be. Griffith quickly scooped a large spoonful of honey and offered it to her. I promise. When we reach Balon, I shall treat you to something splendid. The honey is quite good, the elf said as she sampled the golden nectar, her eyes instantly sparkling. Before her, the Squire Knight unfurled a sheet of writing paper. Dipping his quill into ink and writing swiftly. What are you writing? Galadriel inquired as she enjoyed the honey and moved the vegetable plate closer to herself. I am arranging a visit with my teacher at the officer cadet school. He has been reassigned to the preparatory military command, Griffith replied. There are ravens that travel between here and Balon. I wish to remind him of the goblins that have emerged in this recent attack and to urge the local garrison to take action. Additionally, we need to wait here for a while, as the town constable has received orders to investigate the apprentice of the wizard Isis, and he may bring me some news shortly. Are you concerned that Isis's accomplices might attack us? That is indeed a possibility, the elf ranger asked seriously, her smile fading. Why the particular focus on goblins? They are quite repulsive. Yet, exterminating them doesn't require even the most basic nightly intervention that in comparison. The reanimated corpses are far more eerie and dangerous. The undead lack their own tribes and organization. They struggle to maintain their existence over time and are not a pressing concern for now, Griffith explained. However, these goblins possess intelligence and a social structure. This small sheet of paper would be dispatched to Balon via the town's ravens. The Squire Knight filled it with dense handwriting. Dear Teacher Hines, please forgive my prolonged silence due to the tensions of war. I did not participate in the final siege of the Atana battle, and I am now on my way back to the capital. Compared to my comrades who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, I am undoubtedly fortunate that I hope to share the myriad experiences and insights I have gained over the past 2 years with you in person. Just days before writing this letter, I participated in a battle against goblin bandits in Manisa village, located north of the port city Izmir, where I also encountered reanimated corpses that I believe you have heard of these vile creatures, and I shall not elaborate further. After our victory in battle, my allies and I ventured deep into the goblins' lair in the mountains, attempting to rescue the captured villagers. There, I witnessed horrifying scenes unlike anything I had encountered on the battlefield. Goblins, scarcely larger than children, captured the women of the village and livestock, pigs and sheep, and indiscriminately engaged in mating, producing goblin offspring of various forms. The atrocities witnessed were repugnant. According to the findings, if the female is in the proper state for conception, these monsters can go from mating to giving birth in just 3 days. Equally shocking was that despite their ugliness and frailty, goblins exhibit remarkable resilience to their environment and are entirely indiscriminate in their diet that I believe that even during the most arduous times on the Eastern Front, the rations and encampments I received were 1,000 times better than the goblin lairs. Goblins can consume rotting flesh, tree bark, and even certain excrement. Survivors have reported that after some females give birth to goblin young, the adult goblins will kill the mothers for sustenance. The horrifying scene left all present in utter shock. From the peaceful straits of the West to the bloody Eastern Front, I have never encountered a more repulsive creature. This tribe possesses a formidable reproductive capacity. If left unchecked, the East, and indeed the entire kingdom, will descend into calamity. I have also noted many perplexing aspects regarding the goblins' methods of assaulting villages. These creatures continue to launch meaningless attacks even when their battles have already been lost, a behavior that contradicts their survival circumstances and racial characteristics. Their assaults on villages seem more like tactical tests rather than survival-driven attacks. Regrettably, since the higher-ranking members of their species have been slain, I am unable to gather further intelligence. I will submit a detailed report concerning their attacks alongside the emergence of the undead. Dear teacher, this terrifying event has left me deeply perplexed and concerned. I sense a deeper conspiracy at play, one that has not garnered the attention of the local authorities. I implore you, as a soldier, to exert influence from the capital to conduct a thorough extermination and investigation of the local goblins. This tribe is still manageable, and the station forces in the east still possess the capacity to act. If we miss this opportunity, we may pay 100-fold in sacrifice. With my respects, your student, Griffith Branton. After finishing the main body of the letter, Griffith estimated the date and attached a note regarding the appointment for the visit. Then carefully tucked it away. I must head to the town hall to send this letter, the Squire Knight stated. There, I might glean information regarding Isis, should the authorities have discovered anything about him. In the office of the town hall, Griffith watched as the clerk retrieved a document. The investigation regarding Isis has been completed, second-class team leader. The efficiency of the staff was surprisingly high. So soon. Both Griffith and the elf found it hard to believe. Have his social connections been clarified? Naturally. Isis is the apprentice of the local station mage, Lord Rudius, and he fled 2 years ago after stealing rare and extraordinary materials. The clerk flipped through the appendices of the document. Even during his flight, he continued to slander the esteemed station mage. According to recent records, he was once active in Balon, yet the authorities have not apprehended him. Galadia, while perusing the case files, gently tapped a blue crystal at her collar. Her lively eyes, shimmering with a rare glint of coldness and vigilance, seemed almost to speak. The clerk adjusted his collar and shifted closer to the edge of his chair. Has the Investigation Bureau inquired about Lord Rudius? Griffith inquired. They have investigated. And not just once, the clerk replied, handing over a document heavily redacted. An investigator came to examine this file just yesterday. You may take a look, though I doubt you will uncover anything. Griffith unfolded the document, while Galadia leaned in with curiosity. Investigation record regarding the accusations of magician apprentice Aces against magician Rudius. Summary. Investigator. Inspector Balon of the Eastern District 71st Bureau. Trainee Inspector Anglo. Classification. Ordinary. For local bureaus archival reference. The following are the accusations and investigative findings. Aces. A human male, an apprentice magician of mediocre talent, has not undergone advanced studies at a higher institution. In December 1441, he reported to the local bureau, accusing magician Rudius of engaging in forbidden dark magic research. Specifically information erasure. Following the investigation by the 71st Bureau into magician Rudius, no evidence supporting the accusations was found. No traces of dark magic residue were detected within the magician's tower. Magician Rudius counter-accused Aces of stealing extraordinary materials and research findings. The 71st Bureau also investigated this, during which Aces went missing, and the station magician did not provide details regarding the stolen materials and research. The esteemed information erasure personally attended to the accusations, and no traces of dark magic residue were detected. The investigation was subsequently terminated, with the investigator documenting and reporting to the Central Investigation Bureau. Note: the case files pertaining to this investigation have been classified, and access requires application to the Central Investigation Bureau. Chapter 14. Dinner and Cocoa Crisps. Our inspectors Balon and trainee Inspector Anglo present here. Griffith asked despondently after reading the records. Both investigators have been reassigned elsewhere. There are no personnel records of them in town. The clerk replied. We are independent of the Investigation Bureau, merely safeguarding their files. Let us depart. Galadia's elegant and tranquil smile returned to her face as she lightly patted Griffith's shoulder and walked outside. The two left the town, traversing fields and hills. Resting by a stream in the evening, the area was becoming increasingly populated, yet finding a place to dine and lodge while on the journey was no simple task. What is that? Don't you already have a shield? Galadia asked curiously as Griffith retrieved a shield-sized round object from his pack and tossed it onto the cart with a thud. Our dinner, another piece of black bread, made from flour mixed with oats, barley, and various legumes, baked, oh yes, and bran. It's durable, but quite hard. Griffith set up a small stove over the campfire, struggling to slice the shield-like loaf of bread. Baking ovens are generally communal. Citizens bake one of these every few days. And then, it ends up like this. Are you certain this is edible? The elf shook her head. Even a goblin's knife would struggle to cut it. Indeed. It is quite hard. There are tales of thieves breaking into farmers' homes only to perish beneath the weight of the housewife's black bread, or couples resorting to bread as a weapon during quarrels. Such occurrences are not rare. Griffith crumbled a piece of the black bread into the small stove to cook. Boiling it softens it and makes it more palatable. How do you endure such misery? The elf exclaimed, banging her bowl. Why must I eat this every day? Because the war has only just concluded, and in such places, black bread is the only option that be why the heavens. It is already commendable that this bread contains no sand or sawdust. Griffith shouted as he retrieved the jerky and tomatoes he had bought in town, adding some wild greens gathered by the roadside. Although the supply situation has greatly improved, it will still be some time before we can obtain white bread. The two were on the verge of quarreling. After a brief silence, Galadia gazed at the bread, meat, and vegetables bubbling in the water, turned, and produced a small package, placing it on her long, slender legs, smiling at the trainee knight who was cooking, sensing her gaze. Griffith looked up and asked, So, how do you manage adventuring in the wilderness? Food and rest must be quite troublesome, no? Not at all. Just a few days ago, I had companions, Galadia replied. In the end, I could no longer tolerate their personalities. And for various reasons, I decided to go solo. It would be wise not to do so in the future. Even the mightiest heroes have their blind spots behind them, Griffith earnestly advised. Even the most disagreeable companions are still companions. I know. Galadia pulled out a small morsel from her pack and handed it over. Here, have a taste of something delicious. This is our secret delicacy. What? Elven food. Such things I have only seen in books. The trainee knight eagerly took it and discovered it was 2 small crispy cakes filled with something. Try it. A few pieces will fill you up. According to the rules, I shouldn't even let you humans have any. Griffith took a gentle bite. The golden-hued cake emitted a faint fragrance. And the filling was soft and smooth, sweet with a rich flavor. How delightful. What is this? Griffith's eyes widened as he broke open the crispy cake. Finding a layer of black solid inside, he curiously licked it. And the rich flavor surpassed even honey, accompanied by a delightful sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha, you are so adorable. Galadia beamed at Griffith as he finished the cake in 2 bites, licking his fingers like a tabby cat enjoying dried fish. This is made from the fruit of the cocoa tree, pressed and mixed with other ingredients, fermented and roasted into a form of sustenance. The rich and sweet flavor is quite remarkable, isn't it? This is truly delicious. Griffith licked the cocoa liquid that had melted on his hand. From the Shattered Isles to the Eastern Plains, I have never tasted anything like this. Not for you. Galadia tucked the small package back away. This is my reserve. If you eat it all, I shall have to survive on the unnameable soup you cook. In truth, the soup is not so dreadful. After all, it contains jerky and tomatoes. Griffith added a small piece of cheese bought in town to the soup, and an extraordinary aroma immediately wafted through the air. During this war, the kingdom has occupied several provinces in the southern continent, a bountiful land filled with many unheard-of resources. As a result, life for everyone will improve. The jerky, tomatoes, and cheese cost quite a bit. Oh, Galadia sniffed the fragrant air and felt the soup might not be so bad after all. I didn't expect this small soldier to care about matters in the southern continent. Isn't that far, far to the south, beyond the Shattered Isles? A humble position is not an excuse for narrow-mindedness. That is what my teacher taught me. Griffith ladled a bowl of soup and handed it over. Perhaps one day, the distant world will become a part of your story, no? Galadia accepted the steaming soup and took a spoonful of the softened bread with it. How is it? It's acceptable. The two leisurely enjoyed their dinner. Galadia spread a blanket on the soft grass and sat comfortably. Not far from the elven girl, Griffith was by the campfire, perusing a book he had purchased in town. Do you enjoy reading so much? Indeed. My mind requires books, just as a sword requires a whetstone. Well said. Galadia praised sincerely. That sounds like a quote from some great figure. Hearing the compliment, Griffith closed the book in his hands and retrieved a stack of paper from his pack. What is this? The elf inquired with curiosity. An art book. It is said to help one relax. Griffith carefully unfolded the art book. It was a complimentary item when I purchased the book. I didn't have time to look at it during the day. Curious. Galadia leaned in closer. Not like this, the elven girl exclaimed, her delicate brows nearly knitting together, her long pointed ears standing upright. During the day, as they passed through the small town, a vendor had given the trainee knight a roll of art depicting various scantily clad, alluring women, both human and elven, supposedly to bring peace to the mind. After looking at it for a while, Griffith found his mind not at peace, but rather stirred, and he had boldly appraised his companion, who possessed superior looks, figure, and grace. Galadia delivered a punch to him, snatching the art book away. "Not like this. No more looking, you lecherous scoundrel." Galadia snatched the drawing paper from Griffith's hands, took out a charcoal pencil, and began drawing fervently on the back of a page. "Slander. This is outrageous slander. One cannot help but admire this elven maiden's remarkable talents." In no time at all, an astonishing piece of artwork materialized before Griffith's eyes. Clad in formidable armor, the elven warrior wielded dual, intertwined long swords, arrayed in a straight battle line reminiscent of blades cleaving through the air, casting a cold and resolute gaze upon the approaching horde of orcs. In the foreground of the scene, a strikingly handsome and resolute elven general roared as he swung his keen blade. His figure embodied a perfect amalgamation of grace, discipline, and valor, leaving no doubt that he was a hero destined for the annals of history. "Look! Look!" Galadia exclaimed. With their full-body armor and sturdy shields, their superb combat skills honed from afar and near, they steadfastly uphold the ancient alliance with humanity, fighting shoulder to shoulder with warriors, their powerful battle cries. The embodiment of wisdom, the sworn nemesis of evil, truly a real elf. "Now take a look at yours," Galadia retorted, slapping Griffith's sketchbook. The illustration depicted an elven maiden clad in scant attire, desperately showcasing her alluring figure and delicate beauty, clad in garments akin to intimate apparel. Feeble and ostentatious magic, inexplicable racism, a self-proclaimed enchanting yet useless queen, a bewildered expression, a feudal lineage, mere adornment for the victors, false elves. I apologize, I shall cease my viewing," Griffith replied earnestly. "That's more like it. Could you return those human sketches to me?" Galadia paused, rolling up the sketchbook to swat Griffith on the head. Without the sketchbook, Griffith could only dedicate himself to reading intently. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Do you truly not age or die? How could that be?" Galadia leaned against the tree trunk, gazing contemplatively at the fire before her. "Is there truly such a thing as immortality in this world? Ordinary elves may live for 3 centuries, while the powerful and noble among us may reach nearly 600. I have heard tales of a supreme archmage who lived for 1,000 years, though I have never witnessed it myself. Such vitality rivals that of dragons." Griffith turned to admire the elegant lines of his companion's long, straight legs. "Then your rate of reproduction must be quite slow. Otherwise, this world would surely be teeming with elves." "Indeed," Galadia replied nonchalantly. "When I was at home, our customary greeting was, 'The birth rate has declined again this year.' Much like how you humans inquire about the weather and if one has eaten. Is that true? If you become a great hero, the elven realm shall open its gates to you. Until then, well, you cannot verify it." The elf reclined, wrapping herself snugly in a blanket. "Someone like you, even with advanced studies at Homenwarts, could never become a spellcaster. Demon hunters have an entirely different training path. You would choose between the church's paladin and the military's disenchanter, correct?" Griffith regarded the elven girl with curiosity and ignorance, then bewilderedly shook his head. They hardly mentioned anything about the training of extraordinary individuals at the officer academy. 6 months ago, the Legion assessed me, rating me as a rank 9 novice in the disenchanter pathway. The Count's estate will consider such matters. "Ah," Galadia nodded. "So you are a candidate for the paladin and disenchanter paths. The paladin path would not squander mental energy. Your lord will most likely choose this for you, following the same growth trajectory as your great human hero, Sir Roland." "I know that name." Griffith felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Roland's name. This illustrious hero had once been an apprentice knight serving in the Legion. Destiny had granted him a chance to ascend the stage of history, and alongside his comrades, he had shattered the schemes of dark sorcery during the infamous Usurpers' War over a decade ago. The Dragon Slayer, the Sword of the Kingdom, the Vanguard of the Holy Light, the cherished friend of elves and earth spirits, kings of various races had generously bestowed upon him titles, and bards, academies, and armies lauded his great deeds. With a heart swelling with fervor, Griffith sat up, savoring the tales of Sir Roland while meticulously checking his equipment as the night watch began. The area they occupied was already situated at the western edge of the eastern provinces. Just a few days' journey from the thriving heart of the kingdom, no longer considered a desolate region. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant. Should they camp in the wild, they would assuredly establish rotating watch in this vicinity. Creatures such as wolves had long been eradicated, but a small detachment was stationed locally, and under a stringent patrol system, there was no escape for various magical beasts. Yet, how could the tavern maid's tales of missing travelers be explained? Griffith perked his ears, determined not to overlook any suspicious sounds in the darkness. The crackling of the fire occasionally punctuated the night, interspersed with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds. In the dark, there seemed to be no ominous presence or sound. Chapter 15. The Modest Research of the Station Mage, Rudius, Part 1. In the stillness of the night, Griffith's mind swirled with myriad thoughts. If goblins and zombies were indeed creations of Aces, why would he wish to hunt Galadiah? Who orchestrated it from behind the scenes? Were there accomplices? What was the identity of the elf maiden who had fallen asleep by the campfire? What was she seeking by venturing here alone? She, like me, would attend Homenwarts and spend years there. Were the events of these past few days mere coincidence or part of some greater design? Why was it me? Perhaps some answers could be found in Balon. Instructor Hines at the Preparatory Army Command would provide assistance. Just then, faint footsteps and rustling from the bushes approached Griffith and Galadiah's location. The apprentice knight immediately crouched, raising his shield towards the sound, while his other hand gently nudged the slumbering Galadiah. Something's amiss. Good evening, dear traveler. I am the station mage, Rudius. The newcomer emerged from behind the trees, lifting his hood to reveal an aged face and gray hair. My mage tower is nearby. Though modest, it is certainly more comfortable than sleeping in the wild if you do not mind. Would you care to join me for a drink? Good evening, esteemed mage. The cautious Griffith and the still drowsy Galadiah replied in unison, like two schoolchildren. Rudius. It is indeed Rudius, the station mage who had previously been followed by Aces and was accused of conducting dark magic research. Just that day, he had seen the dossier concerning him, and now he encountered him that very night. Thank you for your kind offer, station mage. Galadiah gently caressed the blue crystal pendant hanging around her neck. Casting a calm glance at Griffith, it would be splendid to sleep in a proper bed. The station mage tower was nestled within the woods bordering the roadside. Its gray stone walls and roof appeared quite humble. And the small courtyard outside the living room boasted peach trees and flowers. The atmosphere here was tranquil and mild. If one did not gaze at the high spire, it would hardly suggest a residence governing extraordinary events. Griffith immediately recalled the text from the investigation records. No residual dark magic had been detected. Not to mention dark magic, there was almost no magical fluctuation or aura here, resembling the private estate of a rural noble. It is a great honor for a noble elf to grace my humble abode. The station mage beamed as he bowed to Galadiah. I sense a formidable power. You must be a rank 8 extraordinary being. Am I correct? Indeed, the elf replied casually. And you are a rank 9 disenchanter, correct? Rudius invited them to sit at the long table in the living room, gently inquiring of the apprentice knight, on the path to becoming a rank 8 barrier breaker. And then the troublesome disenchanter. Yes, esteemed mage, Griffith replied. The disenchanter was a common extraordinary rank, with rank 7 said to be the limit of growth. This information was well known and did not require confidentiality. After answering this question, Griffith lowered his gaze to the tea on the table. A tattered teacup held a single tea leaf, pretending to be a cup of tea. The simple wooden table bore a few dishes. Yet no servants were in sight to attend to them. Please wait a moment. The station mage turned and entered the kitchen, emerging with 2 bowls of soup to serve his guests. Have you had dinner? If you do not mind, you may sample my culinary skills. Griffith glanced at the food on the table. A large bowl contained soup, with a few leafy greens floating atop, and a bare fish head stood upright in the broth, its eyes wide open, gazing up at the ceiling. Even if they had not dined, neither of them could possibly swallow this dish. Galadiah gently pushed the fish head down into the soup, covering its unblinking eyes with a piece of overcooked vegetable. Forcing a smile as she asked, Esteemed mage, how did you find us? Their camping site was situated on a hillside away from the main road, some distance from the mage tower. Though my mage tower is humble, it is still a station for the station mages, Rudius chuckled. Aside from the costly and impractical teleportation circle, there are also extraordinary detection arrays drawn in the vicinity, as per regulations. the moment you arrived. I sensed your presence. Camping in the wild hardly suits someone of your beauty and nobility, so I took the liberty of extending an invitation. I hope you do not find it unwelcome. Come, taste my cooking. Galadiah nodded slightly, refraining from exchanging pleasantries with the mage. Griffith observed the mage, who was now sipping soup, and looked around the unadorned living room. Although he was merely at the lowest extraordinary rank, years of training and combat had honed his keen instincts. The mage tower appears rather ordinary, which undoubtedly raises suspicions. The station mage is not merely an ordinary practitioner of magic. Rather, it refers specifically to an administrative position designated for a spellcaster. They often serve as the highest authority among the extraordinary individuals in a given region. Although it can be quite challenging to find powerful mages in many remote areas, the annual inspections and evaluations conducted by the Magical Council and the Kingdom are unwavering. Should they fail to present sufficient research outcomes, they will face official reprimands, and may even have their positions revoked in favor of others. In such a context, Rudius finds himself in a position where his residence exhibits almost no magical disturbances or remnants. How did he pass the annual review? What research have you been engaged in recently? Your Excellency, Galadiah inquired, articulating the concern of Griffiths. The annual review must be quite arduous, I presume. Familiars, the station mage responded succinctly. Do not let my appearance deceive you. I am also an officially designated researcher and supplier of familiars. Familiars are magical creatures bred to serve, which may include owls, bats, rabbits, cats, dogs, or others. Griffiths turned to his companion, coincidentally locking eyes with Galadiah. Both of them contemplated a particular type of creature. It is well known that this world encompasses various forms of power. Rudius elaborated leisurely. Through the configuration of magic, we can harness magical energy. Extraordinary beings possess unique abilities tied to their respective ranks, enabling them to wield powers akin to spells without the need for magical configuration, and they remain unaffected by the bloodlust of magic breakers. The station mage cast a glance at Griffiths before continuing. Moreover, divine favorites can obtain rare powers through prayer, reminiscent of magic, yet lacking a systematic approach. Among these, the blessings of the holy light are the most common, albeit rather hypocritical. The most intriguing are the powers of the unspeakable ancient gods. Such powers are exalted. The very essence that creates life, Galadiah remarked, gradually setting down her knife and fork. Despite differing ideologies and origins, mages have historically held great respect for the Holy Light Church. Open disdain for the Holy Light is a rare occurrence. However, Rudius's inquiries extend beyond this. His statements confirm that this station mage from a remote area is delving into some forbidden powers. Griffith stood, retreating 2 steps while resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Although they had not been in the mage tower for long, the conversation was becoming untenable. Then, Your Excellency, do you intend to introduce us to these fascinating powers? Galadiah rubbed her forehead, her gaze shifting to a side door. That door led to the basement, from which a brutal and sanguine aura was seeping. Something lurked within, poised to emerge at any moment. Do you truly not wish to sample my soup? Rudius lamented. A single sip could spare us from many unpleasant and bloody experiences. How did you discover it? My potion should have been colorless and tasteless. It was merely that they could not bring themselves to drink it. Griffiths cast a glance at the unappetizing fish soup. Very well. Allow me to present to you my rather insignificant work. At that moment, Rudius snapped his fingers. Griffiths, who had been on high alert, jumped, drawing his sword and shielding himself with his round shield. Galadiah nimbly darted aside, drawing her longbow and concealing herself behind him. The previously tranquil mage tower was suddenly filled with a surge of malice, as a chaotic and distorted creature burst forth from the small door at the side. Behold, the perfect amalgamation of orc and elf blood, the strong orc. Rudius extended his hand. You surely have never encountered such research. Accompanied by thunderous footsteps, a robust figure over 2 meters tall strode through the side door. This powerful creature bore the bronze skin of an orc, with a well-proportioned physique. Its pointed ears hinted at a trace of elven lineage, yet its visage was grotesque, fierce, and its blood-red eyes scanned Galadiah's face, instantly revealing a lewd and greedy glint. It is indeed a challenge to cultivate elves as the maternal source, and the results from merely combining them with goblins lack any remarkable traits. Rudius spoke with pride, akin to a chef presenting his culinary creations. Goblins, Griffiths immediately realized why the mage tower bore no traces of magical energy. Rudius's research did not harness magical power. Instead, it sought to create new life through the propagation of magical beings. Galadia bit her lip, a streak of light shooting towards the strong orc's heart. Ha! The giant with an exposed torso absorbed the strike, only slightly swaying under the close-range impact from the elf. The arrow lodged into his thick flesh but failed to deliver a fatal blow. The strong orc then casually twisted the arrow shaft and advanced. Galadia swiftly released another arrow, this time aiming for the orc's left eye. In a flash, the strong orc raised his left hand, the arrow piercing his wrist but failing to strike a vital point. Such speed! Griffiths was astonished. This creature could not only withstand Galadia's assault with sheer physicality, but could even react to arrows fired from close range. This was not an adversary that a novice knight or elf could contend with. Retreat! Griffiths urgently raised his shield as the strong orc's heavy blows came in succession. He could barely discern the opponent's movements before his shield and left forearm shattered, sending him careening backward into the rapidly retreating elf. Both crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground. Isn't it breathtaking? Rudius, rubbing his hands together, exclaimed with delight. The offspring born from the mating of goblins and elves are far too feeble. Yet they inherit a smidgen of precious essence, by reinforcing them with the genes of robust orcs. I have birthed a stronger, more agile new breed of orc. Griffiths struggled to rise, only to be seized and thrown aside by the blood-red-eyed strong orc. The brute clutched Galadia's long black hair, forcefully slamming her against the wall. Blood splattered as the delicate features of the elf's face were marred, crimson flowing from her forehead and the corner of her eye, obscuring half her visage. Oh! Rudius was visibly startled. Such an orc, after mating with an elf, may, under exceedingly rare circumstances, produce offspring that embody the strengths of both, taller, faster, stronger, and more beautiful. Galadia struggled to reach for an amulet at her waist. The strong orc swiftly seized her slender fingers, twisting them with force. Ah! The chilling sound of bones cracking, along with her scream, ignited an uncontrollable fury in Griffiths, who drew 2 daggers from his waist and hurled them at the foe. The strong orc did not flinch, absorbing the attack against his back. Apologies for neglecting to mention, the mage said gleefully. My strong orc possesses the frenzied traits of its kind. Non-lethal attacks only serve to invigorate its flesh, rendering it even more ferocious. Tsk, the little elf's body cannot withstand this. As if to verify the mage's claims, the strong orc slammed the battered Galadia down onto the ground, then began to tear at her exquisite light armor and garments. Multiple shimmering lights flickered around Galadia as her protective magic activated, providing defense, but under the overwhelming force, it shattered within moments. Griffiths turned and lunged at the station mage, swinging his sword toward the mage's head. Activate Fire Configuration 12, Shape. Sphere. Overlay. Launch. The station mage swiftly waved his wand, reciting the preset incantation to initiate a spell. Fireball. A searing fireball shot forth from the tip of the wand. Griffiths quickly ducked, the scorching flames grazing his shoulder as they struck the strong orc's back. Boom. The strong orc was sent flying by the blow, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole as it tumbled into the flower bed of the courtyard. Was that deliberate? Rudius tilted his head, glancing at the gaping hole. Griffiths remained silent, raising his hand to hurl his sword at the mage. Futile. Such a meager attack from a mere rank 9 is utterly insufficient against a noble mage. Rudius had no time to chant again. He swiftly tore off a talisman from his person, and a pre-prepared blue shield spell materialized, deflecting the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Griffiths charged at the mage, sidestepping to Rudius's left side, and before the mage could chant, he delivered a powerful punch. Rudius was sent reeling backward, his head ringing, and his white teeth mixed with blood splattered forth. Griffiths seized the mage by the collar and yanked him forward, delivering an uppercut to his chin. Rudius was propelled into the air, crashing down onto his own desk. In the instant of his descent, Rudius's body shimmered with silver light, automatically triggering a rapid casting that formed an invisible wall to shield the apprentice knight. This exemplifies the might of the mage tower. Although the casting of spells can be interrupted and disrupted, engaging a mage on their own territory places one at a disadvantage. Griffiths drew his battle axe, striking forcefully against the shield. Useless, soldier. Rudius, regaining his senses, chuckled. Such a level of brute force cannot breach my shield. That's so, since you are incapable of achieving anything. Why not join me in admiring the splendid scene of the strong orc and the elf? It is quite wild. The strong orc, having been struck by the fireball and landing in the courtyard, stood up, invigorated, its powerful legs planted firmly on the exquisite lawn, as if the previous assault had merely tickled its skin. The powerful orc clutched a tattered piece of cloth in his hand, a remnant of his earlier tearing of the elf's collar, which had been ripped away during the impact that sent him flying. Chapter 16. The Modest Research of the Mage Rudius. Part 2. A tall and graceful figure emerged from the shattered wall, her long hair flowing as she approached the garden. Galadia's blouse was in tatters, revealing her fair, porcelain-like shoulders, while blood trickled down from her forehead, staining her left cheek and shoulder crimson. Dazed from blood loss, she retrieved a vial of shimmering red liquid from her waist and downed it in one gulp. Wiping the blood from her lips before casting the crystal vial aside, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze upon the powerful ORC.I in her usually joyful and beautiful eyes, a cold glint flickered, sharp as a blade directed at her foe. She parted her cherry lips slightly and softly chanted words to vanquish her enemy. I hereby designate the creature before me as a foe of nature. Her left eye, transformed at some point into a dazzling ruby hue, seemed capable of ensnaring the very soul with a mere glance. Ha, an elf? I like it. Wild. The orc's gaze roamed down from Galadia's exposed shoulders, surveying her with evident satisfaction as he emphasized, others, female, weak. You, not bad. No sooner had he spoken than the orc's legs bent abruptly, launching him like lightning towards the elven ranger. Bang! The airborne orc suddenly crashed heavily to the ground. From the perfectly manicured lawn sprouted a dense thicket of thorns, ensnaring his feet tightly. What is this? Rudius exclaimed in shock from within. Weeds. The orc reached down to tear at the thorns, but his hands felt as though they were intoxicated, refusing to obey his commands, unable to grasp anything after several futile attempts. What kind of curse is this? No, why is there no chant or incantation? Rudius shouted, disregarding Griffiths, who was attacking the shield. Is this not a spell? Under Griffith's relentless assault, the transparent shield began to show signs of shattering. Galadia ignored the mage's cries. Beside her, a large tree lowered its branches, respectfully handing her the longbow that had fallen to the ground. The elven ranger deftly strung the bow, tightening it in her hands before gracefully advancing towards the orc. I know, I understand. Rudius shouted, oblivious to the damage to his shield. You are an advanced elf, a favored one of the deities, not the same as before. Orc, seize her, quickly grasped the thread of life, evolution. The orc finally broke free from the thorns, leaping towards the elf. However, this time his attack was in vain. Although he lunged towards the elf, he inexplicably grasped only air. Your aim is lacking. Galadia skillfully ensnared the orc's neck with the bowstring, swiftly leaping onto his back and tightening the string. Arg arg. The orc howled like a beast, thrashing wildly. He swung his arms backward in a desperate attempt to claw at her, his robust body thrumming against the grass. Yet the tightened bowstring constricted his throat. The more he struggled, the more he felt as though his lungs would burst. This formidable creature, possessing immense strength and speed, found itself ensnared in an unyielding chokehold, succumbing to suffocation. My masterpiece. Rudius wailed in despair as he watched his creation gradually lose vitality and collapse to the ground. No. The shield abruptly failed, and the mage sprang forward like a coiled spring, only to collide with Griffith's descending axe, resulting in a gruesome end. Griffiths glanced at his bloodied axe, and then at the rolling head of the mage, silently picking up a blanket and limping towards Galadia to drape it over her. Are you all right? Yes. I was careless. The elven girl, her face smeared with blood and her once beautiful blouse in tatters, began to recover as her wounds ceased bleeding. I placed too much faith in divination. Divination? What did it predict? Before accepting the invitation, I divined the level of danger and the outcome. Galadia lifted her blood-streaked head and smiled at the apprentice knight. Can you guess what the result was? What was it? After experiencing certain dangers, one would attain meaningful results. Galadia's radiant smile returned. Tch. Is this what you call certain danger? I nearly became a casualty. When I return, I shall hang that unscrupulous merchant of trinkets. I apologize, Griffith said, somewhat abashed. Why apologize? The elf arched an elegant brow. If it weren't for you drawing that fireball, I wouldn't have known how to conclude things. The orc nearly crushed me. Griffiths was astonished to notice that Galadia's left eye appeared stained crimson from the blood trickling down her forehead. Upon closer inspection, the radiant glow was more resplendent than any gemstone, and a brief exchange of glances left him feeling as if he were being pulled into a vortex. "Hurry and tidy up," the elf urged. Swiftly wrapping herself in the blanket. As the captivating red light faded, Griffiths immediately broke free from his stupor. Could it be the Eye of Magic? Griffiths had never witnessed such an ability but had heard of it. The Eye of Magic possessed unique, extraordinary capabilities, able to unleash magical power without incantation, each one exceedingly rare and precious. Could this be the reason Galadia was attacked? Griffiths picked up his weapon from the ground, rearming himself, and returned to the mage's tower, where he rummaged through the mage's cabinet, uncovering several vials of blue potions contained in crystalline bottles. "These are mana restoration potions and mental enhancement elixirs. Let us divide them as spoils." Galadia leaned in to take a glance before producing a vial of red potion and handing it to Griffiths. "You should also prepare some life potions. Though deemed expensive in your human currency, they could be life-saving in critical moments." "How expensive?" Griffiths, nursing several broken bones and in excruciating pain, downed the potion without a second thought. 8 gold florins per vial. Uffed. Griffiths nearly spat it out. He covered his mouth, swallowing the potion instead. "I'll pay you back." "It's a gift," Galadia replied, one hand clutching her blanket while the other patted the apprentice knight's head. "Hurry and recover. I've already sent a regional distress signal to the local extraordinary humans using magical items. Nearby mages and station knights will soon come to our aid. Before they arrive, let us search this mage's tower. There may be other victims, as well as traps and minions." The warmth of the red healing potion spread through his body. Griffiths noticed his wounds were rapidly healing, the broken bones mending swiftly, and the pain subsiding. The station mage had likely expended too many resources in breeding orcs. His tower was nearly barren, with furniture and decor exceedingly simple, and even the necessary spell-casting materials were scarce. In the dry, orderly laboratory, Griffiths discovered shelves brimming with books, various flasks, test tubes, and experimental apparatuses. "These are alchemical tools," Galadia remarked, sniffing a jar of half-finished product. "It seems Rudius hasn't neglected the fundamentals of being a mage while breeding monsters." Intermediate alchemy. Introduction to magical creature cultivation. The elf flipped through a few more books. These are all standard prints, easily found in most magical academies. The valuable ones are those handwritten experimental records and notes. For instance, that one. Following Galadia's pointed finger, Griffiths noticed a black notebook resting on the central desk of the laboratory. Notes on potion brewing. Author unknown. Chapter 17. Balon. From its appearance, it seemed merely an ordinary mage's notebook. Lacking exquisite silver edges or flowing energy, Griffiths reached out towards the black cover. "Be cautious." Galadia's eyes widened as she glanced between the notebook and the apprentice knight. Powerful mages infuse a part of their mental energy into their notes as they record. Over time, even ordinary pages can become imbued with mystery, possibly preserving a fragment of the author's consciousness. Is it really that remarkable? The apprentice knight, not well versed in magical items, cautiously withdrew his hand. "Should I take any protective measures?" This mage is not particularly strong," Galadia pondered, glancing at him with a wink before looking back at the notebook. "Furthermore, reinforcements may arrive at any moment." Griffiths then reached out once more, and when his fingers brushed against the icy cover, nothing happened. "Phew." The beautiful elf exhaled in relief, loosening her grip on the short dagger at her waist. "I almost forgot to mention, if things turn dire, I could have severed your hand, and I'm remarkably swift." Neat and elegant writing adorned the title page, as if reading a letter from a pen pal. "To you, a century hence. When you open this notebook, what differences exist between your era and mine? Let me boldly speculate. In your time, has magic entered every household? Has fireball magic replaced coal for cooking and heating? Can carriages now soar through the skies without colliding with pedestrians? Have humans set foot on the moon? Have elves lifted their restrictions on our entry? Has poverty, war, and illness been eradicated from the world? I apologize. Not a single one. The world a century hence has left you disheartened." Galadia had sidled up to Griffith, leaning almost against his shoulder, the delicate sensation brought by her pointed ears and long black hair stirring a flutter within him. "In my era, the pursuit of magic was an exceedingly perilous endeavor." The author of the notes continued to write. "Young apprentices of magic would frequently find themselves maimed due to the uncontrollable surges of arcane energy. or succumb to madness after encountering the perilous consciousness lurking in the shadows. In the early days, my friends were torn apart by frenzied agony, their bodies sprouting countless fleshy growths and eyes, a sight that haunted my dreams relentlessly. However, my studies at Homenwarts gradually unveiled the essence of magic to me, and I found myself irresistibly drawn to this powerful and enigmatic force, though fraught with danger. I firmly believed that this power would transform the world, ultimately liberating us from the constraints of our corporeal forms and guiding us to the boundless sea of stars. This tome chronicles my insights gained through study, as well as the epiphanies birthed from witnessing horrors beyond imagination. Though I was once on the brink of collapse, with the support of my professors and dear friends, I rose anew, invigorated and empowered. I resolved to continue my journey in the years to come, documenting the sights and experiences that I could scarcely share with others. After you spend some time with this notebook, the magic inscribed within will gradually lift the veil on its secrets. May imagination reshape the world. Galadriel slightly lifted herself and perused the notes at the back. The accessible sections contain reflections on the study of magic, while the majority of the pages remain concealed. Rudius had left the notebook on the desk while concocting monsters, likely drawing inspiration from my goodness. I cannot fathom how one capable of inscribing such words on the front page could commit such dreadful acts. In any case, this belongs to me, Griffith declared, stowing the notebook into his backpack. Let us venture into the basement. The two, rejuvenated, pried open one room after another within the mage's tower, eventually making their way towards the basement. Along the journey, they scarcely stumbled upon anything of value. Careful, Galadriel grasped Griffith's arm, almost pressing against his back as she whispered, "The room ahead is the last one." Griffith wielded his sword in one hand and held a torch in the other. Crashing through the wooden door before him, Galadriel, drawing her longbow, followed closely behind. The basement was remarkably dry, far tidier than they had anticipated. Inside, several stone cabinets and tables were arranged neatly against the frigid stone walls. They beheld a naked woman locked at the base of the wall. "She is an elf." Galadriel immediately recognized the victim's pointed ears. Griffith found a key on the table and freed the imprisoned elf. Upon examining the elf's condition, Galadriel noted that she was too weak to utter a word, barely able to swallow the potion offered to her. Griffith opened the stone cabinet, peering inside with the light of the torch. The enormous cabinet was filled with desiccated limbs and bones, as if they had been stored for centuries, withered and pale. There are remains of humans, orcs, and goblins here, Griffith discerned with a cursory glance before shutting the cabinet. These must be the subjects of the experiments Rudius mentioned, along with the missing travelers. Indeed, Galadriel nodded, helping the rescued elf lie down on the ground. "I need some blankets and clothing." Just as Griffith was about to agree, a sudden noise from above the basement announced the opening of a door, accompanied by heavy footsteps that showed no restraint. "We are the garrison knights, Miss Galadriel. Are you present?" A booming voice resonated throughout the building. "Accompanying us is the esteemed Master Valonos." A powerful aura followed closely behind. Griffith sensed the formidable presence descending the stairs. The young mage, clad in a light blue robe, exuding an air of solemnity, appeared before them. A spellcaster. A shimmering shield of light revolved around him. Unconcerned as he led the way ahead of two heavily armored warriors, his gaze shifted. He spotted the elf and the apprentice knight, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Grand Mage, it has been long. This is my companion, Griffith Branton, the apprentice knight, who thwarted Rudius's nefarious plot." Wrapped in a blanket, Galadriel offered a slight bow to the Grand Mage, her expression unfazed. "It is a relief to see you unharmed. We shall take it from here. Once you arrive in Balon, the embassy will receive our detailed report." Valonos spoke politely to the elf, then nodded to the knights and attendants trailing behind. "Thoroughly search this place. We must provide the elves with an explanation for this scandal." The title of Grand Mage signifies a spellcaster of the 7th tier. It was unexpected for such an individual to arrive with assistance so swiftly. Griffith bowed respectfully to Valonos. "What a repugnant fellow," one of the attendants following Solorian remarked disdainfully as he scrutinized the state of the basement. "I had thought Rudius merely reclusive, yet I never envisioned he had fallen so low. In the pursuit of truth, one must tread carefully, lest they stray from the path." Valonos gently opened a stone sarcophagus filled with bones before slowly closing it again. "We must take heed. The extraordinary individuals accompanying Valonos conducted their investigations meticulously. Wherever they went, it was as if a dog had licked the place clean, revealing hidden compartments and secret chambers one after another. Galadia watched in wide-eyed amazement. She had believed that she and Griffith had thoroughly searched. Yet the Mage Tower still yielded many concealed documents and items, prompting her to tilt her head and sigh. Valonos suddenly turned to Griffith and said, "Griffith Branton, are you a vassal of Count Lamor?" "Yes, Grand Mage. I serve the Lamor family as a retoller," Griffith replied, surprised that such a figure would take an interest in conversing with him. "Then you must prepare well for your studies in potion-making," Valonos remarked with a smile. "You are to enroll at Homenwarts." "Correct. My mentor, the Supreme Mage Solorian, occasionally teaches your classes. He is quite rigorous. You should look forward to it." At the dawn of the Second Era, the ancestors of Balon erected walls of stone. Building a world capital of marble upon the peninsula nestled between the shattered sea and the tranquil sea in the fading light of the sunset over the strait, the vast city was enveloped in a golden glow. To the west, a great road capable of accommodating for carriages side by side led through expansive fields and forests towards the endless mountains. To the east lay the sprawling eastern provinces. With snow-capped peaks and the kingdom of dwarves, the inner city walls towered over 12 meters high and were 5 meters thick, constructed of finely cut limestone, with the interior formed from plaster made of lime and crushed bricks. Impervious to even the sharpest blade, leaving only shallow marks, scattered along the walls were over 100 protruding towers. The lower levels led directly to the roads encircling the city, while the upper levels connected to the walls. 20 meters beyond the inner wall stood the slightly shorter outer wall. The outer wall rose 9 meters high and was 2 meters thick at the base, similarly guarded by over 100 towers. The city's majestic walls, towers, and battlements glimmered like gold under the sun. From the strait, the 7 peaks behind the walls resembled a dream adorned with marble, bathed in holy white light. "Is this the city I am sworn to protect?" After departing from Rudius's Mage Tower, Griffith and the elf were escorted by officials to the seaside, where they boarded a vessel that crossed the strait in just half a day's time. Upon his first sight of the colossal city from sea level, Griffith was utterly awestruck. Beside him, several travelers from afar prostrated themselves on the deck, weeping profusely towards the golden royal city under the setting sun. "Indeed, truly magnificent," Galadia murmured softly, though somewhat rough around the edges. "Your human architecture is passable, if given the chance. I shall take you to see my homeland." The ship docked at the port beneath the city walls. The immense harbor appeared somewhat incongruous alongside the nearby epic walls that it was already teeming with bustling crowds, the pungent odor of fish lingering in the air, and pigeons flitting between white and red rooftops. Behind the port, narrow, winding streets were shrouded in heavy darkness, as if ancient behemoths resided beneath the towering walls, imparting an air of mystery and gloom. Griffith gazed into the darkened streets behind the dock, feeling as if he were being slowly consumed by the shadows. Within that darkness, a faint spark of inspiration flickered within him, suggesting the presence of hidden mysteries, yet he could not articulate what they were. "Follow me." Galadia grasped the dazed apprentice knight's arm. "You need a new set of clothes. Your leather armor is no longer suitable. Those snobbish Balanians will treat you like a monkey." The elf expertly navigated through the crowd, leading Griffith to a square outside the port where she hailed a light carriage. "To the upper district. St. Romanus Emporium." The coachman cracked his whip, propelling them into the bustling ring road. Griffith found his eyes unable to take in the sights fast enough. Upon departing from the harbor, a gentle slope was adorned with exquisite residences and bustling shops. The Grand Avenue, wide enough to accommodate 16 carriages side by side, was perpetually filled with the ceaseless flow of horse-drawn carriages and magnificent steeds, making it such that pedestrians could only traverse the thoroughfare via the lofty, overhead bridge. As they ascended the hill, Griffith even caught sight of hundreds, if not thousands, of swine and livestock being herded like a tide along designated paths towards the city center. The carriage, bearing 2 passengers, traversed the port district and the lower town, eventually entering the upper town, which was nestled within the hills. Here, an entirely different scene unfolded before them. The previously clamorous and crowded streets vanished in the blink of an eye. Vines hung languidly from the terraces of quaint buildings, while leisurely pedestrians strolled beneath the towering sycamores, creating a world entirely distinct from that which they had just departed, the grand department store of St. Romulus. Constructed from pristine white marble, dwarfed any fortress Griffith had previously encountered. Elegantly attired patrons moved gracefully within, their expressions serene. "This is the upper town, where the Lammer family resides," Galadriel announced as she dismounted the carriage alongside Griffith. "We must first procure a new outfit for you. I'm capable of managing it myself. No need to trouble you." The novice knight, feeling out of place in this unfamiliar setting, protested. "That is out of the question." Galadriel firmly rejected Griffith's insistence, guiding him towards a shop. "If I am not present, they will take advantage of you." Inside and outside the shop stood several remarkably attractive young men and women, who frowned upon seeing the plainly dressed Griffith at that moment. Galadriel stepped out from behind the broad shoulders of the novice knight. Instantly, the shop attendants beamed with enthusiasm, offering the utmost courtesy to the beautiful elf. "Find him a proper suit jacket, boots, a shirt, and cufflinks, primarily in shades of red and black," Galadriel casually instructed. "Do not concern yourselves with his opinions. The price should be around 10 gold florins. 200 silver. Griffith was taken aback. This sum represented his wages for 2 months. The attendants promptly seized the novice knight, 2 imposing gentlemen dragging him into the fitting room, swiftly stripping him of his garments. Galadriel elegantly settled onto a nearby sofa, observing as the attendants continually brought forth new outfits for Griffith to try on, only to return them moments later. "He is a chateau, so no overly extravagant styles are necessary," Galadriel remarked, arms crossed as she scrutinized Griffith being paraded back and forth. "He requires 2 shirts, have one tailored for immediate wear, and the other delivered to the Lammer estate tomorrow." The mention of this name earned the attendants profound respect, and their expressions towards Griffith softened considerably. The final ensemble selected consisted of a crisp white shirt, silver cufflinks, black trousers, and fitted long coat. The design both dignified and not overly stifling. The exquisite red embellishments traced comforting lines upon the coat, perfectly accentuating the novice knight's physique and strength. "This will suffice," Galadriel declared, rising to circle around Griffith. "With this, I need not worry about them denying you a place at the dinner table." Griffith felt as though he had been swept away in a whirlwind, having spent all his money only to be released. "Then we shall bid farewell here." Galadriel waved her hand, gracefully turning to proceed to other shops. "I must make some purchases and report to the embassy. We shall meet again in the near future." "Is near future a concept within the elven temporal framework?" Griffith inquired hastily. "Not at all, truly a near future." The elven maiden waved her hand dismissively. "This is what remarkable prophecy has revealed to me." Chapter 18. The Lammer Count's mansion, the headquarters of the Balon Reserve Army, was situated in the southeast of the upper town, sharing a pentagonal fortress facing the sea with the Ministry of War and the General Staff. Any returning chateau was required to come here for personnel processing. Griffith made his way there, his pockets containing only a few silvers, rendering him unable to afford a carriage, and he felt too embarrassed to borrow money from the ELF. It seemed Galadriel had also forgotten about his financial predicament. Today marked the 8th of July, 1443 in the Second Era, and there remained ample time before the task deadline. Uncertain of his arrival time, Griffith had not accurately scheduled his appointment with Captain Hines. Upon passing through the grand columns, the novice knight found himself at a loss in the bustling entrance. Beneath the magnificent ceiling, the polished marble gleamed brightly, reflecting the faces of passers-by. The central floor of the hall was adorned with exquisite tiles forming a majestic eagle emblem. "Do not block the path." "Soldier," a senior officer donning a white helmet approached the novice knight, who was scanning the area aimlessly. "Proceed to the secretary's desk." Griffith endeavored to maintain a dignified posture to avoid slipping on the floor. Nervously arriving at the secretary's desk, 502 ND Cavalry Squadron of the Eastern Legion, 2nd Squad Leader, Griffith Branton, requesting an audience with Captain Hines, the cavalry director. After a brief moment, he was led through a dimly lit corridor to a secluded office. The former head of the Junior Officer Academy, Captain Heinz Wilhelm, was diligently penning notes amidst towering piles of documents. Upon hearing footsteps, he glanced up, a smile gracing his face as he rose. "I have heard you have not neglected the kingdom's peace even during your rear service period. That is commendable." Griffith immediately stood tall, his right hand striking his chest. "Victory to Balon! Victory to Balon!" Captain Hines raised his arm. "In just a few hours, you will be affiliated with the Lammer family until you complete your 4 years of study. The kingdom need not pay your military salary, provided the Lammer family finds you of some use. Regardless of where one is affiliated, a soldier of His Majesty the King shall never forget his oath and loyalty, Griffith replied without a hint of hesitation. Oh, of course, loyalty, Hines chuckled, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. The Count is one of the most esteemed figures in this kingdom that I trust you are prepared to make a lasting impression. I have procured a brand new suit, shirt, and boots. Griffith recalled the substantial sum he had spent. Well done. The newly appointed cavalry director adjusted his cravat. Life in Balon is entirely different from that in the provinces, yet you youths adapt more swiftly than I. The Count has children of a similar age to yours. I hope you can befriend them rather than anything else. Before Griffith could formulate a response, Hines shifted the topic. Tell me about the East. How did the cavalry squadron implement its tactical principles in the last battle you participated in? Engage the enemy decisively, Director, Griffith replied, feeling somewhat like a guilty student, yet he acknowledged that the tactics employed in that battle were flawed. However, upon reflection, I believe that the final frontal assault against the Mongol was unwise. Indeed, those fools do not comprehend the cavalry, Hines nodded. Mobility, defense, and impact. These should be the trifecta of the cavalry's tactics, flexibly choosing the battlefield. Relying on effective defense to unleash their assault capabilities, rather than charging headlong like infantry against an invincible mythical creature. You could have easily targeted other orc infantry, leaving that slow-moving target to the artillery. Griffith's heart sank at the thought of what could have transpired had Maximilian not reacted promptly after suffering a devastating blow. Otherwise, all these young men would have been. Griffith felt a chill run down his spine. Captain Hines, noticing the novice's troubled expression, swiftly redirected the conversation. I plan to reorganize the cavalry's tactical framework that we shall increase the number of armored archers to accompany your movements. In situations where a solid defense of pikes necessitates an assault, it is unavoidable. You will coordinate with the archers to execute a breakthrough through close-quarters combat under the cover of ranged fire. However, the archers' rate of fire and firepower do not hold any advantage over the infantry archers, and with an increased number, it becomes challenging to maneuver, potentially obstructing the cavalry's path. Griffith pondered aloud, finding the command rather complicated, and simply presented his insights. That is natural. The archers cannot operate in the traditional manner. Their composition and equipment remain experimental. Should you have any thoughts, feel free to write to me, Captain Hines remarked. Griffith Branton, you are a perceptive young man. You must understand that the capital is no safer than the East. It harbors entirely different evils and conspiracies. Over the next few years, I hope you will not meet an untimely demise before making your contributions. The sincerity in the cavalry director's words was palpable. Griffith recognized this as his mentor's unique way of expressing concern, and he nodded earnestly. Very well, we can continue our discussion on the way to the Lammer estate, Captain Hines declared, retrieving his coat from the hanger and striding towards the exit. I shall accompany you. A carriage awaited them outside the General Staff headquarters. The two men swiftly boarded, racing towards the Lammer estate. Aside from your minor skirmish, did you uncover any other discoveries? Captain Hines inquired as he settled into his seat. I am aware of the goblins and the living dead. Share something else. The supply of food is not as strained as I had imagined, Griffiths promptly remarked on my journey back. Prior to the formal ceasefire, although the common citizens still primarily subsisted on black bread, the food supply was relatively sufficient, with a satisfactory availability of meat and supplementary provisions. An intriguing point of interest, Hines nodded with keen interest, the grain transported from the southern provinces has significantly alleviated the supply pressures. And the Senate is preparing new legislation to encourage grain trade. Had it not been for Cornelius's expeditionary force seizing that territory, your eastern legions would have long struggled to maintain their offensive due to logistical strains. Brandon, do you know the true strategic objective of the General Staff in this war? Our offensive has consistently advanced along the coastline. However, the genuine aim is no longer merely to capture the orcs' inland fortresses, but rather to seize their ports to mitigate the dangers posed to the southern trade routes, i.e. the kingdom's true intent to conquer the south. Griffiths ventured a hypothesis. Initially, I thought the coastal advance was to ensure logistical stability. But this does not explain why capturing the Etana fortress would bring an end to the war. Indeed, you are correct. The victory at the Etana campaign was never as advertised as a decisive battle against the orcs. The capture of the fortress signifies that their navy has lost its last major port capable of threatening the south, compelling the raider fleets to retreat to the far east to regroup. Unable to re-emerge for several years, Director Heinz Wilhelm said with a smile, "Well done, Griffiths. Although your rank is merely that of a junior sergeant, your perspective is far broader than those of the regular soldiers and officers. Once you enter the academy, remember to elective logistics, this profound art." The road from the Reserve Army headquarters to the Lamore estate was smooth and tranquil, with nothing but delightful scenery to appreciate. Devoid of any unpleasant odors or noise, the carriage glided through charming streets until it arrived at an opulent mansion, where Director Heinz leaped down as if he were a youth. "Come down quickly, young officer. This is yet another battlefield for you." Well-dressed servants greeted them courteously as they traversed the exquisite courtyard, arriving at the spacious and lavish drawing room for a brief respite. The sparkling crystal chandelier cast a soft and beautiful glow, and every piece of furniture was designed to perfection that a subtle fragrance wafted through the cool interior, creating an unparalleled comfort. The towering floor-to-ceiling windows provided an unobstructed view of the meticulously manicured garden, banishing any feelings of oppression and gloom to the outside. While waiting in the drawing room, the servants presented tea and fruits, so exquisitely arranged that one could hardly bear to touch them. This place, a myriad times more beautiful than the Reserve Army headquarters, left Griffiths utterly dazzled. "Don't be so astonished," the captain of the flag remarked. "Where has the resolve of the Legion soldiers gone? These seemingly respectful and polite servants will privately mock you in every conceivable way. You are merely the second son of a border knight, an officer with little money in his pockets, akin to a high-ranking security personnel from a noble family. Once I depart, they will eagerly approach you, advising you on how to comport yourself in the capital, and subsequently attempt to lead you into committing some disgraceful folly." Griffiths was momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting his bewildered and entranced expression, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. However, the beauty and elegance of the Count's estate rendered the aspiring knight unable to appear menacing, no matter how hard he tried. The servants soon arrived to announce that the Count was ready to meet. Director Heinz, without requiring the servants' guidance, led the aspiring knight through the long corridor, swiftly traversing the main building of the estate to a circular chamber within the Lamore garden. A handsome, affable, and refined middle-aged man turned from the bookshelf, gently surveying the young knight who had appeared before him. He was tall, and although his golden hair bore the marks of time, the gleaming double-sword crest of the Knight of the Golden Oak clearly indicated his identity. This was Count Lamore, one of the king's most trusted and favored direct counts. "Ah, the second son of Sir Brandon? Quite a resemblance. It seems the Legion has been feeding you well." The Count indicated the nearby sofa, gesturing for the captain and his young companion to sit. "I have reviewed your resume. Initially, I intended to place you alongside my eldest son, but alas, his aspirations lie in the study of history rather than in politics or military affairs. My daughter has just turned 16 and will be attending her first year at Hammenvoss this autumn. The prophecies of Ilyawash suggest that the young knight would make a splendid companion." Ilyawash. The prophecies of this goddess are revered and acknowledged by both humans and elves. It is likely that she sent Galadia on her solitary adventure into the forest. "It is my honor, my Lord Count," Griffiths exclaimed, springing to his feet as if propelled by a spring. Having awaited this phrase, the Count nodded, indicating for Griffiths to take a seat, then turned to the captain. "The Army Command Department at Hammenvoss is a commendable institution, though many feel it is rather too comfortable. What do you think?" The silver-haired captain, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Perhaps the military academy is a fine choice, yet for a young man of ambition, the comprehensive experiences offered by a multifaceted magical academy are far more valuable than mere military skills." "Indeed, you speak the truth." The Count seated himself at the writing desk, picking up a quill. "This way, I shall have fewer concerns regarding the secrets of Hammenvoss. The temperaments of these young individuals are quite effective in restraining such mysteries." Secrets of Hammenvoss? What could that possibly mean? Griffiths was entirely unaware of the Count's implication, yet he diligently committed it to memory for future inquiry. Just as Griffiths was enveloped in confusion, Count Lamore hastily penned a letter, sealed it, and presented it to the captain. "Let us conclude matters for today. From now on, allow the junior squad leader to acclimate to life in Balon." After bidding farewell to the captain, the Count escorted the aspiring knight to the library on the first floor. "During the time leading up to your enrollment, you may peruse the books here and join us for dinner. Is it somewhat inappropriate for someone of such a lowly status to partake in a banquet?" Before Griffiths could express his gratitude, the Count continued, "How many shirts do you possess?" "Two," Griffiths replied, feeling increasingly anxious at the Count's unassuming concern for such an inconsequential matter. "Excellent," the Count said swiftly with an authoritative tone. "Go to the steward to collect this quarter's salary, and then purchase 20 more." Chapter 19. Miss Lamore and the dinner. As a recently promoted junior squad leader, Griffiths received an annual salary of 1,200 silver coins, which translated to a monthly income of 100 silver coins. As an extraordinary individual of rank 9, he also received a monthly allowance of 10 silver coins from the government. While on the battlefield, he allocated most of his monthly salary towards the acquisition and maintenance of his private gear, with the remainder used to procure expensive food and necessities in resource-scarce war zones. The severely damaged leather armor and the repeatedly repaired chainmail constituted his long-accumulated personal possessions. This was also the primary reason Griffiths departed the army with little money in his pockets. From the moment he left the Legion, the kingdom ceased to provide him with a salary. He was to receive his wages from the Lamore estate until the day he completed his studies and returned to serve the kingdom. Should the kingdom require his presence on the battlefield, the Lamore family would still be obliged to pay him and provide equipment. However, Griffiths could also receive additional task allowances and rewards from the military. The Count's steward was a tall, slender man, seemingly amiable. In his 50s, he wore a sharply tailored black tailcoat, standing still like a statue. Beside him stood a robust, middle-aged gentleman, scrutinizing Griffiths with a discerning gaze. "Mr. Wood, what do you think of this young man?" The steward handed a single-sided crystal lens to the middle-aged man. "He is the one I mentioned to you, the newly selected Chitterell." The moment the middle-aged man donned the crystal lens, Griffiths felt an uncomfortable force beginning to interfere with his own instincts. Before he could comprehend the sensation, it vanished. Without enhancements, a physique of 12, strength of 14, agility of 12, perception of 11, spirit of 10, balanced abilities, with a strong vitality and a magic resistance of level 4, quite commendable for a newcomer, would remove the crystal lens, addressing the aspiring knight. "I am the Count's chief guardian and the commander of the Lamore family's forces. Sir Woods, that if you continue to strive and do not meet an untimely demise on the battlefield, you may succeed me in the future." "Why can my abilities be quantified numerically?" Griffiths stifled his curiosity to examine the crystal lens, solemnly saluting the knight. "Yes, Sir Knight. Always remember your place, aspiring knight," Sir Wood concluded, nodding to the steward before exiting the room without looking back. "Very well, let us discuss matters of importance. I am Ashford, the steward of the Lamore estate. The Count has informed me about you, Mr. Griffiths." The impeccably dressed steward gracefully retrieved a box from the cabinet. "Here is your remuneration, gold coins and silver coins in equal fifths, with the remainder comprising promissory notes from the kingdom's central bank. What do you think?" The goblin bounty that the aspiring knight had received was mostly spent on fine clothing or consumed during his travels. He was now utterly destitute and did not comprehend the steward's words. "Promissory notes? I apologize, sir, for my lack of knowledge regarding this matter." The steward smiled as he elaborated. "The currency made of paper is equivalent to gold and silver. Should you wish to commission a tailored shirt or visit respectable restaurants and shops, the notes will spare you and the merchants some inconvenience. The gentlemen of Balon are not accustomed to carrying a heavy pouch of clinking metal coins, as it is deemed inappropriate. The small green paper you see now holds great significance in the life of this city." Griffith accepted the bag of money with delight, eagerly pulling out a stack of green notes. These currency notes were exquisitely printed, exuding a fragrant scent of ink, adorned with the crown of the king of Balon and various numerals. If you hold it up to the sun, you can discern the anti-counterfeiting mark, along with an eagle flag that you should be quite familiar with, Ashford demonstrated to the apprentice knight before turning to the beaming Griffith. "I advise you to spend this money promptly, lest when others inquire about your evident joy, you inadvertently reveal that you have just received 3 months' worth of salary, thus providing additional conversation fodder at dinner." Griffith, clutching the bag of money, quickly suppressed his beaming smile. "Very well. Follow the footman at the door to have your luggage taken to your room, and then tidy yourself up." Ashford waved towards the entrance. "As an apprentice knight, you are expected to dine with the Count's family. You have half an hour to prepare." This was the banquet that Galadia had arranged for me. Griffith's nerves tightened. Since the elves held it in such high regard, there must surely be a reason for its significance. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when Griffith arrived at the dining hall, he found only a slender young man with a pale complexion seated there. His short golden hair was neatly styled, and he held a cup of red tea. Upon noticing the apprentice knight's entrance, he stood up with cheerful enthusiasm and greeted, "Good evening. I am Nolan de Lamore, and you must be the newcomer. Shitterel, we shall discuss the East later. I am quite curious about the reports from there." "Ah, the Count's eldest son. Should I not first pay my respects?" Griffith promptly realized, responding earnestly to his inquiry. Before he could introduce himself further, the hosts and guests of the Count's residence arrived. The Countess was a strikingly beautiful and dignified blonde woman, tall and graceful, nearly matching the height of the apprentice knight when she donned her high-heeled shoes. The Countess greeted each guest at the banquet, merely nodding at the new apprentice knight. Among the seated guests were several scholars, parliamentarians, and renowned wealthy merchants. They naturally took their places at the long dining table, which was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth. Exquisite porcelain and silver candlesticks gleamed, while each guest was presented with enticing appetizers and an array of differing knives and forks. Griffith realized with dismay that he had never received such instruction. He did not even know which spoon to use for the soup. Several servants stood nearby like statues. Griffith felt a subtle stir of inspiration. He could sense discerning gazes assessing him from behind, tinged with a hint of scrutiny and amusement. What are they looking at me for? Why has the meal not been served yet? Once everyone was seated, a girl hurried into the dining hall and took a seat across from the apprentice knight. Her hair was a beautiful light gold, reminiscent of the morning sun, and her delicate gown accentuated her slender figure. The girl appeared to be no older than 16, her eyes sparkling like sapphires as she regarded the apprentice knight in his black coat with red stripes. Her expression one of mild surprise at a fitted black coat, devoid of any religious insignia. Is he intending to challenge someone in my household to a duel? The girl was quite curious about this newcomer. Griffith's upright posture and relatively handsome features only served to further pique her interest. "Good evening, Miss Sonia." Several guests greeted the tardy Count's daughter warmly. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen," Sonia replied gracefully, lifting her gown slightly and offering a charming smile. Compared to the familiar guests, Sonia was now more intrigued by the identity of the stranger seated across from her. A mere glance before taking her seat had already provided her with ample information. His attire is new yet not of the latest style. Well made, likely purchased specifically for this dinner. Why does he not bear the family crest? His movements seem somewhat stiff and awkward, as if he is contemplating which utensil to use for the soup. The black hair and austere demeanor are rather fitting. The blue ribbon. My father's guests never wear such things. It must be some low-ranking medal I am unfamiliar with, however, unlike the medals acquired by those gentlemen. This one appears to be earned through genuine merit. That it is the only indication of his status. Given his serious and restrained demeanor along with his complexion, he is likely a soldier. I see now. He is the Shitterel my father mentioned a few days ago. The extraordinary candidate tasked with monitoring my studies. Thus, his blue ribbon must be an Iron Eagle medal. The divination regarding him and me is quite subtle. Sonia felt a surge of excitement at her observations and was eager to ask Griffith if her deductions were correct. However, this was not the time for Miss Sonia de Lamore to indulge her curiosity. She had a different script to follow. "I apologize for my tardiness." Miss Sonia swiftly pieced together Griffith's identity while multitasking her words. Griffith hurriedly offered a stiff smile to the girl opposite him, nodding stiffly as a form of greeting. Fortunately, none of the attendees noticed his awkward demeanor. The golden-haired girl's voice was sweet and melodious, akin to soothing jade. If she were to ask him for something, Griffith felt he would be unable to refuse. "Have you once again become engrossed in those perilous books?" Lady de Lamore said with a hint of reproach. "Once you arrive at Homenwards. By the gods, if you cause any more trouble, it will be no mere matter for the newspapers." "I will not, mother," Sonia replied softly, lowering her head as if to conceal a little secret. "I am merely preparing for my courses. This is Sir Brandon's second son. Apprentice Knight Griffith Brandon, second squad leader, Shitterel." The Count casually introduced to the assembly. "This year, in addition to wheat and minerals from my lands, we finally managed to yield some unique specialties." "Hey, I guessed correctly. Can I receive a round of applause?" Sonia finally felt emboldened to gaze directly at the boy across from her, her excitement prompting her to lightly tap her toes. Griffith hastily rose, performing a military salute to all present. "Miss Sonia will be entering school in September. And the apprentice knight shall join her, the Count continued. A dear friend of mine hopes he will one day excel in command, law, and administration, bringing new prospects to our family, all of which he will learn during his time at the officer school and on the eastern battlefield. After all, as you know, my territory in the Odessa region can encounter floods and droughts even in fair weather. How remarkable. The guests chuckled in unison. One of them humorously inquired of Griffith, "Tell me, apprentice knight, while you were battling on the eastern battlefield, did you ever ponder what a peaceful life would be like upon your return?" "This is His Honor, Judge Surlaton of the Supreme Court, the Count's amiable and handsome eldest son, Nolan," introduced Griffith. "That, oh dear, the Supreme Court." The table was filled with illustrious figures, and the time afforded me to respond to questions was to be measured in seconds if I utter a foolish compliment about this splendid banquet being our hope for peace. It would be utterly ridiculous. Esteemed Judge, many of our auxiliary soldiers hail from the eastern provinces. When the situation becomes dire, the provinces impose heavy tax burdens on the farmers, Griffith considered, aiming to be as concise as possible within everyone's patience, in pursuit of the Church's blessing and protection. The auxiliary soldiers from the eastern provinces attempted to cede their lands to the Church. The laws of the kingdom do not permit such actions. The auxiliary soldiers thus gifted their land to friends, requesting that they contribute most of the harvest to the Church. Indeed, the Church's lands are tax-exempt, and the royal government explicitly forbids the transfer or donation of real estate to the Church, Judge Surlaton remarked. Slightly surprised, the citizens of the eastern provinces are attempting to circumvent the king's written laws. I noticed that what the apprentice knight described has a slight distinction from transfer, Your Honor, Count de Lamore interjected. His interest piqued, speaking rapidly. After the citizens of the East cede their lands to friends, the proceeds are given to the Church. That in such a case, would it still be regarded as a transfer that requires authorization? This question warrants further investigation. The Chief Justice did not press Griffith for deeper inquiries, but instead nodded approvingly. I believe the Supreme Court shall soon receive an appeal regarding this case. Several guests exchanged glances of astonishment. The newcomer, a rather unsophisticated individual, possesses a keen sense of awareness that it appears that the Earl is also intrigued by this topic, prompting Judge Arthur Lattern to pose more questions, leading to a lively atmosphere at the dinner. Is this fascinating discourse merely a coincidence, or has this apprentice knight from the border prepared in advance to make a favorable impression on everyone? Sonia raised her gaze to observe Griffith's countenance, then glanced at the ribbon of his iron eagle medal adorning his chest. She had initially thought that once she entered Homenworth, her family would no longer have any influence over her. However, the preceding conversation suddenly made the blonde girl realize that her father had likely purposefully placed such a formidable character by her side. She struggled to restrain herself from puffing out her cheeks. When I let loose with my friends at Homenworth, will this astute soldier be monitoring and reporting my actions according to my father's directives? The divination indicated that our compatibility should be decent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen. Ah, what is he doing? This pan-fried veal is absolutely delectable. Griffith remained oblivious to the girl's gaze, engrossed in savoring the dishes before him. Before he could finish, the servers had already brought the next course, clearing away the food that other guests had barely touched. Griffith hurriedly forked a piece of the remaining meat and stuffed it into his mouth, beaming as he watched the server present him with a plate of salmon across the long table. Sonia widened her eyes at his clean plate. The Earl's dinner lasted a full hour and a half. The guests, seemingly with endless topics to discuss, conversed from the diplomatic delegation's visit to newly discovered plants in the southern provinces, with the Earl offering brief comments on each subject before it concluded that I can no longer eat. Initially, Griffith counted the number of courses he had consumed, mentally noting which was the most delicious. He polished off every dish, but soon he felt uncomfortably stuffed. The apprentice knight leaned back, attempting to create some space in his distended stomach. He had little to converse about with the noble guests, and his discomfort was becoming unbearable. Miss Sonia, seated across from Griffith, raised her crystal-clear wine glass with a smile, taking a sip of the fragrant fruit wine. My apologies, everyone. Lord Lamore nodded to the guests still enjoying dessert before turning to leave the dining hall. After sitting for over an hour, the guests engaged in casual chatter for a while before bidding farewell to the Countess. Griffith, already feeling as though food was lodged in his throat, stood up stiffly, striving not to lean against the table or the wall in the gaze of Sonia. Imbued with amusement, he meandered out at the end of the departing crowd. Chapter 20. The lawbreaker Griffith's chamber was situated in the highest attic of the Earl's estate. A small room furnished only with a bed, a table, and a chair. Outside the window lay the slanted rooftops and the garden of the inner courtyard. His belongings and weapons had been delivered here, tucked away in the crevice beneath the bed. After climbing the stairs and digesting a bit of food, the apprentice knight collapsed onto the bed. Once the sound of guests' horses faded from the courtyard, the silver moonlight spilled onto the pristine bedding, creating a tranquil silence. Having departed the bustling military camp, it had been an eternity since he had enjoyed a room all to himself in such solitude. Suddenly, a thought struck Griffith's mind. Every dish served to the other guests was left unfinished, merely nibbled upon. Griffith abruptly recognized something amiss. Could this be a dining etiquette? If so, how foolish it would be to consume all the food. Why had no one reminded me? Such a delicious dinner wasted. Oh dear, I can't sleep with this bloated feeling. Griffith rolled over in bed, dressed once more, and descended the stairs, hoping to find a broom to tidy up the room and aid digestion. The sprawling estate was disorienting, and after a few turns, Griffith found himself lost, standing dazed before a grand door. The door bore an elegant inscription, "Library." Cautiously pushing it open, the apprentice knight discovered an astonishing collection of books in the Earl's estate. The expansive two-tiered library was filled with shelves stacked high, complete with sliding ladders and tracks for easy access. Griffith trembled with excitement. These books were free to peruse. He caressed the exquisite covers, momentarily unsure which tome to select. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stirred near the writing desk, transforming into a human shape that a mutated being. Griffith had never imagined encountering a creature lurking in the shadows within the Earl's estate. His heart momentarily halting in fright, and his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword as the shadow slowly unfolded. A pale and handsome face emerged. It was then that Griffith realized the figure merely belonged to a young man of similar age, who was dressed entirely in black, the candle beside him extinguished, rendering him as still as a statue. "Good evening," the apprentice knight rasped. "I am Griffith Branton, second lieutenant, and a châtelet of the Earl's estate." "Oh, good evening, apprentice knight." The young man in the shadows rose slowly, scrutinizing Griffith. "I am Almond Soren of the Order of Truth, an apprentice cleric, a member of the Church of the Holy Light." Griffith instantly relaxed. Many apprentice clerics and nuns from the church served within the military and were his good friends. The young man before him had an alarmingly pale complexion, possibly due to poor diet or lack of rest, evoking concern that he might faint at any moment. On another note, Krista was similarly fragile, yet possessed a persistent will. Her emotionally rich eyes oscillated between melancholy and determination, rendering her particularly endearing. Soren, like Griffith, was clad in black, though more simply, devoid of any decorative patterns or embellishments, appearing as a solid mass of darkness when curled up. "What brings you here?" Griffith glanced at the open books on the desk. "Studying." "Indeed. During the day I serve as the Earl's secretary, and I must keep up with my coursework at night," Soren replied, his tone somewhat aloof and haughty. However, his gaze remained fixated on Griffith's impeccably tailored coat, the sword at his waist, and the boots on his feet. While his expression was calm, the intensity of his gaze was almost palpable. "Have you returned from the front lines?" Soren inquired. "Were you in the cavalry?" "Yes." Griffith nodded. "We have clerics like you in our regiment. They are my good friends. Have you served in the military?" "Not at all." This was merely a casual question. Soren, the apprentice cleric, was quite tall but notably slender. His face remarkably fair, akin to that of a maiden, raising concerns that he might collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, he was undeniably handsome, with strikingly beautiful eyes, fitting the aesthetic of a great city. Unconsciously, Griffith turned to glance at his shadow cast upon the window. His angular features resembling a rigid stone, his entire demeanor rather unrefined. "Are you interested in the arcane?" Soren inquired, his gaze still riveted on the apprentice knight's sword and boots, his eyes nearly sparkling with eagerness, as if he were a wind-up toy, speaking in a stilted manner. "If you are preparing for your courses at Homenworth, I can recommend a reading list." "That would be immensely appreciated," Griffith exclaimed, captivated as he watched the apprentice cleric retrieve beautifully bound tomes and pamphlets from the shelves. These books and documents chronicled the founding of Balon, the origins of the Lamore family, and modern history, along with general knowledge of magic and extraordinary traits. valuable findings he had never encountered before. The apprentice knight promptly set his sword aside on the table and picked up a pamphlet to examine. It was a quarterly publication detailing the black market and underground dealings in Balon. In the lower districts of Balon, on Taysock Street, beneath layers of mud and rubble lay centuries-old refuse and corpses, breeding disease and vice upon that ominous land, due to the persistent presence of chaotic, malevolent spirits. The efficacy of detection and tracking spells was greatly hampered, transforming this southern thoroughfare into a haven for smugglers and cultists. The plethora of contraband from the east and south was traded there. Upon reading this, Griffith's thoughts began to stir. Magical items, when subjected to the turbulence of bloodlust and malice upon the battlefield, could yield unreliable energies. However, they excelled in small-scale confrontations. Even a seemingly feeble mage could conjure a shield with a mere flick of their wand, effectively blocking Griffith's assaults in one-on-one combat. Whenever this notion crossed his mind, Griffith felt compelled to procure some magical items for himself. However, the production and trade of such valuable goods required registration. Reserved exclusively for nobles and certain extraordinary individuals, given Griffith's status, possession of most types of items would be illegal to acquire them. One would have to resort to the black market. Griffith swiftly skimmed through the information regarding Taysock Street before setting the pamphlet aside and retrieving a work on the modern history of the arcane. It contained precious knowledge on several extraordinary paths. When Griffith opened the section on the Lawbreaker Path, he found that it still contained only fragmented information. Lawbreaker Path, Sequence 9, Title, New Recruit. This sequence of extraordinary individuals can gain promotional opportunities through prolonged physical training, alongside essential knowledge of grammar and mathematics. Once one becomes extraordinary, a new recruit can attain a robust physique and commendable strength, agility, and endurance, enabling them to harness the mental energy required to operate certain magical items. The new recruits have the option to embark on an irreversible ascension towards one of three paths: the Magebreaker, the Paladin, or the Demon Hunter. This encapsulates the state of Griffith. After 2 years on the battlefield, an official assessment has determined that he is irreversibly progressing towards the next tier of the Magebreaker path. Unlike the Paladin and the Demon Hunter, the advanced knowledge of the Magebreaker path has been lost to the sands of time. Should no measures be taken, it is highly probable that Griffith will stagnate at Tier 7. The Tier 8 Barrier Breaker allows its extraordinary practitioners to weaken magical effects directly impacting the body, while also providing a chance to pierce illusions and resist mental spells such as fear and charm. Furthermore, practitioners may acquire 1 or 2 distinct extraordinary abilities during their ascension. Tier 7 Magebreaker represents the highest known tier of the Magebreaker path. Practitioners possess formidable resistance to direct magical effects and can significantly disrupt spellcasting activities in close proximity. However, they are incapable of nullifying the effects of indirect magic. Ascension within this tier requires ample practical experience, with a grand and exhilarating battle serving as the optimal catalyst. Some even argue that a blood-soaked conflict is a necessary rite for their advancement. Although Tier 7 Magebreaker is sufficient to serve as the core of an army, the materials, knowledge, and rituals required for further ascension have all been lost since the First Era, placing Magebreaker officers at a disadvantage when confronted by formidable foes. Chapter 21. The Pearl of Balon. Why has the information regarding the higher tiers of the Magebreaker path been lost? Griffith perused other chapters: spellcasters, paladins, assassins, demon hunters. Nearly all known extraordinary traits that can be assimilated by humans possess the potential to ascend to Tier 4, while the knowledge and conditions for higher tier ascensions are seldom inscribed in texts. The Magebreaker path is uniquely devoid of any clues regarding advanced tiers. What transpired during the First Era? Griffith inquired of Soren, who was nearby. Soren, preoccupied with the sword of a trainee knight, took a moment to respond. That is forbidden history. Known to none, it is best not to pry. Well, it was merely a matter from over 1,000 years ago. Perhaps some elves from that era still live. Griffith, with a sense of regret, continued his reading. According to the general knowledge of mysticism, tiers 9 through 7 are referred to as extraordinary beings. Higher forms of life are also collectively termed extraordinary beings, but for distinction, they are occasionally honored with the title of transcendent beings in certain contexts. Those who reach this echelon possess an understanding and application of mystical powers that far surpasses that of extraordinary beings. It is said that Valkyrie, The commander within the army has already transcended the bottleneck of Tier 7. Merely a few years older than the trainee knight. Other equally ranked transcendent beings are renowned figures of great import. It is rumored that one of the conditions for appointment as a formal professor at Hogwarts is to achieve Tier 6. Among the transcendent beings, the most powerful and enigmatic are those of Tier 4, wielding powers bordering on the divine. Their numbers are scarce, and even their names remain unknown to the public. The promotion and characteristics of extraordinary beings are significant areas of study within mysticism. With numerous mad researchers perishing in failed experiments each year, and even more tragically, becoming monsters or true lunatics, the illustrations within the book depict some wretched souls, twisted and chaotic in form, an extraordinary being. Griffith felt a shiver run down his spine, merely from glancing at these writhing, contorted shadows, hastily turning the page. Wait, this makes no sense, given the multitude of fearless volunteers willing to devote themselves to mysticism. Why is my path to ascension still shrouded in ambiguity? Surely, with enough lives sacrificed, results should have materialized. Ever since leaving the army, the conundrums have been relentless. Reflecting on these matters, Griffith realized that even the mythical creature he had recently encountered, the behemoth, no longer seemed so astonishing. Should he encounter it once more, he would certainly not react with the same panic as before. Mysticism is truly captivating. Unbeknownst to him, the dawn had already filtered through the glass. Casting light upon the table, Griffith came to his senses and hurriedly bid farewell to the kind-hearted Soren. Rushing back to his chamber, Schotthaller, he was still unaware of the myriad responsibilities and challenges that awaited him each day. And thus he must seize the opportunity to rest for a while. During lunch, Professor Hines, the director of the cavalry training, once again visited Count Lamor's estate to discuss several proposals from the council with the Count. Following their discussion, the director summoned his student to ascertain whether he had survived the first meal at the Grand Noble estate. I heard you made an impressive speech, and, lacking any common sense, finished all the dishes, you glutton. Director Hines remarked with rapid speech, completely disregarding Griffith's astonished expression. No need to be surprised. There are no secrets here, and news of last night's events has long since reached my ears. If possible, I would hope they would permit me to dine at a street-side restaurant and enjoy 20 so for dinner, Griffith mumbled to the flag captain. The customs here are overwhelming. Dinner is even more nerve-wracking than facing a horde of half-beasts. TSK. 20 so, why would you want to eat so much? The flag captain replied, half in anger, half in amusement. Those aspiring to enter the higher academies as Schotthaller are lining up. Several judges and scholars have been diligently attending to the Count for years, all in hopes that their young prot.gs might have an opportunity like yours. Just then, a faint sound echoed. Nolan and Miss Sonia appeared at the doorway of the library. Nolan held a large stack of tomes on spells and alchemy, seemingly preparing reference materials for his sister's enrollment. Greetings, Captain. The Count's eldest son smiled as he greeted the two. The Count's daughter, standing beside him, lightly lifted the hem of her skirt to avoid tripping and swiftly removed a book from the shelf before hastily departing, granting no opportunity for conversation. Ah, this boy possesses quite a bit of pride. Perhaps he won't complicate my grand plans. Sonia gracefully exited the study, feeling her spirits lifted. It's just a matter of eating a lot. Did they hear that? The two, who had just been chatting, found themselves in an awkward silence. Director Hines wore an expression of having overstepped his bounds, exchanged a few casual remarks, and took his leave, leaving Griffith and the Count's eldest son locked in a silent stare. Good afternoon. Trainee Knight. Nolan's complexion appeared as pale as the previous night, with dark circles under his eyes reminiscent of a flower bear from the eastern mountains. Clearly having stayed up late, he smiled and gestured to the seat opposite him, indicating for Griffith to sit. I meant to ask you last night, what is it like to swing a longsword and sever a head? Nolan pondered thoughtfully. Do you enjoy that feeling? The newly initiated Griffith found himself at a loss for words. Are you satisfied with this world? I hadn't considered that question. Griffith shook his head. We have potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and a plethora of high-yield crops to feed these millions and countless livestock. We also possess flax, silk, rubber, iron ore, and precious metals, making our existence far more dignified than that of the curly-haired baboons in the trees, Nolan remarked, smiling as he gazed into the eyes of the recently acquainted trainee knight, presenting a query he had never contemplated. Trainee knight, do you not find this world to be exceedingly beautiful? Beautiful to the point of perfection. As a soldier who has had several bones broken on the battlefield, I fear I cannot claim that this world is so wonderful, Griffith replied. However, I understand your sentiment. This world offers such a rich and diverse array of resources, without the scourge of war. Humanity and other races would live in a realm akin to a divine kingdom. Precisely, that is the sentiment that we relish this marvelous world and take for granted many things, much like canaries in a gilded cage. Nolan grabbed a fragrant pear and took a sizable bite. Join me tonight at the ball hosted by Duke Meyer, the king's favorite. Allow me to show you what the center of the world is like. In the evening, a carriage exuding understated nobility transported Nolan and Griffith to Duke Meyer's estate. Although they had already experienced the luxurious beauty of the Count's residence, the Duke's mansion was so exquisitely crafted that even the slightest pebble left the trainee knight in awe. Fine white sand stretched from the entrance to the grand hall, creating a delightful rustling sound as the carriage passed. Exotic plants from across the globe were artfully arranged throughout the courtyard, with flower pots meticulously buried underground, leaving no trace visible. Look, this is Balon's new jewel. Miss Lavelle is the brightest star of spring thus far. Just look at her expression now that she has been relegated to second place. That priceless smile. Oh, gods above. Many guests congregated in the hall that as Griffith walked past them. He observed their eyes gleaming with admiration and adoration, nearly spilling over with emotion. What are they discussing? Griffith inquired softly. Nolan cast him a peculiar glance. My sister. At the center of the dance floor, the recently 16-year-old Sonia de Lamour was officially introduced to the social scene of Balon. Griffith's gaze pierced through the throngs of people, and when he caught sight of the golden-haired maiden, it was as if he beheld the dawn breaking through a veil of mist, rendering the opulent crystal chandeliers of the Duke's mansion dim in comparison. The young lady, adorned in a gown embellished with crystals that sparkled like stars, revealed her fair, rounded shoulders. Her tall figure moved with a beguiling grace, tempered by a hint of bashful modesty. She needed not utter a word, for her azure eyes spoke volumes, occasionally lowering as if to convey what sweet submission and tenderness would await her beloved. Griffith Branton, Squire. A servant approached, whispering softly into his ear. A young lady requests your presence in the lounge on the second floor. Bewildered yet compliant, Griffith was led upstairs. The few handmaidens bustled about, hurriedly announcing his arrival. Griffith, a voice as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, seized the squire's thoughts, revealing a familiar figure. From a waterfall of silky black hair peeked a pair of exquisite pointed ears. Do you find me beautiful? The enchanting Galadriel had shed her ranger's garb and cloak, donning a gown that gracefully exposed her shoulders, beckoning him with a wave. My companion has been summoned away. Might you keep me company for a while? Of course. Was that even a question? As the elven maiden rose, Griffith felt as though he might float away. The impeccably tailored gown accentuated her tall, perfect curves, exquisite embellishments ensuring her elegance remained intact. Her lively eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and vitality. Do you think I should style my hair up? Galadriel twirled before a tall mirror. This looks lovely, Griffith managed to utter after considerable effort, feeling more fatigued than charging into battle with his lance. Humph. The elven maiden's lips curled slightly, her chin raised with a hint of playfulness. It is my fault. I should not trouble a novice at his first ball. You can dance, can't you? What? Are you serious? Griffith felt his heart racing. If it involves leaping into a throng of orcs with dual swords, I excel at that. But as for dancing, I have only attempted it 6 times. Heavens! 6 times, so many. Galadriel gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Have you truly been diligent in defending your homeland? During each victorious campaign, we would gather to celebrate. Griffith raised his arm, allowing his elven partner to entwine herself with him. There was a novice nun from the Church of the Holy Light who was exceptionally skilled in music. She taught me a few things. The memory of dancing with the novice nun Krista dimmed Griffith's tone and expression. Oh, Galadriel tilted her head, obediently quieting as they strolled towards the hall. I shall not pry further. Indeed. They walked a few steps in silence, the atmosphere in the quiet corridor becoming painfully awkward at last. Galadriel could no longer contain herself and leaned closer to Griffith's shoulder, whispering, Did she reject you? Tell me. Chapter 22. Galadriel of Canaan, Galadriel Villanoe, daughter of Ferrera Villanoe, the current regent of Canaan. Canaan is the Elven Kingdom. The servant's brief yet astonishing introduction nearly sent Griffith tumbling down the grand staircase. He had sensed that Galadriel's lineage was exceptional, but he had not anticipated her to be the daughter of the reigning regent of the Elven Kingdom. That it would be unusual for them not to encounter attacks or assassins along the way. Griffith could scarcely believe he had made it to Balon alive. The noble guests, having completed their dance, turned their astonished and respectful gazes towards Galadriel on the staircase. Even such a simple proclamation conveyed to all present the illustrious status of the Elven Maiden. As Galadriel linked her arm with Griffith's, he felt the weight of piercing stares upon him. Few in the ballroom knew who he was, yet the pale blue ribbon at his collar hinted at his rank as a squire. Being the dance partner of this esteemed heiress was not merely inappropriate or impolite. It was quite shocking. Griffith felt as though he would soon be mercilessly scrutinized by the social elite. Wait a moment, so what? The second lieutenant suddenly realized that nearly everyone present had no connection to him. Even the lowest-ranking guests were far more noble. For these highborn individuals, lingering their gaze on Griffith for too long would be utterly absurd. With this thought, Griffith felt a wave of relief wash over him. He maintained appropriate decorum, escorting the elven noblewoman to the center of the dance floor as though besieging a fortress. The next dance commenced. Miss Sonia, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, suddenly noticed that a significant portion of attention had shifted away from her. Most of it was now focused on Galadriel, with the remainder stubbornly attempting to incinerate Griffith with their gazes. Not bad. Galadriel's sparkling eyes barely concealed her amusement. So far, you have yet to step on my toes. She drew close to Griffith, allowing him to place his hand on her waist. The elegance of her elven form was simply breathtaking. Griffith struggled to maintain composure amidst this captivating dance, muttering, "Your previous adventures in the wilderness seemed perilous. TSK, and yet you worry about that while being roasted over a fire." Galadriel smirked. "Do you know? Even if I were to roll on the ground or drag you onto a table to dance, what could they possibly do to me? Exile me. Or perhaps defame me in unseen places. That's precisely what I intend to do." Griffith found himself at a loss for words in response to his partner's declaration. So, why should we adhere to the rules imposed by others, bowing to the tyrant known as social etiquette? Everyone has become puppets to a monster named decorum, losing themselves while feeling proud of a free spirit. Should I not follow my heart in choosing my dance partner and way of life? It all seemed so reasonable. Griffith found himself nodding in agreement. Observing his foolish expression, Galadriel felt a twinge of guilt. "However, I do have my limits, and I must soon assume another role. Can you manage on your own? I once crawled into a ditch after being wounded and drank mingled blood and mud for 4 or 5 hours. Griffith replied nonchalantly. "There are refreshing peach juices available on the tables here." Griffith's privilege lasted only until the conclusion of the dance, simultaneously liberating him from a burdensome obligation. During the ensuing moments, Galadriel was introduced to various dignitaries by the Elven ambassador, while Griffith found himself marginalized in a corner like a despised sheep on a farm. Given his status, even if anyone present were interested in him, it would be difficult to navigate such a setting. Galadriel cast a distant, apologetic glance towards her companion, but this time, she was genuinely overwhelmed with duties. Even with her carefree nature, she could not abandon the esteemed human nobles brought by the Elven ambassador to spend the evening with a young man who was neither her fiancé nor her lover. Thus, Griffith was left to wander alone in the corner. Yet, he felt no discontent. Along the edge of the hall stood long tables laden with delicacies. Exquisite silver trays were stacked high with chocolate cakes, waffles, tiramisu, puddings, yogurt ice cream, and many other unfamiliar dishes, rising like distant eastern snow peaks. The vibrant array of desserts resembled rainbows upon the silver sea, captivating Griffith's eyes even more than the most beautiful person at the ball. Resist! Griffith suppressed the urge to carry away an entire silver platter, instead opting to sample the sweets at a pace he deemed slow. "Do you enjoy desserts?" A voice startled him from behind. Griffith nearly choked on the cake in his mouth. "I am Issues de Closel, the current Viscount of Closel, along with a plethora of titles, but you can just call me Issues." A slender, silver-haired boy around 16 or 17 introduced himself, engaging Griffith in conversation. "This autumn, I have the fortune of enrolling alongside Miss Sonia. Pleasure to meet you, your lordship." Griffith hastily set down his cake and bowed to the young Viscount. "How may I assist you?" "Don't be so formal. Just call me Issues." The youthful Viscount waved his hand dismissively. "I dislike such gatherings, yet I must attend. You have just returned from the East." "Indeed. What was it like?" Issues gazed at Griffith with curiosity. I have a classmate from Chatorl joining me, and they say they are still celebrating their victory, so they have yet to arrive in Balon. I have a belly full of questions with no one to ask. If it is within my knowledge, I shall do my utmost to answer. Griffith nodded towards the Viscount's son as they made their way to the window. That would be splendid. Issues accepted 2 glasses of cocktails from a servant, handing one to Griffith. I have heard that heavy cavalry were utilized en masse on the eastern battlefield, launching concentrated assaults against the enemy. I am most curious. The terrain there is expansive, allowing for the deployment of cavalry formations, Griffith remarked with a nod. What a magnificent sight it would be, Isius exclaimed, his face alight with longing. Yet, many deem this heretical. The theory I previously heard posits that to fully harness the combat and defensive prowess of heavy cavalry, one must equip a powerful knight of the highest order in enchanted plate armor, leading a retinue of vassals and infantry to assault the enemy from all directions, gradually dismantling their defenses. Indeed, that is a prevailing notion, considering the exceptional martial skills of the great knights and their ability to wield numerous formidable extraordinary abilities, Griffith acknowledged. However, their numbers, the knights of the rightful order, stand at the forefront. Isius interjected, producing a scroll of illustrations from within his cloak, as if by magic. Look at this silver sheen, the enchanting lines, and the imposing lance. The Viscount caressed the image of a valiant armored knight depicted in the album. The renowned judgment knight, Tiberius. The shiver of trepidation coursed through Griffith, compelling him to take a step back. You hold great admiration for Lord Tiberius. Huh. Who cares about that mere vessel? Isius retorted. Behold this full suit of armor and breastplate, the lance and cavalry shield. This is the embodiment of beauty, order, and strength. Indeed, it is captivating, Griffith conceded, but it is excessively cumbersome, severely limiting mobility. I have heard that the tactic of knights leading infantry in support was derived from the elves. Their forests cannot accommodate large-scale assaults. The Elven Kingdom has long been plagued by the guerrilla warfare of northern trolls, leading to the evolution of their unique small unit coordination tactics. Griffith recalled the opinions of his mentor, Heinz, that esteemed cavalry director had often criticized the elves for engaging only in policing warfare, utterly ignorant of conventional combat. Yet, his views had not been widely embraced. After all, human cavalry technology, like magic, had its roots in elven teachings, leaving a profound imprint on tactical inheritance. The strategy of a powerful knight or other formidable beings leading infantry charges had indeed proven remarkably effective on certain battlefields. While the Eastern cavalry's mass tactics remained rather niche, Isius grew increasingly animated. The Eastern method of assembling squads of low-tier cavalry composed of squire and retainer ranks for charges is nothing short of heresy. The essence of warfare should be embodied by such majestic knights. Isius, are you once again extolling your tiresome hobby? A stunning maiden with waist-length golden hair approached, interrupting the enthusiastic Viscount. Tiresome, you women, accustomed to peace, would not understand. Isius promptly retorted, yet out of decorum and politeness, he introduced, this is Miss Fiona de Chalon. Her retinue is still en route from the east. Fiona, may I present the Squire Griffith of the Lamore family? We shall be enrolling together this autumn. Another noble offspring possessing a retinue. Griffith immediately bowed to the beautiful noblewoman. Greetings, Squire. The elegant and lovely Miss Fiona curtsied, lifting her skirts in a manner that delighted Griffith. She was as striking as Sonia, yet devoid of that soft, submissive allure. Her long, pale golden hair cascaded down her slender, upright waist, and her exquisite gown, adorned with dazzling gems, could not conceal the vigor and vitality in her gaze. In the fleeting moment their eyes met, Griffith felt a spark of inspiration. Unlike others, Fiona's aura seemed to intertwine with diverse qualities that he could not quite discern. Squire, I noticed you appear quite familiar with that elven lady, Fiona inquired casually, as though merely making conversation, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, Miss de Chalon. Upon my return from the Eastern Front, I happened upon a small village besieged by goblins, Griffith recounted, and Galadia and I fought together to repel and vanquish those fiends. As each word tumbled from Griffith's lips, he noticed Fiona's eyes growing increasingly radiant, eventually sparkling like the night sky. How splendid, the solitary, beautiful ranger befriending a brave young knight in the throes of adventure. Fiona had already immersed herself in her daydreams. She regarded Griffith with a look that could easily be misinterpreted by Isius, silently musing. Upon closer inspection, this squire is rather handsome. He must surely be a valiant and reliable companion in adventures. When shall I have my own tale of adventure? Across the ballroom, Sonia found herself enveloped by a throng of admirers. Whether at home or attending social gatherings, she had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, and equally accustomed to feeling quite bored. However, tonight was different. Sonia was genuinely astonished that Galadia would select a squire as her dance partner, believing herself incapable of such a choice, the daughter of the Lamor family. Surrounded by friends, momentarily lost herself in thought, suddenly recalling something. She attempted to navigate through the crowd, but found herself unable to escape, resorting to signaling one of her family's vassals to bring the squire over. Griffith promptly made his way to Sonia's side. With curiosity gleaming in her expression, Sonia queried, "How did you come to know Miss Galadia?" "When I returned from the eastern battlefield, I passed through a small village that was under attack by goblins. And Galadia and I," Griffith began to recount. Only to falter mid-sentence, he noticed the sapphire-like eyes of the golden-haired maiden before him suddenly radiate with brilliant hues. Her prior discontent completely dissipated. The knight and the elf's adventure, fraught with danger in the distant wilderness. Was this not the stuff of stories? Sonia nearly rose to her toes, grasping the squire's arm with her bright blue eyes sparkling. And then, what happened next? For the first time, Sonia realized how swiftly time flew at the ball. Griffith's modest adventure tale captivated her, and both Isius and Fiona, with whom she was already quite familiar, joined in the conversation. As Griffith recounted how they had repelled the goblin incursion on the village, the next dance was about to commence. Sonia exerted tremendous self-control, resisting the impulse to swap her partner from a baron to the squire. The poor baron had finally secured this opportunity, while Sonia spent the entirety of the dance yearning for its conclusion to return to listening to tales. As the ball progressed, weary guests began to disperse in clusters. Boys and girls preparing for autumn enrollment occupied a large sofa, engaging in lively conversation. "I have a retinue en route, expected to arrive shortly," Isius, one of Sonia's circle, declared. "With Griffith and Fiona, your numbers will suffice." What were they discussing? Griffith perked up his ears as he passed the sofa to fetch a sweet treat. Galadia had already been whisked away by her kin and had not even had the chance to greet him. "Is it truly feasible?" Fiona seemed uncertain. "Perhaps we should bring along the household guards. But we would be reported immediately. Do you not know who pays their wages?" "They answer only to your parents and my guardian," Isius replied, furrowing his brow. "However, the retinue is different." The silver-haired Isius tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers. "They have just arrived and are unfamiliar with everything. As long as we request confidentiality, they will comply." "I concur," Sonia nodded. "This is our last opportunity before our September enrollment. The movements of the retinue would also be entirely legitimate." This did not sound like a favorable proposition. Griffith took a step back from the dessert table. "Griffith, we require your assistance." Sonia's melodious voice, imbued with an irresistible charm, halted the squire in his tracks. "It must remain secret." Chapter 23. The Unbelievable Marvelous House. Days later, the list of reference books for Homenwarts arrived at the Lamor residence, from noble students to ordinary learners, as well as the special retinue members. All would need to procure their course materials from Homenwarts Estate on Academy Road in Balon. The majority of the newcomers would be studying magic, with each semester demanding the completion of at least 20 compulsory and elective courses. This was indeed a costly endeavor. Each new book could sustain an ordinary person for at least a week. Some professors even revised a new book annually. Homenwarts was established in a small town in the northern province of Balon, with only a fraction of its institutions and industries remaining within the city limits. The Academy's motto, "All are born equal," was inscribed at the entrance of Academy Road, marking the estate's domain within Balon. Without special permission, neither male nor female servants were permitted entry. Aside from shopkeepers, ordinary individuals without extraordinary abilities were also barred. From the moment they set foot in this estate of Homenwarts, the noble offspring, who considered themselves inherently superior to commoners, would have to rely on their own resources, much like the prestigious magical academy they were about to enter. Where social hierarchies would be significantly diminished, these noble youths faced academic pressures, no room for cheating, concerns about their social environment, no one to cater to their whims, and even the management of everyday tasks, attending to their attire, became an unprecedented challenge. For many young women, how to transport textbooks as thick as bricks to the delivery center was a serious dilemma. Nevertheless, the noble children had their own solutions, namely, the retinue, partner cavalry. Only those of truly noble lineage can select qualified Schuderer and bear the costs associated with him. Decades ago, a grand noble who had suffered from bullying during his student days advised the principal to include those who had made significant contributions to the safety and prosperity of the kingdom into the newly established military command department of the academy. Each selected young officer, after serving 2 years on the front lines, is eligible to apply for admission to this comprehensive institution. They study the same compulsory courses as other students while also completing advanced military command studies. The erudite principal initially failed to grasp the true purpose of this initiative. After all, from the perspectives of diversity, education, and societal needs, it seemed an excellent suggestion. It was not until he realized that the robust, loyal, and intrepid Schuderer youths were all fiercely loyal vassals to their lords that the implications became apparent in this institution, which weakened social classes while strengthening the values of learning, athleticism, and appearance. Schuderer were immediately embraced by both professors and students, leading to the formation of small circles centered around the noble offspring and their Schuderer. By the time the Board of Governors at Homenwatz discovered this issue, it was already too late to intervene. Some board members considered this a stroke of genius, staunchly opposing any reform measures while sending their own offspring and vassals into the academy en masse, in addition to the hefty textbooks. Acquiring a customized wand is particularly crucial for the first-year students in the magical studies program. A spellcaster wishing to avoid the cumbersome formations and incantations must possess a wand and preset commands. Having a wand is even more advantageous. When casting spells, preset commands can significantly reduce incantation time, allowing for the invocation of spells with just a few simple phrases. In scenarios where strengths are comparable, seizing or disarming the opponent's wand can secure a decisive victory. It is said that 2 esteemed demigod wizards once engaged in a duel, fiercely contending over each other's wands, given their high magical resistance and robust defensive measures. The scene devolved into a brawl reminiscent of 2 ruffians wielding sticks. However, this was not the case for Griffith. The wand held less significance for Schuderer than a pair of chopsticks. After customizing a wand for Sonia, Griffith followed her to the officially designated bookstore. Introduction to Magic, Basic Alchemy, Basic Spells. Yes, I know them all. Potion Experimentation. Sigh. Sonia joyfully handed Griffith beautifully bound new books from the shelves. Griffith, aren't you getting your own books? Is it too heavy? The apprentice knight, balancing a stack of textbooks nearly as tall as himself, peeked out from behind the pile. My elective courses are quite different, Miss Sonia. Besides, new books are too expensive for my salary. I plan to visit the second-hand bookstore later. Sonia had not considered this. You can charge them to my account. Thank you for your kindness, miss, Griffith replied with a smile, shaking his head. However, the customs of Schuderer dictate that using my lord's funds would disrupt my financial planning, which is also one of our compulsory lessons. All right. Sonia lowered her gem-like eyes slightly. Then, please don't call me miss anymore. Just call me Sonia. In a few days, we will be classmates. Your will shall be my action. Griffith swallowed the word miss that was on the tip of his tongue. Sonia. After purchasing the textbooks for Sonia, Griffith entrusted the stack of books to a courier service, which would deliver them to the Lamore estate. The Countess's daughter eagerly headed to a nearby CAF with a few girls to relax, leaving Griffith to manage his own time until he was to pick her up at 3 in the afternoon. Second-hand bookstore. Griffith wandered through the bustling streets until he finally found his destination around a corner. A 3-story gray building was crammed full of various books, with no staircase to speak of. The shopkeeper relied on a small ladder to navigate the shelves. Introduction to Magic, General Mysticism. Griffith first reported the required textbooks to the shopkeeper before listing his elective course materials. Fundamentals of Infantry Command. Standard Camp. Introduction to Standard Staff. Ah, Schuderer. Welcome, the tall, thin proprietor responded with an enthusiastic tone. No need to say more. I know what you need. It's the same every year. Would you like to take a copy of Don Dung's Origins of Blood Tax? It's quite popular. No, thank you. I know myself well enough. Just then, the shop door swung open, and a whirlwind of boys and girls rushed into the bookstore. Look, only 2 silver coins. Leading them were a pair of identical tall boys, speaking in perfect unison. The leftover money can buy plenty of weird flavored beans. Don't forget to give us a little as a reward. The twin brothers chirped. Quick, get Lord Aaron a set of freshman textbooks. They must not be tattered old books, preferably with notes. Aaron, the shopkeeper exclaimed. Aaron Lindless. My goodness, you resemble your father as a child. By this time, Aaron had already entered the bookstore, though dressed in a humble coat. His soft, fine golden hair shone with the colors of the sun, his smooth skin was delicate like that of a girl, and his strikingly high nose and handsome profile could rival that of a theater star. Most striking of all were his blood-red eyes, which seemed to possess a captivating power. By the gods, what an honor this is, the old bookstore owner exclaimed with the eagerness of someone about to give away a set for free. I'll give you an 80% discount. Who is this person? He seems quite famous. Griffith leaned against the bookshelf to avoid being knocked over by the excited classmates. Aaron Lindless, son of Dren Lindless, don't you know? A tall boy emerged from behind Griffith's shelf. Victory to Bayron. He wore a sharp coat and carried a sword at his waist. His robust physique and defined lines giving him an imposing presence, though he appeared to be struggling to suppress a surging power. Lana, Griffith exclaimed with joy, thumping his chest. You are also Shudderer. I serve Count Charlong, attending to Miss Fiona de Charlong. Have you met her? Lana was a head taller than Griffith, a fearsome cavalryman and berserker within the regiment. However, he now appeared gentle, even cradling a pile of textbooks. I have met Miss Charlong. We are supposed to gather shortly, Griffith replied. They seem to have some activities planned for us to participate in. Lana handed his stack of books to the shopkeeper for checkout. Nodding. It seems so. Fiona asked me to bring weapons. Speaking of Aaron, he is the only one who survived from that infamous incident 15 years ago, despite being just 1 year old at the time. It is hard to fathom how he managed that. He may harbor many secrets. We should remain vigilant during our time at Homenwatts. Furthermore, Aaron's name means blessing of the holy light, and his family name Lindless signifies the victor, from his experiences. It seems their family is indeed favored by the divine. An interesting name. How do you know the etymology of these names? Griffith marveled. You are quite learned. Isn't that only natural? We Shudderer will become officers and heralds of the Lord's family in the future. This is part of our compulsory curriculum, Lana shrugged. If you wish to know more, I can lend you a book. Griffith couldn't help but direct his gaze toward the boy who had become the topic of conversation. In the lively second-hand bookstore, Aaron stood calmly amidst the crowd, exuding a sense of weariness and vexation akin to an exiled king. The incessantly flattering shopkeeper and a group of eager followers around him engaged in fervent chatter, to which Aaron occasionally responded, sending them into ecstatic delight. His blood-red eyes seemed to possess an inexhaustible allure, captivating the attention of those around him. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze locked onto Griffith. In that brief moment of connection, Griffith felt a piercing surge of impact and emotion, along with a powerful mental wave. Curiosity, wariness, and an amalgamation of strange feelings compelled him to gaze intently at the golden-haired, red-eyed boy from a distance. Aaron was equally fixated on him. Let us go. Lana then patted the apprentice knight on the shoulder, breaking his concentration. We should meet up with the ladies. After procuring the textbooks and necessary tools, everyone gathered at the CAF's entrance. Sonia took out her wand and cast a simple locating spell, leading the group into the narrow alley behind Academy Street. To their surprise, the place was unexpectedly dark and deep. For a moment, Griffith questioned whether he had become lost in a labyrinth of dreams. The Homenwatts Academy of High Magic, an astounding enterprise of Bayron, concealed behind the bustling shopping streets, was a vast expanse of old houses and narrow lanes. We haven't taken a wrong turn, have we? Fiona asked uncertainly. Not at all. Sonia insisted confidently from the front. The place we're headed to is in Winding Alley, said to be as ancient as the walls of Bayron. Only the extraordinary can find it using specific spells or items. Very well. Fiona bit her lip and followed closely behind Rana. The surrounding silence and gloom thickened, and Griffith felt as if he were experiencing an illusion, always sensing some creature stealthily passing through the palpable darkness or hearing whispers from unseen figures. He attempted to calm himself to listen or perceive these strange noises, but his feeble intuition left him in ignorance. Last, they arrived before a dilapidated mansion that stood abruptly in the clearing. The tattered signboard bore a few crooked letters, resembling Halloween graffiti. The Unbelievable Marble House. How could such a ramshackle building remain within the estate of Hormats? What purpose could bring us here? Griffith was eager to ask a multitude of questions, Yet he hesitated, unsure of the appropriateness of his inquiries. This marvelous house appeared shortly before the last Great War. Precisely 17 years ago, issues pointed towards the solitary mansion ahead. Visitors are said to experience wonderful encounters there, even recovering lost memories and items. Griffith glanced at the bewildered Shutterl Mura beside issues, only to find the blonde apprentice knight equally perplexed. Miss Fiona noticed their confusion. Issues' father, the previous viscount, perished during an expedition to the south. Their family has guarded a secret through generations, a secret that Issues once heard from his father in his youth, regarding a crucial weapon against dark magic. My father was an extraordinary mage, and I shall be as well, the slender Issues declared. I was too young to comprehend the secret when I first heard of it. However, with the assistance of this marvelous house, I shall be able to recall it, not just me. Every person who enters this mansion will remember certain special memories or witness particular visions. Do you understand what this implies? Griffith, Rana, and Mura shook their heads in unison. Mastery over thought and memory is the paramount ability for a spellcaster on the path to becoming extraordinary. It enables us to summon knowledge when needed, to execute specific magical constructs, and thereby cast spells, Fiona elaborated. Before we ascend to sequencate scholars, we must undergo a unique special ritual, recreating a forgotten memory, which can be accomplished here. We have come for this purpose. Sonia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though it may not be a necessary ritual for Shutterl, it can enhance your mental fortitude, greatly aiding your learning and memory. The three apprentice knights fell into a contemplative silence, sensing something amiss. Could this mansion be an unregulated sealed object? Rana suddenly realized. Isn't it illegal to activate a sealed object without authorization? Indeed, Fiona quickly averted her gaze. This could be perilous. Griffith felt an overwhelming sense of dread pressing upon him. Sealed objects may harbor unknown negative effects, necessitating extensive testing before practical use. With your talents, the three of you could complete the ascension ritual without relying on this sealed object. There is no need to take such risks, Mura concurred. Moreover, since this sealed object has not been officially registered, it may conceal cultists or dark forces. Griffith recognized the validity of their concerns. However, if that were the case, my mental fortitude would have to be gradually enhanced, and my spellcasting practice after the school year might not proceed smoothly. Sonia gently bit her lip, casting a probing glance at Fiona. What if I were to be delayed in my ascension to scholar and unable to perform the newly learned spells? That would be so embarrassing. Fiona imagined the awkwardness of the spellcasting class and felt a wave of shame, unconsciously glancing at Sonia. Fear not. Let us remain in close proximity, Issues confidently asserted, even if danger lurks. We have 3 Shutterl with us. Your battlefield experiences have endowed you with formidable resistance to mental magic, and your bloodlust can disrupt incantations that I have no concerns about close combat or confrontations with spellcasters. My only worry is that your bloodlust should not interfere with the functioning of this marvelous house. Yes, you are right. Sonia finally resolved. There is nothing here that cannot be found without special spells or items. So there is no need to worry about being targeted by nefarious individuals. Chapter 24. Recreating Forgotten Memories. Griffith concealed himself behind a round iron shield, straining to regulate his breath. Before him stood a robust green-skinned orc, bare-chested and wielding a warhammer, its crimson eyes fixated upon him. A pure-blood orc squad leader. I never expected such a formidable opponent. The battlefield, strewn with ashes and rubble, bore witness to 3 armored cavalrymen groaning on the ground. Mere moments ago, Griffith's squad had encountered a band of enemies amidst the chaos. Although they had swiftly vanquished half-orc warriors with their long spears and heavy armor, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the orc warrior leading them. Krista and the other 2 armored cavalrymen lay injured, and Griffith stood alone, 20 paces from the orc, poised for battle. The orc, being a higher and stronger being than half-orcs, was fewer in number but exceedingly dangerous. Griffith had to confront this formidable foe and its weapon alone. He glanced at the damaged shield of another armored cavalryman on the ground, convinced that any protective gear would be inadequate against such horrifying damage. That warhammer, my strength cannot withstand it. Griffith assessed the imminent threat before him, his mind racing. Roar! The orc bellowed, charging towards the armored adversary. Griffith too surged forward, hurling his heavy shield at the foe. Clang! The spinning shield was struck aside by the warhammer, and the orc warrior, with unimaginable agility, raised the fearsome weapon once more, preparing to bring it down upon the apprentice knight's head. Griffith knelt, leaning backward to his physical limits, utilizing the momentum of the charge to slide forward, narrowly evading the whistling warhammer, and raised his long sword to strike. Roar! The orc emitted an unexpected cry of pain. The blade sliced through its lower body, unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh. The grievously injured orc collapsed to the ground. This was my secret weapon. Griffith quickly rose, twisting his wrist to position the blade against the orc's shoulder, and thrust with all his strength. Third Squad Leader Griffith Branton, in recognition of your extraordinary courage and exceptional performance, I hereby promote you to Second Squad Leader. A familiar officer approached the apprentice knight, opening a small box. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the Iron Eagle Medal. Griffith, Griffith, Griffith. Hundreds of armored cavalrymen beat their breastplates in unison. The flag captain pinned the medal to Griffith's collar and patted him on the shoulder. Griffith was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of honor. Even if he were commanded to charge alone against 1,000 enemies, he would do so without hesitation. Rejoice, warriors, the flag captain proclaimed, raising his arm high. With today's battle behind us, we have cleared the obstacles to Anata, and victory is within our grasp. Hurrah! Thousands of soldiers cheered in unison. Griffith, the petite Krista, resting against a large stone outside the medical tent, was bandaged up after sustaining an injury to her leg during the day's battle. Though she had received magical healing, the medic still advised her to wear a cast for a while to ensure proper recovery. She smiled and waved at her companion. I owe you greatly today. How is your leg? Not too well. I need to rest more. Krista gestured towards the distant campfire. Could you find me a crutch? A long spear would do. I don't want to miss tonight's feast. Then, pardon me. Griffith bent down and lifted the apprentice nun into his arms, heading towards the direction of the celebratory banquet. You are so light. You must eat more. Quick, put me down. Someone might see. Krista's face turned crimson with anxiety as she lightly punched Griffith's chest armor. I'm merely taking you to Valkyrie, even if someone sees us. It matters not. Griffith tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his face. If seen, it would only be Galona and the others coming to give me a good thrashing. It won't trouble you. The apprentice knight cradled the girl as they traversed the now empty camp, heading towards the distant raucous firelight. Griffith, Krista curled up like a kitten adjusting to a new home in his sturdy arms. What do you wish to do once our service term is completed? Well, let us see. I suppose we will each be asked to fill out a volunteer form at that time. Come on, spill it. I should go to Yalon. I will report to the Rammer family and apply to study in the Army Command Department. Griffith shifted his position, lifting the girl slightly so she could rest her head on his shoulder. Once I become an officer, my salary will increase significantly. Oh, then we. Krista thought he had finished speaking and was about to confess her long-buried feelings when Griffith's barely audible words interrupted her. If I become a staff officer, it is highly likely that I can remain in the capital for work. Griffith mused to himself. I want to buy a house by the strait, where I can see the sea and hear the waves during dinner. And at night, the entire starry sky would be mine. It must be purchased in the Emil district. Krista cheered with delight. Why there? There lies a slope facing the strait, not particularly remote, yet assuredly affordable. Krista gazed at the apprentice knight with her sparkling blue eyes. Moreover, it is not far from the Chapel of Holy Light that I intend to visit. That sounds splendid, Griffith exclaimed, his face alight with longing. I shall conceal the key to the door beneath the peach tree at the entrance. You may come and go as you please once your duties are concluded. Ha ha! Whoever claimed I would enter through the front door? Beneath the tranquil starlit sky, the two shared a joyous laugh. By the way, Griffith, Krista clasped her hands to her chest, as if her heart might leap forth if she did not. There is something I wish to ask. Speak freely. Today is a day of victory, and I have received a promotion and a raise, so I can grant you a modest request. Really? Then I shall say it. The name Griffith always strikes me as somewhat fierce. I rather like it. May I call you Greffy? Krista summoned her courage to inquire. Oh, of course, why not? Griffith nodded. The Valkyries sometimes address me as such. Did you not know? What? They? Who are they? Why is it in plural? How can this be? Krista tightened her grip on the mace at her waist, appearing as if she might charge into the distant banquet in a fit of rage. Perhaps I was preempted. The apprentice knight regarded the mace, which seemed poised to crush some unfortunate soul's skull. You may alter your request. Laughter and revelry echoed from ahead. Just around a thicket, the two would soon join in the celebration of triumph. Wait. Krista, having no time to hesitate, wrapped her arms around the apprentice knight's neck and lifted herself. Krista. The apprentice knight's words were stifled. An overwhelming malice surged into his consciousness. Beautiful memories dissolving into ethereal mist. The vivid scenes that had just unfolded before him vanished without a trace. When Griffith regained his senses, he found himself gripping his sword. Standing in the parlor, memories, so vividly clear, every detail felt as though it were unfolding right before his eyes. Since that day, all thoughts of Krista had only brought heart-wrenching agony, long buried in the dust of memory. Was this mansion probing our consciousness? Griffith gently stroked his lips with his fingers, shook his head vigorously, and turned aside. Sonia stood in the center of the room, seemingly petrified, almost simultaneously regaining her awareness. How peculiar. Sonia mused, rubbing her forehead. Are these truly memories? I do not recall them at all. Are you all right? Griffith remained on guard. The atmosphere in the old mansion resonated with an unsettling clarity, making him feel as though others were present. I am fine. But someone has entered this old mansion, and their malice is unmistakably clear. Sonia lifted her gaze. Everyone may be endangered. We must unite swiftly. Follow me. Griffith gestured towards the staircase. Let us first rendezvous with Miss Fiona, then with issues. They left the room and soon found Fiona and her apprentice knight, Lana. Fiona hurriedly inquired, Do you feel that? A distinct will, not belonging to any of us, just intruded here. For the day's event, both Lana and Griffith were fully armed. They exchanged glances and proceeded to shield their lady as they moved towards Issues to achieve optimal magical effects. Issues and Myra had chosen a room on the opposite side of the corridor for the ritual. Before Griffith could reach there, they heard the unmistakable sounds of battle and furious shouts. Boom! The apprentice knight Myra burst through a door, leaping into the fray. The slender Viscount Issues was cradled in his arms. Already unconscious. Prepare for battle, Lana shouted, charging forward with her sword before consulting Griffith. Their adversary was a grotesque man, resembling a toad. His skin was a ghastly gray, his bulging eyes protruding, and a massive tongue that could scarcely fit within his mouth dripped with saliva. Sonia gasped in shock and retreated alongside Fiona. Do not stray too far from us, Griffith cautioned, casting a wary glance at the two retreating girls. Lana, sword in hand, bellowed. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Why? Why indeed? The toad-like man twisted his bulging eyes, surveying the three shotelers before him. I am Jaros, captain of the cook gang that I heard some young, beautiful noble lords and ladies were here to frolic. So I thought to capture them and sell them. Keek. A blonde noble beauty could fetch a handsome price. Just a wretched trafficker, was the unfamiliar aura felt moments ago his. Myra had already moved Issues to safety and returned to the front lines. Hey, Jaros, this is not your sewer. Will you not surrender upon seeing our swords? Nearly 3 guards, Keek. Jaros hunched down, moving slowly on all fours, sizing up the trio of apprentice knights. You likely have no idea of Jaros's extraordinary abilities. What abilities? Magic, Lana whispered. If so, the 3 of us can easily overpower him. We must ensure Miss Fiona remains unharmed. Sonia, propping Issues against the wall, overheard the exchange and shouted, Be careful. Extraordinary abilities are not magic. Not magic. Is it some unique power possessed by the extraordinary? Griffith had never encountered any special abilities beyond magic on the battlefield before. For warriors like them, abilities that required complex conditions and could not coordinate with an army were easily dealt with. A single thrust of a lance would suffice. And if one thrust did not resolve it, they would thrust again. The 3 apprentice knights suddenly found themselves bewildered. They had yet to experience anything resembling special abilities in such a brawl-like environment. Prepare to receive it. Jaros's power. The toad like Jaros suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of thick, white viscous liquid towards the 3 shotelers. What is this? With their lord directly behind them, there was no chance to evade. They could only brace themselves with their swords and armed guards against the oncoming substance. The viscous liquid rapidly solidified in the air, hardening into something as solid as rock in the blink of an eye. Griffith and his companions were caught off guard, their hands rendered immobile. Got you now. This is just the beginning. Jaros continued to spew forth the thick liquid, binding the 3 apprentice knights' feet in place. Griffith was stunned. It was his first realization that this extraordinary ability, neither magic nor influenced by blood, could be so efficient in close-quarters combat. The trio found themselves ensnared like insects sealed in wax, struggling in vain against the solidified substance. Umph, how does it feel to be utterly helpless before me? Jaros approached the three immobilized individuals, admiring his handiwork, his bulging eyes then shifting towards Sonia. I shall take these two lovely ladies with me, truly exquisite beauties. Sonia and Fiona instinctively took a step back. Fiona, run! Lana shouted in utter shame, his booming voice nearly deafening Griffith. Get outside and seek help. Fiona swiftly turned to dash towards the door. Before she could reach it, a large blob of white viscous liquid shot forth, sealing the door shut. You cannot escape, Jaros leered, advancing towards Sonia and regarding her intently. Oh, why are you not fleeing, miss? Are you so frightened that your legs won't move? I could give you a massage. Griffith struggled desperately against the stone-like solidified liquid. Today's misfortune filled him with shame. Never had he imagined he would falter in such a brawl. Now, with his limbs rendered useless, he could only watch helplessly as Jaros approached Sonia. Jaros leered at the young beauty, clearly relishing the prospect of this reward. I wonder. Sonia suddenly tilted her head. You cannot simply dissolve that liquid at will, can you? Naturally, Jaros's goo requires at least half an hour to dissolve. Jaros replied nonchalantly. But what use is your inquiry? Are you perhaps curious about the sensation of Jaros's white liquid upon your skin? Keek. Then I shall rest easy. Sonia flicked her golden hair and regarded Jaros with a slight disdain in her azure eyes. If your plan is to abduct me, then using this substance to control my actions is rather ill-suited. And what of it? Jaros said, extending his hand towards the girl at that moment. Sonia suddenly darted to his side, adeptly seizing his arm and pulling him forward. Jaros immediately lost his balance. Before he could react, Sonia hoisted his arm upwards. The short-statured Jaros stumbled, and before he could steady himself, his arm was wrenched backward. Thud! Jaros felt the world spin around him. And when he opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled on the ground. He immediately began to thrash about like a lifeless fish. Despite Sonia's delicate arms struggling to contain Jelros's writhing, she swiftly raised her knee to press against his abdomen. Jelros was struck by this impact, his vision blurring, and he opened his mouth to expel a glob of viscous fluid that splattered onto Sonia's right hand, quickly congealing into a sizable mass. Ha! You startled me, but what can you do? Jelros taunted, gazing mockingly at the noble maiden kneeling beside him. I shall just... Jelros's words were abruptly halted in his throat. Sonia, with an expression of curiosity, waved the rapidly solidifying substance. Her entire right hand had transformed into a large white mallet. It's rather heavy. Sonia swung her right hand down towards Jelros's face. Smack. Chapter 25. The scent of conspiracy. Griffith and his companions took a considerable amount of time to free themselves from the constraints of the solidified goo. Had it not been for Griffith's intervention, the mortified Rana and Miura would have immediately reduced the battered Jelros, who was now missing several teeth, to a pulp. We must ascertain what he knows, Griffith remarked. How could a mere street thug be aware of our movements? He is no ordinary street thug, Sonia replied, observing the white solid before her transform into powder. This is likely an extraordinary ability unique to the half-beings of the Pathway Sequence 9, capable of materializing their extraordinary traits. Each pathway has significant variations in abilities, and upon your ascension, you may have the opportunity to master other powers. Such abilities should be rare on the battlefield, Fiona said, patting Rana on the shoulder. It is said to be common in urban areas, particularly suitable for rapid engagements in confined spaces, unlike magic which can be disrupted. The types of extraordinary abilities vary greatly, and each extraordinary individual can only master a limited number of powers. Unlike magic, which can be standardized for learning and training, they are uncontrollable. Issues, having regained consciousness, interjected. In truth, it is not particularly formidable. Have you recovered your memories? Sonia inquired with curiosity. Memories, yes, Issues nodded. Of course. So, a thug named Jelros learned of the Viscount and the lady's whereabouts through some channel and ambushed you. 3 cavalry soldiers were bested by an unofficial extraordinary being. The investigator, clad entirely in black, sat before Griffith, his expression severe. Do you expect us to believe that? The Balon police had visited several times over the past 2 days, inquiring about the details of the attack and assuring the Count's residents that they would promptly hunt down the Cook gang, Professional police departments had been established in the kingdom's cities and most towns, replacing the city defense and security forces in combating crime. Furthermore, the royal family had established a central investigation bureau to investigate and crack down on crimes occurring across regions and within the royal territory. The Central Investigation Bureau and police departments were well-funded, and although they were not as powerful as the military system, they possessed substantial personnel, equipment, intelligence support, and dedicated extraordinary individuals. With their involvement, Griffith was neither required nor permitted to intervene in the Cook gang case. Not only was he not to intervene, but he also had to endure rigorous questioning and investigation. Upon learning of the case, the investigators and police immediately suspected the three of Chateauroux, doubting their potential collusion with the gang. Gelrose's ability is quite distinctive, though not particularly strong. It allows for the materialization of extraordinary traits, Griffith candidly stated. It is quite unexpected. The investigator scrutinized him with an indescribable gaze for several moments before responding. You may leave if you have anything to report before the next investigation. Contact us through the Count's residence. My experiences over these past 2 months have indeed been remarkable. First, the daughter of the Elven regent was attacked, in retrospect, while the attack was not particularly powerful. That weak mage apprentice, Aces, managed to evade the elves' prophecies and divinations, setting traps with goblins and zombies, leaving Galadia and her family completely unprepared. What advantage could Aces gain by hunting Galadia? Did he conspire with Rudius, whom he once followed? Next, the private outing plans of the Count's daughter and her friends were leaked. Aside from the 6 individuals present, no one else should have known of the travel plans. Who could be the informant? I am no traitor. Could it be that Rana and Miura are the traitors? It is unimaginable for 2 such prominent figures to betray. The most perplexing aspect is why I am entangled in this. I am merely an ordinary person. Sonia's attack seems unavoidable. Then what of my encounter with Galadia? Griffith jotted down the thoughts racing through his mind with charcoal on paper, attempting to discern the connections and relationships among them. Yet, these fragmented facts and clues could not be interlinked, nor could they elucidate why I have been drawn into these events and conspiracies. It is far too coincidental. This bears the scent of conspiracy. Griffith found himself increasingly bewildered, as the lack of information and vague clues enveloped him like a spider's web, leaving him unable to escape in any direction. Wait, could it be because... No. Is that even possible? Yet, it seems the only explanation. A lightning bolt of realization struck Griffith's mind, sending a chill down his spine. 2 years after leaving the officer academy, Griffith's studies continued on the front lines, yet they could not be compared to formal education. Following the attack, he spent most of his days in the Lawmore family's library, preparing for his impending studies. Shortly after the investigator departed, Griffith had barely settled back in the library when Captain Hines summoned him to his office for a detailed account of the events from a few days prior. Just as Griffith finished his report, a soldier knocked on the door, addressing Captain Hines. Captain, the deputy commander of the Capital District requests your presence on Taysok Street, in the lower district. Oh, what else did he say? The cavalry commander stood, perplexed, as he donned his hat and coat before heading out. The deputy commander has ordered the nearby Chateauroux squad to mobilize alongside, the soldier replied. The gang that previously attacked the Viscount, Miss Lawmore, and Miss Chalone has been located and is currently surrounded by the police and city defense forces on Taysok Street. They found them. Griffith's spirits lifted. Captain Hines turned to the apprentice knight, who was only clad in a casual coat, saying, "Go to the armory and borrow a set of iron armor and weapons. Follow me." By the time Griffith and his team arrived at the scene, Taysok Street was already enveloped in layers of encirclement. Armed carriages guarded every entrance, with city police lying in wait, crossbows at the ready. In the distance, police officers had pried open the iron covers of the sewer grates, blocking off those exits. A city defense officer clad in yellow armor was directing traffic by the carriage, distributing reinforcements according to a map. Upon noticing Captain Hines and Griffith's arrival, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. "I am the district commander. Cody, the gang members are holed up in the sewers below. We have sealed off the sewer exits in the nearby blocks, but we cannot be certain how long we can keep them contained," the officer in charge reported. "The gang has somehow hired a fallen mage, who has taken a pair of passing Baron and Baroness hostage, newlyweds. Their families have already arrived at the scene and are quite displeased with our slow progress. The situation is quite complex. Our soldiers have been ambushed from all sides in the pitch-black sewers, rendering them unable to retaliate. Thus, We have consulted our superiors, hoping for the aid of knights. The reporting officer glanced around, noting 5 Shuttoral members preparing their equipment and weapons. If it were knights or great knights. Commander Cody pondered for a moment, summoning his courage to voice his thoughts. I have noticed that all present are apprentice knights from various families. They may struggle against a fallen mage. I understand. Commander Cody. The cavalry commander Heinz Wilhelm replied, now fully armored. If these young men cannot contend with the rats in the sewers, it proves they are unworthy of further training from the kingdom. Once they fail, you shall witness the knight's emergence. Griffith quickly reunited with the other 4 members of his temporary squad. The leader was a tall, striking blonde girl, clad in exquisite silver armor. Her alluring curves were still evident. With her dual-colored eyes, a brilliant blue and a vivid red, drawing attention. Hello, I am Ophelia von Ishtar, the 2nd squad leader of the Assault Cavalry 501 SD, specializing in reconnaissance, shooting, and close combat. The heterochromatic Shuttoral waved a hand to the side, indicating a composed blonde man. This is Wolfgang Mittermeier, heavy infantry. The other 2 were Miura and Rana, whom Griffith already recognized. As they stated their specializations, they introduced themselves as well. Heavy infantry Miura. Cavalry Rana, close quarters assault. Griffith struck his chest armor with his right hand. Addressing his temporary squad companions, Griffith Brandon, 2nd squad leader of the 502 ND, gun cavalry. We are neighbors on the eastern battlefield. Ophelia nodded. Gun cavalry. So will you be the first to go? No, I shall take the lead. With Griffith following closely behind me, Myra declared, patting the shield in her hands. The city guard that descended earlier was ambushed by arrows from the shadows that I shall withstand them. Then behind Griffith, it shall be Rana and I. Ophelia nodded. Mityanmaya, bring your shovel. Should the sewer collapse, I hope to escape swiftly. The 5 Shuttoral, fully armed, stepped into the dark, damp sewer at the forefront. Myra held a rectangular infantry shield, her entire form concealed behind it. The 2nd and 4th warriors stood vigilant on either side. While Ophelia, armed with a powerful bow, positioned herself centrally at the rear of the squad, clad in heavy armor, Mityanmaya wielded a steel axe, with a shovel and spade strapped to her back. This was a standard tactical team of Shuttoral, a configuration employed during jungle warfare or urban combat along the kingdom's borders, enabling them to endure even against sudden ambushes from numerically superior foes until reinforcements arrived. Griffith, holding a short pistol, stealthily followed behind Myra, in the narrow confines of the sewer. Although the short pistol was not ideal for swinging, it still proved significant. Faint beams of light filtered through gaps and holes above, casting glimmers upon their silver armor. The Shuttoral advanced cautiously in the darkness, carrying 2 torches, each step a careful negotiation of the murky ground. Clang! An arrow shot from the shadows towards a torch, shattering against Myra's shield. Be careful! Just as the warning left her lips, another arrow flew, whizzing past Myra's helmet and narrowly missing Griffith's head. The Shuttoral rushed towards the direction from which the arrows had come. Ophelia drew back her bowstring and loosed an arrow into the shadows. Strikingly, her arrow radiated a silvery light, illuminating the damp walls of the sewer. Griffith followed the light's trajectory and spotted 2 terrified men hurriedly loading their crossbows. The silvery glow vanished almost instantaneously, and with swift reflexes, Rana drew a throwing knife and hurled it. The foremost enemy let out a scream as he collapsed, while his companion, in a flurry of panic, discarded his crossbow and fled. Ophelia loosed another arrow, and a splash echoed in the darkness, followed by pained wails and splashing sounds. Griffith advanced, placing a boot upon the back of the injured foe, declaring, "Surrender or perish." Ugh! The captured thug, mouth full of muck, managed 2 cries before being yanked upward. "Do not kill me. I am merely a commoner," he pleaded. "Boss Cook said if we can delay here for 3 hours, we can break through the wall and escape." "How many of you are there?" Griffith inquired. "Do you possess any armor?" "Fewer than 50. Most have gone to break the wall," the thug replied through gritted teeth. Boss Cook wears a suit of chainmail. "What else?" "Nothing. Nothing more." In the dim light, the thug's eyes widened at the sight of the armored apprentices. The air fell into a sudden silence. Griffith drew his dagger and sliced it upward into the thug's right hand. "Ah!" the thug screamed in agony. However, the other Shuttoral remained indifferent, some watching him in silence, others alerting themselves to their surroundings. "Continue." Griffith uttered the 2 words devoid of emotion from behind his sturdy visor. "We have a mage, A mage who can freeze water like a spear, the thug howled. I do not know much. Truly, he always wears a mask and does not speak. Are there any traps? A few groups armed with bows and spears. What else do you know? Nothing. I truly do not know anything else. He spoke no falsehood. Ophelia whispered. It appears he is not privy to further information. Oh. How do you know that? Griffith glanced at his companion, who was also clad in a mask, and swiftly snapped the thug's neck. Let us leave it at that for now, and proceed. Hey, do you not take prisoners? Ophelia complained. He attempted to conceal our intelligence. There is no need for such decisiveness. We have returned to Balon. If we continue to treat people as dogs to be slaughtered, what will the kind citizens of Balon think of us? Ophelia waved her hand dismissively. Let it go. There is no one to escort him back at present. But next time, do inform us before executing a prisoner. Agreed, Griffith replied, wiping the blood from his dagger on the thug's clothing before sheathing it once more. After resolving this inconvenience, the chateau continued forward as if nothing had transpired. The sewer was not only dimly lit but also twisted and convoluted, making direction hard to discern. Chapter 26. Griffith and the Bone Ring, Part 1. Ugh. A thug wielding a dagger leaped from the shadows. Lunging toward Rana's waist, the dagger struck her armor and slid harmlessly aside. In an instant, Rana seized the thug's head, twisting it with a sharp crack before discarding it. Do not come closer. Do not come closer, a scrawny thug shouted, brandishing a rusted knife while leaning against the cold wall. Nearby, 4 corpses lay on the ground. These assailants, armed with bows and daggers, had ambushed the chateau squad from around a corner. Yet, their inferior weapons could not even mar the surface of the iron armor. Before the thugs could react, the chateau had dispatched most of their number. Surrender or perish. Griffith produced a length of rope, waving it before the remaining thug. Cornered, the thug gritted his teeth, his bright eyes glaring at Griffith in the torchlight. Then, raising his dagger, he let out a cry and lunged at Griffith. The armored apprentice knight deftly sidestepped, seizing the thug's frail arm and twisting it gently. The small figure screamed as he fell heavily to the ground. Where do these wretches come from? Myra cast a glance at the fallen thug. He appears to be no older than 12 or 13. Anyone over 10 can join the slaughter brigade. 12 or 13 is hardly small, Rana remarked. Cleaning her blade on a corpse, Griffith quickly bound the small thug's hands behind his back, securing them with a tight knot before dragging him through the mud to Ophelia. Do you have any questions? None. What is there to inquire about from such a feeble ambush? Ophelia tilted her head. Aside from the initial few who were somewhat robust, the later waves were merely children. Noble lackeys, I shall slay you. Slay you all, the small thug shrieked. Before he could utter another word, Griffith yanked him back before him, pressing his hands against the thug's throat. The cries of the small thug abruptly ceased. Strong hands pinned his neck. The cold steel brought a chill of death that penetrated to the marrow. The corpse on the ground, its head twisted backward, stared vacantly in their direction. Tremors coursed through Griffith's hands as he observed the small thug's teeth clattering rapidly, followed by the entire frail body shaking uncontrollably, as if seized by fever. We shall take this one. He may prove useful, Griffith decided, releasing the small thug. Aye. The apprentice knights nodded in agreement. Unfazed, the chateau squad delved deep into the sewer. Based on previous maps, it was estimated that the Cook gang had nowhere left to hide. We must strike the mage immediately, Ophelia warned, scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance, as if possessing extraordinary vision in the darkness. Our foe is a fallen mage. Such individuals, lacking systematic training, may wield unique offensive spells, yet their defenses are often lacking. My dagger shall ensure he meets his end at the first opportunity, Rana affirmed. The space here is confined. In close combat, we shall not be far apart. I shall afford him no chance to utter a spell. Eliminate the noble lackeys. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the darkness, followed by the chaotic sound of footsteps splashing towards them. Oh, they are upon us. Ophelia swiftly drew her bow, releasing an arrow in a flash. Darkness enveloped one individual who had just turned the corner, the arrow piercing his eye, causing him to tumble backward. Charge. Kill. A burly man wielding a massive axe, clad in chain mail, burst forth, surrounded by a throng of varying thugs. Attack. Be wary of the mage hidden among them. Griffith raised his short pistol, impaling a thug to the ground. The armored cook has arrived. The other apprentice knights swiftly hurled daggers, throwing knives or loosed arrows. The thugs, armed with an array of weapons, fell like wheat before a tempest. Slay, the strongest among them, the only armored cook, was pierced by 2 daggers, wielding his axe as he charged. Griffith, with both hands on his weapon, thrust upward toward Cook's left shoulder from above his shield. The spearhead tore through the chainmail's defense, puncturing Cook's robust shoulder and emerging from the rear. Oh! The battle cries of Cook fell silent in an instant as he grasped the spearhead embedded in his shoulder. Struggling to lift his axe and strike at Myra's shield, quick as a flash, Griffith rotated his short pistol, and a surge of pain erupted, accompanied by splattering blood from Cook's shoulder. Cook shuddered, the strike against the shield losing its earlier ferocity and becoming feeble. Miola intercepted a blow, charging forward with a forceful collision. Cook was immediately knocked to the ground, his axe clattering into the murky water. Seizing the moment, Griffith drew his sidearm and aimed at Cook's gaping mouth, pulling the trigger with deadly precision. Ugh, ugh! The small captive bound behind them struggled desperately, shouting incoherently. However, his hands were tied, and a rag was stuffed in his mouth, reducing his cries to muffled sounds. The towering Cook had already been pierced through the throat by the gun's muzzle. Did you see him use any abilities? Rana inquired, simultaneously dispatching an approaching thug with a swift thrust. No, came the collective response, heads shaking in unison. The 12 members of Cook's gang who initiated the counterattack were obliterated without inflicting any casualties on the Shuttoral squad. Stay vigilant. It is not over yet, Griffith cautioned, pulling the tightly bound small man forward. You will lead the way and see if there are any survivors inside. The silenced small man was pushed to the forefront. Griffith patted his shoulder with a cold gun barrel, saying, "This is your chance for survival. Guide us ahead." Up until this moment, the figure of the fallen sorcerer had yet to materialize. This looming danger in the shadows heightened the alertness of the Shuttoral. At last, on a dry platform within the sewer, they discovered 2 figures huddled together in the faint light. Griffith and the others could barely discern the opulent garments and trembling bodies of the pair. "We are the apprentice knights of the Royal Guard, here to rescue you," Ophelia shouted from behind Griffith. "Baron, Baroness, is it truly you? Please lift your heads so we may see your faces." The couple, still clutching each other, continued to tremble. The Baron raised his head, glancing at the 5 armored rescuers. "Yes, it is I." "Ah, splendid." Ophelia sighed in relief. "Are you injured? Can you move?" "Aye. Our feet are frostbitten." The Baron quaked more violently, whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. It was the fallen sorcerer who did this. "Keep moving." "Go to the Baroness' side," Griffith instructed, giving the small man another pat. There were no traps near the Baron and his wife, but both of their ankles were shackled to the ground by silver-white manacles. "It is ice." "Shackles formed from ice," Rana observed, raising his head to speak. "Hand me the torches." 2 torches were passed to him, and Rana and Midiamea carefully began to thaw the shackles around the couple's ankles, while the others stood guard nearby. "What about the fallen sorcerer?" Griffith queried. "He locked us up and then left for deeper within," Baron Khan replied, cradling his wife, his expression slightly relaxing. "Earlier, members of the gang attempted to dig an escape route. I do not know if they succeeded." "They likely did not." Griffith pointed toward the fallen cook and his men. "We took out their leader." "Shh, quiet." Ophelia suddenly raised a finger, signaling for silence. The area fell eerily still. From the dim depths of the sewer came the sound of rustling, as if something was moving toward them. Several bright torches appeared in the passageway, illuminating a patch of golden yellow armor. 2 squads of city defense soldiers approached at a brisk pace. "Hey, you guys are late," Ophelia exclaimed triumphantly. "But the big rat is still in the hole. Sergeant Rex of the city defense reporting in. Commander Cody has ordered us to take your command." The leading soldier saluted the Shuttoral. "Excellent. We are in need of reinforcements." Griffith exchanged a glance with Ophelia. "Assign a few men to escort the Baron and his wife, along with the captive, out of here. The rest will accompany us to capture the fallen sorcerer." Just then, a fierce and savage aura crept forth from the darkness. "A beast? Not entirely. It carries a hint of humanity," Ophelia remarked, sniffing the air with surprise. "It could also be some form of dark magic creation." Right there, in the shadows, from the darkness emerged 2 fiery red lights, resembling torches, mingled with a stench. "What is this? A fireball?" Rana scrutinized it closely but felt it did not resemble one. That the 2 red lights flickered intermittently, slowly advancing toward the group. The blood-red cores resembled pupils. "A rat!" Ophelia suddenly shouted, drawing her bow and loosing an arrow at the red light. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, The red light darted swiftly toward the wall, then lunged directly at the soldiers. A black giant rat, larger than a mountain bear, opened its gaping maw and bit off a city defense soldier's head in one swift motion, without needing a reminder. Everyone present unleashed their weapons upon the colossal rodent. Rana hurled throwing knives with lightning speed, yet the blades merely deflected off the glossy fur, causing no harm whatsoever. The attacked giant rat charged into the crowd. Scattering a squad of city defense soldiers, Miola swung his large shield, striking the giant rat as it darted past him. Duong! An indescribable wave of force spread out, causing nearby soldiers to stagger. The giant rat was knocked to the ground, its fiery red eyes now vacant. Griffith, battling dizziness, stepped forward and jabbed at the red-eyed creature with his gun. Squeak! The giant rat emitted a cry akin to that of a common mouse. Its tail, as thick as a crocodile's, swung wildly. Griffith felt himself being flung through the air, crashing against the cold wall, momentarily incapacitated. Midian Maya roared, wielding his shovel with fervor, aiming for the other eye. The blood-red eyeball burst upon impact. Blinded, the giant rat began to thrash violently, swinging its massive tail in all directions while roaring with its gaping maw. Midian Maya and Rana surged forward, attempting to pin the creature down. However, the monster's strength far exceeded theirs. Tossing them aside in an instant, Miola, quick on the draw, struck the giant rat's face with his shield just as they were flung off. Another wave of dizziness followed, leaving the robust giant rat momentarily dazed. Ophelia steadied herself, drawing an arrow inscribed with flame-like magical runes. She aimed and shot it into the giant rat's mouth. After releasing the arrow, Ophelia rolled away, cradling her head. Scatter! Before the others could react, the giant rat's mouth exploded with a resounding boom. Jagged fangs and chunks of flesh flew in all directions, and the unsuspecting city defense soldiers fell in droves. We got it. Miola, closest to the beast, miraculously stood up first. He gazed at the blood and flesh spattered all over him, unsheathing his sword and plunging it into the still twitching giant rat. Phew, this creature's hide is of fine quality. Miola twisted the sword embedded in the rat's head. Hey, Griffith, are you still alive? Move if you are. I barely made it back to the capital. Ophelia, drenched in sewage and gore, stood up awkwardly, wiping her face, now smeared with who knew what. I did not sign up for such a grim fight. Before the other Shatoral could chuckle, the deceased giant rat's abdomen began to convulse violently, as if some mischievous child was squirming beneath a blanket. Miola, get back. The giant rat's belly erupted, spewing forth countless rats of all sizes. Each one bore glaring crimson eyes, charging at the group with reckless abandon. A cacophony of screams and shouts erupted as all the standing Shatoral frantically swung their weapons at the onslaught of rats. Boom! The first small rat to be killed burst open, releasing a cloud of white cold mist. The surrounding sewage instantly froze into solid blocks of ice. The multitude of tiny rats exploded into a fog of white ice. Oh no, this is bad. Ophelia watched as an icy mist erupted, obscuring her vision through the cracks in her helmet. Before she could comprehend what had transpired, she lost consciousness. One after another, the injured were carried out of the sewer on stretchers, whether Shatoral or city defense. Their clothing and armor were caked with thick layers of blood, flesh, and mud, which had frozen solidly against their bodies. 5 Shatoral wounded, 1 city defense soldier dead, and 13 injured, the on-site commander Cody reported to General Hines. His expression grim. I apologize. Although we rescued the Baron and Baroness, it resulted in your elite Shatoral fighting such a futile battle. They suffered losses, yet they all survived. Heinz Wilhelm, the cavalry commander, shrugged. Enough of this useless talk. Quickly deploy your city defense soldiers to capture that damned sorcerer. Not far from them, the bloodied Ophelia limped toward a water basin at the street corner. A city defense soldier on guard attempted to assist her, but she declined. How is the injury of the apprentice knight, miss? A medic inquired of the visibly female Shatoral. Ophelia struggled to move her arm, pointing at her frozen helmet. The medic frowned at the ice-encrusted filth, shook his head, and walked away. Phew! Ophelia reached the water basin at the corner, scooping a bucket of water to douse herself, then leaned against the wall to rest. A contingent of city defense soldiers rushed past her, sprinting toward the recently concluded battle at the entrance of the sewer. Ophelia, appearing utterly exhausted both physically and mentally, glanced at the soldiers passing by her and slowly rose to her feet, making her way toward a secluded alley. Where are you off to? A somewhat familiar, gravelly voice called from behind her. Turning around, Ophelia found Griffiths standing a short distance away, equally disheveled. With a resigned gesture, she shrugged and pointed toward the frozen visage of ice. Griffiths, seemingly unfazed, approached her side and continued walking forward together with her. What do you think? To have such formidable familiars and to wield ice magic so adeptly. Why didn't the fallen mage collaborate with the Cook gang from the outset? This question seemed to stump Ophelia, as she merely continued walking in silence. Noting her reticence, Griffiths continued, even if he possesses such power, the chances of him being spared after inflicting such heavy casualties on us are slimmed. It will soon be the regular knights and the great knights who confront him. Without his familiars, his fate is sealed. Then why not leverage his remaining strength to take hostages and break through with the Cook gang? Ophelia halted, raising her gaze to Griffiths, who had removed his helmet. Nearby, residents and city defense soldiers were congregating at the sewer entrance. The two stood in silent contemplation in the deserted alley. Ophelia lowered her head, gently caressing Griffith's dented and damaged breastplate, akin to a girl tenderly stroking her boyfriend's muscular chest. This is rather unwise. Ophelia spoke in an unfamiliar tone. The old cat has already caught the mouse, but refrains from eating it. Does it not fear the mouse biting back? A white frost spread visibly across Griffith's breastplate at an alarming rate. In that instant, Griffiths swiftly seized Ophelia's wrist, flipping her over with a crack. "Ah!" The armored female mage cried out in a low, despairing tone as she collapsed to the ground. Griffiths reached out to tear off her loosened iron helmet. Gazing at the anguished fallen mage, "I shall give you 1 minute to convince me not to snap your neck," he declared, pinning the mage's hands above her head and pressing his knee against her chest. The appearance of the mage beneath him was unexpectedly surprising to Griffiths. Her face was rather round, adorned with short brown hair. Her features were not conventionally beautiful, but were distinctly symmetrical, and her sparkling eyes brimmed with vitality, devoid of the venomous aura one might associate with ice and dark magic. "Kill me, you lackey of the nobility." The mage gazed defiantly at Griffiths. "Even if you slay me, countless brave souls will rise to overthrow this chaotic world. I have no interest in your life. Your mental strength is feeble, and you are no professionally trained mage. How did you manage to master both frost magic and the summoning of the giant rat simultaneously?" Griffiths inquired as if he had not heard her words. The mage paused for a moment. "I possess a ring that allows me to cast low-tier ice spells several times after a period. The control over the familiar was granted to me by another. Its bond etched upon my soul. The ring, I hang it around my neck with a cord." Griffiths, while maintaining his grip on the mage's hands, began to remove her iron armor, searching within her garments. The mage turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "This is my only valuable possession. If you take it, will you let me go?" "I have no interest in your life," Griffiths replied, extracting a pale bone ring from the mage's person, examining it with curiosity. "Now, sever your mental link with this ring, relinquish all claim to it, and divulge to me the name of the one who bestowed the familiar upon you." The bone ring seemed to radiate an intangible barrier, preventing Griffith's consciousness from penetrating it. "Very well." No sooner had she spoken than an endless stream of murmurs erupted from the ring, enveloping Griffith's mind. The whispers appeared to beckon something, yet no matter how intently he listened, he could not discern their meaning. That a torrent of chaotic information swirled within the novice knight's head, and before he fully grasped what was happening, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. "Bah, lackey!" The mage exerted herself, breaking free from Griffith's grasp and delivering 2 vigorous kicks to him. She silently observed Griffiths twitching on the ground before suddenly snatching back the ring from his hand, cradling it in her palm. Her voice laced with venom. "Fool, once you sever your connection with me, the will of the magic ring can crush your skull. That I will not surrender it to you. Lackey, this is our hope to topple the old world. It belongs to us. My power, my treasure." Chapter 27. Griffiths and the Bone Ring, Part 2. The fallen mage's clear eyes ignited with fervor as she decisively drew the dagger from Griffith's belt, plunging it fiercely toward his back. Clang! The dagger struck against his sturdy breastplate, inflicting no damage whatsoever. The mage froze momentarily, hastily raising the dagger again to slash at the back of the novice knight's neck. Crack! Griffiths suddenly seized the mage's wrist, despite his dizziness and weakness. He possessed enough strength to subdue the equally frail mage. "It seems your condition is not so great either." Griffiths, feeling his body aching and numb, slowly turned to face the mage, grasping her neck and gradually twisting the dagger toward her throat in front of her desperate and fearful expression. "Damn it! Let go! Release me, lackey!" The dagger penetrated the softness of the mage's neck, a torrent of blood erupting from her mouth. Griffiths twisted the dagger a couple of times before wearily pushing away the lifeless body of the mage. Panting as he rose to his feet, in his hand lay the pale bone ring. The indecipherable murmurs now vanished. Griffiths stowed the ring away, preparing to blow his whistle to summon reinforcements toward the sewer, when suddenly, a fragment of shattered memory surged into his mind that a man cloaked in black robes and a hood extended a pale bone ring to him, uttering the only discernible words, "After I depart, report directly to my disciple." Yes, Minter. This phrase seemed to originate from the fallen mage. One fragment of memory after another flooded into his mind, nearly tearing Griffith's psyche apart. Amidst the chaos, he caught a glimpse of a figure among the fleeting shadows, an apprentice mage named Aces. Discussing vague plans with the fallen mage, his demeanor resolute, in the final moment of this memory, Aces pulled up his hood, seemingly bidding farewell to those around him that he declared, "For the sacred cause, I will ensure her destruction at all costs." The novice knight's mind struggled to accommodate the influx of fragmented memories. And soon, these disordered pieces dissipated like smoke, leaving only a clear phrase echoing in his ears. "Fear breeds desire, desire seeks power, power breaks the shackles, and we shall ultimately be free." Why have I acquired fragments of this woman's memory? Griffiths shifted uncomfortably, sensing that aside from his extreme weakness, he felt no other abnormalities. According to the general knowledge of mysticism, there exists a certain probability of acquiring fragments of memories left behind by former extraordinary beings when absorbing extraordinary traits. But I am on the path of a breaker. How could I absorb the extraordinary traits of a fallen mage? Moreover, I have not even sensed any extraordinary traits. What exactly is this ring? Director Hines. "The enemy fallen mage has been eliminated," Griffiths reported, handing over the cold corpse to the soldiers present as he addressed the cavalry commander. "Well, it's not too disgraceful," Hines William remarked, observing the city defense forces as they extracted a stripped-down Ophelia from the sewer. "Caution. Your habits are commendable." "Sir, the investigators have arrived." A soldier jogged forward, saluting Hines. "They have taken over the investigation of the captives and the corpses." Not far from them, a small-time thug captured during the battle was being led away, handed over to two men clad entirely in black. "A woman? It's a female." The lead figure scrutinized the small thug for a moment before turning to the officer beside him. "I doubt this little minion knows anything of value. Let's check for other captives." His companion extended a hand toward the struggling thug, and at the moment of contact with her forehead, she lost consciousness. The sole survivor is named Lahanna, 12 years old, female, orphaned, with no noteworthy experiences or valuable information, just a petty thief from the sewer gang. The black-clad investigator reported to Hines after completing the inquiry. "The slain fallen mage was named Camila. We also performed a spirit summoning on her and Cook. But their souls were bound and have already dissipated." The investigation yielded no results. Griffiths quietly observed as the agents from the Central Investigation Bureau reported to the flag captain. The investigators seemed to possess some form of mental spell or ability, allowing them to directly delve into the minds of those being questioned. Lahanna, who had returned from the sewer, whispered to Griffiths, "As for whether those whose heads they pry open can survive, no one seems to care. This little rascal is to be released on the spot. Our detention facility is already overcrowded." The man in black suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze on the apprentice knights gathered nearby. "I am unaware of the peculiar proclivities of your Eastern Legion soldiers, but let me remind you, this is Balon, the capital of the world, and public servants like myself will be scrutinizing your every move." Was he issuing a warning? It took Griffiths several seconds to comprehend what the investigator was conveying. Was the Bureau cautioning us against taking action against the girl named Lahanna? After returning to the Rammer residence, Griffith was seized by several servants and thoroughly washed before he could even enter the gate. Subsequently, Mr. Ashford summoned him to the reception room. That on the table in the reception room lay a stack of documents, a small pouch, and a small box. The butler gestured towards these items and then stepped aside, indicating for Griffith to retrieve them. Griffith approached the table and sat down, first flipping open the documents, only to discover a partially completed report titled "The Cook Gang Incident on Taysock Street." The report meticulously detailed the attacks launched by the cook gang's gyros over the past few days from a third-party perspective, along with limited information regarding Cook himself, the fallen mage, and his accomplices. The report was accompanied by pencil sketches depicting the scene, vividly illustrating the main suspects, the crime scene, and the surrounding environment, showcasing either the artist's remarkable skill or the results of magical enhancement. After flipping through the incident report and the sketches, Griffith came across a blank report form. Mr. Apprentice Knight, in the procedure-driven and rule-abiding Balon, it is paramount to submit a detailed and accurate report, Mr. Ashford remarked in his characteristic refined tone, speaking leisurely. This is an essential part of your duties, and if you have any questions about writing, feel free to ask me. During his time in the military, Griffith was accustomed to submitting reports on combat proceedings to his superiors, so he nodded in agreement and continued to flip through the documents until he found a notification. For Griffith Branton, Apprentice Knight, regarding his performance in this mission, we hereby confer the following rewards: 50 silver coins and 1 day of paid leave. Merit points. 1. As this mission marks Mr. Apprentice Knight's first assignment under Count Rammer, an additional reward of 1 unit of potential enhancement potion is granted. Rewards. They were issued so swiftly, Griffith's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. The 50 silver coins were certainly significant, equivalent to half a month's salary, which would greatly assist him given his current financial constraints. As for the merit points, he was quite familiar with them. They were the sole criterion for non-commissioned officers and junior officers to advance in rank. Moreover, after serving for a certain number of years, surplus merit points could be exchanged for land or pensions. He had exhausted his existing merit points upon being promoted to second-class squad leader. And now, to ascend to first-class squad leader, he required 10 merit points, with an additional 20 points needed for promotion to the higher rank of assault squad leader. Once he crossed the threshold of assault squad leader, the prospect of becoming an officer and establishing his own noble lineage would become attainable. Mr. Ashford quietly observed the Apprentice Knight, absorbing his eager gaze, and spoke. Mr. Apprentice Knight, have you ever encountered a potential enhancement potion before? Oh, what was that? Griffith immediately shook his head. Mr. Ashford explained, in the military, you naturally do not require such potions, but they can be immensely beneficial for rapidly enhancing extraordinary abilities. There is information regarding potential potions in the library. You may take your time to study it. For more fundamental extraordinary abilities, a single unit of potential potion can elevate 1 tier. However, the more powerful the ability, the greater the resources required for enhancement, so I advise you to consider carefully before use. Griffith had 1 day off each week, typically on Sundays, although he could also arrange for leave on non-urgent days. Today was August 22, 1443 of the Second Era. Griffith's room was situated in the attic of the Count's residence. A space scarcely larger than a public carriage compartment. A hard wooden bed was nestled beside a writing desk, with a chair and a small bookshelf nearby, and a suitcase tucked beneath the bed. The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the sheets, providing Griffith, who had just awoken, with a sense of comfort. The Apprentice Knight rose early, hastily washed his face, donned his full suit of heavy armor and weapons, and set off for his morning exercise along the wide and picturesque tree-lined avenue of the upper city. Today was a holiday, and Griffith had important plans. Along the way, he encountered the fully armed Lahanna and Miula, exchanging nods as they continued their training. Good morning, Griffith, the tall and lithe Ophelia greeted, dressed in comfortable attire, her long golden hair tied back in a ponytail, swaying as she ran. Don't ask, it's already lost its flavor. Ask again, and I'll hit you. The tidy streets were paved with cobblestones or bricks, remaining impeccably clean and fresh regardless of the weather. Initially, Griffith followed the military's customary distance for training, only to find himself finishing the warm-up far too quickly. The most luxurious residences in Bayerland's upper city were perched on gentle slopes with expansive views. The winding thoroughfare occasionally echoed with the sounds of apprentice knights or attendance training. Yet it did not disturb the slumbering nobles in nearby mansions. The grand bedrooms of the affluent inhabitants were nestled deep within tranquil gardens, blissfully indifferent to the commotion of their subordinates. While the dawn light was still dim, Griffith returned to the Rammer residence. The kitchen was perpetually ablaze, providing 4 meals and 2 late-night snacks for the servants and guards, while also catering to the occasional demands of the master and guests. Griffith received milk, oatmeal, freshly baked bread, and bacon from the cook, along with 2 fried eggs that were not available to other servants. Although this routine had persisted for some time, each breakfast still felt like a dream come true for Griffith. After breakfast, he returned to his room to change into a crisply ironed jacket prepared by the laundress, stepping out with a spring in his step towards the Evan Forest in the upper city. The embassy of the Elven Kingdom was situated in the most verdant area of Balon, surrounded by towering ancient trees. The high spires and darting figures were faintly visible to the edge of the embassy area. Griffith was stopped for questioning. The guards stationed there were human soldiers, and ignoring their obstruction or recklessly intruding could result in being riddled with arrows from unknown origins. The human guards glanced over Griffith's submitted application and pointed to a small room nearby. Signaling for him to wait there, Griffith obediently entered, discovering the space surprisingly comfortable. The floor and furniture were crafted from an array of fine woods, creating an aesthetically pleasing wooden interior. The small table beside a chair held an exquisite white porcelain teapot and a plate of delicacies. The apprentice knight curiously opened the teapot and inhaled the fragrant aroma, which invigorated his senses. The few pastries on the side, though limited in quantity, were exceptionally refined, offering a refreshing sweetness upon tasting. "Why are you indulging by yourself?" a familiar voice chimed from behind. Griffith hurriedly stuffed half a pastry into his mouth, wiping his hands as he greeted his elven friend whom he hadn't seen in days. Since arriving in Balon, Griffith had written several letters inviting the elven girl to lunch, and today marked the sole success in his endeavors. "I apologize. I am still unfamiliar with this city. A trivial gift for you. Happy birthday." Griffith produced a small, elegantly crafted box from his belongings and presented it to her, as per the etiquette of visiting someone. "Since it is a trivial gift, I shall decline," Galadriel replied sternly, gazing at the apprentice knight. Do elven customs differ from ours? What should he do now? Griffith found himself at a loss for words. "Ha ha ha, just teasing you." Galadriel laughed, her long, sleek black hair swaying. "What's inside?" "Peach and passion fruit infused with honey and herbal tea, which can be stored at room temperature. Just add hot water during outdoor travels," Griffith explained, his demeanor akin to a nervous student awaiting exam results. "Previously, we had to brew tea with herbs in the wild. I wished we had this back then." The beautiful floral tea was contained in a crystalline bottle, shimmering in the sunlight. "Wow, it looks delightful and tastes great." The elven girl gently picked up the vividly colored flower tea, inhaling its fragrance and nodding in approval. "Hey, you've got a knack for this. Truly, human boys are more interesting," Galadriel exclaimed, giving Griffith's shoulder a hearty pat. "When our elven males give small gifts, they typically scavenge for a broken relic statue and engage me in tales of history for 2 hours. Am I illiterate and unable to read, or simply bored?" "Oh," Griffith pondered, realizing that this did seem rather intriguing. "Moreover, did you know, sometimes these statues attract curses or the gaze of malevolent deities. It's utterly maddening. This is precisely why the birth rate declines each year." Galadriel placed the flower tea on a small cabinet against the wall, to be sent back to her residence by a servant later. Such a lifestyle truly makes one drowsy. Speaking of which, the population in Balon is indeed vast. Griffith opened the wooden door leading from the reception room to the outside. "Shall we go for a stroll? Thus, you and Miss Lamore have fortuitously fallen victim to an attack by a gang of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities," Galadriel remarked. "And the reason this gang targeted you is due to their prior knowledge of the travel plans of the 3 young nobles. Has the Investigation Bureau succeeded in penetrating the minds of these ruffians to uncover their secrets? It is said that certain extraordinary beings possess the power of clairvoyance and mental intrusion, rendering privacy and secrets utterly exposed under their influence. However, the Investigation Bureau has not submitted any relevant information or reports to the Countess estate, at least to Griffith's knowledge." "I have heard of no progress," Griffith replied. "Could it be that there are magical and extraordinary forces capable of obstructing the investigation by severing connections to the brain and memory?" "Indeed, such powers exist. The mysteries of the arcane are unfathomable," the elf stated. "Furthermore, due to the initial incident, you participated in the siege against the gang, encountering a fallen sorceress whom you subsequently vanquished along with her minions. Thus, the trail leading to the attack on Miss Lamore and her companions should have been severed," Galadriel continued. "The puppeteer behind this orchestrated their actions with meticulous care. Do not harbor excessive hopes regarding the investigation results on the minions named Gyros and Lahanna." The apprentice knight and the enchanting elven maiden strolled along the lengthy promenade, gradually making their way to the secluded riverbank. Galadia plucked twigs and petals from the roadside, weaving them together with effortless grace. However, the fallen sorceress was indeed a tangible individual. Perhaps by examining her life traces and belongings, we may unravel some clues. Do you possess any other leads? I do, Griffith replied, removing a pale bone ring from his finger and presenting it to the elf. I have not reported this lead to the authorities. What material is this? Is it made from bone? It appears somewhat eerie. Judging by its shape, it resembles a coiled serpent grasping its own tail, and the ring's setting is devoid of embedded gems. Galadia inspected the ring for a moment. Its aura has been obscured. Recklessly dispelling the seal could be perilous. With your magical expertise, it would be nearly impossible to derive any conclusions. This design. I believe I have seen it before. I shall investigate further. Upon finishing her words, the elf tossed the ring back to the apprentice knight. I am not fond of such macabre styles. When I donned this ring, I felt enveloped by an endless chorus of whispers, nearly losing consciousness, and my body became devoid of strength. Griffith cautiously caught the ring and placed it back on his finger. At that moment, the already weakened fallen sorceress almost seized the opportunity to turn the tables and nearly killed me. Be careful, Galadia chided, shooting him a concerned glance. This indicates that it is indeed an extraordinary magical artifact, linked to some powerful soul that I have merely heard that such whispers often signify a wealth of mysterious information and knowledge, posing great danger to the unprepared. Chapter 28. An alternative possibility. As the two conversed, they traversed the tranquil tree-lined path, eventually arriving at the bustling city center. On either side of the spacious thoroughfare stood rows of exquisitely adorned shops. The entrances, intricately painted signs prominently displayed the unique offerings of each establishment. Every few steps, open stalls displayed an array of candies, jewelry, and clothing. Burly shopkeepers, clad in short coats, busily prepared delectable dishes on iron plates over an open flame, the enticing sounds of sizzling filling the air. I had no idea such places existed so close to the embassy. It looks delightful. Galadia perked up. I thought you would have to take me far away to enjoy lunch. We have been in Bayerland for several days. Have you not explored the local treasures at all? Griffith produced a small notebook adorned with colorful paper, glancing at a map sketched on one page before surveying the street ahead. Look, it's right there. What is that you are holding? The elf inquired curiously. What are those colorful bits? A guide when you arrive in a new metropolis. Do you not consult those around you to create an action plan? Firstly, there are rarely any people around me. Elves generally have little ambition in life. If I do not encounter a delightful meal today, I can simply wait a month to see if something better arises. After all, time is abundant. Galadia waved her hand dismissively. Secondly, I am typically quite busy, between studies and training and social obligations. When would I have time to frolic? Very well, Griffith replied, handing her a small red coupon. This is a discount voucher. The shopkeeper distributes these to attract customers. When you make a purchase, you only need to pay 70 to 80% of the original price. Ugh, you. Galadia crumpled the discount coupon and tossed it at Griffith's head. As they approached a shop, Griffith lifted the curtain at the entrance and pulled open the wooden door adorned with a thin sheet of paper. Shopkeeper. 2 seats. I have a reservation under the name Mr. Brandon. Please take a seat, sir, the plump shopkeeper exclaimed, his face blooming into a radiant smile upon spotting Galadia. Ah, esteemed elf maiden, your presence truly elevates the stature of my humble establishment. Enough with the flattery. Bring forth the delectable dishes. Galadia cheerfully settled into her chair, her curiosity leading her to glance around. Griffith quickly opened his notebook and placed their order. The portly proprietor sprang into action, preparing the ingredients. The waitress first presented a large platter of finely chopped green vegetables, drizzled with a white sauce, followed by 2 ceramic bowls filled with glistening white grains. Rice seeds? Have you begun consuming this? Galadia scooped a small spoonful and tasted it, deliciously fragrant. In this recent conflict, the kingdom expanded into the southern provinces, Griffith said, taking a hearty bite of vegetables. There flows a great river from south to north. After annual floods, it leaves behind fertile silt, resulting in abundant yields of both wheat and rice in that region. With stable shipping routes, the grain influx from there is increasing daily. So, should famine strike in the future, you can reduce your potato consumption, as rice and wheat are equally storable, Galadia remarked, her eyes fixated on the plump proprietor who was grilling meat. Her mind wandering. What wonderful news! Sensing her eager gaze, the portly proprietor promptly served them small pieces of roasted meat, accompanied by 3 colorful powders and sauces. along with 2 slender chopsticks. Beautiful lady, please use these wooden sticks to pick up the meat slices. Dip them in the brown grilling sauce, and then apply some of the fine powder before tasting. The other sauce is soybean paste. Galadia nodded and mimicked the shopkeeper's actions, picking up a piece of roast meat and bringing it to her mouth. Not bad. Not bad indeed. It's remarkable how merely roasting beef can impart such a sense of satisfaction and happiness. The elf's ears perked up. I must savor it more thoroughly. She devoured another large piece of roast meat. Is this the diaphragm of the cow? Perfectly grilled, allowing the flavors of the fat and sauce to seep in, blending harmoniously with the fresh beef's texture. Galadia swiftly consumed another piece. The flavor after applying the soybean paste is also quite unique, reminiscent of a blissful creature joyfully chewing on soybeans, evoking the essence of pastoral tranquility. Griffith was left speechless, merely gesturing for the proprietor to bring more. Eat slowly. There are other varieties, and if you fill up on this, you won't have room for anything else. I refuse. Then have a bite of the vegetables. If you only eat the roast meat, you will soon tire of it. Griffith observed the exquisitely featured elven girl devouring her food at an astonishing pace, and couldn't he help but offer her a spoonful of rice. Here, try a bite of rice. It pairs wonderfully. More rice? Isn't that just a sign of inadequate funds, forcing one to fill up on grains instead of enjoying the roast meat? Galadia couldn't evade it, and reluctantly frowned as she was spoon-fed a bite. What is it? Delightful. The addition of a spoonful of rice and vegetables to the roast meat brings an entirely different fresh sensation. Galadia's previously disdainful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Not as fervent, yet incredibly fulfilling and comforting. Is this what you humans refer to as the feeling of home? Griffith watched as Galadia combined the roast meat and rice, her demeanor completely forgetting elegance and decorum, eating as if she were a dock worker who had gone 3 days without food. Slow down. Water, water. The elven maiden suddenly struck the table in distress. Griffith was startled and quickly handed her a large cup of water. Gulp, gulp. Phew. Galadia wiped her mouth. That was terrifying. I nearly choked to death. If you had choked to death, it would have been most shocking. Griffith covered his face with his hand. You must be cautious once school starts in the fall. Humph, it's all due to this narrow throat. So inconvenient. Galadia poked her cheek, slightly composing herself. Griffith slowly continued to enjoy his meal, smiling as he watched his companion eat. For reasons unknown, Galadia's eating manner appeared particularly delectable, and merely observing her brought him immense joy. The haunting and terrifying memories left in the distant east occasionally extend their sinister claws from the abyss of recollection, striving to grasp something and pull themselves upward. Yet, upon glimpsing the radiant eyes and the upturned corners of Galadia's mouth, Griffith is engulfed by an indescribable joy and happiness. If it were possible, he would wish for time to stand still in this moment. When the proprietor finally brings out the dessert following their meal, Griffith summons the courage to speak. Are you free later, this afternoon or evening? A splendid opera is being performed at the Palatini Theater. As he utters these words, he feels as though his heart might leap from his chest. He nervously observes the girl's hand, which has paused in its use of chopsticks, and the world seems to freeze in that instant. Yes, that I've heard that the opera by Bayerland is not to be missed. The elven girl slowly replies. Griffith experiences a fleeting illusion, perceiving a hint of hesitation and caution in her typically expressive brows and smile. Today's program is said to feature a love story fraught with numerous obstacles. As I read in the newspaper this morning, Galadia elaborates, however, it seems that she is indeed unable to attend, but this evening is my birthday banquet, and I must return to prepare for it. The embassy office may have scheduled some activities for me, and perhaps we shall encounter one another at the theater. Galadia finally completes her statement. Well, Griffith nods, somewhat disappointed. But wait. The elven girl's eyes suddenly sparkle with excitement. In just a few days, we shall begin our studies. Once at home in Warts, there will be far fewer people overseeing me. The two fall into a momentary silence. Griffith harbors another question, yet to voice it would be exceedingly awkward. His encounter with Galadia in the eastern province may not have been mere chance. She has yet to explain what mission she was on or what items she was seeking there, only mentioning that it would aid her ascent to a higher rank. After a series of coincidences, Griffith's thoughts begin to crystallize. When he shifts his perspective to examine these events, he suddenly conceives a possibility. Perhaps Galadia's appearance in Manisa village was intended to establish some form of connection with me, the daughter of a governor, the favorite of the moon goddess. Seeking a humble apprentice knight may seem absurd at first glance, Yet the mysterious world is composed of numerous incredibilities. On the 29th of August, 1443 of the Second Era, Griffith awoke early as usual, donning a finely crafted chainmail over his tunic before retrieving a blue uniform from the hanger. This attire had only just arrived the previous night, exquisitely made, its texture as delicate and smooth as silk. The shoulders, cuffs, and waistline had been meticulously tailored and adorned, maintaining a crisp appearance post-wash without the need for ironing. While its perfect elasticity posed no hindrance to either the ball or combat, the new horn buttons were fastened sequentially from his left shoulder down, and the serious standing collar complemented his black riding boots. Evoking the image of a cavalry uniform, the cufflinks on his short coat and the belt for his dual swords bore the pure silver crest of the Lamoral family, clearly signifying his identity. Such spring and summer uniforms necessitated the purchase of at least 2 sets. Mr. Ashford, the steward of the Count's estate, personally oversaw the measuring and customization process, ensuring that no misunderstandings arose regarding the estate's financial status or dignity. This was merely the attire for spring and summer. Winter uniforms would feature soft, warm woolen scarves and cloaks crafted from the unique highland cashmere of the Valentia Mountains, which separated the western and southern kingdoms. Although the academy permitted students to wear private clothing to balls and banquets, this splendid uniform was equally fitting for public events. It was said that some graduates even wore the academy style for their weddings. However, Griffith encountered a minor issue. The uniform fit so snugly that he had no place to conceal his weapons. Sharp blades were undoubtedly unwelcome at the Magic Academy. The uniforms designed by the academy only accommodated wands and necessary small bags, with conspicuous swords permitted only on special occasions. After some contemplation, Griffith ultimately decided to slide 2 daggers into his boots, with 3 more secured at the small of his back, where the wand was supposed to be placed. The sky was just beginning to brighten, yet today afforded Griffith no time to dine at the restaurant. He grabbed his belongings and made his way to the parlor. "Apprentice Knight, are you ready?" Anna, Sonia's personal maid, awaited him there. She brought several sandwiches filled with ham, fried eggs, and tomatoes, wrapped in paper, and handed them to the apprentice knight. Griffith immediately sensed the peculiar gazes of several male servants present in the parlor. The personal maid need not concern herself with the other's needs. Before Griffith could react, Anna stepped closer, tiptoeing to adjust his collar and the ribbon of his medal, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "There are a few things you must remember. Miss Sonia's jewelry and cosmetics are in the pink Louis Anchi box, labeled, and must be immediately confirmed upon arrival at the school to ensure they are unopened and undamaged. The bookcase is a blue leather case, and the clothes are packed in 2 cocoa boxes. The banquet dress needs to be ordered locally. The experimental materials have been confiscated by the Countess, and the Academy will claim they were lost by accident, but you must quietly inform her that the second set of materials will be sent via joint express in 2 days. Miss Palliolu." The owl, her. Griffith nodded repeatedly, hastily asking, "Could you give me a piece of paper to jot this down?" "No." The personal maid pinched Griffith's arm, pushing him toward the corridor. "In 5 minutes, take the list to the hall to check the luggage." Shortly thereafter, Griffith arrived in the hall. The academy had prepared specialized training armor and weapons for Chatorel, yet even so, the luggage that Griffith and Sonia needed to transport piled as high as a person. With the Count's servants continuously bringing new trunks and supplies from upstairs, those maids and servants who could not accompany them to school would remain at the Count's estate, and Anna, as the personal maid, would be arranged to study grammar, arithmetic, and etiquette at the church school, ensuring she could serve the Count's family in the future. 9 in the morning, Sonia descended the stairs accompanied by her brother. Bidding farewell to the Count, Countess, and a throng of well-wishers, the daughter of the Lamoral family donned a fitted light blue dress, expertly tailored to accentuate her youthful form, the thin fabric and exposed shoulders raising concerns even in summer about her catching a chill. The white lightweight high-heeled shoes highlighted the delicate straps around her slender ankles, and her long golden hair cascaded casually down her waist, resembling a girl on her way to a seaside vacation. Griffith quietly stood to the side, unable to resist comparing the Countess's beauty to that of Galatea. After another half-hour, Sonia finally finished listening to the Countess's instructions and reluctantly accepted a short shawl that hardly matched her dress, something a girl of her age would seldom use. Seeing that the lady was finally satisfied, the Count and Mr. Nolan, as if granted a reprieve, immediately escorted Sonia to the carriage, which swiftly headed toward the bay. Chapter 29. The fast ship to Homenwarts, the port of Bearland, is located in the southeastern bay of the city, where the newly conquered southern provinces ship out wheat and cotton. The northern minerals and the western livestock. Daily catches are loaded and unloaded through this primary port, subsequently processed into exquisite goods for distribution in Bearland's markets and workshops. Griffith had previously visited this place once. Witnessing the towering piles of cargo and the throngs of travelers in the public dock area, that peculiar amalgam of sense allowed him to discern his location without even opening his eyes. However, the esteemed institution of the mysterious realm, Homenwarts, boasts its own small private port, far removed from the congested cargo and stifling air. People often say that all men are created equal, yet some are more equal than others. Along the tidy and spacious pier, the Academy has erected charming trellises draped in grapevines to shield guests from the heat. Abundant blue and green fruits dangle from the easily reachable vines, while long tables prepared with brunch, donuts, roasted spring chicken, and juice await indulgence in the shaded area. Many boys of common and lower noble birth load their bulging luggage onto small carts, shouting as they race past the red-carpeted path. Well-groomed girls lean against the railing, letting the sea breeze tousle their long hair. Meanwhile, the new students hailing from noble families remain under the constraints of their households. Their servants set up tables and chairs, presenting delicate refreshments. The stewards from various families, wearing impeccable expressions, deliver calling cards to the nearby noble families. Griffith stands upright outside the Lamoral family's pavilion, observing the comings and goings of students and servants, occasionally reaching to pat the small of his back, only to find that his sword is not there. "Sir, would you like assistance with your luggage?" "Thank you. My luggage has already been arranged," the apprentice knight politely replies. Turning to look in the direction of the voice, out of the corner of his eye, he catches sight of a diminutive creature, hardly taller than a child, standing beside him, gazing up with sparkling eyes. This creature possesses brown skin, a pointed face and ears, large front teeth, and round, glimmering eyes. S-H-I-T. A goblin, so close, I didn't even notice. Griffith breaks into a cold sweat, swiftly drawing a dagger concealed in his boot and leaping back a step. If it weren't for the weapon's small size being unwieldy, Griffith would have plunged the dagger into the goblin's skull and twisted it twice. Sir, the diminutive creature was utterly terrified by the glinting dagger, falling to the ground in a startled heap. "I am Brownie 1019, not a goblin," it exclaimed. After regaining his composure, Griffith discerned that this little being indeed bore a distinction from goblins. Its skin was a pale brown, notably smoother and more refined, and its visage appeared gentle and rounded, contrasting starkly with the sordid and ferocious impression typically evoked by goblins. The luggage of the apprentice knight will be transported alongside Miss Lamore's belongings. Relieving the Academy of any burden, the butler Ashford approached with a smile, nodding towards the seated Brownie before addressing Griffiths. "Quickly sheath your weapon before others take notice of the commotion." "Yes, noble sir." "My apologies." The Brownie hastily scrambled to his feet, doffing his hat and bowing to Ashford and Griffiths before darting away. "Have you never encountered a Brownie?" "Ah, that is my oversight," Ashford remarked apologetically to Griffiths, shrugging. "I did not anticipate your reaction would be so pronounced." "My apologies, Mr. Ashford." Griffiths sheathed his dagger and addressed the steward of Lamore Manor. "I have encountered goblins in the East, and they bear a striking resemblance. Indeed, I possess scant knowledge regarding familiars, only that they are creations of magic. It appears you have acquired yet another area of study at Homenwarts." Ashford smiled faintly as he guided Griffiths to the long table in the gazebo. "Mr. Brandon, in 5 minutes, the safety of the lady will be entrusted to you." "Understood, Mr. Ashford." Griffiths thumped his chest, producing a sound that was dull yet tinged with a faint, crisp resonance. What was that sound? Nolan, the eldest son of the Lamore family who had accompanied to see his sister off, set down his grapes and scrutinized the apprentice knight. "Chainmail, Mr. Nolan. I am wearing a half-suit beneath my cloak," Griffiths replied. "School regulations prohibit carrying weapons and armor during regular activities, hence I have concealed it beneath my clothing. According to school regulations, wearing it beneath clothing is also not permissible." Sonia, who had been gazing out at the harbor from the armrest, turned her head with a sweet smile towards the apprentice knight. "If discovered, points will be deducted. Should one be ambushed during a march, donning armor may prove too time-consuming, placing one at a tactical disadvantage." Griffiths responded earnestly. The swift vessel of Homenwerts must navigate through the fjord. And there are no ifs, Lord Brandon, Nolan chuckled. From here northward to the territory of Homenwerts. All is under the vigilant watch of the Imperial fleet. Coastal creatures and pirates have long been eradicated. With all due respect, Mr. Brandon's caution is commendable, Master Nolan. After all, this journey marks the lady's departure from home. And safety is of the utmost importance. Mr. Ashford, clad in a full black suit despite the heat, nodded slightly and added with a smile directed at Griffiths. Should anyone remark upon Mr. Brandon's armor being improper, they will likely consider that he has just returned from the east and is still adjusting to the peaceful life in the city. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman clad in mage attire waved his wand from a distance, and the harbor echoed with a call. New students of Homenwerts, please embark. Other guests, kindly remain. A stir of excitement and gasps arose from the shore as a beautifully slender sailboat glided toward the dock like a floating willow leaf. Moving smoothly and gracefully across the water, it was the Flying Leaf, the swift vessel of Homenwerts, tasked with safely and swiftly transporting students from the harbor of Balon to the northern campus. It was said that each sail of this exquisite three-masted ship was imbued with magical protection, allowing it to skim the sea like a colorful cloud. The ship's keel was crafted from massive cedar from the northern forests, navigating the tumultuous straits with the ease of gliding over a mirror. In addition to its regular role of transporting faculty and students, it also served to deliver fresh produce and other supplies. Departing from Balon around noon, regardless of the sea breeze, it would arrive at the tranquil fjord of Homenwerts before sunset the following day. All aboard. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your personal belongings with you. A kindly and elegant middle-aged lady adjusted her glasses and called to the gathered newcomers. As Griffiths stepped onto the deck, he immediately felt a refreshing breeze. Though it was still summer, the air felt delightfully cool, akin to a golden autumn day. Fiona, arriving with Rana, skipped onto the deck and eagerly linked arms with Sonia, chattering joyfully as they made their way to the cabin. Rana, clearly wishing to allow the girls their space, waved at Griffiths and found a patch of open deck to sit. Griffiths also sought out a shaded corner near the cabin, retrieving a book to read. His position was conveniently close to Sonia's cabin, allowing for a swift response should anything arise. Griffiths, the newly seated apprentice knight, looked up to find Galadiah tilting her head at him while nibbling on an apple. Excited? Are you? Soon you will be part of the finest school of magic for humanity. Previously, you claimed you were unsuited for the study of magic. Yet here you are, your body betraying your true enthusiasm. TSK. My specialty lies in military command, Griffiths defended. Homenwerts boasts a commendable program in this field, though it pales in comparison to magic. The elven girl laughed, her dazzling eyes reminiscent of precious gems, both beautiful and serene. Akin to a still autumn lake, Griffiths suddenly felt a peculiar allure, as if he were sinking slowly to the lake's depths, only to be ignited with alertness and a sense of resistance. This was a contrast to their previous encounters, as Galadiah's magical sight was gradually developing to it was an echo of inspiration. Griffiths was progressing toward becoming a Sequence 8 breaker, possessing a formidable resistance to mental spells and illusions, instinctively generating a reflexive response. Allow me to suggest, the elven girl said nonchalantly, you should relinquish the path of the breaker, a profession devoid of prospects, and strive for advancement as a paladin or demon hunter. Most apprentice knights, having entered the youth officer academy and subsequently being conscripted into the army, would eventually become breakers. This pathway to growth was remarkably smooth, as one could steadily ascend to Sequence 7 Extraordinary through the accumulation of combat experience. Unlike spellcasters, this route did not require extraordinary talent or a robust family lineage, nor did it necessitate the favor of a deity like the paladins. Its compatibility on the battlefield far surpassed that of demon hunters of the same tier. Thus, the kingdom has consistently guided suitable youth, engaging in systematic large-scale training and cultivation. However, this extraordinary path bore a fatal flaw. The absence of a promotion route beyond Sequence 7. When Griffiths first embarked on the path of the breaker, he had only heard whispers regarding its shortcomings, until he arrived at Lawmore Manor and fully understood the pathway's deficiencies. The breaker was an ancient, extraordinary path, yet throughout the lengthy Second Era, there had been no official records of extraordinary individuals surpassing the breaker sequence. The conditions and routes for advancement seemed to have vanished without a trace. Indeed, not only humans, but even elves believed that breakers could not ascend. Griffiths had harbored a glimmer of hope, which was now thoroughly extinguished. He nodded slightly in disappointment, casting his gaze toward the bustling strait outside the ship's railing. Galadaya had not finished her thought, preparing to say something further, but suddenly nodded at the apprentice knight and fell silent. Unsure how to continue the conversation, the flying leaf departed from Balon. It navigated northward through the busy strait, entering the tranquil sea and continuing along the coastal edge. On the comfortable sailboat, the motion of the waves was hardly perceptible. The province directly governed by the royal domain of Balon was encircled in a clockwise manner by the northern Odessa region, the Sevastopol region, and the eastern continent, wrapping around this vast expanse of sea. Over the past century, the kingdom's navy had gradually cleared the nearby pirates and magical creatures, rendering the coastal routes both prosperous and safe. Among those traveling with the Shudderals, aside from Griffiths and Rana, were apprentices like Ophelia and Midianmaya, who were appointed and funded by the royal court. They were not beholden to any lord, swearing direct allegiance to King Balon. However, this did not diminish the camaraderie among the Shudderals. Prior to their arrival, they had already become acquainted with one another in various officer academies and battlefields. This marks the boundary between the east and west. Sonia gently set down her red tea, gazing out at the serene coastline adorned with greenery and flowers. Griffiths, would you care for some afternoon tea? Thank you, Sonia, but I must decline. Indulging in sweets on such a comfortable afternoon would surely lull me to sleep, Griffiths replied with a smile. Shaking his head, the small round table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, 3 tiers of silver trays slowly accumulating pudding, small cakes, macarons, ice cream, and sandwiches. Homenworts provided exquisite fare for this journey, and a temperature-controlled cabinet offered orange juice, rum, and ice for the taking. Just look at him, Fiona said, nudging Rana, who was puffing her cheeks across the table from Sonia. If you eat any more at dinner, you won't have room left. Well, I won't eat any more, Rana said, wiping his mouth as he stood up, washing down a mouthful of food with a glass of orange juice. You and Rana seem to have a wonderful relationship. Have you known each other for long? Sonia inquired with curiosity. Yes, I've spent my summers in Shalongling every year since I was 7. Fiona, whose appearance radiated brightness, glanced at the tall apprentice knight who had just risen from his seat. We've been good friends since childhood. The selection for Shuttorl is derived from the oracle of the goddess who governs fate and the future. Those chosen usually share a close connection with the Lord, sometimes even experiencing a disturbance in their destinies. This does not imply that a romantic relationship will necessarily develop, but rather that there exists an ineffable bond amidst the unpredictability of life. Although the elves do not select the Shuttorl, they equally venerate the goddess's prophecies. Galadia's appearance in the Eastern expedition also followed the goddess's guidance. When I was 9, I was kidnapped by villains, Fiona continued, and imprisoned in a cold tomb near the manor. Both Sonia and Galadia, who had been chatting nearby, were taken aback by the sudden turn of the story, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gazed at Fiona. The villains intended to bind me to a stone altar. And just when I was about to despair, Rana appeared. He was only 10 at that time, yet he managed to defeat an adult man and dragged him to the doorway. The other villains pursued him, and Rana led them through a labyrinthine basement, eventually managing to evade them and rescuing me from the cold altar. Amidst the girls' exclamations of wonder, Griffith followed Rana out of the comfortable, cool cabin. I never imagined you possessed such abilities, Griffith remarked to his tall and imposing companion. How did you ultimately escape those villains? We didn't escape them, Rana shrugged. The strength of a young boy is limited, and no matter how hard I tried, Fiona and I were eventually captured. Then, in the end, we were saved by the Earl of Shalong's guards, Rana stated. I merely delayed them. That is still quite impressive, Griffith sincerely praised. Not enough. Not enough, Griffith. Rana stepped to the edge of the ship, distancing himself from the cheerful laughter of the girls in the cabin. To this day, I still do not know what those people intended to do with Fiona. The floors and walls there were adorned with symbols I did not recognize, resembling some sort of ritual, a form of sacrifice. The Earl of Shalong captured those cultists and interrogated them, but they soon vanished. Leaving the truth of the matter locked away in the Earl's study that I have been plagued by strange dreams, vague and eerie. I suspect it may be because Fiona possesses a strong affinity for magic, drawing the attention of hidden entities. Griffith couldn't help but glance at the joyous cabin, then back at Rana. Surely that cannot be the case. The Shalong family has been quite renowned in recent generations. And there are no peculiar rumors surrounding them. Let us hope so, Rana smiled faintly. But, you know, Griffith, nothing is too strange in Hormanwatts. How formidable can it be? Griffith lightly tapped the ship's railing. It is merely an academy. Do not underestimate the power of the mysterious. Rana's steady voice seemed to waver slightly. You cannot fathom what lies beneath the guise of humanity. As dusk approached, the scenery on either side of the flying leaf began to change. The eastern coastline gradually receded, leaving only the vast expanse of ocean, while the vibrant landscape of the west slowly faded. A gray hue beginning to dominate the expansive sky. Is it getting dark, or am I seeing things? Griffith gazed in astonishment at the transformation along the shore, from the edge of the ship. The water and land appeared shrouded in a faint gray mist, evoking an indescribable sense of oppression and heaviness. Neither. Galadia leaned against the railing beside him, letting the evening breeze tousle her dark hair. This is the Whispering Forest, a hilly region tainted by darkness situated between Balon and Hormanwatts. What forest? A dark taint near the capital. It's hard to imagine. The elven girl pointed towards the dim forest along the shore. This forest obstructs the land transportation between north and south to reach the northern district of Odessa. One must travel by sea or detour inland from the west. The forest is perpetually devoid of sunlight, filled with twisted, mutated creatures lurking in the shadows, and even lingering nearby can lead to mental corruption. This was the first time Griffith had heard of such a place, and an unsettling fear began to brew within him. This was merely a short distance from the core territory of the human kingdom, adjacent to trade routes, surrounded by flourishing towns and bountiful countryside. Yet for countless years, it remained unpurified. Can't we just burn it down? Griffith queried, puzzled. That has been tried long ago. Any fire within the forest is extinguished instantly, as though consumed by endless darkness. A flicker of strangeness crossed Galadia's delicate face. It is said that the taint from the forest would spread to the sea, giving rise to nameless horrors. Just then, the last rays of the setting sun vanished into darkness, and the gray shoreline was abruptly engulfed by an infinite blackness. The joy and light of the world seemed to flee, leaving only the cautious whispers of the waves. Hey, no one told me about this. This sudden change sent a wave of dread through Griffith, causing his body to tense instinctively, observing her companion's anxious demeanor. Galadia wore a mischievous smile, stealthily edging closer to the apprentice knight's arm, her slender fingers poking at the nape of Griffith's neck as she asked softly, "Are you scared?" Suddenly, a panicked shout pierced the silence of the deck. Whoa! The cry emerged abruptly from the darkness, casting an eerie atmosphere over the nearby shoreline and the vessel gliding through the waters. Galadia jumped in fright, quickly sidling closer to Griffith. A sailor on the deck shouted, "Ahead, steer clear." Chapter 30, The Ghost Ship on the Serene Sea. Hold tight. Hard to starboard. The Flying Leaf's agile hull suddenly tipped sharply to the right, the starboard side nearly gliding along the water's surface. Those who were unsteady on the deck tumbled about, and screams echoed from within the cabin. Griffith felt as though he were about to be thrown overboard. Gripping the sturdy railing with his left hand while reaching out to his companion, who had no railing to grasp with his right, Galadia gently pushed away the arm he extended. Elegantly and swiftly sidestepping on the deck, her tall figure swaying like a premier circus performer, maintaining her balance as Griffith's face slammed against the ship's railing. The swift sailing vessels of Hormanwatts are exceptionally nimble and ingenious. In the initial moment of chaos, an invisible breeze caught the bewildered passengers, stabilizing the ship quickly. After a flurry of screams and curses, the new students and sailors poured out from the cabin, checking if anyone had fallen overboard or sustained injuries. After a while, those unharmed gathered on the port deck, gazing in the direction indicated by the sailor's lantern. That a vague silhouette drifted lifelessly in the darkness less than 100 meters from the Flying Leaf, appearing indistinct and elusive. It might be a sunken vessel. Although rare, it's not entirely strange in these waters. The amiable female professor stepped onto the deck, adjusting her thick glasses. "Gentlemen apprentice knights, I need a few volunteers to join the sailors in boarding that ship to search for any passengers in need of assistance." "Yes, Ms. Marion." Several teaching assistants promptly began making arrangements. "I'll go too," Galadia unexpectedly spoke up. "I sense an ominous presence." Sonia cast a curious glance at her apprentice knight, while Griffith wiped the blood from his nose and stepped forward. "I've fought boarding actions against half-orcs along the shattered coast. With me? That should be sufficient," Rana declared, producing a torch. "The rest of you stay here to provide support and maintain vigilance." The sailors skillfully lowered the lifeboat from the flying leaf. Two brave sailors leaped aboard first, followed closely by Griffith and the other two. Light, guide the traveler's path. Let danger and evil find no refuge. Sonia retrieved her wand from her waist, holding it firmly as she softly chanted a light spell. A crystalline orb of light materialized at the tip of her exquisite wand, gently floating towards the lifeboat. Griffith quickly extended his hand, the brilliant orb hovering just a few centimeters above his palm, illuminating the surroundings with its gentle glow as he directed it with his thoughts. Sonia leaned over the ship's railing, calling out, "This is a protective spell. If danger lurks nearby, the orb will flicker to warn us." At that moment, although night had only just fallen, the surrounding darkness was exceptionally profound and thick. The sailors rowed their oars, while Griffith and Rana unsheathed the daggers they had hidden in their boots, standing guard at the bow and stern of the lifeboat. Initially, they could still hear the bustling chatter of the new students running about on the flying leaf, but as the lifeboat drifted merely a few meters away, the energy and voices seemed to be swallowed by the darkness and silence, leaving only the solitary lifeboat and the indistinct silhouette of the ship ahead. "Let us take a detour around it." Griffith pointed toward the stern. The sailors' faces grew tense, an indescribable gravity and hesitation evident. Nevertheless, they complied with the apprentice knight's request, steering toward the towering stern of the ghostly ship. That is a medium-sized passenger vessel, seemingly designed for journeys between the port and the nearby seas. The sails atop the mast have vanished without a trace, and no signs of life can be discerned upon the deck. In the profound darkness of the night, the ship's stern, towering like a tower, bears the name Kono, painted in white. The sailors ignite torches and call out towards the deck. "Is anyone there?" The sailboat, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, responds with an eerie silence. On the port side, a few tangled ropes dangle alongside a net used for climbing up and down. These riggings should typically be stowed on deck, only lowered when departing the ship, one sailor remarked. "However, I can barely see that the lifeboat has not been deployed. There is a certain odor." Galadriel slightly wrinkled her nose. "I cannot quite identify it, but it is distinctly damp, cold, and somewhat foul. Where is it emanating from?" "Do you think I am a dog?" the elf complained. "It could be anywhere. Perhaps the smell comes from the water used to mop the floors." Rana nimbly grasped the dangling ropes and ascended. Swiftly landing on the deck, he initially surveyed the situation and then called down, "Come up. There's no one here." The sailors followed closely behind. Griffith also climbed aboard, securing the lifeboat at the ship's side, then extended his hand towards Galadriel, who was cautiously navigating the climbing ropes, her expression alert as she scanned the sea and the small boat. "What's the matter?" "Well, it seems nothing much." Galadriel hesitated. "But I thought I saw a rope drop into the sea." "Did you?" "Perhaps it was just an illusion." The deck was eerily empty, with the towering mast adorned with disheveled ropes and no trace of the sails to be found. The cockpit on the aft deck was shrouded in darkness. Logically, even if the entire crew were resting, there should be a watchman stationed there. "Is anyone present?" a sailor shouted. The silent darkness continued to observe them in silence. The elf girl closed her eyes and slightly tilted her head, her long pointed ears twitching as if attuned to the sounds within the darkness. After a moment, she opened her eyes and shook her head. "I have found nothing. Shall we split into two groups? Galadriel and I will check the captain's quarters and the cockpit," Griffith proposed. "Rana and these gentlemen can inspect the first layer of cabins below decks, but do not venture too deep." "Just the first layer?" Rana inquired, but quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, then just the first layer. We shall reconvene here in 10 minutes, regardless of whether we find anything." Soon, Rana and the sailors vanished into the darkened corner. "Perhaps the crew has escaped," Griffith remarked to the elf girl beside him. "The ship has sustained minor damage, but nothing severe. The crew and passengers should have had ample time to leave records or explanations before abandoning ship." "Indeed," Galadriel simply replied, then quietly followed the apprentice knight as they made their way towards the upper cabins. Due to regulations, she had left her customary longbow and dual swords behind, carrying only a wand in her hand. The small light orb created by Sonia floated ahead like a firefly, instinctively hovering to illuminate the path through the dark corridors and corners, even without Griffith's control. This three-masted sailing ship was navigated from the uppermost cabin on the aft deck. Its walls featured large portholes, barely shielding against rain and direct sunlight while still providing a view. The evening breeze from the narrow sea blew into the cockpit. The lights of the Leaf glimmered like ghostly flames in the distance. Several tables and chairs were neatly arranged in the cockpit, with teacups and navigation charts securely placed upon them. The Kono is a scheduled sailing vessel that departed from Odessa en route to Sevastopol, carrying 30 crew members and 160 passengers. Having set sail 2 days ago, Galadriel illuminated the route plan next to the helm with her torch. The last entry in the log was recorded on the night of departure. They have strayed significantly from their intended course. Griffith opened several teapots placed beside the chairs. These herbal teas were meant to invigorate during nighttime sailing, and only a small amount had been consumed. From this, it could be inferred that the crew had not left before midnight. There were neither crew members nor further clues that the cockpit was a semi-open area. Rain and sea winds rendered it unsuitable for storing documents. The navigation logs and captain's records would need to be found in the captain's quarters below decks. The two departed the cockpit, descending the staircase towards the captain's quarters on the opposite side. The pervasive dampness began to intensify. Griffith was astonished to discover that as one approached Sonia's small light orb, the oppressive atmosphere of humidity was mitigated by the soft glow, evoking a gentle warmth and pleasure from deep within. "Griffith," the elf girl suddenly whispered, "there's damage on the handrail." The apprentice knight directed his light towards the wooden handrail indicated by Galadriel, revealing a deep gouge. It appears to have been cleaved with an axe. Galadriel bent down to examine the mark. It seems to be the only trace. If they encountered pirates, Griffith raised his torch. Inspecting the surroundings, there would be numerous signs of struggle. The deck would not be this pristine. "Did you spot any blood?" "None." Galadriel shook her head as she opened the door to the captain's quarters. "Look." The door to the captain's room is undamaged. It does not seem like it was attacked by pirates or mutated creatures that it should be possible to barricade oneself inside. The tranquil sea is the kingdom's inland sea, where naval warships still roam within its coastal waters, but a passenger vessel under attack merely needs to hold out for a time and issue a distress signal to receive assistance within hours. There was no one in the captain's quarters that a row of bows and crossbows hung on the walls, indicating that their owner was a vigilant individual, and they had not been used before their departure. There's a gouge on the floor. Galadriel knelt to inspect the cabin's floor. The gouge is quite shallow. For a ship, a few scratches and damages are to be expected. Let us take a look at the navigation diary. Griffith shrugged and picked up a diary from the table. Captain Kono, Jace Kono's log, August 27th. August 27th. 3 p.m. The Kono set sail from Odessa, fully loaded with cargo, and 160 passengers bound for Sevastopol. According to the port astrologer's report, we are to encounter gusts and minor waves during our journey. At 7 p.m., I hosted the first-class ladies and gentlemen in the cabin. Today's salmon is not very fresh. I have noted the gentleman's remarks, and will seek compensation from the Narrow Sea Dining Company upon our return. At 9 p.m., the ship encountered a collision. I immediately led a team to inspect the hold, and there were no signs of damage. The seabed in this area is very flat and safe. We likely struck a whale. At 9:45 p.m., several guests from the second-class cabin complained that their dogs were missing. This happens frequently. I had the second mate reassure them. Everyone knows those creatures have a tendency to jump overboard. At 10:15 p.m., the second-class cabin reported that a woman and child were missing. I initiated a search throughout the ship. At 10:40 p.m., my second mate and the chief sailor went missing, the last time they were seen. They were preparing to search the cargo hold, where eerie sounds had been reported. The log of Captain Jace Kono abruptly ends here. This diary and other documents were neatly stored in a corner of the desk, indicating that the captain believed everything was still under control even after writing his final line. It is also possible that he was striving to maintain his composure and calmness. We need to quickly inform Rana and the Leaf. Galadriel retrieved an emergency whistle and blew into it forcefully. The sharp whistle pierced the silence of the darkness. Griffith noticed that the lights on the Leaf began to flicker chaotically in the distance. "What has happened?" Rana, responsible for searching the first layer below deck, hurriedly returned. "The Kono has been attacked. It likely originated from the lower cargo hold. It is unsafe for you to continue searching there," Griffith stated. "We must return to the Leaf immediately." "Shouldn't we check a bit more?" The sailors accompanying Rana exchanged glances. "Perhaps there are passengers hiding in the lower cabins." Galadriel nodded as well, her gaze inquiringly fixed on Griffith. "That may be the case, but the assailants who attacked the Kono may also be hiding in the hold," Griffith replied. Until we are adequately prepared, I do not wish to recklessly delve deeper, on the other hand. If we divert too many resources here, it could compromise the security of the Leaf. Just then, a small boat approached the Leaf. What is happening? Ophelia and Maya stood on the small boat, shouting while remaining on guard. Where are the crew and passengers? The Kono has been attacked, and both sailors and passengers are missing. Griffith prevented the two Shotorals from climbing aboard to assist. We have not conducted a thorough search. The passengers or the danger that assailed them may still be lurking in the ship's depths or may have escaped. It does not matter. We must all return to the Leaf, secure the Kono, and then conduct a thorough examination in a safe area. That cannot be. There may still be survivors in the cabin. The assailants might still be aboard. Sailors, Galadia and Ophelia exclaimed in unison. Vehemently opposing Griffith's approach, Rana and Maya remained silent, their gazes cast behind and into the surrounding darkness, wary of potential threats lurking beyond. What do you propose, then? Are you planning to split our limited numbers into several teams to explore the lower decks? One by one succumbing to the perils of this unfamiliar and shadowy environment. Griffith shook his head, stating, We are not far from the coast of the Whispering Woods. The assailants could very well be some unknown monstrosity. The professor and assistant aboard the Leafwing are few in number, and aside from them and the apprentice knights, no one else possesses experience in combating mutated creatures. Ophelia and the sailors faltered, glancing around at the dense darkness, and at last began to secure the ropes to the Kono. But we've only inspected the first deck. Galadia bit her lip and remarked to Griffith, the passengers may be hiding in the lower cabins. Unable to call for help or injured, perhaps, Griffith replied, patting the elven girl on the shoulder. But reality demands that we make sacrifices. The lives aboard the Leafwing and those of the Kono's passengers are equally significant. The bow of the Kono was soon secured with ropes, the other end fastened to the stern of the Leafwing, ensuring a means of towing. Once this task was completed, Griffith promptly urged the still hesitant crew to return to the Leafwing. Lady Marian listened intently to Griffith's brief report and examined the diary brought back by the captain of the Kono. Her expression grave as she adjusted her spectacles. I hope we have made the right choice. Inform the captain to hasten our return to Homenwarts. Shotoral, from this moment forth, I require you to stand watch in shifts, leaving no sign of anomaly unchecked. Boys, I need volunteers to bolster patrols between the cabins, 2 by 2. Yes, ma'am, the apprentice knights replied in unison. We need weapons, Issues interjected. All we have are wands, and Shotoral has not brought any weaponry with him. Several brave freshmen stepped forward, wielding wands that seemed hardly more useful than mere sticks. Lady Marian adjusted her glasses, her demeanor serious and somber. It appears necessary to permit the inclusion of essential weaponry in our checked baggage. We do have some. Ophelia raised her hand. What do you have? Under the scrutiny of the dean and the freshmen, Griffith removed his outer coat, revealing gleaming chainmail, daggers, and throwing knives. The other apprentice knights similarly produced daggers and short swords from their coats, boots, and hidden compartments within their luggage as if performing a magical trick. The enrollment notice should have clearly stated that weapons are not permitted, Lady Marian sighed, her eyes widening suddenly. Wait, Mrs. Shutter, how could you bring such dangerous items aboard? Ophelia opened her cello case, extracting the tips of a longbow, bowstring, and disassembling the arrows and sharp tips, skillfully assembling them. The school rules do not prohibit me from carrying curved sticks, griffin sinews, and iron-crafted items. Lady Marian was momentarily speechless until she noticed Rana opening Fiona's bag, retrieving some peculiar items. Rana, please explain what this is. Esteemed lady. Rana glanced at Fiona, who was covering her eyes, and earnestly replied, These are 2 wooden sticks and flattened iron pieces. Chapter 31. Tentacles. The Kono was being towed 20 meters behind the Leafwing, secured by coarse ropes. The deck was illuminated with numerous oil lamps and torches, allowing those aboard the Leafwing to see clearly. Galadia leaned against the rail of the Leafwing's stern, observing Griffith pacing nearby in vigilance. Did we not agree that weapons were not to be brought aboard? I feel utterly exposed without one. Griffith couldn't help but glance at the elf's lithe form, quickly averting his gaze, and retrieved a dagger from his belt, offering it to her. This is for you. Thank you. Galadia accepted the weapon, inspecting the blade before nodding and tucking it into her tall boot. Perhaps a surviving passenger is watching us through the gaps, the elven girl said, her tone tinged with faint reproach, calling for our help. Yet we remain oblivious due to injuries, or other reasons? Griffith regarded the girl thoughtfully, swallowing the words he had intended to speak. Such thoughts and sentiments were not uncommon. During his early days on the battlefield, he and his comrades often grappled with similar feelings. Have you ever witnessed a familiar friend or family member perish in battle or an accident? Griffith inquired. No. Galadia shook her head, then, somewhat indignantly, asked, Are you suggesting that I lack experience? Not at all. Then what are you implying? I ponder that those who have not lost cherished individuals find it difficult to grasp the weight of that moment and the ensuing regret. Griffith's voice held a bittersweet edge. If possible, I hope you never have to experience such a loss. The elven girl was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Griffith before lowering her head in contemplation, as if she began to understand, nodding slightly. After a few moments, she queried, Who is she? Is it the girl named Krista? The summer night was tranquil as ever. When the warm night breeze caressed their cheeks, there was a fleeting moment when the two nearly forgot the purpose of their vigil. The steady sound of footsteps approached the deck, as Rana and Myra arrived at the stern for the change of watch. Any anomalies? Rana inquired, resting his hand on the two axes at his waist. As he spoke, Myra remained vigilant, facing the opposite direction. The Kono remained silent, Galadia replied. The surface of the water is calm. What about you? Some sailors reported noises from the lower hold. We've dispatched someone to investigate. Though nothing has been discovered, Rana explained. The unassigned students are gathered in the first-level cabins below deck, facilitating their watch. Very well, then let us take a moment to rest. Griffith nodded to his companions and walked with the elf toward the cabins. Rana and Myra took their place, resuming vigilance. Shall we inspect the lower hold? I can use my listening and intuition to check, Galadia suggested as she slowly descended the stairs toward the ship's stern. The situation aboard the Kono is too peculiar. I feel that following standard patrols and vigilance may not suffice. A visit might not be unwarranted. Griffith nodded, casually picking up a makeshift wooden shield from the edge of the deck as they descended. They first passed through the cabins where other students were resting, but a few chautauqual and sailors were armed with daggers and wooden sticks. Keeping a watchful eye, first-year freshmen from Homenwarts, regardless of their backgrounds, rested together on the floor with the crew. Further down was the kitchen, dining area, and storage for luggage. Due to the watch, this area was empty. Griffith held the wooden shield in front, occasionally checking to ensure Galadia was still following. The glowing orb conjured by Sonia's magic continued to shine brightly beside him, showing no signs of dimming. The third level of the hold lay below the waterline. The sturdy planks emitted dull creaks, as if under pressure. This area was divided into several compartments, primarily used for storing barrels and provisions destined for Homenwarts. Accessible via several hatches leading to the deck. Pre-established oil lamps provided ample illumination. Everything seemed normal, and Griffith cautiously pushed open the doors to each compartment, casting light inside. Splash! Suddenly, a splashing sound reached his ears, prompting Griffith to look down. Colorless water seeped from the floor of a nearby compartment, already flowing into the corridor. Griffith, the elven girl, who had been following closely, grasped his arm tightly, her entire body leaning in. Filled with unease and tension. There is water pooling here. For a sailing vessel traversing the ocean, water seeping into the hold was not an unusual occurrence. The wood comprising the hull would swell upon contact with water, necessitating gaps during construction. It's not uncommon for sailing ships to leak, that if gaps weren't left, the swollen planks would warp, Griffith explained dismissively. When I once sailed on a naval transport ship to the east, I nearly vomited from living in such damp conditions. But our elven vessels do not leak. The elf shook her head. Though our ships are more beautiful and exquisite, they too are made of wood. Was the absence of leaking due to the elven ship's magical or special material sealing properties? The leaf wing of Homenwarts was imbued with spells of speed and stability, rendering it essentially a massive enchanted artifact that it should, in theory, possess similar effects. Yet, it still leaked. Could it be? Griffith's hair stood on end. He directed his gaze toward the seeping compartment, gripping his dagger tightly and holding the shield as he cautiously approached, gently pushing the door open. Creak. The door emitted an irritating sound, the gap allowing soft light to illuminate the small space. The illuminating glow flickered in the pooled water on the floor. Griffith peered inside, seeing no immediate danger within his line of sight. However, the protective magical orb suddenly dimmed, as if shrouded in a thin veil. The apprentice knight swiftly lifted his gaze towards the overhead, for the low deck could not conceal the enemy. If anything were to hide within the confines of the cabin, the only sanctuary left would be the narrow space behind the door. Griffith cast a glance at the elf standing aside, nodding at her before forcefully crashing into the cabin door. The door collided with something, yet not a sound was uttered. Simultaneously, the glowing orb floating within the cabin erupted with shades of green and black as if splashed with paint. Beginning to disintegrate rapidly, Galadriel's pointed ears perked up. She could see clearly that the door, forced open by Griffith, did not press tightly against the wall. Something lurked behind it, a presence that could mask its aura and taint the protective enchantment. Griffith grasped the gravity of the situation, raising his blade and fiercely thrusting towards the door. The dagger pierced through the wooden door, delivering an unusual sensation. Before Griffith could comprehend this feeling, an immense force surged from behind the door, smashing it against his face. The apprentice knight was taken aback by the sudden outburst of power in such a confined space, the blow knocking him to the ground. At that moment, Galadriel, standing nearby, screamed, seizing Griffith and dragging him towards the staircase. Dazed and disoriented, Griffith heard the air being whipped by whips, the sounds of tremendous impacts and shattering all around him. A familiar viscous liquid flowed into his mouth. Griffith recognized it as the blood streaming from his forehead and nose. Galadriel, seemingly fueled by an unseen strength, whisked her dazed companion around the corner of the staircase, leaving Griffith's vision filled with a haze. Numerous thick shadows burst through the wooden doors of various cabins, resembling tentacles, writhing and twisting maniacally in the narrow passage. Overwhelmed by this chaotic sight, Griffith could not fathom what he was witnessing. Indistinct murmurs roared in his mind. Fear, trepidation, and confusion intertwined, rendering him incapable of thought. Had Galadriel not been dragging him, he would have found even the slightest movement arduous. The leaf glider was in disarray, filled with terrified screams. The Shothaller guards stationed throughout were simultaneously under assault. Griffith, hold on. A gentle yet terrified voice resonated in his ear. Almost immediately, two distinct liquids were poured into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Griffith regained consciousness to find Sonia gazing at him with concern, his head resting upon the girl's lap. What happened to me? The moment he regained awareness, Griffith sprang up like a coiled spring. What is going on? You fainted, Sonia replied, her complexion pale. The leaf glider is under attack by monsters. The professor and the others just sealed the cabin door. Surrounding them, Galadriel and several other Shothaller stood ready with weapons at either end of the cabin door. Several boys clutched wands and furniture, trembling as they fixed their gaze upon the wooden door. The twin boys encountered in the old bookstore were also aboard, huddled together, simultaneously screaming in identical tones. What the hell is that thing? Where did it come from? It's coming in. We're doomed. The cacophony of voices rose and fell. Lana. Where's Lana? Lady Marian, we need reinforcements. Everyone bore expressions of sheer terror, and several freshmen had collapsed to the ground, drooling from the corners of their mouths, having lost consciousness like Griffith had before. Calm. Calm. The poised headmistress, Lady Marian, shouted, wand in hand. We have closed the door. It cannot enter. The professors from Homenwarts and the royal fleet will arrive shortly. Upon hearing Lady Marian's words, the raucous cabin quieted momentarily. Just then, a series of agonized screams and furious curses erupted from above the deck, followed by the overwhelming sound of heavy objects crashing against the deck, as if a giant were drumming on the leaf glider's surface. Subsequently, the cabin doors at both ends began to be pounded upon. The recently steadied freshman screamed once more. Griffith seized a torch, preparing to rush towards the door to tea that moment. He felt a gentle tug at his waist. He turned swiftly to see Sonia, wide-eyed, pointing at a side wall, her voice trembling as she said, "They are there." Griffith quickly turned to look, instantly comprehending why the Kono's ship's door bore no signs of damage. The already closed porthole was left with a minuscule gap, through which a twisted, ashen mass resembling the tentacles of a mollusk was steadily oozing in, rapidly expanding and swelling. Several freshmen witnessed the horrifying sight and screamed in unison. A few fainted on the spot. Before Griffith and the others could rush over to obliterate the creature, more tentacles writhed through the cabin door, portholes, ceiling, and floor gaps, as if sprouting from the wood itself, twisting and coiling within the cabin. One tentacle slowly approached the petrified Fiona, swaying before her like it was examining something, less than a meter away from the girl. Concerned for Lana's safety, the typically brave Fiona, who enjoyed adventure stories, trembled like a morning alarm clock. Beside her, the freshman Fisher prodded the nauseating tentacle with his wand. The creature immediately recoiled. Fisher's terrified face contorted into a ghastly smile. This thing, before he could finish. The swollen, ashen tentacle lunged forward, its slick exterior splitting open like a flower unfurling into 6 petals. Inside the split tentacle lay layers of jagged teeth and a massive, bottomless maw, emanating the stench of decay. Fisher, startled, fell to the ground, the toothy maw lunging at Fiona like a predatory serpent. Griffith sprang forward, yanking Fiona away, confronting the gaping maw and thrusting the lit torch into it. The tentacle writhed violently, its 6 petal-like appendages flailing as if in a seizure. Moments later, the tentacle erupted with a resounding boom, splattering Griffith with viscous slime and bone shards. Counterattack. Recovering from the chaos and dizziness, Griffith raised his axe, shouting, "By Yalan, victory to all! Hurrah!" The apprentice knights, nearly petrified by the scene before them, instinctively roared in unison. Though few in number, their simultaneous battle cry bore the might of 100 soldiers, the professors and courageous freshmen, including Lady Marian and her assistant, felt their spirits surge as the gathered magical energy dissipated in an instant. Conversely, those who had not cast spells felt invigorated, their courage to resist spontaneously ignited. The vibrant energy surged within the enclosed space as the unfurling tentacles collided with an invisible barrier, retracting in retreat. Galadriel recognized the familiar scene, promptly stowing her useless wand. The apprentice knights gathered around Griffith, brandishing their weapons as they struck at the writhing tentacles. "Lady Marian, please cover us as we move behind you," Griffith called to the somewhat bewildered professor after cleaving through a tentacle. "Everyone, follow me." Although the deck might not guarantee safety, it was certainly preferable to remaining in the cabin, surrounded on all sides by tentacles. Bolstered by the battle cries effect, nearly 100 students charged towards the upper deck. Countless swollen, twisted, ashen tentacles enveloped the leaf glider, writhing frantically in every conceivable crevice, or greedily opening their repugnant maws in search of prey. Chapter 32. The record of erasure punishment. The situation on deck mirrored the chaos below. Several tentacles, thicker than the pillars before the Senate Hall, had seized the ship's sides, beginning to rock the leaf glider. Lana and Miura, accompanied by several others, were fending off the tentacle assaults on the deck. Most bore injuries, and one sailor had even lost an arm, the pale severed limb being torn and pulled by several tentacles. The first-year students from Homenwarts had all congregated on the leaf glider's deck, the limited number of Shotaler guarding their perimeter, helplessly watching as the dense mass of tentacles slowly rose from the deck and ship's edge. "What do we do now?" Boom. For colossal tentacles suddenly emerged from beneath the sea, grasping the ship's hull and tossing it about like a toy. The freshmen clung to whatever they could grasp, screaming in unison. "Why are they so large? We're going to die." "Give me a torch," Griffith said, sheathing his dagger in his boot, reaching for a blazing torch. "I'll go first." "Griffith, don't." Sonia, clinging tightly to the mast, watched her apprentice knight leap amidst the tumbling debris, charging towards the thickest tentacle. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was he seeking death? Galadriel was certain she had witnessed this scenario before. The leaf glider was tilting. 4 tentacles gripped either side of the ship, attempting to overturn it. In an instant, Griffith reached the upward curving edge of the hull, snatching a sharp wooden plank to stab at the tentacle that was tearing at the deck. Hiss. The tentacle emitted an indescribable shriek. In swift succession, tentacles as thick as pillars split open, revealing a maw brimming with countless jagged teeth directed towards Griffiths. The bent and pallid fangs, resembling barbed hooks, were layered upon the inner walls of the tentacles. Adorned with mangled flesh and tattered garments, brownish-red skulls were ensnared within the teeth, their hollow eye sockets glaring out at the world beyond. The fetid stench of the sewers mingled with the putrid odor of decay, overwhelming the senses. All those aboard the deck bore witness to this horrifying, hellish spectacle, their souls shaken with terror. Fiona fainted, collapsing into Rana's embrace. Many of the newcomers clutched their chests, succumbing to nausea. "Foolish monster. It has struck." Griffith's heart surged with elation as he propelled himself upward, kicking off the ship's railing. The burning torch in his hand was hefted and hurled towards the inky maw like a javelin. The ashen tentacle swallowed the flying torch whole, its gaping maw snapping shut with alarming speed. With a thunderous detonation, shockwaves and sharp fragments of teeth surged forth like a tempest. Griffiths barely managed to shield himself with his hands before he was hurled away like a rag doll, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. The newcomers, dazed by the explosive force, stood frozen for a few moments. "Miss Galadia, please look after Fiona." Rana entrusted his lord to the girl he deemed most capable, and without waiting for the elf to intervene, brandished his torch and axe, charging towards another outstretched tentacle. "Behemoth, victory to you!" Boom! Another tempestuous explosion erupted, and Rana was likewise sent flying, crashing into the sea with a splash. Hurrah! The remaining shudderals on the deck roared as one, seizing their torches and rushing towards the nearby tentacle. Before they could act, the tentacles coiling around the ship retreated, fleeing into the ocean like frogs pursued by snakes. Bang! The already tilted flying leaf once more slammed down onto the water's surface. An ominous presence that had occupied everyone's minds swiftly receded. "Griffiths and Rana, save them!" Galadia urgently called out, leading the charge into the sea. Several hours later, the flying leaf arrived at its destination under the escort of an approaching three-masted warship. Madame Marian stepped down from the vessel, her face etched with fatigue, accompanied by the newcomers. Several professors, armed with wands, scrolls, and enchanted trinkets, awaited their arrival. The elegantly attired Madame Marian gracefully ascended the steps to the dock, gazing at the disheveled Behemoth newcomers. "Welcome, young ladies and gentlemen, to Homenwarts. Perhaps I should deliver my customary address, but let us instead allow you a brief moment to compose yourselves. The changing rooms at the dock are equipped with toiletries and fresh garments for your use. You have 30 minutes. After this, you will be guided to the welcome banquet, where, in accordance with our tradition, you will be assigned to one of the 4 houses, joining your predecessors. The 4 houses are Minerva, Hera, Roland, and Trajan. The names of the houses symbolize knowledge, harmony, courage, and creativity. Since you have arrived here, the house will become your home. Your commendable performance will bring honor to your house, while any misconduct will tarnish its reputation at the end of each term. Your house points will constitute a significant portion of your grades. Moreover, Shudderals, you will also elect a first-year co-commander from among yourselves. I trust you have a candidate in mind. With this address, the somewhat fatigued Professor Marian nodded to the new students before turning to retreat into the resting quarters prepared for her. The newcomers, having left Behemoth for the first time and having survived an encounter with a sea monster, exchanged silent glances as they made their way toward the makeshift washroom on the other side. Griffiths, having been thrown by the explosion, bore wounds and shards embedded in his body. The timely arrival of Homenwarts reinforcements treated them well. Sonia applied thick ointment to his injuries, wrapping bandages around him repeatedly. However, in that moment, Griffiths had lost consciousness and was unaware of the girl's ministrations. Rana, who had been thrown back a moment later, had absorbed much of Griffiths' experience, taking evasive and defensive actions after tossing the torch. Sustaining significantly lighter injuries, though most others were unscathed, the tumult had left them in a disheveled state, many still smeared with unknown substances and remnants. The 30 minutes allotted barely allowed everyone to wash their faces and don fresh uniforms before the staff urged them to gather at the stone steps of the dock. Besides them, over 800 new students from various regions of Homenwarts arrived in succession, bustling around the small dock, asking questions of one another. Griffith stood not far from Sonia, leaning against a cool stone wall, silently vigilant. Beside him, Galadia and Sonia greeted new friends, engaging in brief exchanges representing their families. Homenwarts was both an esteemed institution and an extension of the small circles within Behemoth, even having escaped the clutches of the sea monster. Upon stepping onto this stage, one was expected to maintain elegance and decorum. Fear and panic would be deemed disrespectful. Griffith's keen gaze swept over the young figures around him. Several Shudderals nearby were similarly surveying their surroundings. The 4th attack. This was the 4th incident I have encountered in this time. The previous 3 were at the hands of Aces, Rudius, and the rogue Gyros. Were these attacks isolated incidents or part of an organized conspiracy? What were the odds of a colossal sea monster randomly appearing in this region and targeting the flying leaf? The answer must be akin to the likelihood of a mere sergeant becoming the chief citizen of the Senate. The first thought that crossed Griffith's mind upon recovering from battle and unconsciousness was the conviction that this assault bore the mark of a hidden hand, and the target was likely one of the newcomers aboard the ship. But who could it be? His gaze flitted over to Fiona. This girl had once been abducted to serve as a sacrifice to an evil deity. The remnants of that cult would likely target her again. Yet, the sea monster had nearly devoured her. Could that bring pleasure to the dark god? The same reasoning applied to Sonia and several other noble offspring. They held considerable value on Beheron's political stage, but only while they were alive. The monster's attack last night was lethal. What benefit could there possibly be in consuming 16 or 17-year-olds? Even for a sacrifice, there were protocols to follow. Then, was it Galadia? Could this be a continuation of the previous attack? Was some force still pursuing her? No, that cannot be. The governor of Canaan would not simply stand by while his daughter faced peril. Would he? Griffith's gaze shifted to the elven girl, who was conversing with her new friends about the earlier sea monster as if discussing a theatrical performance, her melodious tone both graceful and charming. As though the monster had not come to consume them at all, Griffiths found himself momentarily lost in thought, consumed by envy for those noble classmates able to converse with her due to social conventions. The apprentice knight wrapped his head in frustration. The elven girl harbored many secrets unknown to him, and the distance between them felt as vast as the ground beneath and the stars above. Galadia seemed to notice something, turning her head to meet the apprentice knight's gaze, smiling and tilting her head. "What is it? Did you bump your head?" The elf excused herself to her new companions, briskly approaching Griffith's side, leaning against the cool wall beside him. Her softly spoken words were for his ears alone. "If you wish to explore whether there are hidden hands and conspiracies behind the sea monster, I advise you to abandon that thought. This is not the same as the previous incidents." "What do you mean?" Griffith sensed that he was missing some crucial information. "Have you not noticed who is absent from our company?" "Who? What connection does that have to the sea monster?" A chill ran down Griffith's spine. The answer seemed to linger on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not articulate it. "Damnatio memoriae." Galadia whispered the two words, piercing Griffith's heart like two cold blades, leaving him bewildered. "Do you know what that means?" The elf leaned her head back slightly, resting against the apprentice knight's right shoulder. The sea monster did not appear there by chance. The illustrious newcomers are aware of this. Its target is not me or anyone else, but the most unique among our cohort that I asked for who orchestrated the sea monster. The professors and students have a general understanding, and the prominent figures of Beheron are also informed. However, no one will delve into the matter, nor will anyone speak the true name of the instigator. You know why. What? Griffiths almost blurted out. "Damnatio memoriae." The elven girl murmured once more, as if invoking an ominous darkness. "Its creations must be obliterated. Its true name must not be spoken. Titles must be stripped, legislation abolished. Bestow upon the chaotic and malevolent dark sovereign the record erasure sentence." Chapter 33. Aaron Renderus Beheron is jointly governed by a king and a senate. With the augmentation of the power of spellcasters over the centuries, the Arcane Council, composed solely of self-proclaimed mages or sorcerers, has begun to co-govern the realm alongside the king and the senators. Damnatio memoriae is a system of impeachment established by the entirety of the Council of Orpheus. Aimed at judging the supreme beings of the mysterious realm, the penalties imposed upon a condemned supreme being are as follows. 1. That all creations of the guilty supreme must be destroyed. 2. The name of the supreme must be erased from all records and inscriptions, and shall not be celebrated. 3. The power to bear the title of guardian is stripped from the supreme, for all legislation enacted during the supreme's reign is to be annulled. Even with a superficial grasp of esoteric knowledge, like that of Griffiths, the very mention of the obliteration sentence would send shivers down one's spine. Such a punishment is reserved solely for the most vile and terrifying of fallen beings. A horrific legacy dating back to ancient times, akin to the infamous decimation decree. Even if their corporeal form is obliterated, the decayed and corrupted essence of such beings continues to linger in the spiritual realm. Inaccessible to mortals to utter their true name or works could invite a dreadful gaze, leading inevitably to madness or death. Thus, they are often referred to simply as that person. The most recent instance of obliteration occurred 15 years prior. At a time when most of the youths present had yet to be born, Griffiths suddenly recalled the tale relayed by Rana in the bookstore of a boy who had escaped the clutches of that existence and directly annihilated its corporeal form. One of the newly born, Aaron, did he not embark on the leaf flyer with us? Where is he? Is Aaron the target? Griffiths realized that this boy had not joined them in departing from Bayerland. What a stark disparity in treatment, Galadia mused, twirling a strand of her hair. It seems the institution was well prepared, discreetly arranging for forces to escort him via alternate routes. I hear the sound of hooves. In the darkness of the dock. The silhouette of a carriage began to materialize. The driver, towering and disproportionately large compared to the petite vehicle, appeared ominous. Shadows flickered around the carriage, suggesting the presence of guards. Soon, a boy descended from the carriage, gesturing silently to the driver before quietly approaching the laughing newcomers. The driver cracked his whip and vanished into the darkness. The boy walked slowly towards the illuminated crowd, his striking golden hair and crimson eyes unforgettable, while his porcelain-like skin appeared even softer in the dim light. Aaron exuded an aura of magnetism. Even in silence, he drew attention from those around him, making it impossible to disregard his presence. Yet, with each step he took from the shadows, it felt as though an ancient beast was tearing away pieces of light, and as he approached the throng, the previously animated chatter of the newcomers fell into a hushed stillness. Scions of powerful families regarded him with a blend of apprehension and complexity. Those surrounding the aristocratic newcomers suddenly fell silent, their smiles fading as they turned to observe the approaching boy. At that moment, Lady Marianne reappeared before them, as if she had meticulously timed her entrance. With a smile, she clapped her hands to capture the attention of the silent crowd. "All right, the banquet shall commence. Ladies and gentlemen, follow me up this stone staircase to the banquet hall." A lively melody filled the air just in time. Attendants raised sparkling crystal chandeliers, illuminating the path ahead for everyone. Emotionless laughter erupted once more among the crowd, though the source of the mirth remained unknown. It nonetheless lifted the spirits of the new arrivals at the darkened fjord dock, who followed the professor upward. The ascending throng was guided to await outside a grand and opulent hall. "So, is that news true? The chosen one, Aaron, is among us?" asked Fisher de Ajoux, the eldest son of the Ajoux family. With an air of arrogance, he stepped forward, gazing down at the newcomers on the steps, then directed his attention toward his target in the crowd. "I am the heir of the ancient and powerful Ajoux family. Someone of our stature should certainly be friends." This impudent display provoked the ire of the noble attendees and their retinues. Griffiths noticed several Shothoral casting unfriendly or disdainful glances toward the steps. However, the aristocrats had their own rules of engagement that in such moments, swift wit was far preferable to physical confrontation. "Ah, dear Fisher," chuckled Viscount Issues, "you needn't concern yourself, truly. Even if you don't ascend the steps, we shall see you." Fisher, standing at a mere 5'3", was instantly incensed, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. However, as Fisher mentioned, "We are indeed fortunate to be in the presence of the chosen one." "Aaron," remarked the slender yet suave Issues, turning to face Aaron. The newcomers surrounding Aaron retreated like receding tides, leaving him at the center of attention. Yet, two other newcomers, a boy and a girl, did not withdraw, awkwardly remaining in place. Perhaps they were his friends, or perhaps they had simply been unable to retreat in time upon realizing the situation. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Aaron neither responded to Fisher nor acknowledged Issues' words. His crimson eyes remained devoid of emotion, a faint smile adorning his face as he gazed ahead, reminiscent of a crowned monarch surveying his docile subjects. The nearby professors and staff, intent on not interrupting the newcomers' conversations, finished counting heads and led them to a terrace before a hall. Next, the mentors from each academy will call out your names. Those whose names are announced should step forward to receive their sigils and join their respective academies. The four mentors stood before the students, turning the magical crystal. The crystal emitted rays of different colors, projecting a series of names upon the wall. Eldritch Hayes, Turrigan. The mentor representing Turrigan Academy gestured toward the long table behind him. "Go sit there." Griffiths noted that the boy named Eldritch Hayes appeared quite slight, and he promptly approached the mentor calling his name, obediently heading toward the hall. As he walked, his hands were pressed against the seams of his trousers, his fingers long and nimble, yet his demeanor was exceedingly reserved. "Ilaha Minerva." A mentor announced the name. A low cheer erupted from the crowd as the named Ilaha stifled a smile and hurried toward the long table. The boy was tall and strikingly handsome. What difference could this possibly make? Griffiths pondered curiously. Nand Green, Roland. The boy entering Roland Academy was robust, his bronze skin contrasting sharply with the pale residents of Bayerland whom Griffiths had recently begun to recognize. "Is there a particular significance to this grouping?" Griffiths quietly inquired of Galadia. "Guess." The elven girl raised her finely arched brows. "Issues von Woolsop." "Minerva." The four mentors swiftly called out names. "Fiona de Chalon, Minerva." Sonia de Raymore, Minerva. Griffiths stood alone, watching as the two blonde girls joyfully made their way to their seats, most of those who had shared the leaf flyer with him, bearing names prefixed with de or von, were evidently members of Minerva. Galadia had also been called early, taking a central position at the long table de so. This is how the divisions are made. All who come to this academy possess extraordinary traits. Whether strong or weak, yet even among the extraordinary, distinctions remain. The heirs of noble or mage families belong to Minerva, the Academy of Knowledge Preservation. Children from affluent families and the upper echelons join the harmonious Hera. Those appearing robust and physically powerful belong to Roland. The rest are diverse in their own right. Turrigen is indeed a prominent group. Griffiths approached Rana, who was similarly left behind. What does Turrigen mean? Creation, literally. The tall and somewhat fierce Rana, known for his scholarly nature among the Chatorl, momentarily hesitated, glancing curiously at Griffiths. Ah, you ask that. They are producers. The crafting of magical items, enchanted materials, and potions requires mental fortitude. Turrigen students are the foundation of this society. And where shall we go? Griffiths surveyed the thinning crowd. Roland? How could that be? Rana shrugged. We shall certainly go to Griffiths Branton, Minerva. The Academy mentor announced the name reflected in the crystal. And the remaining newcomers silently regarded Griffiths, while those already seated at Minerva cast welcoming glances in his direction. Galadia patted the space beside her. The boys and girls huddled around her, and Sonia instinctively left a gap for Griffiths. No one attempting to occupy the space. While awaiting the division results, the bustling brownies were already busy arranging the banquet. The long table was adorned with pristine white linens, shimmering silverware, and candelabras, while exquisite porcelain gleamed like the season's first snow. The kitchen of Homenworth presented Minerva's long table with appetizers of fragrant ham slices, ice grass, and salads, accompanied by small bottles of sparkling purple aperitif. Some newcomers, unable to resist, had already devoured their portions before the division. The moment was marked by the arrival of exquisite tuna and deep-sea scallop sashimi, promptly delivered by Brownie. Griffith noticed, among the utensils at hand, a pair of familiar chopsticks, though they were not made of wood. Rather, they were smooth, warm, and possessed a tactile comfort akin to that of jade. In a small white porcelain dish, soy sauce imported from the distant south was sprinkled with wasabi, exuding a mysterious yet tantalizing aroma. Opposite him, Sonia deftly picked up a slice of sashimi resting atop a bed of ice with her delicate fingers and brought it to her lips. The other newcomers from Minerva appeared to be well acquainted with this style of dining. Savoring their meals quietly with a hint of appreciation, a sense of unease crept into Griffith's heart. Such extravagant feasting made him ponder the hefty tuition fees the Lamore family must have paid on his behalf. At that moment, however, a cacophony erupted from a nearby long table. Although a server hastened to restore order, the sounds of joy and surprise continued to rise and fall. Turning his head, Griffith discovered that the source of the commotion came from students of 3 other colleges. Their dining table was heaped with golden fried chicken pieces, piled high like a small mountain. Several boys gleefully seized chunks with both hands, devouring them with delight. To Griffith's astonishment, the tables of these 3 colleges lacked both fresh sashimi and elegant utensils. Brownie had not leisurely separated appetizers from main courses, but instead pushed a cart laden with fried chicken, roasted corn, scones, large sausages, buttered bread, and cake for casual serving. It looked quite appealing. I would like to have some of that too, Griffith instinctively thought. Mr. Apprentice Knight, are you perhaps concerned about how to supply these fellows during wartime? Issues, seated not far away, inquired amiably of Griffith. I bet 3 soldiers can hardly match the appetite of just one of them. The new students from Minerva chuckled softly. Griffith hastily redirected his gaze from the other colleges, only to find Fisher in the distance, looking at him with malice and mockery, his expression tinged with a hint of regret that I must have behaved rudely. Griffith's heart skipped a beat. Had Issues not broached the topic, he would likely have been subjected to Fisher's scorn at that very moment. Chapter 34. Gillabannon, labor camp. Once all were seated, Headmaster Tiberian of Homenworth offered a few perfunctory remarks. The elderly gentleman, with his shock of white hair, appeared rather unwell, as if on the verge of dozing off. Yet, whenever Griffith gazed at this erudite elder, he sensed an invisible force unsettling his perception. It was as if the headmaster was both present and absent. Shortly thereafter, one of the professors seated at the head of the hall rose and gestured to a nearby servant. Soon, a box was brought to the center of the hall. We shall now commence the talent test. with each college proceeding in order. The professor opened the wooden box and extracted a somewhat tattered pointed wizard's hat. "It has begun," Galadriel said with a hint of excitement. "Are you curious, Griffith?" "Curious? Curious about what?" "I know nothing to be curious about." Sonia, too, appeared somewhat exhilarated, whispering, "This is a sacred artifact left by the guardian Minerva, possessing the magical power to see into the hearts and souls, revealing the traits and potential of every extraordinary individual." "Oh, so it's that which can quantify my strength, agility, and perception numerically." Griffith thought of the crystal lenses at the Earl's estate. First up was Minerva College, as a newcomer donned the worn hat per the list. The broad brim nearly enveloped his head, rendering him both unattractive and comical. Suddenly, a seam split open along the brim, writhing like a mouth, while the two holes in the hat resembled eyes, surveying the surroundings. "More fried chicken," the wizard's hat grumbled. "Make sure that the filthy little brats who come up next wipe their hands before touching my smooth skin." The hat was alive. Griffith felt a peculiar sound echoing from the depths of his soul. Common sense and reason seemed to shatter in that instant, chaos overwhelming his mind, reminiscent of encounters with mythical beings long past. Fortunately, after enduring so many events, his resilient willpower weathered the shock, and after a brief moment of dizziness, clarity returned. The newcomer wearing the hat was startled, nearly jumping from his seat. The professor beside him pressed a hand on his shoulder and addressed the hat. "Please begin." "Esteemed talent hat. I hope to conclude swiftly, as I have a project awaiting submission." Very well, very well," the talent hat murmured for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "Ah, splendid. Decided, Minerva." The professor raised a wand and struck the sorting hat, declaring, "Talent test." Very well, the hat sagged at the tip. "This, quite a decent talent. See, spell enhancement." A massive crystal promptly projected a short phrase onto the wall, describing the test talent. "Spell enhancement. Increases spell power and duration by no more than 15. And extends casting and effect time by 3.10 seconds. An immediate eruption of applause filled the banquet hall. For those newcomers who had never understood their talents, this test provided a vivid display of their strengths and weaknesses. The newly identified spell enhancer joyfully removed the hat, bowed solemnly to it, and then returned to the long table. The test revealed his impressive talent, although it had the drawback of reduced casting speed. The enhancement in power was markedly apparent. One by one, the newcomers from Minerva approached to undergo testing. When it was Sonia's turn, the hat's expression became particularly animated. "Ah, this is, remarkable. My dear lady, you possess a rare dual talent, and it encompasses both insight and clarity." The crystal instantly displayed Sonia's talent profile. Insight. The caster has a certain probability of unraveling mysteries, deciphering the secrets and origins of the world. This talent can further develop. Clarity. The caster possesses high resistance against negative mental effects such as charm, confusion, and fear, and during spell casting, has a certain chance to trigger effects like rapid casting. Dual casting, or guaranteed success. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Headmaster Tiberian and several senior professors seated at the head of the hall opened their eyes, observing Sonia with both caution and keen interest. "Sonia is truly remarkable," Galadriel whispered to Griffith. "The current Headmaster Tiberian possesses the insight talent, which signifies that Sonia's ascension to higher ranks will be swifter." Following this, Galadriel stepped forward to take her turn. The elf delicately pinched the edge of the hat, wrinkling her nose in distaste as she reluctantly placed it atop her head. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence that it was not uncommon for elves to study at Hogwarts. Yet Galadriel was the sole representative of her kind in this cohort. The boys from different colleges gazed at her with rapt attention. Her slender figure, cascading black hair, and sparkling clear eyes radiated an irresistible aura of mystery and allure. In her presence, they found it difficult even to lift their gazes. Whispers had already informed everyone that Galadriel was the daughter of the governor of the Elven Kingdom. Her formidable and exceptional talents were among the blessings bestowed upon her by the goddess of the starry sky and silver moon, marking her as extraordinary from the very beginning. What might her talent be? Griffith too felt a twinge of curiosity. "Ah, it is you." The talent hat swayed at its tip. "Your presence is even more awe-inspiring than that of your esteemed father. Did I apologize? But I cannot overstep." The hat dared not speak. The hall erupted in astonishment. Galadriel grasped the greasy hat, rubbed it on the table before rising to return to her seat. As the testing for Minerva was nearing its conclusion, it was finally Griffith's turn to don the talent hat. Based on the experiences of the previous few students, he presumed his talent would be related to enhancing defense or offense. Strange, very strange. The hat seemed perplexed. Am I growing senile? I must not be mistaken. You are one of those dreadful little rascals. It shouldn't be. Your talent is focus. C increases the caster's mental recovery speed by 15 and reduces spell cooldown time by 9. This, Griffith felt enveloped by unusual gazes. His talent could not be deemed poor. The increase in mental recovery speed and reduced cooldown time was crucial for many extraordinary individuals. If a spell configuration or extraordinary ability became entangled in one's mental cooldown time, it could prove disastrous. However, the issue was that Griffith was entirely incapable of casting spells. The Way of the Breaker rarely afforded one the opportunity to actively unleash extraordinary abilities. Even with sufficient knowledge and spirit, those steeped in the sanguine atmosphere of prolonged training and battle would find their magical configurations muddied by the bloodlust. This was precisely why learned and powerful wizards shunned battlefields and slaughter. Relegating such tasks to the military, students from other colleges had already begun to jeer, finding Griffith a curious spectacle even if they did not recognize him. Hey, genius, truly a fitting representative of Minerva. You've effortlessly obtained a talent we could only dream of. Griffith, maintaining his composure, removed the talent hat and walked back to his seat. He was not overly concerned by the outcome, perplexed by the ruckus surrounding him. I am not acquainted with you all. Galatea gently patted the shoulder of the apprentice knight beside her, offering solace. Do not take it too personally. The enhancement of talent is merely an embellishment. Moreover, once your abilities mature, it is quite possible that the cooldown period of sacred artifacts or sealed objects may also be influenced by your innate gifts. Which would be splendid. Suddenly, the hall fell silent, so quiet that even the ants passing by set down their burdens of sugar. Aaron approached the talent hat was him. Everyone held their breath, their gaze fixed upon this handsome, serene boy.at. The moment he donned the talent hat, Principal Tiberian instinctively adjusted his posture. Aaron, the boy who had vanquished that individual, the sole heir of a family that had survived a deadly dark magic attack. He was as exquisite as a porcelain doll, destined to stand apart. What talent would he possess? As curiosity enveloped the crowd, the talent hat let out a heart-wrenching wail. Guillibaining, labor camp. The disoriented talent hat was dragged away for recalibration. And the talent assessment would continue after a brief interlude. The lavish banquet seemed endless. As the evening progressed, Minerva's dishes became increasingly exquisite and rare, causing some students from other academies to voice their dissatisfaction. Griffith finished his meal, but found himself unable to engage in the conversations around him. Not only did he struggle to comprehend the topics discussed by the girls, but the allusions exchanged among the boys also eluded him, akin to listening to a foreign tongue. Once the meal concluded, he resolved to take a stroll. Griffith packed some roasted lamb and sweet wine into his pockets. Suddenly, his hand brushed against something smooth and cool. It was a peculiar piece of flesh, radiant in its vivid crimson hue, smooth as gelatin, exuding an indescribable allure. Perhaps it had adhered to him when he was blasted into the sea by an explosion during the tentacled monster's assault on the flying leaf. Retrieved alongside his belongings when he changed clothes. Yet, its appearance and texture were unfathomable, given its origin from the grotesque, odoriferous tentacles. As he gazed at the red flesh, Griffith felt an inexplicable urge to consume it. Fortunately, caution and reason prevailed. The knowledge of mysticism informed him that this was a fragment of blood essence, a rarity possessed only by exceptionally powerful life forms. The question remained, how to deal with this substance. After the banquet concluded, Griffith did not return directly to his dormitory. Instead, he concealed 2 short swords within his boots and began patrolling the dimly lit corridors. He also carried some untouched roasted meat and sweet wine from the feast. Seeking a secluded spot to reflect upon the events of recent days, Homenwarts lay to the southwest of the tranquil sea, and the Flying Leaf's daytime voyage had traversed a series of islets before reaching the steep cliffs below. Griffith gazed toward the disembarkation point, where, in the darkness, he could faintly discern the rocky steps winding upwards from the base of the cliff. The disembarkation site was located to the southeast of Homenwarts Castle, with rolling cliffs rising slightly to the north, crowned by a corridor connecting the library, dormitories, and classrooms, with azure waters below. To the west of this point, in the northwestern section of the castle, a stream flowed from a valley, where the academy had constructed a footbridge leading to a nearby town. Between the castle walls and the cliffs lay a vast expanse of open ground. Should any enemies emerge from the whispering forest, they could circumvent the walls and move toward the relatively flat terrain. This area was also a focal point for Griffith's inspection. During his campaigns in the east, this habit had repeatedly aided him in detecting enemy intentions or discovering gaps in encirclements. This was also a significant reason for his nightly patrols in unfamiliar territories. The southern expanse of Homenwarts was dominated by a dense, dark green whispering forest, although a road traversed it directly to the base of Balon City. Ancient magical energies had inexplicably accumulated within, remnants of a bygone era. The professors had repeatedly warned during the banquet that vengeful spirits roamed there, accompanied by bizarre mutant creatures. Anyone wishing to court death was welcome to venture into that realm. Griffith climbed a tower to survey the southern aspect of the castle. There lay a continuous wall, complemented by a towering gate serving as the entrance. Beyond the gate, a sprawling slope immediately extended into the whispering forest's edge. The architectural layout of this academy was indeed peculiar. Griffith walked southward along the corridor encircling Homenwarts. Cliffs, fjords, and torrents flanked three sides of the castle, while the only accessible southern entrance was obstructed by an expansive forest. Between the forest and the castle walls lay a steep incline. Should any foes attempt an assault from the south, they would find themselves divided by the forest, subsequently forced to assault the sturdy southern walls, all the while exposed to defenders perched upon the absolute vantage point. This was a meticulously chosen fortress, but what was it protecting? Homenwarts was far removed from the main trade routes and did not occupy a strategic position on land. To be honest, enticing an army to attack this place would be quite a challenge. Griffith gently rapped upon the black monolithic stones that comprised the walls. These rare stones were exceptionally solid. Homenwarts had utilized extensive quantities of these colossal stones to construct an impregnable stronghold, indicating that something of immense importance required safeguarding. Argos vos Argos. Nah. Suddenly, within the silence, a repetitive, indistinct whisper reverberated. The voice twisted and rasped, filled with an indescribable cacophony. Griffith's heart raced, and he cautiously sought the source of the sound. The monotonous echo gradually faded, replaced by a clearer voice. "Good evening, young one." A hazy specter materialized in Griffith's consciousness, articulating human speech. "Why are you still awake at this late hour? Are you in pursuit of power, or perhaps seeking love?" Griffith instinctively drew the short sword from his boot. "Who goes there?" "The psychic node Minus awaits your command," the specter replied. "Minus collects essence to aid its bearer in evolving into a higher life form." Chapter 35. My precious. Is this the spirit of a magical artifact? Griffith instinctively considered removing the ring and discarding it. He had encountered willful, almost sentient magical items before and had even attempted to privately procure some. However, this was his first experience engaging in dialogue with an artifact spirit. "Do not be alarmed," the specter reassured. "Minus is honest and powerful. If you can provide rare and energy-rich materials, Minus will exchange knowledge and the precious secrets of this castle, known as Homenwarts, with you. After all, Minus has been here longer than your principal. So it was you who granted Camilla her magical prowess and summoning abilities." Indeed, Minus's specter proudly lifted its head. "If you can gather the appropriate materials, Minus will offer you an irresistible proposition. What do you desire?" "Moonlight essence, fresh marrow mushrooms, the juice of mandrake roots. Let's start with these," the spirit Minus quickly enumerated. "You can acquire these in the alchemy course at Homenwarts. Just a little will suffice. Enough to soak Minus in exchange. Minus can share with you intelligence from the castle and forest, hidden knowledge or potion recipes, which are treasures not found in textbooks and seldom divulged by professors." "Wait a moment." Minus fell silent. Griffith felt as though a gaze was scrutinizing him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. "Can you provide, how should I phrase it?" The bone ring Minus seemed to ponder. "The essence of life condensed. Source material. Can you offer this to Minus?" Griffith nodded. "Go on. In return, Minus shall impart to you invaluable knowledge. How to harness the power of this magical ring," Minus declared, "which will enable you to become formidable in no time." "That sounds promising," Griffith said, lightly tapping his weapon. "Proceed." Of course. Consider this a deposit." Minus's specter appeared to rub its hands in excitement. "Minus knows you are an apprentice knight. the form of your life energy determines that although you possess mental power, you find it challenging to wield magical forces, rendering you a muggle. Muggle. What is that term? It was the first time he had heard it. Griffith grasped Manus's meaning while harboring great curiosity about the unique terminology it employed. As an auxiliary entity assisting the bearer on their distant journey, the psychic node Manus can aid you in condensing your useless mental energy into runes of varying attributes. Manus stated earnestly. You can thus wield corresponding spells. For instance, the blood essence you currently possess contains the magic of frost attributes. That sounds intriguing. Griffith nodded with interest. How do I provide you with the blood essence? Simply place it upon the ring. Manus instructed. Do not worry. Manus can only absorb lifeless objects, as long as you remain alive. It cannot extract life energy from your body. The more you provide, the greater the rewards I can offer. Griffith retrieved the gelatinous piece of flesh left over from the tentacle creature from his pocket and carefully pressed it against the ring. The white bone ring immediately radiated a soft blue light, enveloping the two pieces of flesh. Griffith barely noticed the digestion process, for the blood essence had vanished without a trace. Moments later, a cacophony of disjointed murmurs surged into Griffith's mind. In a daze, he absorbed fragments of knowledge. Frost runes. Such runes can coalesce mental energy, shaping it into tangible forms of frost magic. The user can cast spells by invoking the stored runes. After each rune construction, the caster must rest and replenish their mental energy before attempting to create again. The number of energy-storing runes is limited, with a maximum of 9. The holder can condense new runes through their mental energy to replenish what has been expended. Ice armor, first tier. It conjures a layer of ice that adheres to clothing, armor, and weapons, enhancing defense and inflicting frost damage on attacking enemies, thereby reducing their movement and attack speeds. Or it can imbue weapons with freezing effects. Casting cooldown, 15 seconds. Frost Nova Ice Creation, first tier, that it instantly generates a freezing wave across the land, creating a freezing effect and frost damage within a radius of 5 meters. Or it can take some time to solidify into a designated shape of hard ice. Casting cooldown, 15 seconds. Condensing one rune requires 15 seconds, yet there is no shared cooldown time between the different spells invoked by the runes. As the murmurs faded, Griffith realized that by focusing his consciousness on the bone ring, he could condense a frost rune. Simultaneously, he effortlessly grasped 2 frost spells. There is indeed fine source material in that tentacle residue. The bone ring Manus remarked, seemingly savoring the moment as he explained, Manus can only unlock a portion of its power in the current state. Overjoyed, the novice knight scarcely listened. Instead, excitedly attempting to cast, the layer of icy blue light instantly appeared on the surface of his clothing and weapons, which could be shaped into solid ice for defense or enveloped in frigid mist upon the sword's edge at will. Griffith was overwhelmed with exhilaration, twisting his wrist to form a sharp, cold ice spear in his hand, while shards of ice began to spread and freeze across the rocks beneath his feet, according to his desires and will. Frost could indeed take shape under the guidance of spellcasting. What an immense power! Once the 2 frost runes were expended, Griffith promptly summoned his usually negligible mental energy to condense new runes. Soon, he unleashed the chilling effects of magic once more, even more swiftly than the seasoned mages within the army could chant. Griffith was astonished to discover that his talent for focus truly influenced the cooldown time of skills in the rune generation time, rendering them more rapid and agile. Could it be that my talent is indeed useful? Suddenly, as the runes and spells emerged in succession, Griffith felt as though his head had been struck forcefully by a club. An intense headache nearly incapacitating him. Stop at once. Manus urgently interjected. With your current mental energy, you can only accommodate 3 runes at most. After each condensation, you must rest for 6 hours to recover your strength. You may enhance your mental energy through training and by consuming potions that boost mental acuity. Additionally, if you can find materials imbued with source essence, you could augment the types, tiers, potency, and duration of the rune spells. Griffith instantly ceased his attempts, the echoes and dizziness in his mind dissipating, replaced by overwhelming excitement. Spellbreakers cannot cast spells of the caster's path. To bridge the chasm of the extraordinary path, aside from the rare dual attribute extraordinary beings. The only means is through expensive and rare sacred artifacts and seals. Now, as an extraordinary being of the Spellbreaker sequence, Griffith astonishingly found himself with a pathway to harness the powers of a caster. Though this power is still imperfect, and there are numerous restrictions in learning and usage, a door to possibility has been opened. This is the reason Camilla became a fallen mage. No wonder she fervently protects this weapon. This is mine, my sacred artifact, my treasure. If I come across such fine items again, I must share them with Minas, the bone ring Minas remarked. Minas currently lacks the strength to provide runes and knowledge of other attributes. However, you might search beneath this black stone wall. There is a small cabin just down the slope. It is inhabited by the Ranger Croc, a descendant of giants. Observing Griffith's gaze shift towards the base of the wall, the spirit continued. He is a formal employee of this school, albeit barbaric and rude, not well regarded by the noble mages. If you can establish a good rapport with him, you may gain ample opportunities to enter the Whispering Forest, from which to gather precious materials and invaluable knowledge. Generally, students are prohibited from entering there. I will consider it, Griffith said, gesturing towards the grand hall at the center of the castle. Does anyone here recognize you? The exterior of this bone ring is not widely known, nor can Minas's essence be perceived to them. It is merely an ornament. After all, is it not common for you soldiers to adorn yourselves with bones, ears, and noses? Minas dismissed Griffith's concerns, stating, Minas dislikes dealing with those self-important mages. Regrettably, our conversation is drawing to a close. Minas needs to rest. After bidding farewell, Minas's presence instantly vanished, akin to a wisp of smoke scattered by a tempest. Griffith hesitated momentarily before making his way towards the base of the wall. The formidable black stone wall had sustained considerable wear over the ages, with several sections damaged. Even without entering through the main gate, Griffith easily found a gap. The school merely forbade us from entering the Whispering Forest. Not from coming here, Griffith pondered, deeming that Krog, as a school employee, should not pose significant danger, and began his search down the slope. Before long, he stumbled upon a massive thatched hut. The foundation and walls of the hut were constructed from enormous stones. With a thick thatch roofed, in front of the door lay a vast pumpkin patch, filled with enormous pumpkins that were 2 or 3 times larger than Griffith's head. Outside the pumpkin field stood a wooden sign, bearing a line of crude lettering, Krog's cabin. Who is out there? Don't come messing around, you stinky brat. Before Griffith could thoroughly survey his surroundings, a thunderous voice erupted in the still darkness. To his astonishment, Krog's perception was remarkably keen. He had noticed Griffith from over 20 steps away. Griffith was taken aback and hurriedly called out, I am Griffith Branton, a first-year student of the Chateau, a novice knight. I have some rum and roasted venison. Mr. Krog, if you are interested. Before Griffith could finish his sentence, the wooden door of the hut swung open with a resounding bang, and a towering figure nearly 3 meters high thundered towards him. Rum? Give me some. Oh no, come in, little first year. Krog, bursting from the hut, donned a coarse leather coat, his limbs exceedingly robust, wielding a bloodied axe in one hand, his crimson eyes and fearsome visage resembling a man-eating mountain bear. Even Griffith was taken aback. A powerful pressure emanated from Krog, as if he would be crushed underfoot in the next instant. He had never felt such panic, even when facing a charge from cavalry. I don't have much. I'm afraid we must conserve it. Griffith endeavored to maintain his composure, lifting the wine pouch at his waist and shaking it towards the giant. Of course, rum should be savored slowly in small cups. Krog approached Griffith, looking down at the novice knight. Please forgive my rudeness. I am preparing dinner, but that magical spider is putting up quite a struggle and even jabbed me twice. I completely understand. It's disconcerting not to have dinner. Griffith respectfully offered the wine pouch and roasted meat to Krog, following the exuberant hut owner inside. I do apologize, my place is quite humble. Krog scraped the soles of his shoes on the mat at the door, expressing his apologies as he entered the hut, swiftly retrieving wine glasses and utensils from the cupboard to prepare the food and drink. Surprisingly, the humble hut was rather tidy. The smooth brown wooden floor was almost free of mud, and some everyday items were neatly arranged on the simple tables and chairs. On the dining table lay half a pumpkin, while a black giant spider, still twitching, rested on the cutting board beside it. This terrifying creature boasted 8 black appendages and a pair of massive pincers, roughly the size of a small dog. Its enormous maw opening and closing menacingly. 2 axes were plunged into the spider's body, green blood intermittently spraying from its wounds, splattering across the cutting board. It seemed Krog had not been invited to the recent feast. Given his living conditions, it was no wonder he had reacted so strongly earlier. Griffith pulled out a chair and sat down, gauging the modest offerings that the host might have for him, and waved his hand, saying, "I don't drink. Do you have any pumpkin?" "Yes." Krog joyfully reclaimed the wine glass he had just handed to Griffith, tearing off a sizable chunk from the cooked pumpkin and offering it to the novice knight, before filling his own glass to the brim with rum. "Ah!" The giant quickly took a sip and then sighed. The aroma of alcohol and delight filled the air. "How does it taste?" Griffith inquired. "Taste, that goes without saying." Krog cautiously took another sip. "The principal fears I'll get drunk and cause a ruckus. Each month. I can only have a little, not even a full cup." Griffith immediately cast a wary glance at the giant, discerning that he did not appear to be the type to succumb to drunkenness after consuming such a modest amount. With that reassurance, he took a bite of Krog's cooked pumpkin. Alas, it bore no flavor whatsoever. The apprentice knight chewed on the tasteless pumpkin while observing the giant cautiously sipping rum, before pushing over the paper bag filled with venison. Krog promptly extracted the deer meat Griffith had brought and began to chew it, his expression becoming notably more amiable. "Mr. Krog, are you the only ranger stationed beneath the city walls?" "Indeed, being a ranger is quite a perilous occupation," Krog replied earnestly. "There have been other rangers in the past, but they either fled in terror or met their demise in the woods. Now, I am the sole occupant, though occasionally the headmaster hires some laborers for assistance. Given your stature and strength, it is clear that ordinary dangers would pose little threat to you." Griffith rose and approached the kitchen counter, stirring the lifeless carcass of a massive spider, using iron tongs to lift a severed limb. "Is this black spider also a creature of the forest? Is it edible?" Within the grotesquely severed limb, one could faintly discern thick, dark green flesh. Disregarding its hue, it appeared rather succulent. "Yes, oh my, but do exercise caution, my friend. Its flesh is tainted by malevolent magic. Consuming it raw would not only be detrimental to one's health, but could also drive a person to madness. It requires careful preparation to remove the toxins before it can be safely eaten," Krog cautioned. "It is quite time-consuming. Next time you have a moment, I would be pleased to let you taste the spider's meat. I can comprehend the health hazards, but what do you mean by driving one mad? The forest possesses, rather peculiar powers that can cause animals to mutate," Krog slurred, his tongue slightly tangled from the drinks he had consumed. "The woods are teeming with bloodthirsty monsters, and spending prolonged periods among them can lead to one's mental unraveling. The reasons elude me." "What a fascinating place indeed." As Griffith listened to Krog's account, he gazed out at the silent, foreboding forest. The chill wind swept through the dark treetops, carrying with it unfamiliar and ominous sounds that whispered into Griffith's ears. As the apprentice knight quieted his mind to absorb the atmosphere, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, in the murky darkness. It seemed as though something was lurking, watching him. Chapter 36. The magical introduction of Lord Basilico the listener. A surge of fear and panic welled up within Griffith, compelling him to flee from this place immediately. It is said that such sensations arise from an extraordinary individual's heightened perception and mental acuity, sensing some unseen danger and conveying ominous suggestions to the body. Krog, engrossed in consuming Griffith's food, appeared wholly unconcerned by the looming threat of the forest. "Well then, I shall take my leave, Mr. Krog. We are bound by curfew regulations." Griffith waved at the giant. "I shall bring you more wine upon my return." "That would be splendid," Krog exclaimed, hastily springing from his seat and rummaging in the corner for 2 large pumpkins. "Here, take these back with you." "Thank you," Griffith mused as he gazed at the enormous pumpkins he could scarcely hold. "Do you know if there are any grapes nearby?" In the distant, resource-scarce east, Griffith endured 2 years of hardship as the front line expanded eastward. The paths became increasingly treacherous, and supplies dwindled day by day, though the pay for cavalry soldiers was higher than that of ordinary legionnaires. It was not significantly so. In the exorbitantly priced war zones, it was common to find oneself unable to afford basic necessities such as toothbrushes and clean clothes. It was during this period that Griffith learned a clever little trick. Previously, he had no opportunity to attempt it while traveling with the Elven Maiden, and upon returning to Balon, he found himself subjected to strict regulations imposed by the Count's estate. Now he finally had the chance. Cradling Krog's large pumpkin, he stealthily approached a vineyard. He drew forth a clean dagger and carved a hole in the center of the pumpkin, extracting its soft insides while leaving the lid intact, thus fashioning 2 pumpkin containers. The summer sea breeze wafted through the drooping vines, carrying the alluring fragrance of clusters of glistening purple fruits. Griffith selected a few of the plumpest bunches, popping one grape into his mouth. The sweet, rich flavor instantly enveloped his palate, the perfect balance of sweetness and juiciness leaving a lingering impression. Although he had already breached the curfew regulations, Griffith remained unhurried as he made his way to a nearby well, where he rinsed the grapes with well water and laid them out on a stone slab to dry. He then crushed each one and stirred the pulp into the pumpkin, finally sealing it and placing it in a cool, ventilated spot. After allowing it to sit for over 20 days, he could filter out the grape residue, yielding the enticing crimson liquid, wine. Unlike traditional brewing methods, the wine produced within Krog's pumpkin would undoubtedly possess a richer, sweeter flavored. In the East, home brewing was a serious offense. However, in that remote and perilous land, such transgressions were rampant, and the military police were unable to monitor every infraction. The wine brewed by the cavalrymen was concealed within large pumpkins, brazenly displayed on their supply carts, masquerading as lunch. When resources became scarce, a cup of sweet wine could alleviate tension, helping soldiers who had just emerged from the brutality of battle to regain their composure, preventing them from succumbing to the madness witnessed on the battlefield. Such exquisite wine, if stored in small pouches and carried about, could serve as a valuable commodity for trade. Griffith licked his lips. He resolved to seize opportunities every few days to brew some wine and stash it away. Once the wine was ready, he would trade it with Krog for rare plants and minerals found on the fringes of the Whispering Forest, or perhaps exchange it for money and information among the boys. During their earlier meal, he noticed that although the dinner at Hammenvat's was delightful, the beverages provided were merely light, sparkling wine and rum. The students, having developed a taste for finer wines during their time at Balon, would find it impossible to procure red wine within the school's confines. Furthermore, any alcohol purchased in the nearby town would be difficult to smuggle past inspections. Money was of utmost importance. Books, experimental materials, necessary clothing, and any potential enchanted weapons and equipment all required funding. Well, that was a small expense. If needed, one could simply cut back. However, if the opportunity arose, perhaps he could invite Galadya for dinner on a rest day. For he had heard of a fine theater in the nearby town. The Frost Festival in December would necessitate gift exchanges, and Sonia would likely expect a present as well. After the new year, there would be many more holidays and celebrations. A monthly salary exceeding 100 silver coins simply would not suffice. Contemplating his meager income and the expenses incurred at school, Griffith felt a pang of anxiety in his teeth. Now, however, he had discovered an avenue for financial gain. Having completed his work with the pumpkin and grapes, Griffith quietly slipped back to the dormitory, eager to indulge in dreams of industrious prosperity. The buildings of Hammenvat's were ancient and exquisite, with suspended corridors and staircases connecting the hall, towers, and attics. The columns, railings, and door frames bore the marks of centuries past, and even a simple terrace held countless stories. Students were required to return to their dormitories by 10 o'clock at night, with violators facing varying degrees of punishment. Yet, from Krog's cottage to the vineyard, and stealthily making his way to the boys' dormitory, Griffith encountered no patrolling professors or prefects. Instead, he spotted a few upperclassmen lingering in quiet corners, engaged in some unknown activity. Griffith swiftly navigated through several lounges and parlors before climbing over a wall to access a terrace, intending to return directly to his room. Suddenly, he noticed 3 figures seated on a nearby corner sofa, one of whom was the haughty Fisher, accompanied by 2 other freshmen from different academies. There are many mages here, but you will soon realize that the lineage among wizards cannot be generalized. Some are born of noble blood. Yes, wizards. Only the ignorant commoners refer to themselves as mages, Fisher declared, tearing open a small pouch and extracting a chocolate shaped like a frog. The cocoa fruit and sweets brought from the elves had evidently gained popularity in the human world. His companions nodded eagerly, their eyes fixated on the treat. Perhaps I should not disturb them, Griffith mused, preparing to circumvent their gathering deity. That moment, a figure emerged from the dark corridor. His steps were light, yet his bearing and demeanor radiated an exceptional nobility. Aaron, the trio exclaimed simultaneously upon recognizing the figure. Aaron? Griffith quickly concealed himself in the shadows. The boy with golden hair and red eyes had maintained a reserved yet elegant smile during dinner, refraining from engaging with his peers, merely sipping his drink and quietly listening to their conversations. The talent hat had caused a minor stir during his testing, yet the professors only smiled and shook their heads. However, at this moment, His previously contained demeanor had dissipated as he crossed his arms and gazed down upon Fisher and his companions with a piercing look in his crimson eyes. "Hand over your chocolate frog." The smile faded from Fisher's face, and it was evident that he had intended to forge a connection with this notable figure. Oh dear, this brashness is hardly commendable. My family is." Fisher's words were abruptly silenced as a hand grasped his front tooth and forcefully yanked. The tooth fell away, and blood gushed from Fisher's mouth like a fountain. "Ah!" The two freshmen standing nearby let out terrified squeals, reminiscent of young boys. Griffith stood in stunned silence, the seemingly serene and elegant handsome boy. "In private moments, reveals yet another facade." "Stop dawdling," Aaron barked. "Bring it here at once, just as a maidservant dutifully presents fine wine and caviar to first-class guests." His commanding presence resembled that of a monarch punishing his vassals. With even his reprimands imbued with a captivating and inimitable tone, Fisher covered his mouth, his eyes wide with trembling fear. "It's you, Aaron Lunderus. You vanquished that man. You are the boy who miraculously survived." A boy exclaimed in belated realization. Turning to flee, no sooner had he spoken than Aaron seized him, snapping his nose with a twist and tossing him back to the ground. Fisher de Aiguille entirely forgot his earlier attempt to befriend Aaron before the banquet. As he knelt alongside his peers, blood and tears mingling with snot, humbly placing chocolate frogs and other snacks at Aaron's feet. "The Aiguille family, still of some use," Aaron mused, lowering his gaze. "I am a sorcerer destined to rule the world. Encountering me is your fortune. As long as you obey me, Fisher de Aiguille, I promise you powers beyond your wildest dreams." "Why yes, my lord Aaron." Fisher stammered, clutching his bleeding mouth, trembling as he crawled at Aaron's feet. Aaron withdrew his piercing gaze, slightly turning to scan the dark corner. Griffith had just departed from there. Was it possible? Griffith was no stranger to such scenes, but they typically unfolded in the might-right armies and chaotic slums. In such places, the clarity of hierarchy and strength was paramount. It was surprising that Balon and Homenworth adhered to this code as well. Even among the young nobles of high society, the establishment of their own order commenced from the very first day of acquaintance. The following morning, Griffith wandered the hall of the dormitory building, thick tomes in hand, his emotions in turmoil. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the stained glass windows, the elegantly attired elf descended from the upper floors. "Hey, did you sneak off to have fun last night?" Galadriel's delicate brows arched. "You smell sweet. Why didn't you take me along? I'll deduct 5 points from you." Why was I being penalized again? And what were these points even for? Griffith found himself at a loss for words. This was Griffith's first morning at Homenworth's. The dawn light filtered through the thin mist, casting a gentle glow upon the cliffs facing the sea and the colonnades on the eastern side of Homenworth's. Most students had yet to leave their rooms, with only the two early risers relishing the serene atmosphere of the corridor. The pleasant sea breeze carried the morning's distinctive charm, gently caressing the elf maiden's flowing gown. 2 years prior, Griffith had departed from the Young Officer Academy, summoned to the Eastern Front. Suddenly, one day, he had escaped the horrors of the battlefield along the Eastern Line, with the corridors he traversed and the rooms he occupied now imbued with a comforting coolness and a faint fragrance. After enduring 2 years of bloody conflict, Griffith felt somewhat awkward resuming the posture of a student with his textbooks, as if he were not clutching a syllabus on magical theory, but rather wielding a shield facing the enemy. Galadriel tilted her head to observe the somewhat reserved, yet upright Griffith. "You look quite well in the academy uniform. Although it feels a bit odd, it does exude a certain charm." "Really?" Griffith's eyes sparkled. "This morning I felt something was off, so I put on my chainmail beneath the uniform, and it felt much better." As the aspiring knight spoke, he thumped his chest, producing a dull sound. "You," Galadriel wrinkled her nose. "You're not still carrying a short sword and daggers, are you?" "One short sword, 2 daggers." Griffith indicated his waist and boots, a hint of regret in his voice. "But if I brought any more, I'd surely be discovered." Homenworth strictly prohibited students from bringing weapons to classes, having reiterated this point during last night's banquet. Wands were the only permitted instruments, if one lacked a wand or could not wield it. One was to feign having a wand at their side. This was partly due to the fact that most weapons could adversely affect the use of magic to varying degrees, and partly because this was the kingdom's foremost academy of magic, where bearing arms was neither safe nor dignified. How undignified! Galadriel tapped Griffith lightly on the head with her wand, crafted from the core of a wind-bent oak. With such stubbornness, you will surely fail at spellcasting. Spellcasting is merely my elective course. Not for credit, so it won't affect my graduation, Griffith replied cheerfully. I discovered that only the introduction to magic and the fundamentals of dark magic are mandatory this semester. Both theoretical courses 8s long, as I don't have to cast spells. There's no issue. Galadriel emitted a soft huff, as if to say, we shall see. The elf moved with a lightness and agility that made Griffith suspect that had she not been new to the surroundings, she might have leapt onto the railing of the corridor, bounding down the 100-meter cliff with ease. The first class for over 800 first-year students was Introduction to Magic, lasting from 8 in the morning until 11:30. Consuming a daunting 4 class periods. Due to the overwhelming number of students, the 4 academies were compelled to teach separately, regardless of whether one was noble or commoner, aspiring sorcerer or knight. All young individuals entering Homenworths were required to study this course in an orderly manner. The classroom was arranged as a long, sloping amphitheater, with all 150 first-year students of Minerva Academy seated in rows before the podium. Each row featured curved long tables, with a passage between every 3 seats. The bustling classroom resembled a morning marketplace. As the clock struck 8, a professor cloaked in black robes appeared at the door, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the students. His dark hair fell neatly to his shoulders, and his dignified yet pale face bore a somber expression, reminiscent of a vampire who had consumed garlic, were it not for the lack of expression on his face and his age, which showed neglect of maintenance. He could still be deemed handsome. I am Lord Basilico the Listener, and in this classroom, I demand absolute order. Chapter 37. The Introduction to Magic by Lord Basilico the Listener, Part 2, Sonia. Clad in a lovely fitted school skirt, sat right in front of Griffith. Her golden hair was elegantly styled into a bun at the back of her head, from the perspective of the aspiring knight. Her fair neck and delicate earlobes were barely 20 centimeters away from his hand. If he lowered his gaze, he could see the girl's slender waist. Is my hair all right? Sonia inquired softly, somewhat uneasily, to Galadriel sitting beside her. I'll help you fix it in a moment, the elf with long black hair replied, glancing at Sonia. I have a hairpin. Would you like to borrow it? Sonia responded as quietly as possible, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. The girls occupied the first few rows of the grand classroom, while their retoller companions primarily took the last 2 rows, closely guarding their charges. Boys from noble and common backgrounds sat further back. Many felt reassured that the professor would not see them over the sea of heads, busily tinkering with their belongings. Before the advent of professional magical education, nobles were accustomed to instructing their offspring in the ways of sorcery within their homes. Professor Lord Basilico the Listener intoned in a steady voice. This lax education perpetuated family secrets of magic, as well as techniques for courting disaster, lightning, pointing, whipping. The last few words formed a spell, as Lords bypassed much of the incantation, directly unleashing a silver arc of lightning upon the students. Crackle! The eldest son of a baron was instantly thrown across the room, and whatever trinket he had placed on the table was reduced to a charred pile. Nearby noble boys were left with soot-stained faces. Griffith heard Sonia gasp in fright. The once lively classroom fell into a profound silence, with everyone sitting up straight. That a hint of mockery flickered across Lord's face as he surveyed his handiwork, summoning 2 brownie sprites. The diminutive servant creatures struggled to lift the baron's son, hauling him out of the classroom. I know many of you harbor a superficial understanding of magic, deeming introductory courses trivial. Lord's sharp gaze swept across the students, finally resting on Sonia. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Tell me, Miss Sonia de Lamore, how many in your family's recent generations have succumbed to madness, or even death, due to uncontrolled magic? What? Why is he asking me? Sonia looked up in astonishment. The high sorcerer's words seemed imbued with an irresistible power and persuasion, as he uttered madness and death, his wand radiating a terrifying force. Sonia felt as though she were enveloped by an invisible dread. Her entire being plunged into a chilling fear. Ordinary words typically did not trigger magic. The complete spell required the burning of mental energy as a driving force, along with a full incantation to shape the energy form, which was then activated through specific commands. However, seasoned sorcerers often crafted their own true words, bypassing portions of the incantation, invoking magical power with mere phrases. Griffith observed the girl's shoulders trembling slightly, her complexion as pale as ice and snow, as if some dark presence was enveloping her form. This is bad. Griffith immediately rose to his feet and took 2 steps to Sonia's side. Galadia, seated nearby, was also shaken by an inexplicable force. Although she was not the direct target of lords, she too found herself lost in confusion and disarray at that moment. A warm and passionate energy appeared beside them. Sonia regained her composure as if she had been pulled from an icy sea. She lifted her gaze and discovered Griffith's sturdy figure positioned diagonally in front of her, like a mountain blocking the oncoming dread. Griffith had assumed a combat stance, slightly bending his knees, ready to unleash his potential at any moment, as rage and vitality surged within him, radiating with his heated breath and piercing gaze. "Shooter, lol," the Grand Mage Lords muttered as if casting a curse. The echoing resonance lingering in the air, nearly unbearable. He shifted his gaze from Sonia to lock eyes with Griffith. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Fiona, who had just been doodling bunnies in her notebook, was now terrified, eager to inquire about what was happening but too fearful to speak. Rana, Midi and Maya, and several other shooterals clenched their fists as the terrifying mage suddenly emanated an oppressive aura that made their bodies tense with apprehension. How unfortunate. That fool Griffith dared to provoke a high-ranking mage in the very first lesson. How will this end? Ophelia anxiously glanced left and right, fearing that a skirmish might ensue at any moment. "Tell me, Apprentice Knight, who prompted you to leave your seat?" Lords inquired in a gravelly voice. As the herald of the Rammer family, when asked about esteemed ancestral figures, "It is my duty to respond on behalf of Miss Rammer according to protocol," Griffith replied. Initially startled, but quickly regaining his composure, responding with an unwavering gentleness. 5 years ago, Councilman Fanes de Rammer tragically perished during an experiment involving a hidden entity. 15 years ago, Count Robbes de Rammer and Viscount Regulus de Rammer fell while confronting a malevolent being. Griffith recounted the tragic fates of several ancestors of the Rammer family, all documented in the archives of the Count's estate. His tone was not mournful, but rather uplifting and solemn, akin to celebrating the deeds of heroes. Sonia looked up at Griffith in astonishment. Having recovered from her initial panic, she, along with several other students, stared at him in awe. After Griffith methodically detailed the 5th fallen ancestor of the Rammer lineage in reverse chronological order, he paused. The topic had shifted, and the apprentice knight returned to a neutral standing position, regarding Professor Lords with eyes devoid of hostility. "Return to your seat, apprentice knight. Next time, raise your hand to obtain my permission before answering," Lords said, twitching his lips slightly as he swiftly scribbled on the roster. Griffith Blanton's final score, -5 points. Following this, the professor did not afford any opportunity for appeal, raising his voice, which grated on everyone's eardrums like a saw. After hearing the renowned yet tragic history of the Rammer family, do your shallow minds now tread more cautiously? Open your introduction to magic and refrain from indulging in fanciful histories and nonsense. Chapter 2, page 67, The Development of Spellcraft and the Foundations of Inspiration. Griffith exhaled lightly. His vitality could only sustain him for a few more seconds, and he gradually retreated 2 steps back to his seat. As he withdrew, Sonia quickly turned to glance at him, her azure eyes sparkling. "The existence of magic manifests through the magic energy network and constructs." Professor Lords continued his lecture. "Through the avenue of inspiration, even if a being cannot cast spells, they may perceive the presence of magic through listening, observation, touch, or meditation. Caution is advised when employing listening, observation, touch, or meditation." The introduction to magic class persisted until lunchtime, during which Lords granted only a few brief breaks. Ultimately, this unsmiling Grand Mage assigned 3 books as reading homework, instructing everyone to submit reports before Thursday's class. As they were leaving, his icy gaze swept over Sonia, as if attempting to peer through her, causing the girl to shiver. "Hurry and eat." Galadia swiftly patted Sonia's shoulder, helping her tidy her disheveled hair. "My afternoon classes are light magic and divination theory, and tonight it's potions." "So am I." Sonia turned to her fellow apprentice knight. "Griffith, what about you?" "My classes are infantry command and standard encampment, regrettably." "I cannot join you," Griffith replied. "I intend to use the evening for self-study. Many shuttoral courses do not coincide with ours." Fiona cheerfully approached, linking her arm with Sonia's. I hope the afternoon professor is more amiable. This morning exhausted me. Hormont's provided a self-service lunch, where students from various grades gathered in the hall, fetching bread, ham, roast chickens, yogurt, vegetable salads, and pudding from the side tables, forming clusters along the long tables to eat. The hall buzzed with liveliness akin to a spring market. Remarkably, there was no extra charge for the food. Griffith filled his plate with delectable offerings and made his way to the long table. The girls, led by Galadia and Sonia, had already occupied a substantial area, leaving no space for the apprentice knight. Galadia glanced up at the bewildered apprentice knight, then shifted her gaze to an empty seat before quickly returning her attention to him with a wink. This was the girl's time. Go sit over there. Very well, Griffith marveled. He hadn't anticipated that the elf's eyes could convey so much. This place was no different from the grand sofas at the Balon balls and banquets. The most radiant girls formed a small circle, closely surrounded by the daughters of several noble and mage families, while the outer rim consisted of girls from common backgrounds. Sonia dined elegantly, adhering to dining etiquette, occasionally pausing to exchange a few words with the girls at the circle's edge, ensuring they did not feel awkward. Griffith observed from the side, realizing there was neither necessity nor possibility of joining in. Several shooterals from various families were also nearby, each indulging in their meals. They had yet to form a circle and appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the food before them. Mr. Apprentice Knight. A somewhat familiar voice rang out from behind him. Griffith turned to find a man clad in the robes of a Hormont's instructor gazing at him from a distance. His demeanor was kind and gentle. Valonos. He was the one who had come to support Griffith and Galadia during the attack by the station mage. Rudias, in the Eastern Province. Professor Valonos. I'm merely an associate professor. It has been a while, the associate professor said. Would you care to join me for lunch? I heard you managed to survive after clashing with the Dry Ice Lords. Would an associate professor really dine with students? Griffith nodded eagerly and sat down beside him. Have you enrolled in the alchemy and potion courses? The friendly associate professor inquired. After witnessing Rudias's mad experiments, I imagine you cannot forget that day's events. No, Professor, Griffith replied honestly. His Monday schedule was already quite full, and he needed to allocate time for reading and assignments. Oh, that won't do. I'll add you to the student roster right away, Valonos said. Chewing on roasted potatoes, as a breaker of spells, you cannot afford to miss alchemy and potions. You can trust my advice. The fusion of orc, elf, and goblin to create monsters surpassed all bounds of madness. However, the strength of the orcs was astonishing. The potions for healing and restoring mental energy were also remarkably wondrous. I am indeed very interested and curious. However, I truly lack the time, just as Griffith was about to refuse. The potion formulation notebook that he had kept with him over the past few days suddenly began to heat up. Surprised, he touched the notebook, and strange information flooded into his mind. The notebook displayed records concerning potion making. Awaiting his perusal. My specialty lies in the cultivation of magical life forms. Associate Professor Valonos straightforwardly informed Griffith. Many of the summoned creatures you see at this academy, from owls and bats to brownies and rock golems, are under my daily care and cultivation. Brownies are cultivated too. Griffith involuntarily turned his head to observe the brownie sprites continuously delivering freshly baked meals from the side of the hall. Indeed, brownies are a type of magical life form. Valonos followed Griffith's gaze, naturally noting his point of interest. When you have time, you may visit the second potion research room, located on the second underground floor of the Northwest Tower. It serves as the hatching base. Thank you. Esteemed Associate Professor, I am indeed quite interested, Griffith nodded. I had always thought they were naturally occurring beings. Brownies lack a female gender and possess neither the desire nor ability for mating. Valonos scooped another spoonful of chickpeas into his mouth. Creatures devoid of reproductive needs tend to be more docile, with emotions less prone to fluctuation, making them excellent magical experimental assistants. But why seek me out? Griffith inquired. I am Shatoral, yet my prowess in magic is constrained by the limitations of blood. What are you thinking? Only the disciplines related to spells will be affected, Valonos replied with a smile. Alchemy requires knowledge, passion, meticulousness, unwavering determination, and skilled hands, rather than a significant connection to magical talent. For many years, the great archmages, renowned for their exceptional achievements in the realm of spells, have devoted insufficient attention to alchemy, which has hindered the advancement of this noble discipline. I have always sought to have Shatoral join the exalted and promising field of alchemy. The associate professor continued. The professor focuses on theoretical research, while the task of potion preparation is entrusted to me and the students. Alas, as you know, we are struggling to ensure the annual production of essential potions. Alchemy needs individuals like you, quick-witted and resolute, to join our ranks. We do receive a modest stipend, and there is always a slight surplus in the potions we concoct each year. How to deal with that surplus is left unaddressed by the professor. Listening to this, Griffith felt intrigued. He was aware of the immense impact magical potions could have in aspects such as healing and enhancement, yet their exorbitant prices rendered them unaffordable, given such an opportunity before him. Why not give it a try? Thank you, Professor Valonos, Griffith nodded. So, excellent. I shall add you to the list. Prepare for the evening alchemy class, and afterward, come find me in the second laboratory. Valonos said cheerfully, trust me, this work will provide you with invaluable assistance in your studies, and I will introduce you to Lord Solorian. Listen to his advice when your studies commence. Chapter 38, The Call of the Ancient Ones, Part 1. Valonos had said enough that it would be impolite to decline. Alchemy was but a convenient term. The full name of the course was much longer: the theory and practice of magical material identification, refinement, and potion preparation. The name carried little significance. If one truly wished to elucidate the course content, it would suffice to simply consult the syllabus. Therefore, from professors to students, everyone preferred to refer to it as alchemy or potionology, although most foundational work in alchemy was carried out by ordinary individuals. Formal mages exhibited little interest in the tedious affairs of alchemy. Nevertheless, as a discipline, it was a field of study that could stand alongside magical constructs in importance, with the advanced alchemy at Homenworts presided over by one of the kingdom's most brilliant wizards, Lord Solorian. This meticulous scholar need not concern himself with instructing the introductory courses, yet his authority still loomed over the entire academy, regarded in the same esteem as Headmaster Tiberian. After dinner that day, there were 2 alchemy classes. Seizing the interval before class commenced, Griffith opened his potion preparation notes and began to read carefully. This unadorned notebook, apart from an initial dedicatory note, was nearly blank. Not even the infusion of mental energy elicited any response. However, it was precisely this notebook that began to emit a faint warmth while he conversed with Valonos earlier that afternoon, subtly conveying a sense to Griffith. Content began to materialize on its pages. Materials and preparation of the lesser slow potion, lesser healing potion and alternative formulations, laboratory details of the lesser strength and agility enhancement potion. 3 pages filled with dense records appeared before him. The handwriting was neat and elegant, and the blank spaces were marked with points of attention, while the preparation process was clearly illustrated with icons. Griffith's heart raced with a sudden premonition, and he immediately opened his textbook. In the potionology textbook, after hundreds of pages of foundational theories and calculations, there were only a few practical projects, including the materials and preparation details for healing potions, slow potions, and attribute enhancement potions. However, the textual records were cumbersome and lengthy, with large passages that, though recognizable, rendered the overall meaning elusive. Upon comparison, Griffith discovered that the effects of the potions recorded in the notebook were inferior to those in the textbook. Yet the preparation process in the notes was exceedingly concise, even omitting several materials. How intriguing! Griffith decided to temporarily set aside the textbook and wait for an opportunity after class to verify the findings. As for the potion preparation notes, he tucked it securely into the inner pocket of his uniform jacket, pondering that perhaps it would yield further extraordinary discoveries one day. "Griffith, you've come too." Sonia's melodious voice rang out from the front. The apprentice knight looked up to see several girls, clutching their textbooks, just arriving at their seats. "Did you choose this course at the last minute? How did you manage to enroll today?" Sonia gestured to the textbook on the table. "Did you prepare in advance?" Lord Solorian occasionally teaches the introductory alchemy course personally. This esteemed scholar will pose a multitude of questions during class and will strictly penalize those unfortunate enough to fail to answer. No. Before Griffith could respond, Galadia had already begun to ruffle her hair. "What is wrong with you?" The elf's face was as pale as parchment. "Is there any way for me to avoid class?" "I am ill." "That is not a valid excuse. The school doctors can cure you in mere minutes, or at the very least, ensure you can attend class," Sonia replied nonchalantly. "Is it really that terrifying? When Lord Solorian visited my homeland, he taught me a few lessons, and I was still quite young then. Galadia had already curled up in her seat, looking utterly dejected. How could I comprehend those theories of alchemical composition? It's dreadful. Just then, Griffith noticed Valonos stepping into the classroom. Yay. Galadia uttered a soft cheer. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the alchemy classroom. The associate professor greeted the newcomers with open arms. Alchemy is a rigorous and noble discipline, no less worthy than the study of spells. To prove this point, Valonos approached a table laden with flasks and test tubes, retrieving a small vial containing a crystalline liquid. This is a lesser strength potion, a marvelous little concoction that can significantly enhance a being's physical strength. Just one small vial, and a frail vagabond could, within days, possess the muscle and physique of a robust man. Mr. Balon, please refrain from gazing at it with such longing. I have yet to finish my explanation. The shut oral present do not require potions to possess lesser strength. They achieve this through long-term training, a disciplined diet, and a touch of innate talent. The associate professor pointed at Griffith, who was engrossed in his reading. Potions can bestow us with rapid transformations, yet consuming them is fraught with peril. The probability of failure outweighs that of success. Should the act of consumption result in unfortunate failure, the unbridled power could turn upon and rend both body and spirit. Miss Sonia, it seems you have a question. Yes. Professor, Sonia appeared to have anticipated this query, asking, when apprentice knights undergo assessments to advance to higher ranks, are they granted more powerful potions? According to your theory, does the assessment also serve to confirm their bodies can withstand such potions, aside from verifying their merits? Indeed, Valonos nodded. The intermediate potion course will commence next semester. By that time, some apprentice knights should have successfully passed their assessments. If they still require potions for enhancement, we will demonstrate the process of them acquiring new powers live. This made us sound like lab rats. Griffith glanced at the small mice confined in their cages, unable to resist drawing comparisons with them. All right, gentlemen and ladies, please turn to Chapter 1 of the Introduction to Alchemy. Valonos interrupted Griffith's wandering thoughts. We are in an academy, not a workshop, and shall not allow you to concoct a vial of lesser strength potion. I hope you have prepared in advance. Today, we will explore an essential material you will undoubtedly need in your future studies and research, dust crystal. You will not be able to do without this substance. Mr. Clobius, please enlighten us on the classification and forms of dust crystals. The student who was called upon, along with others, stared blankly at the associate professor. Wasn't this our first day of class? Shouldn't we know nothing? Clobius, hailing from a baronial family, awkwardly stood up from his still warm seat. The classification of dust crystals, includes burning, freezing. That is not the correct classification. Valonos waved his hand. It appears you have not prepared. 2 points will be deducted from your midterm exam. What about the rest of you? Valonos's gaze swept across the classroom, locking onto Griffith. The apprentice knight's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his neck. He, too, was unaware of the answer to this question. Feeling even more anxious than Clobius, who had already lost points, Homenworths conducted 4 assessments each year, and performance directly affected advancement, recommendations, and graduation placements, and it was exceedingly embarrassing. No, my introduction to magic has already lost 5 points. And it's only the first day. At that moment, Sonia raised her hand. Miss Lamore, perhaps you could enlighten us. Valonos nodded with delight. The classifications include fire, ice, lightning, air, light, and darkness, which can be preserved in their normal state, along with 2 rare attributes, time and gravity, Sonia stated. In their normal state, dust crystals, it turned out that the alchemy course was rather fascinating. Griffith discovered several effects that could be employed in combat. However, constrained by the prices of materials, these intriguing results of alchemy are challenging to implement widely in practical situations. Brandon, the apprentice knight, Valonos remarked as he concluded the lesson. Follow me. Griffith obediently trailed the associate professor to a nearby mage tower. Valonos gestured towards a spacious study, saying, by coincidence, Lord Solorian is inside. Do go in. Solorian? Why? Why is he waiting for me? Griffith was taken aback and hurriedly nodded before rapping on the door. Enter. A memorable, commanding voice resonated. Upon stepping into the study, Griffith found a high-ranking archmage clad in a white robe busily attending to various flasks, not even glancing in his direction. Griffith Brandon, apprentice knight, he declared, standing upright. Esteemed Lord Solorian, I seek your guidance. What is your understanding of alchemy? Have you participated in any alchemical experiments? Solorian briefly regarded Griffith. as if assessing a newly arrived laboratory mouse. Valonos tells me you are a determined young man with great potential. The associate professor exaggerates. This is my first encounter with the subject of alchemy, Griffith quickly replied. I have assisted military doctors in surgeries on the battlefield. Steady hands. But the mind may not always function well. Solorian observed the alchemical reaction within a flask before pushing it aside and lifting his gaze to the young man before him. This year, I shall remain at Homenworths for some experiments. Would you like to join as a research assistant for my team? Is that agreeable? Could I possibly refuse? Griffith immediately shook his head. Lord Solorian was a great scholar. One of the few supreme mages of the age, Griffith felt that even the elder's silent gaze bore an aura of wisdom and an irresistible gravitas. According to Galadia, he had once guided elves regarding arcane and potion theories, observing students of lesser intellect and knowledge as one might observe a colony of ants. That would be splendid, my lord, Griffith replied, genuinely intrigued by the opportunity to access magical materials. Very well, as a token of the time I have taken from you. The Supreme Mage produced a notepad inscribed with numerous writings. Young man. This contains a list of all the research my assistants and students are currently undertaking. In addition to your duties as an assistant for the regular alchemy classes, you may select a topic that piques your interest to engage with. It should be sufficient to help you discover your future direction. This was somewhat unexpected. Lord Solorian did not dismiss Griffith merely because he was an inconspicuous junior officer. Instead, he spoke courteously and intended to offer him a form of compensation. That I can join a research topic? Griffith was taken aback and immediately began to peruse the notepad. Soon, he found himself dumbfounded. While he did not consider himself exceptionally talented, he certainly did not view himself as a fool. Yet, the contents of this notebook, Griffith saw a flurry of topics concerning magical energy temperature control and expansion, precision container processing and engineering applications, magical energy conduction and material applications, along with other obscure subjects, the very words of which he could scarcely comprehend. Although each topic was accompanied by descriptions, he remained entirely lost. This was rather awkward. Not only could he not make a choice, he was merely a first-year student, unable even to grasp the meanings contained within these writings. Griffith hastily flipped through the notebook in search of any words he could understand. At that moment, he stumbled upon something intriguing. On the final page of the notebook, there was a research topic titled The Call of the Ancient Gods. Yet beyond the title, there was no specific description provided. The term, ancient gods, was somewhat familiar to Griffith. There were rumors that they had once been the rulers of the world, their authority now bestowed upon the 12 new deities in some remote provinces. Remnants of their worshippers still existed, offering sacrifices and paying homage. However, Griffith had never encountered these entities, regarding them more as ancient gimmicks created for sensationalism. Thus, when he saw this topic listed under the purview of such a great professor, he could not help but feel astonished, his curiosity ignited. Moreover, this was something he could comprehend, at least in terms of its subject matter. Professor, I find this particularly intriguing, Griffith said, pointing to the Call of the Ancient Gods. Let me see, the Call of the Ancient Gods. The wise Professor Solorian paused momentarily, his pale, neatly trimmed beard quivering slightly, as if he recalled some unwelcome memories. This delves into the realms of theology and philosophy. Are you certain you wish to explore this? Indeed. This field is virtually uncharted. Even I have only scratched the surface before retreating. Are you truly certain? The expression on Lord Solorian's face became quite complex. Although his aged and solemn countenance made it difficult to discern his emotions, Griffith was convinced that his feelings were anything but tranquil. This matter must be extraordinary. Yes, the apprentice knight affirmed. Very well, to be frank, young man, you are quite brave. Allow Valonos to escort you to Pepalanchi. He is one of my assistants and the only individual at Homenworths I know of who is engaged in this research. He will share everything with you, provided he is able. Chapter 39. The Call of the Ancient Gods, Part 2. After leaving Lord Solorian's laboratory, Griffith discovered Pepalanchi's quarters behind a stack of oddly colored test tubes and flasks. A peculiar, foul odor pervaded the air, provoking waves of nausea that nearly caused Griffith to regurgitate the bacon and eggs he had consumed that morning. Yet, his intense curiosity compelled him to suppress the tumult within his stomach and venture into Pepalanchi's room. As he navigated through the clutter of jars and vials, he was suddenly dazzled by the sight of an extraordinarily large mirror. To call it a mirror was somewhat misleading, for Griffith could see no reflection of himself in its smooth surface. After a flicker of fantastical light, a racing speed wagon thundered toward him, its rumbling wheels seemingly poised to crush him. A racing wagon. How could this be? Wow, Griffith exclaimed, instinctively dodging to the side. Seconds later, he realized the racing wagon had not barreled past him. Instead, it continued its gallop within the confines of the mirror. What is happening? Why is the wagon not crashing through? Such exquisite detail could not be mere artistry. Could it? Was the wagon somehow sealed within the mirror? Griffith felt his sanity slip away, his body trembling as fear and helplessness overpowered him in the face of this inexplicable spectacle. Have we a visitor? A disheveled scholar emerged from behind the clutter. Griffith wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, finally taking a closer look at Pepalanchi. He was a middle-aged man with graying black hair, missing a few fingers, and seemingly limping slightly on his left leg. Yet, the depth of his eyes revealed extraordinary experiences and wisdom. However, to be honest, Griffith's first impression of him was not favorable, as he was still reeling from shock when he caught a whiff of the strange odor emanating from Pepalanchi, which was scarcely better than that of a drunken man's vomit. Oh dear, poor young man, Valonos has informed me. This is your first encounter with a transmutational mirror, I presume. Do not be afraid. Whatever you see cannot escape this mirror. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the wonders created by the ancient gods that I know why you are here. But if you possess only this level of courage, I advise you to abandon your reckless aspirations. We are far too insignificant for those great entities. It feels so real, as if it were truly happening. Griffith marveled at the racing wagon within the mirror. What a marvelous creation. What is this? Pepalanchi replied with a peculiar smile. If it were a complete transmutational mirror, the person before it could even extract the objects they see, limited only to non-living entities. So, I could retrieve a racing wagon from there. Griffith's astonishment grew. What? A racing wagon? Speed wagon? Huh, you are quite amusing. Young man, why is it that you see a speed wagon? Pepalanchi ceased his attempts to dissuade Griffith and instead led him deeper into the laboratory. Pepalanchi showcased his collection amassed over many years. An array of extraordinary artifacts, metals that could proliferate indefinitely and form various shapes were contained within seemingly ordinary iron boxes, capable of holding tons of items while allowing nothing to be extracted. All of this transcended the realm of magic. Griffith felt utterly bewildered. He had no idea where Pepalanchi sourced these bizarre objects, but he could swear that such things should not exist in this world. Though his knowledge was not extensive, he considered himself somewhat informed, yet these items eluded any comprehension he possessed. Were these creations born of the ancient gods? If so, why had they fallen? And why did the new deities now govern this world? What then of everything he had previously held as belief? Pepalanchi must have truly lost his mind to consider these items worthy of collection, placing them within the confines of the school. Griffith, in a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, eventually managed to calm his racing emotions and lethargically found a place to sit. Pepalanchi did not offer tea or coffee to his guests. Instead, he squatted in a shadowy corner like a weathered farmer, recounting his tale to the apprentice knight. I was born in the city-state of Anuak on this eastern continent. I am certain you have heard of it. I know of it. It is said to be the most formidable human city-state in the East for nearly a century. However, it mysteriously vanished, becoming an eternal enigma. It is rumored that the city's magical prowess far surpassed that of other cities. And had it survived to this day, it might have posed a significant threat to the kingdom of Balon. Indeed, we were once the mightiest city-state in the East, under the leadership of our great governor. We fervently developed our magical and military capabilities. Be they orcs, trolls, or dwarves, no creature could match our strength. I vividly remember that summer of 1425, when a band of elves invaded our territory and slaughtered our soldiers. Regardless of their motives, such actions were a mockery of our grand city-state. Thus began our war against the elves. At this juncture, Pepalanchi's voice rose slightly, as if the glory of the city-state's past had granted him a modicum of pride. In my opinion, elves are truly foolish beings. They possess such remarkable physiques and exquisite weaponry, yet they know nothing of warfare. Our hundreds of soldiers swiftly overran their camp, defeating and capturing them. I recall killing 7 of the captives and, by the way, the taste of elven women is something you cannot fathom. Griffith felt a surge of disgust and aversion as he grasped the implications of Pepalanchi's words. Suddenly, the scholar's tone shifted once more. Yet, I underestimated one particular elf, for she ensnared me with her terrifying charm. After we conquered the elven camp, guided by an elven woman, I stumbled upon a tome titled The Dead Sea Scrolls in her study. It was this text that unveiled to me the existence of the ancient gods, the Dead Sea Scrolls. The name struck Griffith as reminiscent of the sensational horror novels found at street stalls, with absurd titles crafted for intrigue. How could an educated individual place credence in the contents of what seemed to be mere entertainment? Pepe Lanchi appeared to glimpse into the apprentice knight's thoughts. Leisurely continuing. Naturally, one would generally find it difficult to trust the writings of a book with such an eccentric title. However, allow me to retract my earlier statement. While the elves may be arrogant and foolish, their individual wisdom should not be underestimated, particularly that elven woman. The theories of spellcraft she imparted to me remain invaluable to this day. Thus, regardless of the nature of the contents within that book, I accepted them without question. What, then, did the book contain? Through ancient ruins, the song of the elves awakens the ancient gods. What does that signify? Is it some sort of incantation, or a description of a ritual? What are the ancient ruins? Pepe Lanchi's words possessed a peculiar allure, compelling one to listen further, to delve deeper. Patience, my child, you are too eager. Allow me to elaborate. We have plenty of time. According to the Dead Sea Scrolls, this refers to a ritual for summoning the ancient gods. Among the elves, there existed a fervent sect that worshipped the ancient gods, gathering at an ancient altar under the gaze of the stars during summer evenings, successfully summoning the ancient gods. Is this true? Then why has there been no record left behind? If indeed there were elves who accomplished such an extraordinary feat, it would be impossible for it to remain unknown for all these years. Hee. You speak of records, yet that is impossible, for those elves who successfully performed the ritual have all vanished. Are you suggesting they were all killed? Killed? Haha. No, the ancient gods do not engage in the actions typical of inferior beings. Hee. When I say vanished, I mean they truly disappeared. They left no corpses behind. They simply ceased to exist, and no one knows where they have gone. Ha! Pepe Lanchi began to emit a strange, unsettling laughter. As if he were harboring something within his mouth, Griffith felt a chill run down his spine, not merely due to the bizarre and horrifying nature of the tale, but also because Pepe Lanchi had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior since discussing topics related to the ancient gods. His lips and limbs twitched incessantly, his gaze radiated madness, and an eerie, disconcerting smile accompanied his speech. As I mentioned, I believe in the contents of this book. Therefore, I am indifferent to the fate of those elves. All I know is that if elves can summon the ancient gods, then humans, who are even more intelligent and wise, can surely do the same. And I, being a distinguished scholar among scholars, am confident I can complete this ritual. This would be the greatest feat in history. Griffith realized that Pepe Lanchi was not merely an eccentric scholar, but rather a madman. Were they to cross paths on the road, he would not even wish to meet his gaze. At that moment, Griffith felt a strong urge to leave, for no one desires to share a space with a lunatic. Yet, curiosity compelled him to remain. That is impossible. According to what you just said about the Dead Sea Scrolls, only the song of the elves can summon the ancient gods. How, then, do you intend to perform the ritual? I previously mentioned that we fought the elves and captured several of them. Are you implying, indeed, together with a few like-minded scholars, including Valonos, the very one who sought to introduce you to me, we secretly liberated the elves from their prison to use them in the summoning ritual? We took those elves to an ancient altar. Ahem. By the way, you are unaware of the ancient ruins, are you? They are the remnants hidden within the dark and decaying forest, and no one knows how many years they have endured. It is said that by delving into the heart of the ruins, one can touch the essence of the world. There are many strange creations within. Let us return to our discussion. Those elves were truly unruly, struggling continuously and refusing to cooperate with us. Only that female elf, in a frenzy of excitement, recited words we could not comprehend. Thus, we bound them to the stone pillars of the altar. It took great effort. But once secured, they could not escape, and were left to sing for us. Griffith felt a shiver run down his spine, reaffirming the unsettling truth that the scholar sitting across from him was indeed a madman. Galatea, aside from her pointed ears, bore little resemblance to a human girl. Even in the far reaches of the east, the rare, arrogant, and cruel elven hunters would only engage in conflict with the Eastern Legion, limited to skirmishes among warriors. where the victor would ensure a swift end for the vanquished, avoiding excessive suffering. Yet, Pepelanchi had resorted to using elves for a living sacrifice, and Valonos had participated as well. This was a transgression that Griffith's moral compass could not accept, a crime that instilled profound fear and revulsion. Wait, what was Valonos planning? Just then, Pepelanchi's tale interrupted Griffith's thoughts. However, the ritual did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Alas, days passed without a hint of the ancient god's arrival. The ruins, shrouded in darkness, were fraught with peril, and our party suffered losses from mutated monsters, with even 2 of the elven sacrifices being killed. Leaving only the female elf to continue her song. Including Valonos, several scholars lost faith and departed from the site. That was the darkest period of my life. Do you understand that feeling? The sensation of having grasped a glimmer of hope and summoning the ancient gods, only for it to be gradually eroded by the passage of time. No one remained to believe in me. They felt that having taken such great risks, they returned empty-handed, and after grumbling a few complaints about me, they left. Those whose faith is so tenuous deserve no right to behold the visage of the divine. Yet, I must confess, during that time, even I began to doubt whether the ancient gods truly existed. At last, Pepelanchi's emotions surged once more, and he could no longer contain himself, leaping from his crouched position to relay the unfolding events on the evening of the 7th day. A turning point occurred. I shall never forget that day. The earth trembled, a sacred aura filled the air, and even the sky dimmed. The ancient god had descended. You mean to say you finally beheld the ancient god? No. But did you not claim the ancient god appeared? Child, this world is rife with phenomena that defy reason, and the ancient gods are among the most extraordinary of these. Indeed, on that day, the ancient god did manifest. However, the night was too profound, and I could not discern him, as everything was enveloped in darkness. An eerie and ominous sensation assailed me. Moreover, he was too immense. Even in daylight, it would be impossible to fully observe him. How? Immense. Vast beyond comprehension. Larger than any creature ever witnessed by humanity throughout history. It seemed as if the ancient gods did not merely create the world, but that the ancient gods themselves were worlds unto themselves. At that moment, I was truly astounded, standing there in a stupor, devoid of any inclination to move. In Chapter 40, The Call of the Ancient God, Part 3, Griffith strained to imagine what Pepelanchi had seen. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not fathom the true magnitude of the ancient god, nor the grandeur of the scene. What astonished me even more lay ahead. Suddenly, a gleeful giggle echoed. Guess what? The ancient god emitted a beam of light that shone directly upon the elven maiden. A radiant light, you mean, akin to the holy light of a prayer. Within Griffith's limited understanding, the brilliance of divinity ought to resemble the solemn and sacred light found within the grand cathedral of holy light. Hey, lad, that's quite an offensive comparison, likening the miracle wrought by the ancient god to mere fireflies. That I tell you, that radiance was hotter than molten lava, more dazzling than the sun, far beyond what any creature could conjure. Moreover, thanks to that light, I beheld yet another scene that I shall never forget. Griffith swallowed hard. Since his arrival, he had heard enough wonders to fill a lifetime, and he longed to return home. Yet, every time Pepelanchi tantalized him with suspense, Griffiths had no doubt that what he was about to hear would be even more astonishing. And then, Pepelanchi appeared more animated, pacing the room as if lost in thought. Murmuring, I saw transparent containers, resembling cocoons. Elves, trolls, and other beings whose features were obscured were trapped within. They were ensconced in these transparent cocoons, densely suspended in the air. Suddenly, flames ignited within the cocoons, rippling like the surface of a lake. You must have read Allardyce's Divine Comedy. It depicts scenes of purgatory, flames that devour everything and exist nowhere else. The beings within the cocoons writhed, contorted, and wailed. That I assure you, no term other than purgatory could more aptly describe that scene. I heard their agonizing moans rise and fall. That I witnessed their forms dissolve into smoke. Griffith stuttered. Did they die? No, they did not perish. They became ethereal, transparent, like reflections in water yet to dissipate, still moaning amidst the flames. They ascended. I recall the expression of that elven maiden within the cocoon. It seems rather crude to say, but I must admit, I envied them a bit. Madness. This man must be mad to utter such jest while recounting such a horrific scene was unfathomable. Would this lunatic pose a threat to me? Griffith shivered, never having experienced such a bizarre and chaotic fear, even in the face of a behemoth. And then, what happened next? Then, woo-woo wah wah wah. Pepalanchi suddenly began to cry like a 1-year-old child. Alternating between laughter and tears, the ancient god took the elves and then departed. What does that mean? The ancient god only took the elves and ignored you. Wah-wah, You are right. You are right. The ancient god paid no mind to me. They have no interest in humanity whatsoever. Pepalanchi's wails grew louder, akin to a newborn deprived of its pacifier. So, what did you? I, of course, would not resign myself to such a fate that I disregarded everything, be it life or death, and with all my strength, I ran forward at long last. I managed to climb onto the ancient god's tendrils, though I am uncertain if that is the correct term. But let us refer to the parts of the ancient god that hung down towards the ground as tendrils. That I finally made contact with the ancient god. What thrilled me further was that the ancient god finally noticed me. He paused. I was filled with both excitement and fear, uncertain of what would come next. Suddenly, an immense wall bore down upon me, perhaps a transparent wall that I could not tell that I fell from the ancient god and lost consciousness. When I awoke, it was already the following day. Some of my fingers and my left leg had vanished. The wounds were smooth, without a trace of burns or deformation, as if they were perfectly rendered in an anatomical diagram from a laboratory. Yet, this broken body served as a stark reminder that everything that transpired yesterday was real, not merely a dream. I gritted my teeth against the pain and made my way to the city, eager to share my extraordinary experience with everyone. But alas, when I returned to the city-state, I found it had been destroyed. The entire city was submerged in a yellow, viscous liquid. The governor, the elders, the soldiers, all had perished. Their bodies were transforming into this yellow liquid, their faces gradually dissolving within, twisted in fear and agony. They must have suffered greatly before their demise. This is the reason for the annihilation of a Nock city-state. I have no doubt that my impudent actions provoked the wrath of the ancient god, leading to the city's catastrophic end. Thus, I distanced myself from my homeland, settling here as a form of penance. Pepalanchi seemed to retain some semblance of conscience. Hearing this, Griffiths breathed a sigh of relief. But hey, don't think I simply gave up. Ever since, until now, I have never ceased my exploration of the ancient god. The deeper my understanding of the ancient god, the more enthralled I became. Just look around. Everything in this laboratory is the result of my research. What among them is not a miracle? Even His Excellency Solorian cannot deny me. Suddenly, Pepalanchi lunged forward, grabbing Griffith's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, exclaiming loudly, "They all think I'm mad, but I tell you, I am not mad. I have approached the ultimate wisdom of this world. Trust me, believe me, the ancient god will return eventually. And at that time, all beings will rejoice in the festival of ascension, and we shall attain supreme glory. We shall usher in a glorious evolution. We must transcend the confines of our human forms." Griffiths, Pepalanchi panted, drool spilling from his mouth that he locked eyes with Griffiths, his gaze brimming with madness. The apprentice knight did not even say goodbye. He turned and fled in terror, unsure how he navigated the shadowy laboratory and corridors. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself back in his own chamber. That I must change my research topic. I vow never to contemplate anything related to the ancient god again. Otherwise, one day, I shall become a lunatic like Pepalanchi. I can no longer associate myself with the topic of the ancient god. Griffiths rubbed his face vigorously by the pool, frantically repeating to himself, hardly noticing the sharp edges of his nails breaking the skin and drawing blood. After becoming an experimental assistant in the alchemy course, Griffiths found himself with many more opportunities to handle magical materials. Much of the laboratory work involved preparing materials for the Academy's advanced potion experiments, isolating and concocting, as well as raising and selecting magical creatures for experimentation. This task required 2 hours each time, 3 times a week. Be cautious with that slime creature's mucus. It's quite difficult to wash off if it sticks to your hands, Valonos quietly advised. Additionally, a batch of hired workers has arrived from Ranger Croc. For the next week, you needn't come to the laboratory. Go to him and learn to gather some materials from the edge of the Whispering Woods. Thorn Touch, living root grass, tree frogs, and living tree bugs. Here is the list. Just say it's for me. Griffiths nodded, carefully collecting the slippery mucus of the slime creature and sealing it within a flask. This material was a byproduct of a failed experiment, an overlooked resource, Yet it was a primary ingredient for the slowing potion recorded in the potion brewing notes obtained from the mages stationed at Rudius. Seizing the opportunity while Assistant Professor Valonos was preoccupied, Griffiths mixed this mucus with black humus, the hard shells of crystal shells, and other materials in precise proportions. These unsightly materials coalesced into a mass of green substance. After preliminary blending, the adhesive properties of the slime creature were enhanced by the auxiliary materials. Griffiths perused the notes, intrigued, adding a few drops of blood from other magical creatures as catalysts. The potion produced by this method achieves 80 efficacy of a conventional slowing potion, although the materials are scarce. They are not costly, with total expenses below 20 of shelf products, and it lasts longer. The potion brewing notes bore a reflection, if not for the difficulty in obtaining the formula's materials, suitable only for laboratory preparation. I would certainly mass-produce this slowing potion. This is precisely what I seek. Griffiths nodded inwardly. On the eastern battlefield, the Shedderals greatly favored using various potions to assist in combat. However, due to exorbitant costs for production, transportation, and storage, only a select few elite units received limited supplies during special missions. The slowing potion obtained from the laboratory's byproducts was stored in small crystal vials, kept close to Griffiths at all times. During private tests, Griffiths believed this potion could reduce the speed of all creatures within its range to 1/3 of their normal pace, lasting up to 15 seconds, simple to produce, low in cost, and distinctly effective. This potion had but one flaw. The slowing effect did not differentiate between friend and foe. In addition to the slowing potion, Griffiths concocted some secondary healing potions and auxiliary materials according to the notes. After completing his work and personal tasks for the day, he tidied up the mixing console and prepared to leave. As he turned around the shelf, he noticed Valonos idly seated on a chair. Gazing out at the moonlit sky, he smiled at the moon, resembling a child, earnestly looking up at the heavens, his face adorned with an innocent and beautiful smile. Griffith was unaware of what joyous event had befallen Valonos. But such moments of happiness surely ought not to be disturbed. He quietly exited the laboratory and closed the door behind him. Chapter 41. The Delight of Hot Pot on October 16th. 1443 of the Second Era, as the distant mountains were adorned with crimson leaves, woolen cloaks and cashmere scarves were distributed among everyone. In the bustling corridors of Homenwatts, the girls donned their autumn and winter attire. Exuding a charm that surpassed the refreshing coolness of summer, Griffith leaned against a tall pillar at the corner, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of people, and he whispered, "Is it ready? Ready, ready. The goods are genuine." The boys gathered around him sighed in relief. Just as they were about to disperse, Galadia leaped down from a high armrest, seizing the sleeve of a squire with an expression that suggested she had finally caught him. "What are you all up to? I sense something amiss." The academic rigors of Homenwatts were intense, and even transitioning between classes required a brisk jog to keep up. That a group gathered together appeared decidedly suspicious. "Nothing. It must be your imagination," the twin boys shouted from the side, swiftly shoving something into Griffith's hands before darting away. For several weeks, aside from public classes, Griffith had only encountered Galadia a few times while passing through the corridors. On several occasions, it seemed the elf wanted to speak with him, but their pleasantries were hurriedly exchanged before parting ways. "You must be up to no good." The elf's ears perked up. "Tell me, do you have plans for the Frost Festival?" Griffith, having received something from the twins, patted his pocket, striving to suppress a smile. "Are you inviting me for a feast?" Galadia's delicate brows arched. "No, I can't wait that long. I must go today. I'm nearly bursting." "Nice." Griffith reached into his pocket. Homenwatts occasionally required the purchase of study supplies and textbooks, especially the latter, which were exorbitantly priced. Even second-hand books cost several silver coins. Beyond a few public dining halls, Homenwatts boasted restaurants and CAFs that the girls favored, all requiring additional expenses. Adding to this the cost of experimental reagents and supplementary materials, it felt akin to being in the military. Griffith felt his money flowed like water, with his monthly stipend barely sustaining him. Without extra rewards for tasks, Griffith was left with merely 26 silver coins and 12 copper bits. Others like Chatorol were equally impoverished. But, I have other means, including the funds recently thrust into his hands by the twins. Griffith had an additional 200 silver coins. This money had been earned from selling homemade wine. Even after deducting some for operational reserves, Treating himself to a few meals and buying gifts was entirely feasible. As he counted the jingling coins, he felt a surge of energy and declared, "All right." Upon uttering those words, Griffith was suddenly struck by a sense of disorientation, as if he might be mistaken, just 10 centimeters to his right. Galadia was observing him with a peculiar expression. It was a blend of anxiety, concern, and anticipation, tinged with a sense of relief and satisfaction, familiar yet foreign, as if the girl had been waiting an epoch for something to come to fruition. "You surely have something to hide from me," the elf muttered. Exiting through the west gate of Homenwatts, traversing the grassy cliffs and the stone bridge suspended over rushing waters, one found themselves at the outskirts of Baltimore town. The town was established on a gentle slope by the tranquil sea, its foundation resting upon sturdy and frigid black boulders, with scarcely any smooth beaches. It served as property of the academy, where the families of professors and employees were largely settled. Each year, hundreds of visiting scholars arrived from across the globe, should they prefer not to stay in dormitories. They could rent a house in town, complete with a living room, bedroom, study, and 2 washrooms. To cater to the academy, scholars, their families, and servants, a whole street of shops, bookstores, restaurants, barbershops, and public baths was constructed in the town. To provide accommodation for the workers on that street, the town extended towards the sea, featuring hospitals, schools, cobblestone roads, and docks. With such excellent public facilities, nearby shipping merchants adjusted their routes, establishing a chamber of commerce, warehouses, and carriage companies extending further west in the town. Thus, it transformed into its current form. Even after the lights of Homenwatts were extinguished, the twinkling lights of the town could still be seen from the castle's windows and towers, resembling a winding galaxy across the sky. On the long street connecting the east and west of the town, simply pushing open the door of any pub or restaurant revealed the professors and students of Homenwatts. Freed from the constraints of school rules, as long as one donned a wide hood, no one would know what they were up to. "How about that place?" Griffith, taking uneven steps along the edge of the sidewalk, pointed to a quaint little restaurant ahead. Galadia was persistently nudging him. The two were initially walking on a broad and even sidewalk, yet the elf seemed to veer off course, nearly pushing him off the path. The sidewalk was quite spacious, was it not? Griffith cast a puzzled glance at his companion. "No, not this one." The girl suddenly yanked his arm, dragging him into a narrow alley, pushing open a small wooden door, and calling out to the owner, 2 servings of hot lamb, some greens, sugar garlic, and sauce, also butterbeer. "All right, hot lamb is on the way." The owner swiftly chopped the lamb, gesturing to the front with his cleaver. "Hurry up. I am so hungry I could eat my own stomach." Galadia pressed the squire down at a small table, turning to fetch 2 bowls of peeled garlic. "This is sugar garlic." The elf skillfully began peeling. "You actually eat this?" Griffith was taken aback. The garlic would leave a lingering taste in the mouth and was said to repel bloodsuckers. The staff promptly brought over a uniquely shaped copper pot. Lighting charcoal beneath it, the pot held water, floating with several red dates, goji berries, mushrooms, scallions, and cilantro. "This pot is quite nice." Griffith was at a loss for words, starting with a compliment about the pot. "This is called hot lamb hot pot, popular in my hometown and the Sevastodo region." The elf picked up some pickled cucumbers and peanuts with her delicate chopsticks and began to eat. "It will surely be promoted worldwide in the future." "Elf cuisine." No, 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 it was invented by your kind, the remarkable Roland Knight, the one from the ballad." The girl shook her head, her face brimming with anticipation as she gazed at the meat-chopping owner. "The Roland Knight invented this too." "Truly remarkable," Griffith thought in admiration. "He also invented the spiced meat hot pot. I can't handle the spice, but many people love it." Galadia poured the chopped lamb into the copper pot. No wonder he has been so obscure in recent years, always preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat. The staff presented them with a peculiar dipping sauce, served in small dishes, which smelled delightful. "Quick, the lamb will lose its flavor." The elf swiftly grabbed a few slices of meat, dipped it in sauce, and was about to put it in her mouth. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something, stopping as if jolted. "What's wrong?" Well, I don't know if it's cooked yet," the girl stammered, extending her chopsticks towards Griffith's mouth. "You try a bite first." "All right, no problem. Just worried it's not cooked. I can eat raw meat." Griffith swiftly swallowed a piece of the hot lamb. The indescribable umami. The slightly hot lamb ignited his ravenous stomach, the tender meat neither greasy nor dry, exuding an irresistible, fulfilling allure that it felt as if once he savored that first bite, he could never part with it. It was so delicious that he could forsake friendships for this taste. Is it good? The elf looked at the squire with a beaming smile, her face radiating happiness as if she were the one tasting it. Indescribable, the squire chewed while grabbing another piece, and perfectly cooked. Really, Griffith? Not overthinking, dipped his hot lamb in sauce and offered it towards the elf's mouth. Here, give it a try. For a brief moment, Galadia raised her eyebrows, leaning back slightly, her smiling face now adorned with hints of surprise and hesitation. She opened her mouth, brushing aside her cascading hair, and gently bit down, emitting an imperceptible hum of delight. Griffith felt a shiver run through him. This, somehow, felt a bit off. They both fell into silence for a moment, instinctively leaning back, sitting up straight as they resumed eating the hot lamb. What have you been busy with lately? Galadia finally managed to blurt out, her gaze fixed on the lamb in the pot. Balon has asked me to assist in the alchemy course. I've learned quite a bit about potions and even made some for myself, Griffith reported on his work progress. And what else? Do you know about the grapes from the southern garden? I picked some at the start of the term, fermented them in a pumpkin to make wine, and it was quite successful. I'll let you try it sometime. Although he could not discern the reason, Griffith sensed an unsettling atmosphere and recounted the revenue work in detail. Hey, how do you still possess this skill? Galadia took a sip of her butterbeer. You've been selling private liquor to everyone. Even to you. How much have you earned? Not much, just around 200 silverlings. Oh, you sly one, then you shall treat us to this meal. The elf's face brightened with a cheerful smile. For such a trivial matter. It must have consumed all your after-class time, right? Indeed, Griffith replied, a hint of regret in his voice. I originally intended to investigate the connection between Aces and the Bayerland Kook gang, as well as the origins of those magical creatures. But time has slipped away. Fortunately, the matter of the wine won't take long, leaving me some free time. You do realize that, don't you? Boss, another round of beer, please, the girl complained lightly. Don't you regret wasting such precious time? Her cheeks were already tinged with a faint blush, the butterbeer having quite an effect on her. It's not so bad. Griffith was certain something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. I must prepare a proper Frost Festival gift, this time. I cannot resort to sending flower tea. Ah, you mean that? The elf perked up suddenly, her gaze softening considerably. A gift is sufficient if it comes from the heart. By the way, I've asked the people from Lammer Manor to help me investigate Aces, the Kook gang, and the intelligence regarding Rudius. They should send me a letter in due time. What of your imprisoned kin? Any leads? After dinner, Griffith guided the elf, who still wished to venture elsewhere, on their way back. Tomorrow marked the weekly day of rest, and it would be unfortunate to miss the curfew or delay any plans for the following day. There's nothing to uncover. The tipsy elf leaned gently against his arm, swaying slightly as they walked. The autumn night seemed to be imbued with a delightful fragrance. Perhaps this was a fortuitous moment. Griffith's mind wandered. He had long pondered why Galadia had ventured near Manisa village and encountered him there. A question he had always wished to clarify, but had lacked the opportunity to do so. You know, there's something I've been contemplating for quite a while. Griffith leaned slightly closer, whispering into the elf's ear. The inebriated elf appeared to momentarily pause, her hazy gaze meeting the apprentice knight's before hastily averting her eyes. It is like this. Griffith began to choose his words carefully. My head is spinning. Galadia suddenly tugged at her hood, lowering her head and hastening her steps toward the stone bridge. What was going on? He hadn't even said anything yet. Griffith quickened his pace, glancing around. Not far from the shopping street, a group of first-year students from Hormentwarts gathered outside a bar, laughing and chatting merrily. The two discreetly circumvented the crowd, evading their gaze, nearly being spotted. Griffith felt a wave of relief. If their classmates were to see him alone with Galadia, it would undoubtedly be somewhat awkward. Amidst the raucous laughter of the students, Griffith caught sight of Aaron. Since that night, he had not observed any unusual behavior from him. He quietly sipped his drink in a corner of the crowd, exuding impeccable elegance. The boisterous newcomers appeared to be his entourage, animatedly conversing while keeping their distance. Griffith couldn't help but fixate on Aaron for a moment. Just then, he noticed someone passing by Aaron in the bar, seemingly discreetly handing him something. The figure wore a tightly drawn hood, and before Griffith could scrutinize further, the golden-haired, crimson-eyed youth had turned his gaze towards Griffith, casting an irresistible, profound look in his direction. The apprentice knight's heart raced suddenly. He quickly averted his eyes from Aaron, steering the elf away. Chapter 42. The Cage in the Woods Part 1. The elusive fragrance, the wondrous texture, and something else entirely. Griffith lifted the covers and gazed up at the sky. The morning light had pierced through the gentle mist by the seaside. He rubbed his face, a lingering sensation of reminiscence stirring within him. It felt as though he had missed something crucial last night. What was it? Never mind. Today he needed to seek Krog for the potion class materials. During the lunch break, Griffith knocked on the wooden door of the cottage. "Look who's here." "Come in, my little friend." The towering Krog promptly ushered him inside. "Mr. Krog, come taste these wines." Griffith offered the gift while speaking. "Vice Professor Valonos provided a list of materials I need to gather for the potion class within a week." "Oh, you re-looking for these items? You can find some at the edge of the Whispering Forest, but going there would violate school regulations. If a professor or your supervisor accompanies you, it certainly wouldn't be against the rules." Griffith mused silently, waiting for the ranger to finish speaking. Krog took a hearty gulp of wine and continued. "Don't worry, little one, I will gather the materials. These marvelous plants crave the twilight's embrace, making dusk the ideal time for their collection. If you're willing, could you oversee these hired hands while I'm away? I've got a few new lads who can be quite unruly if left unattended. They can handle the work, and our job is to supervise them and ensure their safety. The one leading this group is named Root. He is a clever fellow. For their safety, the school permits them to carry some weapons. So we must ensure they don't harm one another or venture into the campus." Griffith understood this well. The administrative duties at Hormantworts were labor-intensive, with professors and officials having their own budgets and personnel authority to hire outsiders they deemed suitable for their tasks. These outsiders required strict supervision, as it was imperative that they did not offend the esteemed students. Moreover, certain tasks could be perilous, as encounters with rogue magical devices, summoned creatures, or even mutated beasts from the forest were not uncommon. Griffith stepped outside the hut, observing the laborers working diligently at a nearby farm. Although Krog was not particularly favored by the noble magicians, he held considerable authority within his domain, and the individuals he had hired appeared to be nimble and robust. They tended to the pumpkin fields, removed pests from the trees, and maintained the lawns. When they caught sight of Griffith and the gleaming Hormantworts insignia on his coat, most averted their gaze, returning to their tasks, though a few occasionally stole glances in his direction. Over the following week, Griffith began visiting Krog's cottage punctually before dinner. The towering ranger meticulously gathered a plethora of herbs and materials that not only satisfied the course requirements, but also allowed Griffith to polish his skills. With no tasks at hand, Griffith could review the day's lessons, enjoying a relatively relaxed pace. On the fourth evening, having just finished dinner, Krog hurriedly strapped on his pack, grasped his hefty crossbow, and pushed the door open to head out. Just as he reached the threshold, he seemed to recall something, turning back to the apprentice knight. My friend, I need to step out tonight for some personal matters. Could you keep an eye on the cottage for me? I'll be back before 8. Griffith immediately stood up. Is there anything I need to watch for? The ranger scratched his head, glancing at the nearby cottage where the laborers resided. Nothing in particular. Just ensure those commoners don't enter the Whispering Forest. They can be quite mischievous. However, given your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to handle them. With that, Krog seemed to relieve his concerns and, without waiting for Griffith's response, nodded and departed. Well, it's just for a few hours. It should be fine. Over the past few days, in order to assist the ranger at the edge of the Whispering Forest, Griffith had requested a small shield, a sword, a battle axe, and a heavy throwing spear to defend against large creatures. He surveyed the neatly made bed and the spears stacked in the corner, nodding in satisfaction as he propped his legs up on the wooden table and continued reading. The deep autumn sun gradually sank in the west, and before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Griffith leisurely flipped through his book. But after a while, feeling thirsty, he hopped off his chair to fetch a ladle of water from the barrel. Through the small window of the cottage, Griffith could see the well-tended pumpkin fields and the longhouse where the laborers resided, quiet and harmonious. Like a picturesque rural landscape, something is amiss. In that instant, Griffith suddenly sensed something unusual. He swiftly donned his armor, seized his sword and spear, and dashed outside. Krog's 9 adult male laborers resided in the longhouse not far away. Griffith had seen them several times during dinner, harvesting carrots, potatoes, and pumpkins from the fields for their meals, and afterward, they would often gather to play cards and relax by the farm. However, tonight, An eerie silence enveloped the area. The laborers seemed to have vanished along with the ranger. Griffith quickly checked the path leading to the Hormantort's campus. The magical barrier and alarm formation set to prevent the laborers from entering remained intact. Without the Academy's crest, passage was impossible. And there were no signs of activation. He hurriedly turned and raced toward the fence bordering the whispering forest. In the clearing by the forest's edge, the ranger had already erected a sturdy low wall, standing a person's height. Along the inner side of the low wall lies a narrow path that has been deliberately cleared, the soft earth stripped of even the wildest of grasses, ensuring that any entity traversing this area would undoubtedly leave its mark upon the soil. Indeed, a disordered trail of footprints is discernible in the mud adjacent to the wall, judging by the prints and the damp, muddy residue clinging to the wall. It is evident that the laborers did not linger long after scaling the barrier into the forest. Griffith's initial instinct was to return to the academy to report his findings. However, a subsequent thought stayed his hand. In the laborers' hut, he had observed them wielding formidable weapons such as great swords, crossbows, and massive axes, indicating they were no ordinary, benevolent citizens. Perhaps they had come specifically seeking such an opportunity to venture into the woods. What were their intentions? Griffith adjusted the weapons at his side and, with a deft leap, vaulted over the low wall. The laborers' trail was clear and unambiguous. They made no effort to conceal their passage. Hastening toward a specific destination, following the footprints, Griffith did not pursue far before he stumbled upon suspicious signs near a damp hollow. Although this area lay on the periphery of the whispering forest, it was now dusk, with the towering, dense, dark canopies overhead obscuring the light, rendering it difficult to discern the surroundings. Suddenly, a massive fallen trunk obstructed the path. Nearby, a peculiar, towering thicket of thorns grew in a remarkably orderly fashion, extending from the path taken by the laborers into the surrounding woods. As Griffith inspected the thorns, he was astonished to discover that these plants had been intentionally cultivated into a thick ring, spanning 3 meters, encircling the hollow ahead. Could this have been the work of Krog? Griffith used his dagger to slice at the thorns before him, only to find the plants exceptionally resilient and difficult to sever. The spikes were as hard and long as iron spikes. Attempting to traverse without the aid of tools could very well cost him his life. This was a prison, akin to the fences of a sheep pen, designed to confine some manner of creature. The sole entry and exit was the path marked by the laborers, where the immense trunk lay. Griffith examined the fallen tree once more and discerned fresh axe marks, with the branches still vibrant and undried, indicating the laborers had only recently felled it to serve as a makeshift bridge. Within the thorny enclosure, something must be concealed and nurtured, and the laborers' expedition may have been aimed at thievery. Intriguing. Griffith stepped onto the trunk and swiftly crossed the thorns, advancing into the inner woodland. Not far ahead, a sizable pond came into view. In the murky waters, dark, monstrous fish swam, revealing their ghastly, pale teeth towards Griffith on the shore. The sawtooth fish. Griffith immediately recognized the species lurking in the pond, involuntarily shuddering. These grotesque fish inhabit the marshes of the east, preying upon all living things. Their reproductive rate is alarmingly rapid, and during feeding frenzies, they attack in overwhelming numbers. There were tales of heavily armored soldiers from the Eastern Legion who, upon falling into their marshy habitat, were retrieved only as a heap of bones adorned with rusted scrap metal. Mere moments later, Griffith took 2 steps back, surveying the pond's situation, and noted that its diameter was roughly 100 meters, forming a secluded waterhole within the forest. The sawtooth fish, gluttonous and savage, with their rich, fatty flesh exuding a foul odor, constituted the primary diet of even more ferocious creatures dwelling in the marsh. Given their voracious appetites and rapid reproduction, it was inconceivable they could thrive in such a confined space for long. They must have been bred here by someone. The purpose of nurturing these brutal fish was presumably to feed an even more vicious entity. Could it be? Griffith could surmise the nature of the creature that might dwell here. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. The sound was fierce and furious, permeating the air with an ancient, terrifying aura, causing even the monstrous fish in the pond to boil with agitation. Griffith's heart raced. He found himself momentarily disoriented by the sheer intensity of the roar. Fortunately, he faced no immediate threat, and within moments regained his composure, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. That was the roar of a mountain beast. This exceptionally robust and fierce creature resides in the lofty, rugged mountains of the southeastern tranquil seas and is said to be a hybrid descendant of the titanic behemoths. A formidable entity within this world. Towering over 4 meters, it possesses skin as tough as steel and an alarming strength. Capable of uprooting a century-old tree to wield as a weapon, nearly immune to blunt damage. Only crossbows and heavy projectiles can effectively harm its flesh. The mountain beast possesses a rather low intellect, resembling a walking mass of flesh. However, underestimating it would come at a steep cost. It boasts an agility and explosive power that belies its size, able to swiftly seize and rend apart any foe that dares to attack it. In comparison, goblin brutes are but a feeble subspecies, utterly insignificant. Griffith had anticipated the presence of some monstrous entity hidden within this thicket of thorns. However, he had not expected a creature as terrifying as the mountain beast. He quickly recalled the capabilities of this creature, realizing that even the most ordinary mountain beast possesses more than 3 extraordinary traits, including, but not limited to, heart-rending roar. The roar emitted by a mountain beast during a hunt can instill primal terror in smaller creatures, causing temporary disorientation and a significant chance of flight and fear, followed by a marked delay in their movement for no less than 10 seconds. This ability enables the mountain beast to prey upon the perilous sawtooth fish. Terrifying strength. A mountain beast can crush solid rock or uproot massive trees to use as weapons. Its attacks create shockwaves that human armor can scarcely withstand, resulting in internal injuries and hemorrhaging upon impact. Explosive projectiles. While mountain beasts are not adept at ranged attacks, they can hurl stones and trees with remarkable accuracy in rapid succession, inflicting widespread splash damage. Some mountain beasts, having undergone training, may possess other forms of extraordinary abilities, which exceed Griffith's understanding. With merely its formidable physique and the aforementioned 3 capabilities, the mountain beast transcends most creatures and beasts, becoming a different classification altogether: legendary beasts. In a close quarters, one-on-one encounter, even the most renowned knights and sorcerers would need to consider whether they could survive against a mountain beast. Just as the roar subsided, a chorus of human screams erupted, accompanied by tremors that shook the ground. It was the laborers. Griffith found himself puzzled. The environment here was evidently crafted by a powerful individual capable of taming mountain beasts, specifically designed for the brief confinement of such creatures. So how had these outsiders come to uncover the mountain beast's secret, and why did they dare challenge this ferocious entity? The screams from the forest grew increasingly horrific. Griffith hastily smeared the wet mud from the pond upon his body, unslung his throwing spear, and stealthily made his way toward the source of the commotion. Not far from the pond, beneath a great tree, Griffith first encountered a laborer. The man was pierced with splintered wood and metal, the remnants of a heavy crossbow apparent. The left side of his body resembled a crushed peach, flesh and blood a grotesque amalgamation. A heavy crossbow, positioned at the right angle and distance, could inflict damage upon the mountain beast's eyes and some of its vulnerable areas. Clearly, the laborers had set an ambush with this intent, and it seemed they had initially succeeded. However, the shooter had not escaped the mountain beast's vengeance. Griffith searched the area and found a nearby boulder smeared with traces of blood and flesh, likely used by the mountain beast to assault the shooter. Night had fallen. The moonlight cast its glow upon the clearing at the edge of the whispering forest, as if to bear witness to the tragedy unfolding within. Chapter 43, The Thicket Prison, Part 2. As Griffith ventured deeper, he discovered a collapsed pitfall and 2 corpses. Scattered around the pit were deliberately collected logs and branches, yet the soil within had entirely caved in. It appeared the laborers had meticulously planned this trap. They had first excavated a massive pit, concealed it, and lured the mountain beast into their snare. After the creature fell into the trap, they had launched their attack from above. But unexpectedly, the mountain beast, using its immense strength, had torn the soil apart, causing a collapse that allowed it to escape and slay several laborers. Griffith pondered the situation. Since the mountain beast had indeed fallen into the trap and retaliated against the shooter, it suggested that the initial assault by the laborers had been successful. They might have even blinded one of its eyes. The remaining laborers had not been immediately killed, but instead continued to battle the mountain beast while retreating. These individuals were remarkably brave, Griffith mused, for ordinary people would find it difficult to even flee in panic when faced with a mountain beast, yet they had suffered at least a third of their number and still pressed on. Griffith felt a twinge of apprehension. Both the mountain beast and these laborers were ferocious, and to intervene recklessly could jeopardize his safety. With this thought, Griffith prepared to escape. However, before he could act, a tremendous explosion rang out from the nearby woods, followed by a rumbling sound that rushed toward him. 3 blood-soaked laborers burst from the trees in a panic, fleeing toward Griffith. The foremost, wielding a great sword, was their leader, Root. The two others, brandishing axes and machetes, appeared utterly disoriented. Upon spotting Griffith, Root immediately cried out, "My lord, save us! Mountain monster!" The moment the words left their lips, the trees behind them were violently torn apart, a massive trunk crashing down upon the last of the hired workers. Splat! The worker was instantly reduced to a splatter of blood and flesh. As blood rained down, a mountain monster burst forth from the dense forest with an earth-shattering force. Towering nearly 4 meters, it was as robust as a city wall, its gray-brown skin tough and wrinkled. A broken arrow protruded from its right eye, and several gushing wounds marred its knees and neck. Griffith hefted his throwing spear, launching it with all his might towards the monster's right knee. With a deafening crack that tore through the air, the spear pierced the monster's joint with lightning speed. The beast let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground. Was my attack truly so potent? Griffith was taken aback, astonished that he had felled a mountain monster with a single strike, but he quickly regained his composure. This creature had already been engaged in battle with the hired workers for some time and was undoubtedly wounded in multiple places. The workers had likely targeted its knees and eyes, and the cumulative injuries, combined with Griffith's powerful throw, had shattered the monster's right leg. Root and his companions, witnessing the mountain monster's fall, wore expressions of sheer joy. However, before they could catch their breath, the creature erupted into a frenzied roar. It pounded the ground in a fit of rage and agony, hurling stones from the earth towards the workers. Root swiftly dodged aside. But his companions were not as fortunate. One was struck directly in the forehead by a rock and collapsed lifelessly. The legless monster lunged at the fallen worker, viciously biting into his thigh. Damn it! Griffith sprang into action, brandishing his spear and aiming for the exposed flank of the monster. Thud! The spear sank deeply into the creature's abdomen, lodged firmly within its muscles. "My lord, this beast is remarkably resilient," Root shouted to Griffith. "Despite our prolonged assault, we struggle to inflict any fatal wounds." Griffith glanced at Root, who was smeared in blood, and inquired, "How many are still alive?" "Only I remain," Root replied, shaking his head with difficulty. "We tracked this monster, fearing it would attack the academy, never expecting it to be so fearsome. Did you blind it?" Indeed, Exum managed to pierce its right eye, but he was immediately retaliated against. In mere moments, the mountain monster had devoured a significant portion of the fallen worker, patting its belly before turning to scrutinize the 2 remaining men with its beady eyes. That a half-broken crossbow bolt protruded from its right eye, while its left eye was riddled with wounds. Barely able to open, its right knee was shattered, blood flowing freely, and it could only support itself on its hands, half kneeling on the ground. Yet, despite its injuries, the beast remained a formidable threat. Griffith assessed his own armor against the monster's fist, which was the size of a millstone, realizing with certainty that he could not withstand a blow from it. "We must retreat," he declared after a moment's contemplation. "Its movements are restricted, and it won't be able to escape far in the short term. Once we return to the academy, I will summon more reinforcements to eliminate it." "Yes, my lord." Root's face was smeared with blood, obscuring his expression, but his response was resolute. The 2 promptly retreated in the direction they had come, preparing to traverse the thorns to safety. To their dismay, the mountain monster pursued them, using its hands and remaining leg to chase closely behind. The beast was still adorned with arrows and bolts, its eyes heavily injured, yet its single remaining eye glinted with malice, instilling a profound fear in those who beheld it. Although Griffith had never slain a mountain monster, he had fought alongside comrades against colossal wild bears. Those beasts, once mortally wounded, would stuff their intestines with grass and relentlessly pursue their hunters until their dying breath. Griffith considered himself quite ruthless. He had committed many misdeeds in the East. However, the audacity to continue fighting after sustaining such grievous injuries gave him pause. They sprinted towards the thorns, the fallen tree they intended to use as a bridge coming into view. That I end this perilous moment. Griffith dared not let the monster catch up. He surged ahead of Root, ready to leap onto the trunk, when suddenly pain shot through his leg, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Root, wielding a 2-handed sword, sliced through Griffith's leg armor, injuring his calf. He harbored the intent to kill Griffith right here, then lunged forward with a sword aimed at his waist. Griffith rolled aside just in time to evade the strike. Root pursued, swinging his sword towards Griffith's head, The mountain monster had also noticed its prey's sudden halt and bore a sinister grin as it hastened its pursuit. Griffith drew his sword, deflecting Root's attack. And while catching his breath, inquired, "It seems you have a compelling reason to slay this mountain monster, yet why attempt to kill me?" Root said nothing, instead turning and charging towards the tree trunk suspended over the thorns. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed, and Griffith found himself within the monster's sphere of influence. With the heart-wrenching scream that followed, his mind spun and his body stiffened. The monster seized the opportunity, raising a massive log to bring crashing down upon the fledgling knight. "Farewell, my friend," Root called back as he ran, waving at Griffith. "I shall avenge you shortly. Do not underestimate me." Griffith spread his palm and pressed downward. "Freeze under my power, glacial nova." In a flash, a shard of frigid ice shot towards Root, who had yet to comprehend the situation when his feet were encased in frost. Boom! The monster's heavy strike landed on the ground, sending a shower of earth flying, yet it missed its target. Its massive limbs were encased in solid ice, the creature gazing in disbelief. Without hesitation, Griffith charged up the trunk, seizing Root by the shoulder and throwing him off. "No!" Root screamed as he fell, barely managing to rise before a colossal hand pressed down upon him, driving him into the ground and causing him to spit forth a mouthful of black blood. The monster, grinning wickedly, raised its fist and struck Root with a single blow, shattering his eye sockets and sending forth a cascade of colors, red, black, and purple, like a dye factory in full bloom. It then seized Root's legs, tearing him apart as one might a roasted chicken. Griffith, poised and ready, found the trunk too heavy to destroy or lift alone. The mountain monster had taken note of this escape route, and it was uncertain whether it might mimic his actions, uprooting a few large trees for its own escape, if it managed to flee the forest and wreak havoc in Hormont under the cover of night. It would spell disaster. As the monster prepared to rend Root's body, Griffith took 2 steps back, sprinted along the trunk, and leaped with all his might, just as the monster heard the rush of wind in its ears and began to look up. Griffith had already swept past, thrusting his spear towards the creature's right ear. In that moment, the monster's right eye had been blinded, and its right leg shattered, rendering it slow to react. Thud! Griffith used the force of his leap to spin in the air, driving the sharp spear into the unguarded ear of the monster. The sensation was akin to piercing the core of a tree, the raw feeling of penetrating brain tissue coursing back through the spear. The colossal mountain monster froze, releasing its grip on Root. Its remaining fierce left eye rolled back, revealing the whites, while its drooling maw gaped wide. "I have dealt it a grievous blow." Griffith landed, ready to unleash the final assault. At that moment, a colossal and bizarre shadow of a wild bull emerged behind the mountain monster. The chilling breath of death enveloped its form as it charged aggressively toward the creature. Griffith gasped in shock and stumbled back, witnessing the mountain monster's back erupt in a spectral image that seemed to embody its very soul, which shattered with a horrific scream under the impact. The ferocious creature stood rigid, as if stripped of its essence, transforming into a mere slab of rock. After approximately a minute, it began to topple to the side, crashing down with a thunderous roar that sent dirt flying. It should be defeated. Griffith drew his sword, cautiously circling around to the back of the monster's head, aiming to deliver a swift strike to its neck. Yet, the blow failed to sever the creature's head and nearly disarmed him instead. The thick skin at the back of its neck was merely grazed, leaving the vital area unscathed. It is astonishingly powerful. With the mountain monster's vitality and extraordinary strength, even an entire Toller squad would hesitate to confront it head-on. However, Root and several hired workers not only discovered the monster's lair hidden near the academy, but also successfully lured it into a trap and wounded it. Had it not been for their earlier battle, Griffith would have been left to flee in panic alone before the beast. Root's body lay discarded, nearly torn asunder, having paid the ultimate price. But why was he so intent on slaying the mountain monster here, even resorting to an attempt on Griffith's life as a means to that end? The information currently available suggests that these hired workers sought to curry favor with Krog, hoping to secure formal employment at Hormont. Yet, the selection criteria at Hormont are quite stringent. Merely performing daily tasks on the farm would hardly suffice for them to pass the assessment. From Hormont's perspective, a capable temporary worker slaying a mountain monster would only warrant monetary rewards and formal employment status. Griffith believed that if it were solely for monetary gain, these hired hands had no need to risk their lives in a desperate struggle against the mountain beast. They could simply report to the school and receive a handsome reward. Their attempt to slay the creature for additional accolades, coupled with Root's choice to try and kill Griffith at the last moment to prevent him from seeking help, suggested an ambition to claim sole credit for the beast's demise. After all, personally taking down the creature is a far greater accomplishment than merely discovering it, and the school would likely bestow upon him formal employment status as a result. Yet, was the risk of such peril truly worth the title of a formal employee? What exactly did they hope to achieve by entering Hogwarts? A few broken threads of evidence lay scattered like pieces of a puzzle, missing crucial information that could bind them together. Griffith approached Root's lifeless form, preparing to inspect the body. The man, recently torn apart by the mountain beast, lay face down in the mud, his limbs grotesquely twisted. A profoundly ominous sensation lingered in Griffith's heart, as if urging him to flee from this place. Why? Why did he attempt to kill me, his supposed ally? The first reason was undoubtedly to prevent me from escaping and calling for help, thus thwarting his chance to slay the creature. But, given his strength, how could he possibly kill the mountain beast? How could he dare confront it alone? Confused, Griffith extended his hand towards Root's corpse that a sudden thought surged within him. Could it be that Root possessed some hidden card? A secret that could not be revealed in the presence of witnesses? Suddenly, with a jolt, Root's right hand sprang up. Though he lay face down, his right hand twisted back at an unnatural angle, as if his shoulder and elbow joints were non-existent, grasping Griffith's outstretched hand. "Ah!" Griffith gasped, startled by this unforeseen spectacle. Though seasoned by the trials of battle, the scene before him was too astonishing, far beyond the realm of reason. Root's torn body writhed, moving as if it were alive, limbs extending and curling with unsettling grace. His legs ensnared Griffith's knees, while both arms seized hold of his hands and armor. Simultaneously, a more horrifying sight unfolded before Griffith's terrified eyes. The scarf wrapped around the back of Root's head began to writhe, revealing the outline of a human face, which then broke into a ghastly grin directed at Griffith. This mad and terrifying scene was beyond anything Griffith had ever encountered. Even in his most absurd nightmares, his mind was thrown into chaos, and fear swiftly overwhelmed his will, sending him into a panic. Griffith began to struggle wildly, having lost all semblance of reason, desperate to escape the clutches of this abomination. Root's body clung to Griffith as if it were an extension of him, rendering escape impossible. As Griffith rolled and writhed, the scarf slipped from Root's head, revealing a grotesque and twisted human visage where a smooth scalp should have been. The bizarre and savage wounds resembled eyes, a nose, and a mouth, all fixated on Griffith, oozing a foul pus. Suddenly, it seemed the mouth split open, revealing sharp fangs that lunged toward the young knight's neck. In a fit of terror, Griffith summoned an extraordinary strength, pushing back against the monstrosity while simultaneously drawing a dagger to stab and slash at it. Last, he managed to throw the creature off. However, as soon as it hit the ground, it crawled like an insect, launching itself at Griffith once more. With a cry of despair, he rolled away, seizing his fallen sword, preparing for a desperate confrontation. Suddenly, a hoarse, chilling scream erupted beside him, a sound that was distinctly inhuman, sending shivers down his spine. The creature lunged at Griffith but missed, tumbling into a patch of black thorns ahead. The sharp spikes pierced its flesh, and the surrounding thorns seemed to come alive, ensnaring the creature tightly. Root's body splattered like a crushed orange, blood and viscera spraying everywhere. The thorns accumulated, eventually wrapping Root in a cocoon. The ghastly visage on the back of his head howled at Griffith, spewing blood and fragments of organs. Its body shrank further, until the thorns had drained its blood and flesh, turning from black to a vivid crimson before finally loosening their grip. Root's remains became a tattered human skin with two faces, fluttering in the wind as it hung from the thorns. Griffith gazed in horror at the fallen beast, then at the blood-stained thorns and the flayed skin dangling from them, his teeth chattering involuntarily. Chapter 44. The Forest Prison, Part 3. Good evening, my friend. A sudden voice startled Griffith anew. Manisa sends his regards. The life essence scattered by this mountain beast is quite beneficial to Manisa. May I draw closer? So it was you. You nearly frightened me to death. Griffith nodded and stepped a few paces toward the beast's carcass. A wave of ethereal energy surged forth, as if something were being absorbed into the bone ring. Excellent. The peculiar essence has restored more of Manisa's power, and I hope it will be of assistance to you in due time. Manisa's voice echoed after a moment. However, your vital signs and mental state appear abnormal. Manisa recommends you seek rest and treatment promptly. Nevertheless, prior to that, you may wish to search the mountain beast's body and lair. What might be there? Griffith inquired. This mountain beast was likely smuggled in from outside, and its lair should be relatively new. Manisa replied. These creatures have a penchant for collecting powerful objects to fashion into grotesque adornments for ease of transport. It is possible it has been hiding something valuable nearby. There is no harm in investigating. Griffith took a moment to calm his racing heart before gathering his weapons and beginning the search. Root's vicinity yielded no items of interest. He dared not touch the horrifying double-faced skin, only picking up his greatsword to wield. Does this creature possess any essence? Griffith asked. No detectable essence for absorption, Manisa responded. Other human corpses have been found on site, but none contain viable life essence for extraction. The bodies exhibit no extraordinary characteristics and require no collection. 9 ordinary individuals, perhaps 8 ordinary people, and 1 monster. Griffith could scarcely believe it if that were the case. He would have to leave their bodies for the school to conduct a necromantic examination, hoping to uncover some clues. Locating the mountain beast's lair was not particularly challenging. Along the way, Griffith discovered several shattered corpses of hired hands, yet he could not account for 9, likely having been crushed or devoured during the battle. The beast's excrement lay scattered near a cave, while the cave itself appeared relatively tidy. After searching for a while, Griffith found only some hay and stones. There, dig into the soil at the right rear, Manisa advised. Following this guidance, Griffith indeed uncovered a small, smooth black horn beneath a stone. Upon touching it, a faint blue glow enveloped the horn. This is a fragment of the legendary creature known as the man-bull, which resides deep within the marshes, its most valuable part, Manisa explained. This mountain beast once lived near the great marshes of the east and acquired this trophy after battling a powerful man-bull of sequence 6. What use is it? Griffith pondered, toying with the black horn as he made his way outside. Manisa elaborated. The man-bull is an exceedingly dangerous creature. Even behemoths and dragons of significantly higher ranks tread carefully in its presence. They are favored by the Grim Reaper. And the extraordinary attributes contained within the horn can grant the power of death, with a chance to deliver a fatal blow known as the Eye of Death. The mountain beast collected valuable parts from its prey to fashion into necklaces or ornaments. The lingering anger and resentment of the man-bull's spirit reside within this horn fragment, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. When the mountain beast was severely wounded, the spirit of the man-bull struck back, manifesting the terrifying scene you just witnessed. However, that strike has depleted the extraordinary properties of the Eye of Death, and the torn spirit of the mountain beast has returned to its lair, merging with the remnants of the man-bull's soul into a unique sealing object. You can activate this item through your mental strength, and the power of the mountain beast will be infused into your body, doubling the damage of your next attack. The terrifying aura of the mountain beast will leave weaker beings with nowhere to hide, granting your next attack a guaranteed hit effect. Such an extraordinary item, enhancing both accuracy and damage, was undeniably formidable. Griffith could not help but exclaim, "Is there a cost?" Manisa replied, "Originally, yes. The ferocity and resentment of the man-bull perpetually linger upon this fragment, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate against its holder when they weaken, regardless of distance, making it exceedingly perilous. However, its desire has been fulfilled, and it can no longer manifest that dreadful power, rendering the negative effects ineffective. After utilizing the mountain beast's colossal power, the might contained within the horn requires an hour to regenerate and cannot be used consecutively." Griffith excitedly stowed away this artifact of remarkable potential and hurriedly made his way outside. The joy of his acquisition alleviated some of his fatigue, lightening his steps. "Wait a moment." As they were about to leave the thorny prison, Manisa suddenly spoke. "You seem to have forgotten something of great importance." "What is it? Aren't you concocting a potion for deceleration? Quickly gather some mountain troll mucus. It's a rare ingredient. Dig deep into it." After receiving Griffith's report, the professors at Homenwarts were taken aback, hastily rushing to the scene to conduct a search, subsequently sending Griffith back to his dormitory to rest. The results of the divination and investigation would take some time, and they hoped to uncover clues regarding the mountain trolls and the hired hands. Griffith entered the bathroom to cleanse himself of the disarray from the battle. After a long-awaited fight, he felt inexplicably invigorated, as if he had released a long-suppressed nature. If someone were to seek trouble now, he would gladly engage in another bout. Next spring, Griffith planned to challenge Sequence 8 and officially become an extraordinary being. The training he had undergone since childhood and the skirmishes on the battlefield had enriched his experience on the path of the Spellbreaker, and today's combat only intensified his eagerness, as if his hand could already touch the threshold of advancement. He dried off, shook his hair, and donned a light garment before stepping out of the bathroom. He believed he could gather the necessary potion ingredients, enabling him to brew several vials in the coming days. Upon exiting the bathroom, Griffith spotted Galadriel leaning against a pillar in the corridor, tilting her head to gaze at the bright moon in the night sky. She wore a fitted light green dress, the short hem revealing her long, smooth legs, while her black hair danced gently in the evening breeze. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon her delicate profile, reminiscent of the enchantment when they first met. You out. The elf noticed his footsteps and slightly turned her head. Did you know you nearly met your demise? That was a mountain troll. Griffith chuckled, shaking his head as he approached her. I am quite formidable, are not? The two locked eyes, the silence allowing them to hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Galadriel's gaze slowly traced Griffith's nose, lips, and lingered upon his exposed chest. In that fleeting moment, Griffith suddenly realized that the distance between him and the elf was so close that he could easily embrace her slender waist. Galadriel lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, taking a half step back. Why did you take so long in the shower? I've been standing here for quite a while, and a few people have come to bother me. Someone was harassing you? Griffith inquired earnestly. A little, Galadriel replied lightly as she glided towards the dormitory. These aimless noble scions seek merely sensory pleasure. To them, approaching me is just a piece in their puzzle of experiences with various humanoid races. The thought alone makes me uncomfortable. I want to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Various humanoid races, such an experience. Griffith had never considered such pursuits existed. Among the female humanoids were trolls, orcs, giants, centaurs, and more. Some trolls were rather appealing, orcs were tolerable, but the others, that was quite stimulating. Hey, don't get any weird ideas. Galadriel reached back to pinch him hard on the back. By the way, what are you tinkering with in the Whispering Forest? Gathering some potion ingredients. Griffith grimaced in pain. You know, that potion notebook revealed some formulas I can master. They are quite promising. That. Galadriel gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Although you are not a spellcaster, your resistance and willpower are high, and your inspiration is relatively low, making it difficult for you to perceive or see hidden existences. However, constantly dealing with dangerous entities will eventually leave its mark on you. It is only a matter of time. What will happen then? Firstly, your inspiration will alert you to dangerous signals, bringing with it unheard of mysteries and horrors that will torment your will. Galadriel crossed her arms over her chest. If your will is not sufficiently steadfast, and your reason cannot bear the knowledge, it will be terrifying. A temporary blow to your sanity could lead to a fleeting madness, which might be salvageable. But if your sanity disintegrates to a certain extent, you will only have two paths left. What are those two? Death or madness? As I've mentioned before, Galadriel chastised Griffith with a piercing glance. Do not take this lightly. In such circumstances, dying could be considered fortunate. Falling into eternal madness would be the most dreadful torment for you and your loved ones. At that point, you would cease to be yourself and become a puppet of some will. Chapter 45. Winter Camping, Part 1. The red leaves on the trees had fallen, and white snowflakes danced through the air. Looks like it's going to snow. Griffith emerged from his warm bed, stepping onto the balcony to feel the chilly air, then hastily returned indoors to put on a coat, quickly washing his face and brushing his teeth. He donned his helmet, chest armor, gauntlets, and greaves, carefully attaching his long sword and dagger. Then took up his spear and shield, making his way out of the dormitory as quietly as possible. As he exited, two roommates turned over in their beds, effortlessly drifting back to sleep. There was still an hour and a half until regular students were to awaken. The Shudderals needed to complete their morning drills before breakfast. At this hour, the sky was just beginning to brighten, the sun had yet to rise, and the tranquil campus was still shrouded in silence and dim light. Griffith swiftly traversed the quiet corridor. Habitually glancing at the girls' dormitory, Galadriel often rose early for morning exercises, yet he had no idea where she went. Sonia, who preferred to read at night, was certainly still asleep. Fully equipped, Rana and Myra descended from another building, the three exchanging quiet nods as they headed towards the northern cliffs together. Professor Eric of the Military Command Department was already dressed impeccably, as spirited as he had been throughout his decades of military service. He stood upright on the grassy edge of the cliff, observing the equally silent Shudderals as they quickly assembled in formation. "Why does this old man wake up so early every day?" murmured Ophelia. A trainee knight, beside her, as the sturdy and agile Midamea secured his helmet onto his golden hair. Every morning, Griffith maintained the habit from his military days, participating in the early drills alongside the other shooterals. They were to embark on a fully armed 10-kilometer forced march in the hills and valleys near Homenwart's castle. Aside from the senior students assigned to tasks, the remaining 70-odd shooterals formed a neat column. Swiftly navigating the rugged path along the cliff into a valley, the scouts within the ranks darted away like shadows, quickly distancing themselves from the column to conduct surveillance. Enemy scout teams spotted at 3 o'clock on the ridgeline. Professor Eric issued a hypothetical enemy report soon after the training column set off. Based on the terrain, Griffith immediately followed a senior student toward the ridgeline for reinforcement. "The main force is encountering ranged strikes." Eric kept the others busy, adding after a moment, "The incoming fire consists of catapult projectiles, not arrows." The shooterals, having just raised their shields, scattered like a flock of rabbits, hiding themselves in ditches and puddles. Slosh! Griffith stepped into a mud-filled pit, the icy muck making him shiver all over. Behind him, the strikingly beautiful Ophelia von Ischdal, a trainee knight, leapt over a low wall, followed closely by Rana and Myra, several pairs of iron boots thudding against the muddy human ladder as they climbed up. "Hurry up! A legless troll is more agile than you," Eric bellowed, having already led them away from the dormitory. "If you don't complete the maneuver in 5 minutes, the main force will be wiped out by ranged fire. And you pitiful worms will be hanged." The third-year student leading the small team gritted his teeth, charging towards the high ground against the biting coastal wind. Griffith and a few others, covered in mud, struggled to keep pace through the rocky terrain. Storm Configuration 9, surface liquid designated, vaporize. Ms. Marion waved her wand from a few paces away, casting 2 commonly used spells. Storm Configuration 30, surface mud designated, peel away. The mud-streaked shooterals stood at the entrance of the dining hall, watching as the clock struck 8. The cold water quickly dried and solidified on their armor and clothing, and soon large clumps of mud began to fall away, piling up at their feet. "Professor Eric, if your students had been any later, they would have had an additional training session known as hunger endurance," Ms. Marion remarked solemnly, casting a stern glance at the military command department professor, whose boots were caked in mud. "Message received, Madam." Eric comfortably seated himself in a nearby chair, summoning a brownie to clean his boots. "I shall attempt this subject another day." "What a rascal!" The cleaned-up Ophelia swiftly placed her armor and weapons in a corner and donned the robe neatly folded by the brownie before darting into the dining hall. Griffith and the others followed closely behind, surging into the hall like a swarm. The students from the 4 colleges were gathered around the dining table like a large family, engaging in lively discussions about last night's assignments while savoring their breakfast of milk and cereal, buttered bread, bacon, and yogurt. "Good morning, Griffith." Sonia greeted the apprentice knight with a smile. Her beauty eclipsed the dawn that Griffith had just witnessed on the edge of the cliff. "Good morning, Sonia." Griffith quickly took the seat reserved for him beside Sonia and greeted the elf who was resting on the table. "Morning, Galadia." The elf buried its head in its arms, twitching its pointed ears in acknowledgement of the morning greeting. "You have less than 15 minutes to eat," Sonia remarked cheerfully, watching as the apprentice knight grabbed a hefty piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth with the milk. "Eat slowly. One must always maintain elegance, as befits the chivalric code of the Lamore family." Indeed, with a mouthful of bread, Griffith gracefully speared 6 strips of bacon, consuming them in 3 refined bites at the adjacent table. Rana took the platter prepared by Fiona, inserting a baguette filled with sausage, bacon, and vegetables into his mouth, then rapidly moving his upper and lower jaws as he chewed, reminiscent of a saw cutting wood. "Ha ha!" Sonia covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Rana's eating habits are endlessly amusing. "Griffith, don't try to imitate him." Regretfully, Griffith set aside the bread laden with bacon and sausage and tore it into smaller pieces to eat more carefully. "Any news?" Rana asked, his mouth stuffed full, his words muffled. "Do not speak while eating," Fiona admonished him. Then picked up the morning paper that had just arrived. "Let me see. The Grand Triumph is taking place in Bayerland." "Hey, you all missed it." "Oh." A collective sigh escaped from the Schuteraller at the long table. Ophelia called from a distance. "What about the rewards? What about the bonuses after the victory? Has anyone received any? Why haven't I gotten a single coin?" Fiona continued reading. The Ministry of Justice has suspended lawsuits against residents in the eastern provinces evading military service. Eligible young men may apply for citizenship. The latest survey from the Statistics Bureau shows that after the Grand Triumph, government support has increased by 20, the populace's warlike sentiment is at 50, and manpower availability has surged by 100. Long live the wise Senate. Here, the Parliament is drafting the details for the distribution of bonuses. Bonuses for local legions and auxiliary forces will be dispersed by the Ministry of Finance to local lords, who will manage them. Bonuses for direct legions will still be issued centrally. A wave of relieved sighs rose from the long table. Most of the Shuderaller, including Griffith, would be able to receive their bonuses directly from their feudal lord. Fiona flipped through the other pages before reading further. The trade volume on the Bayerland and Southern Provinces route has increased by 1,500 over the past 3 months. Food and bulk commodity futures are experiencing severe fluctuations, and the Arcane Council and Senate are discussing the latest trade and tariff legislation. The BI 50 index has risen by 59.17 compared to the previous 30 trading days. Sonia, should we invest a bit of our private funds? There was no immediate sensation. Griffith strained to listen for a while, struggling to envision what other matters beyond the bonus policy might imply. Look, the messenger has arrived. A flock of elegant ravens and owls skillfully navigated through the skylight of the hall. Circling above the dining table, Fiona, who had been reading the newspaper, paused. Come here, Palyalu. Sonia extended her fair hands toward one of the birds. The summoned plump bird ignored her, fluttering down to the fruit platter beside her, pecking at the nuts within. You haven't changed a bit, Sonia sighed, scratching the little creature's head as she retrieved a small parcel from its back. The moment the girl opened the package, Griffith noticed it contained a small, vividly red vial. The pure crimson hue was more pristine than that of roses, magma, or flames, and even a fleeting glance set the apprentice knight's heart ablaze. The tiny crystal vial seemed to possess a life of its own, emanating an invisible allure and temptation. The air faintly echoed with barely perceptible whispers. What is this? Galadia inquired, sensing something, lifting her head to ask, a potion? Yes, a potion, along with a letter addressed to Griffith from our family. Written by Soren, Sonia replied as she rummaged through the small parcel. You actually correspond. Who is Soren? Fiona inquired. My father's secretary, Armin Soren, the apprentice Shuderaller. Sonia reflected for a moment before describing. He has beautiful, melancholic eyes. Pale and serious. I remember him. Fiona exclaimed, striking the table. He's quite handsome. Being so far from Bayerland, I asked Mr. Soren to help me investigate a few matters. Griffith responded. He wondered if there had been any progress in the investigations regarding the Aces and Cook gang. He carefully stowed the letter in his inner pocket, intending to review it later. Sonia nodded, lifting the vibrant red vial with her slender fingers, examining it in the light. This is a potion for ascending to the 8th rank of the Paladin path. Already prepared, I initially intended to send over the ingredients. While enhancing both physical and mental capabilities, the user will also gain several extraordinary abilities that ITS meant for Griffith. However, the decision to consume it lies with you. Her gentle words drew the attention of everyone nearby. This was a precious potion valued at over 4,000 silver coins, and it wasn't something that could simply be purchased with wealth. Rank 8 was the minimum requirement to ascend to knighthood. A potential endpoint in the growth of many, necessitating years of effort to reach that threshold. Yet, Griffith could ascend by merely drinking it. Everything would change. He was destined to become a noble and a knight. Unlike most others, curious, envious, and greedy gazes drifted from the nearby table, fixating on the small parcel in Griffith's face. Sonia handed the potion to Griffith, the ruby hue instantly captivating his eyes. The potion, more crystalline than blood, seemed to contain life itself, beckoning to the apprentice knight's spirit with an almost imperceptible whisper. Sitting not far away, Fiona observed the small rank potion with great interest, patting Rana on the shoulder beside her. The paths of the arcane breaker, paladin, and demon hunter are quite intriguing. The rank 9 position is novice, allowing for free choice of growth direction during the ascension process. While each path has its strengths and weaknesses, for those of you aspiring to become commanders of the military, paladins are generally regarded as the optimal choice, balancing combat and defense, with the ability to pray to deities for blessings, making them formidable in team battles. However, Rana did not quite agree with this sentiment. Both Griffith and I have already demonstrated talent as arcane breakers. If you ask me, the true fight for a man is to pierce through the enemy head-on. The paladin path, which straddles the line between warrior and spellcaster, is for cowards. Fiona, heir to a paladin lineage, seized Rana's face, pulling it to either side forcefully. Say that again. Repeat it. Sonia smiled slightly, explaining to Griffith. This potion comes from a fallen knight, Elda Nova, rank 8-foot executor. Like most ascension potions, this one carries part of the memories and knowledge of the previous generation. When consuming this potion, you might hear the voice of Knight El. Knight Elda Nova had the ability to pray to the holy light and receive blessings. Inheriting part of his power and knowledge would make you a paladin, which is why I hesitated to give it to you. The theoretical research on the inheritance of extraordinary traits is not yet complete. Thank you, Sonia. This potion far surpasses my humble contributions. Given my current state, I should be able to break through by next spring on my own. Griffith exerted immense willpower to return the enticingly magical little crystal vial to the girl, striving to divert his gaze from its radiant glow. I know, the blonde girl smiled sweetly, carefully stowing the small parcel into her pocket. This potion is somewhat special that I intended to prepare it for you first. I didn't mean for you to drink it right away. The dazzling brilliance was obscured by the wrapping, and the subtle, eerie aura vanished along with it. Griffith seemed to hear the sounds of regret and jealousy wafting through the air. Galadia rubbed her sleepy eyes, pondering for a moment before stating, the unique abilities acquired during the ascension process vary in quantity, type, and intensity from person to person. Sometimes, even with extraordinary talent, one might end up with peculiar extraordinary abilities due to bad luck. In contrast, the enhancements provided by identified potions are predictable and much safer. But speaking of which, why prepare the potion now? A few days ago, the dean announced that the first-year students will soon embark on a reconnaissance trip to the edge of the Whispering Forest this semester. Sonia suddenly recalled an important matter. It's said to be an excellent location for research on alchemy and countermeasures against dark magic. But I've had a nagging feeling that something might happen, so I had my family prepare this potion just in case. Chapter 46, Winter Camping Part 2. I recall that on the very first day of school, we were warned to cherish our lives and steer clear of that place. The admonition was reiterated several times. Griffith pondered. His mind was entangled with numerous other matters. A little over a month ago, the mountain monster in the woods had faded into obscurity, and the school had taken away the extraordinary traits extracted from the creature for investigation, with no word regarding the promised rewards. Whether there would be any investigative conclusion was irrelevant. It was likely to be shrouded in secrecy like previous incidents. However, the extraordinary traits of the mountain monster were indeed quite precious. The more Griffith contemplated, the more anxious he became. The confrontation with the mountain monster and Lut was exceedingly perilous. A stark deviation from Griffith's usual demeanor. He had originally intended to assess the situation and withdraw. But the hasty outbreak of combat had ensnared him, and the eventual victory was sheer luck. Reflecting on the recent period, he increasingly felt that he had been far too reckless that day. Having taken such significant risks, there ought to be commensurate rewards. I shall assert ownership of the extraordinary traits. Surely not. The discussion at the long table continued, with Galadia shaking her head. The food and accommodations are arranged by the school. High-ranking professors will guide us in camping outside the forest. The magical beasts at the forest's edge lack the audacity to approach us. Magical beasts at the forest's edge? Fiona interjected, her curiosity mingled with concern as she inquired, will the formidable creatures from deep within the forest not come? If that were the case, I would have more specimens. A voice as cold as the dry air suddenly resonated from behind, startling everyone. Professor Lords had arrived unnoticed. His gaze swept over the students still partaking in breakfast, and he spoke with a steady and indifferent tone. The winter camping has been moved up. Return now to pack your belongings. I expect to see everyone at the school gate in half an hour to report to Valonos. Arrive 1 minute late, and you will lose a point in practical class. What? Everyone found it hard to believe their ears. Do you understand? The professor continued. We depart at 9 o'clock for the winter reconnaissance journey, commencing today. Flurries of white snow danced upon Griffith's shoulder plates. The light snowfall of dawn had transformed into a deluge of large snowflakes. Today had abruptly become the day for the first-year reconnaissance journey, the freshmen, having only been enrolled for a few months. Donned thick cloaks, wrapped themselves in warm woolen scarves, and lined up in a long procession, following the professors toward the Whispering Forest. The 4 academies set out in different sequences and destinations, with Minerva Academy's first stop being an abandoned fortress located 40 miles from the academy. Brownie sprites hurriedly drove carts laden with supplies and food, crunching through the soft white snow at the rear of the line. The 20 shudderals exclusive to Minerva had just shed their heavy armor, brandishing long spears and halberds as they swiftly spread out along the path. Spread out, maintain a vigilant formation along the way. Professor Eric, who would not participate in this camping trip, shouted at the armored youths. Griffith, Ophelia, do not dawdle. Why have scouts not been dispatched? Why are the skirmishers so close to the main body? Oh dear, I didn't expect to be scolded right before departure. Ophelia approached Griffith, watching the slowly passing line of students. The young ladies and gentlemen are moving so slowly. The snow is hindering our movement. And the departure was rather hasty. Our current pace is quite commendable, Griffith remarked, observing Sonia's figure within the lengthy line before shifting his gaze back. To have untrained individuals march 40 miles through heavy snow. The school truly had great audacity. I'll lead the scouts forward. The girl with the golden ponytail pointed at the map before Griffith. Watchtower Fortress, where we will rendezvous. It is our camping site for tonight. Departing from Homenvorts. The route along the northern edge of the Whispering Forest, about 40 miles away, led to an abandoned fortress. During the war a century ago, the northern lords attempted to traverse the Whispering Forest to launch a surprise attack on Balon. To achieve this, they constructed a sturdy fortress atop a high ground using massive stones and stationed over 200 soldiers there. They monitored the movements of Homenvorts while coercing nearby villagers to fell trees and clear paths. No one has seen those soldiers or villagers since. The entire day's journey required walking without the aid of carts. Any frostbite or injuries would be treated, and they would continue on. The winter sun sank early, adding an extra chill to their already frigid hands and feet. Griffith checked the route and direction, confirming they were on the right path before stowing the map and running down from the high ground toward the front of the line. Look, the tin can is back, young Master Fisher grumbled, exhausted. Such trivial matters should be left to them. Indeed, why must we, of our status, engage in such tasks? Lord Bato chimed in, grumbling. Even if we are to lead troops into battle in the future, we must maintain the dignity of the nobility, mustn't we? If there were to be a war, wouldn't that be splendid? Another member of Fisher's group, Winston, exclaimed energetically. I'll have Ophelia come to my tent tonight. Mind your words. Fool, Fisher snapped before Bato could respond. She is not yours to covet. Keep to yourself until Lord Aaron speaks. The grueling journey persisted throughout the day, and the heavy snowfall seemed to be on the verge of turning into a blizzard. Fortunately, as evening approached, the freshmen could finally glimpse the towering silhouette of the castle ahead. Are we staying there tonight? Sonia pulled back her fluffy hood and gazed at the ruins beneath the darkening sky. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. This castle is maintained by the school every year. It is the first stop for winter camping. Miss Fiona leaned closely against Sonia, wrapping her arm around hers. However, I do not feel quite right about it. In various aspects. Just hang in there a little longer. Galadia shook her head, removing the ear cap from her pointed ears and stowing it in her backpack. Once the brownies light the campfire and prepare dinner, you will be cheering. Stop. The voice of the leading vice Professor Valonos cut through the howling northern winds. Staff and brownies, set up the camp. We shall rest here tonight. Everyone, I have not yet dismissed you. The first-year students, weary from a full day of travel, stifled their cheers as they stood in place, peering curiously at the ancient fortress perched upon the massive rock ahead. The fortress was built upon a naturally formed gray-white boulder. Rising several meters above the ground, the builders had excavated a wide spiral path along the edge of the boulder, and at the summit, they erected double-layered walls and towers from gray stone. The ravages of time had eroded the boulder's stone walls and much of the structure, bringing seeds and soil of plants along with it. From the base of the boulder, one could see trees and shrubs growing upon the rocks. Not yet fully covered by the accumulating snow, the brownies busily drove the carts up the spiral path. Before they could set up the camp, the professors and students gathered beneath nearby trees, seeking a dry patch of ground to rest. Though they did not have to carry their belongings, walking on foot for an entire day was an experience many students had never encountered before. Sonia had consumed several stamina supplements along the way, and each time she rested, it took immense willpower for her to rise again. Griffith trod through the snow, jogging toward the resting group, like the other shudderals. Griffith was also in a state of readiness during this camping trip, in this context. His relationship with Sonia had shifted to that of a commanding officer and commander. For this reason, although the girl from the Lamore family was utterly exhausted. Griffith could not carry her onward. Miss Sonia, ladies and gentlemen, the reconnaissance has been completed. The scouts have detected no signs of danger. Here is the arrangement for tonight's campsite and the alert plan. Griffith thumped his chest and greeted the pale-faced girls and boys beside him, dutifully reporting the routine matters required by the protocol, and seriously presenting the map he had drawn. Just as Griffith bore obligations toward the Lamore family, the heirs of noble families must respond to the summons of their liege lords, be it His Majesty the King or a duke, when called to the battlefield. For the noble students of Homenvorts, there was a high probability of receiving a summons in their third or fourth year, leading their vassals and soldiers into battle or undertaking perilous missions. It was against this backdrop that Homenvorts held camping or field training each semester, led by experienced professors or associate professors, simulating the march and camping during wartime, even assessing through courses and credits. Of course, no matter how much they simulated, they could not replicate the presence of a full battalion of infantry. The school had long mandated that everyone walk in order to provide a genuine experience. The reconnaissance journey was not a leisurely excursion. It was the most formidable course at Homenvorts. Chapter 47. Winter Camping, Part 3. Sonia, her face pale from the cold, attempted to rise to take the report Griffith offered. But her slender ankles felt both sore and numb. As she stood, her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Not far off, the gazes of Valonos and several supervising associate professors immediately shifted toward her. The authority over Minerva's winter camping did not rest with the professors and associate professors. It lay with issues, with Sonia and Fiona forming the frontline committee at least in formality. The final decision was made after the three consulted everyone's opinions. If any of the three are unable to make a decision, a substitute will be chosen from the alternate members that, of course, should such a situation arise, Sonia as practical class would be doomed. Every segment and procedure is a point of assessment. Galadia, quick-witted and swift, snatched the map and report from Griffiths and handed them to Sonia, saying, "I suggest we collectively review the report. The soldiers will have more time to prepare before nightfall. Sonia, I propose that you read the motion aloud, and we shall vote on each item right here." Aye. The collective response echoed, whether willingly or begrudgingly, as they shuffled closer. Although only 20 shudderals were actively participating in the camp, the remaining individuals were not merely family heads and representatives. Yet, the credit and system were designed this way. In the current scenario, Sonia and the noble gentlemen and ladies were designated as commanders in wartime. The vice professors, led by Valonos, were observing them from a distance, ready to deduct points for any transgressions. We will present today's camping plan as follows. A chilling breeze swept through the foreboding woods, slicing its way into their collars. Holding the report, Sonia found it difficult to breathe, her fingers growing numb from the cold. A quarter of an hour later, the first-year students who had concluded the briefing hastily entered the camp of the watchtower. Shaking off the accumulated snow from their bodies, handing their outerwear to Brownie, and donning warm indoor attire, during this time, industrious brownies and the school staff had cleared a space in the ruins of the watchtower, erected warm tents, and begun preparing dinner. A portion of the shudderals commenced setting up sentry posts, constructing walls and gates from wood at the entrance. The vice professors vanished from view, commencing the arrangement of the outer perimeter's vigilance array. The biting cold wind was kept at bay by the crumbling walls and trees, while the icy ground was covered with a thick carpet. Elegant tents were pitched behind sturdy fortifications, and roaring braziers lined the thoroughfare. This temporary campsite was indeed exceedingly warm and comfortable. The kitchen thoughtfully provided steaming coffee and milk, available for all to take a cup and cradle in their hands as they made their way to the inviting lounge. "Dinner will be served in half an hour," announced Vice Professor Valonos, pulling everyone back into the chill of winter. "Following that, we have evening study. Professor Lords will arrive at midnight. If I discover anyone slacking off before then." Griffiths excused himself and left the tent. Opting not to partake in the formal dinner during the camping, he hastily consumed the bacon, eggs, and vegetable sandwich he had grabbed from the kitchen, washed it down with a couple of sips of hot water, and carelessly exited the warm camp, heading to the edge of the watchtower's massive rock to complete the camp inspection before everyone began their studies. "Sir, do you require maintenance for your weapons and armor?" a brownie inquired as he approached Griffiths. "No need. I shall manage it myself." The apprentice knight waved him away. Marching was one thing, but this campsite was too comfortable. Wasn't it rather lax to not even maintain his own weapons? This thought prompted a flicker of anxiety and agitation within Griffiths. Although he had not been away from the battlefield for long, the ease and comfort of this life had begun to make him feel somewhat rusty, and his recent battle summary against the mountain trolls could be rated poorly. However, this notion was one he kept to himself. Others found it entirely normal. Even Lana, such a cavalier, had already donned a warm cloak and was being tutored by Fiona, though daily training had become increasingly arduous with the dropping temperatures. They could immediately switch into clean, warm coats and robes after training and return to the roaring hearth to enjoy a hearty meal. While academics could be daunting, the apprentice knights did not have to personally polish and maintain their swords and longbows. This lifestyle was 1,000 times more comfortable than that in the military. Brownie, who had just prepared dinner, neatly arranged everyone's weapons and armor, then began to clean and maintain them. The Shooterals largely welcomed this. With exams approaching, their training time had been curtailed. According to the professor's opinions, even the basic courses were falling behind. Muscle-bound fools had no right to remain in the esteemed Homenwarts. The Shooterals entered Homenwarts as officers. And when they left the academy years later, they would hold the status of junior officers, marching, commanding, and participating in balls and feasts alongside their liege lords. For them, many tasks during their time as officers were not essential to their future status. This was undoubtedly true. Officers and junior officers were different matters altogether. After returning from the distant eastern battlefield, everyone had acquired a new identity and had to adapt to a new world. Griffiths walked a circuit around the massive rock, noting that while they lacked defensive manpower, the terrain was quite treacherous. The cliffs below had already been outfitted with the school's detection arrays and small reconnaissance familiars, leaving no opportunity for external monsters and beasts to approach silently. This was, after all, a camping site, not a battlefield. Griffiths sighed softly, since arriving at Homenwarts, although he had retained the habit of nightly patrols. The tranquil nights here offered only the fragrance of flowers and the comforting sea breeze if only the company of the elven lady could join him. "Good evening, Griffiths," Sonia, now revitalized in the warmth of the tent, cheerfully greeted the Shooteral who had just entered. "Are you prepared for your exams?" "Aside from the magical courses, I have no issues," Griffiths replied with a resigned shrug, clanking over to his seat in heavy armor. "You've finally realized your wish." "Haven to you." Galadia teased him for entering the tent clad in heavy armor. "Well," Sonia nodded in satisfaction, "let me see how much you've absorbed regarding magic." The Brownies had prepared a cozy study space for the students. They had selected a few particularly robust sections of the castle walls, surrounding them with wool blankets along the wind-sheltered walls to create spacious tents. Soft, thick carpets covered the ground, and the gaps in the walls had been opened up to accommodate a fireplace. Despite the howling cold winds outside, the interior felt as warm as the sitting room of Homenwarts. This makeshift library, with ancient walls and the boundless starry sky just outside, was tranquil and comfortable. Far removed from the noise of the kitchen and the professor's tents, everyone quietly turned the pages of their books, just as they did back at Homenwarts. "I have nearly given up," Griffiths stepped forward. "The introduction to magic cannot be practiced, so some theories simply refuse to stick. Given this time, I could achieve an A in all military command disciplines. Don't be so stubborn that we can review before Frost Festival," Sonia smiled, pointing to the seat opposite her. "If you lack a fundamental understanding of magic, you will find it quite disadvantageous when facing spellcasting foes. I do not wish for my knight to fall helplessly to a dark sorcerer." Sonia has a point, and if your grades in Introduction to Magic and related spell courses are too poor, it will hinder your ability to choose advanced courses in alchemical potions, which would be a significant loss. Galadia, seated beside Griffiths, slowly flipped through the spell book, highlighting a crucial point that Griffiths could not overlook. The clock's hands were steadily approaching midnight, and some students had already returned to their tents to prepare for sleep. Griffiths, bleary-eyed from poring over the hefty tome of Introduction to Magic, noticed that Galadia and Sonia had already vacated their seats, carrying the refreshments they had received to the wind-sheltered terrace for a quiet chat. "Sir, would you like a cup of coffee?" Griffiths suddenly lifted his head to see a brownie staring at him with wide eyes. It held a cup of coffee and a small piece of cake, its big, earnest eyes gazing up at the armored apprentice knight with trepidation. "Thank you." Griffiths accepted the refreshment, swallowing the small cake in one bite before taking a sip of the bitter coffee. It was quite bitter. Griffiths longed for some honey water or milk, but worried that it would make him drowsy. The brownie holding the tray hesitated, gazing at the apprentice knight, who towered over it. "What is it?" Griffiths noticed the brownie still standing beside him and asked kindly, "Is there something on your mind?" "Well," It's like this, esteemed knight. The brownie fidgeted with the plate in its hands, mustering courage to speak softly. I've heard that during the study of advanced magic, appropriate breaks can facilitate faster comprehension. Oh, have you also studied magic? Griffiths chuckled. ISNT that prohibited for your kind. If it is magic necessary to serve a master, 1412 may study it. You have a point. It's not productive for me to push myself here. Griffiths nodded at the brownie, who looked quite similar to the others, then stepped onto the terrace to greet Sonia and the others before stepping out of the tent for a breath of fresh air. The cold night wind howled through the desolate, crumbling walls. Griffiths stretched lazily as he strolled leisurely along the previous patrol route, occasionally checking the traces of foliage and soil at the cliff's edge. After a while, he finally remembered that he had yet to read the letter sent by Soren. Hastily retrieving the envelope and finding a sheltered corner to read it. A situation report from the Earl's residence. Esteemed Sir Knight in Training, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. I trust that both you and the young lady are faring well. I am pleased to inform you that the investigation you entrusted to me several months ago has finally yielded some feedback. I shall succinctly present the findings, and a copy of the case documents has been preserved for your review upon your return to Balon. Firstly, regarding the investigation records of Aces, the whereabouts of the mage apprentice Aces, subsequent to his departure from the Rudia's garrison, remain incomplete. The authorities have yet to uncover his connection with the secret organization affiliated with the Cook gang. However, one fact stands confirmed. Aces did embark upon a vessel to the town of Baltimore, located near Homenwarts, where the port authorities' records indicate he lingered for a duration of 1 week. Secondly, concerning the investigation records of Gel Rose from the Cook gang is a typical underground syndicate of Taysok Street. A search has revealed no previous involvement in activities related to mysterious forces. The captured Gel Rose is classified as a freak of Sequence 9, a distinction he was born with. Although he cooperated fully with the investigative actions, the Bureau resorted to truth serums and dream magic for repeated interrogations, resulting in his current state of madness. The repeated inquiries have confirmed that Gelros and the Cook gang received a substantial advance payment prior to the events of that day. Yet the recipient of the kidnapped individuals remains unspecified. The individual who disbursed the advance claimed he would return, leaving no verifiable identification information. Thirdly, regarding the investigation records of Rudia's, prior to the incident, Rudia's exhibited no suspicious behavior. It appears that his sole purpose for existence was to remain ensconced within that dilapidated mage tower, conducting research. However, upon scrutinizing the documents and research records, the Bureau uncovered a significant anomaly. Rudia's lacked foundational data for the modification and study of beastmen. While he repeatedly forced captive beastmen, elves, and goblins to breed, rapidly gestating offspring, the process and data were not systematically recorded, compared, or stored. It cannot be classified as experimentation. It was merely a crude exercise of imprisonment and breeding. His research was the folly of an amateur, yet surprisingly resulted in a fully matured beastman. The aforementioned details are derived from reports submitted by the Investigative Bureau and other departments to the Earl's residence. Furthermore, I have discovered that the Bureau is covertly surveilling former Cook gang member Lahana, Sir Knight in Training. Were I also at Homenwarts, I would certainly ensure that Miss Sonia remained within my sight at all times. Please exercise utmost caution. Alman Soren, Knight in Training. This suggests that the creators of those goblins and the living corpses are likely from Homenwarts. Indeed, it may well be that the very method of cultivating beastmen was devised there. After all, Rudius himself lacks the capability for such research. Griffith's mind jolted, his body tensing. Valonos, he is responsible for the cultivation and training of familiars. And he happened to be nearby during Rudius's assault. He invited me to assist with alchemical work. How deliberate. At this very moment, he resides within the encampment of the Watchtower. Could it be him? Chapter 48. Winter Camp, Part 4. Wait, there is no direct evidence to suggest he is manipulating Aces and Rudias. That I must ponder further, to see if there are any oversights. Griffith rose and began to pace along the edge of the castle, seeking to soothe his frayed nerves and clarify his thoughts. Having resided at the Magical Academy for some time, he had grown accustomed to the comfort of his uniform and robe. This time, the Academy had permitted Shitterel to don armor, and Griffith thus donned the Academy's provided double-layered chainmail and plate armor, securing a long sword and dagger at his waist, and draping a thick cloak over himself for warmth and reassurance. As he contemplated the matter at hand, He skillfully brushed aside the underbrush to inspect for any signs of intrusion. Such actions had become second nature over the past few years, from the various camps along the Eastern Front to beneath the walls of Homenwarts. He was intimately familiar with the soft earth and crumbling stone walls. Although most of his endeavors yielded nothing, for Griffith, the absence of discovery was the greatest discovery of all. The rocky slope on the southwest side of the watchtower was notably gentle, the original builders having erected a low wall beneath the castle walls. As time passed, this wall had crumbled considerably. The secluded slope beneath the wall remained tranquil, the entwining vines yet to wither in the heavy snow, endowing the area with a unique charm. Griffith inexplicably began to envision a night spent strolling with Galadia. His thoughts becoming animated. Focus. Why am I so easily distracted at this moment? The knight in training followed the nearly vanished outer wall to a low stone wall. Below the wall lay a slope deliberately cleared from the massive rock. But in this era of comfort, it had sprouted a profusion of wild grapevines. From this vantage point, he could see the endless whispering forest, where shadows seemed to wander between the dark treetops and the night sky. The snow blanketing the whispering forest beneath the watchtower lay undisturbed, devoid of any tracks indicating the passage of creatures. Griffith glanced back at the route he had traversed during the day. The snow had obscured any recognizable footprints. He inhaled the cool night air. This evening's breeze carried an unusual scent, somewhat familiar. Earlier that evening, he had surveyed the terrain, aware that below lay a slope of shrubs and grass, as was customary. He used the sheath of his sword to part the vines beneath his feet, peering down the slope. Countless small footprints densely dotted the soft earth, extending from the lower slope upwards, having trampled several shrubs along the way. Griffith's mind momentarily blanked. He had considered such a possibility. Even his nocturnal patrols were predicated upon certain hypotheses. However, when confronted with the multitude of footprints before him, he found it hard to believe that here, in the very heart of the civilized world, he witnessed the sight before him, an overwhelming throng of goblin tracks. They were evidently well organized, having somehow evaded the vigilance of the alarm magic below. Ascending via a concealed path along the cliff and using the underbrush for cover to reach this point. How did they circumvent the outer guard magic and the familiars without detection? A tremor coursed through Griffith. His mind momentarily blanked. He noticed the ground beneath the stone wall where he stood had deeply sunk, indicating the enemy had climbed from his position. Sound the alarm. He must sound the alarm. Galadia and Sonia, along with his classmates, were scattered defenselessly in their tents. The professors were engaged in various tasks in the encampment on the opposite side of the massive rock castle. Griffith hastily retreated, turning to rush back. "Esteemed sir, is there something we can assist you with?" A voice echoed from around the corner, and Griffith swiftly turned to face it that a dozen cloaked brownies were laboriously pushing a cart around the corner towards him. These diminutive, obedient beings were responsible for managing the estates and gardens near the castle, and today, they were tasked with carrying supplies, food, accommodations, and various chores for the camping trip. "What are you doing here?" Griffith asked, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, vigilance etched upon his face. "Sir, we received instructions from the kitchen to deliver a batch of ingredients in preparation for tomorrow's breakfast," replied the foremost brownie. "Your identification number, number 2887. "Sir." The responding brownie, clad in the brown labor attire of Homenwarts, looked up at Griffith, speaking clearly and fluently. The brownies behind him struggled to push the cart, silently trailing in the rear, likely due to the cold. The brownies were bundled in thick cloaks and scarves, approaching the knight in training quietly. Something feels amiss. Griffith felt cold sweat trickling down his back as he confronted these diminutive creatures, his mind sluggish. "Wait," Griffith commanded, hand on his sword hilt. "Halt. Leave the items here. I must conduct an inspection." The leading brownie replied nonchalantly, "Make your move." Before the words had left his mouth, the dozen brownies shed their cloaks, revealing gleaming daggers drawn from their garments. Their faces contorted into vicious expressions as they lunged at Griffith. Their skin was a deep green, wrinkled, and their jagged black-yellow teeth protruded grotesquely from their mouths. Their bulging eyes filled with avarice and madness. Goblins. Griffith swiftly unsheathed his sword and cleaved one down, then seized another, snapping its neck and reaching for the whistle at its throat. The whistle became lodged in the cold iron armor, refusing to budge. "Damn it!" Cold sweat poured down Griffith's brow as he shouted, "Enemy attack!" Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 goblins had silently surrounded him from both sides, brandishing their blades as they aimed for his waist and knees. A few others had circled behind him, blocking his path back to the inner castle. Their formation was staggered, yet they moved with the precision of a finely tuned mechanism. Such skilled coordination. How could goblins possess such elite soldiers? Griffith was taken aback, hastily retreating, but still sustaining several cuts to his waist and legs. The knight in training leaped toward the sloping underbrush below, rolling into the thickets and grass, tumbling down the slope. "They flee swiftly," remarked the sole brownie, watching Griffith's towering figure vanish among the vines, waving his hand dismissively. "All units, charge. Target those noble young ladies. Do not linger in battle, and do not indulge in spoils." The mute goblins emitted a cacophony of giggling, roars, and charged forth with fervor. At that moment, a large horde of goblins surged from behind the corner of the wall, their bodies slicked with a thick layer of grease, wielding sharp blades and short firearms in hot pursuit. "Squad leader, take a team and eliminate that human warrior," commanded Brownie 2887, blocking a burly goblin's path. "He has been wounded, and won't be able to escape far." "Kekekek," the stronger goblin screeched, brandishing a short sword as it leapt into the vineyard. 11 goblins followed closely, pursuing the fleeing Griffith. "Ouch, that hurts, but thankfully I have my double armor." Griffith's heavy armor had absorbed the recent blows, safeguarding his kidneys and thighs. However, he bore no short firearm or shield, and only possessed 2 daggers that he had grown complacent. Had he been patrolling the eastern battlefield, he would have been fully armed, yet the transient peace had lulled him into a false sense of security, leading him to embark on his night patrol at Homenwarts with merely a longsword and a few daggers. Admittedly, there were restrictions imposed by the school, but had Griffith been determined, he could have managed to carry more weaponry. Now was not the time for regret. He needed to swiftly eliminate his pursuers and return to the library. With sword in hand, Griffith navigated through the dense underbrush. The footsteps of a dozen goblins drew closer. "Kekek," the first goblin sprang from the thicket, brandishing a dagger aimed at Griffith. The apprentice knight thrust his sword forward, leveraging its length to dispatch the goblin first. Simultaneously, 2 goblins appeared on either side of him. The old routine. Griffith swung his sword, severing the head of the enemy on his right, then raised his left hand to block the goblin's strike, twisting its arm and flinging it to the ground, where he crushed it underfoot. The 4th, 5th, and 6th foes followed in rapid succession. Griffith seized a discarded short knife from a slain goblin and hurled it at the central adversary before lunging at the foremost enemy with a deadly thrust. The 6th goblin, momentarily stunned by the loss of its companions, froze, allowing Griffith to draw his sword and cleave its head from its body, along with the short spear it had wielded. 6 slain. But how many remain? Griffith casually collected 2 short knives and a spear, continuing his rapid advance in another direction. Sonia closed the heavy tome with a sigh, rubbing her forehead, and inquired of Galadia, who was peering out the window. "I think I heard something." The elf, with a puzzled expression, gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside the tent before turning to the golden-haired girl. "Sonia, have you ever heard the call of a brownie?" Uffed. Fiona, seated at the opposite end of the long table, smiled. "Shall we pinch one to see?" Rana swiftly intercepted Brownie 1412, who was about to push a card away, looking at the ladies present. "What kind of sound would you like to hear?" "Hey, don't tease them. I was just saying." Fiona gently patted Rana's head. "Where did Griffith say he was going?" Sonia felt an inexplicable lack of humor. "I recall he mentioned his patrol route for tonight was around the outer low wall." "Indeed," Galadia replied, removing a long coat from a hanger. "I'll go check outside." "You all." Before she could finish her sentence, a panicked voice echoed from outside the tent, belonging to a familiar faculty member, though she couldn't quite place it. "A mountain monster. A mountain monster has entered. Help." That day, after the school authorities brought back the horrifying corpse of the mountain monster and placed it in the corridor, everyone saw it as they returned to their dormitories after self-study. Its massive, grotesque body oozed pus, nearly blocking the entrance. Many girls endured several nights of nightmares. The terrifying cries reverberated through the winter night, startling everyone scattered across the various tents. Sonia sprang to her feet, bewildered as she grabbed her textbook, only to set it down and retrieve her wand. Galadia leaped up as if her tail had been stepped on, spinning around twice before realizing she was unarmed except for her wand. The others screamed in chaos, scattering in all directions. Many unfortunate souls stumbled over tables and debris. Within this tent, the students, including Rana, were only lightly armed and armored, hastily drawing their swords from beneath their robes. We must leave this place and head to the professor's tent, Sonia proposed swiftly. The younger students gathered in the library immediately clutched their wands and rushed out of the tent. Though the watchtower-esque structure was dilapidated, it remained a sizable rock fortress. Between the tents and the main castle, where the professors resided, lay a narrow path winding through the garden. The path was adorned with several marble arches, draped in snow-laden vines and withered wood, creating a tranquil passage. Quickly, follow me this way. Rana observed his surroundings with haste, finding no sign of the terrifying mountain monster. Likely still far from here, clad in only chainmail, armed solely with his sword. Rana felt that facing the hulking beast one-on-one would surely spell his doom. The only option was to seek refuge in the main castle. Galadia distanced herself from the panicked crowd, nimbly leaping up the stone pillar, gracefully landing atop the curved archway. It was too quiet. Galadia scanned the serene garden with suspicion, since the alarm had sounded. There had been no further movement or sight of those who had raised the alarm. Had they fled to another location after signaling? If so, it was eerily silent, as if only they had heard the warning. A prank. Galadia steadied herself, scrutinizing the garden through which they were passing. Suddenly, she spotted a multitude of child-sized figures leaping into the flower beds, converging from all directions toward the crowd rushing toward the main castle. A trap. Galadia shouted. Everyone, come back. It's a trap. Sonia, hearing Galadia's cry, quickly halted and scanned her surroundings. Yet the dense foliage obscured her view, rendering any nearby danger invisible. Only the elven girl atop the tall pillar frantically waved her arms, calling out to them. The hurrying crowd completely missed the warning. Sonia was nearly knocked over by a boy fleeing in haste, almost tumbling into the flower bed. She struggled to rise. The thick vines and shrubs snagged her elegant robe, and it took considerable effort to break free. Just as she was about to sprint toward Galadia, a hand suddenly grasped her shoulder. Turning, Sonia saw a decayed, slender hand gripping her left shoulder tightly. Emerging from behind the vines was a grotesque head with pointed ears, surveying her with malicious intent. "Ah!" A startled Sonia screamed, desperately trying to break free. That moment, several green hands reached out from the vines, seizing her beautiful golden hair and robe. Unleash Frost. Activate Frost Configuration 6. Shaping, spikes, stack, throw. Sonia, pulled in all directions, hurriedly chanted, nearly biting her tongue, but managed to complete the spell amidst the chaos. An ice spike coalesced at the tip of her wand. Whoosh! It pierced the throat of a goblin. Had she succeeded? Before Sonia could revel in her triumph, several more goblins had already pinned her to the ground. Activate Frost Configuration 6. The girl's mind was nearly blank as she spoke hurriedly, but her magical energy yielded no response. The incantation was doomed to fail from the start. What was happening? Ah, right. There is a 15-second cooldown between spells of the same type. How foolish of me. Sonia regretted almost biting her teeth apart. One goblin snatched her wand, snapping it with a forceful twist. The connection between her spirit and wand severed abruptly, causing a sudden mental shock that nearly knocked Sonia unconscious. The goblin seized her arms and legs, dragging her deeper into the dense vines. Chapter 49. Griffith's Battle Squad, help! Sonia cried out. Yet the only response was the increasingly frantic screams nearby. The fleeing crowd had fallen into chaos. Rana collided head-on with 5 or 6 goblins. Startled, he swiftly swung his sword, slaying 3, but more enemies surged from behind, seizing Fiona by her waist-length hair and dragging her toward the depths of the garden. Rana urgently drew a dagger and thrust it into a goblin's eye, then seized an axe, swinging it in an attempt to rescue Fiona. However, just as he turned, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. Rana felt a flash of darkness before collapsing to the ground. Before he could rise again, several sharp blades pierced his body. The remaining students fought back frantically, but one by one, they fell under the relentless assault from all sides. Nearby, Sonia's delicate face was marred by scratches from the surrounding underbrush, but the goblin holding her paid no heed, relentlessly pulling her deeper into the thicket. Suddenly, Sonia felt the grip on her release, followed by the rustling of foliage. A hand steadied her shoulder, helping her out of the underbrush. Quickly, follow me. Galadia, having snatched 2 crude short knives from somewhere, grasped Sonia's hand and dashed toward the outskirts. What about everyone else? There is no everyone anymore. Galadia swiftly felled 2 goblins that lunged at her. The mountain monster's alarm was merely a trap to lure us out. The others have either been captured or surrounded. The path to the main fortress is fraught with ambushes. We must flee outside. Understood. Sonia hurriedly followed suit. We shall evade along the outer city walls, as it is less likely to be ambushed there. And we can swiftly regroup with Griffith. If he is still alive, Galadia clenched her silver teeth. This fool is likely to be the first to encounter an attack. Number 2887, a brownie, concealed itself in a shadowy corner. Observing the goblins assaulting the remaining few freshmen, its distinct eyes sparkled with wisdom and restraint, entirely unlike a lowly familiar. The apprentice knight protecting them wore only half a suit of chain mail and had already succumbed to the onslaught. Two goblins dressed as shamans stood silently beside it, resembling stone statues. Under its command, a horde of goblins had captured several fleeing freshmen from the library, and remarkably, they had not yet resorted to violence against the girls. Shaman, take a squad of warriors to intercept those two fleeing prey. Number 2887 spotted Galadia and her companions and immediately dispatched pursuers. The rest are to retreat with the captured prey. But there are still humans resisting, one goblin shaman objected. The warriors will soon take them down. In the center of the garden, Minerva's freshmen had scattered into several small circles after suffering a head-on assault, using various spells they had mastered to resist. Under the guidance of one or two core leaders, they transformed the ground around them into slippery or muddy terrain, unleashed fireballs to scorch or animated vines to attack the goblins, managing to fend off the vastly superior numbers of goblins. There is no time left. The human counterattack is imminent. Number 2887 shook its head. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Sonia stumbled over her soft robe, falling with a thud onto the cold rock. Behind them, a group of goblins had already given chase. Galadia removed her academy robe, bending down to grasp the hem of her long skirt and tearing it with force, revealing her legs clad in white stockings. There was no escaping now. If she were alone, Galadia could easily elude her pursuers. However, Sonia was already panting heavily, struggling to keep up. Galadia, you must flee. Sonia gasped, shedding her cumbersome academy robe, picking up a stone and resolutely glancing at the profound darkness below the cliff. I won't let them capture me. That won't do. Galadia turned and pressed Sonia's head down, hiding her behind a shattered boulder on the city wall, draping their robes over her. My fight requires constant repositioning. You stay here if they capture you. Do not resist. I shall return to rescue you soon. Having done all this, Galadia drew two short knives she had seized and nimbly leaped onto the city wall. Caw, caw, caw. The leading shaman immediately took note of the elf's movement and pursued her. Trees, heed my call. Vines, respond to my voice. I designate. The enemy before me is an enemy of nature. Galadia leaped towards the inner side of the wall. Below her, a lush tree spread its canopy to embrace her, and thick vines surged forth like serpents to attack the goblins. 4 or 5 goblins were immediately ensnared, while the remaining goblins surged down the damaged wall, charging towards the descending elf. Galadia first noticed a distinctive goblin cloaked in a mantle emerging from the darkness. It and a bare-chested goblin flanked her from either side. What is different about this one? Galadia kicked one goblin away, then swung her short knife to deflect the cloak-wearing goblin's dagger, smoothly driving another short knife into its throat. Ugh! The severely injured goblin spat a foul, bloody froth at the elf. Galadia hastily sidestepped. Suddenly, another cloaked goblin appeared behind the one she had just wounded, its identical attire making her question her sanity. The second cloaked goblin drew a bow, aiming an arrow at the elf from mere feet away. Caught off guard, Galadia was struck in the shoulder by an arrow, and in a panic, she hurled a short knife at the archer goblin, knocking it from the air. The pain in her shoulder was excruciating, amplifying her acute sensitivity. Before she could marvel at the goblin's coordination, a third cloaked goblin flashed into view behind the slain comrade. No, this cannot be. How many are there? Galadia gasped in horror, her weapons depleted, momentarily at a loss for how to defend herself. The third cloaked goblin swung a wooden club at the elf, striking her shoulder with a heavy blow. Her arm dislocated instantly, and she cried out, collapsing to the ground. Her keen senses heightened the agony. Galadia was in great pain, instinctively raising her hands to protect herself. The goblin, devoid of mercy, swung its club down upon her. The first strike hit Galadia's hands, followed by a blow to her beautiful forehead that splattered blood. Several goblins joined in, raining down blows upon her with clubs and stones. Galadia was battered by a deluge of attacks. bloodied and bruised as she lay on the ground. In her blurred vision, the goblins ensnared by vines had broken free and were closing in on her from all sides. "Help me." Galadia struggled desperately to rise. But her arms were limp and powerless, her mouth filled with a bitter taste. The haunting images of the tragic fates of women she had seen in the goblin lair and the mage tower lingered in her mind. "Is there anyone to save me?" The goblin wielding the club grinned wickedly as it surveyed its prey. The slender, beautiful elf lay defenseless on the ground, her torn skirt revealing an intoxicating sight. The goblin instinctively reached for the alluring view. Crack. A sudden sound of bones snapping reverberated through the darkness. One goblin on the periphery had its neck twisted and fell to the ground. Before its companions could react, a tall figure flashed past them. Two swinging blades severed two heads. Griffith burst forth from the darkness, charging directly at the goblin with the club. The startled enemy hastily withdrew its hand, but before it could regain its stance, Griffith pierced its belly with his sword, ending its life. Just then, a crackling sound filled the air as an arc of electricity shot towards the apprentice knight. Griffith, having just repelled the enemy, was accidentally struck, sending both of his weapons flying. Caw! The goblin shaman pressed its hand against a staff made of dry wood and began to chant towards the apprentice knight. The remaining goblin warriors surged from all directions. Electric magic? Do goblins possess such rare spellcasting ability? Griffith, charred and scorched in multiple places, hastily threw a dagger at the enemy, then seized a charging goblin and snapped its neck. Though Rotaler had decent magical resistance, Griffith was still unable to interrupt the enemy's spellcasting or completely avoid harm when alone, that if he allowed the goblin shaman's lightning attack to continue, he would likely be incapacitated after just one more strike. Griffith swung the captured goblin like a club, knocking down two enemies that lunged at him. Simultaneously, he kept a close watch on the shaman's mouth, witnessing the lightning coalesce upon the staff. It would be too late once the lightning took shape. The final incantation often concluded with a long syllable. As the shaman uttered a mysterious spell, a burst of electricity erupted forth. However, Griffith preemptively hurled the goblin corpse he held towards the shaman. Guh! The shaman gasped, watching helplessly as the body collided with its staff, followed by an explosion of lightning that engulfed it as well. Crackle! A brilliant light startled all creatures present. The brilliance faded. The goblin shaman crumpled to the ground. Smoking, the injured but not dead shaman struggled to push aside the corpse, pinning it down, attempting to escape. That moment, a foot came crashing down on its chest. "Can you speak the language of humans?" Griffith, having eliminated all the goblins present, inquired of the shaman, who was left barely alive. There were too many uncertainties surrounding tonight's attack. He needed to gather as much information as possible. "Foolish lapdog." The shaman clearly articulated human words, speaking venomously. "Who sent you? Who is your commander?" Griffith pressed down harder, causing the shaman's charred face to contort further. To this. What did you say?" Griffith slightly eased his pressure, eager to hear what the shaman had to say. "To this illusory world. Initiate rebellion." The clear words struck like thunder, and Griffith jumped as if he had stepped into a trap. The goblin shaman exerted its last bit of strength to tear off a string of beads from its waist, and fierce flames rapidly consumed it along with the bodies of the goblin warriors, transforming them into a blazing fireball. The goblin shaman self-immolated. Such a thing exists. Ophelia, fully armed, raised an eyebrow. Beside her, all the first-year Rodolars were fully equipped. Although they had rushed to support and saved many, including Sonia, who was hiding on the city wall, 7 girls had still been captured. Rana and several other Shitterer lay gravely injured and unconscious after fending off the goblins, while Galadia too bore serious wounds. Griffith seized the shield and throwing spear handed to him by Midian Maya, the fire of fury in his eyes almost bursting forth. "They cannot flee far with the captives. We don our armor and pursue them now." The leading associate Professor Valornos had taken command of the scene and was orchestrating the treatment of the wounded. He cast a silent glance at the neatly lined up 16 first-year Shitterer. "The number of professors is insufficient. This meager force is only adequate to bolster our defenses. The pursuit now rests solely upon you. I have already informed the school. Professors Lords and the Ranger Krog will arrive shortly to assist you. Remember the content of your dark arts defense course. The dangers of the Whispering Forest stem not only from the enemy before us, while the school's formidable support would soon arrive." The urgency of the situation was palpable. "Understood." Griffiths nodded, turning to the Shitterer and declaring, We set off now. I demand command. If anyone has objections, please voice them now. All eyes turned to Griffiths with unwavering certainty. Thus far, no one had demonstrated the resoluteness and bravery he had shown in confronting the tentacled sea monster, nor had anyone else achieved what he likely had with the mountain beast of rank 7. Onward, Griffiths proclaimed to the dark forest. Let these wretches pay for their folly. The goblins fled into the dense woods. Lacking carts to transport their captives, and without smooth paths to traverse, they could only carry them through the chaos of rocks and roots. All Shitterer discarded their plate armor for a rapid march. Clad in only chain or leather armor, yet wielding shields and 3 armor-piercing throwing spears, they ignited torches, leaped over ravines, and traversed the rocky terrain and dense thickets, following the disordered tracks left by the goblins deep into the whispering forest. Is there a brownie among them? Ophelia, with her mismatched eyes, hurried alongside Griffiths, occasionally consulting the map to mark positions for the reinforcements. Indeed, unlike ordinary brownies, Griffiths replied, its role may extend beyond that of a mere trader guiding us. Its demeanor and speech suggest it could also be the mastermind behind this assault. A brownie? What purpose could it have in such deeds? Weira inquired from behind, her question met with silence, the Shitterer expressing their ignorance through their quietude. Why, Griffiths pondered internally. Without motive, there can be no crime. After a brisk march of less than half an hour, Griffiths abruptly raised his hand, and the entire contingent halted immediately. Fully armed, the Shitterer stealthily spread out to assume combat positions, each striving to control their breathing, hidden among their ranks, awaiting the signal. The agile Ophelia leaped to the treetops to scout ahead. Ordinarily, such a task would fall to Galadia, but like Rana, she was unable to engage in battle. Griffiths carefully advanced in the direction indicated by Ophelia. Ahead, in the darkness, goblins were gathering on a flat, grassy expanse, with the captured girls bound behind them. There are over 300, more than 100 armored, 3 shamans, 4 giants, and 1 brownie as you mentioned, Ophelia reported upon returning to Griffith's side. They do not seem to be using these girls as hostages or meat shields. Rather, they appear to be forming ranks, preparing for a fair fight against us. Goblins in armor. For giants, how could there be 4? Voices of astonishment arose from the ranks, revealing that some were familiar with goblin behavior. They neither scattered nor fled with all their might. Midi and Maya began checking everyone's gear, as time was of the essence. We shall inquire directly. Everyone, execute the plan. Griffiths nodded to the group and stepped forward alone from the woods. The others rapidly moved into position as arranged. On the flat black grassland, goblins stood in formation, incongruous with their usual chaotic demeanor, spearmen at the front, swordsmen and shield bearers behind, flanked by skirmishers wielding slings, bows, and a medley of weaponry. Several banners made from rags, bones, and sticks were raised, accompanied by drummers beating war drums. Amidst the throng of diminutive creatures, for tall, robust figures loomed like rocks upon the sea's surface, goblin giants, which Griffiths had encountered before. Hundreds of goblins formed a dense formation, nearly filling the clearing in the woods. The captured girls, including Sonia, hung their heads in silence, bound beneath a large tree, while several goblins prowled nearby to prevent their escape. I am Griffiths Branton, 2nd Squad Leader, Griffiths called out loudly, Goblins Commander. State your demands. The goblin ranks parted slowly, revealing a creature of similar height, its brown skin and gentle features markedly different. Brownie 2887, the very brownie that had led the assault against Griffiths beneath the city walls. This brownie approached unarmed, standing in the middle of the 2 factions, calmly regarding the apprentice knight beneath the shade of the trees, flanked by 6 or 7 armored goblins as guards. Griffiths scanned the surroundings and then sheathed his sword, advancing towards the brownie with shield in hand. I am Gorsla. Brownie 2887 nodded at the human, once a laborer in the gardens of Homenwarts. Griffiths regarded the diminutive being, barely half his height, with curiosity. Gorsla, state your demands, and then hand over the girls safely. Very well, Gorsla replied leisurely. I require 10 arcane crystals from the Homenwarts treasury, 200 pounds of mithril, 20 ounces of fine gold, 400 rations of refined provisions for 15 days, and a vessel named Flying Leaf, controlled solely by 15 brownies that I shall guarantee the safety and dignified treatment of the captives, returning them to you upon boarding. Indeed, Griffiths nodded, glancing around. This is entirely absurd. This brownie named Gorsla must harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, Why would it risk such a scheme for mere arcane crystals and a ship that could not possibly escape the pursuit of the Balon fleet? Do you agree? Gorsla inquired. Regarding the towering human. Certainly, a most reasonable price, Griffiths responded. But I too have my conditions. Please, state them. Immediately return the captives, and you yourself shall join my side. Griffiths knelt partially, meeting Gorsla's gaze on equal footing. You will receive a notarized document from the god of contracts. Homenworts shall not pursue your crimes, and will grant you freedom and the status of a wizard. You will possess your own brownie servant, an independent bedroom, a study, research equipment, and allowances, becoming the first brownie wizard of Homenworts or living as a wizard in comfort. Gorsla tilted his head. Is your promise valid? Second squad leader? Considering the 7 noble ladies involved, it certainly is, Griffiths affirmed. As I said, you will receive written assurance. And what of my brethren? Brethren? Griffiths queried, glancing at the goblins behind Gorsla, choosing not to dwell on the brownie-esque wording. Generally, they would be exterminated. However, should you desire, they may be allowed to depart. This whispering forest can surely accommodate their dwelling. The goblins have shed your blood, and you still believe Homenworts will spare them. Blood has been shed, Griffiths rose, his gaze traversing beyond Gorsla and the goblin ranks to the bound girls behind them. But there remains a chance for redemption, does there not? The expressions of the goblin guards were inscrutable, unlike their more grotesque kin. They seemed indifferent to everything, merely observing the humans with cold, composed eyes from a few steps away. You are unlike what I expected, Gorsla nodded. I anticipated you would mock brownies for lacking names. And I thought after tempting me, you would suggest exterminating my brethren on the spot. Arrogant humans rarely negotiate with us. Your failure to adhere to your kind's customary thinking is surprising. Griffiths raised an eyebrow in unexpected intrigue. Unless you are an exceptionally skilled liar, Gorsla continued, you may indeed regard us as equals in your mind. Then, Griffiths awaited the brownie-esque decision with curiosity. I must confer with my brethren. Gorsla retreated a few steps, joining his goblin guards. Please wait, Apprentice Knight. We shall respond shortly. Griffiths narrowed his eyes slightly. Becoming as silent as stone. A chilling breeze swept between the two adversarial groups, the cold, quiet grassland pregnant with an odd tension. Suddenly, a series of bowstrings snapped from behind the goblin ranks. 4 of the goblins guarding the girls fell instantly. Struck down, Ophelia, accompanied by 3 lightly armored Shitterer, sprang into action. Kekekek, the goblin horde erupted into chaos. Some instinctively turned to flee, while others stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. Griffith's eyes snapped open, his brows sharp as blades. Radiating determination, he transitioned from stillness to motion, his slightly bent legs kicking against the earth, while his right hand, resting on the sword sheath at his left hip, transformed into a mere shadow. A fleeting arc of sword light flashed by. And in the tranquil forest, a disquieting tearing sound echoed, as if the very air itself lamented. The moment Gosra heard the twang of the bowstring, he rolled towards the formation and that instant, several heads of goblin guards were sent flying. Blood sprang forth. Before the armored goblin sentinels could react, Griffith had already plunged into their midst, shredding them to pieces. The icy sword lights of Ophelia and her companions swiftly dispatched the guards near the hostages. Seizing the opportunity created by the recent negotiations, they maneuvered around to the rear of the goblin ranks and launched a sudden attack from the shadows. Charge. Break through the center. The Shitterer, fully armored, formed a wedge formation and charged fiercely towards the goblin horde. They trampled the ground, producing a thunderous rumble, yet remained eerily silent as they advanced. Kek, the goblin shaman raised a tattered banner adorned with bones, while 3 hulking goblin brutes in front swung massive tree trunks. As over 300 goblins stepped forward, pounding their chests and howling as they lunged at the humans in the dim light. A dozen glimmers of icy brilliance suddenly erupted, and a series of dull explosions rang out from the rotund body of the leading goblin brute. In an instant, the second wave of cold light descended like falling stars, piercing the strongest of the goblins and rendering them akin to hedgehogs. Chapter 50. Central breakthrough stopped them. Gosra ducked behind a wall of guards, shouting towards the rear ranks. The swarm of goblins had already lunged at Ophelia and her companions. The 3 Shitterer accompanying her were assault reconnaissance troops, not clad in iron armor, but their finely crafted leather armor was far from vulnerable to the goblins' weapons. Ophelia deftly evaded a dagger aimed at her and swung her sword, severing the enemy's throat. The goblin fell without a sound, collapsing lifelessly. While engaged in battle, she also used her blade to slice through the ropes binding the girl's hands. This quartet skillfully controlled the distance in combat, launching throwing knives and arrows to down the goblins behind them, leaving only a few to be killed before them. However, their maneuvering space was not limitless. Once the captives were freed, the assault reconnaissance troops would hand them prepared wands and vitality potions. As soon as Sonia broke free from her bindings, she seized the wand offered by the shudderer and waved it forward. Her movements were decisive, and her incantation was swift and precise, suggesting she had meticulously planned her resistance during her captivity. A vast arc of icy terrain appeared before the forced shudderer, with freezing mist swirling ominously above the solid ice. Sonia's spell astonishingly bore the effect of dual casting enhancement, causing the goblins that stepped onto the ice to either slip and fall or suffer severe frostbite. Use control spells. After finishing her incantation, Sonia felt a wave of dizziness and retreated 2 steps, leaning against a tree trunk as she called out to the girls who were breaking free. A few paces away, Griffith was engaged in slaughtering goblins alongside 11 armored shudderer. Block them, a shaman shouted. Snatching the bone banner and leading the charge towards the shudderer, the goblins surged forward, supporting their fallen kin, forming a grotesque barrier of flesh. The novice knights, clad in half armor, with iron gauntlets and greaves, helmed and wielding massive shields, thrust themselves into the dense goblin ranks at an obtuse angle. The goblin attacks came from all sides, overwhelming like a summer deluge. Breakthrough. The front line of shudderer raised their shields and charged, sending goblins tumbling like dominoes. Some even knocked airborne. As the collision subsided, the second line of shudderer surged forth, cleaving into the cracked goblin formation. The exquisite longswords from Hamanvatsk effortlessly tore through goblin armor, raining down severed limbs and blood. Do not retreat, the goblin shaman cried in a tongue incomprehensible to humans. Those in front have fallen. Those behind must take their place. Kekekek. Amidst the chaotic drumbeats, the goblins surged forward, their eyes ablaze, resembling frenzied rats as they pressed onward, filling the gaps in the recently torn line. The shudderer momentarily halted, but only for an instant. Suddenly, they erupted again with earth-shattering might, their impenetrable shield wall crashing forward. Boom! A dozen goblins were sent flying once more, crashing into their own ranks. The remaining goblins, in a frenzy, hacked at the advancing shield wall. Before they could regroup, another wave of cold, glimmering blades rolled forth from the shudderer ranks. They swept through the advancing goblins like iron teeth of a plow, mercilessly grinding their way through the shattered flesh. The oncoming goblins were swiftly engulfed by the blinding light of blades and swords, torn apart in swaths. The warriors will soon eliminate those women. Just 2 more minutes, a goblin shaman, positioned among the rear guards, said to Gosra, who had retreated to the sidelines. Our numbers far exceed theirs. Impossible, in 1 minute. The humans will trample over our corpses. Gosra shook his head. Warriors, continue the assault. The guards follow me. We should first eliminate those frail women. They lack iron armor. The last of the goblin brutes roared, charging towards the rear lines without waiting for Gosra's response, bellowing, "Warriors, follow me and tear those women apart." Wait. The goblin shamans could not intervene in time as they watched a large group of goblins abandon their positions, surging after the goblin brute towards Ophelia and her companions. Let them go. Gosra nonchalantly dusted off his hat and placed it back on his head, turning to walk deeper into the dark woods. No longer glancing back at the bloody battlefield, serving as the spearhead of the assault, Griffith observed through the slits of his helm as many goblins abandoned their defensive positions, racing towards the large tree where Ophelia and her companions were holed up. Oh dear. This is dire. Ophelia and her group had been forced back against a massive tree, using its sturdy trunk for cover. Fortunately, Fiona and a few others, also captured, managed to cast a spell to create mud, significantly slowing down the goblins' advance. For a moment, the goblins, unable to push forward, resorted to hurling stones and arrows in a frenzy. Roar! Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as a thick tree trunk flew through the air, striking a battling shudderer. She immediately spat out blood, sent flying by the blow. The goblin brute hurled massive logs at them, and at such close range, its aim was deadly. The frightened assault reconnaissance troops unleashed a barrage of arrows at the brute, but their arrows merely thudded against its tough hide, causing it to shudder slightly. The second shot is coming. Sonia watched as the brute tore off a tree, branches and leaves flying everywhere in their cramped position. Any hit from a tree trunk could lead to severe injury or death. Cover me. Ophelia removed her helmet, shaking her golden ponytail loose. The remaining two Schuderer immediately discarded their bows, raising small round shields to shield against the rain of stones. The brute, noticing Ophelia, was eager to eliminate 3 armored humans in one blow. It gestured menacingly and lifted the massive log. Ophelia's dual-colored eyes, particularly the red left eye, suddenly sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Akin to a dazzling gem, she focused on the brute's eyes, undeterred by the lethal log poised to be thrown. Thud! A stone struck Ophelia's forehead, knocking her back slightly. However, she steadied herself, the crimson hue of her pupil swirling as if to devour the very world. Just as Griffith was about to breach the goblin line, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from ahead. He looked up to see the suffocating crimson light in Ophelia's eyes, instinctively preparing to strike. The magic eye, akin to Galadriel's, seemed to pulse with power. The goblin brute, utterly oblivious to the impending threat, regarded the nearby human female as nothing more than a creature with extraordinarily red eyes. The brute extended its arms, preparing to hurl the hefty log forward. Ophelia's gaze pierced the very soul of the creature, casting her stare amidst the barrage of stones and sticks aimed at the brute. Your target shall be lost. Your will shall be seized by madness. The goblin brute suddenly trembled. Its simple throw disrupted. The heavy log remained unthrown at the intended moment. Immediately, the clumsy brute went into a frenzy, roaring as it swung the log at its own kin. Ugh! The goblin warriors surrounding the brute were struck by the massive log, instantly reduced to a pulpy mess of flesh and blood, accompanied by the sounds of cracking bones and splintering wood. A group of goblins, once fervently battling, was swept away in an instant. Ophelia's body weakened, and she collapsed as crimson blood flowed from her left eye, clearly burdened by the exertion of her spell. Extraordinary one. No, this is a favorite of the dark god, Gosra, now hiding at a distance with a shaman. Shrug. You see, the power of humans remains formidable, while we are still weak. This is an elite assault team composed entirely of human officers, as long as their numbers reach a certain scale, in face-to-face conventional combat. Even a 20-fold numerical advantage combined with a giant creature is as fragile as paper. Leader, we must flee. The warriors can no longer withstand the onslaught. The goblin shaman anxiously gazed at the blood-soaked front lines. Slaughtered by the Schuderer. We have failed. Failed. Gorsla raised the corner of his mouth. Do you think I engaged them here for no reason? Why would I waste time conversing with that human? Why grant him time to maneuver behind us? The goblin giant stared blankly at the massive wooden club in its hands. Its uneven trunk smeared with blood and flesh, pale bones embedded in the bark, continuously dripping a nauseating pus. The warriors who had once followed it were nowhere to be found, though confused by the turn of events. The giant decided not to trouble itself further. The muddy and freezing sorcery released by the human woman had gradually dissipated, and the goblin giant raised its club once more, bellowing, "Annihilate the human dogs." No sooner had the words left its mouth than a spear pierced through its thick right flank, the sharp tip emerging from its back, blood gleaming on its belly. Ugh! The goblin giant instinctively turned its head, only to see a cloud of blood mist and severed limbs, as several ironclad humans shattered the goblin's defenses, launching a flurry of silver flashes toward it. Thud, thud, thud. A series of strange sounds followed, as 4 spears pierced through the giant's arms, neck, and knees. The giant immediately felt its strength and blood gushing outwards. It instinctively reached for its wounds. But its hand was soon drenched in blood. In less than a minute, 12 Schuderer had breached the goblin's line, leaving a ground littered with dismembered flesh. Griffith, having just thrown a spear, swung his sword to fell a fleeing goblin. And that hulking creature slowly collapsed to the ground, yet the goblin giant, kneeling, was still at eye level with him. Griffith dared not be careless and swung his sword at the giant. The goblin giant, attempting to struggle, had its throat severed, blood gushing forth. Even so, it remained alive, clutching its throat and emitting a muffled roar. Midian Maya and several other Schuderers swiftly followed, each brandishing their swords at the giant. Mula struck off half of its face with a single blow, and the creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Too slow, too slow. Ophelia, covering her bleeding eyes with a cloth, weakly leaned against a tree and complained to Griffith. Griffith and the other Schuderer had broken through the center, slaughtering most of the goblins in less than a minute and piercing their formation. Though they had not taken much time, they had nearly allowed the goblins to breach Ophelia's defenses. Had it not been for Ophelia using her mysterious powers at a crucial moment, most of the girls would have perished. Just moments ago, a shooterer had been gravely injured by the giant's club and remained unconscious despite urgent treatment. Additionally, several girls had been struck by stones and arrows, crying in pain. Tend to the wounded. We must leave this place at once. Griffith hastily checked the gravely injured shooterer, finding her still alive. But relying solely on the rudimentary healing spells and potions of the group merely sustained her life. Many are injured and utterly exhausted. Mula, along with a few others, set up shields around them. Panting as she spoke, "Let us rest a bit before we move on." The others cast approving glances in agreement. They had first marched in full armor at a brisk pace, then immediately engaged in battle. And now they were all extremely fatigued. "No, we cannot linger here," Griffith shouted. "Look around. Is this a place to stay?" The pale moonlight cast a faint glow on the grass of the forest. The ground was strewn with shattered and broken corpses, entrails hanging from the bushes, and the stench of blood dripping from the stems and leaves. Swarms of small insects emerged from the earth. Reveling amid the blood and flesh, Sonia, who had been valiantly resisting, glanced at the scene of carnage and quickly turned away, covering her mouth. "This is the Whispering Woods. Even under normal circumstances, it is a forbidden zone. Having engaged in battle here, the creatures of the forest will soon gather to feast upon the bloodshed." Griffith retrieved his spear from the giant. "Quickly, reclaim your weapons. We must leave this place." Though all were exceedingly weary, the perilous circumstances instilled a sense of urgency. Mula and the others swiftly fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches, vines, clothing, and shields, lifting the gravely injured shooterer. Ugh! A sudden, chilling scream echoed from the darkness. The sound unmistakably belonged to a goblin deserter in its death throes. Following that, a horrifying and eerie wail, unlike anything they had ever heard, pierced the air. The new recruits of Hominvorts hastened their pace without needing prompting, fleeing along the path they had come. Griffith led the way. Navigating through the woods and over stone piles, guided by the markers they had left, the goblins' anguished cries periodically echoed from the depths of the forest, initially mixed with some angry growls. The cries soon filled with despair and pain, gradually fading away. The pale moon loomed high above, casting its gaze upon the fleeing group. The once occasionally echoing cries of creatures in the dense forest had transformed into an eerie silence, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching them. Griffith, Ophelia, her face smeared with blood, approached him and whispered softly in his ear, "We are being pursued." Chapter 51. The Edge of Despair. What is their number? Griffith asked hastily. 4 ahead. 3 behind. If they launch an attack and they are formidable foes beyond our capabilities, you must continue to run. I will hold them off, Griffith quickly resolved. Ophelia, you will lead, and no matter what happens, you must guide everyone towards Watchtower. Every step closer means greater safety. You cannot hold them off alone for long. Mitty and Maya immediately countered. I will stay with you. No, that would only burden another. Griffith shook his head. Moreover, I can escape more easily alone. If you die immediately, you will be of no use in holding them back. Mitty and Maya and Mula protested together. Holding the rear is not a death wish. Ugh! A chilling howl reverberated through the darkness as shadowy figures emerged on the right side of the group, swiftly leaping towards them. Dire wolves. Ophelia's face paled, unsure if it was due to blood loss or fear. It's a pack of wolves. Before the group could react, a horde of gigantic creatures burst forth from the shadows. They were as large as bears, with long snouts and pointed ears like wolves, their serrated fangs dripping with blood and flesh. Navigating the rugged terrain with ease, they charged directly at the human group. They were not the extraordinary creatures listed in textbooks, but their mutated strength and inherent size far surpassed that of humans. Prepare for battle, Griffith shouted. Get your spears ready. There was no time to redistribute their defensive forces. He and the shooterer rapidly concentrated on the right flank, forming 2 rows to shield the girls and the injured behind them, all raising their spears. Fire! Griffith aimed at a massive shadow moving in the darkness and, with all his might, hurled the silver spear like a meteor. The heavy armor-piercing spear whistled through the air, stirring a mist of deathly blood. The 2 foremost dire wolves were struck by several spears. Collapsing amid a cloud of dust, the 3 wolves behind immediately filled the gap, the pack charging in a straight line. They were about to launch a full-on assault. It was over. We have no caltrop spears. Brace yourselves. The Shooterer lined up shoulder to shoulder, raising their shields against the monstrous creatures. Shooterer, our honor is our loyalty. Griffith shouted the battle cry, but a series of screams erupted beside him. The dire wolves charged with terrifying momentum. Countless times, the Shooterer lines, having once charged at the enemy, were now smashed apart by the onslaught, the shield wall shattering in an instant, and several were sent flying. The ranks of the apprentice knights were immediately thrown into disarray. Nearly a third already lying on the ground. Sonia and the girls curled up on the ground, watching in horror as the enormous dark shadows wreaked havoc around them, their ears filled with the roars and cries of the Shooterer. A brief melee erupted in the woods, as Griffith fought fiercely with a dire wolf, wielding sword and shield. The enemy's strength far surpassed Griffith's, and even fully armed, the apprentice knight felt he was no match for the beast. The formation had devolved into chaos. Their swords could not pierce the dire wolf's resilient fur, and the Shooterer were quickly driven back. Griffith silently lamented in his heart. If it were not for the need to protect the girls behind him, the Shooterer would not have instinctively formed such a dense line to face the enemy. Spreading out into smaller groups of 3 would have been the correct approach, at least allowing some to disperse. Once an armor-piercing spear hit its mark, it would be sufficient to injure these monsters. However, the suddenness of the situation left everyone startled, especially Griffith, who instinctively faced the enemy in a tight formation, only to be met head-on by the dire wolves. After enduring the initial onslaught, though the remaining fighters held their ground, the battle had turned into a desperate resistance. The wolves came and went swiftly, breaking through the Shooterer lines, exchanging blows briefly before speeding away. Although they did not capture any prisoners as they shattered the formation of the trainee knights, they emerged from the fray almost entirely unscathed. The demon wolves surprisingly refrained from engaging in close combat, instead choosing to accelerate and regroup at a distance. With such a significant advantage, they were inexplicably poised to charge once more. Where did they learn such audacity? How shameless! What to do? Griffith anxiously scanned his surroundings and noticed a narrow path enveloped by low hills and rocks to the northeast. That direction should lead out of the whispering forest. Anything was better than remaining stationary. Everyone, retreat. Head towards the narrow path in the northeast and hold your ground there, Griffith shouted. However, chaos had already taken hold of the scene. Midiamea was frantically trying to rescue the thrown-off Ophelia, while Myra and several others desperately picked up twisted pieces of shields. The organization of Griffith's combat group had disintegrated. Everyone fall back. In the midst of the turmoil, Sonia's clear voice suddenly rang out. I will freeze the movements of these monsters. Everyone, run towards the narrow path in the northeast. No one responded. Those who had endured the charge were now in a state of panic, and those who remained calm were preparing for a final stand. By my former position as a council member, I command you to bring the wounded and retreat towards the northeast path that I will cover you. Sonia's usually soft voice took on a stern tone. This is the decision of Sonia de Lamore. Carry out the order. In truth, former council members lacked the authority to give such commands. Collective decision-making was required. Yet, who still cared about that in the current chaos? Those capable of fighting took the wounded on their backs and ran towards the narrow woodland passage not far away. The demon wolves howled. Having realized that the human formation had collapsed, they immediately pursued. Sonia retreated to the entrance of the narrow path, closed her eyes, and began to chant, concentrating her energy as she waved her wand. Unleash Frost Configuration 6, Shape. Spikes. Unleash Storm Configuration 2, Aggregate, Release. The latter of the consecutively cast spells would almost certainly fail due to the cooldown rules, and both might even fail. Yet Sonia continued her rapid incantation. While I was powerless against high-level frost spells, overlapping spells could simulate similar effects that I was confident that this casting would carry the special effect of dual spell casting. If I failed, so be it. What was there to hesitate about? Goddess of Fortune, please bestow your favor upon me. Sonia's bright eyes suddenly opened, radiating a dazzling array of particles. I am the mysterious, elegant, and inviolable sorceress. Tremble before my majesty. Her wand shimmered with flowing light. Twin magic spells. Imitation, extreme cold, blizzard. The dark forest echoed with the sound of tearing, as the howling northern wind whipped up ice shards that ravaged the skies, centered around Sonia's position. Her gamble on magic succeeded spectacularly. The two foremost wolves in the charging pack were immediately ensnared by the icy shards, their fur torn and bones broken, flung far from the core of the icy tempest amidst their howls. Their brethren halted in terror. The classmates who had just fled into the narrow path glanced back in panic before bolting away. This was a blizzard that could only be conjured by a high-level mage, although none understood how Sonia accomplished it. They knew she could not move during this time, needing to continuously channel her mental energy to sustain the fearsome storm. The countdown to her demise ticked away in seconds. The fierce winds and ice crystals howled around Sonia. Soon, her incantation grew increasingly urgent and frail, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Talent and effort could not alter the disadvantage of her sequence level, until she ascended to sequence 8. The scholar, her mental energy was insufficient to support prolonged incantation or multiple consecutive spells. The time remaining for her to fight could only be counted in seconds, just a bit longer. Sonia struggled desperately to maintain her consciousness. But her mind began to blur. It must be midnight by now. My parents should just have returned from the banquet, and my brother has undoubtedly sneaked out again. They won't come check on me. In these final moments, Sonia thought of her family. Yet, while she longed for them dearly, her immediate concern was that if she ceased guiding the spell, the magic hindering the demon wolf's movements would come to an end. Before losing consciousness, Sonia hoped to allow everyone to escape as far as possible for what would happen afterward. It wouldn't make much difference for her. Achieving a great success with her final spell was quite commendable. Smack! A firm hand clapped down on Sonia's shoulder, causing the frail girl to stumble nearly to the ground. The spell abruptly halted, and Sonia found herself pushed against a large tree, a broad silhouette standing protectively before her. Griffith, that's about right. Everyone has already fled. If they don't run far, that's their problem, Griffith said, sword and shield in hand, standing guard in front of Sonia. Now we must consider how to endure together. How did you come here? Why weren't you harmed by the storm? I was right behind you. Griffith pointed to a patch of dry ground at his feet. Your storm's center was unaffected. I hadn't even noticed, Sonia sighed, rubbing her forehead with a hint of reproach. I told you not to. Never mind. We couldn't hold off the demon wolves for long. While they weren't extraordinary beings, their sheer physical strength and frenzy were enough to overwhelm humans. Sonia gently bit her lip, wanting to say something but unsure where to begin. Before them, 3 imposing and terrifying demon wolves approached swiftly after the incantation had ended. Their movements were agile and nimble, retaining a hint of elegance and pride even in their corruption and degradation. My mental energy is nearly depleted. Sonia struggled to remain upright. Drinking another vitality potion wouldn't help. It hasn't been long since my last one, and it needs time to cool down. I know. Griffith's tone remained steady. Stay behind me. I will fulfill my duty until the last moment. In truth, hiding would be futile. Griffith might last a bit longer. But once the demon wolves charged, I could count my remaining moments. However, since he was here, there were still 2 final choices left. Was all this the design of fate? Sonia breathed lightly, as if resolving herself. She moved closer to the trainee knight, placing her hand on his arm. Griffith, the moment of decision has arrived. Her golden hair was swept by the wind, cascading over her shoulders, and her azure eyes, shrouded in fatigue, displayed no hint of retreat. Griffith felt an odd sense of deja vu. The demon wolves charged, and the final battle was imminent. Griffith's eyes widened, urgently turning to face forward. He wanted to witness his end, to see which beast would deliver his demise. Suddenly, he heard Sonia's clear and melodious voice behind him, piercing his soul. O God of contracts and notarization, guardian of order, witness of the eternal balance, I beseech your listening and response. Please witness our oath. With her mental energy nearly drained, Sonia broke the golden bracelet on her wrist, and invisible elements and essences surged in the air, resonating with Griffith's heart. That it was as if he could hear Sonia's voice without needing his ears. Griffith Branton, from this moment forth, your sword shall be with me, your fate intertwined with mine. May the sacred contract link our souls. This was a soul contract. In this moment of despair, Sonia prayed to the divine to establish a soul bond between herself and Griffith, awaiting his response. The demon wolf's claws were already upon Griffith's face, yet a faint golden aura appeared around both him and Sonia, protecting them from even claws capable of shredding steel. The fierce mutated creature was thrown back with a thud, startled and quickly retreating. Such a contract was under divine scrutiny, impervious to mortal interference. I accept. Sonia de l'Amour, Griffith responded internally, immediately sensing a portion of his spiritual energy being drawn to replenish the girl's strength. Simultaneously, He received knowledge unknown to him before as long as he and Sonia remained within a kilometer of each other. If either sustained fatal injuries, they would not die instantly as long as the other remained alive. The contract would create a highly prioritized shield to protect the injured party's life from harm. The protected individual would also slowly recover from their injuries. Furthermore, through physical contact, either party could actively draw upon the other's spiritual energy to replenish themselves or vice versa. This was an exceedingly rare high-level contract, simple to establish yet potent in power. However, it could only be fulfilled with profound mutual trust and the divine's attention. Thus, the contract is complete, Sonia replied, her eyes sparkling with courage, unafraid of what was to come. The faint golden shield protecting them faded away. Griffith stepped forward with his sword. Though his strength had not increased, his fighting spirit surged. He felt as if he were once again standing beneath the eagle flag, fearless and with a clarity of mind he had never experienced before. Sonia had ceased drawing energy from him, merely maintaining the minimum requirement. Yet, even so, she was capable of casting another minor spell and activating the adornments upon her person. This battle would not unfold as chaotically as the last. Griffith, my knight. The girl bent down, tearing her fitted gown at the waist. Please fight with unreserved fervor. Show this world, your true strength. Chapter 52. Reinforcements arrive as the radiance of the contract faded. The demonic wolves launched their assault once more. Though fallen and corrupted, they were not extraordinary beings. However, their formidable physical strength and madness were sufficiently lethal that in the previous skirmish, numerous humans had been driven back after being pierced by the charge of 5 demonic wolves. The disparity in physical prowess between the two sides was glaring. Griffith reached into his small pouch, seizing the reward from the earlier skirmish in the sewers, the vial of potential elixir preserved until now, and drank it down in one gulp. Power surged within him. Griffith realized, almost instinctively, that one of his 2 frost spells could be elevated by this elixir. I shall enhance Frost Nova Ice Construct now. In a moment of clarity, Griffith sensed that one of his spells had indeed been augmented. Frost Nova's freezing radius had widened, inflicting more severe frostbite, while Ice Construct's duration had been extended, allowing for greater shaping. The mysterious and frigid spell summoned unseen elements from the air, as the demonic wolves found themselves struck by the icy blast, rendering them momentarily immobile. Frost Nova. The chilling force immobilized the advancing demonic wolves, preventing these monsters from advancing even as they clawed violently at their surroundings, unable to free themselves for the moment. However, the freezing effect would not last indefinitely. Griffith produced a secondary slowing potion, primarily composed of ogre snot, and hurled it towards the last of the wolves. The vial shattered upon the solid ice, engulfing the final wolf in a state of halved speed that in comparison to humans. The demonic wolves were overwhelmingly powerful. Thus, it was essential to disrupt their coordination first. Griffith lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the throat of the foremost wolf. The finely crafted blade sliced through its thick fur, yet the immense recoil nearly caused him to lose grip of his sword. The blade lodged within the creature's resilient flesh, proving insufficient against such a heavily armored beast. A spear designed to pierce armor would be necessary. At that moment, the attacked wolf broke free from its frozen state, howling in rage as its massive claws, akin to iron shovels, reached for Griffith's head. Griffith directed his thoughts towards his bone ring. Activating the frost runes already inscribed upon it, 3 icy spears materialized in the air, their frigid temperature enhancing the spell's potency, granting Griffith 3 ice spikes comparable to piercing javelins. He seized one, twisting his wrist, and hurled it with all his might towards the roaring wolf. Behold the threefold javelin throw of the Eagle Banner soldiers. A sound akin to a shattering wind reverberated through the corrupted forest as the charging wolf failed to evade, colliding headlong into the attack. Thwack! The silver ice spike pierced the wolf's gaping maw, emerging from its nape along with a spray of blood. The creature's body froze momentarily, its senses failing to register pain before it succumbed to a state of paralysis. Griffith swiftly launched a second ice spear from close range. This strike penetrated the thick hide and plunged into its chest, but met with a dull thud against bone, knocking the wolf to the ground, albeit shattering the ice spear in the process. The third javelin had already taken form. Griffith grasped it, yet turned swiftly, disregarding the recently injured wolf right before him. His aim was locked on the wolf positioned centrally. This formidable, mutated beast had freed itself from its restraints and, in the brief moment of Griffith's attack, darted towards Sonia at the rear. Griffith's piercing gaze fixed upon it, and the black horn pendant around his neck began to shimmer with a faint blue light, summoning the roaring phantom of a mountain monster that almost merged with his form. This extraordinary item, crafted from the horn of a swamp bull, embodied the power of the mountain creature. As Griffith connected his mental energy to it, a surge of rage and strength coursed through him, promising to double the damage of his next attack. The demonic wolf was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the human before it could exude such a terrifying aura. Just as it attempted to evade, it discovered its agile limbs had become sluggish, as if ensnared in molasses. The mountain creature's overwhelming presence left no refuge for the weaker beings. Griffith's next strike would carry a guaranteed hit. Let your body remember this blow. Corrupted beast. With all his strength, Griffith hurled the javelin, the astonishing wind pressure sweeping away the swirling snow, leaving behind a sonic boom as it penetrated the wolf's right cheek and exited through the left. The wolf's grotesque head was torn and distorted by the impact, its body flung backward, scattering chunks of flesh and dark blood across the gray snow. Following this throw, Griffith felt an immediate wave of exhaustion, as though his very essence had been drained. Yet, a more intense desire to kill loomed over him. The third demonic wolf, having broken free from its icy and slowed state, appeared behind Griffith. The novice knight instinctively sought to evade, yet his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, his breath coming in ragged gasps, rendering him nearly immobile. His body was rigid. Was it due to excessive fatigue? He had no choice but to endure the blow. Griffith crossed his arms before him, bracing himself to receive the inevitable strike. Suddenly, a tall figure dashed in front of him, interposing between him and the wolf. The wolf leaped, aiming for the grounded human. Sonia's wand whirled rapidly, forming an ice spike that shot forth, aimed directly at the wolf's head. In the void of midair, the wolf had little chance to evade the strike. Yet, astonishingly, the massive creature curled into a ball, its limbs tucking in as it spun like a black fur ball, narrowly evading the spell's trajectory. Thwack! The ice spike pierced through the wolf's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Yet it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Sonia had expended her spell, and with a cooldown of 15 seconds, she could not cast again. Ice armor. Griffith hastily attempted to cast a protective spell upon Sonia. However, a transparent ice wall had already materialized before the wolf, blocking its path. A brooch adorned with a green gem on Sonia's cloak flickered rapidly, maintaining the ice wall's existence, evidently solidifying a hastily conjured spell that could withstand a single attack in a critical moment. The wolf's claws struck the ice wall, producing a chilling sound of cracking bones, but the barrier soon began to shatter. Sonia retrieved a small pouch from her waist and hurled it at the corrupted beast, pointing her wand at the pouch. Boom! The pouch erupted in a cloud of pink smoke, accompanied by flying shards of crystal. Griffith keenly detected a mixed fragrance wafting through the air. Sonia had thrown her makeup pouch, igniting it with her wand's inherent effect, detonating it right before the wolf's snout. The scattering shards, powder, and assorted perfumes and cleansing oils startled the wolf, causing it to recoil immediately. When a spellcaster is in a cooldown phase, enchanted items, scrolls, and potions serve as vital supplements, for relying solely on one's spells is insufficient. After her initial encounter with goblins, Sonia had gained newfound insight into her abilities and the utility of items. Now considering using accessories and small objects to fill the gaps left by spell cooldowns. In the silent snowfield, the icy spear began to dissolve upon penetrating the wolf, mingling with the dripping blood. Griffith delivered another strike to the eye socket of the wolf that had been pierced in the cheek, nonchalantly wiping away the blood. 2 against 3. They had taken down one. The first round had been weathered. The remaining 2 wolves appeared shaken. Though they were rotting and mutated, they understood that the human had evidently wielded magic, while the armored human should not possess such capabilities since the onset of the assault. 5 wolves had fallen. They should not continue to engage. Despite their madness, the mutated creatures were not foolish. Griffith assessed the frost runes on his -bone ring, the remaining weaponry, and the state of his enemies. The consumed runes were beginning to coalesce anew, yet the situation remained precarious. However, the demonic wolves showed no intent of retreating. They spread apart, encircling their prey. The wolves would not withdraw. Did they need to slay them to obtain extraordinary traits? Griffith gritted his teeth, realizing that hope was futile. Griffith, can I ask for a bit more? Sonia swayed, leaning against Griffith's back. Of course, Griffith replied tersely, feeling his residual mental energy being siphoned away with their proximity. Simultaneously, Dizziness washed over him. The side effects of energy depletion becoming apparent that was it. Merely by being close and having a clear intent, they could mutually replenish each other, a remarkably efficient method of collaboration. No wonder a divine witness was required for such a contract. At this rate, they could drain one another completely. This was something that could not reach Galadia, Griffith thought, somewhat dazed. Sonia noticed his peculiar demeanor and quickly halted. I may not be able to cast a spell, but my necklace still has one solidified defensive spell available. That is all. All right, understood. Griffith gripped his sword tightly, calling out to the wolves. What is the matter? Aren't you coming? The fallen kin shall indeed weep. The demonic wolves seemed to comprehend. Unleashing a furious roar, they leaped with all their might, akin to the projectiles of a catapult, hurtling toward their target. Suddenly, a faint green luminescence streaked through the air, binding the limbs of the foremost wolf before it could sink its fangs into Griffith's visage. The energy surged onward, seeking out the wolves that followed. In that moment, Griffith was astonished to witness a cluster of black thorns erupting from the damp earth and snow, rapidly extending along the path of the glowing light. When the luminescence dissipated, two wolves found themselves ensnared by the thorny bramble. Griffith, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events, hastily swung his sword. The blade struck the dense fur, glancing off with little effect. The wolf howled in rage, thrashing violently in a desperate bid to escape its thorny prison. Its claws, sharp enough to rend steel, grazed the shoulder of the novice knight, tearing away a fragment of his battered armor. Without hesitation, Griffith swung again, but his sword was once more deflected by the wolf's formidable pelt, leaving only a shallow mark of crimson. Such feeble efforts, I find them unsatisfactory. A dark-haired elf appeared like a whisper through the trees, had it not been for her teasing remark. Griffith might not have perceived her arrival at all. She donned the attire of a ranger, her silver diadem gleaming in the light, and her ornate armor, adorned with brilliant gems and crystals, shimmered magnificently. The elf drew from her back a golden bow that resembled a phoenix in flight, drawing the string taut against the looming threat of the wolves. The arrow transformed into a dazzling silver streak upon release, trailing a luminous tail as it pierced the throat of one wolf, exploding in a spray of blood and sinew at its nape. The silver light did not wane, striking the brain of the other ensnared wolf, rendering it a mere mist of gore. Griffith, momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, found himself staring at the headless corpses of the two mighty wolves sprawled upon the ground. Galadia stood proudly amid the swirling crimson fog, her long hair dancing in the tempest, exuding a lethal elegance. Galadia, what brings you here? Fortuitously, I arrived just in time. Otherwise, would you have found a path to survival? The elf's face bore no trace of her earlier injuries as she handed a potion to Sonia, stating earnestly, Do not be deceived by my previous misfortunes. Equipped as I am quite formidable, though I had not yet demonstrated my full potential. I have no doubt of that, Griffith promptly affirmed. Sonia, standing aside, rubbed her forehead and waited for the two to finish before inquiring, Galadia, where are the others? Have the professors arrived? No sooner had she spoken than a thunderous crack echoed from the distant forest, followed by a cataclysmic roar and violent tremors of the earth. Strange, unearthly wails erupted in a cacophony. Professor Lords has joined forces with the others, but he encountered bizarre creatures along the way. Those with heightened intuition often attract such anomalies. The other reinforcements, hastily summoned, are scattered, the elf indicated with a gesture. Follow me and recount the events of the battle. So it remains unclear what the brownie truly intends, Galadia mused quietly as she nimbly navigated through the dark woods. The scent of blood from a battle can lure monsters for miles around, engaging in direct confrontation with mere goblins and well-equipped shodelers, or battling the denizens of the forest, is tantamount to suicide. The brownie 2887 must be acutely aware of this. Perhaps luring us in was its design. The longer one lingers in the whispering forest, the more sanity one unwittingly forfeits. Initially, the effects may be subtle, but soon dizziness and strange sounds will ensue. Signs of madness inflicted by the forest's corruption as the taint deepens. One may find themselves laughing uncontrollably, losing all self-control, even speaking words that are uncharacteristic. Following such profound distortion, unseen monsters will manifest to attack, leading ultimately to madness and death. Chapter 53. The proxy. The elf's steps were light and graceful, her movements resembling a dance. Though she spoke of horrific matters, her calm tone instilled no fear in Griffith or Sonia. Under her guidance, The trio navigated through the gnarled trees towards the watchtower. The snow beneath their feet creaked ominously, while eerie cries echoed from the depths of the forest. The sounds were sometimes akin to the screeches of owls, at other times the roars of unknown beasts. These creatures were engaged in a savage melee, saturating the air with the stench of putrid blood. Sonia remained closely at Griffith's side, her senses heightened as she remarked, "I think I saw something. Did you two notice?" The elf turned her gaze towards her, as if mourning the loss of her reason. Under the pale moonlight, the trio pressed on, and after a moment, Sonia voiced her concern again. "I think I heard something. Did you hear it?" "This time I did. It seems we have attracted unwanted attention." Galadia slowed her pace. "A small, isolated group like ours is bound to draw predators. Hold steady. Reinforcements are not far." The three formed a protective circle, backs pressed together. "Where? I see nothing." Griffith felt a sense of foreboding as every shadow seemed to conceal danger, yet none were discernible. "It's all around us. I just can't identify what it is." Galadia knocked an arrow to her bowstring. Griffith brandished a half-damaged shield he had scavenged. Remaining vigilant, a chilling aura permeated the air. Accompanied by a cacophony of disordered whispers flooding his mind, it felt as if numerous presences lurked nearby, each feeble, yet undeniably sinister. Like a multitude of voices, each laced with malice. Gradually, some of these chaotic essences coalesced, taking shape in the darkness and moving toward Griffith and his companions. "Good evening, lovely maidens," a melodious baritone greeted them warmly. "Ah, I'm not addressing you. Could you kindly step aside, rusted man?" Griffith's eyes finally discerned the creature in the darkness, a strikingly handsome man clad in a well-tailored evening suit. His skin was pallid, devoid of color, and his dashing visage would surely garner admiration at any grand ball in Balon. His polished high boots crunched over the moss and snow as if treading upon a crimson carpet. "I am Baron Ansem, a noble of the bloodline, a descendant of Isenham." The dark figure bowed with the grace of an aristocrat. "I never anticipated encountering two such exquisite maidens in this desolate wilderness. Point one of you is an elf." "Ah, a pure maiden of the upper elves. How rare." Galadia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she, gritting her teeth, loosed an arrow. Futile, futile. Baron Ansem effortlessly evaded the lethal projectile, as though the elf's bow was merely a child's plaything. Griffith's expression darkened instantly. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the formidable nature of his adversary. The title of Bloodline Baron was not just a name. It denoted a rank within the extraordinary path of blood magic. A sequence 7. This dark creature had likely existed in the Whispering Forest for an extensive period, growing increasingly deranged and powerful. "Your Grace, Baron." Sonia tightened her grip on her wand, striving to maintain composure. "I am Sonia de Lamore, the eldest daughter of Count Lamord. We beseech you to allow us safe passage." "And why should I?" the dark creature inquired. "As a token of your noble behavior, my family is prepared to offer compensation." Sonia pondered briefly. "Potions, treasures, or fresh blood. I pledge, in the name of the Lamore family's eldest daughter, to fulfill this promise." "A count's family's gratitude. That sounds enticing." The dark creature paused, contemplating seriously. "I desire everything you propose. Indeed, as long as you permit us safe passage, your kindness shall be rewarded." Sonia's face glowed with anticipation. Suddenly, the dark creature's demeanor shifted, and he declared sternly, "However, I must decline. What I, Baron Ansem, relish most is denying those who mistakenly think they can escape." He tilted his head back, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "Watching their hopeful expressions crumble into despair fills me with ecstasy." With that, the bloodline noble erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, akin to a third-rate jester who had just shared a particularly ridiculous joke. Finding amusement in his own folly, Griffith, Sonia suddenly grasped the novice knight's hand, pressing a small vial into his palm. "I'm sorry, but I cannot let you wait any longer." "Understood. Leave it to me." Griffith twisted the cap off the vial and swallowed the vibrant red potion. As Baron Ansem's laughter echoed on, a fierce wind swept through, distorting his figure. Each corner of the air became saturated with a bloodthirsty intent. Galadia unleashed a barrage of arrows toward the dark creature, almost tracking his movement. Meanwhile, Griffith positioned himself in the path of the advancing Baron, raising his shield to confront the flickering figure of Ansem. The bloodline Baron moved with astonishing agility, weaving through the dense storm of arrows. Yet he charged recklessly toward Griffith. Crash! The shield collided with the Baron's shoulder, shattering upon impact. Griffith was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the side. The Baron Ansem's arm emitted a series of bone-cracking sounds that made one's teeth itch. Yet he reached out towards Sonia as if unaffected. Sonia was already chanting rapidly, her wand shimmering with a sphere of sacred light, floating and spinning, illuminating the darkness. Ouch! The agile and powerful Baron was unexpectedly forced back 2 steps by this radiance, his skin and hair bearing severe scorch marks. Galadia knocked 3 feathered arrows onto her bowstring and unleashed them at the temporarily halted Blood Baron. The 3 icy shafts did not aim for the heart or vital points. Yet they pierced through the Baron's cloak, pinning him against a stout tree trunk behind him. Griffith sprang up from the ground, feeling as though his entire body was being scorched by flames. An endless surge of bloodlust erupting from his heart, compelling him to unleash his power in a frenzy of slaughter. He had just consumed the promotion potion of sequencate, the mysterious power inherited from the executor. Aldanova roiled within him like magma. Simultaneously, he found that he could perceive his surroundings with greater clarity through listening, observing, touching, or meditating. He was swiftly breaking through his current rank, his perception of battle having undergone a profound enhancement. Griffith sensed that his strength, agility, perception, and mental prowess had been comprehensively fortified, and even his already well-trained physique had experienced a slight augmentation amidst a cacophony of information. He also acquired some vague knowledge. 2 brand new extraordinary abilities, inherited from the Knight Aldanova, were now at his disposal. The first was Holy Strike. Upon expending a certain amount of mental energy to activate this ability, Griffith would infuse his next 2 attacks with divine attributes. The second was Reckoning. The enhancement of his physical abilities granted the extraordinary a high probability of triggering a hard knockback effect after sustaining a heavy blow from an enemy, rendering him unable to be repelled for a brief period. Simultaneously, he would lock onto the attacker's movements, delivering no fewer than 2 unavoidable and fierce counterstrikes, bound by the limitations of the human body. Reckoning would not reoccur in rapid succession. Generally, after consuming a potion to gain promotion, an extraordinary individual would require a period to digest the knowledge and power contained within the potion, ranging from several hours to several months. However, he was rapidly transforming from a spellbreaker into a paladin, and merely seconds later, including himself, Galadia and Sonia both perceived a fact. Griffith had been promoted to sequencate executor. What a surging power! This was the might of a higher-tier extraordinary force. Power surged forth. Griffith almost immediately mastered the brand-new extraordinary abilities after consumption. This demonstrated his substantial accumulation and high compatibility with the Knight Aldanova, confirming that the potion provided by the Lamor family had indeed been meticulously selected and formulated. Meanwhile, his mental capacity, which could only accommodate 3 runes, had expanded, allowing Griffith to feel capable of storing 6 runes. Like a flame, Griffith surged forth, directly toppling the Blood Baron, swinging his sword to strike down upon him. Galadia, who was entangled with the Blood Clan, was suddenly obstructed in her line of fire, glancing in confusion at her companion and then at Sonia. "I gave him the sequence 8-foot executor promotion potion," Sonia remarked, casting a glance at Galadia, who was staring at her intently. Blood Barons typically possess strength above sequence 7, equivalent to that of great knights or high-level rangers. Without Griffith's assistance, we cannot defeat him. I can see that. Within the bounds of describable data, his stamina is 13, strength is 19, agility is 16, perception is 13, and mental power is 15. The effects of the promotion are quite apparent, the elven girl observed Griffith, reciting the attribute levels as a reference. But it is still insufficient. That fellow is clearly not a typical Blood Baron, but rather a fugitive who has betrayed the Blood Clan's laws and is hiding here. Sonia, can you now promote Tuzage? Sorry, not yet. The blonde girl shook her head. I haven't undergone the long-term training in battles like Griffith. I am completely unprepared. While the two conversed, Griffith, who had been fighting on the battlefield since his youth, had already surged to a peak of fighting spirit. Realizing that the Blood Baron possessed extraordinary evasion, Galadia ceased her direct aiming and instead focused on restricting his movements. Griffith drew his accompanying longsword and a hand axe he had picked up, lunging at the Blood Baron, who was preoccupied with dodging arrows, delivering a flurry of savage strikes. The ornate cloak of Baron Ansem was torn to shreds, revealing a grotesquely ashen body that was incongruous with his handsome face. Griffith cleaved into the Blood Baron's chest, the sensation akin to splitting decayed timber, accompanied by a nauseating stench of rot. He immediately sensed that something was amiss and quickly looked towards the two girls. Another Baron Ansem had appeared behind them. "Watch your backs." Before Griffith could finish his warning, Galadia had already grasped Sonia and transformed into a fleeting shadow to evade to the side. "Not bad." The new Baron Ansem chuckled regretfully, lightly clapping his hands. "I thought I would be contending with 1 sequence 8 and 2 sequence 9, but I didn't expect you to upgrade the moment we began fighting. Human, do you have some hidden prowess? Or did you simply break through by chance?" Griffith remained silent. Beside him, the Baron Ansem, who had just been struck by him, rapidly decayed into a pile of gray sludge. "This is one of the Blood Clan's curses. A puppet created by my psychic energy, completely under my control, randomly acquiring a portion of abilities and identical in appearance to me that it can also endure some attacks," Baron Ansem explained earnestly. "Even within the Blood Clan, those who master this ability are exceedingly rare. Surprised, aren't you? Isn't it impressive?" The Blood Baron proudly introduced his ability, then raised his chin to gaze at everyone. "My Lord Baron, I was merely inquiring." Galadia glanced at the silent Griffith and Sonia, finally unable to restrain herself from asking, "How long have you lived in this place? Do you not converse with anyone? Indeed, is there a problem?" Baron Ansem replied nonchalantly, "Well, I admit, had it not been for my prolonged deprivation of pure, untainted blood, I would have considered extending you the courtesy and hospitality befitting your nobility." The Blood Clan gradually faded from the air, his figure vanishing into the darkness. "Prepare to embrace the shadows. The mighty Baron Ansem is insurmountable. I shall soon tear open your necks and drink your blood drop by drop." Ha, ha 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 ha. In an instant, Griffith sensed the impending danger, rapidly mobilizing the extraordinary abilities he had just acquired. Channeling psychic energy throughout his body. In this state, his next 2 attacks would bear divine damage properties. More importantly, any heavy blows received during this period would trigger his tempestuous counterattacks, perhaps to better enjoy his spoils. Baron Ansem had chosen Griffith as his first target. The battle erupted in the darkness. The Baron suddenly emerged from the shadows, brandishing claws sharper than daggers aimed at Griffith's lower back. "I descend from the shadows." The claws pierced through the cloak and chainmail, deeply embedding themselves in Griffith's flesh. Hot blood immediately gushed forth. "Griffith!" Both girls were startled by the sudden attack. Galadia hurriedly drew 2 silver long knives and rushed over. "You cannot catch the elusive Baron Ansem," the Blood Baron shouted triumphantly. "I shall vanish once more." Retreating into the shadows, the scent of blood in the air intoxicated him with delight. Following the standard combat protocol of the Blood Clan, after landing a successful strike, Baron Ansem would again conceal himself, repeatedly attacking and draining blood until his prey was utterly exhausted. However, his claws could not be withdrawn. They could not be withdrawn. Griffith tightened his flesh around the Baron's claws like an iron vice, already turning to press down upon him like a mountain. Before the Baron could scream, Griffith's lightning-fast strike descended. The longsword sliced through the Baron's left shoulder, triggering the divine damage of the holy light, scorching the flesh of the Baron's left shoulder to a charred mass. The battle axe swept from his waist, cleaving open the Baron's abdomen, exposing the putrid entrails to the air. The holy light then erupted within the Blood Baron's innards. This was reckoning, a quadruple strike of holy strike. Uli li li li. The blade and golden light flashed, momentarily repelling the darkness, as Baron Ansem suffered grievous injuries, flesh splattering as he fled into a gust of wind. Chapter 54. An Unforeseen Path Part 1. After completing a series of strikes, Griffith staggered back, swaying as he fell to his knees. The expenditure of his newly acquired power had taken a significant toll on his body. "Griffith," Sonia rushed over to support the kneeling squire, hastily producing a healing potion to feed him. The severe wound at his waist left Griffith in such pain that he could not utter a word. The counterattack he had executed was entirely powered by the abilities gained after his promotion. A mere ordinary person would undoubtedly have lost their combat effectiveness after such a blow. He had not moved far. Galadia stood guard beside them. To endure such a quadruple strike, this Blood Baron can still wield extraordinary abilities. What astonishing resilience! He must have touched the threshold of Sequence 6. The scorching healing potion flowed into Griffith's mouth, somewhat alleviating the excruciating pain. Though he was still unable to rise, the wounds on his waist were swiftly staunching under the influence of the potion. "You all go ahead, I shall hold him off." Griffiths managed to speak again after a pause. Though the blood clan is scarce, I have encountered them in the East. The blow just now was enough to severely injure them. I can sense the frenzied aura of Baron Ansem lurking nearby. He is transformed. While he may have lost some of his orthodox abilities, he has likely gained an unpredictable vitality. Do not dwell on that. Galadia firmly dismissed the apprentice knight's suggestion. The disparity in your strength is too great. Without my cover, even delaying him would not last long. You cannot manifest that ability a second time in such a short span that we can only confront him together, or stall until the professors arrive, and then we shall prevail. But we cannot wait for him to attack us. Sonia pondered before speaking. Griffiths is gravely injured. If he ambushes us like before, we will not withstand it. You are right. Then let us initiate the attack. My intuition should be able to trace his whereabouts, Galadia declared. Be quiet. I must listen and scout for his presence. Wait. This is the Whispering Forest. Your intuition may lead you to something far worse, Sonia interjected, grasping a small knife and stepping forward. She turned to Galadia and said, the danger of the Whispering Forest stems from mental pollution, which is why the creatures here become chaotic and mad. I have a more convenient and safer method. Ow, that hurts. The blonde girl spoke while slicing her palm with the knife, translucent droplets of blood rolling down the blade. Sonia, what are you doing? Griffiths exclaimed, alarmed. In this forest, the scent of blood would make Sonia a target for the hunt. Galadia shook her head and answered for Sonia. The pollution of the Whispering Forest enhances Baron Ansem's vitality, but it also erodes his sanity. The Blood Clan are calm and cunning hunters, yet as the pollution amplifies his life force, his primal bloodlust may surpass reason. Sonia is using her blood to lure him out from the shadows. Prepare yourselves. A swirling mass of black wind burst forth from the depths of the forest, mingled with frenzied cries. Blood. The pure blood of a maiden. Where is it dripping? Where is it dripping? Let me have a taste. Griffiths could see the chaotic ripples of erratic energy swirling within the tempest without even needing to concentrate. The Blood Clan was clearly on the verge of madness. Galadia locked onto the trajectory of the whirlwind and began to chant, silver light coalescing around her arrow, forming a dazzling brilliance. Dark creature, I beseech the blessings of the star goddess upon you. The pure silver light erupted forth, causing the darkness in the forest to recede like an ebbing tide. Griffiths charged forward, weapons in hand. The silver light struck the whirlwind before him, scattering it into a cloud of shattered black mist. Wow, you call this a blessing? Baron Ansem howled as he fell to the ground. Yet, he immediately sprang back up, disregarding the silver light that was tearing at his body, and lunged towards Sonia, completely forgetting about evasion or defense. The elf's arrows struck in succession, pushing him back a step or two each time. Indeed, he had lost his sanity. Griffiths struggled to rise, hurling a bottle of lesser slowing potion down at the Baron, who was now bristling with arrows like a porcupine. As a cloud of yellow smoke billowed up, the Blood Baron's furious charge became comically slow motion. Griffiths raised his sword axe, cleaving toward the Blood Clan as one would chop meat. The sensation upon impact was still dry, but it lacked the feeling of splitting wood, clearly indicating that the Blood Baron had been drawn in by the allure of blood, revealing his true form in the battle. Sonia, serving as bait, was also startled by the Baron's charge. However, under the effects of the potion and Galadia's relentless repulsion, Baron Ansem's speed had been nearly reduced to its limit, and it seemed he was on the verge of being slain in this assault. Yet, as foul blood continued to splatter forth, Griffiths noticed a glimmer of clarity in the Baron's chaotic and frenzied eyes. Griffiths, move aside. Galadia barely had time to shout. At a certain point of vitality depletion, Baron Ansem abruptly regained his senses, halting his charge in an instant. Lifting his hand to strike at Griffith's wrist, a tremendous force surged through Griffith's wrist, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. His long sword flew from his grasp, and intense pain radiated from his wrist. What immense power! Such a casual strike has shattered my bone. Griffiths had no time to be astonished. He instinctively swung his left-hand axe toward the Blood Clan. A faint golden light gathered upon the axe blade, transforming divine power into a sharper edge. The blade sliced through the Blood Baron's shoulder, releasing a wave of foul fluid, accompanied by a cacophony of popping sounds. Not bad. Baron Ansem sidestepped, seemingly having the leisure to nod in appreciation, speaking in a charming tone. The elf's blessing and your strength greatly counter my own. However, today I must thank you, even though you come with malicious intent. The Blood Baron Amid significant blood loss and the searing light, regained his composure. Though it was not my intention, I must first drain this man's blood before returning to savor my main course. Galadia relinquished her longbow, drawing forth the silver dagger at her waist, appearing like a whirlwind behind the blood baron, aiming for the nape of this corrupted noble. Griffiths, quickly dodge. Futile. Baron Ansem pointed at the apprentice knight. Let me demonstrate the power of the night blood. Transform into a whirlwind with me. Blood curse, blood bat storm. A swarm of black bats erupted from Baron Ansem's body, sweeping an unsuspecting Griffiths into the depths of darkness. Galadia swiftly sliced through a dozen bats. Yet she was unable to prevent Griffiths from being engulfed by the remaining bats, vanishing into the endless blackness. Ugh! Griffiths struggled to prop himself up, feeling dizzy as he rose from the ground. His entire body trembled, fingers and toes nearly losing sensation, his mouth filled with a bitter taste, while his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. The blood baron he had just fought was nowhere to be found, and the surroundings remained thick with darkness, intertwined with haunting whispers that sent shivers down his spine. Dizzy, so dizzy. The whispers grew closer than before, and even his vision began to take on a brownish hue. Griffiths barely recalled being swept up by the bats that surged from the baron's body, flying deep into the forest for quite some time. Now, his sword axe was lost, leaving him with only 2 daggers. Griffiths drew a dagger, clutching it tightly as he fumbled through his small pouch. The tightly bound pouches of potions remained by his side, but he could not find his rations or water skin, which had seemingly fallen away. This is dire. I have no idea where I have been taken. Hee, such a rare feeling. Baron Ansem's voice came from nearby. Griffiths quickly turned toward the sound, spotting the blood baron lying in tatters beneath a large tree not far away. He had lost his left arm, and a gaping hole marred his abdomen. Do you know? The blood baron said weakly. Having lingered in this forest for so long, I was unable to activate most of the Blood Clan's spells. After taking a few hits from you, cough, losing some blood, my mind has surprisingly regained its former clarity, and some of my power has returned. After saying this, the blood baron stood up, slowly approaching Griffiths. I must replenish my nutrients. An appetizer. Then I shall savor those 2 maidens. Oh, you think I should drain their blood first or enjoy them first? Wow, speaking of which, that's rather crude, but I am utterly thrilled. Griffiths quickly retrieved a bottle of lesser healing potion and poured it into his mouth, hoping to heal his fractured arm. However, after the burning sensation, he felt no semblance of the hoped-for healing effect. A waste, isn't it, human? Baron Ansem laughed heartily. The power of potions has its limits. Consuming a similar potion within its cooldown period rendered it ineffective. Oh no, Griffith's waist wound had not yet healed, and his right wrist was broken. He swung his left dagger fiercely toward the blood baron. Before the dagger could strike Baron Ansem, a crimson light flashed from Griffith's left wrist. His wrist flew away along with the dagger, blood scarcely having time to spurt forth. Ugh! Griffiths groaned in pain, stumbling back 2 steps. Even on the eastern battlefield, he had never encountered the situation of having his wrist severed. Suddenly, he heard a dull thud, as if something had been torn apart. A searing pain shot through his chest, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The baron's right hand had pierced through his chest, emerging from his back. Futile. Baron Ansem, at times lucid, at times frenzied, began to mutter incoherently. Chapter 55. An Unforeseen Path. Part 2. Unless you destroy my head, piercing me is of no consequence. The baron withdrew his arm from Griffith's chest. You see, I do not even need a weapon. The gap in our powers is insurmountable. Well then, I shall feast upon you now. The bloodline baron pinned Griffith to the ground, mounting him and grasping his throat, scrutinizing him to determine where the flesh was most succulent. I can hardly wait. Baron Ansem bared his fangs, lunging towards the apprentice knight's throat. A sharp sting coursed through Griffith, and the world seemed to fade into silence. Am I dying? No, this is a mortal wound. The soul link with Sonia has failed to activate. Evidently, the distance between them is considerable. Griffith's consciousness began to blur, and he could barely feel the life force ebbing swiftly along with his blood. It wouldn't be long before he transformed into a withered corpse. Hey, soldier boy, could you wash up and come find me? It was my fault. I shouldn't have troubled a soldier attending his first ball. Can you dance? Hey, you've got a knack for this. It seems that human boys are indeed more interesting. In Griffith's hazy mind, The only remnants were Galadia's joyful words, accompanied by visions of her nimble, graceful steps and her slender silhouette. Oh, right. What does she mean by saying human boys are more interesting? Has she had a boyfriend? I'm so curious. I must ask her. Driven by this thought, Griffith's body struggled. Baron Ansem was hunched over him like a beast, feasting. It took some time to siphon blood through the throat. The bloodline baron, who had not tasted pure blood in a long time, was oblivious as the unarmed human slowly raised his severed left hand, the bloodied stump pointing towards his head. The blood at the severed wrist rapidly congealed into ice, transforming into a sharp ice spike. What? The bloodline baron sensed danger too late. The ice spike had already pierced into his temple, twisting within. Simultaneously, Griffith's broken right hand pressed down forcefully on him. Ugh, what is this? It hurts. So hard. So rough. The baron shrieked, using his formidable strength to break free. However, a gaping hole had formed in his skull, allowing for a finger to fit inside. With brains and blood splattering out as he freed himself, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Have I killed him? This blood ice spike is surprisingly effective. Griffith felt a resurgence of strength, rolling over to thrust the ice spike into the baron's eye socket, twisting it forcefully. Where are Galadia and the others now? Are they safe? Griffith lay on the baron's convulsing body, his mind flashing through fragmented memories, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. You seem to be filled with resentment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed. Would you like to attempt absorbing the essence of this bloodline creature, starting with the blood? Minas will assist you in purification to help you survive. Was that the will of the bone ring, Minas? Near death, Griffith clung to this lifeline, flipping over to bite into the bloodline baron's corpse, devouring the flesh from the gaping wound in his abdomen. Your will to survive is quite intense. Usually, one would hesitate to negotiate terms. For instance, Minas, what is the cost? Minas teased in a peculiar tone. Very well. Consume it, and struggle like a rat swallowed whole by a snake. Beneath the dark woods, one figure lay upon another, first producing strange swallowing sounds, followed by the savage tearing of flesh. Time passed, and Griffith stood intact in a clearing, examining his healed limbs and the chest that had been pierced not long ago. Minas spoke calmly. You have snatched a life back from the brink of death. I have both good news and bad news. The good news is that you have retained some of the bloodline's formidable self-healing characteristics, with healing capabilities rivaling that of a troll. The bad news is that you have consumed a corrupted being, and your sanity is plummeting like a cliff. Why did consuming a corrupted bloodline creature grant me a second chance at life? Griffith surveyed the broken remnants on the ground. Eating corrupted beings should not yield healing effects. I should have either died or mutated. The once powerful, chaotic, and malevolent bloodline baron had been reduced to a pile of decay, gradually vanishing in the cold night wind, leaving Griffith unable to identify which parts he had consumed. Perhaps it was the soft area around the wound on his abdomen. Consuming mutated beings would only leave 2 corpses of such creatures here, Minas replied. But Minas has transformed the bloodline's extraordinary characteristics into energy you can utilize, igniting and driving them with the extraordinary traits of a paladin you have just acquired, completing your healing with the remnants of the bloodline's extraordinary properties. I never imagined you possessed such power, Griffith said in awe. What exactly is your identity? Minas responded in his usual manner. Minas, collector of essence, assisting holders in evolving towards higher life forms. At present, you remain tainted by a small amount of the extraordinary traits of dark creatures, and the extraordinary traits of the agent also linger. You may gain some abilities while gradually developing unknown cravings and madness. Everything remains to be observed. If you wish to retain your sanity, refrain from attempting to drink blood again. Most of your original extraordinary traits were shattered during the recent ordeal. The Holy Light Strike can no longer be utilized. It's an inconsequential ability of no importance. The portion of extraordinary traits related to the breaker now dominates, considering various factors. You possess the physical condition of a Sequence 8 breaker but have yet to acquire the corresponding extraordinary abilities. With your growth, your path of advancement will still align with that of a breaker. Minas has collected the rare essence of the bloodline and mastered the knowledge of blood spells. However, Minas has yet to grasp the knowledge of blood runes. Thus you cannot currently use blood spells. From now on, you must constantly remember that you have been infected and corrupted by darkness. This infection will push you towards the abyss of madness, just like the one you recently devoured, leading you to commit irrational acts and speak the same mad words as he did. Once you completely lose your sanity, You too will become an irretrievable monster, facing death in both physical and societal senses. Hasten to explore a path of escape. The longer you remain in this forest, the more your madness will accumulate. Your previously stable sanity has suffered greatly from consuming a mutated being. Act swiftly before you descend into madness. After uttering his final words, Minos fell silent. No matter how Griffith called out, there was no response. I have so many questions left, such as why I did not receive fragments of Baron Ansom's memories, which are immensely valuable. Furthermore, the Baron's sequence should not be low. Why did his traits vanish alongside those of the agent? As Griffith pondered anxiously, he reached for a broken branch, swiftly sharpening one end with his dagger to fashion a weapon. He had now significantly enhanced his healing, strength, agility, and mental capacity, and had also acquired knowledge of 2 spells from Baron Ansom, transforming into a swarm of black bats and creating blood puppets. Griffith attempted to shape a puppet to control. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a cacophony erupted in his mind like a storm, nearly shattering him. The blood spell, like the other spells, failed. It seemed that to utilize these 2 spells, he must first condense the corresponding runes through Minos. Griffith tried again with the holy light strike he had obtained after his advancement. Indeed, it could not be activated. The essence of the holy light strike is prayer, beseeching the gaze of the holy light to bestow power. The corrupted Griffith was no longer a standard paladin and naturally would not receive its favor. Nevertheless, the instincts from battle and the reckoning of his physical abilities were still usable. More importantly, the previously doomed Griffith had miraculously survived, becoming a somewhat powerless breaker. This was already a fortunate outcome. The corpse of the bloodline baron had completely withered away, vanishing into the cold wind that a black short sword appeared on the barren ground. This was a magical weapon. The blade measured no more than 10 inches. With both the blade and hilt as pitch black as obsidian, its balance and structure were impeccable, allowing for unparalleled agility in the wrist. The Baron had not employed this weapon throughout the battle. Perhaps his inherent strength was sufficient to overpower Griffith. On the other hand, perhaps this weapon held special significance for him, its sentimental value outweighing its utility as a weapon. Intrigued, Griffith tested the short sword. Then, following the knowledge from books, infused his mental energy into it, establishing a connection with the magical weapon. Soon, new knowledge emerged in his mind. Corrupted feather strike sword. This enchanted blade is infused with a tainted aura, causing intense and persistent shadow damage upon striking a target. This effect can only occur once every half hour. Using or gazing upon this blade will confuse the holder's mind, but sheathing it will prevent such effects. This is not the true form of the feather strike sword. Perhaps you could find someone to attempt its purification. The blade, once silver, now bore no trace of its original radiance. Griffith carefully examined this cursed weapon, discovering an elegant line of elven script engraved at the top of the hilt. It turned out to be the work of elves. Griffith had learned some elven script and could decipher its meaning. May the starlight forever guard my Roland Knight. This weapon was given to the Roland Knight by an elf, and subsequently passed into the hands of Baron Ansom. Is that the legendary knight Roland from the ballad? Griffith felt a surge of excitement. The footsteps of this heroic figure echoed throughout the continent, and the tales of his adventures with his companions were immortalized in song, serving as the aspiration of every aspiring knight in their childhood dreams. If it truly is him, then the elf who bestowed this corrupted feathered sword upon Knight Roland is likely the same one who accompanied him on his quests. Her name in the stories is Tidwaixi, a legendary ranger from Canaan. Galadia must be acquainted with her. With a sense of having uncovered a clue, Griffith joyfully secured the tainted feathered sword to his belt and turned to find a suitably shaped wooden stick on the ground. He fashioned it into a makeshift spear with his dagger, all the while humming an unknown tune, as if his spirits were unburdened and the situation was remarkably favorable. Now, I must seek the way out. Where am I? Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over Griffith, and the buoyant mood that had enveloped him vanished in an instant. He had been in the Whispering Forest for some time, and the omnipresent corruption and decay within were likely eroding his sanity to an alarming degree. Lingering here for too long could prove fatal. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket. The aspiring knight immediately raised his wooden spear, directing it toward the source of the noise. That a diminutive figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a warm black coat and sporting a gentleman's bowler hat, it was Brownie 2887, Gasila. He crawled out from the dark underbrush, glanced at the aspiring knight not far away, smiled while brushing off the dirt from his attire. and bowed while removing his hat. Good evening, Shatoral. Chapter 56. The unexpected arrival of the demon hunter. Just as Brownie spoke, 10 goblins scuttled forth from the underbrush. 2 of them donned leather armor and wielded swords and axes, while the others brandished crude bows and daggers. Whether in the past or present, Griffith could easily dispatch them. Good evening, Mr. Gisela. Griffith approached slowly, addressing Brownie. In 1 minute, provide me with a reason not to kill you. The goblins glared menacingly, their faces twisted in hostility as they fixated on the aspiring knight. I know how to exit this forest. Follow me. Gisela smiled. Is there anything else you wish to know? How do you know? Griffith pressed the sharp end of his wooden spear gently against Brownie's throat. What about the other goblins? Before planning tonight's operation, the goblins conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the forest's periphery. Gisela replied nonchalantly as he walked past the aspiring knight. My plan is not to capture or harm the students of Homenvorts, nor do I have any interest in using hostages for wealth or status. Then what? Griffith retracted his spear, maintaining a cautious distance as he followed behind Gisela. Gisela waved his hand, signaling the goblins protecting him to spread out. Speaking casually as if conversing with a friend, this decaying, corrupted forest harbors many secret treasures, far surpassing those hidden within Homenvorts. Yet it is rife with perilous mutated creatures. Employing goblins as allies is utterly insufficient for exploration. Thus, I thought to leverage your strength. Directly requesting your assistance would be imprudent. I would be dismissed as a madman by Homenvorts. However, by previously luring human warriors and mages into the forest, coupled with the bloodshed of battle, the mutated creatures in this vicinity would be drawn here, igniting a new wave of slaughter among themselves for the sake of blood. Then, the esteemed professors would arrive, and I believe you have witnessed their terrifying thunder and inferno. After such a thorough cleansing, I would be able to explore with relative safety. Even if the forest's monsters have been weakened, it remains impossible for you to explore alone. Even a single mutated creature could claim your life, Griffith asserted. Indeed, I have a small escort, but only these few remain. The others perished not long ago. Gisela halted, turning to face the towering, aspiring knight. Let us make a deal, aspiring knight. I believe you possess sufficient reason and sound judgment. If you can protect me for a distance, I shall reveal the way out. Griffith gazed into Brownie's large eyes. How can you assure me you are not deceiving me? I could easily snap the neck of your escort and then inquire about the path. Please, do not resort to such measures. Not far from here, there is a sight worth seeing. No harm in taking a look. Gisela gestured toward a nearby hillock. The lost treasure lies there. Even without my guidance, you would need to ascend that peak to orient yourself and seek the way. Griffith pondered for a moment, realizing he had little choice, and thus followed Brownie toward the distant hill. They had not ventured far when a pungent stench filled the air. Before Griffith could comprehend the source of the odor, a small figure staggered into view from the darkness. What is that? Gisela squinted, straining to see ahead. An emaciated goblin emerged under the moonlight, its body wrinkled and twisted, measuring only half the size of a normal goblin, resembling a shriveled orange. Its eyes lacked the usual greed, cruelty, and cunning, replaced instead by a murky emptiness. This is one of my fallen escorts, Gisela informed Griffith. A monster lurks in the darkness, transforming them into this wretched state. They have become mere husks. Griffith glanced at Gisela, then at the desiccated goblin, showing no inclination to strike. Without needing Gisela's command, 2 of the surrounding goblin guards leaped forward. Armed with daggers, they lunged at the husk from either side. Just as the daggers pierced the husk, the creature suddenly writhed in frenzy. It opened its gaunt arms, embracing a goblin that had lunged at it, as if welcoming an old friend. Ka-ka-ka. The captured goblin screamed in terror, its already slight frame withered to match that of the husk. And in the blink of an eye, it crumbled into a pile of bones. Witnessing this scene, both Griffith and Gisela instinctively recoiled a step. An aura of malevolent magical energy lingered in the air, sending shivers down the spine of every living being present. What? Are you not also a twisted and chaotic creature like this husk? Since you are of the same ilk, what is there to fear? A voice, cold as dry ice, echoed from the darkness. 6 figures cloaked in black robes gradually emerged from the shadows. Professor Lords. Griffith immediately recognized the face of the newcomer. Why would the chief officer of the winter camp be here? Shouldn't he be aiding others? Surely everyone has escaped. How wonderful, at last, we are safe. Uli. The remaining goblins shrieked in unison, charging toward the emerging humans from all directions. Stop! Both Gisela and Lords commanded simultaneously. However, the professor added, do not kill them. They may prove useful. One of the dark-robed figures accompanying Professor Lord stepped forward. Swiftly unveiling his cloak, several serpent-like shadows lunged toward the oncoming goblins, effortlessly incapacitating them in an instant. The writhing, centipede-like shadows coiled around the goblins' limbs, binding them tightly. The shadows appeared to extend tiny filaments that easily pierced the goblin's skin. Writhing through their flesh, blood vessels grotesquely bulged around the sites where the filaments penetrated. After a brief struggle, the goblins surrendered, standing like puppets under the shadow's control, silently gazing at Griffith and Gisela. The demon hunters arrived swiftly. Have you been lying in wait nearby? Gisela sighed helplessly, tipping his hat in acknowledgement to Professor Lords. I did not expect to trouble you so. The high-ranking mage of Homenvorts disdainfully waved his wand. A dark magical sigil immediately affixed itself to Gisela. Lead the way. Lowly creature, take me to the hidden treasury of your master. Gisela obediently turned and advanced without resistance toward the ominous peak. Professor, Griffith, now chilled to the bone, addressed the frigid lords. I appreciate your assistance. Please tell me how to exit this forest. I must return to Miss Lamore's side as soon as possible. Lords ignored the aspiring knight, instead nodding to the demon hunters beside him. Keep a close watch on him. I suspect he has been tainted by the mutated creatures. During my exploration of the ruins, he must remain under my constant supervision. The 5 demon hunters trailing behind Lords hesitated for a moment, but the one who had previously subdued the goblins raised a hand, signaling the other 2. Para, Hank, inspect the aspiring knight's equipment. A young man and woman, both demon hunters, immediately moved in to fulfill their orders. The girls scrutinized Griffith from head to toe, while Hank confiscated all of his weapons, presenting them to their leader. Captain Callius, this is all of his weaponry. A wooden spear, a dagger. The demon hunter captain, Callius, examined each item in his hand, suddenly exclaiming, a corrupted relic. Where did this come from? Professor Lords cast a blade-like gaze at Griffith, his eyes seemingly demanding an explanation. This is the spoils I acquired during the battle to protect Miss Lamore. Taken from a fallen vampire baron, Griffith stated with nonchalance, Miss Lamore can attest to my claim. This weapon is imbued with shadow attributes, rendering it a formidable armament, far superior to enchanted gear. Callius remarked, meticulously examining the feathered sword. Corruption has shackled its original power. If it could be purified, it would transform into a rare weapon. Para, please scrutinize it with your discerning eye. After uttering these words, the demon hunter Callius sheathed the feathered sword at his waist, showing no intention of returning it to Griffith. The girl named Para promptly closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, a blue luminescence glimmered in her left eye. The demon hunters present took up defensive stances, prepared to act should Griffith exhibit any unusual behavior. Hank, Para, and Raven formed a combination of shield-bearers, skirmishers, and ranged attackers, while Callius and Håkon appeared more attired for spellcasting than melee combat. This was a well-organized demon hunter squad, adept at navigating complex situations, following closely behind Lords. They surely had a specific mission. It was certain that this mission did not involve searching for or rescuing Griffith. Griffith felt the blue light penetrate him, scrutinizing even his soul, that he couldn't help but worry about the retention of the extraordinary vampire traits he had recently acquired, and whether the bone ring minus would be detected. No anomalies detected. Captain, Para reported, her peculiar eyes revealing nothing. His mental state appears somewhat disordered, akin to someone recently ascending from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8. The imposing lord swirled his cloak, not sparing a glance at those beside him, and strode purposefully toward the dark peaks. Let us proceed. Hank, return the dagger to him. I shall keep this corrupted weapon. Callius hastily followed in Lord's footsteps. We must expedite our efforts. Chapter 57. The Demon Hunter Squad. The group, under the guidance of Brownie, advanced toward the nearby peak. The controlled goblin puppets stood lifelessly around, devoid of vitality. Yet, the human contingent was equally somber. Griffith observed several young demon hunters, each wearing a tense expression, while their leader Callius remained ever vigilant, his hand never straying far from the feathered sword at his side. Forgive my impertinence, Professor, but do you have any knowledge of Miss Lamore and Galadia's situation? Griffith inquired, feeling entitled to this information given his status. The 2 young ladies have joined the rescue team. You are the sole one unaccounted for, Callius replied on behalf of Professor Lords. Upon our return, the Academy will conduct a thorough examination of you. Until then, do not entertain any mischief." Upon hearing that the two girls were safe, Griffith felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. "Hey, are you an apprentice knight from the Lamore estate?" Para, the demon hunter assigned to monitor Griffith, whispered. Indeed, Griffith nodded. "So, is the girl named Galadia your girlfriend? I can understand the interest in the daughter of a noble, but why the concern for the other?" Griffith glanced at Para. "Guess." The demon hunters walking beside Griffith were momentarily taken aback. Para couldn't help but chuckle. "It must be. Does she know you have feelings for her? If you answer one of my questions first, I shall tell you." Griffith smiled at the group of demon hunters. "Why are you here?" "Just a fortunate assignment," Para replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by her companion's glances. Then the captain received a summons from the esteemed wizard. "And we came to rendezvous." Para's cloak bore a dark golden emblem resembling a star. Not only hers, but all the demon hunters present had similar insignias adorning their waists or cuffs. Griffith recognized the emblem and immediately understood their identity. "You are apprentice demon hunters from the Beacon Academy?" "All four of us are." "And the captain is our instructor?" Para nodded. "We are here for winter training." "Para, quiet," the demon hunter Captain Kalius admonished. "This is a high-threat area. Remain vigilant." "Yes." Para pouted but obediently fell silent. The team ascended the gentle mountain path toward the summit. Gosla walked ahead of the group, his quiet demeanor unsettling that as they neared the peak. The path beneath them suddenly became much easier to traverse. "Caution," Kalius suddenly warned. "This path has been forged by beasts, and the creatures in this region are nothing but mutated monsters. Heighten your awareness. Raven, from now on, you will move among the trees and keep a lookout. Haken, summon your familiar." Following the command, the demon hunter Raven retrieved a crossbow and agilely leaped into the treetops. A pale flame flickered beside Haken, forming a circular magical array. He produced small pouches from his satchel, casting them into the array while softly chanting a summoning incantation. "Examine. Silver, sulfur, mercury, and the blood of a magic wolf. Reconstruct. Pale magic wolf. Establish a mental link." Griffith was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed someone other than the professor engaging in summoning. This indicated that Haken possessed a rare and powerful extraordinary trait. Raven is a Sequence 9 Ranger of the Path of the Ranger, while Haken has achieved Sequence 8 Summoner of the Path of the Collector. "They are a grade above me," Para explained. "Impressive, isn't it?" Beacon Academy is a comprehensive institution dedicated to cultivating professional demon hunters and related personnel. Unlike the Magical Academy and military school, students at Beacon receive training in both spellcasting and combat, with a deeper focus on the study of dark magic, allowing for greater adaptability to various tasks. Compared to demon hunters trained through other means, Beacon graduates have historically been the primary candidates for the Central Investigation Bureau and the Kingdom's intelligence agencies. Following a series of commands, a massive wolf enveloped in pale flames emerged from the magical array. It silently scanned the nearby creatures, as if selecting its next meal. "Captain, can we have a goblin for it?" "Take your pick." Kalius waved his hand, and a goblin awakened from the shadow's grasp, before it could utter a sound. The pale magic wolf lunged at it like a bolt of lightning. Crack! The wolf's jaws crushed the goblin's skull, swiftly tearing apart its limbs and devouring them with alarming speed. The chilling sounds of tearing flesh and crunching bones echoed through the forest. Lords let out a soft hum, addressing the leading Gosla. "How much further?" "Just ahead, great listener. The entrance to the ruins lies just beyond." Gosla pointed respectfully toward the distance without glancing at the shredded goblin. There, a deep tunnel yawned, its weathered and eroded walls erasing all traces of time. "Please wait a moment, Professor Lords," Griffith urgently interjected. "This brownie is untrustworthy. The ruins may be laced with traps and ambushes. We should retreat for now and gather more forces before exploring." This was an unknown ruin. Upon first encountering Gosla, I had no choice. But now, surrounded by so many of my kind, why should I venture into the ruins? Griffith had heard tales of such terrifying ancient ruins on the distant eastern battlefield. Without adequate preparation and clearance, the mechanisms, traps, and lurking mutated creatures within the ruins would demand significant resources and sacrifices to navigate. With the current manpower, exploring the mysterious ruins would be a perilous endeavor. "Ha! Such a cautious little pup," the demon hunter Captain Kalius chuckled. "The stature, power, and wisdom of lords are beyond your imagination. Let the goblin lead the way." The frigid lords remained unfazed by Griffith's warning and Kalius's flattery. as if they were merely two flies buzzing in his ear. Advance. Professor, as an apprentice knight of the Lamore family, I have the right to refuse cooperation in the current circumstances. Griffith gritted his teeth and insisted. My abilities are insufficient. Please allow me to withdraw. Lords regarded Griffith with an impassive expression, raised his right hand, and chanted an unintelligible incantation. Griffith had no time to react before he found himself rendered mute. It was a silence-inducing spell. Worse still, his body began to move mechanically, following the goblin into the dark abyss of the ruins. This was the dual effect of the silence spell and suggestion. It's better that you don't speak. That's an incredibly formidable high-tier mage. Para quickly fell into step beside him, elbowing the helpless apprentice knight. Now there is no turning back. Look how well-behaved I am, not uttering a word. Under the goblin's guidance, the squad gradually delved deeper into the ruins. Heavy marble formed the entrance passage. From the moment they stepped inside, distant and indistinct murmurs echoed in Griffith's ears, as if some malevolent spirit were summoning him. I have been in this forest for over 3 hours, battling mutated creatures the entire time, surely accumulating a considerable amount of corruption. Griffith's heart raced with anxiety, deeply concerned that he might suddenly succumb to decay and mutation. Just then, the pale magic wolf halted abruptly, and its master Håkon hurriedly exclaimed, "We have living beings approaching us. These mutated creatures have taken possession of this ancient ruin." "Great Lord Lordos," Brownigers humbly stated, "we have been identified as intruders." No sooner had he spoken than several massive shadows loomed in the passage ahead. "Corrupted wolf spiders," Callias declared, unveiling his cloak and drawing forth 2 sharp swords from his waist. "Their venom can induce paralysis, and in sufficient quantity, it is lethal. However, their venom sacs are quite valuable." The wolf spider moved with astonishing speed, instantly pouncing on the foremost goblin, sinking its venomous fangs into its flesh. Other wolf spiders surged forth from the floor, walls, and ceiling of the corridor. Griffith watched as the goblin's neck bulged and deflated, clearly having received an immediate injection of venom. Before long, the goblin resembled a deflated sack. The demon hunter squad swiftly formed their battle formation. Hank raised a circular shield adorned with 3 sharp spikes, while Pella hastily pulled Griffith behind the shield, and Raven knocked a bolt, aiming at the wolf spider that had seized the goblin. Boom! The moment the bolt struck the wolf spider, the tip suddenly ignited, exploding into a fireball within the creature's body. The dark space was instantly illuminated, causing Griffith to stumble back in shock. The horde of wolf spiders was momentarily repelled by the blaze, but as the light faded, more menacing shadows rushed forth from the gloom. "Continue firing. Both flame and light are effective," Callias shouted to his students. Håkon promptly began chanting a spell, summoning a magical wolf enveloped in pale flames, which attacked the approaching wolf spiders like a colossal fireball. The previously silent Professor Lordos suddenly raised his wand, murmuring an incantation directed at the swarm of wolf spiders. His words flowed rapidly, indistinguishable, unlike the incantations of others, and even as Griffith focused on the shape of his lips, he felt a profound dizziness and disorientation. The high-speed incantation, rumored to be the domain of advanced sorcerers, was fundamentally different from the chants of Sonia and her peers. The fan-shaped area before the exploration squad shimmered with elusive waves, and the attacking wolf spiders seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, their gravitational pull diverted by Laritas's magic, transforming into a cage that bound the creatures. Immediately, the high-ranking mage waved his wand once more. This time, flames erupted from the ground within the area restraining the wolf spiders, consuming the horde of corrupted creatures along with several goblins. This was undoubtedly a dual spell, at least it appeared so. The demon hunters, who had been fighting desperately, were momentarily taken aback. Their squad's collaborative combat prowess seemed insignificant in the presence of a high-ranking mage. "Clear the area and proceed," Professor Lordos stated, stretching his arms and casually retracting his wand. "Hurry." The demon hunter squad promptly advanced, delivering a finishing blow to the charred but not yet lifeless wolf spider. Captain Callias, with a glint of greed in his eyes, swiftly sliced open the spider's carcass, extracting a mass of red organ tissue. This is the venom sac of the wolf spider. After corruption, its potency becomes even more remarkable, Callias exclaimed excitedly as he collected the venom sacs from several spiders. "How much is one worth?" "Captain," Håkon inquired casually. "Typically, 5 gold florins can buy one, but the price triples after corruption." Callias skillfully stowed the sacs in his pocket. "And yet, they are often in short supply. Griffith noticed the eager gazes of several young demon hunter apprentices fixated on Callius's pocket. Captain, Hawken and Raven exchanged glances before speaking. Surely the corrupted venom sacs here can be divided among us. Their tone was calm. Yet Griffith sensed Hawken's dire wolf had stealthily approached, while Raven had casually stepped back, finding cover among the ruins, poised to unleash a bolt at a moment's notice. The magical wolf silently observed Callius's actions, its grayish-white liquid dripping continuously from its maw. Pella and Hank remained impassive, watching the three's interaction. Given their youth, they likely lacked the authority to voice their opinions. Callius paused for a few moments, slowly turning his head to regard the two demon hunters. Very well. Once we depart from here, I shall distribute them fairly. A sense of foreboding washed over Griffith as he witnessed this exchange. The demon hunters were a somewhat enigmatic group, their collaboration relying on various guilds or official organizations. Ordinary demon hunters accepted tasks issued by the guilds, surviving on bounties and spoils, even within a prestigious institution like the Beacon. The traits of this profession were inescapable. Those seasoned hunters who survived multiple missions often possessed uncanny and formidable abilities or weapons. After years of battling dark magic and cultists, many of them harbored a wealth of esoteric knowledge from unknown origins. Wielding significant individual combat prowess, the 5 members of this squad subtly divided into 3 factions. Captain Callius stood apart, while the older summoner Hawken and Archer Raven teamed up to counterbalance him. The younger, weaker shield-bearer Hank and Hunter Pella formed another small group. Such is the nature of demon hunter squads, free and flexible, yet well-equipped. However, their lack of organization often led to fragmentation in the face of danger or conflicts of interest. Griffith felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They were in a mysterious ruin within the Whispering Forest, with untold dangers and traps lurking within its depths. Chapter 58. The Unknown Ruin. Part 1. This nameless ruin had succumbed to the ravages of time. Its once sturdy structures now in disrepair. The half-destroyed passageways, leaning pillars, and cracked limestone tiles lay strewn with fissures, revealing the unfathomable shadows within, a far graver state than the watchtower at the forest's edge. Yet, despite this decay, the ruins retained an air of solemn dignity. The pervasive gloom and rot of the Whispering Forest could not penetrate here, and even the withered vines and ancient trees along the path exuded an undeniable aura of significance. As Griffith traversed a cracked tile, pale moonlight streamed through the deep crevice, and a massive shadow flitted beneath. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself rendered mute. The group passed through the drafty corridors, arriving at a spacious platform resembling an altar. The platform was built on the edge of a towering cliff, part of it having crumbled away. From this vantage, one could gaze into the profound darkness beyond, where faint glimmers flickered in the distance. Perhaps that was a troop of reinforcements. Griffith's heart leaped, and he hurriedly glanced skyward. According to the stars' positions, the flickering light lay to the northeast, most likely in the direction of the watchtower. This thought flashed through his mind, and he nearly leapt from the cliff, racing towards an escape route. However, his body remained under the sway of a strange force, compelling him to follow the group. In the southern section of the platform, where 7 tall pillars stood resolutely in the darkness, they obscured 7 half-collapsed doors. The moment Griffith gazed upon these pillars, he heard a vague, distant sound, as if narrating or perhaps cursing. Professor Lordos raised his wand. 7 goblins, previously restrained by Callius, emerged and immediately darted into the 7 small doors without a word. Each goblin was ensnared by slender black tendrils at their ankles, utterly powerless to resist. Prepare for battle. The professor unusually addressed the assembled. Light a fire in the center of the altar. Was this truly an altar for some sort of worship? Griffith's curiosity urged him to ask. But he found his voice lost. The apprentice demon hunter Hank swiftly produced flint and tinder, gathering nearby deadwood to ignite a bonfire. Raven adeptly removed arrows, scattering them among the stones surrounding the fire, evidently preparing for the forthcoming battle while maintaining mobility. The tunnel to the left is a trap. My goblins have been eliminated. Callius suddenly spoke. Monsters are surging forth from the passage. From the depths of the inky dark emerged writhing maggots, each thicker than a barrel and resembling giant serpents. They squirmed forth with short, grayish limbs, opening suction cup-like mouths to reveal layers of serrated teeth, lunging towards the gathered crowd. We should use fire against them, Callius declared. Drawing his sword, which ignited in flames, he thrust it into the mouth of one maggot. The flames crackling as they seared the creature, which immediately convulsed in agony. Hank shouted, raising his shield to meet the advancing tide of maggots. He fought like a heavy infantryman, steadfastly holding back the onslaught while retreating with deliberate steps, occasionally tossing small vials of potion from his pocket to shatter on the ground, where the vials broke. Green mist billowed forth, significantly slowing the movements of all maggots enveloped within. Once the maggots had all entered a state of deceleration, the other apprentice demon hunters commenced their assault. Raven and Pella unleashed fire arrows, while Hawken's magical wolf targeted those maggots attempting to escape the slow zone. The five formed an arc, alternating their cover, continually constricting the maggots' area of movement. Their attacks were methodical. The maggots, struck by arrows and engulfed in flames, burst apart, showering the area with flesh and pus. On the brink of annihilation, Griffith felt a surge of admiration in his heart, developing a keen interest in the demon hunter's combat tactics. However, Professor Lords, who stood beside him, suddenly interjected with impatience, exclaiming, "Too slow." In an instant, a horde of venomous serpents surged forth from the adjacent passage. Their bodies, a dark greenish hue, were of considerable size, with their heads adorned with prominent, raised scales. Encroaching from all directions, Hank, still in motion, was suddenly thrown into a panic as the serpents attacked from behind, compelling him to flee hastily. In his retreat, the maggots, which were on the verge of annihilation, seized the opportunity and swarmed forward, promptly breaching the demon hunter's defenses and toppling the direwolf to the ground. Raven loosed an arrow at the maggots, the fire-infused projectile shattering the creature's limbs. Yet the severed appendages continued to writhe as though imbued with life, springing forth towards him. The dismembered limbs of the maggots rapidly sprouted clusters of tiny, sharp fangs, lunging towards Raven's arm. "Ah!" Raven cried out in agony as the serrated mandibles tore through his leather armor, gnawing at his flesh. "No way!" Pella gasped in horror, brandishing her twin daggers in a futile attempt to fend off the advancing monstrosities. However, her short blades merely sank into the maggot's flesh as if embedded in cotton, failing to impede the creature's relentless advance. Instead, her actions roused the nearby serpents and maggots, which surged towards her in a dense mass. Griffith kicked away a maggot that had lunged for Pella, then used his dagger to slice through both blood and flesh from Raven's arm, forcing the creature back as he pulled them both to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the demon hunter's defenses crumbled, leaving the square teeming with writhing, grotesque creatures. Incompetent, Lord scoffed disdainfully at the captain of the demon hunters. The wand in his hand had already traced an intricate design, and suddenly, a nauseatingly thick, briny scent filled the air. The maggots, which had been voraciously biting, abruptly ceased their assault, releasing their captive prey and beginning to writhe violently. Their grotesque limbs folded and fractured, resembling parched wood splintering. One maggot collapsed at Griffith's feet, rolling and shrinking until it ultimately transformed into a skin-like layer resembling a carpet, adhering to the ground. The dire situation was swiftly reversed. Without pause, Lords unfurled a scroll, a chilling frost emanating from it, as the air rapidly cooled, freezing the besieged apprentice demon hunters in place. Yet, the aggressive black-green serpents diminished in their ferocity, even beginning to retreat. Just as they returned to the passage's exit, a scythe-like gale swept across the ground. The clustered serpents were instantaneously severed and shattered, falling to the earth in a cacophony of thuds. The demon hunters extricated themselves, clutching their wounds in astonishment at the scene before them. "Quick, use the coagulating agent to staunch your bleeding," the high-level mage commanded coldly. "The third wave is imminent." "Is this all? With such a level of combat prowess, do you truly intend to explore the ruins?" Griffith screamed in despair within his mind, utterly unable to accept the situation. The demon hunter squad had barely managed to withstand the onslaught of monsters emerging from the passage. But their shortcomings lay in their insufficient attacking power, lacking the capability to swiftly exterminate the creatures. When the second wave of monsters appeared, the demon hunters were immediately thrown into disarray, with no contingency for unexpected circumstances. Furthermore, there was an even graver issue. The core of this demon hunter squad's defense was Hank, quite possibly one of the weakest among them. His strength was limited, and his equipment was subpar, whether facing colossal beasts or swarming monsters. He was outmatched. How could they possibly endure if faced with even more formidable foes? The more Griffith contemplated, the more anxious he became. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha!" As he laughed, he turned and embraced a nearby tree, rhythmically striking his head against it like a woodpecker. Pella, who had just received his support, intended to express her gratitude, but was instead horrified by this sudden display of madness, retreating a couple of steps closer to Hank. "What is it?" Griffith abruptly ceased his laughter, a bloodied visage turning seriously towards the apprentice demon hunter. "What seems to be the problem?" "You are the problem." Pella could not help but tilt her head back, distancing herself further from him. "Ah, I can speak again. It seems the professor's silent spell and control have worn off. Yet the situation remains dire. This demon hunter squad, despite their decent configuration, clearly lacked combat effectiveness. If they were to hunt one or two mutated creatures, it might suffice, but exploring such ruins was tantamount to seeking their own demise. Professor Lords was indeed powerful, but he was but one man. If the pressure of battle continued to mount, he would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges. Though the professor was not particularly likable, he was at least on my side. Should he fall, I would inevitably follow him into the abyss, the more Griffith pondered. The more he felt a sense of trepidation, yet he dared not voice his objections, fearing an even more formidable binding spell. His gaze shifted towards the cliff's edge, contemplating how to leap should the battle take a turn for the worse. Another wave of monstrous creatures surged forth from the passage. They resembled roaches, yet each was larger than a dog. Their tough exoskeletons were difficult to shatter, enduring flames, lightning, and poison with remarkable resilience. By the time they had finally repelled this wave of creatures, Griffith realized that the summoned direwolf was on the brink of collapse, Hank's face a mask of exhaustion. While Raven's quiver held barely a third of its original bolts, Lord stood unmoved at the center of the crowd. His expression as placid as ever. He had unleashed several different spells in quick succession, utilizing scrolls and other aids, yet not a trace of fatigue or breathlessness marred his countenance. However, Raven and the others had lost all fighting spirit. Urging, "High-level mage, Captain, we must retreat. We have lost the capacity to continue fighting." "No, we cannot leave," Callius vehemently protested. "The great listener will lead us." Yet Lords remained indifferent to this flattery, his gaze fixed intently upon the next passage, a hint of tension flickering across his features. Chapter 59, The Unknown Ruins, Part 2. Before anyone could reach a consensus, a swarm of enormous bats erupted from the passage, each the size of a great eagle. Their sharp fangs and claws glistening ominously, Griffith immediately noted the professor's pallor. "Hank, advance and block them. The rest concentrate your fire. Do not allow them near the great listener." Callius shouted, "Apprentice Knight, you too. How can I advance with only 2 daggers?" The shield-bearer Hank charged forth, wielding an iron-round shield and a hand axe, aiming to cleave one of the bats. The axe blade sank only half an inch into flesh before it became ensnared, and Hank was immediately besieged by bats from all sides. The flying creatures assaulted his shield with a hail of strikes, producing a sound akin to artillery fire. Raven gritted his teeth, retrieving the remaining bolts to shoot at the recently attacked bats. Hawkins' direwolf and Pella maneuvered to the side, preparing to seize a better position for attack. Griffith, clutching his meager 2 daggers, was at a loss. Beside him, Lords hastily sketched intricate lines with his wand. Accompanied by his elusive incantation, complex magical glyphs began to materialize in layers before Hank, swirling and converging in midair. "Hank, hold your ground, endure," Callius ordered, yet did not engage in the attack. The palpable sense of danger permeated the air, as if remaining within the confines of the magical glyphs would result in catastrophic consequences. Griffith realized that this would be a large-scale offensive spell. While Hank occupied the bats, the professor aimed to eliminate them all at once. Yet, time was running short. Griffith noticed that in less than 10 seconds, Hank's shield had begun to warp and twist under the relentless assaults. The bats that had initially concentrated in front of him were now fanning out, attacking his arms from both sides and even attempting to flank him from behind. "Captain, I can't hold," Hank screamed in despair. The shield was suddenly knocked from his grasp, and a bat clamped onto his wrist before he could struggle. The oncoming swarm of bats tore at his body from all directions. Splat! Griffith had never heard such a sound. The towering Hank was shredded into fragments like a rag doll, vanishing into a shroud of darkness. "Hank!" Pella screamed. The swarm of bats surged forward, lunging at the panicked demon hunters. Lord's intricate magical formation dissipated, his cold visage now betraying a flicker of urgency and gravity. "Hawken, use your wolf to hold them back," Callius shouted. "Everyone, protect the great listener." Hawkins' dire wolf could not withstand even 5 seconds before being torn apart. Simultaneously, a thunderous bolt of lightning descended, obliterating one bat into fragments, the electric arc bouncing among the bats, killing two more nearby. However, with each successive bounce, the lightning's lethality diminished rapidly, ultimately dissipating into the air. Raven was knocked to the ground, a bat piercing his neck. "My lord," Callias called out anxiously to the professor. Lords, with an impassive demeanor, withdrew, a blue crystal crackling with electricity, resuming his inscrutable incantation as his next powerful spell was on the verge of manifestation. Yet at that moment, the approaching bats emitted an inaudible sound wave. And everyone nearby, including Griffith, was suddenly struck by a deafening resonance in their minds, followed by an unending cacophony that rendered concentration nearly impossible. The curse of lords thus met with failure. The team suddenly lost its capacity for resistance. Professor Lords pressed his forehead, gritting his teeth, and abruptly turned to leap towards the precipice below. Haken was the first to come under attack. He and Pella were pursued by a horde of bats. Frantically fleeing towards Griffith, following closely, Callias was besieged, screaming as he dashed into a tunnel, vanishing into the darkness. The bats flew with astonishing speed, howling through the frigid night sky, and swiftly brought Haken and Pella crashing to the ground. Pella's heart-wrenching screams pierced the air as she caught a glimpse of Griffith charging towards her, a swarm of massive bats trailing behind him. However, instead of fleeing down the cliff, Griffith hurled himself into the fray between Haken, Pella, and the encroaching bats. Extreme freeze, new star. Frost erupted amidst the swarm, instantly freezing the oncoming bats in place. Griffith kicked aside two bats, flinging the beleaguered pair outward, and immediately hurled a vial of lesser slowing potion onto the ground. Shouting, "Split up and run!" The clustered bats found themselves ensnared by the effects of the slowing potion. With no time for further communication, Haken sprinted up the mountain path. Pella covered her head and leapt off the cliff, while Griffith dashed into the narrow passageway. Were they pursuing him? Griffith raced through the constricted tunnel. This passage had recently seen a surge of massive cockroaches, which had been cleared away, and he encountered no obstacles along the way. He was not fleeing blindly. The bat's speed was formidable. Once the brief slowing effect wore off, escaping along the open path would make it easy for them to catch up, as Haken had chosen to do. In contrast, Pella's leap from the cliff might offer her a glimmer of hope. Griffith's strategy was to plunge into the narrow route. Should the bats pursue, he would rely on the confined terrain to engage them in battle, strategically positioning himself to inflict damage. When he sensed the dire situation of the demon hunters, he contemplated his escape, believing this route to be the most prudent. Dominating the space to fight against the multitude was his forte. Suddenly, he felt searing pain coursing through his body, accompanied by the sensation of a viscous liquid trickling down. In the recent flurry of pursuit and combat, the bats had torn into Griffith's cheek and chest, even fracturing a rib. The suddenness of it all left him momentarily stunned. It was only after he had slipped into the tunnel that he discovered blood was streaming down the side of his body. "My blood is still red. Splendid. That's good news." Griffith wiped his hands on his clothing, reached into the wound, and seized the fractured rib, pulling it forcefully. Ugh! Griffith emitted a strained groan, yet the fractured bone was extracted, preventing it from piercing his lung and causing ongoing harm. Although he possessed formidable self-healing abilities, he lacked the time and resources to recuperate slowly. The swarm of bats might still be gathering outside the tunnel, even if they did not pursue. They could block his escape route. I shall remain here and bide my time. Observing the situation, Griffith gripped his two chipped daggers tightly, concealing himself in the shadows of a corner. Suddenly, his lacerated cheek twitched, convulsing violently, blood cascading down his face, revealing glimpses of teeth and bone, rendering his visage akin to an oversized, lipstick-smeared grin. He shook his head at the cold, dark tunnel walls as if gazing into a mirror, muttering, "Why so serious? Ha ha ha, you ha ha ha." Griffith erupted into wild laughter, only to abruptly close his mouth, as though nothing had transpired, glancing nervously around. Moonlight filtered through the crevices above, casting a dim glow into the tunnel in a pitch-black corner. Griffith thought he discerned something writhing, swelling. "I believe I saw something," he murmured to himself. "I must take a closer look." In the profound silence of the tunnel, he fancied he heard a faint tinkling sound. As a shadowy form slowly took shape, it began as an ethereal mist, gradually thickening into something tangible, a colossal figure with disproportionate hooves, serrated jaws, and goat-like horns, chaotic and surreal. What manner of creature is this? The shadow approached Griffith, opening its gaping maw and biting down upon him. Wow! The remnants of his chain mail were pierced, a considerable chunk of flesh torn away, that he cowered and fled into the depths of the tunnel, where no monsters lurked. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the eerie shadow vanished, allowing Griffith to pause and catch his breath. The tunnels of this ruin were exceedingly deep, riddled with collapses and damage, twisting and winding without revealing their ultimate destination, yet fortunately devoid of branching paths. Suddenly, the anonymous author's potion brewing notes, which he had kept close since the last record, began to emit a gentle warmth. This small booklet had accompanied him since its last revelation, and he had been curious to see when it would unveil new entries. The warmth was quite comforting to the blood-drained Griffith. He removed his tattered chainmail, retrieved the notes from his pocket, and discovered a new chapter had appeared. This time, it was not knowledge or experience regarding potions, but rather a diary entry. Diary of an indiscernible date. I swear. This has been the most shocking experience since I entered Homenwarts, and I can only rely on the remnants of my sanity to document this bizarre occurrence. As a first-year student, I had excelled in my studies, with professors unanimously acknowledging my extraordinary talents, foreseeing a promising future for me. I ought to have diligently continued my studies and sought a beautiful heiress from a prestigious family to arrange a marriage. But the mad ramblings of a lunatic shattered my life entirely. It was a comfortable night when I was discussing the Parn viral arcane model with Miss Eliotia. Hughes burst into the library, startling everyone. He was battered and bruised, his left eye, ear, and hand missing, blood and pus dripping from his wounds onto the floor. His abdomen was rent open by some horrific force, leaving only 2 fingers of his right hand to support the viscera and intestines spilling forth. The girl screamed. Some even fainted. Hughes's appearance left me so astonished I could not utter a word, yet his murmured utterances confounded me even more. Dragging his entrails, he approached me. In the whispering forest, the altar of dark peaks. Strange horns, teeth, claws, they are coming. Chapter 60. The Unknown Ruins 3. Griffith marveled slightly at the emergence of new clues. With this information, the identity of the anonymous author might soon be revealed. He turned the page and continued reading. Hughes convulsed while repeating these phrases. Kind-hearted Eliotia summoned the professors, who used a soul-sending spell to place him into slumber. For days, I found it impossible to concentrate on my studies, as the horrific and bizarre image of Hughes lingered in my mind. The Whispering Forest, I am familiar with that place. Strange horns, teeth, claws. What are those? In the days that followed, Hughes continued to repeat his words until he drew his last breath. How could the power of Homenwarts fail to heal his injuries? At night, I tossed and turned in bed. As soon as I closed my eyes, Hughes's mangled body and bloodied face relentlessly haunted my thoughts, accompanied by that strange phrase, in the dark peaks. The Whispering Forest, strange horns, teeth, claws, they are coming. I could not possibly sleep. Thus, I sought out Professor Tiberian. He is the most esteemed professor in the academy and one of the individuals who holds the highest expectations and offers the most assistance to me. With his vast knowledge, he might possess some insight. Upon seeing me, Professor Tiberian welcomed me warmly. However, when he realized I was inquiring about Hughes, his demeanor turned cold that I could clearly sense a profound fear in his gaze, as if he wished to compel me to drink a potion of forgetfulness on the spot. I know little about Hughes. Do not delve any further, the professor stated, retrieving a finely crafted collar from the bookshelf and handing it to me. What is this? A gift from an old friend. If you sense danger, don this collar, the professor advised. In my travels, I happened upon his private residence. The state of that mansion was simply unfathomable. What does unfathomable mean? The scene surpassed my understanding as a scholar of the arcane. The entire mansion, from the master to the servants and animals, lay dead, corroded by a substance I had never encountered before, or rather, they had transformed into a liquid, grotesquely discarded on the ground, gradually decomposing. It emanated an indescribable stench. It was there that I discovered my old friend's final words in this collar. The professor trembled and sweated as he recounted this, pausing to gather himself before continuing. In his final words, he wrote, "Strange horns, teeth, claws. Now, keep this item safe and do not indulge your curiosity that it is getting late. You should rest." I returned to my dormitory, examining the exquisite silver collar upon my bed. At that moment, I was unaware of the professor's intentions. That it was not until much later that I realized something. He understood that curiosity was drawing me in, and everything was inexorable. Finally, I resolved to journey to the whispering forest myself, in search of the dark mountain that Hughes had encountered. Otherwise, my heart shall remain in turmoil. I enlisted the aid of several adventurers and laborers from a nearby town, each robust, healthy, and composed, to embark upon this audacious expedition. With their assistance, we discovered an altar atop a black peak in the Whispering Woods that was a platform elevated by 7 stone pillars, intricately carved with terrifying totems the likes of which I had never encountered. Their nefarious purpose concealed from view. Beneath the pillars lay a labyrinthine passage, which we proceeded to explore. Our exploration endured for a considerable time, during which we were beset by grotesque, contorted creatures. However, through the synergy of my spells and the adventurer's blades, despite the loss of 4 men and the disappearance of another laborer, we ultimately succeeded in breaching a heavily guarded space. The chamber was vast, constructed from materials unknown to me, entirely distinct from the ruins outside. The walls were exceptionally smooth, adorned with sharp angles. At that moment, a grotesque mass of flesh tumbled beside me that resembled the dismembered limbs, torso, and head of a human, grotesquely amalgamated into a single lump. Upon closer inspection, we unearthed a chilling truth. This mass was the missing laborer. Good heavens, what could have wrought such a transformation upon him? Suddenly, a shadow materialized in the corner. To this day, I find it difficult to describe that entity. It was a dripping, malevolent, and distorted mass that appeared to bear a wolf-like head, both elongated and sharp. Yet perhaps it did not. The flesh was riddled with mouths of varying sizes and sharp teeth-like protrusions, and I could not fathom their nature. This indescribable entity suddenly emerged from the shadows, swiftly slaying a formidable adventurer. Others screamed in madness and fled, while some attempted to confront it, but to no avail. As for me, I retreated along the passage from whence I came. The indescribable entity pursued me, sinking its fangs into my throat. The collar gifted to me by the professor activated, sparing my life from its grasp. I plummeted from the cliff. After what felt like an eternity, I regained consciousness from the calamity and finally found my way home. I sought out Professor Tiberian and recounted my harrowing experience, inscribing this dreadful tale from my hazy recollections. Tiberian, a name familiar within the narrative, Griffiths realized that the author of this note was not far removed from his own time. At the time the notes were penned, Tiberian was still a professor rather than a principal, and with the mention of Miss Tia in the text, the identity of the author could potentially be unveiled with the assistance of Sonia and Galadia. At the end of this record lay 2 meticulously drawn maps. The first map clearly depicted the route from the dark peak out of the Whispering Woods, by comparing the high points with nearby landmarks. One could ascertain the path to freedom. The second map related to the tunnels of the ruins. After careful examination, Griffiths identified his own location. Descending from there, not far down the passage, lay a concealed chamber housing sacred artifacts. Moreover, there were numerous other halls and rooms. Sacred artifacts? A hidden chamber? What fortune! If Galadia were here, she would surely be exhilarated. This was the very rhythm of discovering hidden treasures after a fall from a cliff. A classic tale of the underdog triumphing against odds. Galadia, behold, the protagonist is about to act. Griffiths immediately dashed towards that destination. This moment, he dared not retrace his steps to confront the terrifying shadow and the bats. Feeling almost defenseless, he needed to replenish his equipment at once if he could lay his hands on some rare sacred artifacts. This brush with death would not be in vain. Or, if it came down to the final moment, he could still call out the name of the elven maiden, resist, struggle, and preserve a semblance of dignity. Along the way, he encountered no obstructions from mutated creatures. It seemed their lairs were concentrated in the outer passages, perhaps deterred by the internal environment of the ruins. Soon, Griffiths reached the storeroom as marked on the map. It was indeed extraordinary. The walls, floor, and ceiling were composed of materials he had never seen before. Smooth and pristine white, illuminated as if it were daylight, offering a pleasing aesthetic. Yet, there were no sacred artifacts or magical items, merely an empty space fit for mice. The only furnishing was a mirror standing at the end of the hall, which appeared somewhat familiar. Wait, could this be the shifting mirror he had encountered at Pepperlanky's? Griffiths was overjoyed, rushing over to strike it, but the mirror remained unmoved. Before he could lament not having inquired about its use from Pepperlanky, a small point of light on the ground caught his attention. It was a small red gemstone, rounded and smooth, as if congealed from blood. The moment Griffiths touched the gem, knowledge surged into his mind. Blood runes. Such runes can condense mental power, forming the essence of blood spells. The user can cast spells by invoking the runes stored within their psyche. This was a form of knowledge akin to frost runes. Minus. What is this? What is this stone? Griffiths whispered. The spirit of the bone ring replied softly. This is a lost philosopher's stone, its creator unknown, its energy depleted by the passage of time. Minus lacks the technique to recharge it. However, from the knowledge obtained, you now possess the capability to wield blood spells, the abilities of flesh puppetry and bloodbat tempest. Unlike the basic frost spells, flesh puppetry and bloodbat tempest are potent incantations, each casting consuming 2 blood runes. I am saved. I am saved. Griffiths felt an overwhelming urge to cheer. The bloodbat tempest spell was an excellent escape skill, and its practical application granted him unprecedented mobility. Even if its reliability was questionable, he now had a means to evade encirclement. Just then, faint footsteps echoed down the passage. Soon, a man cloaked in black appeared from the shadows. He held a torch in one hand and a pitch-black dagger in the other. The demon hunter captain, Callius. Ah, soldier, you still draw breath. Callius noted Griffiths, who stood dazed in the hall. Now it seems only the 2 of us remain alive. Yes? Do you require assistance? Griffiths regarded the demon hunter without responding or moving. I once ventured into a similar ruin. Callius continued. The same darkness. The same strangeness, devoid of any recorded text. There, I discovered this. 2 black shadows had stealthily crept to Griffiths' feet, entwining with his own shadow. The novice knight's body trembled, and soon his pupils lost their luster. How naive, Callius smiled. Stepping closer. Do you not suspect that my dialogue was merely a ruse to lower your guard? In mere seconds, the shadows can paralyze their prey. Before long, you shall be transformed into a lifeless puppet. Griffiths stood expressionless before Callius, unresponsive to his words. Oh, I nearly forgot. You can no longer speak. Callius patted the novice knight on the shoulder. Go on ahead and scout the path. This cursed place is fraught with peril. The commanded puppet obediently turned and ventured into the inner chamber. Callius kept a few steps back, surveying the walls. Suddenly, as Griffiths led the way, he inexplicably shrank down, melting away like a wax candle. What? Callius was taken aback by the scene. Before he could comprehend the situation, a palpable intent to kill enveloped him. That in a haze of confusion, he saw the novice knight suddenly appear behind him. Griffiths conjured a spear of icy blue energy, aimed squarely at Callius. The killing intent surged like the tide of an icy sea. And behind the novice knight, the phantoms of raging mountain trolls materialized. The sharp tip of the spear seemed poised to consume all warmth and life, bringing forth a death that eroded the very marrow. Callius barely had time to raise his dagger in defense before he felt a crushing blow and tearing sensation in his chest. He was sent sprawling backward, pinned to the ground like a butterfly specimen. Blood erupted from his throat, choking his lungs. Intense suffocation and agony constricted the demon hunter's fading senses. His body convulsed violently, blood and foul liquids spilling from beneath him. Did I do it? Griffiths, holding another spear he had just conjured, gazed at the fallen demon hunter from a distance. Through the blood runes he had recently mastered, he had successfully created a puppet from his own blood, substituting himself before Callius emerged from the darkness. Thereby diverting the shadow's attack, he himself had circled around to launch a surprise assault. Once the puppet was neutralized, Griffiths swiftly severed its mental energy supply. Deprived of energy, the puppet could no longer maintain its form and collapsed before Callius. Simultaneously, Griffiths emerged from the shadows, hurling an icy spear at the demon hunter to ensure the death of the eerily powerful Callius. Griffiths aimed once more at the fallen figure and threw another ice spear. Thud! The ice lance pierced the body of the demon hunter. Callius lay motionless upon the frigid ground, a chilling stillness enveloping him. The air was saturated with an unbearable stench, and in the dim light, it appeared that a viscous liquid was oozing from beneath his form. Griffith waited cautiously, acutely aware that this demon hunter was not only an instructor at the Beacon Academy, but also a ruthless Sequence 7 extraordinary. Compounding the danger, Callius possessed the ability to wield dark magic. With tendrils of shadow capable of manipulating creatures, far exceeding Griffith's comprehension, Callius was indeed dead. A stunning crystal of extraordinary properties began to exude from his corpse, beckoning Griffith to retrieve it. A profound sense of guilt gnawed at him. Under the current circumstances, he ought to flee swiftly, yet devoid of a weapon. Even if he escaped the ruins, he would not venture far in the Eyrie. Corrupted forest. Thus, he had no choice but to scavenge for weapons and supplies from Callias's body. The corrupted feathered sword still lay upon him. Chapter 61. A dismal day, what a truly dismal day. Oh wait, it has already turned into the second day. Griffith stifled the suffocating odor and slowly advanced towards Callias's lifeless form. The air seemed to disperse a peculiar essence or energy, being absorbed by the bone ring. That was the essence of the lost source. Deceased extraordinary beings would crystallize with unique properties. Yet Manisa still allowed the collection of some of the dissipated information and elements, accumulating knowledge that could be wielded by Griffith. The extraordinary property of Callias was a radiant crystal shimmering with golden hues, evoking thoughts of its original owner's cruelty and cunning. Griffith, without time for curiosity, snatched the extraordinary property and stuffed it into his pocket. Several minutes had passed since the battle with Callias, and he needed to clear the battlefield and depart swiftly. Otherwise, mutated creatures drawn by the scent of blood would soon arrive, devouring every morsel of flesh present. More critically, he had likely been in the Whispering Forest for over 6 hours, and the pollution from the darkness had already inflicted irreversible mental damage. Nevertheless, this ordeal was not without its rewards. Though battered and exceedingly weak, his grievous wounds had largely healed, allowing him to move. After acquiring the energy-less Philosopher's Stone, Griffith had mastered the art of inscribing blood runes. From this moment forth, he could condense blood runes through Manisa, storing mental energy within them to summon the spells of blood puppetry and bloodbath storm when required. Including the frost runes he had already learned through Manisa, Griffith was now capable of crafting runes from 2 elements and storing 6 simultaneously, enabling him to cast 4 potent spells. The corrupted feathered sword, confiscated from Baron Ansem, had also been recovered. Callias had meticulously safeguarded this weapon. Griffith felt a surge of exhilaration as he continued to search through Callias's possessions and supplies. The black shadows manipulated by this demon hunter combined offense and control, representing a formidable ability. Griffith yearned to claim this power for himself, yet despite his thorough search, he found no seals or equipment on Callias's corpse. Manisa offered no response either. Could it be a certain ability rather than an item? Griffith persisted in his search, ultimately uncovering a black cloak pulsating with magical energy, an axe, 7 venom sacs from corrupted wolf spiders, a roll of first aid bandages, 2 vials of healing potions, a handful of coins, food, and spirits. This cloak was remarkably resilient, yet upon touching it, one could feel an undercurrent of sorrow, despair, and anguish. Even with Griffith's limited knowledge of magic, he recognized the traits of dark magical artifacts. Having ascended to Sequence 8, Griffith was now capable of discerning certain magical equipment that he unfurled the cloak, discovering simple records inscribed with psychic energy within the lining, confirming it was indeed no ordinary item. Item: Dark Blood Cloak. Origin: Enchantment Workshop of Eric, Mingluo Street. Old Town. Material: Shadow Spider Silk. Vampire Blood. Wraith Essence. Shadow Dust Crystal. Effects: Enhances the wearer's ability to evade arrows and other ranged attacks. Provides a slight boost to movement speed and agility. Effects: Upon infusing with mental energy, the wearer gains 15 seconds of visual and scent concealment. Notes: Due to the incorporation of vampire blood during its creation, the concealment effect is diminished against magical wolves. Furthermore, do not expect to evade the keen senses of elves with this item. An additional note, seemingly penned by Callias himself for future reference. Acquired from the lair of a mountain troll deep within the Black Mountain west of Old Town, the original owner was caught and consumed by the troll, which raises my suspicions about the concealment effect. It appeared that the other possessions of this ferocious demon hunter had been lost during the earlier conflict. The apprentice knight, with a sense of regret, washed the blood from his body with spirits and donned the cloak, preparing to flee. Just as he was about to rise and depart, he noticed a nondescript small pouch beside Callias. Inside were some receipts and tickets, primarily for lodging and bar expenditures in Baltimore. Griffith glanced over them, about to discard them when suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly began to sift through them. Soon, he grasped a particular receipt. His expression turning grave that it was a receipt from the renowned Leaping Horse Hotel in Baltimore, indicating that Callias had dined there and consumed 2 pints of butterbeer. The date was October 16th, at 8 in the evening. That day was precisely when Griffith and Galagia had gone out for hot pot. On the way back, he had seen someone handing something to Aaron in the bar. Suddenly, shadows resembling flowing water began to gather at the corner beneath Callias's body, then started to writhe. Ah, quite an intriguing ability. Came a deep, mocking voice, as a golden-haired youth with crimson eyes slowly emerged from the shadows of Callias. He had been lurking there all along. To manifest sharp ice lances without casting a spell, you possess a relic crafted by a spellcaster. Aaron Lindris appeared mere inches away from Griffith. It was Aaron. When had he been hiding there? Had he witnessed their battle? Griffith felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily taking a couple of steps back. Isn't that the aura of the Philosopher's Stone? The legendary treasure that can turn stone to gold and is said to be omnipotent. Aaron pointed at the red stone in Griffith's pocket. While its actual capabilities may not be as boundless, it remains a highly valuable relic. Alas, yours has already lost its psychic energy. Griffith was rendered speechless. A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind in an instant. Aaron was gazing at him with blood-red eyes, speaking in a tone laced with magic. "What's the matter? Lost for words? Griffith Branton, I know you. You have thwarted my plans. How should I punish you?" "Plans? What plans?" Griffith stammered. "Was it Valonos who instigated the goblins to attack us? I was forced to fight, which is how I ended up here." "Ha ha. You are completely oblivious, which is quite unfortunate." Aaron twirled his wand at his fingertips. "It has nothing to do with Valonos. The goblins were dispatched by me. As for the plan you interfered with, while it wasn't of great significance, it was indeed a challenge for Callias to transport a mountain troll into the forest. I had hoped it would create some trouble for Tiberian. But I never anticipated that you and a few miscreants would eliminate it. So that was it." Griffith finally understood. However, there were still questions. Aaron was the boy who had defeated that man, the banner of resistance against dark magic. And the Academy had been keeping a close watch on him. Why was he doing this? How had he arrived here? Moreover, the Lindris family had suffered a devastating blow over a decade ago, forcing Aaron to buy books from secondhand stores upon reaching school age. How could he afford to hire demon hunters? Furthermore, Callias alone could not contend with the mountain troll. There must be other forces at play serving Aaron. Griffith slowly inquired. "Pray tell, esteemed sir, who are you?" "What? Can't you deduce it yourself? Hasn't the answer already surfaced in your mind?" Griffith was drenched in sweat, muttering to himself. The answer was on the tip of his tongue. Yet he could not articulate the crucial words. "Sir, could it be?" Aaron's magnificent eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly unconcerned about wasting time in such a perilous situation. "Griffith Branton, I grant you an opportunity to rectify your transgressions. Go to that mirror." "But I've already tried." The mirror reacted. "Not at all," Griffith protested. "Get over there, fool," Aaron commanded. When Griffith stood before the mirror once more, the smooth surface suddenly rippled like water. Simultaneously, a powerful magic began to radiate from Aaron's body. It turned out the mirror required a spellcaster's energy to activate. "Gaze into the mirror. Focus on the Philosopher's Stone," Aaron ordered. "Not the one you picked up, but a Philosopher's Stone brimming with potent magic and vitality. Do you understand?" "I understand." In that instant, Griffith comprehended Aaron's intentions. This mirror of transmutation could indeed manifest objects as Pepperlanky had claimed. Aaron is scheming for the true Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps he does not wish to leave a trace. Hence it falls upon me to execute this task, which might have originally been assigned to Carius. Can we genuinely succeed? What if a racing chariot, akin to the one at Pepperlanky, were to emerge? Oh, what am I thinking? In the mirror, a racing chariot is indeed charging towards Griffith with a thunderous roar. "Did you see that? Tell me quickly, did you see it?" Aaron shouted. "What did you see?" I saw a racing chariot speeding by. Not far off." Aaron paused in shock, his pale face swiftly becoming enveloped in fury. Deadly whip. A surge of potent magic erupted from the wand without incantation or formation, simply summoned by the utterance of its name, causing Griffith to scream as he was flung aside. "Fool, do you think you can deceive me like this? Stand back up and give me the true Philosopher's Stone." The hall fell suddenly silent. Griffith slowly rose from the ground, panting as he spoke. "I have pondered a question, Aaron. Though you are possessed by a formidable will, ultimately, your body is merely that of a relatively powerful first-year student in the School of Magic." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Aaron perceived a savage, beast-like ferocity in Griffith's eyes. He immediately raised his wand, intending to unleash another whip. However, Griffith suddenly vanished from his sight, completely disappearing. "What? This?" Aaron quickly realized. "Isn't this just Carius's shabby cloak? A mere parlor trick? Let me drag you out." A powerful wave of magical energy surged through the hall. As Aaron's attack was imminent, this was poised to be a wide-area offensive spell. Griffith re-emerged, lunging at Aaron from the corner of his vision. Scum, tremble before the might of magic, deadly whip. Bang! Griffith was obliterated under the lash of magic. This unexpected outcome did not astonish Aaron. He swiftly recognized that he had been deceived by an illusion. Over here. Aaron spun around quickly, spotting Griffith reappearing from another angle. Yet, just as he was about to cast a spell, a dizzying wave of bloodlust surged towards him. Damn it, too close. Griffith, with bloodshot eyes, charged in resolutely, his sharp corrupting feather blade aimed straight at Aaron's heart. Aaron screamed. However, Griffith's decisive strike collided with a transparent shield, deflecting to the side. Even so, the feather blade still tore through the shield, wounding Aaron's arm as shadowy energy ripped through his flesh. With no escape left for Griffith, he drew a dagger with his left hand. Plunging it once more towards Aaron's heart, it struck true. Griffith felt a gratifying sensation in his left hand that a hole was opened in Aaron's chest, blood spraying forth as he was sent flying backward. Chapter 62. Do not fear. I am here, the boy who had vanquished that individual lay on his back, oblivious to the world, as blood flowed continuously from the wound in his chest. Was he defeated? Surely he must be. Regardless of what kind of monster he was, his body should merely be that of a first-year student in the School of Magic. One must not be careless. It remains uncertain what other trump cards he possesses. Griffith lay prostrate on the ground, pressing his ear to the floor, straining to hear whether Aaron still had a heartbeat. He heard nothing. Yet, one could not afford to be complacent. Aaron was possessed by some terrifying entity, possibly transformed into an indescribable existence. Dark magic, in addition to corrupting the user's mind and eroding their body, often greatly enhances vitality, enabling rapid healing of injuries with inhuman strength, and even maintaining a semblance of life under fatal wounds. Griffith had acquired similar abilities from the fallen bloodline baron. I have but one rune left, and it cannot be wasted. I must sever his head. Griffith retrieved Carius's axe, approaching Aaron to strike at his throat. Clang! The blade of the axe struck the ground heavily, sending sparks flying. To Griffith's astonishment, Aaron, who should have sustained fatal injuries, soared upward, evading the axe aimed at his throat. No, that's not right. He did not rise of his own accord. Behind Aaron appeared a mature and stunning blonde woman, her features bearing some resemblance to Aaron, her form ethereal, effortlessly lifting the unconscious Aaron. What is this? A ghost. The beautiful blonde woman, graceful and athletic, bore a heavy countenance of disdain and determination. She remained silent, swinging her fist toward the head of the apprentice knight. Frost Nova. Griffith's hair stood on end in terror as he screamed at the incomprehensible scene. The formidable power of the rune activated instantaneously, unleashing a frigid blizzard that rushed toward the woman just within reach. The icy blast not only failed to touch the ethereal woman, but was also dispersed by her lightning-fast punch, proving entirely ineffective in hindering her. What? How could this be? She is immune to magic. Bang! Griffith's forehead was struck heavily. He even heard the sound of his helmet cracking against his skull as he was sent tumbling sideways, crashing against the steps. Aaron had awakened from his stupor, a cold smirk gracing his lips. To be able to force me to this extent. You should be proud of yourself, insect. It hurts. Oh, it's so nauseating. I feel like vomiting. Griffith's mouth tasted bitter, as excruciating pain and dizziness surged from his mind. His helmet had flown off somewhere, and his body writhed like a fish stranded on land, desperately attempting to escape. Why? Why is he not dead? Wait, no. Whether he is dead or not is irrelevant. Who is this ghostly woman that has appeared? My head hurts so much. Aaron, like an uncrowned king, approached Griffith leisurely. The beautiful ethereal woman floated beside him, never straying from his side. Run. This is an enemy I cannot defeat. I cannot even comprehend it. Griffith struggled with all his might. But my legs won't move. Has my brain injury rendered it so difficult to even move? Griffith began to retch violently, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only drag his body along the steps, his feet completely numb. Aaron wiped the blood from his chest, looking at the struggling apprentice knight with a disdainful smile. Suddenly, Griffith, enduring the throbbing pain in his head, concentrated fiercely to form new runes, freezing the area around him and behind him with ice. The rune energy efficiently executed his command. As Aaron took a few steps forward, he found his feet frozen to the icy ground. This trick again. Griffith desperately climbed several steps, gradually increasing the distance between himself and Aaron. The extraordinary traits of his fallen bloodline surged within him, striving with all their might to heal his head injury. My body feels so sluggish. Just a little more, if only I can reach that place, just to that spot. Griffith felt blood gushing from his head, the viscous liquid coating half of his face. Your body is still quite honest. Griffith, in the end, you have crawled right to the front of the mirror of transformation. Aaron had already approached him. Retrieve the philosopher's stone from the mirror, and I can lessen your suffering. Griffith gasped as he looked up at Aaron, struggling to press his hand against the mirror. Ha 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 ha. The cornered apprentice knight suddenly erupted into manic laughter, his torn cheeks revealing bone and teeth, the frenzied mirth sending shivers down the spines of even the most grotesque mutated creatures. Have you gone mad? Aaron spat in disgust. You useless thing. Has your sanity completely slipped away? Ha ha. Griffith continued to laugh wildly. Very well, Aaron, I shall retrieve it now. What emerges from this mirror of transformation is... Aaron froze, as he saw a swirling mass of ink like smoke rapidly coalescing. Something colossal rushing forth from the surface of the mirror. He could not help but step back, but it was already too late. What emerges from this mirror of transformation is... Speedwagon. What on earth? Aaron's entire body trembled as he attempted to turn and flee. The blonde woman beside him lunged forward, aiming to punch the racing chariot in an effort to protect him. However, the enormous, horseless racing chariot hurtled over Griffith, who lay prostrate, crashing towards Aaron. With his head just having stopped bleeding, Griffith screamed, "Too late. Aaron, you can no longer escape. I'll crush you to a pulp." Boom. A tremendous crash echoed throughout the hall as the chariot collided with Aaron, dragging a long trail of blood across the ground, causing even the sturdy walls and pillars of unknown material to tremble amidst the roaring sound. The deafening noise and flying debris took quite some time to subside. It's done. I have finally succeeded. Griffith, having barely recovered from his injuries, rose to his feet, placing a foot upon the now twisted and crushed racing chariot, cold sweat mingling with blood as he remarked, Aaron, merged with that bizarre existence, has perished at my hands. The philosopher's stone he sought, shall soon be mine as well. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought this adventure would conclude in such a manner? With the philosopher's stone, I shall acquire the formidable power coveted even by that individual, and when that time comes, the philosopher's stone, the ability to negate magic, ha ha, and the runic spells, ha ha ha. Now I have nothing left to fear. Griffith erupted into fits of mad laughter, his entire body trembling. By the way, it is essential to confirm the state of Aaron's body and his extraordinary attributes, to ascertain whether they conceal any secrets. His memories are an invaluable treasure. Griffiths ceased his smile and lowered his gaze, ready to take a step forward. However, what is this? His body felt sluggish. No, it was not merely sluggish. It was immobile. His body was completely paralyzed. Ah, what is that? A phantom shadow emerged from beneath the wreckage of the racing carriage, coalescing like a puzzle to form the illusion of a complete racing carriage, roaring toward Griffiths. This is damage reflection. In an instant, Griffiths understood. Boom. He was struck by the phantom racing carriage, sent flying, his bones and insides resonating like a cacophony. Just before losing consciousness, he saw the injured Aaron drifting out from the remnants of the carriage. His body was enveloped in a layer of golden, eggshell-like radiance, slowly ascending before vanishing into the air. Could this be Aaron's protection? No wonder he could escape from that man, that a formidable guardian spirit, a protective transfer in a near-death state, and even the ability to reflect damage. Griffith's body was shattered, and he succumbed to darkness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Griffiths awoke from his stupor, struggling desperately to rise. Run. He could not afford to think about the philosopher's stone any longer. How could he possibly acquire something that even Aaron dared not take directly? With considerable effort, Griffiths consumed a healing potion and fled. Exhaustion, hunger, and coldness besieged his body. Prolonged combat, blood loss, and the severe injury from the carriage had delayed him for so long. The chaos and pervasive whispers had transformed into terrifying howls in his ears. My sanity is slipping away. Is there still time? Is it? I should have mutated into a chaotic monster by now. Even if I escape alive, how much of my humanity can I retain? A chilling despair enveloped Griffiths. The fear and sense of crisis within him grew ever stronger. He transformed into a storm of bloodbaths, evading the mutated creatures congregating on the platform outside the tunnel. Frantically racing toward the forest's edge as per the map. Yet, it felt as if invisible threads were ensnaring his body. Some entity in the darkness had set its sights on him. Griffiths had lingered too long in the whispering forest. The scent of living flesh emanating from him had been detected by countless monsters, like a peppered steak wandering the dining table all night. Even the dullest diners would take notice. After a series of brutal battles and repeated severe injuries, even the iron will of the Thorol and the powerful regenerative traits of his lineage teetered on the brink of collapse. Relying on his formidable healing abilities to mend some wounds, Griffiths ran while glancing back at the ruin shrouded in darkness. Surely, many secrets and treasures lay hidden there, perhaps even clues to the philosopher's stone right before him. But Griffiths was devoid of fighting spirit, fleeing like a lost dog toward the forest's edge. Perhaps the continuous battles had diminished the mutated creatures lurking at the edge of the whispering forest. This time, Griffiths successfully reached the forest's periphery. His armor was entirely discarded, his clothing tattered, blood congealed time and again, every inch of his body cold and in pain, limping toward freedom. Suddenly, he spotted numerous illusory shadows emerging from unknown corners, coalescing into a massive, indescribable monstrosity in pursuit. The whispers in his ears had reached a nearly howling intensity, and his vision was reduced to a haze of brownish-red blood. The footsteps of the pursuing mutated creatures drew ever closer, and Griffiths could sense their chaotic and malevolent magic stirring, preparing to strike. Not yet? Are we not outside yet? Suddenly, two armored soldiers appeared not far away, brandishing torches, having discovered the fleeing squire. Hurry! Come here, we are here to rescue you. The reinforcements waved their arms and shouted at Griffiths. A surge of joy rushed through him, and he instinctively quickened his pace, calling out to the soldiers. There are mutated creatures behind me. Prepare for battle. Hurry! Come here, we are here to rescue you. The soldiers shouted fervently, opening their arms to welcome him. Griffiths abruptly changed direction and fled down another path that a strange sensation enveloped his heart. There was no joy in being saved, only an intensified fear that as he ran. He shouted back at them, "What unit are you from? Hurry, come here, we are here to rescue you." The soldiers enthusiastically waved their arms, repeating their earlier words. T.O. Griffiths. The human voices sent chills down his spine, and his hair stood on end. The soldiers bore no insignia of any unit, and their words were merely a monotonous echo, such a vivid illusion. Behind their enthusiastic arms and broad shoulders, he could only wonder what dreadful secrets lay hidden. Hurry! Come here, we are here to rescue you. Suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "Why are you running?" Griffiths was paralyzed with fear. The illusion of the mutated creatures had not been cast aside. In fact, they were drawing closer. It's over. They've caught up. At that moment, a faint light appeared in the dark forest. Though the sun had yet to rise, the sky was beginning to brighten to the end of the seemingly endless darkness. A familiar sensation began to caress the battered soul of the squire. Griffiths, Galadriel, clad in silver armor and adorned with a laurel crown, appeared on a nearby rise. She drew her longbow toward Griffiths, resembling a golden phoenix unfurling its wings in her hands. For the military-grade area attack spell, artillery mode initiated, countdown commencing, additional prayer enhancement. The elven locks danced in the air, the incantation seemingly prepared. As layers of magical circles spiraled around her with astonishing force, blue, green, and golden orbs of lightning flickered around her. The exquisitely crafted arrow pointed directly at Griffiths, its radiance coalescing into a dazzling starlight, granting the eternal light of benevolent protection, guardian of nature and balance, guide of the endless journey. I declare. The arrow's target is the enemy of starlight. In the far northern night sky, a star-wielding irresistible pressure and power resonated with the elven prayer. Galadriel's eyes became devoid of emotion, pure as if she embodied an ineffable existence and while walking upon the earth, the air, light, and dust suddenly froze, fearfully and obediently listening to her bright and soul-piercing prayer. Aya Imrindal Ilenian Ankalima. Salute to the brightest star, Irindal. A chaotic and savage roar erupted from behind Griffiths. The soldier's illusion vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by an overwhelming, twisted aura reaching out with its tendrils toward the squire's shoulders. The air compressed suddenly. Sound and light were instantaneously stripped away, as if a black hole devoured everything. Then, pure radiance erupted, piercing through Griffith's body and roaring into the darkness. The mutated monstrosities, which had just been cursing and casting spells with vile whispers, were sent reeling back as the unstoppable silver light swept through them, obliterating all, whether strong or weak, mad or evil, in the radiant brilliance. Unspeakable screams and the earth-shattering roars merged into one as the forest, long held captive by darkness, was purified, revealing a clear path. The dark entities, venomous insects, and twisted flora that had infested the area retreated in chaos. With the annihilation of the shadowy beasts, Griffith's terror and despair were swept away, and the howling whispers dissipated in an instant. Restoring the world to its true colors, he stood transfixed on the tranquil meadow, gazing at the elven maiden gracefully approaching him. An illusion. Surely this must be an illusion. Fear not, Griffiths, Galadriel said, lowering her radiant bow and supporting the bloodied and soiled squire. Her previously commanding and pure gaze transformed into one of concern and joy, a sweet smile blossoming at the corners of her lips. The silver dawn descended upon the corrupted forest, bathing Griffith's shoulders in its light. As a gentle breeze carrying a faint fragrance caressed his wounded soul, the seemingly endless battles, along with the long darkness and pervasive filth, had finally dissipated, and the entire world brightened. I have arrived. Chapter 63, Prelude to Red and Black. I see now. Sonia, seated by the bedside, fell into contemplation after hearing the events unfold. Galadriel sliced a piece of apple and fed it to Griffiths, then took a bite of the remaining part herself. Griffith's injuries had long since healed. Yet the school insisted on his prolonged rest and isolation, fearing he might have suffered irreversible contamination. But a rare seriousness appeared on Sonia's face. Aaron Landiris is referred to as the child of prophecy. His upbringing remains a mystery. According to Ilyavash's prophecy, the unspeakable one shall fall by his hand, and the forces of light and darkness will find equilibrium through his will. Upon learning of the prophecy, that individual orchestrated the massacre of the Landiris family. On that horrific night, the intruder and his 12 enforcers entered the Landiris territory. When Principal Tiberian, His Excellency Solorian, King Francis, and the governors of Canaan arrived with the most formidable support they could muster. It was already too late. The sole survivor within the manor was Aaron. Griffith lay on his sickbed, holding his breath as he listened intently to the girl's account. This was a history he had never encountered before. Even Galadia had fallen silent. My father was among the group, and their investigation revealed that the kin and allies of Landiris had long been lying in ambush there. They had orchestrated an unknown and mysterious ritual, bravely yet desperately resisting, annihilating all executors. However, none could withstand that individual's unparalleled malevolence. Surprisingly, that person's essence and body were also shattered, and the scene detected a horrific residue of spiritual energy, a remnant of their soul and flesh being torn apart, originating from the most potent and sinister spell they had crafted, a death sentence. Could a being nearly divine be torn apart by a spell? Griffith found it hard to believe. These powerful entities possessed numerous protective artifacts and defenses against magic and physical harm. How could they possibly be vanquished by a mere spell? Noticing the confusion etched on Griffith's face, Galadia softly explained, "The potency of the death sentence lies in its exemption from the constraints of this world's rules. Its might supersedes numerous resistances and forces. The user must possess meditation, insight, dark magic, and mythological knowledge at a 6th tier or higher to even touch the threshold of comprehension, let alone the conditions for its use, which are unheard of. Under such a terrifying blow, the known defenses and countermeasures of wizards were rendered nearly futile. Although it is termed a sentence, it is indistinguishable from the pronouncement of death, at least. That is what I believe." Sonia nodded in agreement, gently caressing the ends of her hair, her azure eyes flickering with contemplation and confusion. Since then, that individual has not reappeared. The official conclusion is that they were shredded in the horrific storm of spiritual energy, with the remnants being swept into the spirit realm. But why? Why did Aaron survive while that individual was defeated? My father is also curious, yet today I seem to have gleaned some answers. Landiris received a near-miraculous triple protection, comprising an illusory guardian spirit, high-tier near-death protection, and high-tier damage reflection. After Griffith severely wounded him, the guardian spirit immediately activated its defense. From the description, it was Aaron's mother, Ilia Landiris, a devotee of some deity, who, despite her own death, continued to protect her child. However, it remains unclear how she transformed into such a form. The high-tier near-death protection is one of the highest spells, capable of activating in dire moments to prevent fatal harm and transport the protected individual to safety. Yet its true strength lies beyond that. The spell's inherent high priority may be the reason that even a terrifying weapon like the death sentence could not instantly slay Aaron. I cannot comprehend the specific process and mechanics involved. Of course, it is also possible that the high-tier near-death protection cannot counter the death sentence. Lastly, Aaron possesses a certain high-tier damage reflection. Any harm inflicted upon him would be met with an equivalent retaliatory response. Perhaps this is merely my conjecture. That individual was ultimately torn apart by their own power. So that is it. This understanding dawned upon me. Griffith pondered for a moment before articulating his speculation. I believe, based on my own encounters within the ruins, that if Aaron is not inherently chaotic and malevolent, then perhaps that individual has not been entirely extinguished. A part of them resides within Aaron. Awaiting revival, Tio achieved this. Their lingering minions orchestrated the assaults of mountain beasts and goblins, hoping to seize the Philosopher's Stone safeguarded by Homontworth amidst the chaos. There is a possibility. The two girls spoke in unison. Sonia glanced at Galadia, prompting her to speak first. Then, who attacked the flying leaf? Only a powerful entity could summon that sea monster, and the target should be Aaron, right? Sonia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that sea monster is exceedingly powerful. Its strength lies not in its might, but in its very existence. My father believes it to be a unique mythical creature. Formidable wizards become bewildered and powerless upon witnessing it, as if it is specifically designed to counter spellcasters. On that fateful night, Lady Marian, who accompanied us, was learned and wise yet failed to mount any effective response. That it was only when Griffith and Rana repelled the sea monster that she found herself at a loss. I see two possibilities. First, perhaps someone suspected a connection between Aaron and that individual. However, until they obtained sufficient evidence, they would not dare to confront Aaron under Homontworth's protection and instead sent forth that creature. Alternatively, that individual may not have been genuinely destroyed. They may have even revived and gained the power to interfere with this world, seeking to eliminate the obstacle posed by the prophesied child, a possibility that cannot be dismissed. The crux of the matter lies with Aaron. It remains uncertain whether he is inherently evil or merely controlled. Following this incident, the school found him battered in the Homontworth Hall, immediately providing sanctuary, making the investigation into him quite challenging. Of course, the silver lining is that if he truly is malevolent, he would likely have been tempered by Homontworth's stringent protection in recent times. Galadia, I believe this matter should not be disclosed to the principal. They firmly believe Aaron is the prophesied child who brings balance between light and darkness, which might inadvertently cause harm to Griffith and us. This is also my father's opinion. Indeed, the three fell into silence. What the girls were contemplating remained unknown, yet Griffith's thoughts were straightforward and clear. He still needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Aaron sooner rather than later. Just as everyone was consumed by their peculiar musings, Fiona burst into the infirmary with great fervor. Hurry, hurry, we are about to start. The girl with waist-length golden hair donned a lightweight, form-fitting white silk dress, adorned with floral crowns on her head and wrists. She wore no jewelry, yet had meticulously groomed her eyebrows and applied lip gloss. Behind her, Rana struggled to carry a large chest that obscured her head. This was the two girls beside Griffith rose, setting aside their worries and thoughts, unfastening the silver clasps of their robes, and slowly disrobing. You, the apprentice knight exclaimed, slapping the bed frame. Today is Frost Day. Do you have a performance? Indeed, we have a small trio performance. Just lie back and relax. We will record it with the echo crystal. The three girls, clad in identical dresses that reached several inches above the knee, dazzled with the glow of their fair, slender legs as they moved. The elves and Sonia quickly touched up their makeup before the apprentice knight, donning their floral crowns and garlands. The entirely different qualities and beauties astonishingly fused together, as if a divine realm had descended upon the mortal world. I want to go too, Griffith shouted. Even if I am rotting in hell, I will crawl over with my decayed limbs. Griffith felt entirely recovered. He sat down at the long table alongside everyone and began to partake in the Frost Day feast. That moment, a brownie wheeled in a cart, delivering a large package and a letter to him. He warily observed the brownie leave before opening the package, discovering a shimmering round shield and a letter within. Regarding the handling of the spoils from the mountain beast incident, addressed to first-year student. Shottoral Griffith Branton, you have exhibited unparalleled courage and responsibility during your battle with the mountain beast. As a reward for your achievements, the exam scores that were previously deducted this semester have been restored. In light of the extraordinary nature of the mountain beast, which has been deconstructed in the investigation, the school has decided to award you the Cavalry Shield Vanguard as compensation. This round shield has been infused with appropriate amounts of fine gold and mithril during its crafting, rendering it more resilient than standard equipment and significantly reducing recoil upon impact, providing the wielder with a tactical advantage when confronting large creatures. The exquisite craftsmanship endows the Vanguard shield with exceptional maneuverability. You might consider using it for throwing, as the unique rare metal material possesses a certain probability of stunning the target upon impact. In conclusion, this is a valuable piece of high-quality equipment, although it lacks the suitable spirit to grant it extraordinary qualities. It is more than adequate to meet the demands of most battles. Quite satisfactory, Griffith mused as he examined the reward, finding the silver shield to be of moderate weight, flexible in use, with the Legion's eagle banner emblazoned at its center, making it quite suitable for a cavalryman like himself. It was not a loss to substitute this for the mountain beast's extraordinary qualities. Griffith then unfolded a letter, discovering it was a notification of task settlement from the Earl of Lamore, accompanied by several bills and certificates. Griffith Branton, 2nd Squad Leader, in light of your display of the necessary courage during the unforeseen incident, you are granted the following rewards: a .150 silver coins as a bonus, redeemable at Herman Meyer Bank with the attached voucher. B.2 merit points have been credited to your personal record. Please keep the attached proof safe. Sequence 8 Agent Potion provided. Evaluation: your performance was exceedingly poor as one of the camp's safety officers. You failed to make more appropriate arrangements to prevent and mitigate losses. Considering your proactive measures to avert the worst-case scenario, your evaluation for this battle is D. Very poor, recorded in your file. Attached is a 300 silver lira note from the Balon Commercial Bank, a reward for the victory in the Eastern War. The rating is dismally poor, yet the reward is rather generous. Griffith, whose merit points had been reset to 0, has now accumulated 3 points, still 7 points shy of becoming a first-level squad leader. Should he gather sufficient merit for promotion, his annual salary would rise from 1,200 silver lira to 1,500 silver lira, along with a high-ranking officer insignia. Nevertheless, Griffith contemplates delaying his promotion even if he amasses the necessary merit. He is already a shuttoral of the Lamore family, an extraordinary being of rank 8 that upon completing his 4 years at Homenwarts and paying 20 merit points, he could enter the command sequence as a 3rd-level assault squad captain, akin to a 2nd lieutenant in the Legion. The second letter is from his hometown, Neapolis Island, written by his brother. The family has finally reached out to him. "Oh, foolish little brother," it reads, "the Lamore estate has sent us news. I hear you survived the first semester at Homenwarts and have successfully advanced to rank 8, so I begrudgingly extend my congratulations. Just remember, don't overexert yourself for love, no matter how hard you practice. You cannot surpass me. Father has been granted lands in the newly conquered southern provinces by the time this letter was sent. We were already en route to our new territory, but I still struggle with the pronunciation and spelling of that place. I will write to you once we settle in." Saya clung to the door, insisting she would not leave until your return, but official orders wait for no one, and I had to drag her away. Our uncle, Dr. Zion, has moved his family back to Neapolis Island. He repeatedly insists that you must stay with them if you pass through. Elodie has not seen you in ages. Dr. Zion briefly taught at Homenwarts and should be of assistance to you. Their address is included with this letter. Father, mother, and sister send their regards. See you in the new home of the South. Your invincible brother, Solophus Branton. A wave of tender emotions surged within Griffith, leaving his hometown and joining the military. The relentless bloodshed had become an integral part of his existence. His family felt increasingly distant. Perhaps he could return to Neapolis Island for the New Year holiday, and if time permits, venture to the southern provinces. At this moment, Galadia and her companions finally made their entrance. The hall of Homenwarts erupted with fervor. Following the harrowing events of days past, the enchanting melodies of the girls provided the finest solace. Griffith listened intently to Galadia's bright soprano, as if it were a recompense for all his suffering thus far. Galadia, Note 1. This piece is Calafina's To the Beginning, who, after all, is yearning for the realization of redemption, the aimless heart. As if piercing through the emptiness of the vast sky, Fiona. In the fleeting moment of choosing you, the joy shared by two can be discovered. Sonia. Even if that means burning the body to ashes. In the bone-chilling flames, as long as your smile is by my side. Griffith leaned upon the long table, gripping its edge, his spirit trembling in resonance. The fears accumulated thus far were purified by the crystalline clarity of the song. Yet, within the melody lingered traces of sorrow, melodious and lingering, impossible to erase. His gaze was transfixed upon that familiar yet strange figure. Galadia's gentle eyes met his, echoing with that translucent tone. Her soul-stirring high notes narrated the beginning of a tale. As if a fate destined long ago, magnificent and resplendent, that radiant moonlight, merely silent, vanishing toward the place of beginnings. Chorus. I shall yearn, thus sealing tightly in that distant, vast, buried in darkness, the moments we traverse together, the song gently reverberates. A faint sweetness mingled with bitterness graced his palate, and it was only when Griffith touched his cheek that he realized he was weeping profusely. Why are you crying, Griffith? Rana and Miura approached, cheerfully carrying food. Are you reminiscing about the past? A little, Griffith's voice quavered slightly. I miss the comrades we lost in the battalion. The iron-faced Rana immediately lost his smile, murmuring, the past is unchangeable, the memories unforgettable. I often dream of them. Valet, Camp, Latina. Miura continued, reciting the names of those cherished companions. Jillian, Galona. Krista. Griffith gritted his teeth, uttering a name that pierced his heart. How I wish they were here at this very moment. Oh, Krista, Rana murmured. Who is she? Chapter 64. New Year's mission. The howling northern wind swirled a flurry of snowflakes, leaving intermittent traces upon the floor-to-ceiling windows. Griffith stood before the window, gazing blankly at the thick snowfall and the silver-clad city below. The Lamore Estate's living room, perched on the mountainside, overlooked the magnificent capital, offering a refreshing panorama throughout the seasons. After a memorable first semester, the first-year students of Homenwarts had returned to their homes to celebrate the new year of era 1444. The servants of the Lamore family busily attended to their tasks within the rooms, occasionally casting respectful and envious glances at the apprentice knight by the window. When he first arrived at the Lamore estate, he had made a fool of himself by licking the plates too clean, but now he was vastly changed. The dreadful events of last winter at Homenwarts had become the talk of the Bayerlawn social circle. The bravery, intellect, and fortune of the Lamore apprentice knight, Griffith, featured prominently in this tale. His resolute pursuit and courageous rearguard actions had safeguarded the lives and reputations of Miss Sonia de Lamore and numerous noble offspring. Ultimately emerging alive from a pit teeming with mutated creatures, a truly unbelievable feat, the most significant accolade, Griffith was bestowed with the precious Vicar Potion of the Saint Knight Path, rank 8, acquiring the legacy of the Saint Knight of Eldenova, and officially elevated to the status of an extraordinary being, having touched the threshold of knighthood. The Countess banquet, praise and admiration for the generosity and fairness of Count Lamore filled the air. It was not every châteauroux who could escape the confines of the easily attainable path of the spellbreakers, ascending to become a Saint Knight with boundless possibilities and blessings. Little did they know, Griffith had already consumed that potion. Furthermore, shortly after drinking it, he had contracted the extraordinary traits of a fallen bloodline baron, resulting in him losing the legacy and blessings of the Saint Knight due to various reasons. Now tainted by a modicum of darkness, Griffith feigned indifference, idly toying with a small crystal. This was a gift from Galadia during the Frost Festival, the insight crystal that by infusing mental energy into this crystal, the holder could observe things that were otherwise invisible. Stamina 19, Strength 19, Agility 17, Perception 15, Spirit 15. Compared to the state he was in after drinking it in the Whispering Woods, Griffith discovered his agility and perception had further improved. These statistics felt peculiar yet provided a rather intuitive reference, allowing extraordinary beings a clearer understanding of themselves. Within this small insight crystal flowed a delightful wave reminiscent of flowing water, revealing Griffith's dimensional information and vibrant spiritual energy patterns. According to Galadia, if Griffith were blessed by magic, divine grace, or tainted by evil, the crystal should reflect that as well. Stamina, representing self-healing and physical strength, exhibited apparent issues, even among the relatively powerful rank 7 extraordinary beings. Achieving a stamina of 15 was quite remarkable. For humans, relying on potions and armor for healing or bolstering defense was entirely reasonable. There was no need to enhance one's skin and physique like a beast. Griffith's skin and muscles had not hardened to the consistency of steel, yet his self-healing ability had been markedly enhanced, nearing a non-human threshold. Further improvement could prove perilous, risking transformation into a monster. However, Griffith did not discern any signs of the bloodline traits he had contracted. Despite these traits significantly amplifying his self-healing capabilities, the crystals simply failed to reveal them. There were also remnants of the holy light trait. The existence of these two extraordinary traits was factual. Their undetectability likely stemmed from the insight crystal's insufficient precision. This crystal was likely purchased from some unscrupulous merchant. Griffith recalled the unreliable divination pendant bought by the elven girl. It was reasonable to conclude that she might have been deceived when acquiring this crystal as well. The pressing issue was, after drinking the potion, his physical attributes had been unreasonably enhanced. Yet the most precious legacy was nowhere to be found, leaving Griffith at a loss on how to explain this to others. Although the Knight of Eldanova was not of high rank, he was a knight devoted to divine protection and defense, and it seemed the Lamore family had paid a considerable price beyond mere coin to obtain his extraordinary legacy. Fortunately, fully mastering the traits after promotion required time. At present, no one was suspicious of Griffith's lack of the Holy Light's favor, nor had anyone come to inspect his condition. What troubled him more was the ever-looming darkness. Rana and the others actually claimed to have no recollection of a person named Krista. Even after being shown a watercolor painting featuring Krista alongside everyone else, they steadfastly maintained that no such individual existed. Griffith immediately began to match the names of his squad mates one by one, including Krista and the commander of the 2nd Assault Squadron, Valkyrie, totaling 17 armored cavalrymen, with utmost clarity. No, your squad has only 16 armored cavalrymen. One is missing. And we would certainly know, Rana and Miura insisted. This must be a girl from the auxiliary or logistics team. Each squad comprises around 100 members, so you must be mistaken. How could I possibly be mistaken? Griffith was practically gritting his teeth. The scene of Krista's sacrifice was far from a vague memory. Surely, Rana and Miura must know Krista. All the armored cavalrymen in the entire regiment were acquainted with one another. Yet, they continued to assert that Griffith had lingered too long in the Whispering Forest, losing much of his sanity and succumbing to delusions due to his incomplete recovery. Sir Apprentice Knight, the butler Ashford emerged from the Earl's study. Nodding at the upright apprentice knight, the Earl is waiting for you in the courtyard study. Griffith immediately set aside his chaotic thoughts, adjusted his collar and cuffs, and confirmed that the small medal on his blue ribbon was perfectly positioned before striding confidently towards the study. The sound of his firm, resonant footsteps echoed through the spacious corridor. Passing by the long shelves leaning against the wall, Griffith arrived at a standalone 2-story circular building within the courtyard. The tall walls of the Earl's estate shielded him from the clamor of the street, leaving only the occasional delightful echoes of snow-laden branches bending under the weight of winter. A young man dressed in a bank uniform hurried past him. Griffith caught a glimpse of him clutching a subscription agreement for provincial government bonds. A string of zeros that seemed to amount to 500,000 silver pounds. Such a sum was truly beyond comprehension. The monthly salary of his comrades in the Legion mostly amounted to 50 silver pounds. A single bond subscription by the Earl could afford them a month of work. Earl William de Raymore was deeply engrossed in documents and books. Having worn a heavy helmet for years during his youth while fighting in wars, his once thick and lustrous golden hair had become somewhat gray and thin. Fortunately, the Earl's personal servant had taken great care in styling his hair, making it hard to notice the change upon closer inspection. As the apprentice knight stepped into the study, the Earl slowly raised his head. What reflections do you have on the past 6 months? Second squad leader, the Earl removed his glasses from the bridge of his nose, gazing at his subordinate. My lord, I have drafted a report detailing the complete account of the ghost ship Kono and the Watchtower incident. Griffith replied in a calm and solemn tone to his employer. Furthermore, my studies at Homenwarts have proven highly beneficial, and I have achieved notable results in the examinations for foundational logistics, standard encampment, and infantry command disciplines. Then should a war break out, I will remember to send you into battle as a logistics officer. The Earl smiled slightly, shaking the quill pen in his hand. How have you fared with my daughter? I have established a soul contract with her that allows us to complement each other's spiritual energy. However, I hesitate to say, Miss Sonia is wise, courageous, and a noble leader. It is my honor to serve her. Griffith paused. And indeed, it is quite enjoyable. The establishment of the soul contract could be left unmentioned for now. Yes, best not to speak of it.as the apprentice knight spoke. Earl Raymore rose from his seat and approached Griffith, gazing into his eyes. Griffith momentarily felt at a loss, merely returning the Earl's steady gaze. I was once a shy Aller myself, the tall and remarkably charismatic Earl said, gently waving his right hand as if to dispel some thought. For individuals of this nature, there are two aspects that require diligent enhancement. First, the knowledge you acquire in school and apply on the battlefield. Indeed, my lord, Griffith wholeheartedly agreed. Secondly, as an extraordinary individual of Sequence 8, you must continue to strengthen your powers. Extraordinary beings must always be prepared to combat the hidden and chaotic. Having said this, the Earl turned and retrieved a letter from his desk. Handing it to the apprentice knight, in the aftermath of the recent Great War, the southern regions of the kingdom remained far from tranquil. As a loyal vassal to His Majesty the King, I must actively fulfill my obligations and alleviate His Majesty's burdens. Neapolis Island, that is your birthplace, is it not? I entrust you with a task for a duration of 2 weeks. During this period, you may return home to pay a visit and extend my regards to Sir Brandon. The Earl spoke without leaving room for Griffith to interject. In truth, the Brandon family had already relocated to a new territory in the southern province. As Griffith received the letter and perused the wax-sealed envelope, he pondered whether he should raise a few questions. Noticing the confusion in Griffith's eyes, Earl Raymore added, some fallen mages are smuggling dangerous dark magical artifacts. I need you to ascertain the situation and provide me with further understanding of the troubles I deal with daily. Yes, my lord, Griffith responded without hesitation, standing at attention and striking his chest with his right hand. Chapter 65. The fast ship to Neapolis. Upon leaving the Earl's study, Griffith swiftly tore open the envelope to comprehend his assignment. To Griffith Brandon. Task brief for the Shattered Sea District. From the office of Earl Raymore. Intelligence indicates that a group of fanatical cultists is preparing to smuggle a certain dark magical artifact to the south. They will embark on the fast-sailing ship Equinox, departing at 2 p.m. today. You must board this vessel to conduct your investigation. The number, names, genders, ages, and abilities of the suspects remain unknown. During your assignment, you will receive assistance from agents of the Central Investigation Bureau and local extraordinary teams. Upon arriving at Neapolis Island, you will report to the leading station mage. Minimum task objective, ascertain the function and whereabouts of the dark magical artifact. Difficulty rating, D. It should be handled by extraordinary individuals of Sequence 8 or above. Or 2 regular military squads. Attempting to identify the fallen mages and confiscating or destroying the dark magical artifacts will increase your task difficulty and evaluation. Task duration, 2 weeks. First-class ship ticket attached. Task reward, 1 merit point and 100 silver pounds. Note, the risks of engaging with fallen mages are unquantifiable. The dangers of the dark magical artifact are also unquantifiable. This letter will automatically incinerate 2 minutes after being opened. Be careful not to burn the ship ticket. Second Era. January 6, 1444. Damn. Griffith was quick-witted and hastily secured the ship ticket in his pocket. Before he could further examine the task, the letter erupted into a fireball, scorching him and causing the apprentice knight to yelp in surprise. Griffith. Good morning. Sonia, now donned in her ball gown, gracefully descended the stairs with her skirts in tow, accompanied by her maid, greeting the apprentice knight with a lively tone. The radiant young lady resembled the pure morning light with her presence. The Earl's parlor seemed to have suddenly embraced the warmth of spring. Over the past 6 months, Griffith had undergone noticeable changes, appearing more mature and somewhat melancholic compared to when he first arrived. Did the ambience of the provinces melt away in Balon? Sonia tilted her head slightly, gazing at her apprentice knight. Tonight, I shall attend the Duke of Esso's ball. My father has arranged for other guards. Is there something you wish to discuss? I just received a task. I must journey south, Griffith responded. The golden-haired girl pondered for a moment. Just now, my mother inquired about how I was getting along with you and asked some questions regarding you and the watchtower. Why would she ask that? How could I possibly answer this? Griffith felt beads of sweat trickling from his temples down to his neck. The maid behind Sonia could not help but stifle a laugh. Anna, please wait for me. Sonia nodded at her maid, glanced back at Griffith, and then walked toward the parlor's floor-to-ceiling window. Griffith promptly followed suit. Throughout the Raymore estate, copper pipes were installed to deliver hot water and warmth to every corner of the rooms. Although the world outside was blanketed in white, the indoors remained as warm as spring. Sonia wore a fitted, delicate gown that revealed her smooth, sculpted shoulders. She gazed at the snow resting on the treetops in the garden and softly remarked, "Griffith, do you know, on that fateful night in the Whispering Forest, when you went missing after the battle with Baron Ansem, Galadia was deeply worried for you to be why then. Reinforcements from Homenwarts had already arrived. Since most people had escaped peril, the reinforcements were not particularly eager to venture deep into the forest to search for you." Griffith looked at the girl in surprise, nodding anxiously. "Galadia contacted a highly esteemed clansman, utilizing several powerful sealing artifacts to find you, ultimately defeating the mutated creatures that pursued you at the forest's edge." Sonia's bright eyes met Griffith's. Powerful sealing artifacts often signify dangerous backlash. For her to assist you at such great risk. That alone, the social circles have been whispering about you both. Griffith felt a wave of unease wash over him. Sonia's words subtly conveyed a profound truth. Certain esteemed individuals had cast their gaze upon the inconsequential figure of a novice knight. With but a whisper, they could set into motion intricate and delicate gears, and before anyone was aware, the distant rumble of wheels had already rolled over a mere squire. "This is my Frost Festival gift, which I forgot to present to you earlier, a unit of potential elixir." Sonia extended her soft, fair hand, placing a small vial of potion into his palm. "Be cautious on your journey south." "Understood, I shall exercise caution." Griffith stepped back, solemnly bidding farewell to the girl. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something. "Sonia, have you heard of Lady Ilithia? The Great Harbor District." With a simple pack on his back, Griffiths leapt onto a carriage. Hastening toward the port, the unexpected task disrupted his plans. He had intended to explore the black market on Taysok Street in the lower city of Balon during the New Year holiday, in search of suitable enchantments or magical items. Although he had missed the opportunity to purchase gifts due to his isolation before the Frost Festival, both Galadia and Sonia had bestowed gifts upon him. And naturally, he intended to reciprocate. The two gifts had cost him over 300 silver lira, supplemented by some of his monthly salary and savings, in addition to the income from brewing illicit alcohol. Griffith still had a task bonus of 150 silver lira, a war bonus of 300 silver lira from the Eastern conflict, and when accounting for the remaining salary subsidy at the end of December, he had a total of 556 silver lira at his disposal. This money was earmarked for purchasing second-hand textbooks, reference materials, and experimental supplies, with hopes of saving a portion for personal mystical items and potions. This constituted his lawful earnings, meager as they were. The potential elixir Sonia gifted him alone was valued at 500 silver lira. Additionally, he possessed 7 corrupted wolf spider venom sacs, which were to be distributed within the demon hunting team. Estimated at 105 gold florins, equivalent to 2,100 silver lira. The extraordinary trait of the demon hunter Callius, whom he had slain, was worth at least 5,000 silver lira. These were his clandestine, unconfessed earnings. If the Beacon Academy were to learn of his slaying of a captain and instructor, they would surely come knocking come spring. His illicit income was nearly 13 times that of his lawful earnings, confirming that honest labor has its limits. For Griffiths, a knight of the lower nobility without inheritance, the only way to escape the confines of his high security status was to ascend to knighthood. While rank 8 satisfied the minimum requirement, rank 7 was more prudent, ensuring he would not fall prey early in his quest for merit. Subsequently, he would need to wed a lady of noble birth to establish his own lineage. Although the girl's family would provide financial support, Griffiths himself needed to possess some savings and assets. During this period, Griffiths engaged in a bit of research, deepening his understanding of his own finances. Hypothetically, he wished to propose to Sonia, and the Count did not swiftly end his life. His knightly status, coupled with an estate worth 100,000 silver lira and an annual pension of 5,000 silver lira, would serve as the minimum threshold, rendering the union less absurd. Balon adhered to such customs. A promising young man could not solely rely on his prospects. If Griffiths sought to marry Galadia, the situation would be considerably simpler. Elves held no such materialistic demands and were indifferent to wealth. The governor of Canaan would swiftly eliminate him, thus resolving the matter entirely. Alas! Griffith sighed deeply, prompting the coachman to glance back at him. Whenever he contemplated these intricate details, he became acutely aware of how ill-suited he was for Galadia. Not to mention, the elf's lifespan far exceeded his own. The tales of long-lived beings and mortals often concluded in tragedy. Returning to the matter at hand, the venom sacs and extraordinary trait were indeed hot commodities. Griffiths immersed the venom sacs in potion for preservation, entrusting them to Sonia for safekeeping. The daughter of the Rammer family had a room brimming with materials and readily agreed to assist without hesitation. As for the extraordinary trait, Griffiths tucked it alongside his potion crafting notes into a pocket close to his body, awaiting an opportune moment to part with it. Following Miss Rammer's advice, Griffiths donned his chainmail and leather armor. Sheathing a sword at his waist, with daggers concealed in his cuffs and boots, this leather armor was his personal gear, having been salvaged from a state of near ruin by the skilled artisans of Balon. At a modest cost, key areas had been reinforced with iron mesh and rings, repainted, and it now appeared even more dignified and aesthetically pleasing than before, though its reliability remained questionable. After the battle in the Whispering Forest, Griffiths discovered that both chainmail and leather armor were exceedingly vulnerable when confronted with mutated creatures. To attain superior protection, he needed to consider the latest models of scale and plate armor. These new types offered better defense than chainmail and leather, yet came at a steep price, compounded by exorbitant repair costs that a standard chainmail set cost approximately 5 gold florins, while a plate armor comprising merely a breastplate was projected to require 12 gold florins, only slightly more than the complete formal attire Griffiths had purchased upon arriving in Balon. Equivalent to 2 months of salary and allowances. In retrospect, that formal attire had been excessively expensive, but it was chosen by Galadia. Griffiths, lacking knowledge of fashion and pricing, felt too embarrassed to voice his concerns about the cost. Comparatively, the price of plate armor seemed less daunting. However, the true expense lay in the inevitable repairs. Damaged chainmail could have some iron rings replaced, requiring minimal materials and labor, while leather armor was particularly easy to mend. Plate armor, on the other hand, necessitated the removal of large sections of damaged areas, followed by meticulous fitting, welding, and polishing. Should shortcuts be taken during repairs, the patched armor could easily be pierced in battle, potentially injuring the wearer. Using large iron plates for repairs would disrupt the balance and center of gravity of the entire suit of armor, causing greater harm during combat and to the body. If possible, Griffiths aspired to acquire a set of scale armor. It offered superior protection over plate armor and was conducive to the embedding of special effect gems and crystals, with repair costs being more reasonable. Of course, such aspirations were merely wishful thinking, for the price of scale armor far exceeded that of plate armor. The carriage departed the grand thoroughfare of the upper district and entered the lower district. The snow-covered streets exuded an eerie atmosphere, somber and desolate. Griffiths instinctively heightened his vigilance, hand resting on his sword. It was a complex sensation, as if many eyes were watching him from the darkened corners, almost materializing before him. Yet, as he scrutinized the streets, despite sensing something amiss, he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Chapter 66. The Fast Ship to Neapolis. Part 2. That ominous and vague sense of danger dissipated swiftly. When Griffiths first arrived in Balon, he had sensed a weighty darkness lurking deep within the streets, akin to a mysterious and brooding beast. Now, that feeling had transformed into something even stranger, more distorted. However, his attention was soon captured by the magnificent edifice near the seaside. Upon his initial arrival in Balon, Griffiths had been awed by the epic walls, but the novel spectacle that emerged close to the port left him utterly astonished. After years of intermittent construction, the grand astrological tower of Balon was finally completed at an astonishing pace within 6 months following the war, standing tall above the waves and cliffs that loomed atop the mountain. Surveying the raging ocean and gazing into the boundless starry sky, stirring the hearts of those who beheld it, the observation of celestial bodies had long been a focal point of the mystical realm. And many important cities had simultaneously completed their smaller astrological towers. These varied structures monitored the trajectories of the stars, offering services ranging from divination assistance, psychic detection, warnings of mutated creatures, to weather forecasting and clock calibration. The grand astrological tower emitted powerful psychic signals to every corner of the civilized world, twice daily at noon and midnight. All mage towers and astrological towers worldwide calibrated their clocks based on this signal. This signal carried an additional layer of meaning. All human endeavors were guided by the grand astrological tower of Balon. Balon was poised to transition from an ancient alliance into a truly unified nation. Following the defeat of the formidable Eastern Beastmen, the king and the wise senate would surely seek compelling arguments to persuade the various lords. Griffiths gazed at the marvel, weighing his own significance as a piece of evidence. "Hey, noble knight, did you know?" The carriage driver, having also caught sight of the grand spectacle, turned to Griffiths and remarked, "They say that with the advent of this grand astrological tower, many functions of the mage towers across the land can now operate safely. Teleportation, for instance, can transport a person thousands of miles in an instant. Is that true? Griffiths was genuinely unaware. That's the rumor going around, but it seems there are some limitations, the driver said enviously. It's said that only esteemed mages and knights like yourself can use it. Ordinary folk still have to rely on my old profession. This Griffiths understood. Many magical items required the psychic energy of extraordinary individuals for operation. Regardless of how exquisitely designed, the actual user base might not even reach 1% of Balon's total population. Hours later, Griffiths lay on the soft bedding of the spring equinox, toying with the corrupted feathered strike sword from the blood count of the whispering forest. Contemplating how to achieve its purification, the gentle sunlight and warm sea breeze, coupled with a sense of comfortable ease, lulled him into a drowsy state. The seven-masted sailing vessel, Equinox, boasts a displacement exceeding 8,000 tons, gliding swiftly and steadily through tumultuous waves. Its sails and rudder are augmented by a magical apparatus powered by dust crystals, setting its structure apart from ordinary ships, far surpassing them in both efficiency and convenience. Although the construction and maintenance costs are exorbitant, it significantly reduces the number of crew required, offering greater cabin and cargo space, which has rendered it increasingly popular in recent years due to its comfort and ease of use. This exceptional sailing ship, while primarily crafted from wood and reliant on sail power, incorporates the latest technologies in its construction, with iron and copper pipes and frameworks adorning its hull. The Equinox is thus sturdier and more pristine than traditional sailing vessels. With first-class and deluxe cabins even featuring their own washrooms. In recent years, the iron production in Balon has surged dramatically. It is rumored that several abyssal mines are operating incessantly, billowing clouds of smoke that obscure the sky, resulting in a significant drop in the price of fine steel. Newspapers report that the sagacious Senate is preparing to phase out the outdated leather armor of the various legions in favor of a new combination of half-plate and chainmail. However, such matters pertain to the high-ranking officials. Griffith believes that the combination of leather and chainmail offers considerable agility and possesses its own merits. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate time, it was unclear whether he was dreaming or awake when a cold, slippery, serpentine appendage brushed against his body. In that instant, fear and revulsion jolted Griffith awake, and from the corner of his eye, he glimpsed something serpent-like slither into the shadows of the cabin. Shit! Griffith sprang from his bed, drawing his long sword and dagger in self-defense. A snake in the first-class cabin of this luxurious passenger ship bound for the south. He leapt onto the sofa and then onto the desk, ringing the service bell with lightning speed, standing atop the desk as he scanned his surroundings anxiously, eyeing the swamps and wastelands of the east. Compared to fearsome beasts, ferocious orcs, and wicked magic, the elusive, soft-bodied, and slippery snakes left Griffith with countless dreadful memories. Moreover, he seemed to have harbored a lifelong fear of such creatures, the origin of which remained a mystery. "Sir, how may we assist you?" A steward knocked on the cabin door, inquiring earnestly about the apprentice knight's needs. After receiving a clear response, the steward quickly departed. In no time, two towering stewards entered, wielding long poles and snake-catching nets. Glancing at the extraordinary figure still perched on the desk, "Sir, is there a snake in your cabin?" "Yes, indeed. Otherwise, why would I be on the desk?" Griffith hurriedly pointed beneath the bed. "A rather large one has crawled in. Leave it to us." The stewards secured the door, donned protective gloves, and, after checking their equipment, one provided cover while the other began to move the grand bed aside. "Do you frequently have snake issues on this ship?" Griffith, observing their deft and composed movements, couldn't help but inquire. "How could that be?" The steward responded gravely. "The Equinox is the most luxurious sailing vessel in these waters, and we absolutely cannot tolerate anything that might tarnish its reputation and quality." "Then why do you have snake-catching tools?" Griffith pondered silently. "Be cautious, it may be in that corner," one of the stewards remarked. "Let's spray a calming agent to keep it subdued." "Understood. My gloves are lined with iron mesh, so I'm not worried." The other steward, undaunted, moved with meticulous precision, leaving no corner unchecked. "Did you not just say that you've never had snake problems before? Why do you appear so proficient?" Griffith's anxiety escalated at their professional demeanor. "How many snakes have you captured?" "There it is. A sea serpent. Don't let it escape into the pipes." The stewards indeed managed to seize a coiling, thrashing, fanged serpent from the corner, swiftly securing it in a sturdy burlap sack. The intricate and vibrant patterns on the serpent caused Griffith's heart to race. Rest assured. Esteemed first-class passenger, Mr. Branton, the steward assured calmly as they carried the snake away, beckoning more staff to enter. We will conduct a thorough inspection of your cabin, and the cabin supervisor will arrive shortly. Watching the writhing sea serpent still restless within the sack, Griffith felt a surge of unease. Despite being an experienced warrior, having slain numerous mutated creatures, his fear of snakes had remained unchanged since childhood. Moreover, he couldn't fathom how this creature had managed to infiltrate his cabin. Mr. Apprentice Knight, the cabin supervisor respectfully presented a bottle of red wine, showing no regard for whether the guest would indulge. Please accept our sincere apologies. Do you know how the snake entered? Griffith set the wine aside and inquired amiably. The only entry point is through the washroom's pipe. The supervisor guided Griffith to inspect the area, adding, however, Mr. Branton, your room is on the upper level of the main deck, nearly at the ship's apex. Given the sea serpent's habits, we cannot comprehend how it managed to climb so high. So it's possible it could have entered through that pipe? Following the supervisor's indication, Griffith observed the potential entryway, noting some traces there. However, this pipe, it was hardly wider than the captured snake. Rather than suggesting it had slithered out, it seemed more likely someone had shoved it in with a stick. Deliberate, Griffith's expression grew exceedingly grave. I cannot fathom that a snake could traverse such a pipe on its own. We will conduct a comprehensive investigation across the entire ship, Mr. Branton, and will report any developments to you during dinner. The supervisor led the now cleared stewards out of the room, gently closing the door behind them. Had the fallen mage already sensed my presence? Was this snake sent in by him as a means to eliminate me? So soon? Is there a traitor within the Count's estate? Could it be the work of another? Have I offended someone? Perhaps inadvertently. Given that I had just slain a demon hunter, Griffith sat at the desk, his toes barely grazing the floor as he contemplated. If the assailant's target was not himself, it was likely aimed at the passengers in the adjacent cabins, ultimately arriving at his own due to some miscalculation. However, why employ such a method? The fact that this snake survived being stuffed into a narrow, dust-filled pipe only to emerge alive was already unfathomable. The more he pondered, the more anxious Griffith became, prompting him to rise and check his equipment. Currently, he could harness both frost and blood runes, and he could store up to 6 runes simultaneously. After each use, Griffith needed to concentrate his mental energy to form new runes for further utilization. Due to limited mental capacity, he would condense runes whenever possible, ensuring he had 6 at the ready. The spells at his disposal included Frost Armor, Second-Order Extreme Freeze Nova Icy Constructs, Blood Puppet, and Bloodbat Storm, with the latter 2 consuming 2 blood runes each time they were cast. Chapter 67. The fast ship bound for Neapolis 3. Griffith typically stored 2 blood runes and 4 frost runes, including the runes that could be generated in a mere 15 seconds with his current mental energy. His reserves would allow him to seamlessly unleash a combination of 2 to 3 frost spells and 1 blood spell to handle most situations. Compared to regular mages, his advantage lay in the absence of shared cooldowns between different spells activated through runes, enabling him to unleash 3 distinct spells in rapid succession. Even high-ranking mages require items and scrolls to achieve such swift, consecutive casting. Additionally, Griffith now possessed the physique and mental fortitude of a Sequence 8 breaker, endowed with a remarkable regenerative ability akin to that of a bloodline baron. His innate traits also provided considerable magical resistance to critical moments in battle. He could employ his extraordinary ability, Judgment, to execute a fierce counterattack. The corrupted feathered strike sword sheathed at his waist was exceptionally sharp, imbued with shadow-infused magical damage. His vanguard shield was both sturdy and resilient, serving as excellent armor. Overall, Griffith's combat style emphasized tenacity and endurance, while also allowing for unexpected bursts of powerful damage within a short span. For a Sequence 8 mage or demon hunter, encountering an adversary like Griffith, who possessed high resistance, robust protection, and lethality, would undoubtedly pose a grave danger. Griffith donned his double-layered armor and exited the room, traversing the corridor outside the first-class cabin toward the nearby quarters. The Equinox, on the main deck, rarely featured several sections of 4-tiered cabins exclusively for first-class and deluxe passengers, providing unparalleled comfort and vistas that traditional quarters could not rival. Funded by the Lamore family, Griffith's cabin was quite nice for a first-class accommodation, while it could not compare to the more opulent cabins that spanned 2 levels. it was still sufficiently comfortable. This arrangement was likely due to the potential threats posed by cultists, who were rarely impoverished. They required comfortable, spacious lodgings to execute their nefarious plans without risking the theft of dark magical items in second-class cabins. If possible, Griffith clearly ought to investigate and monitor all first-class and deluxe passengers. However, constraints of manpower and social etiquette made a thorough investigation challenging in the short term, compelling him to begin with the nearest neighbors. His cabin was 309. With the deck staircase and room 307 adjacent to it. In that place resided a young couple, whom Griffith had only encountered when boarding the vessel. After knocking on several doors and receiving no response, Griffith concluded that there was no need to force his way in. He then proceeded to knock on the door of room 308 across the hallway. This was a two-level suite, more luxurious than Griffith's own quarters. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a stern-looking middle-aged man, dressed impeccably in a dark coat, with a downturned mouth that exuded an air of rigid seriousness, as if someone had audaciously consumed his bread. "Good day. I am Griffith Branton, a squire from room 309. He nodded respectfully towards the man. "A sea serpent has just slithered into my room, and I was hoping to ascertain whether all is well with you. This is the room of Counselor Milo Van Neville of the Arcane Assembly. I am his steward," the man replied in a monotonous and pallid tone. "The counselor is currently absent. I kindly ask you to leave." "Sir." Thud. The cabin door slammed shut before Griffith. "It seems I lack charm and am not particularly welcomed," he murmured to himself as he walked away. He had no recollection of the occupant of room 306. And upon knocking, he received no reply. The spring equinox had departed over half a day ago, and dinner would soon be served. Unable to confirm the existence of any conspiracy, Griffith made his way down the corridor towards the dining room. Intending to satiate his hunger first, the dining facilities aboard the ship were divided according to cabin class, reflecting the quality of the cuisine. And on the first evening of his journey, Griffith was afforded the opportunity to indulge in the exquisite offerings prepared for first-class passengers. The meal commenced with a chilling and appetizing sweet wine accompanied by fresh oysters. For those averse to raw fare, the oysters could be prepared with garlic or sautéed in butter upon request. Following this were options of seafood soup or creamy mushroom soup, succeeded by either pan-seared salmon or salmon belly sashimi, complemented by caviar and succulent foie gras. How indulgent! Griffith sipped the pale blue sweet wine, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet his appetite surged. The main course featured lobster and an M5 grade steak, accompanied by rice from the southern regions, as translucent as jade, and pan-fried beef tongue. The fresh vegetables served alongside were harvested on the very day of departure. This task has its merits. Reflecting on the hardships he endured on the battlefield, Griffith relished his meal, devouring the appetizers and main course with great enthusiasm. Next, the servers brought forth small portions of apple pie and tiramisu. What a delightful repast! The contrast to the days immediately following the war was nothing short of stark. However, this was understandable. The southern regions of the eastern province were mountainous, and during wartime, the coastline was blockaded. Towns there were responsible for supplying the front lines with staple foods, horses, clothing, and various materials. Although the Legion compensated them, inflation and resource scarcity were inevitable. Now that peace had returned, the culinary offerings in the great cities along the trade routes were undoubtedly superior to those in Izmir. During the meal, a female vocalist serenaded the first-class dining guests, with the option to request songs for a modest fee. Not far from Griffith sat a portly magnate, addressed as His Excellency Salian Corksel, reputedly a wealthy merchant from the West Coast. He was moved to tears by the melodies, graciously urging the servers to bring forth flowers and red wine. "Mr. Griffith, are you satisfied with tonight's meal?" inquired a headwaiter, approaching Griffith with earnestness. "Additionally, regarding the chief steward you sought, we are unaware of his whereabouts." Griffith had previously requested the steward's presence to ensure the safety of the cruise and its passengers, but it seemed this endeavor had yielded no success. Unaware of his whereabouts, Griffith raised an eyebrow. "He hasn't fallen overboard, has he?" "Regrettably, he has been missing for some time. The captain has dispatched crew members to search, hoping he has not plunged into the sea." Falling overboard seemed implausible. This colossal seven-masted sailing ship accommodated over 800 passengers and 200 sailors, with individuals constantly traversing the deck. If someone had indeed fallen overboard, it would not go unnoticed. Griffith nodded, producing a gratuity for the head waiter. "Could you inquire with the guests in room 307? Should they be available? The squire from the Lamore family wishes to pay them a visit." "Certainly." Mr. Branton. The headwaiter nodded and departed. Griffith leisurely sipped his post-dinner drink, contemplating where to commence his search. He would require the assistance of allies on this mission and needed to devise a means to rendezvous with them swiftly. At that moment, the headwaiter returned to the table. Did you receive a response so soon? Indeed, the occupants of room 307 are Mr. Eck and Miss Milia, the headwaiter informed him. The cabin steward mentioned that Mr. Eck has been missing since before dinner. Initially, his fiancée, Miss Milia, assumed he was engaged in cards, only to later discover she could not reach him. She is now anxiously searching for him. Are the crew members assisting in the search? Griffith quickly drained his drink. Yes. The ship's safety officer and the cabin steward are currently investigating in room 307. Then I shall join them. Dinner has been splendid. Outside room 307, a crowd had gathered. Griffith navigated through the throng. Arriving at the cabin door, where he found Miss Milia, the safety officer, and the cabin steward standing within the spacious quarters. 4 servers clustered outside, along with several passengers observing the scene, including the steward he had recently encountered. What transpired inside? Griffith inquired of the server guarding the door. We are not entirely certain, the server replied, shaking his head in confusion. This is Mr. Eck and Miss Milia's room. No one may enter without the safety officer's permission. Miss Milia has fainted. Call for a doctor immediately, the safety officer suddenly shouted, followed by the sounds of frantic commotion. I am an extraordinary individual, attending to official duties. Allow me entry. Griffith promptly instructed the server, while simultaneously calling into the suite. Do not assist the unconscious person. Leave her be for the moment. The safety officer and the steward, who were poised to assist Miss Milia, hesitated momentarily. The server, under the unwavering gaze of Griffith, stepped aside, permitting him entry into the room. I hail from the Eastern Legion and possess first aid experience. I shall attend to her until the attending physician arrives, Griffith declared as he strode into the suite. Taking charge of the assistance rendered to Miss Milia, the lady lying on the floor was adorned in luxurious attire. Even in her pallid state, her beauty was striking, her figure elegantly shaped. Griffith swiftly assessed her breathing and loosened the tight belt around her waist. I feel a bit lightheaded, Miss Milia murmured softly as she began to regain her composure. Do you often experience low blood sugar or follow a restrictive diet? Griffith inquired. Somewhat. Please bring a glass of warm water with a bit of sugar, Griffith directed the cabin steward. Miss Milia is not in grave danger. While the steward busied himself, Griffith began to examine the surroundings. On the opulent suite sofa lay a gentleman's coat, waistcoat, shirt, trousers, and shoes, all conspicuously strewn about. The formal attire appeared somewhat disheveled, as if a man had lazily reclined there. However, the tie was tightly fastened at the collar, with cufflinks, buttons, ribbons, and belt precisely in place. The sofa and floor near the trousers bore polished shoes that had been carelessly discarded. A pair of socks dangled, one on each side of the shoe. This entire scene resembled a horrific prank. The garments and footwear were layered like nesting dolls, yet the owner of the clothing had seemingly vanished as if shedding his skin. Chapter 68. The Fast Ship Bound for Neapolis, Part 4. This is an attack by dark magic. Griffith was certain this was no mere prank but an assault. His instincts were resolute, the ominous and perilous sensation palpable. What kind of dark sorcery could cause a living person to vanish into thin air? I have never heard of such a thing. However, this dark magic could not possibly be intended for neatly stacking clothes like nesting dolls. Inform the captain to heighten security. Griffith turned to the safety officer. I am the official extraordinary individual, Squire Griffith Branton, now taking over the investigation of this matter. If there are any other extraordinary individuals or official personnel aboard, please contact me immediately. My cabin is room 309. Understood. The safety officer nodded earnestly. We will notify the captain at once. Can we return to port? That is certainly not an option. Maritime law forbids it. However, we may seek assistance from nearby fleets and extraordinary individuals and report to the regional governor's office. As anticipated, cultists daring to launch an attack must surely know that such vessels cannot easily return to port. Griffith nodded. I require the information of every first-class and elite cabin passenger. There must be no concealment. I can review it in the captain's quarters. Very well, I will request this from the captain. The safety officer appeared to be experienced in such matters. However, I cannot guarantee completeness. Some passengers only have basic information. The onlookers outside were urged away by the sailors, permitting only the crew and ship's doctor to enter. The doctor assessed Miss Millia's condition and ultimately determined that she merely suffered from anxiety-induced dizziness. Could you share with us what transpired? Miss Millia spoke, as the safety officer noticed the guest's emotions calming down. He began to inquire. This afternoon, Ek was playing in the casino, and I grew somewhat weary, so I went for a massage, Miss Millia recounted. When I returned around 7, I discovered that Ek was not in the room. However, upon entering, I seemed to glimpse a large, serpent-like mass that vanished beneath the sofa in the blink of an eye. On the sofa lay Ek's complete attire. Even his tie was neatly fastened to his belt. His socks. Oh dear, those socks. Could this be a prank? Griffiths cautiously approached the sofa. Beside Ek's full ensemble lingered a peculiar stench. He touched the garments, and to his astonishment, they still retained a faint warmth. Rising, Griffiths posed a question to the safety officer. There is an odd odor. Is there a dog aboard this vessel? No, the safety officer replied curtly. Pets are not permitted on the ship, and there are no animals on board. Well, this scent is quite unusual. As an extraordinary individual with a keen sense of smell, I believe I could investigate, provided it is safe. Griffiths, harboring thoughts of inquiry, departed the cabin but did not return to his own quarters. The mysterious and terrifying disappearance of Mr. Ek had transpired in room 307. Miss Millia had witnessed the shadow of a serpent, and even in his own room 309, Griffiths had encountered a sea serpent. However, the timings of these events were vastly disparate. What connection could there possibly be between a sea serpent and a missing passenger? The passenger information provided by the captain was utterly unhelpful. Griffiths, vexed, closed the ledger. It contained merely names and citizen numbers, devoid of identity or occupational details. After the captain organized the sailors' search efforts, he turned to Griffiths and said, "To avoid causing panic, we have not disseminated the news. But we have alerted first-class and elite-class passengers to remain vigilant that I suspect there may be other extraordinary individuals on board, and one will likely contact us shortly." Indeed, that extraordinary individual's task was also to investigate cultists aboard the ship. He should soon reach out to confirm his comrades' identities. However, this extraordinary individual must have been designated by another department long ago. Why was this information not relayed to the Count beforehand and communicated to me? After pondering for a moment, Griffiths concluded that the Count's mission likely originated from the Army Department, the Central Investigation Bureau, or another agency, and the information reaching him at this level was likely incomplete. As the most junior field operative, he had no grounds for complaint. "Good night, Captain." Griffiths rose to bid farewell. "I may rest in the library tonight. Please notify me immediately of any developments. I will not return to my cabin alone. What if I inexplicably vanish?" Just a few steps away from the captain's quarters, a tall blonde girl approached from the opposite direction. She appeared no older than 18, her statuesque figure complemented by long, lightly curled golden hair cascading casually to her curvaceous and resilient waist, glistening like pure gold under the light. Clad in the trendy, tailored attire of the South, her top resembled a fitted leather armor, accentuating her ample bosom, and a small jacket swayed gently with her graceful movements. After being tainted by the debauched nature of Baron Ansem, Griffiths occasionally experienced a peculiar, uncomfortable sensation that a vigorous apprentice knight should, like a cold-blooded serpent, relish the warmth of the sun. As the girl approached Griffiths, she radiated a unique brilliance akin to the dawn, her presence dispelling darkness and filth, bestowing upon Griffiths a genuine sense of joy. "Aurum potestas est," Griffiths murmured in admiration. The sun-kissed beauty caught wind of his compliment and returned a smile. "Thank you for the praise." Such a girl evoked a strange sense of dissonance within Griffiths. Presenting his identity card, he followed his instincts and stated, "Good evening. I am Apprentice Knight Griffiths Branton, squad leader of the 2nd Assault Cavalry." The blonde girl paused a short distance away, twirling her long fingers. "Your approach is quite direct." "I did not intend to flirt with you," Griffiths firmly denied. "I cannot deny that I would not have made such a remark had you not been so captivating. However, I have an inkling that you might be looking to pick a fight with someone." "Haha, you are not entirely mistaken." The girl smiled, scrutinizing Griffiths. "I am Amber Roselith, an apprentice investigator from the Extraordinary Sequence 8 of the Beacon. A huntress in training, tasked with investigating cultists and dark magical artifacts aboard this ship." "So it is you. Why did you not contact the captain sooner? I only found you now after such a delay." Griffiths suppressed his complaints. The coordination of actions among official agencies was indeed a complete mess. Allied forces lacked even the basic exchange of identity information. Amber appeared oblivious to this fact. I know you. Your description differs somewhat from Pella and Hawkins. I initially imagined you to have a jester's face with a manic grin. They survived. Griffiths inquired with delight, simultaneously chastising them for whatever odd remarks they had made behind his back. Yes, but unfortunately, Hank and Raven, along with the commanding officer Callius, have been missing ever since. Their fate seems grim. He is gone, yet the extraordinary traits are still tucked away in my pocket. Griffiths inquired calmly. Are there any other allies? No. This is not a high-level mission. Miss Alicia Valkyrie sends her regards and wishes to inform you that she is now serving as a training instructor for demon hunters and huntresses at the Beacon Academy after her retirement. The squadron leader? Griffiths exclaimed. I have yet to contact her since leaving the front lines. But she has always been aware of your movements. She intended to come in person for this mission, but given her status, it is impossible for her to lead the charge. Once you arrive at Neapolis Island, you may visit the Echo Hub at the port. She should have left you a message there. How coincidental. What does the squadron leader wish to discuss with me? Griffiths momentarily set aside that question and addressed the immediate issue. Just today, Mr. Eck from the cabin next to mine went missing. His complete attire, tie, trousers, and socks lay neatly arranged like Russian nesting dolls on the sofa in his guest room. He himself seemed to have vanished like a serpent shedding its skin, without unfastening a single button or tie. The blonde girl's expression shifted to one of seriousness. After a brief pause, she asked, Is there anything else particularly noteworthy? I detected a peculiar odor near his clothing, Griffiths reflected. Deeming it acceptable to share, I am attempting to trace the source of this scent. A dog would be helpful right now. Additionally, the steward has also gone missing. Understood. The blonde girl retrieved an identification card from her pocket. Showing it to Griffiths. I am here to assist you. Shall we conduct a search tonight? Not tonight. Griffiths shook his head. The night is poorly lit, and we are short-handed. It would be impractical to search such a large vessel throughout the night. Although the situation is dire, I plan to wait until morning to have the ship's crew conduct a preliminary search before proceeding. Indeed, the girl nodded. I hope to alternate night shifts with you, given the signs of dark magical events. It would be perilous for us to split up and sleep until dawn. Griffith suggested. I have a first-class cabin. I can rest on the sofa. That is acceptable, Amber agreed without hesitation. But do inform me of any other actions you undertake. That night, Griffiths found it difficult to rest. He was genuinely uneasy, fearing that something might occur while he slept or that he might be attacked. Thankfully, with Amber on duty, he would not need to retreat to the library or the sailor's duty room. Despite the disappearance of a passenger and a steward, the captain was not required to turn back according to navigation rules. The seven-masted barquentine, Vernal Equinox, continued its voyage towards its destination, sailing along the currents. As a regular fast-sailing ship between Balon and the fragmented seas around Neapolis Island, the Vernal Equinox required nearly 3 full days at sea from departure to arrival on the morning of January 7th. 1444 of the Second Era, the cabin steward reported that a preliminary search had been conducted in the early hours, but yielded no results. Although the ship was vast, there were not many locations where such a stench could originate. Griffiths contemplated. The first-class and elite-class quarters were unlikely to produce such odors. The most probable locations were the lower cargo hold and the unnoticed corners and pipes, particularly near the lavatories. Have you heard? Someone jumped overboard yesterday. Griffiths overheard 2 middle-aged women conversing as he passed a CAF. They simply went missing. It might not necessarily be a case of jumping. I heard that the individual neatly removed their clothing before vanishing without a trace. They have yet to be found. News of Mr. X's disappearance had already spread. Chapter 69. The fast ship bound for Neapolis. Part 5. Griffiths and Amber arrived on the main deck, preparing to descend to the lower cabins. The main deck of the Vernal Equinox was quite spacious, filled with numerous tourists admiring the sea. Passengers from the second and lower decks were also resting here. Next, I shall proceed to the lower cargo hold. I believe that place is ill-suited for you. Griffith suddenly recalled something. Moreover, the situation there is uncertain. I shall descend with the sailors while you remain outside to assist. What does that imply? Why shouldn't I go down and you assist me? Is this a case of gender discrimination? Amber raised her eyebrows. You might be underestimating the strength of a female hunter. No, I do not mean to imply that it may pose a danger to you. Although peril certainly exists, my primary concern stems from. Griffith chuckled, mimicking the girl's gesture as he tousled his hair, since it is the source of foul odors. That place must be unbearable. There could very well be unspeakable things. You handle it as you see fit. How did I not think of that? Amber stepped back. Yikes, I refuse to engage in such filthy work. However, dear Mr. Bloodhound, it might not be safe for you either. If there are any signs of danger, do not venture further. I shall come down. At that moment, the safety officer arrived with a sailor. This is second mate Makarov, the officer introduced swiftly, while we cannot be certain of the extent of its effects. The unusual odor noted by the apprentice knight is indeed a matter requiring attention. It is essential to inspect the lower hold. The robust second mate, resembling a bear, brandished a massive wrench in his hand. Let us hasten. The disappearance of the steward has spread among the sailors, and we must not put the captain in a difficult position. As a state-of-the-art sailing vessel, the Spring Breeze was constructed with numerous metal components and pipelines, rendering wood a secondary material in many areas. The twisting pipes resembled the root systems of a dense forest, leaving one bewildered as to their destinations. What kind of stench is that? Makarov inquired, taking a hefty swig from a bottle of spirits. Why do you have alcohol hidden again? Put it away quickly. If the captain sees you, you will be demoted, the safety officer admonished, furrowing his brow. Speaking of odors, I detected a similar one in Mr. X's cabin, which can only be described as a nauseating blend of sewage and decay. Then we should check the ship's sewage compartment. It connects to all the sewage pipes for maintenance purposes, Makarov replied, stowing away the vodka. Let me think. The watchman on this voyage is Faze. That lazy fellow is likely napping. Upon reaching the sewage compartment, Griffith indeed caught a whiff of that distinct foul odor. I had thought sewage was directly discharged into the sea. Griffith perused the duty roster at the entrance. I see Faze's record from yesterday. Yet today's entry is blank. Everyone, spread out in search, the safety officer directed, indicating the intricate network of paths and pipes. Stay alert. Do not stray too far. Griffith navigated the narrow passage cautiously. How strange. Although there were sewage pipes, why was the stench so overpowering? Were the pipes usually kept open? Griffith's suspicions deepened as he unsheathed his corrupted feathered sword. Over here, apprentice knight Makarov. Just minutes later, the safety officer's voice rang out suddenly, prompting Griffith to sprint toward the source of the sound. The stench intensified, reminiscent of a cesspit that had fermented for days on end. Makarov, akin to a bear, rushed down a side path and nearly collided with Griffith. The two arrived at the safety officer's position, where they found a valve on the sewage processing tank opened wide enough for an adult to squeeze through, the foul odor emanating from that very spot. This must be the source of the stench, Griffith nodded. From here, the sewage pipes should connect to various compartments. The lingering odor originates from this location. However, the pipes are not spacious, and there are partitions in between. Makarov stifled his nausea as he peered into the dark sewage chamber. Even if one managed to enter, it would be impossible to crawl through several decks to reach the upper compartments, wouldn't it? I did not ask you to examine that. The safety officer interjected suddenly. You should look at this instead. What is it? Griffith and Makarov turned their heads in unison. Not far from the sewage chamber, a sailor's uniform hung from a pipe. The belt and sailor's necktie were neatly tied around the garment, and long trousers concealed a pair of shoes. The safety officer gently lifted the pant leg, revealing two socks dangling from the shoe's edge. The owner of this outfit had vanished without a trace, like a candle melted away. The lingering odor in Mr. X's cabin is likely related to the foulness in the sewage pipes, and the inexplicable state of the missing sailor's clothing suggests a connection. Yet, it is perplexing that the two locations are separated by nearly the entire ship, interconnected through several not particularly wide sewage pipes and central nodes. Quite a distance apart, Griffith mused, pulling out a chair for Amber, inviting the blonde girl to sit. Earlier that day, Amber had conducted inquiries and investigations with some guests, but aside from inciting some panic and suspicion, yielded no fruitful results. Aside from the discovery of a missing sailor, Griffith found nothing else. Both were determined to employ listening and intuitive perception, but neither possessed the aptitude for it. They heard nothing, sensed nothing. Neither were skilled in divination, thus they could only await the dawn for a thorough search of the lower hold. The root of the issue lay in the shortage of manpower, utterly inadequate for such an extensive investigation. Had more extraordinary individuals been present, they could have commenced an investigation into the most likely problematic lower cargo hold during the day. It was vast, poorly lit, and its intricate terrain made it a prime location for ambushes and traps. Griffith wished to avoid the lower hold if possible. The lack of personnel was bad enough. The configuration was equally dismal. Griffith noted that Amber was positioned as a close combat assailant, overlapping somewhat with his own role. The prattling yet capable ranger, Pella, would be more useful than her in this scenario. The absence of scouts and rangers was yet another reason for Griffith to steer clear of the lower hold. He was there to accomplish a mission, not to walk into an ambush and lose his life. Only at the last moment would he allow the sailors to descend into the hold before following them himself. What a failure! Amber exclaimed, rubbing her head as she sat down, quickly glancing at the menu. Grilled salmon and veal. You can choose the rest. Where was the missing sailor from? The missing sailor is Faze, who was on duty inspecting the sewage compartment today. Griffith sipped a small amount of the aperitif. We can now rule out the possibility of Mr. Eck jumping overboard. The fallen mage aboard the ship and the dark magical artifacts he possesses pose a threat to us. Speaking of searching for the cultist and his dark magical artifacts, Amber rested her arms on the dining table, tilting her head to one side. Before we arrived here, I received some intelligence. There is a sealed artifact aboard this ship. A sealed artifact. Griffith nearly leaped from his seat. It is a tome called the Compendium of the Abyss. It is not our target. Do not get overly excited. Currently, it is in the possession of a member of the Arcane Council, a passenger in the first-class cabin. I have already made inquiries, but I am uncertain whether it is connected to the cultist. Amber produced a small notebook and handed it to Griffith. It is better for you to take a look. Milo Van Neville. A member of the Arcane Council possesses a sealed artifact. Griffith nodded, flipping open the apprentice investigator's notebook. Memorandum regarding the sealed artifact, the Compendium of the Abyss. Sealed artifact. The Compendium of the Abyss. Danger level 1. Hazardous. Special sealing measures. Do not open. The ancient text appears to pose no danger as long as the pages remain unturned. You may even hold it in your hands. Description. This is a manuscript bound with 404 pages. Written in clear and skillful script, the ink used still emanates a delightful fragrance to this day, with a few red annotations. The book's cover is wrapped in white silk, adorned with a pristine navy blue paper cover, showing no signs of age whatsoever. In fact, even submerging this manuscript in water or tossing it into a fire would not cause any damage to it. First glance, it appears to be an ordinary ancient text, devoid of any unsettling qualities. However, once the reader opens the pages, whispers and danger will follow. Attributes. This manuscript is filled with corrupted and chaotic knowledge. Its initial presentation to the authorities resulted in the death of a learned and powerful wizard. Investigators who read this manuscript for extended periods claim to hear footsteps and breathing behind them, yet nearby observers report no abnormalities. Mythical knowledge. This dreadful ancient text recounts tales from distant lands, detailing how calamity befell serene and beautiful villages, how the kind-hearted inhabitants descended into madness, and how they became trapped in an unending cycle of slaughter and death. The text conceals methods for creating and controlling undead beings, rituals for summoning and binding mythical creatures, necessary sacrifices, and numerous terrifying spells, along with instructions and consequences for the use of the sealed artifact. Various signs suggest that the villagers depicted in the text worship an unspeakable ancient deity. Remark. Reading this ancient text will lead to the loss of sanity, but may grant some mythical knowledge and spells. The known and accessible spells include Resurrection of the Undead, Necromantic Control, Devour and Healing Magic, Enhanced Thermal Shield, Advanced Summoning, and Sacrificial Rituals. Griffith perused the text repeatedly before raising his gaze to Amber. Are you intending to track this? It's not so much tracking, Amber replied. The Beacon Academy, as an official institution, has come into contact with some fortunate survivors. The gathering by the Abyss is a sacred relic of their homeland. However, they lost all rationality before divulging sufficient information to us, and the precise location of the village mentioned in the ancient texts cannot be verified. Amber continued. After leaving their homeland, they have lost many memories. This time, my mission also entails meeting with Milo Van Neville, the arcane counselor who possesses this ancient tome, and subsequently reporting to the Investigation Bureau and the Academy. Exercise caution. Do not conduct investigations alone, and keep me informed of your detailed arrangements. Griffith nodded, handing the notebook back to Amber. Chapter 70. The Fast Ship to Neapolis Part 6. Amber carefully stowed the notebook. Elusa mentioned that you soldiers have a commendable ability to counter dark magic, and she repeatedly urged me to act alongside you. The missing individuals stripped themselves bare and then twisted their garments into grotesque forms before leaping into the sea. Even one such bizarre occurrence is unfathomable. Two identical cases suggest a connection to their disappearances. In this light, the missing chief steward may also be in dire straits. What did the safety supervisor say? Has the captain taken any action? Griffith reflected for a moment before recounting his progress for the day. After we exited the sewage chamber, the safety supervisor reported to the captain, stating, "There is a way to simply report to the Maritime Administration, but the spring equinox is currently traversing the vast ocean between the two locations at a high speed. If the nearby warships do not happen to encounter us, we will have to wait until we reach our destination port to address the matter. We will arrive near Neapolis Island early the day after tomorrow, and the local extraordinary beings and officials will be prepared. However, it may be too late by the time we reach the port. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct a thorough inspection of the lower cargo hold. There should be something to uncover. And there may even be a confrontation." Amber took a small piece of ham and put it in her mouth. "I have realized that the two of us cannot possibly manage this task alone. The ship is too large, and there are no highly perceptive mages or hunters on board. We are like deaf and blind individuals, wasting precious time. Moreover, the nighttime is unsuitable for investigation and comprehensive vigilance, allowing cultists to run rampant. Indeed, how could the personnel for this mission be arranged? Are the official leaders merely banana-eating, curly-haired baboons?" The two sighed in unison. Amber finished her food, clapped her hands, and stood up. "Well, complaining is futile. Tonight, we will alternate in maintaining vigilance and conduct limited patrols. You go take a shower first, and I will check with the captain to see if there are any directives from the academy. Just reserve the sofa for me." After Griffith took his shower, he spread his bedding on the sofa and comfortably lay down. Just as he settled in, Amber returned to the room. "What's the verdict? Any discoveries?" Griffith sat up from the sofa. Nothing particularly noteworthy," Amber replied as she entered the room, tossing her coat onto the chair by the desk. "The captain and senior crew members are quite anxious and have already armed the sailors. I'll take a quick shower, so you sit tight." "Understood," Griffith smiled and nodded. "I am not the type to eavesdrop on water sounds while dining." As soon as he uttered those words, Griffith felt he had been overly frivolous. He might have made such ribald remarks in the company of his cavalry comrades, but he had since abandoned that penchant after leaving the military. Amber, who had already stepped into the bathroom, poked her head out and glared at Griffith. "You get out into the hallway." Thud. The door slammed shut behind Griffith once more. He shrugged and sauntered slowly down the quiet corridor. The cabin passage was exceedingly tranquil at night, yet beyond the ocean's roar, there seemed to be an indistinct, peculiar sound, as if, curiously, Griffith strained to listen. Gradually, the faint noise grew clearer. He could almost hear the muffled sound of dice hitting the ground. Another sound emerged, reminiscent of the chime of a midnight bell tolled by a peculiar figure. Akin to some organ used by the church, its heavy and indescribable resonance pierced through the silent corridor, striking at the heart. Alone, Griffith felt the hairs on his body stand on end, almost compelled to flee back into the room. Waves of strange sounds seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, reaching upward with gray-white, decayed arms, their icy touch creeping up from his ankles. In a daze, Griffith sensed that beneath him, in the depths of the spring equinox, a tightly locked door seemed to be open just a crack. Though he could not see this vision with his own eyes, his mind still vividly conjured the image. His heightened intuition, sharpened after his promotion, instinctively embraced this vision, while Griffith's rationality was swept away like leaves in a tempest. All at once, darkness enveloped him, and he felt as though he had entered a hallucinatory realm. In the void where he found no footing. Twisted and elongated phantoms spiraled around him, a great door opening in the distance, countless eyes flickering in the darkness, a tangled mass of black tendrils writhing like a knotted ball of yarn. Accompanied by a profound sense of vertigo and nausea, Griffith momentarily lost his sanity, flailing his limbs in a frenzy, springing about the cabin corridor like a toy wound too tightly, flailing his arms like seaweed in a torrent. His eyes lost their expression and luster as he stumbled and lurched toward Amber's cabin like a living corpse. Amidst the disorientation and chaos, Griffith suddenly perceived a golden light appearing before him. Swiftly followed by a heavy blow, he was struck and halted in place. Before he could regain his senses, a hook punch connected with his jaw. Thud. Griffith was propelled upward, colliding with the ceiling before bouncing off a sidewall, promptly losing consciousness. When Griffith awoke, he found himself slumped on the sofa, having returned from his temporary madness, yet his left cheek and jaw throbbed painfully. Amber, now dressed, sat at the edge of the large bed. tilting her head as she gazed at him. You were unconscious for 2 hours. Did you see or hear anything just now? Chimes, perhaps music. Griffith exerted effort to prop himself up. There were very strange yet clear sounds emanating from the ship's hull, followed by a vision of many bizarre scenes, akin to an impressionistic mural. Amber gently bit her lip. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the sun rises, we must swiftly gather the crew and thoroughly inspect the lower cargo hold. There will undoubtedly be traces of dark magic left behind. For now, close your eyes and rest a bit longer. And you? Griffith inquired. I can take the first watch. No, you must sleep first. Amber retrieved a pair of golden gauntlets from her bag and clasped them onto her wrists. Gesturing toward him, I cannot be at ease with you. On the morning of January 8, 1444, the third day since the spring equinox departed the port, Griffith and Amber sat in silence across from one another, having breakfast while awaiting news from the sailors. Following the captain's orders, the safety supervisor organized an investigative team at dawn, equipped with a detailed inventory of goods, lanterns, and weapons to enter the cargo hold. The two extraordinary beings awaited the results of their investigation in the dining hall. Unease permeated the ship as a group of passengers cornered the crew, demanding explanations regarding the unsettling rumors. Griffith slowly sipped his steaming hot milk, the enticing aroma and warmth providing a sense of comfort and ease to his newly awakened self. Amber gazed absently at the vast sea outside the window, absently toying with her long golden hair. We should go together. Amber suddenly stood up. The sailors are not extraordinary beings and cannot handle dark magical items. Indeed, they cannot. Griffith laid down his milk cup, nodding earnestly. He had completely recovered from the confusion of the previous night, his mind exceptionally clear. Hey, why are you still sitting there? Amber exclaimed. We might be the only extraordinary beings of the lawful camp aboard this vessel. Yes, we very well may be. Griffith rose, placing a hand on Amber's shoulder as she prepared to rush out, indicating the chair beside them. Thus, before the sailors conduct their examination, we should instruct them to, upon finding any suspicious cargo, do not open it, but contact us at the earliest opportunity. You want the sailors to act as cannon fodder. Amber protested, shaking her head in discontent. Such is the risk that comes with their line of work, Griffith replied calmly. If we charge in first and fall into a trap, who else could stand before the fallen mage? Just then, a young man in a dark suit approached. Griffith noticed the stranger's approach and instinctively tightened his grip on his corrupted featherstrike, sword at his waist. Miss Amber, the young man bowed. I am the personal attendant of Counselor Milo Van Neville. The counselor wishes to invite you to his room for a brief visit. I happen to have a bit of time. Amber stood up and addressed the nearby dining hall attendant. If the captain seeks me, he may come to the counselor's cabin. Do not delay. Griffiths followed suit, accompanying Amber as they made their way to the legislator's chamber. I'll wait for you outside, and if any danger arises, call for me immediately. Oh, why would there be danger? Amber replied with a playful wink at Griffiths. My principal, the esteemed Viscount Granfindale, has had a long-standing friendship with the legislator. Griffith shook his head. Even so, we have no leads regarding the peculiar garments left behind by the missing travelers and sailors. We remain utterly uninformed about the enemy's methods and capabilities. I understand, Amber said, placing her hands behind her back and swaying her voluminous hair. I'm serious. You know, I am exceptionally powerful. Even Alusha acknowledges it. If you're concerned about me, why not accompany me into the legislator's chamber? Oh, is that permissible? Of course it is. Does he have the right to refuse? As they arrived at the door of Suite 308, they entered the chamber under the guidance of a servant. Is the steward not present? Griffith surveyed the opulent suite, noting its 2 levels, besides the imposing older gentleman seated in the center of the living room. Accompanied by his close attendant, there were also 2 maidservants attending to him. The steward has been missing since this morning, the servant stated simply, turning to the elder with respect. My lord legislator, this is Miss Amber and Griffiths Branton, the squire of the Lamore family. Griffiths offered a slight bow. Greetings, esteemed legislator Milo Van Neville. Please, take a seat, Miss Amber. Squire, the member of the Arcane Council replied, his voice resonant and robust, a stark contrast to his aged appearance. After careful consideration of Lord Granfindale's suggestion, I concur with his perspective regarding an artifact under my purview. An artifact? Could it be the collection of abyssal whispers? Griffiths placed his hand on his sword hilt, observing the occupants of the cabin. Thank you. My lord legislator, Amber nodded gently. May I inquire, what is this artifact? The original collection of abyssal whispers, Legislator Milo Van Neville replied slowly. Chapter 71. The Fast Ship to Neapolis, Part 7. Indeed, it is that. Griffiths gazed at the legislator, inexplicably sensing a hint of bitter resignation etched upon his face. My lord legislator, do you intend to entrust the collection of abyssal whispers to Lord Granfindale for safekeeping? Amber inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. Well, the legislator continued, the collection of abyssal whispers has been stolen, and my steward has also vanished. I fear I must trouble you to recover it before passing it on to Lord Granfindale. Do you have any leads? The collection of abyssal whispers is an ancient tome chronicling numerous absurd tales and bizarre accounts, the legislator explained. It is believed that this book conceals strange powers. I have safeguarded this ancient text, yet it has also drawn peculiar troubles my way. Not long ago, someone inquired about this tome, and they were aboard this very ship. Who was it? Lord Salian Quarksole, a wealthy merchant, the legislator replied. I suggest you pay him a visit. Having departed from the legislator's chamber, Griffiths and Amber exchanged wide-eyed glances in the corridor. What do you think about raiding Salian Quarksole? Amber proposed. If he has stolen the collection of abyssal whispers, he must be engaged in some unspeakable activities with it. We must act swiftly, but first, we need to evacuate the nearby passengers. Griffiths nodded. Let's inform the captain. Just then, the cabin steward rushed in, breathless. The supervisor discovered a peculiar piece of luggage in the cargo hold. But during the search, a sailor went missing. The captain has sent us to request assistance. Then let's head to the cargo hold. Griffiths and Amber quickly conferred and then addressed the cabin steward. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on Salian Quarksole. He is highly suspicious. We will return to confront him. No problem. I will assign capable sailors to monitor him, and then I will summon Makarov to handle the matter. The cabin steward efficiently called over two tall, strong crew members, instructing them to surveil Salian Quarksole's cabin. After making these arrangements, the cabin steward clearly became quite concerned about the situation in the hold, hastily leading the two toward the cargo hold. What sort of luggage is it? Amber inquired as they walked. A large, heavy chest, capable of containing a person, resembling a coffin, left ajar, raising suspicions, the steward replied. Who does the chest belong to? Where is it destined? The cargo owner is the Korezimu Trading Company, primarily engaged in trade with the southern continent. The steward promptly answered. According to the shipping manifest, the chest is to be delivered to storage room number 10 at the port, where someone will collect it. At that moment, the trio arrived at the cargo hold of the spring equinox. Where is the supervisor and the chest? Amber scanned the dimly lit hold, failing to spot any crew members. The chest is in cargo section 3, the steward replied. The others are just ahead. Allow me to lead the way. With that, the steward raised his lantern and walked ahead. Griffiths followed at the rear, carefully observing his surroundings. Tall cargo containers were lined up in the hold. These heavy goods typically consisted of furniture and clothing for passengers settling in the south, delivered to the hold via the midships hoist, and then distributed to various locations via sliding tracks. The already dim cargo hold was further obscured by these shipments, rendering some areas nearly pitch black. In the darkness, a peculiar sound echoed faintly, prompting Griffiths to unsheath his shield and draw his sword, signaling Amber with a nod. The young investigator remained cautious, opting not to follow the steward directly but instead leaning against Griffiths' back, whispering, "Be careful, I sense something amiss here." As she spoke, Amber rotated the intricately crafted golden bracers on her wrist. This armor appeared to be composed primarily of precious gold, interwoven with various rare materials, including complete forearm guards and dual-hand gauntlets, encrusted with golden diamonds that shimmered with a faint blue luminescence. In the brief time they had been conversing, the cabin steward had hurriedly vanished behind the cargo shelves, whereupon a clattering noise indicated he had collided with something. Griffiths and Amber exchanged wary glances, back to back as they approached the cargo section 3 containers. Soon, they beheld a massive black chest. The wooden chest, now ajar, emanated an indescribable, strange odor. Beyond the odor, a lingering darkness remained. Yet there was something else, a vaguely familiar scent that eluded identification. Could this chest be connected to me in some way? Griffiths stared into the empty wooden chest, unable to fathom what it had once contained. Beside the chest lay a fallen lantern, precisely the one the steward had used moments before. The owner of the lantern had only recently been within their sight, yet had vanished without a trace. Amber picked up the lantern, tracing her finger over the lampshade. Bloodstains, freshly left, Amber murmured. gently rubbing her fingers together before illuminating the interior of the wooden chest with the lantern. Did the steward vanish in such a brief moment? Without a sound, the black chest was crafted with remarkable sturdiness, its size barely sufficient to contain an adult man. The lock was fashioned from high-quality brass, showing no signs of damage. The interior of the chest was empty. Save for the unbearable stench and the strange aura that persisted. We should leave this place. Griffiths nudged the golden-haired girl with his elbow. Let us abandon this search. Why? Amber protested reluctantly. Isn't it obvious that the steward has just been attacked? He and the sailors are missing, Griffiths replied with resignation. Our predicament in this confined, unfamiliar, and dark environment is exceedingly unfavorable. We have uncovered suspicious clues, and that is sufficient. Once we reach the port, we shall open the cargo hold and bring a contingent of soldiers for precaution. Upon finishing his words, Griffiths grasped Amber's arm, pulling her toward the exit. Hey, what are you doing? This is so cowardly. Just then, a figure dressed in sailor's garb emerged from the darkness, dragging something as he slowly approached them. His movements were sluggish and stiff, not resembling that of a drunken man. The moment Griffiths laid eyes on him, an acute sense of danger pricked at his senses. Sailor, what has transpired here? Where have the others and the contents of the chest gone? Amber urgently inquired. The sailor did not respond. Slowly lifting his head, in the dim light of the lantern, only half of his face remained. The left side of his scalp, skull, and left cheek were entirely absent, blood mingling with flesh and shattered bones smeared across his body. Exposed brain tissue pulsated strangely in the open eye in his grasp. He dragged a severed human thigh. Startled, Griffiths and Amber both recoiled a step. The sailor lunged toward them. A living corpse, reminiscent of the horrors witnessed in Manisa village that fateful night. Run, Griffiths shouted, slicing through the lunging sailor's throat with his sword and delivering a kick that sent him crashing against a nearby cargo rack. Yet, remarkably, the sailor seemed unfazed by the injury, struggling to rise and lunge at Griffiths once more. What is happening? Is he still alive? Amber observed the splattering blood and chunks of flesh, her scalp prickling with terror. Secure the exit. Griffith did not respond, but instead pointed forward. Amber hurriedly dashed towards the exit, before she could reach the entrance of the cargo hold. A shadow burst forth from the darkness. The golden-haired girl instinctively raised her hand to block, only for the figure to sink its teeth into her ornate gauntlet, producing a resounding crash. Several shattered teeth flew out, bouncing across the shelves like popped lentils. Safety supervisor, Amber exclaimed in shock as she recognized the figure. The safety supervisor of the spring equinox had a large chunk of flesh missing from his neck. With his severed windpipe clearly visible, Amber quickly regained her composure, grasping the arm of the living corpse and pulling upward, then twisting to throw him behind her. The tall, muscular safety supervisor offered no resistance. Akin to a rag doll in her control, with a surge of strength from her waist and hands, she hurled him forward. The safety supervisor soared over Griffith's head, crashing like a cannonball into a sailor who was just rising. Boom! The two monsters collided with a tremendous sound. The immense force sent them crashing into the nearby metal shelves, shattering them into pieces. An arm flew out, landing with a thud by Griffith's feet. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously from the rear of the cargo hold, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the stillness. More indistinct figures began to appear by the shelves, advancing to encircle the two. Meanwhile, the already shattered safety supervisor and sailor began to stir once more, dragging their broken limbs across the ground as they moved towards Griffith. We must exit. The scene before Griffith sent a chill down his spine. He shook his head and turned to flee towards the exit. We need to seal the cargo hold. Gather the crew to secure this area. Once Griffith emerged, Amber immediately barred the door, wedging a piece of wood against it, and turned to ask, why won't they die? What are they? Undead? Living corpses? I've only heard of such things in stories. Boom! A sudden violent crash erupted from behind the door, causing even Amber to stagger back. The sturdy door cracked under the force of the impact. I've encountered this before. Striking the head or burning them tends to yield better results, Griffith said, tilting his head towards the stairs. I don't know how many of these creatures remain. You need to leave. Notify the captain to put the entire ship on alert, gather the passengers on deck, and signal for help. Boom! The door exploded with another deafening sound, visibly fracturing before their eyes. What about you? Amber inquired. They will break through soon. Griffith raised his sword, pointing it forward while shielding his chest with his shield. Glancing at the apprentice investigator beside him, I'm familiar with this scenario. Chapter 72, The Fast Ship to Neapolis, Part Part 8. Griffith kept a vigilant eye on the splintering door as he downed the potential elixir Sonia had given him. The ice armor spell from the frost magic quickly advanced to the second tier. Generally, the progression of magic spells can be achieved through study and practice, much like how apprentice knights enhance their strength and agility through training and combat. However, due to Griffith's evident shortcomings in magical study and practice, the potential elixir was his only viable option. The ice armor spell was rapidly enhanced. The icy aura could now envelop clothing, armor, weapons, and the body itself, bolstering physical defense while inflicting freezing damage on enemies, thereby slowing their movement and attack speed. Compared to its first tier, its duration was longer, and the effects of freezing and deceleration were more pronounced. The specifics would need to be tested in actual combat. In the meantime, he gained a modicum of knowledge. The second-tier ice armor spell and the Frost Nova ice construct could continue to progress, but they required more units of potential elixir, and possibly other potions as well. Temporarily setting that aside, Griffith focused entirely on the enemies before him. Bang! The wooden door was shattered into splinters, sending a horde of disfigured sailors shrieking from the cargo hold. Lunging towards Griffith, he thrust his sword into the foremost living corpse, piercing through its eye socket and exiting through the back of its head. The impaled creature froze momentarily, then fell backward. Striking the head remained effective. Griffith swiftly maneuvered his cavalry shield into position, the sharp edge slicing through the face of another approaching living corpse, cleaving it in two at the bridge of its nose. Having completed his assault, Griffith deftly stepped back, evading the lunge of a third corpse, and then collided with it, knocking it to the ground. Amber retreated up the ship's ladder, navigating through several decks until she encountered the second mate. Makarov, she immediately called out. Quick, inform the captain to prepare for battle. It's terrible, in the passenger cabin. The second mate gasped, gesticulating wildly as though he were a bear in a circus. Speak, it's Quark, sir. That bastard turned himself into a monster and devoured poor boss. No sooner had she finished speaking than screams erupted from above. Amber hurried onto the deck, only to find a grotesque creature barreling out from the passenger cabin's passageway. It wore a lavish coat that had ripped and stretched, its body swollen as if it had been marinating in the sea for a week. Flailing its arms like seaweed, its fingers had morphed into clusters of venomous snakes and insects that writhed like tentacles. Countless serpents, maggots, worms, centipedes, and millipedes entwined together, falling onto the deck and wriggling off into the dark corners. Its mouth, ears, nostrils, and every crevice of its body oozed forth a mass of writhing serpents and insects. Amber had never encountered such a horrific monster, and instinctively took a step back. Quarksir extended its dreadful tentacles, ensnaring a panicked passenger. Endless venomous snakes and centipedes immediately burrowed into the victim's mouth, nostrils, ears, and eyes. In an instant, the captured passenger melted away like a candle, absorbed into the monstrous appendage. The horrifying scene left all the passengers in a state of terror, their screams echoing across the deck. By the gods, how can such a monster exist? Yet, it is worth fighting. Amber swiftly engaged. Her form became a blur, and in an instant, she was upon Quarksir. Roar, you dare not flee but face the great Quarksir head-on. The terrifying creature swung its writhing tentacles, unleashing an onslaught that obscured her vision, like a storm cloud descending upon a city. Instead of retreating, Amber lunged at the tentacles, her agile form leaping gracefully, miraculously slipping past the appendages to deliver a punch to Quarksir's face. Thud! Her attack was precise and swift, arcs of electricity coursing across her gauntlet as she struck Quarksir's left cheek. The monster's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, its grotesque and contorted visage nearly shattered. Quarksir staggered back several steps, but its body did not seem to weaken from the head injury. A frenzy of dark shadows swirled around, threatening to ensnare Amber's movements. Boom! With a strange explosive sound, Quarksir suddenly found itself pierced through the chest. A gauntlet radiating with golden light had punctured its shattered body. A surge of energy and momentum began to pour into its limbs and tentacles. Oh, ugh! Quarksir stumbled back, still not understanding what had transpired, when a long leg swept across, cleaving a massive gash in its corpulent waist, sending a torrent of intestines, snakes, and pus soaring into the air. What is happening? What occurred? How did she evade my tentacles? In its hazy vision, Quarksir saw Amber's lithe form retracting, the once overwhelming tentacles now scattered like withered leaves in a tempest. Amber unleashed a flurry of 3 strikes, dismantling its head, piercing its chest, and nearly severing its waist. What a formidable woman! What immense power! But now it is my turn. The battered corsair suddenly revealed a grin on its distorted, damaged face, opening its tentacles and cackling sinisterly, an invisible ripple expanding outward. The great corsair has transcended to ultimate life. This level of bodily harm is beneath my concern. A powerful psychic wave swept forth, causing several terrified passengers in the distance to leap over the railing, diving into the turbulent sea. Just as Amber prepared to launch a second wave of attack, her mind suddenly became a tangled mess, spinning and losing balance, forcing her to stagger back, clutching the wall as she was overcome with nausea and dizziness. And no matter how she struggled, she could not rise to confront the foe. Once I replenish my strength, I shall devour you. Corsair crawled desperately towards the nearest passenger cabin. The serpents and insects that had fallen onto the deck surged back towards it, coalescing into a massive form, as naturally as water flowing into a stream. Huff. I've expended so much energy. Corsair regained its footing. Now, I must hurry to consume that woman. It advanced towards the half-kneeling Amber. Just then, a sharp spear flew forth, striking Corsair in the left eye. The swollen giant's eyeball burst, spilling forth a green, putrid liquid. Back off, monster. Accompanied by calm yet authoritative words, Amber discerned a formidable figure standing before her, and the nauseating strangeness she experienced began to alleviate significantly. Griffiths? Amber covered her mouth, striving to rise. However, dizziness and queasiness still governed her body. Before she could straighten her back, a violent wave of nausea and spasms forced her to kneel once more. It is indeed an aberrant entity, the will of Manisa. The bone ring manifested within Griffiths' mind, as clear as the subtitles in an opera. Its source material is exceedingly valuable. Is this a malevolent power that emanates fear and dizziness? Moreover, it has a wide-ranging effect. Griffiths surveyed the chaotic deck and the panicked passengers scurrying about, silently conversing with his ring. I am presently occupied. If you have anything to impart, do so swiftly. The essence of the aberrant entity and the incessantly breeding serpents and insects constitute a complex parasitic life structure. Its brain, though yet intact and still governing consciousness, has nearly no vital weaknesses, Manisa responded. Through the source material you provided, Manisa can now offer further assistance if any inscribed seals are discovered on it. They must be conveyed to Manisa for study, as they will prove immensely significant. In that instant, a surge of knowledge flooded Griffiths' mind. Corsair is a newly emerged aberrant entity. Its extraordinary characteristics remain unstable, and in combat, it will constantly suffer from an imbalance of focus, the evaporation of reason, and reckless charging as a negative state. Nevertheless, this does not alter the reality that aberrant entities are formidable monsters. Its physical strength is akin to that of a sequence 7 melee extraordinary being, and once it strikes a target, it will inflict substantial damage. Its special abilities include aberrant entity. The shattered and decayed flesh possesses an unimaginable vitality, with almost no fatal weaknesses or parts that could lead to functional impairment. After sustaining significant damage, the aberrant entity can rapidly coalesce its body to recover, albeit at a considerable cost of psychic energy and stamina. Devour. Prey slain by the aberrant entity will be swiftly dissolved and digested, thereby repairing the entity's own injuries or augmenting its strength. Aura of terror. The extreme chaos and grotesque appearance of the aberrant entity granted ease in predation, causing creatures within a radius of 30 yards to succumb to persistent fear or confusion upon its emergence, with the negative effects of fear diminishing over time. Manisa had remarkably begun to provide tactical intelligence. This bone ring enabled Griffiths, who was incapable of performing magical configurations, to wield a certain degree of spellcasting power, rendering it an exceedingly rare and precious magical artifact. Since acquiring it, Manisa had been incessantly absorbing source material. This action did not diminish the value of the extraordinary spoils, yet Griffiths remained perplexed about the nature of the absorbed source material, speculating it to be some form of life intelligence or fragments of information. Surprisingly, Manisa had developed the ability to detect targets akin to a crystal of insight or an eye of magic, providing tactical intelligence on the target, elevating its value further. Indeed, it was an irreplaceable treasure. Chapter 73. The Fast Ship to Neapolis, Part 9. After comprehending the series of information regarding the aberrant entity, Griffiths gained clarity about the situation at hand and swiftly devised a strategy. The extraordinary trait of the breaker rendered him immune to fear and confusion effects, but regrettably, Amber lacked this capability. Even if Amber successfully distanced herself from the influence of fear, her close combat focus rendered her incapable of providing support. In a one-on-one confrontation, Griffiths undoubtedly faced immense disadvantages in strength and recovery capability. However, the evaporation of reason and reckless charging were lethal characteristics on the battlefield. Why do you not fear me? Corksoul scrutinized the human before it with its beady eyes. Griffiths raised his sword before him, assessing the enemy as it assumed a combat stance. I have received the blessing of the divine, Corksoul declared, pointing with its crumbling fingers at Griffiths. What? Are you about to unleash a Balon battle cry, or something else to stir the heart? Before Corksoul could finish its sentence, Griffiths suddenly lunged towards its left flank. The sound of air being torn apart surged forth. The aberrant entity Corksoul swung its left hand, lashing towards Griffiths's back like a whip. A venomous strike impacted Griffiths's back, resulting in a violent explosion. A deafening roar echoed through the air as Griffiths, struck, was sent flying like a ball, tumbling across the deck. Little insect, do you wish to hide in my blind spot? Corksoul swayed its swollen form. Turning around, its decayed left eye began to heal, a mass of flesh writhing within the wound, evidently growing a new left eye. However, its skin exhibited unmistakable signs of decay and rot, reminiscent of a corpse long submerged. Eliciting nausea as Griffiths rolled on the deck. The leather armor and chain mail on his back had been torn, creating a gaping wound that stained his garments crimson. Struggling to rise, he sprinted toward the ship's cabin. Corksoul immediately pursued him. This apprentice knight had not only just obliterated one of its eyes, but was also one of the limited extraordinary beings aboard the vessel, should he create distance to find more javelins. He could pose a genuine threat to the formidable Corksoul. The aberrant entity, towering over 3 meters, took long strides, thrashing its horrifying limbs as it pursued. The thick ship's wall disintegrated like paper toys before it. Another glint of cold light flashed by. An icy spear suddenly soared through the air, piercing the aberrant entity's calf, pinning it to the floor. An ice spear. Magic? Corksoul blinked its small eyes, its nearly rotting brain momentarily unable to comprehend how this had materialized. At that moment, Griffiths charged forward. Grasping his long sword and round shield, he stood almost defenseless against the aberrant entity's assault. Corksoul immediately swung its hands to strike. The entwined serpents, centipedes, and insects emitted a thunderous sound as they collided with Griffiths' shield. The vanguard shield absorbed much of the horrific attack's damage, a violent buzzing resonating throughout the cabin. The shield struck hard, flew away, and an ice wall materialized before him, blocking the subsequent assault. The spell of ice construction was rarely utilized in actual combat. The crystalline form of ice and snow could not be sustained for long and occupied the caster's precious chanting time. However, for Griffiths, who cast spells using pre-prepared runes, this posed no issue. He could adeptly choose the construction of frost spells without chanting. Swiftly manifesting walls, javelins, or blades in simple forms. Corksoul's ferocious strikes were rendered ineffective, leaving it momentarily uncertain how to contend with the situation at hand. It was a well-known axiom that soldiers brimming with blood and vigor could not cast spells. Griffiths leaped from the shattered ice shards, darting beneath Corksoul's raised right hand, launching himself toward its rear. Before the aberrant entity could follow Griffiths' movement, a lightning-fast strike ensued. The prior blow from Corksoul had fully mobilized Griffiths' bodily functions, enabling him to unleash a double-edged assault against Corksoul. The sword cleaved through Corksoul's nape. The accompanying freezing damage activated, causing the rotting flesh around the wound to freeze and rapidly decay. The corrupted feathered blade pierced beneath Corksoul's rib. The accompanying shadow damage erupted within the aberrant entity, transmitting the insidious wound through its veins, a 4-strike combination. Corksoul shrieked, disparate attributes of damage bursting forth like festive fireworks, expelling clumps of dark green putrid fluid and decayed tissue from its nape and side. Stop. Cease. Corksoul gasped, kneeling upon the ground. Spare me. I can offer you money, property, potions, whatever you desired. I am Salian Corksoul. Griffiths abruptly halted, silently turning away from the combat chamber. Corksoul gazed in astonishment at the departing apprentice knight, feeling that everything had transpired too suddenly. Before the remnants of the aberrant entity's brain could grasp the situation, Griffiths returned from the adjacent chamber, carrying 2 wooden barrels, one large and one small, and hurled them towards the insectoid aberrant entity. Corksoul sniffed the liquid dousing its form, recognizing the scent of alcohol mixed with whale oil. What do you intend to do? Wait? I am the great and generous Salian Quarksoul. My name is known and revered from the west coast to the Shattered Isles. Quarksoul felt a sense of foreboding. You cannot kill me. How about we cooperate instead? Griffiths retrieved an object from the wall and turned to face the now unrecognizable aberrant entity. As long as we eliminate all the passengers aboard this vessel, no one will know my identity. I had planned to do just that. Salian Quarksoul hastily exclaimed with its swollen and decayed mouth. If you cooperate with me, no one will uncover the truth. We can disguise it as an attack by sea monsters. I possess a sealed object that can accomplish all of this seamlessly. I'm aware. Griffiths fiddled with the object in his hand. A lamp used within the cabin. A flicker of flame ignited, lighting the wick. What are you doing? ? Quarksoul shouted. Are you intending to ignite me with this wretched oil lamp? Griffiths unscrewed the lampshade, casting a fleeting glance at the flickering flame, and casually hurled the oil lamp towards the aberration. Boom! A searing red shield suddenly materialized before the aberration. The oil lamp collided with the shield, erupting into a brilliant fireball. Yet, despite this, sparks ignited the grease upon Quarksoul, setting him ablaze with ferocious intensity. Ahaha! Look, I have mastered it. This is the might of the great Salian Quarksoul. The high-tier fire spell, Destruction Shield of the Fire God Razi, Quarksoul shouted exuberantly while patting down the flames engulfing him. Next time, I will wield this incantation to its full extent, and no assault shall penetrate the defenses of the Destruction Shield. Then how did you get struck by my ice spear at the outset? Were you incapable of this technique then? Griffiths called out as he retreated towards the ship's edge. That was your shameless ambush. From now on, my body shall always be enveloped in the protective embrace of the Fire God Razi's Destruction Shield. No external assault can harm me. Quarksoul proclaimed triumphantly as he lunged forward. Griffiths suddenly pivoted and hurled a dagger at the aberration. A radiant shield, shimmering like flowing waves, abruptly appeared before Quarksoul, causing the finely crafted dagger to dissolve harmlessly within the shield's searing barrier before it could reach its target. Such formidable heat, and the response was instantaneous. Taken aback, Griffiths, who had merely intended to test the waters, turned and fled. The swollen aberration immediately pursued him, obliterating the cabin walls with its monstrous strength. Before the intense heat of the fiery shield could be extinguished, it incinerated all obstacles to ash. Simultaneously, the wounds upon Quarksoul's massive form began to mend. The grievous injuries to his left eye, back of the neck, and beneath his ribs swiftly sprouted fresh flesh, while the charred skin flaked away to reveal a new layer of ashen gray skin. Oha! Quarksoul swept his terrifying power across the surroundings, instilling fear in Griffiths, who dared not confront the onslaught. Power surges forth. My sacrifice has succeeded. The strength I have gained is genuine. This is the ultimate power that transcends humanity. The divine form, immortal and undying. With reason evaporating, Quarksoul unleashed his strength, roaring in rapture, and this destruction shield of the fire god Razi. Hee. Fear. Tremble, mortals. Quarksoul raised his tentacle, delivering a crushing blow towards Griffiths, who had been forced back to the ship's edge. Be reduced to ashes beneath the full force of Quarksoul. The massive tentacle struck the deck, shattering the sturdy hardwood into splinters. The seven-masted ship, Spring Equinox, emitted a lament of distress, tilting precariously to one side. Griffiths was swept away by the gale, soaring over the ship's side like a mere scrap of paper. In a frantic attempt, he grasped a fragment of the shattered deck, colliding heavily against the planks, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. A palm-sized iron nail flew past, embedding itself in his shoulder and spraying forth a spurt of blood. Even merely being struck by the residual force of the attack inflicted grievous wounds upon Griffiths, leaving him swaying like a pinned butterfly specimen. Weak, truly feeble mortals, you cannot escape now. I've got you. Salian Quarksoul lunged once more. In his eyes, Griffiths was akin to a pea rolling before him. Though bothersome, consuming him would merely be a spoonful's endeavor. Just then, bloodied and battered, Griffiths raised his right hand, pointing at the advancing monstrosity. Your time is over. Salian Quarksoul. Have you no wits, human? Salian Quarksoul swung his immensely powerful tentacle. You have nowhere to flee. At the slanted ship's edge, my tentacles can move with ease, while you have no foothold. Whoa. The aberration, in the throes of battle, was beset by the effects of imbalance, evaporating reason, and reckless charge. It suddenly slipped, losing all sense of balance and rolling towards the sea. Ice blocks. A thick layer of ice covered the area where Quarksoul had tread. As smooth as a mirror, Griffiths, clinging to a nearby wooden beam, barely managed to open his blood-soaked eyes. Your feet are now encased in frost, Salian Corksole. You shall plummet directly into the ocean and join the company of fish and shrimp. Chapter 74 Gathering at the Abyss Part 1 Inch How Can There Be Ice? The aberration slid past the ship's edge with a whoosh, descending into the sea. Huh, that's right. Foolish human, have you forgotten my tentacles? Thud. Salian Corksole crashed heavily into the water, yet several of its tentacles swiftly lashed out, grasping at the railings on either side. Got it. This is the sensation of my tentacles gripping the ship's railing. Though I did not have time to see clearly, I am utterly certain I have secured it. Just as a cat is unequivocally fond of a cardboard box, Salian Corksole plunged into the sea, while two of its tentacles, coiling like serpents, firmly grasped the distant railings, exclaiming bizarre metaphors as they strained. Wait for me. Human, I shall ascend to devour you. I will expel you like excrement. Your next word shall be, such a trick. This mere trick is meaningless before ultimate power. Hardly had the words left his lips when Griffiths raised his hand, releasing a spear of solidified ice. Such a trick. This mere trick is meaningless before ultimate power. Corksole shouted. How does he know? Salian Corksole caught sight of Griffiths above, launching the ice spear directly at its head. A fleeting thought flashed through its decaying brain. Danger. Yet, if I unleash the destruction shield, all shall be well. The ice spear, after a brief flight, surged toward the space just before Salian Corksole's emerging head. A blazing light flashing by. At that very moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The extreme heat caused the seawater to vaporize instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous shockwave directly beside Salian Corksole. Boom. The explosion sent towering columns of seawater, mingled with the shattered remnants of the tentacled monstrosity, soaring into the sky. The heavy seven-masted ship was likewise pushed to the side by the shockwave. Griffiths, precariously balanced at the ship's edge, was nearly hurled into the sea by the force of the blast. Doused with scalding seawater cascading from above, clinging to the ship's railing, he swayed unsteadily, gazing down at the debris of flesh scattered across the sea, sighing, steam explosion. Do take note. The breath of the aberrant insectoid dissipated within the roiling waters. The surface, once tumultuous, calmed. Numerous small or elongated flesh fragments drifted upon the waves, and as Griffiths employed his crystal of insight to observe, he discerned a dense network of green, red, and black lines. Dive down. The will of Manisa suddenly manifested. Quickly, Griffiths hastily plunged into the sea, immediately sensing certain primal essences being absorbed by Manisa nearby. The remnants of flesh strewn across the ocean's surface bobbed and swayed, soon sinking to the abyss. In an instant, Salian Corksole's remnants were consumed by the sea. His schemes, secrets, and personal wealth, along with magical artifacts, sank into the dark depths. Regrettably, only a few primal essences could be salvaged. The extraordinary traits had vanished. Salian Corksole was likely to possess numerous valuable items. All lost. His fortunes and properties would probably be seized by the authorities, with a few coins perhaps becoming my reward. Griffiths mused regretfully about the spoils now resting at the ocean's bottom. Yet, this was within his expectations. Once the power of runes was invoked in battle, Griffiths could not leave any witnesses. The circumstances of Galadia and Sonia were exceptional, but he needed to conceal his ability to wield spells from others as much as possible. If concealment proved impossible, he would resort to claiming possession of a certain sealed artifact or holy relic as an explanation. However, should the authorities delve deeper, it would be challenging to account for his bone ring. Within the library of Hormontwits, there was no record of the operational mechanisms of the runes provided by Manisa, indicating that rune energy, if not forbidden knowledge, was highly confidential. The more troubling issue was that should Griffiths face rigorous investigation and inquiry, he was uncertain whether he could hide the corruption of his bloodline's extraordinary traits. Should matters escalate to that point, Griffiths would have no choice but to flee, becoming a bounty hunter on the distant frontier or perhaps opening a tavern to spend his remaining days. Griffiths promptly shook his head, banishing the ominous thoughts, and swam back to the ship's side, grasping the hanging rope net to climb aboard, extracting the iron nails and wooden splinters embedded in his flesh. Gasping for breath, Griffiths, Amber, having freed herself from her state of terror, rushed over to support the battered squire. Did you slay it? I can no longer sense Salian Corksole's presence. How did you manage that? Oh, merely a stroke of luck, the squire replied slowly, taking a deep breath while discreetly observing the girl's reaction. It fell into the sea and detonated its own magic. The fierce and brief clash between Griffiths and the insectoid aberration had shredded several chambers and a large portion of the deck aboard the spring equinox. Yet, within mere minutes of the battle's commencement, Quarksole had plummeted into the ocean, exploding into fragments. Amidst the fleeting chaos, trapped in a state of disarray and terror beyond the heavy bulkheads, Amber, along with the crew and passengers, remained oblivious to Griffith's concealed turmoil. "I truly feel utterly useless," Amber lamented, biting her lip. "To be bested by such a creature, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's common for different attributes to counteract one another. That's precisely why we must act in concert. Did you witness my deft combat just now?" As he was flung backward, Griffith sustained a wound on his forehead, blood streaming down his face. Squinting through his blood-stained eyes, he observed Amber's expression and inquired nonchalantly, "Now is hardly the time for bravado." Amber shook her head with exasperation, casting a concerned glance at the myriad wounds adorning the novice knight. "I'll take you for treatment first. We can share a drink afterward. It's on me." "Very well." Griffith, relieved to see no trace of concern or guilt on Amber's face, felt a slight easing of his anxiety. The ship's doctor skillfully cleaned Griffith's wounds, extracting splintered wood and shards of iron, then meticulously disinfected the area. "I recommend a divine healing upon disembarking to prevent infection, though I suspect your self-healing abilities render it unnecessary," the doctor remarked while washing his hands. "I'll prescribe a potion for you, to be taken once daily for 3 days. Should any signs of infection arise, seek medical attention promptly." "Thank you, doctor." Griffith turned to examine his reflection in the mirror. His wounds had begun to close. In the absence of functional injuries or bone dislocations, the healing capabilities of a power-type extraordinary individual could mend wounds and stave off infections and numerous ailments. Not to mention, Griffith possessed formidable self-healing abilities. "No, thank you, young man," the doctor replied cheerfully. "Having served a lifetime at sea, I've witnessed wars and pirates, yet never before have I encountered a creature so close at hand that it feels like a dream. How did we come to face such a being?" "You didn't foresee it either, did you?" "Not exactly. That was precisely my intent. Though I hadn't anticipated the mission being fraught with such peril, it's undoubtedly beyond de rank." Griffith mused inwardly, shrugging helplessly at the doctor. "All right. I must attend to the next patient," the doctor said, handing Griffith his coat. "Enjoy yourselves." "Enjoy what, exactly?" Griffith donned his coat and stepped out of the infirmary. "Hey, all set." Amber stood at the door, a smirk gracing her lips as she regarded Griffith, who struggled to fasten his shirt. "Not a bad silhouette. Any good or bad news?" Griffith slowly fastened his buttons. "The hull is not severely damaged. We will reach Neapolis Island as planned," Amber replied, her eyes glimmering as they traveled from his firm abs upward, settling on his broad chest and well-defined shoulders. While the sailors cleared the wreckage, they discovered the abyssal compendium floating on the water's surface. "Could you button up a bit slower?" The abyssal compendium lay quietly on the captain's desk. According to the salvaging sailors, this ancient tome was enveloped in a dim glow, as if waiting for someone, floating amidst the debris-laden sea. Remarkably, the pages bore no water stains. This was the artifact Quarksole sought during this voyage. In a bid to possess this ancient manuscript, affluent merchants from the west coast had transformed into monsters, claiming the lives of several passengers and sailors. Given Quarksole's ability to devour crew members and the serpentine poison coiling around his hands, he had likely been a mutant even before acquiring the abyssal compendium from Councilman Milo Van Neville. However, during his confrontation with Griffith, Quarksole exhibited unmistakable signs of decay and swelling, akin to a corpse. Mutation and decomposition are distinct states, likely stemming from different causes. This implies, perhaps through this tome, the holder would command a powerful fire magic shield capable of annihilating oneself, or potentially metamorphose into a corpse-like monstrosity. Upon realizing this, Griffith's gaze towards the abyssal compendium became tinged with trepidation. At that moment, Captain Ong of the Spring Equinox unexpectedly reached out to touch the tome's cover. "This thing is impervious to water and fire. It's truly remarkable. Be cautious." "Stop." Both Griffith and Amber leaped in alarm. "What's the matter?" Captain Ong looked at them, puzzled. "Do not be alarmed, lads. Nothing occurred when we retrieved the tome." "Do not be careless, Captain," Amber warned, shaking her head. "The threat posed by sealed artifacts extends beyond the visible realm. I recommend you and the crew who handle this tome undergo a dark magic examination upon reaching port. Not merely a recommendation but a necessity." Griffith made a mental note to inform the Dark Magic Defense Department to take action once they docked. We must first physically isolate it, Griffith added. Captain, please procure a sturdy box. We shall secure it and take turns guarding it until we reach Neapolis Island, where the resident mage will take over. All right. Captain Ong found an empty box and casually locked the tome inside. Chapter 75. The Abyssal Compendium Part 2. Have we secured Quarksal's cabin and belongings? Griffith inquired, as he had yet to personally take action following the battle. The sailors have sealed his quarters and left a watchman, Amber confirmed with a nod. I observed them doing so. As for the cargo and luggage, the hold has been sealed, and it's best to wait for professionals to inspect it upon arrival. The Abyssal Compendium was not Griffith's primary mission objective. The suspect he was to investigate, a fallen mage, had already been eliminated, yet the dark magic artifact he carried was likely connected to his repulsive insectoid form. But on the second night of their voyage, Griffith heard strange sounds emanating from the ship's hold, sounds that threatened to drive him to madness. These noises were likely produced by the dark magic artifact, which probably resided in some corner of the cargo hold. Once the authorities on Neapolis Island completed their investigation, Griffith could report that his mission was accomplished. Yet, why was there nothing in the box when he and Amber searched it? Though it retained a lingering aura, it was neither a sealed artifact nor a dark magic item. Who had taken the contents? Griffith's mind raced, attempting to untangle the web of this incident. Was it possible that Quarksol was not the true target, and that other fallen mages and dark magic artifacts lurked aboard? Anxiety gripped Griffith. The spring equinox would not reach Neapolis Island until tomorrow, and now was not the time to relax. Amber, it seems I'll have to postpone our drink, Griffith stated. I need to rest for a while. From now until we reach port, we must take turns guarding this artifact. The apprentice investigator's face flickered with a myriad of bewildered expressions before she finally responded. Ah, I see. The matter may not yet be resolved. Indeed, Griffith affirmed, pulling a blanket over himself and drifting into slumber. The journey ahead seemed uneventful, and the Abyssal Compendium they took turns guarding showed no signs of anomaly. I'm going to the cruise lounge to take a shower. Will you keep an eye on things here? Amber inquired, stretching her delicate form as she yawned. Go ahead. At that moment, the will of Minas manifested. Minas suggests you take the opportunity to briefly read the Abyssal Compendium. Some of its mythological knowledge may prove invaluable. That sounds far too perilous. Griffith shook his head vehemently. Amber's notes clearly state that reading it is dangerous. It has claimed the life of a sorcerer. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is futile, Minas persisted. Reading book-type artifacts can induce a loss of sanity. But the knowledge gained at this stage does not pose a substantial risk. Minas will provide timely warnings. Griffith felt a flicker of temptation. My friend, if you are unwilling to take the risk and read, Minas cannot compel you. However, the relentless events should make you aware that danger is inevitable. The whirlpool is drawing you in. Stagnation and evasion will only leave you helpless when the unavoidable threat truly arrives. This final statement persuaded Griffith. He rose to glance through the door's crack, ensuring no one was present before turning back to open the box containing the Abyssal Compendium and began to read. To his surprise, it was a novel. The protagonist was a 13-year-old boy who spent a delightful summer with several girls of similar age in a remote village. The tale of the Abyssal Compendium initially appeared unexpectedly engaging, far from the terrifying artifact one would expect. Yet, as night fell and the cicadas chirped, strange occurrences unfolded in the village. The girls in the story vanished or fell victim to foul play. The boy desperately sought to rescue them, but only returned with fragmented remains and maddening clues, enveloping the atmosphere in eerie terror. Griffith, engrossed in the narrative, curled up his feet and wrapped himself in the blanket. Though the story was frightful, it was utterly captivating. Had Amber entered at that moment, Griffith would have found it impossible to cease reading, feeling an overwhelming urge to continue at all costs. Once the boy and his companions met with their tragic fates, either slain or vanished, the first tale came to a close, leaving Griffith utterly perplexed by the absence of any discernible clues or esoteric knowledge. His curiosity, however, compelled him to delve further into the narrative. The second story, remarkably, revolved once again around that same group of youths, all residing in the same village, bearing the same names and backgrounds, yet engaging in different games. Nevertheless, a subtle shift in their dialogues and emotions began to emerge. In the end, they too found themselves utterly lost to the world. Griffith became completely entranced, oblivious to the fact that he was engrossed in an artifact of sealing. When Amber returned through the door, he instinctively concealed the artifact behind him, feigning nonchalance as he awaited the girl to fall asleep before resuming his reading. The third and fourth stories perpetuated the cycle of tragedy. The protagonists appeared to sense the abnormality and terror that surrounded them, desperately striving to alter their fates. Yet their struggles proved futile. Death and madness descended upon them in increasingly horrific, lamentable, and unimaginable forms. There lingered a disquieting feeling that the story's protagonists were akin to livestock, gradually being dragged toward an irrevocable abyss under the watchful gaze of an unseen, omnipresent force. Yet Griffith began to discern certain clues. Perhaps by continuing to read, he or the protagonists might unravel the enigma. "My friend, please halt," the voice of Manisa suddenly interjected. "Through our recent reading, we have acquired some terrifying and malevolent arcane knowledge, and spells that persist in such pursuits will lead to irreversible damage. Please cherish your sanity and life." Danger. Damage. It was merely a novel. Instinctively, Griffith felt the urge to dismiss the warning. Abruptly, he perceived footsteps and labored breathing in the stillness of the cabin, along with distant, imperceptible whispers in the shadows where the candlelight could not reach. Something appeared to writhe. Griffith was taken aback, his body instinctively ignited with adrenaline, a surge of vitality, dispelling both curiosity and fear. "What is happening?" Amber seemed to sense something amiss as she sat up, rubbing her eyes. "And nothing. You have another hour before your shift," Griffith hastily replied, his throat parched, his voice betraying his unease, aware that if the girl were fully awake, she would surely notice. Amber asked nothing further and promptly laid back down. So be it. Reluctantly, Griffith returned the artifact to its iron box, locking it away with care. In that moment, he had gleaned a measure of dreadful knowledge. He had come to understand the sinister principles of necromancy and the manipulation of the undead. Yet, the incomplete reading of the Collection of the Abyss hinted at further dark spells, such as those for devouring and healing, as well as malevolent summoning and sacrificial rites, all remaining a mystery. Once unleashed, these wicked incantations could resurrect the dead within a 30-yard radius. Initially, no more than 3 corpses would rise at a time, and after exhausting their stored energy, they would completely disintegrate within an hour. These animated corpses were not powerful nor intelligent, yet they exuded an astonishing malevolence. Although the duration of the undead revival was currently limited to 1 hour, the deceased indeed stirred once more. Through necromantic control, one could easily enslave the weaker undead, transforming them into puppets at will. Sharing a modicum of memories and strength with them, Griffith could envision the formidable power of resurrecting the dead and commanding them, even within the forbidden library of Hormontworth. There was no such nefarious and potent force capable of distorting the very fabric of life and death. Awakening the departed, the bodies moving in the lower hold, perhaps even those animated corpses encountered long ago alongside Galadia. Could they be linked to this Collection of the Abyss? On the morning of January 9th, 1444, the spring equinox finally reached the port of Neapolis Island safely. Before anyone caught sight of land, they beheld a towering and sacred colossus standing resolutely upon the shore. It was a marvel left by the sea god, long since departed to the spirit realm, who presided over the oceans, storms, and adventures. The figure possessed a humanoid upper body and a massive fishtail covered in scales, with the pedestal inscribed, "Confront the sublime eternity. Let time carry all that rises and falls into the oblivion of its own insignificance." A cadre of extraordinary individuals along with numerous troops, police, and physicians awaited them, swiftly taking charge of the search. A middle-aged man clad as a mage was the first to board the ship. "You must be the acting Knight Griffith of the Lamore family." "And the investigator Amber from the Beacon." He nodded, lifting his hood slightly in greeting. "I am the station mage Caius Connix of Neapolis Island. During your stay on the island, please report your activities to me promptly, and you are obliged to undertake relevant tasks. From this moment forth, my team will manage the search for fallen mages and dark magical artifacts." The regulation of formal extraordinary individuals affiliated with the kingdom's government, nobility, or academies was exceedingly stringent. They were required to report their itineraries and endeavors wherever they went, and any achievements or acquisitions had to be accounted for. Additionally, they must cooperate with local operations when necessary. This restrictive system of freedom was widely resented, prompting many demon hunters to opt for freelance careers, officially registered yet intentionally evading tasks and reporting. Amber, hailing from the academy, was also disinclined towards such a constrained existence. Finding the mage's arrogance uncomfortable, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She neither acknowledged the command nor expressed dissent. Yes, Sir Regional Commander. Griffith instinctively brought his feet together, striking his chest with his right hand. His gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the station mage. Connix could not suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. He found the unreservedly obedient and loyal gaze of the apprentice knight to be highly gratifying. Even though such loyalty ought not to belong to him, the station mage raised his right hand, gesturing dismissively, accepting the goodwill, and then spoke in a subdued tone. Apprentice knight, congratulations, after successfully slaying a mountain beast, a bloodsucker baron, and a grotesque creature, your tally of extraordinary creatures has reached 3. Should you achieve 2 more victories over creatures of sequence 8 or above, you will receive the Silver Eagle Banner Medal. Disembark for inspection and recording. I will arrange the search. Should there be any news or further instructions, you will be notified. Chapter 76. Nepolis Connix, observing that neither of them had any objections, briefly outlined the local situation. The settlements on Nepolis Island are concentrated around the port and the urban area, as well as nearby Haipu town. To the west of the island lie vast farmlands, ranches, and forests, dotted with a few smaller towns, frequented by travelers and herders. The local station knights have taken an extraordinary team to an island in the Shattered Sea for a mission. Currently, apart from the 3 of us, only 2 members of the garrison remain. The primary stronghold for extraordinary individuals is the Mage Tower in the city, but personnel are routinely stationed at the Holy Grace Hall in Haipu town, a bustling tourist destination that we will convene there tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for an important announcement. What an arrogant fellow. At his age, he is merely a sequence 7, Amber remarked, arms crossed after the inspection. He must be bald beneath that hood. Status does not depend solely on sequence. It is more a reflection of ability and contributions to His Majesty the King. Griffith defended the station mage. Besides, sequence 7 is already quite formidable. I can guarantee that if any dark magical artifacts are discovered on the ship, the station mage will undoubtedly make a grand display of his contributions and the dangers he faced in the report. Amber continued her complaints. He will surely gloss over the fact that our engagement distance surpassed his by over 100 miles. That in itself is quite advantageous, with professionals handling it. We need not risk delving into the filthy and dark cargo hold, Griffith said with a relaxed demeanor, gesturing toward a restaurant on a street outside the port. Shall we have lunch together? My treat. Sounds good. Amber replied cheerfully. Is your salary quite high? A monthly wage of 100 silver lira and a 10 silver lira stipend. After promotion to sequence 8, it will be 50 silver lira, Griffith replied as he pulled out a small booklet to check. Not much. Really? Let's just have a simple meal. No need to waste money, Amber stated earnestly. What is that booklet about? It's a travel guide for Nepolis Island. I was born here, but I haven't returned in a long time. This place is now a popular vacation destination in the kingdom, Griffith remarked, glancing at a shop selling sashimi. This one looks promising. The street was not far from the port, adorned with signs proclaiming sashimi, prominently featuring illustrations of tuna alongside various seaweeds, scallops, trout, and eels. In front of each shop stood a massive fish head. Griffith gestured, feeling that these large fish could undoubtedly swallow him whole when alive. Disembarking tourists hurried toward these establishments, seemingly prepared for a feast. I have no objections. Free food is the tastiest. Amber settled into a seat, flipping through the menu. These folks eat fish raw. Wow, it's so expensive. The catches here all come from the deep sea off the western Shattered Sea. Delivered fresh every morning by the fishermen, the shopkeeper paused. The largest fish is auctioned off. Yesterday, a bluefin tuna fetched a staggering price of 4,000 silver lira. Did you perhaps add an extra 0? The blonde-haired girl exclaimed in astonishment. Did you capture the legendary creature to eat it? Question mark. This is a fair price. The young lads running the boats earn at least 3 or 4 silver coins a day, and that doesn't even guarantee a catch. The shopkeeper gestured towards a large fish head in his establishment. What does that mean? Amber glanced at Griffith. Ordinary dock workers and construction workers earn only 30 to 40 s a day, Griffith explained. Sailors make double that. The cost of going out to sea to fish is quite high. Indeed, if they fail to catch good fish, the expenses for the ship and crew can be overwhelming, flowing out like water. Some desperate souls dare to sail into the deep sea just to earn a living. Are there many fish there? Of course. But it's not just fish. The shopkeeper lowered his voice. There, the waves roll incessantly, and strange shadows occasionally appear beneath the surface. There are uncanny occurrences beyond comprehension. Have people been attacked? Griffith sat up straight. Intrigued. Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. If those creatures truly exist, death is inevitable. However, those who do not return may not have encountered such bizarre entities. The wreckage of fishing boats is often washed ashore, appearing as if torn apart by a storm. With the crew drowned in the sea, the shopkeeper served the 2 fresh tuna and trout. The thick fish fillets lay upon the ice, their crystalline patterns mesmerizing, the flesh incredibly resilient. Please enjoy with soy sauce and wasabi. Where did these ice blocks come from? Griffith noticed something curious. Is there an ice house on this island? Indeed. But the ice is brought down from the mountains in the western and southern territories. Those impoverished places have nothing but blocks of ice. The shopkeeper, quite knowledgeable, continued. Workers use ice picks to carve thick blocks of ice, saw them into smaller pieces, and then transport them to the coastal port via rafts. Is ice merely used as a commodity? Not at all. They sell ice here and in other major cities to exchange for food, fish, and other goods. Thanks to this trade, many families now stack ice blocks in their cellars to chill milk and beverages. It's an excellent means of preserving food. Such precious transport capacity. Has Balon's capacity reached such a level? Griffith was astonished. Back in the East, the transportation of military supplies, equipment, and personnel had always been strained, yet not long after the war ended, maritime transport capacity was already being utilized to transport ice. The ice trade has been ongoing for quite some time, even during the previous Great War. Ice was continuously sent to Balon and other places, and there were naval battles back then. The shopkeeper added. No wonder the transport capacity was tight. Griffith gritted his teeth in frustration. Oh. Amber suddenly let out a delightful moan. This sashimi is truly exquisite. Indeed. The shopkeeper proudly walked away to attend to other customers. Amber dipped the sashimi in soy sauce and wasabi, placing it atop the glistening rice before swallowing it in one bite. What a fulfilling texture, and it's not greasy at all. Amber exclaimed repeatedly, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Balon and Hakan asked me to extend their gratitude and invite you to visit Pasha. We will host you well. After their battle in the Whispering Forest collapsed, one fled the same way they came, while the other jumped off a cliff. Griffith had initially thought they had met with misfortune. Now it seemed both had retained some tricks up their sleeves. Balon has praised your heroic deeds several times, Amber said, resting her chin on her hand. Although you may not be as mad as she described, you were braver and more formidable. At that time, my rationality had nearly evaporated. I couldn't recall how Balon, the chatterbox, had put it. Griffith awkwardly chuckled and asked, by the way, will Captain Valkyrie come to this island? I mean, if there are follow-up missions, do you look down on me? No, Griffith hurriedly defended. Amber scoffed lightly, saying, the number of extraordinary individuals above Sequence 6 is limited, yet there are numerous events requiring investigation. Once actions commence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to maintain the confidentiality of information. Without their presence, critical points become vulnerable to attack. Moreover, the more powerful the extraordinary individuals, the more pronounced their psychic ripples. Their movements can easily be detected by divination and prophecy. Therefore, it is primarily those of us below Sequence 7 who take the initial action. If the extraordinary side strikes first, they are likely at a disadvantage. So that's how it is. The high-tier combat forces of various factions have indeed formed a situation of exchange. That makes sense. But what if matters escalate and reinforcements are delayed? That won't happen. The mage towers stationed in core areas generally possess teleportation arrays. If necessary, reinforcements can be summoned at any cost. With the completion of the Grand Astrologer Tower, adjustments are underway everywhere, Amber said nonchalantly. If certain places lack such facilities, it indicates their insignificance. Slowly deploying garrisons can resolve that. If only there were more lower-tier extraordinary individuals. Griffith mused while chewing on the sashimi. From the kingdom's perspective, extraordinary traits and potions aren't prohibitively expensive. There should be a more ample supply of personnel. That's impossible. Only those like you, who have traversed the paths of sorcery, would raise such questions. Amber waved her hand dismissively. Basic potions aren't expensive for the affluent. Many merchants hope to cultivate their offspring into extraordinary individuals. However, ordinary people have a high probability of being unable to adapt to potions. Even the lowest-tier potions contain elements of madness. Each year, countless individuals seek to change their fortunes or rely on the powers of extraordinary traits to cure ailments, only to end up consuming potions bought on the black market and transforming into monsters, ultimately becoming prey for demon hunters. Such incidents are particularly prevalent in our southern territories, which is why a beacon was established there. You should visit our academy for an exchange. It will undoubtedly broaden your worldview. Without the corresponding talent, sufficient training, and education, Attempting to change one's life with a bottle of potion often ends in tragedy. In the end, it is still the offspring of extraordinary families who make up the majority of new extraordinary individuals, and the authorities have always been strict about such matters. This meal cost Griffith 2 silver coins and tenderness. Since he was sent by the captain, he felt it necessary to treat them well. After settling the bill, Griffith casually slung his backpack over his shoulder. Do you have plans next? Amber hurriedly asked as she saw the apprentice knight about to leave. I need to report to the Marine Research Center in the port area. Then I'll be taking a ship back in a week. If there's time, we can explore together. We should be on the same ship for our return. I'll first check the nearby Echo Nexus to see if there's any correspondence from the captain, Griffith replied. My uncle, Dr. Zion, and his daughter live not far from here in Heronport. I plan to stay with them for a few days. You're welcome to visit. Sure. Amber gleefully stood on her tiptoes. Quickly tell me the address. Chapter 77. Alusa's letter and the terrifying possibility. Every important town and port in Balon is equipped with an Echo Nexus for information transmission. Initially, communication across regions relied on slow postal systems or messengers like ravens and owls. In recent years, the role of magic-powered echo crystals in communication has grown significantly. Although the echo nodes set atop tall towers cannot transport goods, they can transmit text or sound across distances of hundreds of miles in an exceedingly short time, making them invaluable in trade and futures transactions. Naturally, the cost is staggering. This service was once within the purview of station mages. But once its commercial value was recognized in practice, the operation of echo crystals was transferred to specially designated towers, separating it from letter delivery and magical communications, thus becoming the region's communication center. Personal echo crystals for small-scale communication are also becoming widespread, potentially revolutionizing the way we connect and communicate. Griffith found the local Echo Nexus not far from the station mage tower. It was indeed bustling, with numerous packages and letters being unloaded from ships, sorted, and dispatched on the first floor. The second floor was designated for magical creatures and small animals like carrier pigeons to rest, where personnel cared for and managed the distribution. The third floor was the true Echo Nexus. It was said that individuals with high inspiration could hear a cacophony of ethereal sounds here. Griffith tried, but heard nothing. I would like to check if there are any communications from Alusa Valkyrie addressed to Griffith Branton, Griffith inquired as he sat at a counter. I recommend you first visit the mail center on the first floor. The girl behind the counter replied without looking up. Letters typically do not pass through the echo. Her hands were rapidly tapping on a crystal, pausing intermittently to write a few words. Although she lacked an extraordinary aura, she seemed to have a method to listen to the echoes within the crystal. How do you hear the echoes? Griffith asked curiously. You can't hear it by touching it. Just get a bit closer, the girl replied, still avoiding eye contact. Hurry to the first floor. You're distracting me. Griffith quickly stepped back, returning to the busy hall on the first floor. There, he indeed found the letters and packages sent by Alusa. Dear Griffith, my little brother, how are you adapting to life in Homenvorts? Have you been promoted to knight or third-level assault squad captain yet? I suspect you have not, so you remain my little brother. Griffith could not help but chuckle. Alusa often referred to the apprentice knights in the squadron with terms like minions, lackeys, and henchmen, frequently mingling with everyone as if they were comrades. Indeed, they were like comrades. I write to seek the assistance of my underlings, she continued. You returned to the rear before the battle concluded. So you may be unaware that the fools of the Eastern Legion mislaid numerous documents and letters after their victory. Either the transport ships ran aground and sank, or the warehouses caught fire, resulting in the loss of much personal baggage. Recently, the fellows from the squadron have been writing to me, requesting that I provide the necessary documentation to assist them in their return home or enrollment in schools. The Reserve Military Command also requires relevant proofs to aid in their records. After I issue the certificates, the local dimwits deem one document insufficient and demand another. Thus, I thought of you. Enclosed are the documents that need signing by the fellows. You are required to verify their information, combat situations, and the latest updates as you know them. It is not complicated. Please fill it out carefully and send it to your sister promptly. If there are urgent matters, you may contact me via the Echo Nexus. The Beacon Academy will relay messages in a timely manner. However, do refrain from using it unnecessarily. Each word costs 10s, as if the kingdom's communication and echo company might as well rob the central bank's vault. Best wishes. Oh, by the way, Amber is my new minion. She is quite capable. You two should get along well. Attached to the letter was a substantial stack of papers requiring Griffith's attestations and forms. Alusa had meticulously outlined the circumstances, categorizing the information, and even noted Griffith's departure from the military in her explanation. All he needed to do was verify and sign. Just as always, Griffith recalled how the second-in-command of the assault squadron would diligently arrange accommodations and meals during the lulls between battles. Although the provisions were poor and the lodgings less than satisfactory on the Eastern Front, Alusa always managed to ensure that everyone fared slightly better than in other squadrons, when not referring to everyone as minions or lackeys. She remembered their birthdays and training progress, offering encouragement and comfort to frightened comrades. Had one not witnessed Alusa in action, they might easily mistake her for a caring and gentle wife, tending to over 100 unruly children. This was the consensus among everyone in the 502nd Regiment. As long as she refrained from combat, all was well. But that was not the crux of the matter. Griffith hurriedly sifted through the documents concerning the squadron. Almost racing towards the information he sought. Transport and Logistics Squad, no. Grooms and Weapons Maintenance Squad, no. Assault Infantry Squad, no. Armored Assault Cavalry, this was it. The core of the squadron, the Armored Assault Cavalry, should comprise 17 members. Aside from the commanding officer Alusa Valkyrie, there were 16 other officers and sergeants, and Krista's file should be among them. Griffith's hands trembled as he scoured the documents, counting names, 13, 14. The records halted at the 14th individual. With no continuation, aside from the unnecessary details of his own information, the absence of Krista was glaring. Griffith's forehead began to perspire as he swiftly checked the files of other squads and the summary of the squadron's composition. There was absolutely no mention of Krista. Everyone else in the squadron, whether they had perished in the final stages, sustained injuries, or were still lively, was accounted for, yet Krista was conspicuously absent. The Armored Assault Cavalry was thus one member short. Griffith practically scrambled upstairs, arriving at the service center for Echo Crystal Communications. "Quickly, I need to send a message to the Beacon Academy," he shouted, startling the service attendant. The minutes that followed the dispatch of the message felt like an eternity. Generally, responses during working hours arrived swiftly. As long as Alusa was not away on a mission, the Echo Nexus dedicated to such esteemed institutions would reply immediately. Indeed, 15 minutes later, Alusa's response arrived. The small note contained but a few words. Who is she? Neapolis Island is the largest isle amidst the shattered sea. When explorers first set foot on this enchanting island, the warm southern breezes, lush forests, and sweet mountain springs welcomed the northern visitors with fervor. Since then, waves of immigrants have migrated from all directions to settle on this island. Griffith spent his childhood here, completing his basic education and receiving fundamental training in the knightly path. Rising before dawn each day to practice martial skills alongside his brother. However, now, only his uncle's family remains on this island. Brandon, a feudal knight, was recently granted a territory in the southern provinces due to his remarkable achievements in the war. And he has since departed with his family to his fief. He possesses his own estate and manor, a rare privilege among the formal knights. According to the kingdom's laws of inheritance, lands and titles can only be passed down to one heir. Other offspring, while lacking succession rights, must bear a unique tax burden for the family, serving the king in warfare. Consequently, after graduating from the Junior Officer Academy, Griffith was immediately dispatched to the distant east to engage in battle against the orcs. Griffith's heart was heavy. He had thought that his experiences in Galadia, Erin, and the Whispering Woods were the most perplexing of his life, but the strange clues surrounding Krista left him utterly astonished. There were two possibilities, neither of which boded well. Firstly, Griffith suspected that he had contracted battlefield syndrome in the East, a condition that is very insidious, but once it manifests, it can lead to madness and disarray, often resulting in the accumulation of erroneous memories and perceptions. Suicide is a common fate for those afflicted. If the other possibility were true, it would be horrifyingly chilling. Someone had tampered with Griffith's memories, or perhaps even altered the memories of others in the squadron or throughout the regiment, obliterating documents and materials to erase Krista's existence entirely. If those individuals discovered that Griffith still retained memories, what might they do? The thought was terrifying. The warm sea breeze from the ocean caressed the verdant vineyards and farmlands, while groups of children ran about in the shade and along the furrows with their dogs. Cold to the bone, Griffith walked along the sunlit path, striving to savor past memories and divert his attention. He could only attempt to avoid thinking about this matter until he had the opportunity to consult the strong and mature Alusa for her insights. He hoped she remained safe. The last time Griffith had been here was 4 years ago. The childhood home, brimming with memories, had been sold and transformed into someone else's property. Yet, there exists a saying on Neapolis Island, that those who leave home in their youth will find their memories of living on Neapolis Island will bring them back. Perhaps it is due to living here that one becomes so distinct, or perhaps it is the distinctiveness that compels one to live here. Griffith's destination, Haipu Town, was indeed different. The residents of Haipu possessed brown eyes and black hair. With gentle yet refined features, their gazes imbued with resilience and intelligence, Griffith's appearance bore the traits of both his parents, black hair and brown eyes, but with sharper facial contours, his eyes keen as blades. His uncle Zion was a respected doctor of medicine, having taught at Hormontworth, though he had resigned some years ago. The apprentice knight, carrying a small bundle and armed with weapons, arrived at the station by the marketplace square, awaiting the public carriage to Haipu. Before long, a small public carriage drawn by 2 horses rattled along the gravel path, turned a corner, and came to a halt beside him.